Hmm? What on earth is this red and white sphere? Chen Luo gazed incredulously at his own eyes. Due to a night spent engrossed in novels, Chen Luo unexpectedly perished and traversed into this parallel world, a realm suffused with magical creatures. Various regions established Pokemon alliances, and these enchanting beings became an indispensable facet of human existence. The BB Bird family took on the role of couriers, while Shenato's live streams attracted countless viewers and garnered abundant rewards. The construction site was replete with the figures of strongmen and seasoned craftsmen. This world is truly magnificent. When Chen Luo hurled the Poké Ball from his hand, a legendary trainer was born. As a devoted Pokemon enthusiast, he had fallen utterly in love with this world. Chapter 1. It is decided you are the one. East Huang Alliance. Jiangcheng Pokemon University. The sun blazed fiercely, pouring unfiltered rays onto the expansive outdoor battle arena of Jiangcheng's first Pokemon Academy, causing the metallic barriers to warm slightly. The air was infused with a faint scent of sun-dried grass, accompanied by the diverse calls of various Pokemon, both high-pitched and low. Chen Luo stood at the boiling center of this scene, yet felt as though he were an outsider forcefully confined within a frame. BB Bird, use Quick Attack. Just waiting for you, Monkey Monster. Thunder Punch. Bang! The dazzling flight trajectory collided violently with the explosive lightning, and soon after, BB Bird fell to the ground with a mournful cry. BB Bird has lost its fighting capability. Monkey Monster is victorious. The clear battle commands, the vivid shadows of skills, and the dust that rose as the Pokemon collapsed struck Chen Luo's muddled mind like a heavy hammer. He tightly shut his eyes and pinched his arm with force. The sharp sensation of pain surged through him, yet everything before his eyes felt even more tangible. The luster of BB Bird's feathers, the crackling arcs of electricity dancing upon Monkey Monster's fists, and the excited flush on the faces of the surrounding students. It was not a dream. Damn, Chen Luo uttered hoarsely, his throat tightening. Where on earth am I? Is this still the homeland? His last memories lingered on the computer screen, where he had been immersed in the Pokemon game late into the night. In the next moment, he was roughly thrust into this vibrant, parallel world where Pokemon and humans breathed together. Chaotic fragments of information collided in his mind. Pokemon had descended, the world had merged, trainers had become the mainstream, and he, now identified as Chen Luo, a freshman at Jiangcheng Pokemon University. Next match, Class 3's Chen Luo versus Class 5's Liu Kai. The referee's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, devoid of any emotion. Chen Luo, what are you daydreaming about? Get to the arena. He felt a firm shove on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw his roommate, Wang Peng. A battle? Me? Chen Luo pointed to himself, the absurdity in his voice nearly spilling over. He did not even know which Pokemon resided within his ball. The memories of his body felt like muddied waters, unclear and indistinct. Nonsense. It's either you or me, so hurry up. Wang Peng pushed him forward. Instinctively, Chen Luo lowered his head, his palm pressed against a cool, familiar-shaped sphere. The red and white ball. Could it be true? Had he really crossed over? This was not a game, nor an animation. It was the genuine world of Pokemon. The scenes he had fantasized about countless times in his previous life had unexpectedly materialized before him. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, and a flicker of the passionate blood of a Pokemon fanatic ignited within him. He took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. Gripping the Pokeball that symbolized the unknown, he felt the solid ground beneath him momentarily center his thoughts. Fisk, I've been waiting for you forever. You're so slow. Opposite him, Liu Kai crossed his arms, tilting his chin high, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance and impatience. The referee was a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. He merely cast a glance at Chen Luo to confirm his presence before decisively waving his flag. The match begins. Go, my darling. Cacturn. Liu Kai dramatically flung out his Pokeball, the red light erupting. Desert Cacturn. A somewhat shrill cry rang out. At the center of the arena, a rotund, entirely green cactus Pokemon, covered in sharp spines, shook its body. The diminutive eyes fixated on Chen Luo, exuding a distinctive wariness and ferocity characteristic of desert creatures. Here it comes. He instinctively mimicked the quintessential pose of the boy in the red hat from his memories. With a vigorous swing of his arm, he hurled the Pokeball with great force, declaring, "It's settled. You are the one." Black Rock, Black Rock, accompanied by brief yet powerful cries, a lithe, earthy-hued silhouette gracefully landed in the arena. It was a diminutive Pokemon resembling a short-snout crocodile, its robust limbs cloaked in coarse scales. Most striking was the enormous black goggles that nearly obscured half its face. It was the black-eyed croc. Chen Luo instantly recognized his companion, a wave of familiarity washing over him. It emitted a deep, menacing growl, swiftly turned its head back, with its limbs slightly bent and its center of gravity lowered. The scaled tail gently thumped against the ground. Its entire body was taut, akin to a bowstring poised to release, fixating intently on the opposing Cacturn. The battle stance was flawless. Cacturn, do not grant it any opportunities. Use Needle Arm. Liu Kai eagerly initiated the assault. Sand Desert. Cacturn's spines quivered violently, unleashing dozens of gleaming energy needles that whistled through the air, cascading towards the black-eyed croc. Damn! Chen Luo cursed inwardly. The surge of excitement was abruptly doused by a cold wave of realization. In his fervor, he had forgotten that he knew nothing of the skills possessed by his black-eyed croc. He was utterly at a loss. The fragmented memories of the original owner offered only a hazy recollection of the black-eyed croc's abilities, as if viewed through frosted glass. As the dense barrage of needles descended upon the black-eyed croc, Chen Luo instinctively shouted the most classic and universally effective command in battles. Black-eyed croc, quickly evade. The moment the command left his lips, he felt as if a blinding light flashed before him. A subtle, almost imperceptible sensation of pressure tinged his vision's periphery. Then, in less than a second, a series of clear and vivid details projected themselves directly into his field of view. Firmly overlaying the agilely dodging black-eyed croc was the information. Pokemon, black-eyed croc. Level, LV.15, gender male. Type dark ground. Ability, overconfidence. Attack increases after defeating an opponent. Potential assessment, champion level. Acquired skills, sand attack, scratch, leer, sand tomb, frightening face bite. Inherited skills, fire fong, thunder fong, crunch swagger. Additional skills learned, dig, rock slide. Held item, black glasses, enhances dark type moves. Description, a desert crocodile Pokemon. It dwells in the sands of the desert, where the warmth of the sun prevents its body temperature from dropping. Data I, the time traveler's golden finger. This ability is truly a tailor-made cheat for trainers. Wow, my black-eyed croc has an extraordinary start. Chen Luo's mind was instantly flooded with a wealth of information. Exceptional potential. A terrifying, offensive capability. Its ability is the snowballing overconfidence. The dark-type move-enhancing item, black glasses. And the practical skill dig. This configuration, as long as no foolish mistakes are made, is nothing short of a novice-level annihilation tool. He forcibly suppressed the urge to grin from ear to ear. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swiftly swept towards the opposing Cacturn. Simultaneously, a similar stream of data refreshed in his vision. Pokemon, Cacturn. Level, LV.15, gender male. Type, grass. Ability, Sand Veil, evasion increases in sandstorm weather. Potential assessment, elite level. Acquired skills, Poison Sting, Leer Absorb, Growth Seed Bomb, Needle Arm, Sand Attack. Held item, none. Description, resides in arid regions like deserts, luring prey with its rich floral aroma before launching its spines to neutralize them. Black-eyed croc. Chen Luo's voice suddenly elevated, imbued with the determination that comes from insight. Sand tomb. Black croc. The black-eyed croc, having just nimbly dodged all the energy needles, sprang into action. It slammed its robust right forepaw against the ground, channeling a surge of ground-type energy. Centered on Cacturn, the hard earth within a radius of several meters seemed to come alive, instantly transforming into a rapidly spinning sand vortex. The fine grains of sand, infused with powerful tearing force, ensnared the unsuspecting Cacturn at its center. Desert sand. Cacturn emitted a cry of agony, its tiny paws futilely struggling within the quicksand. Cacturn, quickly break free. Liu Kai's earlier arrogance was swiftly replaced by panic, his voice cracking. Chen Luo's commands followed in rapid succession. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Black-eyed croc, frightening face. Roar. The black-eyed croc lifted its head, its face shrouded in black goggles contorting menacingly. Sand desert. Cacturn struggles abruptly halted, its small eyes filled with uncontrollable terror as its body instinctively recoiled. Cacturn, do not be afraid. Use Absorb. drain its energy. Liu Kai, drenched in sweat, desperately attempted to stabilize the situation with a recovery move. Absorb? Endure it. Let absorb. Chen Luo's voice was resolute. He pointed decisively, aiming at the trembling green figure at the vortex's center. He bellowed the command that would determine victory. Charge in. Use Fire Fong to finish it. Black Croc. The black-eyed croc's powerful limbs erupted with astonishing strength. The searing flame energy converged wildly within its gaping maw, instantly igniting its already intimidatingly sharp teeth. Flames surged and danced, and the fiery jaws came crashing down. Crack! The explosion of flames was accompanied by the sound of something hard shattering. Sand Desert. Cacturne's shriek transformed into a horrific wail as its entire body was wrenched from the sand and violently slammed back to the ground. It convulsed twice, stars flashing before its eyes, and fell into a complete unconsciousness. Cacturne. Liu Kai screamed in despair, his face ashen. The voice of the referee broke the silence, resonating clearly and justly. Cacturne has lost its ability to battle. The black-eyed croc emerges victorious. The winner, Class 3's Chen Luo. We won. Wang Peng was the first to leap up from the sidelines, exuberantly waving his fists. Chen Luo, you're amazing. Wow, that black-eyed croc is incredibly strong. The power of Fire Fong is absolutely fierce. The combination of Sand Tomb, frightening face, and Fire Fong was executed with impeccable timing. Who is this Chen Luo? Never heard of him before. Hidden depths. Look at his command. So confident, as if he completely sees through his opponent. Chen Luo stood in place, overwhelmed by an indescribable thrill and sense of fulfillment. Is this what Pokemon battles are like? We won. Commanding this extraordinarily promising black-eyed croc, he had triumphed in his first battle in this otherworldly realm. He gazed at the black-eyed croc in the arena, which was slightly panting yet had an astonishingly bright gaze, turning to look at him. He quickly approached his companion, crouched down, and extended his hand. The black-eyed croc regarded the outstretched hand, then lifted its gaze to meet Chen Luo's eyes. It extended its rough tongue, gently licking the palm of Chen Luo's hand. Well done, black-eyed croc, Chen Luo said sincerely, ruffling the black-eyed croc's head. Chapter 2. I truly am foolish Chen Luo, impressive indeed. I never expected you to be this remarkable, Wang Peng exclaimed, enthusiastically draping his arm over Chen Luo's shoulder and shaking him excitedly. That Fire Fong. Wow, absolutely stunning. The forceful pat on his shoulder stung, prompting Chen Luo to bare his teeth slightly as he gently pushed his overly exuberant roommate away. It's all thanks to the black-eyed croc. He gazed down at the Pokeball in his hand, softly caressing its cool surface. You've worked hard. It's time for a well-deserved rest. Let us go? Let us go? We have no matches left this morning. Let us grab some food. Wang Peng gestured grandly, dragging Chen Luo out. I saw a Moo Moo milk shop on our school forum, highly praised by everyone. Let us go check it out. As Chen Luo dug into a steaming bowl of curry beef rice, he endeavored to piece together the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. Chen Luo is not a native of Jiangqing. His home is in the distant capital, Beijing. He brought the black-eyed croc to this second-tier riverside city for university not out of some lofty academic ambition, but rather due to running away from home. The reason? He was escaping an arranged marriage. Oh my! Chen Luo nearly choked on the beef in his mouth. A torrent of sarcastic comments flooded his mind like a barrage of bullets. What a stroke of luck. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. His father, Chen Jingyue, the reigning Dark-type champion of the Eastern Huang Alliance, is a figure of immense renown, one of the most formidable forces within the alliance. His mother, Su Wanqing, the chairwoman of the Eastern Huang Pokemon Department Store Group, presides over a vast commercial empire, a pivotal figure in the Eastern Huang Pokemon industry. What extraordinary family background is this? It's as if he was born with a silver spoon, cradled in the very essence of divine potential. Resources, connections, top-tier training knowledge, and access to powerful Pokemon, elements that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to attain, are almost effortlessly within reach for the original host. Suddenly, Chen Luo's mind felt as though it had awakened from a dream, as if he had traversed through the blue star and returned anew. No wonder the black-eyed croc is so formidable. Both parents are champions. This melodramatic plot he had only encountered in third-rate novels, yet here he was, the protagonist himself. Escaping marriage, a truth that art derives from life, yet transcends it. Simultaneously, he comprehended the true significance of the freshman ranking tournament at Jiangqing Pokemon Academy. This was not merely an introductory assessment, Achieving an excellent rank in this tournament would not only bestow generous rewards from the academy, but also serve as a stepping stone into the school's team. The team of Jiangxing Pokemon Academy represents the pinnacle of the Academy's strength in the Eastern Huan Alliance's Grand Tournament among 100 schools. The implications are profound, unquestionably monumental. Those who shine in the Grand Tournament, securing ranks, are nothing short of prodigies. Graduating from such a tournament guarantees at least an official certification as an elite trainer, paving a bright path ahead. This is a crucial step, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Chen Luo exhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation at the original host and the staggering impact of this illustrious background. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. The golden finger, the eye of data, is his greatest asset now. What am I thinking? A somber expression crossed his face. Wang Peng finished the last sip of milk, contentedly burping. Returning to the bustling battlefield, the afternoon sun blazed even more fiercely, the air seemingly steaming around them. The arena had indeed been divided into more sections due to the overwhelming number of matches. Many second- and third-year students had come to serve as referees. As Chen Luo and Wang Peng located their class's designated area, the announcement echoed through the arena. 7th Arena, Class 3's Chen Luo versus Class 12's Li Wei. Please have both competitors enter the arena promptly. It's your turn. Go for it, Luo Go. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up. Chen Luo nodded, gripping his Poké Ball tightly as he stepped onto the familiar battlefield once more. This time, he felt considerably more composed. His opponent, Li Wei, appeared to be a somewhat shy boy who politely nodded in Chen Luo's direction. The part-time referee, a third-year student clad in a deep brown jacket and sporting black-rimmed glasses, adjusted his glasses and clearly announced, "The rules of the match are one-on-one. The match concludes when one side's Pokemon can no longer fight. Competitors, prepare. Go, Rattata." Li Wei was the first to throw his Poké Ball. With a pop, a larger-than-average purple mouse with sharp incisors and a vigilant gaze materialized on the field. Pokemon, Rattata. Level, LV14. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, Guts. Attack increases when affected by a status condition. Potential assessment, average, limited potential. Base skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy. Held item, none. Description, Mouse Pokemon. Resilient and with high reproductive capacity, its teeth continuously grow, necessitating constant gnawing on hard objects to wear them down. The Eye of Data instantaneously provided feedback. An average Rattata with a barren skill set. Black-Eyed Croc, prepare for battle. Chen Luo also threw his Poké Ball. Black Croc. The black-eyed croc landed gracefully, its sharp gaze locking onto the opponent with newfound trust in Chen Luo's commands after their morning battle. Its momentum heightened. The match began. The referee waved his arm. Rattata, quick attack. Li Wei initiated the assault. Rattata transformed into a swift purple streak, charging towards the black-eyed croc. Sandstorm. Chen Luo calmly commanded. To deal with a fast opponent, obscuring their vision is a fundamental tactic. The black-eyed croc reacted swiftly, its forepaw rising sharply, sending a cloud of dust cascading along Rattata's trajectory. Rattata, caught off guard, Rattata crashed into the dust cloud, its speed drastically reduced, its eyes blinded by the sand. A golden opportunity. Sand Tomb. Chen Luo seized the moment of confusion. Roar. The black-eyed croc slammed its paw against the ground, a familiar whirlpool of quicksand forming beneath Rattata. Ensnaring it. Rattata. Li Wei panicked. Break free. Use focus energy. Struggling within the quicksand, Rattata strained to concentrate, a faint glow emanating from its body. But the relentless pull of the sand tormented it. It's futile. Chen Luo's gaze sharpened. Black-eyed croc, bite. The dark-type bite, amplified by the effect of the black glasses, was immensely powerful. Black-eyed. The black-eyed croc surged forward with fierce determination, its maw filled with sharpened teeth aimed menacingly at the struggling Rattata in the quicksand. Rattata, evade it. Li Wei shouted in despair, but ensnared by the quicksand. Rattata had no means to escape. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the black-eyed croc's razor-sharp teeth sunk into Rattata's back. Rattata. The little Rattata emitted a piercing cry, its body lifted off the ground by a powerful impact before crashing heavily at the edge of the quicksand, its eyes rolling back as it lost consciousness. The battle concluded with remarkable decisiveness. The senior, serving as a part-time referee, adjusted his glasses, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. This newcomer displayed an astonishing clarity of strategy in combat. With Rattata incapacitated, the black-eyed croc emerged victorious. The referee proclaimed the result. Sparse applause erupted from the sidelines, predominantly from Wang Peng, who clapped vigorously. Chen Luo recalled the black-eyed croc and nodded respectfully to Li Wei. Thank you for the match. Li Wei, with a wry smile, returned Rattata to its Pokeball. You're too strong. He accepted his defeat with grace. As they descended from the arena, Wang Peng rushed over. Luo Gu, with this momentum, you might just make it onto the school team. The 18th arena, Wang Peng from Class 3 versus Meng Chao from Class 7. Please have both contestants enter the arena promptly. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng grinned widely. Hey, it's my turn. Watch how my little lobster soldier crushes the opponent. Let us go. I'll cheer for you. Despite having known each other for less than 2 days, Wang Peng had genuinely embraced him as a close friend. In his previous life as a wealthy heir, he had faced numerous inadequacies, which he owed much to Wang Peng's assistance over the past 2 days. Wang Peng's opponent was a Diglett. The adversary, rather intriguing, recognized the type advantages and, realizing it could not compete with the lobster soldier, continuously attempted to execute the ground-type move, Earthquake, hoping for a one-hit knockout. However, by the end of the match, the Diglett had failed to land a single blow. The contest concluded swiftly, as the lobster soldier delivered a decisive crab hammer, rendering the Diglett unable to continue fighting. Chapter 3. The Top 128 Advancement Matches. Jiangxing Spirit Academy. Boys Dormitory 502. I'm so damn unlucky. Just one more match, and that's it. Guoyang slumped in his esports chair, gripping an empty milk box, his expression one of despair as he lamented to the ceiling. How did I end up facing Baiku? You have no idea how monstrous her long-tailed Vulpix is. My little Meowth couldn't even get close. Being tormented by its will-o-wisp and confusion in succession. What a humiliation. The student dormitory at Jiangxing University was a standard 4-person setup, with beds raised above desks, offering ample space. Besides Chen Luo and Wang Peng, the other 2 residents included Guiyang from Jinling, currently drowning in the agony of elimination, and Lu Guanzhong, a local from Jiangxing, stout and good-natured, sitting at the table, meticulously polishing a Pokeball. Enough, old Gua, you've been wailing for an hour now. Doesn't your throat hurt? Wang Peng rolled his eyes at him. Just wait until I encounter her on the field. I'll make my lobster soldier take revenge for you. Right, me too. Lu Guanzhong chimed in earnestly. My Kingler will soak her with water gun. Guiyang weakly waved his hand. Give it a rest, you two. I'm out of the top 128. He covered his face, as if mourning a loss worth billions. Wang Peng picked up his phone and scrolled. TSK. The class group has reported in. We have 15 people advancing to the top 128. Our dormitory is quite impressive. All 3 of us made it. Guiyang exclaimed. Hey, don't point at me. Do you think I didn't want to make it into the top 128 to bring glory to our 502 dormitory? Wang Peng smirked. Not at all. I just meant to say our class is doing well. Some classes only have a handful in the top 128. The spacious dormitory was intentionally designed, providing enough room for students to safely release their small or medium-sized Pokemon companions for bonding. Wang Peng's lobster soldier sat quietly beside the energy block in the corner. Lu Guanzhong's Kingler lounged in a water bowl, blowing bubbles. Guoyang's Meowth lay listlessly at its owner's feet, seemingly sharing in his dejection. Chen Luo's black-eyed croc squatted beside a brand-new transparent ecological box, filled with fine yellow sand, simulating a small dune, a costly desert habitat that Chen Luo had hastily ordered online the previous night. Chen Luo sat at his desk, entering the Pokemon home to explore what items might suit the black-eyed croc. He opened his personal account. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Million. Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath catching in his throat. Instinctively, he inhaled sharply, a short gasp escaping. Holy crap! This exclamation rang out sharply in the dormitory, abruptly interrupting Guiyang's lament and Wang Peng's chatter. What is wrong with Chen Luo? Why the sudden outburst? Wang Peng turned his head. And no, it's nothing. Chen Luo snapped back to reality, his heart racing, forcing a calm smile onto his face. I just stumbled upon a ridiculously shocking news story. What news? What news? Guiyang perked up, his gossip-hungry spirit ignited, momentarily forgetting his elimination woes. Chen Luo's mind raced, piecing together absurd anecdotes he had encountered in his former life. It's about a 60-something grandpa who cross-dressed as a woman and reportedly seduced over 3,000 men into you know? Wang Peng nearly spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. What? Lu Guanzhong looked utterly bewildered. Holy crap! Guiyang's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets, his voice faltering. 3,000. And he was cross-dressing. Over 60. Are you speaking Chinese? Is this old man made of iron? I wonder if he had a few strong Pokemon with him. Who knows how he managed it? Chen Luo said with a mysterious shrug. Strong Pokemon. Holy crap. Guiyang was completely unhinged, leaping up from his chair. Is this news legit? Which platform is it from? Show me, this is too outrageous. Wang Peng disregarded the spilled water. Even the earnest Lu Guanzhong set down his Pokeball, his face a canvas of astonishment, quickly searching on his phone. The dormitory erupted in a frenzy. A fervent discussion igniting over the bizarre tale of the 60-year-old cross-dresser and his 3,000 gallant suitors, along with the mention of the strong Pokemon. Guiyang's gloom over his elimination was swept away by this astonishing revelation. Chen Luo sighed in relief, seizing the opportunity while his roommates were distracted to refocus on his phone, glaring at the lengthy string of digits resembling a national ID number in his account balance. His heart raced anew. Chen Luo opened the Pokemon Resource Marketplace. Dark-type energy blocks, top quality, buy 10 boxes. Ground-type energy blocks, enhancing ground-type affinity and defense, buy 10 boxes. Advanced Pokemon weight training device, adjustable weight, simulating various environmental resistance, buy. Black-eyed Croc exclusive grinding stones, buy. His fingers flew over the screen, the shopping cart total climbing rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, he tapped the payment button. Payment successful. Total expenditure, 53,860,000. Glancing at the payment confirmation, Chen Luo stole another look at his account balance. That long string of numbers didn't seem to show any obvious changes. An indescribable sense of superiority, characteristic of a wealthy spender, mingled with the elation of finally becoming a second-generation rich kid, flooded Chen Luo's chest. Heaven has not been unkind to me, Chen Luo thought, tears of joy welling in his eyes. At last, I get to experience the joy of being able to resolve problems with money. It is essential to find an opportune moment to reconcile with the family. To possess such an extensive reservoir of resources yet refrain from utilizing it is not a mark of nobility, but sheer folly. He began to contemplate how to gracefully admit his mistakes and once again cling to his parents' golden support. The following morning, the atmosphere in the battle arena of the First Elven Academy of Jiangsheng was markedly altered. The competition to advance from 128 to 64 had commenced. The number of participants had dramatically diminished, necessitating a reduction in the venue, which now featured only the 6 most standard and well-equipped main arenas. However, the spectator stands were even more crowded than in previous days, with some upperclassmen and teachers also appearing in the audience. The cheers from each class's students rose and fell in a crescendo, heightening the tension in the air. The referees had all been replaced by academy faculty, their expressions grave and their gazes piercing. Chen Luo, along with Wang Peng and Lu Guanzhong, gathered at the periphery of the 7th arena. Both Wang Peng and Lu Guanzhong displayed signs of nervousness, continually flexing their wrists and taking deep breaths. Chen Luo appeared considerably calmer. He gently scanned the enormous electronic screen hanging above the arena, which displayed the matchups. Soon, the announcement echoed through the arena. In the 3rd arena, Class 3's Chen Luo will face Class 5's Sun Lei. May both competitors enter the arena. It's your turn, Luo, go. Go for it. Wang Peng clapped Chen Luo on the back with enthusiasm. Do your best. Lu Guanzhong chimed in with a deep voice of encouragement. Chen Luo nodded and walked into the arena with a composed demeanor. His opponent, Sun Lei, was a tall, robust boy with a buzz cut. At the edge of the arena, the referee spoke in a deep tone. The rules of the match are one-on-one. The battle ends when one side's Pokemon loses its ability to fight. Competitors, prepare. Go, Geodude. Sun Lei shouted as he hurled his Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a Pokemon, its body entirely composed of hard gray rock, rolling heavily onto the arena floor. Pokemon, Geodude. Level, LV16. Gender, male. Type, rock. Ground. Ability, sturdy. If at full health, it survives a potentially lethal hit with 1 HP left. Qualification assessment, elite level. Skills, tackle, rollout, sand attack, rock throw roll. Inherited skill, heavy slam. Held item, none. Description, a rock Pokemon. Its body is made of hard rock, despite its short arms. It possesses immense strength and excels at rolling attacks. Black Croc, prepare for battle. Chen Luo called as he released his Pokeball. Black Croc landed gracefully, its vigilant gaze peering out from behind dark goggles, emitting a low, menacing growl from its throat. The match begins. The referee declared, raising his arm. Geodude, roll out. Sun Lei commanded. Geodude immediately took a defensive stance to bolster its defense. With a low growl, Geodude's body shimmered with a gray light, becoming more rounded and solid. Its defense heightened. Black Croc, use sand attack to obscure their vision. Chen Luo attempted to limit his opponent's sight. Black Croc raised its front paw, sending a cloud of sand swirling towards Geodude. However, Geodude merely squinted, seemingly unaffected. Its rocky physique demonstrated formidable resistance to the sand. Ineffective. Geodude, use Rock Throw. Sun Lei declared confidently. Geodude swung its robust rock arm, conjuring a boulder the size of a millstone that hurtled towards Black Croc with a howling wind. Dodge it! Chen Luo shouted urgently. Black Croc nimbly leaped to the side. Boom! The rock struck where it had just stood, sending debris flying. The shockwave caused Black Croc to stagger. Geodude, roll out. Sun Lei pressed the attack. Geodude curled into a perfect spherical shape. The sound of heavy rolling echoed. Geodude transformed into a high-speed, spinning rock wheel, exuding an overwhelming force. Its velocity increased with each roll, amplifying its power. Black Croc. Sensing the imminent threat, Black Croc leaped aside in a desperate attempt to evade. The massive rock wheel grazed its body, the gust of wind stinging its scales. Do not stop. Keep rolling. Sun Lei bellowed. Geodude carved a gigantic arc across the arena, charging at Black Croc with renewed ferocity. The impact of its rolling attack continued to escalate. Black Croc struggled to evade along the arena's edge, the heavy crashing and grinding sounds causing the audience to hold their breath. Just as Geodude, propelled by a destructive momentum, was about to collide with the now cornered Black Croc, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with determination as he commanded, "Now, Black Croc, use Sand Tomb. Roar." Without hesitation, Black Croc unleashed a torrent of ground energy from its front paw, striking the very path Geodude was rolling towards. Boom! A rapidly spinning vortex of quicksand formed instantly. Rumbling, the high-speed Geodude had no time to alter its course or brake, crashing headlong into the center of the quicksand vortex. What? Sun Lei's confidence evaporated, his shocked voice faltering. Geodude was forcibly expelled from its rolling state, flailing helplessly within the quicksand. Not yet. Chen Luo's voice was imbued with cold resolve. Black Croc, now, bite down. Black Eye. Black Croc roared ferociously as it lunged at the trapped Geodude, its jaws wide open. Geodude, break free. Sun Lei shouted in terror, attempting a last-ditch effort. But Geodude, ensnared within the quicksand, was utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Crack! Geodude emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The referee adjusted his glasses, astonishment reflected in his eyes. Before he declared loudly, Geodude has lost its ability to battle. Black Croc is victorious. Advancing to the next round is Chen Luo. After a brief silence, an uproar of jubilant cheers erupted from Class 3. We won. Incredible. The Sand Tomb followed by a decisive bite was phenomenal. This Black Croc is astonishing. It crushed Geodude in a single strike. Chapter 4. You're quite the sycophant, aren't you? Chen Luo crouched down, gently patting Black Croc's rough, yet warm head. From his pocket, he retrieved an exquisite small box, opened it, and took out a top-tier dark energy cube. Black Croc. The Pokémon's eyes ignited with excitement, its little tail wagging joyfully against the ground. It leaned in to sniff, then opened its mouth wide, gulping down the valuable energy cube in one swift motion. Black Eye. Black Eye. It nuzzled affectionately against Chen Luo's palm. With a smile, Chen Luo ruffled its head, his gaze drifting over the data eyes information box. Pokémon. Black Croc. Level. LV16. Level 16? It seems the consecutive battles have granted Black Croc a considerable amount of experience. Let us see how Wang Peng and Lu Guanzhong are faring. The battles in the other arenas were equally fierce. Lu Guanzhong's Clawitzer faced off against a Bayleaf. Clawitzer's water gun barely affected the grass-type Bayleaf. In response, Bayleaf's neck leaves swayed, launching a flurry of leaf blades. Clawitzer came a cry of pain as it was struck in a vital area by several leaves, sending it flying to the ground, incapacitated. Lu Guanzhong's face reflected his disappointment as he silently recalled his Poké Ball. On the other side, a different scene unfolded for Wang Peng. His lobster minion was pitted against a Wubao, which intermittently bombarded him with mud projectiles, leaving the lobster minion in a state of disarray. Wang Peng, drenched in anxiety and perspiration, struggled to maintain his composure in directing the battle. Ultimately, it was a well-timed shot that anticipated Wubao's jumping trajectory, a barrage of bubbles that ensnared and toppled the Wubao, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Wang Peng wiped his brow and recalled his panting lobster minion. Spotting Chen Luo and Lu Guanzhong, he straightened his posture, exclaiming, "See? My buddy made it to the top 64. Guiyang rushed over from the audience, excitement radiating from him as he circled around Chen Luo. Wow, Chen Luo. Oh no. Luo Gu. Your black-eyed croc is truly formidable. It took out that Geodude in one blow. Lu Guanzhong nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Wang Peng, feeling slightly miffed, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "Hey, Guiyang, have you suddenly switched sides? Why aren't you calling me Brother Pong? Isn't my lobster minion impressive?" We also fought our way into the top 64. Guiyang rolled his eyes, unrelenting in his sarcasm. "Come on, you almost flopped against a Wubao. How dare you boast here?" Wang Peng was left speechless, rolling his eyes in exasperation, yet unable to counter. Despite having known each other for merely 3 or 4 days, their camaraderie was palpable. Such is the nature of young men. Regardless of the duration of acquaintance, a little friendly banter is customary. Chen Luo, observing the playful bickering of his roommates and the goofy smile of Lu Guanzhong, felt elated and waved his hand grandly. "All right, enough of this banter. Let us head to the second floor of the cafeteria for some scallion duck pancakes. My treat." Instantly, Guiyang and Wang Peng forgot their squabble, erupting into cheers. Even Lu Guanzhong displayed a joyful grin. Chen Luo's declaration of my treat was seen by his roommates as a testament to his triumph in the competition. Only Chen Luo himself understood that this confidence stemmed from the generous balance in his bank account. The feeling of wealth was undeniably exhilarating. On the second floor of the cafeteria, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. The 4 of them found a large table by the window. The scallion duck pancakes were the establishment's signature dish, featuring tender duck strips and scallion segments harvested from specially bred, docile ducks. These scallions possessed a unique blend of spiciness and sweetness, infused with an energetic essence. The pancakes were golden and crispy, enveloping the tender duck meat cooked in a secret sauce, along with crisp lettuce shreds and tangy pomelo slices, all brushed with a layer of special sweetness. Finally, the dish was crowned with a signature scallion segment, exuding a fragrant aroma, rolled to perfection. The layers were explosive in richness, providing an unparalleled experience after an exhausting bout, albeit at a premium price. "Boss, to start, let us have 10 orders of scallion duck pancakes, 4 large cups of moo fresh milk, and 4 servings of the Elven Special Energy Snack Platter." Chen Luo glanced at the menu without blinking, placing his order with confidence. He even added a special order for his black-eyed croc, a meat pie infused with top-tier ground energy block powder. 10 orders? The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, seeking confirmation. "Yes, 10. If that isn't sufficient, I'll order more," Chen Luo asserted. "All right, please wait a moment, students." The proprietor beamed with delight. Guiyang and Wang Peng stared at Chen Luo's extravagant ordering with wide eyes. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Guiyang rubbed his hands together, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Indeed, those scallion duck pancakes don't come cheap," Wang Peng remarked, astonished. "Let us celebrate our dorm's 2 members advancing to the top 64. Let us eat," Chen Luo declared. "Dig in, eat to your heart's content. I pay my respects to my adoptive father." The 3 of them chorused loudly. Guiyang even knelt on one knee, performing a comical gesture of utmost respect. They released their Pokémon, and soon, the table was laden with the fragrant pancakes, rich milk, and exquisitely arranged elven snacks. The 4 of them devoured their food heartily, with the black-eyed croc relishing its special meat pie, emitting satisfied croaks. Delicious. So flavorful," Guiyang exclaimed, his mouth dripping with oil. "These scallions pack a punch." Just as the atmosphere was lively, with everyone discussing potential opponents for the afternoon, a discordant voice interrupted. "TSK, country bumpkins are indeed country bumpkins. Acting as if they've never encountered anything good. Can they even enjoy a simple cafeteria pancake this much? And they dare to boast about beating by Co?" The voice belonged to a youth seated at the neighboring table, his hair slicked back and adorned with ostentatious orange-framed glasses, casting a disdainful glance at them. Flanking him were 2 similarly well-dressed sycophants, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Guiyang's smile instantly froze, replaced by a surge of anger. "Who the hell are you? We're enjoying our meal. What business is it of yours?" Wang Peng lowered his voice to caution. "This guy is Wu Kong. His father is the vice president of the Jiangcheng Pokemon Association. He is one of Baiku's ardent admirers. And he must have overheard us." Wukong seemingly ignored Guiyang's outburst, his eyes behind the orange lenses dripping with contempt as he leisurely surveyed Chen Luo and his companions, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "Just now, I believe I heard someone making grand claims about beating Baikou," he scoffed, his voice not loud, yet resonating across several tables. "Is it really you? You got a stroke of luck to stumble into the top 64 and have already forgotten your last name?" He stood up, looking down at Chen Luo with an air of superiority. One of his sycophants seized the moment to snicker, adding with a mocking tone, "Kong Xiao, why waste your breath on these country folk? Do they even understand what true strength is?" The second floor of the cafeteria fell into a hushed silence, many eyes turning in their direction. Wukong had quite a reputation among the freshmen. Chen Luo slowly set down his half-eaten pancake, wiping his mouth with a napkin. His expression was devoid of emotion, neither mirroring Guoyang's fury nor Wang Peng's tension. He raised his head, meeting Wukong's condescending gaze with calmness. Wukong was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's overly composed reaction, his anger flaring at feeling belittled. How can such a country dog be barking here? And why isn't anyone doing anything about it? Chen Luo stretched lazily and remarked. You. Wukong's face turned green with rage. Ha ha ha, Chen Luo. You're absolutely right. He does resemble a country dog. Guoyang burst into laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing. Chen Luo didn't care who Wukong's father was. His own father was the king of evil, unmatched in the entire league. Chen Luo sipped his moo-moo milk and continued. Enough of this. Do you think your status as a lapdog will be known to the entire world? You better go back and prepare for this afternoon's match. Otherwise, you might not even catch a whiff of your goddess's presence. Uft. Ha ha. Chen Luo's words were devastatingly impactful. The cafeteria erupted in uncontrollable laughter, even drawing chuckles from students who had initially wished to remain uninvolved. Wukong felt a rush of blood to his head, the world around him darkening as his lungs threatened to explode with rage. He pointed at Chen Luo, his lips quivering, yet he was at a loss for words. All his vitriol seemed feeble in the face of Chen Luo's calm, yet venomous remarks. All right, you're something else. I'll remember you. Wukong spat through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with malice. Just you wait. We're leaving. He could no longer endure the atmosphere. Feeling as if every gaze pierced him like needles, he abruptly turned around, seething with an anger that nearly manifested itself physically. Ha ha. This fool is just asking for a scolding, isn't he? Guiyang laughed until tears streamed down his face, while others presumed it was his father who had indulged him. Wang Peng, too, was doubled over in laughter. Luo Gu, you're amazing. I'm truly impressed. However, it seems this grudge is now firmly established. Don't worry. It's all fine, Chen Luo reassured. All right, let's eat. It's getting late, and we have a match in the afternoon. Chapter 5. An effortless advancement to the top 32. The open battle arena of the First Elven Academy in Jiangqing. The competition from 64 to 32 featured only the creme de la creme among the new students. The air was thick with sweat, the scent of grass, and a palpable spirit of competition. A massive electronic screen displayed the names of those advancing to the top 64 and the pairings for the first round. Securing a spot in the top 64 would grant a base reward in the form of a universal energy cube valued at 5,000 alliance coins. An exhilarating prospect for many of the new students, most of whom were common trainers. For them, 5,000 coins represented the sustenance for their Pokemon for 2 or 3 months. In the temporary resting area of Class 3, the instructor, Wang Jing, wore a serious expression as she conducted a final tactical analysis for the 7 qualifying contestants. Li Wei, your Dudu has speed as an advantage, but its defense is a weakness. You must utilize the terrain to maneuver against strong attackers. Wang Peng, your lobster soldier has decent attack power, but it will be at a disadvantage against grass or electric types. Learn to play to your strengths. Her words were rapid fire, pinpointing issues with surgical precision, clearly having meticulously studied each contestant's battle footage. At that moment, the clear voice of the announcer resonated through the bustling arena. In the first match, Class 3's Chen Luo will face Class 1's Lu Guanqing. Contestants, please proceed to the arena promptly. It's your turn, Chen Luo, Wang Peng said, giving Chen Luo's shoulder a hearty pat. A great start. Too bad you're not facing that fool Wukong. Otherwise, you could have taught that turtle a lesson. Guiyang cheered, clenching his fist in encouragement. Lu Guanzhong, with his honest demeanor, nodded enthusiastically. Chen Luo, you can do it. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm, as he strode confidently towards the first arena. At the edge of the arena, a stern-looking middle-aged teacher served as the referee. As Chen Luo took his position, his opponent Lu Guanqing arrived, a tall and lanky boy whose eyes gleamed with a hint of sycophancy and deliberate charm. You're unlucky to face me, kid. I'll be sure to teach you a lesson on behalf of Brother Kong. Lu Guanqing announced loudly, aiming to intimidate. You do well to surrender now to save some face. Chen Luo couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. He was taken aback that such foolish characters existed even in the Pokemon world. Lacking interest in retorting, he simply ignored Lu Guanqing and addressed the referee. Sir, may we commence? The referee nodded impassively. Both sides, prepare. Humph. Unaware of your own limitations, don't cry later, Lu Guanqing sneered, throwing his Pokeball with force, attempting to assert dominance. A flash of red light revealed a small blue, spherical creature with large eyes and a swirling belly. a tadpole whose tail flicked energetically. Yobo, the mosquito tadpole. It chirped, appearing adorably naive. Pokemon, mosquito tadpole. Level, LV15. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, water absorb, takes no damage from water-type moves and restores HP. Potential assessment, elite level. Skills, water gun, bubble, hypnosis, and rapid spin. Inherited skill, bubble beam. Item none. Description, a tadpole Pokemon. Its body is largely composed of water, making it sluggish on land. Its tail serves as an excellent propeller, allowing it to swim swiftly in water. The Eye of Data instantly relayed the information. Black Eye Croc, prepare for battle. Chen Luo calmly tossed out his Pokeball. Black Croc. The Black Eye Croc landed gracefully, its sharp gaze scanning the mosquito tadpole with intensity. The match begins. The referee's arm descended decisively. Mosquito tadpole, use water gun. Lu Guanxing, eager to showcase his prowess, immediately initiated an attack. Yobo. The mosquito tadpole puffed its cheeks, unleashing a stream of water towards Black Eye Croc. Dig. Chen Luo's command was succinct, bordering on indifferent. Roar. Black Eye Croc's claws plunged into the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep burrow as it swiftly evaded the water gun, disappearing beneath the surface. The speed and fluidity of its movements elicited gasps from the surrounding spectators. Mosquito tadpole, watch your feet. It's coming out. The mosquito tadpole nervously pivoted, its small eyes darting around, unable to ascertain where its opponent would emerge. Just as the mosquito tadpole anxiously spun in place, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Now, Black Eye Croc, Thunder Fong. Boom. The ground beneath the mosquito tadpole erupted. Dirt flew everywhere. A yellowish form enveloped in blinding golden electric energy burst forth like a lurking beast, emerging from the earth. Black Eye Croc's mouth, lined with sharp teeth, opened wide, crackling with violent electric energy, producing a terrifying hissing sound. With devastating momentum, it lunged at the unsuspecting mosquito tadpole. Twice effective. Yobo. The mosquito tadpole barely had time to emit a high-pitched cry before its entire body was engulfed by the frenzied golden electric energy. Crackle. Boom. The blinding electric light exploded. Tendrils of white smoke rose from the mosquito tadpole as its blue exterior charred black. Its eyes rolled back as it fell to the ground, devoid of consciousness. A single strike to victory. From evading underground to executing a precise emergence, culminating in the lethal Thunder Fong, the entire process was seamless. Lu Guanxing and his mosquito tadpole had scarcely put up any semblance of resistance. The referee paused momentarily before hastily approaching to check the mosquito tadpole's condition. He then announced loudly, "The mosquito tadpole is unable to continue battling. Black Eye Croc wins." Advancing contestant, Chen Luo. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from Class 3. Incredible. Another one-hit knockout. So powerful. This Black Eye Croc is simply invincible. Thunder Fong was spectacular. Lu Guanzhong and Guiyang leaped in excitement. Even instructor Wang Jing displayed a hint of undisguised astonishment and admiration in her eyes. Meanwhile, in Class 1's area, Wu Kang's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, teeth grinding audibly. Lu Guanxing, that useless fool. To think he couldn't even withstand a single move. Not only did he fail to gather any intelligence, but he also allowed Chen Luo and that damned ground crocodile to steal the spotlight once again. Lu Guanxing himself appeared ashen, dejectedly retrieving his smoking mosquito tadpole. He dared not glance in Wu Kang's direction. His head hung low as he hurried off the arena. Chen Luo returned Black Eye Croc to its Pokeball, feeling the warmth and a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from it. He looked down at the Eye of Data. Pokemon, Black Eye Croc. Level, LV17 Experience, 12. Level up. Chen Luo produced an energy cube and fed it to the Black-Eyed Croc. At times, he truly questioned the breeding capabilities of his predecessor. Despite the high aptitude of the Black-Eyed Croc, its level was comparable to that of ordinary and elite Pokemon. Fortunately, he had arrived. Well done, Black-Eyed. The creature gleefully responded to its trainer's praise. All right, take your time eating. We have plenty. He led the Black-Eyed Croc to Wang Peng's competition venue. Due to the swift conclusion of his own match, supporters from Class 3 had dispersed to rally around Wang Peng. Guiyang and Lu Guanzhong each supported Chen Luo on either side. I'm not limping, no need for this, Chen Luo chuckled, bemused by their antics. Slow down. Slow down. I've already reserved a seat for you. Wang Peng, that rascal, managed to have our brother Luo personally cheer for him. If he fails to win, he'll face dire consequences upon returning. Lu Guanzhong nodded in agreement. Chen Luo understood well the implication of dire consequences. Flying the plane? Those in the know understood. Wang Peng's battle was in full swing. His lobster minion was locked in fierce combat with a robust and formidable Machamp. While there was no type disadvantage, the Machamp's fighting techniques and resilience were giving the lobster minion a hard time. Wang Peng was drenched in sweat, his voice hoarse from issuing commands. "Pengzi can't hold on much longer," Guiyang exclaimed, anxiously slapping his thigh. "Lobster minion, unleash your strongest crab hammer." Wang Peng was staking everything on this final strike. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Bang! The lobster minion's massive claw struck fiercely at the Machoke's ankle. The Machamp let out a pained cry, crashing heavily onto the slick foam, unable to rise. "The Machamp is unable to continue fighting. The lobster minion wins," declared the referee. "Victory." Wang Peng collapsed onto the ground. "Damn, you scared me. I never thought you'd make it to the top 32. Chapter 6, A Reward from Mom. Dormitory 502. Hehe. Now I'm a formidable top 32 contender. Wang Peng strutted around the center of the dorm, hands on his hips, a radiant smile plastered on his face. Look at this record, and then at my potential. In this year's school team selection, who knows, I might actually secure a spot. He envisioned himself standing on the grand stage, with the lobster minion rampaging through opponents. All right, Brother Peng, please, I beg you. Guiyang groaned, covering his ears. Slumping in his chair. You've repeated that 800 times. My ears are about to develop calluses. Lu Guanzhong, though silent, discreetly shifted his chair further from Wang Peng, his innocent face conveying a need for ear relief. Chen Luo paid no heed to his roommate's antics, focusing intently on placing the black-eyed croc into the expensive custom desert ecological box. The fine, warm yellow sand swiftly enveloped the little creature's limbs and abdomen. It comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting a contented gurgle as it settled into the coziest position. After all, the black-eyed croc was not yet a seasoned crook. Maintaining its body temperature was crucial for its recovery and growth. Watching his companion enjoy its sand bath, Chen Luo's thoughts wandered to skills. The skill pool remained rather sparse. He mused, stroking his chin. He took out his phone and deftly logged into the VIP exclusive app of Dongwang Pokemon Goods. His fingertips glided over the dazzling array of skill discs. Shadow Claw, Substitute, Roar, Stone Edge, Taunt. This will suffice for now. Chen Luo opened the payment page. Payment successful. Amount spent, 52,000,000. The balance in his account flickered slightly, but remained a reassuring figure. Spending 520,000 on 5 skill discs bestowed upon him a thrilling sense of indulgence. Attack-type skills were reasonably priced, while transformation-type skills started at a staggering 100,000. This was because attack-type skills could be learned through observing other Pokemon in action. Yet transformation-type skills were notoriously challenging to master. Just as he completed the payment, his phone screen lit up again, a familiar contact flashing. Chen Luo stepped onto the balcony to answer the call. "Hello, Mom. You little rascal," came Su Wanqing's mock anger from the other end, laced with unmistakable affection. "You still remember you have a mother, huh? After gallivanting for so many days, it's time for you to come back." "Mom, I'm in school, engaged in serious matters. How could I just leave?" Chen Luo replied helplessly. "School? You're passing up the finest Pokemon University in the whole league to traipse off to that second-tier city, Jiangxing? If I hadn't seen the bank message, I'd think you were genuinely trying to stand on your own 2 feet. Su Wanqing's voice rose slightly. "Have you had enough of good days? That Wan Ning girl is a gem, looks just like your mother, with beauty and potential that match your worth. And here you are, trying to pull a runaway groom act? Have you been reading too many novels?" "Mom," Chen Luo attempted to interject. No interruptions. Su Wanqing fired back. "Have you even looked in the mirror? If not for inheriting my stunning genes, with your father's genes, you'd be destined to look like a crooked melon and end up single for life." Under the barrage of his mother's relentless verbal onslaught, Chen Luo felt as though he was drowning in a deluge of words over the phone. "Mom, I get it. I was wrong. I'll focus on my studies for the next 2 years, then I'll come back and follow your arrangements. Yang Wan Ning may not be breathtakingly beautiful, but she certainly possesses an enchanting charm." Chen Luo inwardly cursed himself, feeling like a fool. "Humph, that's more like it." Su Wanqing's tone softened slightly. "All right, I understand. Take good care of the black-eyed croc. That child has great potential." Yes, I know, Mom. Rest assured. The black-eyed croc is thriving. Weevee already made it into the top 32 of the freshmen. Chen Luo quickly assured her. "That is splendid. By the way," Su Wanqing's voice suddenly lightened. "I just transferred a little pocket money into your account, 50 million. If that is not enough, let me know." 50 million pocket money made Chen Luo's heart race uncontrollably. Was this the understated life of a top-tier rich kid? As long as he didn't start a business or become a sycophant, This money could last him a lifetime. Thank you, Mom. Love you the most. Chen Luo's tone instantly sweetened. Say hi to Dad for me. All right, I'll hang up now. Chen Luo, is that your mom sending you living expenses? You sound so sweet, Guiyang teased. Yeah, I'm planning to treat the brothers to a feast after the competition, Chen Luo replied with a smile. My dear brother, you just treated us to scallion duck wraps. That was already quite generous, Guiyang said. Right, next time I'll treat you all to Jiangcheng's specialty, Jiangchuan fish. Don't fight me for it. Wang Peng waved his hand grandly. I'll treat you too, Lu Guanzhong added, cradling his iron wall shrimp. Chen Luo turned off the lights, saying, All right, I want to fight you for it. Time for bed. There's another match tomorrow. The following afternoon, the largest indoor battle arena of Jiangxing First Pokemon Academy was packed to capacity. A colossal electronic screen looms overhead, displaying the names and images of the 32 contenders. At the heart of the venue lies a platform meticulously arranged to resemble a miniature press conference. The first match features Class 3's Chen Luo facing off against Class 1's Wukong. Competitors, please make your way to the battle stage immediately. The announcement cut through the clamor, resonating clearly. What a farce, is this electronic screen rigged? How is Chen Luo facing Wukong so early? Remarked Wang Peng. Meeting him early is a blessing. Come on, Luo Gu, give that mutt Wukong a thrashing. Guiyang added. Their instructor, Wang Jing, also interjected with a cautionary note. Chen Luo, be careful. Wukong's blue croc is among the elite of all first-year students. Do not engage him head-on. If you cannot win, do not force it. Do not let your Pokemon get hurt. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Teacher, I will be cautious. As he stepped onto the battleground, a gaze laden with provocation fixated on him. Wukong leaned against the railing, a confident smirk adorning his face. In his hand, he toyed with a deep blue premier ball, its surface shimmering like rippling water. Chen Luo, quite the stroke of luck to make it to the top 32. Wukong's voice, though low, reached Chen Luo's ears, dripping with condescension. But this is where it ends. My blue croc will show your little mudfish the true meaning of disparity. Chen Luo shot back. Enough with the blabber, your goddess isn't listening. Let us finish this swiftly so you can go back to licking her boots. Wukong's fury ignited. Your Pokemon better be as tough as your mouth. Go, blue croc. A flash of crimson light erupted as a lithe, deep blue figure landed heavily on the arena with a ferocious roar. The audience erupted in fervor at the imposing presence of Wukong's blue croc. It was rumored that Wukong's blue croc had been specially prepared by his father, boasting gym-level qualifications. With the water type's inherent advantage over ground types, it seemed Wukong was destined to win yet again. Wukong, go! Blue croc, obliterate him! The overwhelming cheers from the crowd tilted heavily in Wukong's favor. Ignoring the surrounding uproar, Chen Luo maintained a calm demeanor. He activated his data eye. Pokemon, blue croc. Level, 17. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Increases water type move power as health decreases. Qualification, gym level. Base moves, scratch, leer, water gun, bite, rage, water pulse. Inherited moves, dragon dance. Ice fong, TMs, protect, rock slide. Held item, mystic water. The data was impressive, particularly the inherited dragon dance, a top-tier asset among freshmen. Water pulse. Chen Luo absent-mindedly twirled his fingers, realizing this priority move could pose a significant threat. The referee had already taken his position, his sharp gaze sweeping across both sides, confirming their readiness before dramatically crossing the red and green flags. Match rules, 1v1. The match concludes when one Pokemon can no longer battle. Now, let the match begin. With a flick of his wrist, he smoothly released a red and white Pokeball, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Black-eyed croc, prepare for battle. A sandy-hued figure leapt into the arena with a voice that, though slightly juvenile, resonated with determination. Wukong's smirk widened, brimming with unshakable confidence as he forcefully gestured forward. Blue croc, water gun, drown it. The blue croc opened its wide maw, unleashing a powerful, concentrated stream of water akin to a high-pressure cannon. The speed was astonishing, accompanied by a piercing sound as it soared towards the center of the arena, saturating the air with its palpable force. Clearly, Wukong and his blue croc had trained rigorously. This strike was meant to establish dominance. Before the audience's gasps could settle, Chen Luo's composed command rang out. Resolute as a rock. Black-eyed croc, dig. Just as the ferocious torrent threatened to engulf black-eyed croc, the sandy figure suddenly crouched low. Its short but powerful forelimbs propelled it with astounding strength, causing the ground to transform into soft quicksand. As dirt flew, black-eyed croc vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a hole from which soil continued to surge. Humph. You may evade for now, but you cannot escape forever. Wu Kang's gaze sharpened. You think hiding underground will save you? Blue Croc, aim your water gun at the hole. Roar. The Blue Croc bellowed. Its muscular neck taut as it directed its maw towards the opening in the ground. Splash. The murky water instantly filled the hole and surged deep below at an alarming pace. Gasps of astonishment and inhalations erupted from the audience. The water-type move flooding the underground was akin to trapping a turtle in a jar. With the ground-type's vulnerability to water, if this filled up, Black-Eyed Croc would surely sustain severe injuries. Chen Luo remained unfazed, issuing steady commands. Black-Eyed Croc, change direction and dig to the side. Thunder Fong. Black-Eyed Croc shot forth like a blade. Blue Croc, don't fear, use bite. The jaws of both crocodilians clashed. However, the electric move proved devastatingly effective against Blue Croc. Pain flickered across Blue Croc's visage, while Black-Eyed Croc staggered back only a few steps, still in prime condition. Black-Eyed, Black-Eyed. The expressions of Black-Eyed Croc seemed to convey, we are both crocodiles. Why can't you use Thunder Fong? If Chen Luo comprehended Black-Eyed Croc's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be exasperated. Brother, you must realize that Thunder Fong is of no use to you. Black-Eyed Croc. Sharpen your claws. A glint of determination shone in Black-Eyed Croc's eyes as its claws gleamed with a metallic sheen. It scraped them vigorously against the ground, producing a harsh screech as they became sharper and more formidable. Now is the time, Rock Slide. Chen Luo's command followed swiftly. Black-Eyed Croc. With an enraged roar, Black-Eyed Croc pivoted, its claws coalescing with heavy rock-type energy. Bang! The weighty energy crashed down upon Blue Croc. A pained cry escaped Blue Croc as its massive form stumbled from the impact. Damn it! Blue Croc, let us enhance with Dragon Dance. Wu Kang's expression darkened. Blue Croc, gritting its teeth against the pain, began to move rhythmically, its speed and power surging. You think it's that easy to enhance? Black-Eyed Croc, sand attack. Chen Luo's gaze was sharp as he seized the fleeting opportunity in Blue Croc's enhancement. Black-Eyed Croc kicked up dust, obscuring Blue Croc's vision and thwarting its enhancement. How foolish. Did you think I would allow that? Roar. The rhythm of Blue Croc's dragon dance faltered, its eyes flaring with unbridled fury as rage consumed its reason. It abandoned its graceful movements, intent only on tearing apart the insufferable little creature before it. Blue Crocodile, hold on, the water surge. Wukong roared. The water surged forth. The swiftness of this preemptive skill was simply astonishing. The deep blue figure, entwined with a torrent of furious water, collided with breathtaking speed against its foe, mere inches away. At this proximity, with such velocity, evasion was futile. Black Crocodile. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the Black-Eyed Crocodile, which had only enough time to cross its claws defensively in front of itself before being violently struck by the rushing water. Bang! A dull thud reverberated. The diminutive body of the Black-Eyed Crocodile felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Ugh! It crashed heavily to the ground but quickly regained its composure. Excellent! Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Well done, Blue Crocodile, just like that. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Seize the opportunity, sink your teeth in, and take its life while it falters. The gaping maw, infused with malevolent energy, opened once more, this time aiming for the relatively vulnerable abdomen of the Black-Eyed Crocodile. The audience's hearts clenched once again. The Black-Eyed Crocodile, which had just enjoyed the upper hand, was instantly countered and found itself in dire peril of being pursued. Black-Eyed Crocodile. Dig. Chen Luo's command was delivered with an unflappable calmness. He understood all too well that a head-on clash was out of the question at this moment. Black Crocodile. Just as the Blue Crocodile's fangs were about to make contact, it thrust its claws fiercely into the ground, plunging its body downward at an astonishing speed. Crack! The Blue Crocodile's massive jaws clamped shut, but only bit into a mouthful of cold, damp mud. Evading again, Wukong was nearly beside himself with rage. Damn groundhog. Blue Crocodile, keep your focus on the hole. If it dares to show itself, greet it with a water gun. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Luo's eyes as he commanded resolutely. Black-Eyed Crocodile, unleash your utmost strength, Lightning Fong. Roar. The Blue Crocodile felt an overwhelming force surge from beneath its feet. Its massive frame was propelled upward by this formidable power. Black Crocodile. Snap. That was the sound of scales and flesh being torn apart by a terrifying biting force. Howl. The Blue Crocodile emitted a shriek unlike any it had ever uttered. A wail of the utmost despair. Its entire body was lifted off the ground before crashing down heavily. Its heavy eyelids slowly drooped, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Only the heavy breaths of the black-eyed crocodile and the pained groans of the unconscious blue crocodile echoed through the air. The referee fixated intently on the state of the blue crocodile, and after a full 3 seconds, confirming it could no longer engage in battle, he abruptly waved the flag. His voice booming throughout the arena. The blue crocodile is unable to continue fighting. The victor is Chen Luo. Goodness, this guy actually defeated Wu Kang's blue crocodile. Where did this Chen Luo come from? I've never heard of him before. I don't know. There is no such character in Jiang City. He must be from elsewhere. In the center of the arena, the small eyes of the black-eyed crocodile sparkled with remarkable brightness, radiating pride and exhaustion from overcoming a formidable foe as it gazed at its trainer. Well done, black-eyed crocodile. Chen Luo gently recalled the black-eyed crocodile into its Poké Ball. Meanwhile, Wu Kang's face was ashen as he roughly returned the unconscious blue crocodile to its ball. In the second match, Class 1's Baiku faced off against Class 2's Songqi. In the Class 1 section, a girl with an elegant demeanor rose gracefully. Beside her, a long-tailed Vulpix, poised and carrying a small branch ablaze with flames, leapt lightly onto the battlefield. Its opponent was an eager Mankey. The battle held no suspense. Psychic, Flame Vortex. The long-tailed Vulpix's ruby-like eyes glimmered momentarily, and an invisible psychic force instantly ensnared the charging Mankey. Following this, it elegantly waved the burning branch in its grasp. A scorching, swirling vortex of flames precisely engulfed the immobilized Mankey. The Mankey struggled futilely amidst the flames before swiftly losing its ability to fight. Baiku emerges victorious. The referee's voice carried a note of admiration. Applause erupted from the audience, though it was accompanied by the familiar murmur of commentary. Another genius from Class 1 has won with such ease. That long-tailed Vulpix is exceptionally well-trained, boasting formidable special attack power. Class 1, indeed. A hub of talent. This is to be expected. The subsequent matches seem to affirm the notion of Class 1 as a breeding ground for prodigies. Class 1's Li Hui faced Class 3's Wang Peng. The lobster Pokemon waved its pincers, brimming with determination. However, Li Hui dispatched a forest lizard with sharp eyes and arms like razor-edged leaves. Leaf Blade. Follow-up attack. The forest lizard's form darted like the wind, its leaf-like arms shimmering with a green, cold light. It transformed into a dazzling display of flashing blades. Swish, swish. Speed, strength, and type advantage overwhelmed its opponent. The lobster Pokemon barely managed to mount a feeble defense with Bubble Beam before being relentlessly struck by the continuous leaf blades, letting out a mournful cry as it collapsed. Unable to continue fighting, Li Hui emerged victorious. Wang Peng gritted his teeth, silently recalling his lobster Pokemon. His head bowed as he quickly returned to Class 3's resting area, his back filled with resentment. Battles during the novice phase often concluded swiftly, lacking complex skill variations and profound tactical depth. Outcomes frequently hinged on the fundamental attributes of the Pokemon, the potency of their moves, and the trainer's on-the-spot reactions. Soon, the electronic screen displayed the freshly minted roster of the top 16. In the Class 3 area, only 2 solitary names appeared beneath Class 3, Chen Luo and Zhao Mengrui. Damn it, I loathe these wealthy individuals. Wang Peng plopped down in the chair next to Chen Luo, speaking through clenched teeth. These starter Pokemon not only grow easily, but also possess high ceilings. What is more infuriating is that these bastards have a wider skill pool than we do. Guiyang nodded in agreement, having been eliminated by the starter Pokemon himself. The more they discussed, the angrier they became. Chen Luo listened to their grievances, instinctively rubbing his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Surely, these two wouldn't hold me in contempt as well? Chen Luo mused, for he too was an unassuming wealthy individual. Chapter 8 Rogue? A keen observer. The match for the top 16 was attended even by the principal of Jiang City Pokemon University. After all, reaching the top 8 meant a spot on the school team. The prestigious Pokemon tournament required 8 participants, 5 main members, and 3 substitutes. If, by the time the competition commenced, no exceptional contenders emerged, eliminating one of the current participants would mean Jiang City Pokemon University's team would comprise the top 8 students. Chen Luo, the honor of room 502 rests entirely upon your shoulders, Wang Peng stated. Guiyang added affirmatively. Luo Ge, if you can make it to the top 8, I'll wash your stinky socks for a week. Lu Guanzhong nodded in agreement. Same here. Chen Luo patted his chest, declaring, a guaranteed victory. It is our duty to restore the glory of room 502. The students from Class 3 exchanged glances, rendered speechless. As if you lot from room 502 possess some unparalleled honor, speaking with such righteous fervor. It was more valiant than the gathering of all the champions during the Gaoka Defense War on Jiaozhou Island. At this moment, only one battle arena remained. Moreover, the principal astonishingly permitted the students to release their Pokémon to witness the match. The moment the commands were issued, the entire venue seemed to have been plunged into a boiling cauldron of Pokémon energy. A plethora of Pokémon emerged on the battlefield, akin to a blooming garden in full splendor. The entire arena was illuminated by the crimson glow of Pokeballs. Be careful, Beedrill, don't fly erratically. A trainer tightly embraced his Beedrill at that moment. Mareep, so fluffy and adorable. I wish I could shear its wool to make a cozy scarf, remarked a fairy-like creature resembling a small Snorlax. Mareep protested, please don't come near. That's Senior's Electrode. It frightened my Piku. Pidgey, don't fly too high and crash into the lights. Meowth, keep quiet and watch the match. Don't lick me. The entire venue transformed into a vibrant yet chaotic Pokémon exhibition. Hey, you over there. Quickly. Immediately. Retract your Onix. Do you intend to collapse the stands? A teacher yelled hoarsely at a student attempting to let the gargantuan creature occupy a seat. And you, the one with the cap. Yes, you. Are you a sophomore or a junior? Instead of attending class, you sneak out to watch the match. Hurry and return your Oddish to its Pokeball. What is your class? What is your name? And who is your homeroom teacher? You too. Manage your Mankey and Machop. If you exchange another glare, I'll have you both step outside with your Pokemon to cool off. Another teacher rushed over, forcefully separating two students who were on the verge of a confrontation due to their Pokemon's animosity. Observing this scene, the principal felt no anger. Instead, he stroked his white beard, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Ah, splendid. This is the vigor of my Pokemon Academy. Come forth, Alakazam, and quiet these little rascals. With that, Principal Li Dingshan tossed out a Pokeball. An indescribable, immense psychic presence silently enveloped the arena. The once clamorous venue seemed to have been muted. Alakazam. The air quivered slightly. A slender, sagacious figure appeared beside the principal without warning. It possessed golden skin, wielded two gleaming silver spoons, and had a massive red gem embedded in its forehead, with its long whiskers swaying as if in a breeze. The aggressive Pokemon instantly sensed the pressure and their restless hearts quieted. Chen Luo's pupils dilated, and the Eye of Data activated. Name, Alakazam. Level, 65. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize, prevents from being intimidated. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Skills, Telekinesis, Psybeam, Psychic, Teleport, Reflect, Light Screen, Psyshock, Future Sight, Magic Leaf, Meditate, Trick Room. Held item, Curved Spoon, enhances Psychic-type moves. Note, possesses a memory capable of retaining everything experienced since birth. IQ exceeds 5,000. Despite Alakazam's formidable power, it was not enough to astonish Chen Luo. After all, he was raised among a cadre of elite-level Pokemon by his father, particularly that Absol, which his father insisted he refer to as Uncle Absol. 3 years ago, Uncle Absol could hold his own against the champion's Dragonite. He wondered how strong it had become now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo forcibly suppressed the excitement within him. His gaze swept across the bustling crowd, ultimately settling on the cold duel list displayed on the electronic screen. The first 2 matches concluded swiftly, with no doubt that 2 students from Class 1 successfully advanced to the top 8. In the third match, Lin Wei from Class 1 would face Chen Luo from Class 3. Participants were requested to arrive at the battlefield within the specified time. Chen Luo, obliterate that little miss. Show her the might of our dorm, 502. Get revenge for me, Luo Gu. Wang Peng, Guiyang, and Lu Guanzhong shouted at the top of their lungs. The group from Class 3 felt exceedingly embarrassed. Who cheers like that? Even the counselor, Wang Jing, displayed a hint of shame on her face, her mind racing with thoughts of expelling those 3 from her class. Yet, Chen Luo felt no embarrassment. Rather, he relished it. After all, who could refuse the enthusiastic cheers of 3 robust lads? Lin Wei, a girl with a temperament as gentle as water yet eyes as resolute as stone, had also taken her position with composure. Chen Luo recognized her as the girl who had eliminated Lu Guanzhong. It was perfect. He would avenge Lu Guanzhong and demonstrate how he would discipline this little girl. Lin Wei caught wind of Chen Luo's words, casting a glance that revealed her disdain. Pervert. Though her voice was soft, Chen Luo still managed to hear it amidst the commotion of the match. How did he know I aimed to become the Dark-type champion? That remark about being a pervert was spot on, Chen Luo muttered to himself. After all, his initial Pokemon was a Croconaw, which, upon evolution, became a Feraligatr, the epitome of a rogue. Chen Luo raised his thumb in approval. What an astute observation. Watching Chen Luo revel in his scolding with a smug expression fueled Lin Wei's frustration. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell her anger. her gaze growing even colder and sharper. This jerk, not only does he have a foul-mouthed roommate, but his skin is thicker than a fortress dragon. The match commenced. With the referee's flag falling, both competitors released their Pokemon simultaneously. Bayleaf, obliterate his dog head. Lin Wei's voice rang clear and powerful. Bay Bay, amidst the dazzling light. Accompanied by the refreshing aroma of grass and a hint of pink floral scent, Bayleaf stood tall. Its physique was robust, limbs strong, adorned with smooth leaves polished like emerald. That Bayleaf is quite well trained by that little girl, Li Dingshan chuckled. The vice principal, Ma Zhong, nodded in agreement. Vice Principal Ma Zhong remarked, "This girl's father is Lin Feng, the city's forest ranger, who was also a student at our school." A sly grin appeared on Li Dingshan's face as he recalled a clever Tengu and a handsome youth. So it's that lad. It seems he has indeed trained his daughter well. The Eye of Data activated once more. Name, Bayleaf. Level, 17. Ability, Overgrow. Qualification, Gym. Basic skills, Tackle, Growl, Leaf Tornado. Reflect, Poison Powder. Inherited skills, Synthesis, Magical Leaf. TM skills, Energy Ball. Held item, None. Note, emits a fragrance from around its neck, which invigorates it for battle. To be honest, Chen Luo hardly regarded Bayleaf as a serious opponent. Among the starter Pokemon of various generations, Bayleaf was undoubtedly the weakest, a disgrace to the lineage. Crocodile. Prepare for battle. Chen Luo tossed the red and white ball high into the air. Crocodile. Bayleaf, set up Reflect. Lin Wei swiftly initiated, her command clear and decisive. Bayleaf let out a steady hum, the air before it shimmering. A massive, kaleidoscopic diamond-shaped barrier formed instantaneously, steadfastly shielding it. Subsequently, any physical attacks it received would be halved. Crocodile. Use Sand Attack on Bayleaf's eyes. Crocodile. The Crocodile's claws shot up fiercely, unleashing a barrage of sand imbued with ground energy, splattering towards Bayleaf. Puff, puff, puff. Although the technique of throwing sand is rudimentary, its adept application can disorient an opponent remarkably well. The laurel leaf was caught off guard, momentarily blinded by the swirling dust, causing it to instinctively shake its head, resulting in a slight delay in its actions. While the damage inflicted was negligible, the objective of obscuring its vision was accomplished. Humph. Even the techniques employed are so underhanded. At that moment, Chen Luo remained oblivious. Had he heard this, he would have certainly engaged in a debate. Underhanded indeed. He had yet to witness far more insidious tactics, such as the substitution of a defender with poisonous traps, the annihilation flow, intimidation strategies, and so forth. However, such foul play is only effective against opponents of comparable rank. Against those of significantly higher levels, it proves ineffective. After all, the principle of brute strength overcoming technique is universally applicable. Chapter 9. It's a ruse. It's actually rock slide. Lin Wei was hardly disturbed. The laurel leaf unleashed its magical foliage. Countless leaves, enveloped in a soft lavender glow, manifested instantaneously. Their erratic trajectories were imbued with unwavering intent, disregarding the dust. And with precision, they soared toward the black-eyed croc from an unexpected angle. Chen Luo had anticipated this. It was the only effective countermeasure against the magical foliage. The black-eyed croc immediately burrowed underground, causing the magical leaves to fall harmlessly to the ground. Come out, use glare. Chen Luo's command seamlessly followed the instant the opponent released its skill. The location from which the black-eyed croc emerged was not predetermined. Instead, it opted for the flank of the laurel leaf. Its small eyes widened in terror, and a potent wave of mental energy surged forth like invisible daggers, striking fiercely at the laurel leaf. The laurel leaf's inherent defensive instincts faltered slightly, resulting in a decrease in defense by 1 level. Lin Wei frowned. Chen Luo's tactical execution and timing exerted pressure on her. His mastery over timing and the application of disruptive skills was exceptional. She swiftly adjusted her strategy. She refused to be led by the nose. Laurel leaf, steady yourself, use toxic powder. She resolved to counterattack, aiming to impede the black-eyed croc's movements with a status ailment. The laurel leaf lifted its neck slightly, releasing a powder shimmering with an eerie violet hue that spread from beneath its enormous leaves. Like a violet mist, it rapidly expanded toward the area occupied by the black-eyed croc. The continuous damage and stamina drain inflicted by the poison state were insufferable for the black-eyed croc. Black-eyed croc, keep digging and use scratch. Chen Luo immediately issued a dual command. Digging had proven reliable. After all, the laurel leaf was not like the blue croc, which could use water gun to irrigate the tunnel entrance. The black-eyed croc swiftly burrowed underground, evading the area enveloped by the toxic powder. Simultaneously, during the excavation, Its claws scraped fiercely against the subterranean rocks, producing a piercing sound. Attack power increased by 1 level. Hit rate increased by 1 level. How infuriating. Hiding all the time is no skill at all. If you have the ability, fight me head on. Lin Wei's gaze was fierce. Laurel Leaf. Lock onto the vibrations at the tunnel entrance. Prepare Energy Ball. She anticipated that the black-eyed croc would emerge from the hole or nearby to launch an attack. Ready to unleash a grass-type ultimate move for a decisive strike. Black-eyed croc, use Fire Fawn. The black-eyed croc burst forth from beneath the laurel leaf's abdomen. Its mouth ablaze with fierce flames, biting down with ferocity in the face of the laurel leaf's horror. The effect was astounding, despite the reflective wall significantly boosting its defense. The glare had reduced it, while Scratch had increased its attack. The net effect rendered the reflective wall moot. The laurel leaf was caught completely off guard. Laurel Leaf, use Energy Ball. Lin Wei's voice resonated with determination as the massive energy ball surged toward the black-eyed croc. If this strike landed solidly, the black-eyed croc would undoubtedly lose its fighting ability. Black-eyed croc, shatter it, tear apart the energy ball. Chen Luo's command rang with unyielding conviction. He knew there was no evasion. They could only confront it head-on. Using a type-specific move to shatter the energy ball was their only hope to mitigate its lethal impact. The black-eyed croc's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Faced with the oncoming wave of devastating green light, it opened its mouth wide, dark energy swirling like boiling abyssal matter, enveloping its sharp teeth in an instant. With a roar, it lunged fiercely at the core of the raging energy ball. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the center of the battlefield. The spectators were left aghast, astonished that skills could be employed in such a manner. Their mouths agape. They resembled pokeballs, their eyes wide open in disbelief. One girl dropped her milk carton, splattering it on the ground, completely oblivious. Shattering the energy ball with sheer force? This maneuver was remarkably hardcore. Good heavens, the black-eyed croc's bite was truly formidable. Even some second and third-year students were astounded. After all, the concept of skills counteracting each other was only introduced upon enrollment. Vice Principal Ma Zhong inhaled sharply, nearly causing his glasses to slip off. How come I've never heard of Chen Luo from Jiang City? This genius from another province has managed to push Lin Wei to this extent. Li Dingshan remained silent, watching the match with keen interest, having already guessed Chen Luo's identity. A Chun with a king-level dark-type Pokemon. Even a toe would suffice to deduce Chen Luo's background. The trio from 502 was utterly petrified. As the explosion's light and dust gradually dissipated, the black-eyed croc remained fierce, its gaze sharp. The two Pokemon faced off. While Chen Luo and Lin Wei were oblivious to the audience's reactions, their full attention devoted to their two exhausted partners on the battlefield. Chen Luo chuckled, remarking, "The black-eyed croc won't play with him any longer. Let us finish this quickly so we can head back. Charge in with maximum power, use Bite. Laurel Leaf. Hold on." Lin Wei decisively commanded, "Use Synthesis, quickly recover." Her Laurel Leaf possessed a recovery skill. It could outlast the opponent without exhausting its own stamina. This was Lin Wei's usual tactic, using Reflective Wall combined with Synthesis to recover, along with Toxic Powder for interference. Even if she couldn't defeat her opponent, she could wear them down. But who would have thought this ground crocodile to be so slippery? Moreover, its skill power was astonishing, managing to shatter the Laurel Leaf's energy ball. Cursed be it. The Laurel Leaf strained to hold on, its floral crown glowing faintly once more, attempting to absorb energy for recovery. Gotcha. Black-eyed croc, use Rock Slide. The moment the command was issued, the black-eyed croc, initially charging toward the Laurel Leaf, abruptly shifted from feigned action to reality. It had been prepared for this move all along. After days of bonding, it had come to understand its trainer well. Its petite body erupted with incredible strength, its claws rapidly coalescing heavy rock-type energy. It leapt high, aiming to strike down upon the Laurel Leaf, which was entirely unprepared as it focused on gathering energy for synthesis. Bang! The heavy rock energy struck solidly against the Laurel Leaf's head and shoulders. The already precarious reflective wall shattered completely. The floral glow atop the Laurel Leaf dissipated instantaneously, and the half-formed synthesis was forcibly interrupted. The Laurel Leaf emitted a pained cry, staggering from the overwhelming blow, its massive frame nearly toppling to the ground. It faltered. Laurel Leaf. Lin Wei's eyes brimmed with sorrow. She had never endured such severe harm since acquiring her Chervil Leaf. Shaking with anger, her complexion turned ashen. She had been completely deceived by her opponent's feigned attack and was caught off guard by the long-range rock collapse. Truly duplicitous, a person of false words and intentions. It seemed she would never find a girlfriend in the future. Lin Wei cursed Chen Luo in her heart. "Thank you for the compliment. I am deeply grateful. Chen Luo accepted the praise without reservation. Black-eyed Croc, do not grant it a moment's respite. Flame Fong, finish it off. Black Croc. With that, the Laurel Leaf lost its combat capability, and the Black-eyed Croc emerged victorious, propelling Chen Luo of Class 3 to the next stage. I never expected Lin Wei to lose. Remarked Li Hui from Class 1. Baika nodded. I too did not foresee Lin Wei's defeat. Though Chen Luo can be quite abrasive, he possesses a modicum of strength. A girl nearby chuckled. Baiku, are you still holding a grudge over what he said about Wukong not even being able to catch a whiff of you? Be quiet. He won. Luo Gu is incredible. Wang Peng's roar nearly lifted the roof. Looks like my buddy socks are in for a week of wear. Though somewhat reluctant, Guiyang was nonetheless elated. Me too, Lu Guanzhong exclaimed, bouncing with his iron wall shrimp. The area of Class 3 erupted with excitement. Chen Luo Luo Gu. You are too formidable. You have truly brought honor to our Class 3. Your black-eyed Croc is remarkable. That move, Shatter, was simply dazzling. Instructor Wang Jing approached with a beaming smile, expressing her delight. You have nurtured this black-eyed Croc exceptionally well. Your place on the school team is now assured. Chen Luo was a pleasant surprise for her. After all, who wouldn't want a genius as a student during their teaching tenure? Just lucky, just lucky. Chen Luo recalled the oft-repeated words of Xiao San, which felt particularly apt in this moment, both humble and indicative of strength. Xiao San was indeed quite comprehensive. After finishing the match, Chen Luo excused himself to rest and left the competition venue. After collecting his skill machine delivery, he was set to enjoy a hearty meal with his 3 good friends. Chapter 10. To be honest, how come no one believes me? Jiangqing. Situated in the middle and lower reaches of the Xiao River. However, due to its less than advantageous geographical position, Jiangqing could only be regarded as a second-tier city at the tail end of the league. Nonetheless, the city was ablaze with lights at night, bustling with life. Riding shared bicycles, Chen Luo witnessed numerous scenes of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokemon. A Magnemite assisted electric workers in checking circuits, adhering to utility poles and emitting little electric sparks. Above, flocks of Pidgeys flitted by, bustling like commuters during rush hour, presumably heading home to rest or seeking late-night snacks. At the street corner, an ice cream stall featured a little girl cradling a fluffy creature resembling a small yellow puppy. Licking a soft-serve ice cream created by a frosty milk fairy, an elderly man sweeping the street ambled along, accompanied by a small Geodude that rolled ahead, knocking over paper scraps or empty bottles that clattered into the dustpan held by the old man. The sunset cast a warm golden hue over the bustling street, and the air was infused with the tantalizing aromas of various foods, mingled with the unique calls of Pokemon, brimming with vibrant life. I absolutely adore this world. Chen Luo's heart surged with excitement. This was the life he longed for. Pokemon were the most precious treasures in this realm. Arriving at the Little Duckmouth Fire Dragon barbecue stall, Wang Peng abruptly halted, pointing at the smoke-filled, bustling stall ahead. The sign featured a cartoon image of a little Duckmouth Fire Dragon. In front of the stall, a Duckmouth Fire Dragon was expertly adjusting the flames over skewers of meat, skillfully flipping them. The owner shouted at the top of his lungs, "Duckmouth Fire Dragon skewers, come and taste, come and see. If they aren't delicious, you won't have to pay." Wang Peng grinned widely. This is the most famous barbecue stall in Jiangqing. Though the place is small, it specializes in delicious, affordable food that feels down to earth. Even the fire-type champion Meng Yan has dined here several times. Lu Guanzhong concurred, as both he and Wang Peng, being locals of Jiangqing, had frequented this barbecue spot. Chen Luo noticed that even before mealtime, the place was already packed with patrons, many accompanied by their Pokemon, enjoying the feast. A couple of pretty girls were even live-streaming the experience. Let us hurry. While there aren't too many people, we can grab a seat without waiting, Chen Luo suggested. Excuse me, we are a party of 4, a young woman in her 20s called out. Guiyang boldly plopped down at a 4-person table. 4, right, miss? We'll scan to order, the server girl inquired. Yes, you can start ordering. I'll fetch some fruit for you, she responded. As the 4 settled in, they released their Pokemon from their Pokeballs. Bang, bang, bang. The black-eyed Croc, Meowth, Lobster Pokemon, and Iron Arm Shrimp all cheered with exuberance, having caught the enticing aroma while still in their Pokeballs. The black-eyed Croc's eyes sparkled. Meowth let out a soft meow, and the 2 shrimp Pokemon clicked their pincers together excitedly. Chen Luo waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of extravagance. My mom just sent me my living expenses, so feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me. Really, adoptive father? The 3 chimed in unison, their voices in perfect harmony. Wang Peng quickly changed the subject. Forget it, Chen Luo. You treated us to the scallion duck rolls last time. It feels a bit excessive to treat us again, if word gets out. People might think our dorm is made of money. Guiyang echoed. Yeah, Luo go. Let us skip it this time. We can go Dutch. When you become the champion of the freshman ranking tournament, then you can treat us. I'll gladly call you adoptive father then. Lu Guanzhong, pouring water, chuckled heartily. Luo go, let us do it next time. For now, we'll split the bill. Chen Luo made a mysterious gesture and whispered, I have a secret to share with you. But you mustn't spread it around. What secret? The three leaned in, their ears perked up. Chen Luo glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before revealing, actually, I am the son of the chairman of Pokemon department store. Uffed, Wang Peng scoffed. Chen Luo, you said your family is from a demolition site. And I still believed you. The Pokemon department store is worth trillions. It's the largest Pokemon goods company in the Dongwang Alliance. I've heard their employees earn at least 10,000 Alliance coins a month, working only 6 hours a day, with 7 insurances and 3 funds. 4 days on and 3 days off, plus a 13th month's salary at year-end. Guiyang added, Exactly, Luo go. We may boast, but that's a stretch. Even if your aunt works at the Pokemon department store, I'd directly call her nurturing mother. Chen Luo was left speechless. Why was it that no one believed him when he finally spoke the truth? At this moment, Lu Guanzhong raised his hand and declared, I believe you, Luo go. Chen Luo felt a surge of warmth. Truly, he was fortunate to have a friend as loyal and honorable as Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei from the Peach Garden Oath. Good brother, I knew you would trust me. All right, enough boasting, Luo go. Let us hurry in order. First, let us get 50 lamb skewers to quell our nerves. It's been too long since I've had a taste. Certainly. The meats here are derived solely from domesticated ordinary animals, not from merino sheep or riding lambs. Order 4 portions of grilled slowpoke tails, 1 serving of honey-glazed wings, and 4 cups of Porygon-S Lucky Star soda, Wang Peng instructed. Although Chen Luo had previously indulged in various delicacies, having just traversed into this world, he had yet to experience the unique culinary offerings of the Pokemon realm, aside from what he had consumed at school. Let us also order something for these 4 little companions, Chen Luo added. All right, it's all ordered, he concluded. We'll explore the food street afterward. The waitress soon brought over a platter of tropical dragon fruit. Hello, dear student. This is our complimentary fruit platter. Thank you, Miss, Guiyang sweetly expressed. Chen Luo peeled a banana and cut it into small pieces to feed the crocodile. You've worked hard today, crocodile. The crocodile savored the tropical banana with a smile, relishing the delightful treats provided by its trainer. It was enjoying a level of care that was far from the norm for a Pokemon of its breed. Why had I never experienced such treatment before? The gleam in Crocodile's eyes resembled crescent moons beneath its sunglasses. Indeed, only now does Chen Luo deserve to be my trainer. In less than 15 minutes, the dishes arrived. Here, tender and juicy lamb skewers. The slowpoke tails are brushed with a secret sauce, grilled to a perfect crispness, with the fat sizzling enticingly. The chicken wings, marinated in exquisite honey, are golden and glistening, with a sweet aroma wafting through the air, the skin slightly charred and crispy, revealing succulent meat upon the first bite. The pastel blue soda, infused with chewy star-shaped jelly and fresh raspberries, is topped with a Porygon-shaped umbrella and straw, looking refreshingly adorable. Yes, this is the flavor, absolutely delicious. Wang Peng exclaimed as he devoured a lamb skewer wrapped in a tortilla. Chen Luo was equally delighted, finding it far superior to the carbon-grilled fare. Kudos to the barbecue chef for the mastery of fire-type energy control. This is simply divine. Our Jinling is a veritable culinary desert. Despite the high-quality ingredients, they never seem to produce anything of this caliber, often resulting in bizarre concoctions. Guiyang's eating habits were ferociously voracious, finishing off 10 lamb skewers and a serving of grilled slowpoke tail in mere minutes. Meanwhile, the 4 Pokemon were joyously feasting as well. Crocodile had a special serving of chewable jerky, while Meowth enjoyed specially crafted fish snacks. The duo of Kingler and Clawitzer happily consumed energy balls made from algae. Chen Luo let out a satisfied burp. What a delight. Uncle Ming certainly has exquisite taste. This is truly delectable. Wang Peng took a sip of his drink, pridefully declaring, What did I tell you? Isn't it delicious? Within half an hour, the group had devoured their feast. The total came to 230 credits, an exceptionally reasonable price for such a bounty. The trio transferred their shares to Chen Luo before heading to settle the bill. Still feeling a lingering appetite, Wang Peng suggested, Let us go explore the culinary street of Jiangqing some more. Chapter 11. Principal, are you not living well? The 4 returned to their dormitory, satisfied and full. Chen Luo retrieved the newly acquired skill discs. Time was of the essence, so he decided to teach Crocodile the move taunt. You're not going to sleep yet? Wang Peng inquired. noticing Chen Luo with a disc resembling a CD. I just bought a few skill discs. I'm planning to have Crocodile learn one to enhance its skill repertoire, Chen Luo replied. At that moment, Guiyang, freshly washed, overheard their conversation and was astonished. A few skill discs? The cheapest are worth 100,000. You must have spent several 100,000. Wow. Chen Luo, brother Luo. Your mother wouldn't really be working at the Pokemon department store, would she? Chen Luo sighed. I've told you all before. My mother is the chairwoman of the Pokemon department store, but none of you believed me. Now, even when I speak the truth, no one believes it. Brother Luo, let me put it this way. The chance of me being roommates with the chairwoman's son is slimmer than my chance of becoming an electric-type champion. Do you know who her husband is? He is the dark-type champion of the Alliance, ranked 7th in the world. Only 6 people are stronger than him. How could their child possibly attend school in Jiangxing? Brother Luo, your boasting skills are unmatched, Guiyang said with a gesture of mock submission. Chen Luo shook his head in resignation, deciding it was futile to argue further. When I have the chance, I'll take you to Kyoto to show you what true elite power looks like. Hey, that sounds great. I've heard that there are shiny Gardevoirs dancing in Kyoto. I've never seen one before, Wang Peng chimed in mischievously. Now, let us focus. Crocodile, learn this skill. You should know how to do it. Chen Luo placed the taunt skill disc on Crocodile's head. Crocodile nodded. It was familiar with the process. The moment the disc made contact, its body tensed under the beam of light, and its yellow-ringed eyes reflected a flickering, enigmatic purple glow. Crocodile's small right claw gestured forward. Wang Peng's Kingler seemed drawn to Crocodile, heading towards it in a daze. What is happening? Kingler scratched its head with its large pincers, bewildered. Done. That was quicker than I imagined. What? Chen Luo, your Crocodile's aptitude is astonishing. Wang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Luo maintained a humble demeanor. Well, it's just that it's learning a move of its own type, particularly a transformation skill. If it were an attack move, Crocodile would need to train diligently to unleash its full potential. That is still quite impressive. My Meowth would probably take half a day to learn something like that. Guiyang remarked. All right then, I'm off to sleep. No need to compare. It's disheartening. People can be envious of each other, and Pokemon even more so. Wang Peng declared, retracting Kingler and collapsing into bed. Meanwhile, Lu, Guan, and Zhang had already succumbed to sleep. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. The night outside was thickening. Rest well, Crocodile. Crocodile nestled into its desert camouflage box and quickly drifted into slumber. The morning sun, tinged with the coolness of early autumn, streamed through the vast glass dome of Jiangxing Pokemon University's gymnasium. The air was imbued with the sense of disinfectants, sweat, and the fervent ambitions of young trainers. The atmosphere was electric as the freshman ranking tournament neared its climax. Attention, first-year students, Li Dingshan cleared his throat. Our annual freshman ranking tournament is about to conclude. I will now announce the rewards provided by our school. All participants who make it to the top 8 will receive a skill disc valued at 100,000 Alliance credits. The principal's words elicited a frenzy of excitement among the surrounding students. At this moment, the other teachers and senior students appeared unfazed. Yet the words that followed from Li Dingshan incited quite a stir. The third-place winner would receive an exclusive item valued at 500,000 Alliance coins, while the runner-up would be awarded a Pokemon egg with a gym-level qualification worth 1 million Alliance coins. At this point, the vice principal, Mahjong, had completely lost his composure. He inwardly muttered, "This old fellow has lost his senses." The sophomore and junior students were filled with envy and resentment, recalling that the champion's reward had only been 50,000 when they competed. What was happening this year? Were they out of their minds? Li Dingshan wore a broad smile, amused by the ignorance of these foolish individuals. This year, the child of that person was attending his school. Last year's 100 School League saw Jiangxing Pokemon University ranked a dismal 69th, languishing in mediocrity. The quality of students this year was undeniably superior to that of the previous year. It was imperative to reward them handsomely to make a push for a better ranking. Otherwise, they would forever remain at the bottom, unable to garner any Alliance resources. Li Dingshan feigned a cough and continued, as for the champion, they will gain qualification to enter the South Domain Province's secret realm and may choose an item worth 2 million Alliance coins. Upon hearing this, the previously composed Vice Principal Mahjong stepped forward to advise, "Principal, isn't that excessive? The qualification for the South Domain's secret realm has traditionally been reserved for our highest-ranking students in the World Championship. And is 2 million Alliance coins not a bit too much?" Li Dingshan's eyes bulged like copper bells as he retorted, "Oh ma, holding on to mere trifles won't yield any offspring. If we do not invest, Jiangxing will remain in the lower ranks. Even if we achieve a higher rank in the World Championship, It will only be a matter of time before others surpass us. It would be far better to nurture the exceptional freshmen and enhance their strength. Who knows, they might propel our school into the top 50. This is how we attract resources. Mahjong was momentarily taken aback, cursing internally. It was always the same refrain every year, that the rewards were too generous and detrimental to student development. Yet this year, no reasoning seemed to sway him. All the teachers and students fell into a profound silence. Setting aside the 2 million Alliance coins, the qualification for the South Domain Secret Realm was exceedingly rare, with only 20 available across the entire province. And Jiangxing Pokemon University could only claim one each year. The vast competition venue was soon abuzz with fervent discussions. That's the South Domain Secret Realm. I heard that a senior who entered a few years ago with a gym-level Pokemon emerged with a champion-level qualification. Now he is the gym leader in Haicheng. It was said that the qualification for the South Domain Secret Realm could fetch 10 million on the open market. Has the principal truly lost his mind this year? Chen Luo, did you hear that? You must seize the championship. Don't forget your buddies when you make it big. Wang Peng exclaimed, shaking Chen Luo's shoulder. In wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. My adoptive father, Wei Yang, and Lu Guanzhong pulled him from either side. Other students, not particularly familiar with Chen Luo, would certainly have approached him if they were. Chen Luo feigned a cough and said, Ahem, watch as my father secures the championship for you. But for now, let's focus on the matches. The electronic screen swiftly displayed the matchups. The first match was between Class 1's Li Hui and Class 2's Wang Lang. Li Hui's Forest Lizard, with its ability Dream Special Light Armor, faced the unrestrained speed of Little Carby, leading to a swift defeat for Wang Lang. In the second match, Class 1's Baiku was set to battle Class 3's Chen Luo. At this moment, Chen Luo found himself a believer in fate. He encountered Lin Wei, who had eliminated Lu Guanzhong, and now he faced Baiku, who had knocked out Guiyang. Was he destined to confront that fellow, Li Hui, next? Chen Luo stepped onto the competition stage and remarked to Guiyang, watch as I avenge you. What is wrong with you? You're acting all dramatic, Guiyang replied, covering his eyes in an exaggerated manner. What is up with you? You're acting like it's the end of the world, Wang Peng inquired. Guiyang, with a resolute tone, stated, I feel like Luo Gu is glowing. Chapter 12, The School Flower? It's all about the school flower. Goddess Baiku, unmatched in beauty. Obliterate Chen Luo. Wu Kang's underlings unfurled a banner, while he vigorously waved a flag emblazoned with Baiku's photo. Baiku, the newly crowned school flower of Jiangxing Pokemon University, possessed breathtaking beauty that left a lasting impression, and her prowess in Pokemon battles was exceptional, making her the object of admiration for countless boys. What the heck, Wang Peng, are you also cheering for Baiku? Guiyang shot a glance at Wang Peng, who was fervently shouting. Wang Peng scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, the atmosphere is just so infectious. I couldn't help myself. And besides, don't you think Baiku is truly stunning? Chen Luo can also rally support, Chen Luo interjected. Guiyang retaliated with a swift kick to his backside. You traitor! Traitor! Lu Guanzhong followed suit with a kick of his own. Stop! I'm just cheering for Luo Gu. Brother, adoptive father, I was wrong. Wukong muttered through clenched teeth. You think you can defeat our goddess Baiku? Chen Luo, keep dreaming. Many in the audience believed that this unknown dark horse, Chen Luo, was about to be vanquished by Baiku. Chen Luo's match against Baiku seemed a foregone conclusion. Baiku had proven her strength by reaching the top 8 with her initial form Black-Eyed Crocodile and had already secured a spot as a substitute in the school team. In how many rounds do you think Baiku will defeat Chen Luo? Not a single soul believed Chen Luo could triumph over Baiku. After all, Baiku had willingly given up her chance to join the 15th-ranked Dongshan Pokemon University. Many students from Class 1 had also opted out of joining superior Pokemon universities. It was not due to inadequacies in their entrance exam scores, but rather a strategic decision. Talents like Baiku and Li Hui had been courted by numerous institutions. Yet they chose to remain at their local Pokemon University. The reason was simple. The rankings in the 100-school Pokemon tournament determined resource allocation, and the Alliance's resources were finite and not evenly distributed. To break free from this constraint, the only solution was to nurture talents and achieve better results in the tournament. Chen Luo had not anticipated Baiku's significant renown. The cheers and chants grew louder with each passing moment. However, he regarded Baiku with indifference. In his mind, Baiku's long-tailed fox paled in comparison to Lin Wei's Laurel Leaf, which possessed type advantages and a broader array of moves. Baiku's long-tailed fox was completely outmatched by his Black-Eyed Crocodile. He couldn't comprehend how these fans were so oblivious. Had they never studied the type advantage chart? Chen Luo shook his head as he stood on the competition stage. Opposite him, Baiku remained unfazed amidst the thunderous applause. her expression as tranquil as a still pond. With hair cascading like a waterfall and skin as fair as snow, she stood tall and poised, embodying the confidence and grace of a seasoned trainer. "I heard you mentioned in the cafeteria that you would defeat me?" Baiku's voice was icy as she spoke. Chen Luo nodded curtly and remarked, "Indeed. I have uttered those words, especially since you eliminated my esteemed elder son, depriving him of even a place among the top 128. The disappearance of the $5,000 energy cube is a grudge I, as his guardian, must avenge. Furthermore, you ought to keep a leash on your fervent admirers." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Baiku recalled someone mentioning that Wukong would ultimately not even be worthy of her notice, which ignited her indignation. Such vulgarity, such foul language. "Allow my long-tailed fox to cleanse you of your impudence." As the referee's flag fell, both contenders simultaneously released their Pokeballs. With a flick of her wrist, Baiku executed a fluid and graceful motion, sending the red and white spheres soaring towards the center of the arena, tracing a perfect arc in the air. "Go forth, long-tailed fox." Her voice rang clear and melodious. In a flash of red light, the elegant fox, harmonizing beautifully with her aura, alighted gracefully upon the ground. "Fire fox, black-eyed crocodile, prepare for battle." The imposing black-eyed crocodile made its entrance on the stage. Under the discerning gaze of the data eye, the attributes and skills of the fire fox were laid bare. Pokemon, long-tailed fox. Level, 17. Gender, female. Nature, calm. Type, fire. Ability, magician, steals the item of an opponent hit by its moves. Qualification, gym level. Base skills, ember, tail whip, growl, flame vortex. Inherited skills, telekinesis, psychic, magic reflection, will-o'-the-wisp. Skill discs, light screen, psychic, overheat. Held item, momentum scarf. Description, when it pulls branches from its tail, they catch fire due to friction, using the flames to signal its companions. How intriguing. Without the dazzling magic, the long-tailed fox charged at the black-eyed crocodile. Baiku commanded, her voice ringing clear, "Long-tailed fox. Use telekinesis followed by flame vortex." The enhanced flame vortex surged towards the black-eyed crocodile. Black-eyed crocodile dig. The flame vortex struck the ground, creating a wall of fire. The dig move had proven effective time and again. Utilizing its claws underground, the long-tailed fox prepared to unleash overheat at the mouth of the tunnel. A massive surge of fiery energy coalesced at the tip of its branch. Baiku had evidently studied Chen Luo's previous strategies prior to the match. The fiery assault of overheat boasted an impressive power of 130. Should it connect, the diminutive black-eyed crocodile would stand no chance. "Rush out and interrupt her," commanded Chen Luo. The black-eyed crocodile burst forth from behind the long-tailed fox, landing a claw strike on its lower back. This was not a mere game, although the long-tailed fox was swifter. As a ranged special attacker without close combat moves, it was akin to a fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to the predator's mercy. Typically, in such close quarters, Baiku would exploit the psychic-type skills telekinesis or psychic to create distance. However, psychic abilities were ineffectual against the dark-type black-eyed crocodile. Long-tailed fox, unleash will-o'-the-wisp. A dozen purple flames erupted around the long-tailed fox. "Quicksand hell," Chen Luo commanded once more. Instantly, a swirling vortex of quicksand formed, its terrifying pull ensnaring everything within its vicinity. Due to frequent consumption of top-tier ground-type energy cubes, the black-eyed crocodile now wielded formidable control over ground-type energy. The ground beneath the long-tailed fox gave way, and it found itself momentarily unsteady. The purple flames it had just summoned scattered chaotically. Had it not been for the energy shield, those flames would have struck the audience. Long-tailed fox dispersed the quicksand with psychic. Baiku, a true genius, found a way to break through where others would have faltered. Black-eyed crocodile, do not let it succeed. Charge in and use crunch. As the long-tailed fox's eyes glowed blue, its invisible psychic power shattered the confines of the quicksand. Yet it was too late. The black-eyed crocodile lunged towards the long-tailed fox with the speed of an arrow, intercepting the psychic attack with its own body. "Goddess classmate, let your long-tailed fox learn magic shine next time before challenging me." The black-eyed crocodile opened its massive jaws, infused with potent dark-type energy. And with the force to obliterate all, it savagely bit down on the long-tailed fox's vulnerable midsection. The long-tailed fox emitted a wretched, distorted wail, its body resembling a rag doll caught in a fierce grip. Its orange-red fur dulled to a charred black, mired in dirt and the remnants of its uncontrolled flames, leaving it in a pitiful state. The long-tailed fox lay quietly at the edge of the sand pit, devoid of consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena. as none had anticipated such a swift conclusion. Chen Luo, how dare you strike my goddess? I will have my revenge. Wu Kang's eyes blazed with fury, eager to confront Chen Luo in a one-on-one battle. His two companions hastily restrained him as they lowered a banner. How dare you, Chen Luo, scoundrel? To strike my goddess is intolerable. I have longed to berate you for this. How could you harm such a charming girl as Lin Wei? And now my goddess Baikou? You are truly despicable. Chen Luo, though your strength is formidable, I shall challenge you to a decisive battle. The audience erupted in a chorus of jeers. Even Wang Peng and his companions refrained from celebrating Chen Luo's victory, fearing retaliation from Baikou's fervent admirers, who might band together against them. The referee, seemingly taken aback by the seamless and overwhelming victory, paused for a moment before abruptly raising his small flag. His voice tinged with dryness. The long-tailed fox is unable to continue battling. The victor is Chen Luo from Class 3. Thank you for your efforts, long-tailed fox. Rest well now. Baikou maintained her composure, as she had never truly harbored hope of defeating Chen Luo, given the elemental disadvantage. The psychic abilities of the long-tailed fox were ineffective against the black-eyed crocodile. Thank you. I will ensure that long-tailed fox learns magic shine, Chen Luo replied, waving his hand as he recalled the black-eyed crocodile. No need for thanks. Simply keeping your devoted admirers in check and preventing them from howling about is gratitude enough for me. Baikou, with a slight frown, let out a cold huff and descended from the stage. Chapter 13. Defeat does not diminish honor. The black-eyed crocodile's level had now risen to 18. Pokemon, black-eyed crocodile. Level, 18. Gender, male. Type, dark ground. Ability, overconfidence. Attack increases after defeating an opponent. Qualification assessment, champion level. Skills acquired. Sand attack, scratch, scary face, quicksand hell, crunch. Inherited skills, fire fong, thunder fong, swagger, bite, deceit. Additional skills learned, dig, rock slide, taunt. Held item, black glasses. Increases the power of dark-type moves. Description, desert crocodile Pokemon. Lives in the sands of the desert, where the sun-warmed sand helps maintain its body temperature. The black-eyed crocodile, however, was still not as swift to evolve as the starter Pokemon. Chen Luo sighed. He ignored the numerous furious, incredulous, and even murderous glares from the audience. Chen Luo, come sit here. Wang Peng approached with a subdued voice, casting wary glances around him, fearful of being overheard by the fervent fans of Baikou. Is it really necessary? Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Peng's overly cautious demeanor. At this moment, Guiyang was also scanning his surroundings. Luo Gu, you have no idea how fanatical Baikou's admirers are. If stairs could kill, we would have been slain 1,000 times over. Your reputation at school is even worse than foul mud, he remarked. Chen Luo retorted. Is Baikou truly that incapable of accepting defeat? Her delusional followers are maligning me. While he feigned indignation, inwardly, he felt no anger at all. He silently vowed that if given another chance to face Baikou, he would utterly annihilate her, preferably to the point of tears. Chen Luo's advisor, Wang Jing, was internally elated. Over her many years at Jiangxing Spirit University, none of her students had ever made it to the top 8 in the annual freshman ranking tournament. Yet this year, 2 from her class had reached the top 8, with Chen Luo advancing to the final 4. A promotion and salary increase were surely on the horizon, and she envisioned a bright future for herself. Chen Luo, make sure to rest well. Among all the students I've guided over the years, you are the most talented. Ignore what others say. Just focus on being your best. She praised him profusely. Chen Luo merely nodded in response, feeling that the teacher's compliments lacked sincerity. A simple token of appreciation, like an energy cube, would have sufficed. Just a few verbal accolades, and that was it. What kind of situation was this? The third match featured Lu Zizhong from Class 1 against Zhao Mengrui from Class 3. As anticipated, the battle unfolded predictably. Lu Zizhong's Riolu displayed exceptional speed, strength, and technique. With a flash of lightning, it closed the distance, delivering a heavy blow, deftly evading the alluring sound of charm, and ultimately concluding the bout with a swift vacuum wave that decisively incapacitated Zhao Mengrui's Canon. Canon is unable to continue battling. The victor is Lu Zizhong from Class 1, the referee announced. The final match, however, surprised not only Chen Luo but all the students, teachers, and even Principal Li Dingshan in attendance. Zhang Changqing from Class 7 pulled off an upset by defeating Qi Jintian Scyther from Class 1. Qi Jintian was a favorite to win, having dominated his way to the finals, even defeating the Fire Mouse from his own class in the top 16. Zhang Changqing's performance as this dark horse was even more unexpected than Chen Luo's. Gazing at the triumphant Kintoro, data panels materialized before Chen Luo. Pokemon, Conkeldurr. Level, 17. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, Rage Point. Attack power maximizes when hit in a critical area. Qualification assessment, near champion. Mastered skills, Tackle, Leer, Tail Whip, Revenge, and Headbutt. Inherited skills, Reckless Charge, Iron Head, Earthquake. Additional skills acquired, Rock Slide, Scary Face, Endure. Held item, When You Fruit. Restores a small amount of HP when HP decreases. Description, the rampaging bull Pokemon. Once it begins to run, it will not cease until it collides with an obstacle. Its temperament is exceedingly irritable. Indeed, this Conkeldurr possessed remarkable prowess, capable of defeating a champion seed competitor. Scyther's attack had triggered Conkeldurr's Rage Point, significantly elevating its offensive capabilities. One strike from Rock Slide, and Scyther would surely meet its demise. Thus, the top 8 matches concluded. Now, please have the 4 finalists come to the stage for the draw, the referee announced. This time, the school opted for a more engaging method, allowing the students to draw lots themselves rather than relying on electronic means. Li Hui was the first to take the stage, grasping a red ball before handing it to the referee. Remarkably, Lu Zizhong drew a red ball as well. What on earth? Is this a conspiracy? Are there only red balls? Chen Luo exclaimed, frustrated. An internal battle between Class 1 and a showdown of dark horses. Intriguingly enough, this could actually be quite entertaining. Damn it, Chen Luo cursed. He would rather face a forest lizard or Riolu than contend with Conkeldurr. After all, his black-eyed croc was merely at its first evolutionary stage, while Conkeldurr was inherently a first-stage Pokemon with a vast disparity in base stats. What's wrong, Luo Gu? Aren't you up for facing Zhang Changqing? I think it would be easier than taking on Li Hui, Guiyang suggested. Chen Luo rolled his eyes in response, irritated. Sure. You go ahead and give it a try. Hee hee, my little brother's Meowth hasn't even evolved into Persian yet. It definitely can't handle that Conkeldurr. Are you suggesting my black-eyed croc will evolve into a rogue croc? Ultimately, Chen Luo decided to let it be. Not being able to defeat Conkeldurr wasn't an embarrassment. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon, the heat oppressive enough to turn one into jerky. Chen Luo enjoyed an ice pop, glancing at his black-eyed croc, who was still spinning in circles. Aren't you hot, black-eyed croc? He asked. Black croc, black croc. The black-eyed croc tilted its head in confusion at its trainer, as if to say, Chen Luo, you're so foolish. After finishing the entire ice pop, Chen Luo felt considerably cooler. Right, I forgot you're a sand croc. You have no fear of heat. The arena remained abuzz with excitement. The finals of the top 4 are about to commence. First match, Chen Luo from Class 3 versus Zhang Changqing from Class 7. The principal likely thought the previous referee lacked enthusiasm, so he appointed a more boisterous teacher to officiate the afternoon's top 4 matches. Zhang Changqing approached the stage, brimming with excitement. He couldn't contain his joy at having made it to the top 4 with Conkeldurr. If his parents knew, they would surely be thrilled. Standing at a towering height of 187 meters, he appeared quite rugged. However, he was genuinely polite. Chen Luo, I look forward to competing against you, he said with a slight bow, greeting him courteously. Having grown accustomed to the arrogance of individuals like Wu Kong and the aloof demeanor of Li Hui, encountering such a humble and polite young man was a refreshing contrast. Chen Luo reciprocated with courtesy. Haha, likewise. Please, show some mercy. Chen Luo was not joking. If Zhang Changqing did not hold back, his black-eyed croc might genuinely struggle against Conkeldurr. Contestants, prepare. The referee boomed. Both competitors raised their hands, sending their pokeballs arcing through the sweltering air. Black-eyed croc, prepare for battle. I'm counting on you, Big Luo. Black croc. With a heavy thud, Conkeldurr landed, its hooves shaking the ground, nostrils flaring as it exhaled thick plumes of vapor that twisted in the heat. The two fierce presences collided violently in the scorching arena. Chen Luo noted that this Conkeldurr appeared significantly larger than an ordinary one. It was rare to encounter a Conkeldurr of near-champion quality. Could it possibly belong to a prominent lineage? The held item, When You Fruit, confirmed it. This individual must have a fruit orchard and ranch at home. Chen Luo transformed into a keen analyst. Big Luo, use Scary Face. Zhang Changqing initiated the attack with concise and powerful commands. Conkeldurr lowered its head and roared, its fearsome visage contorting and magnifying, unleashing a terrifying pressure mixed with heat directed at the black-eyed croc. Sandstorm Hell. Originally, the speed of the black-eyed crocodile was inferior to that of the Tauros, and being struck once would not significantly impact its performance. Thus, Chen Luo opted to alter the terrain, for most of Tauros' moves were characterized by sheer force and reckless charge. By eliminating the flat landscape, the speed of Tauros would effectively be diminished. Black Eye. The black-eyed crocodile slammed its claws against the ground, Boom. A massive sand vortex rapidly took shape. Rock slide. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo commanded further. Rocks cascaded from above, raining down upon the trapped behemoth. De Luo leaped forth. Moo. To Chen Luo's astonishment, the enormous, muscular Tauros exhibited an astonishing leaping ability that belied its hefty form. Its powerful hind legs unleashed explosive force, propelling its massive body skyward as if it were shot from a mighty spring. De Luo, execute earthquake. Zhang Chongqing's voice resonated with a decisive calm, as if every variable had been meticulously calculated. Just as Tauros reached its zenith and began its descent, the ground trembled with the full force of the earthquake move. Power 100. With a 100 hit rate, this attack was not only immensely powerful, but also covered a wide area. The black-eyed crocodile had no choice but to endure the onslaught. A thin sheen of sweat beaded on Chen Luo's forehead. Against a Tauros of this caliber, even his black-eyed crocodile, with its exceptional potential, stood no chance. Chapter 14, Pokemon Market. Under the residual shockwaves of the earthquake, the black-eyed crocodile struggled to remain upright. This strike had cost it dearly. Observing the creature's agony, Chen Luo felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Black-eyed crocodile, use deceit. The move's efficacy increased proportionately to the opponent's attack power. This was the only effective move the black-eyed crocodile could muster. Dark, malevolent energy surged forth from its claws like boiling oil. De Luo, employ Iron Head. Tauros's forehead gleamed with a metallic luster as it charged towards the black-eyed crocodile like a massive truck. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, sending the black-eyed crocodile hurtling away. The black-eyed crocodile could not engage Tauros in close combat. Any attempt would result in another crushing earthquake. Chen Luo raised his right hand, resigned. I concede. Continuing the battle would only exacerbate the black-eyed crocodile's injuries. You concede? Goodness, Zhang Chongqing is truly formidable. Even Chen Luo has been defeated by him. It was inevitable. The species statistics were what they were. No matter how strong his black-eyed crocodile was, it could not possibly triumph over Tauros, which possessed an extensive move pool and considerable potential. With Chen Luo's voluntary forfeiture, the victor was declared to be Zhang Chongqing from Class 7. Cheers erupted from the direction of Class 7. In particular, the class's instructor leaped 3 feet into the air, perhaps unable to sleep from joy that night. Principal Li Dingshan's expression fluctuated. One moment he was elated, the next filled with regret. He was pleased that another strong student had emerged from his school, yet disappointed that it was at the expense of Chen Luo. His original plan had been for Chen Luo to secure the championship, thus reaping the largest rewards. This would not only enhance Chen Luo's strength, but also earn a favor from the Dark-type champion. Little did he expect his plans to unravel. Mahjong, were you just speaking ill of me? Li Dingshan shot a glance at Vice Principal Mahjong. Huh. No, Principal, I didn't say a word. Really? I heard you. Openly speaking ill of the principal, I shall assign you to lead the next outdoor training session. Mahjong wore a look of dismay. Having just prepared a leave request to spend a week with his daughter, he never anticipated such a punishment from the principal. Have I provoked him lately? Mahjong fell into deep self-doubt. Chen Luo, it was a pleasure battling you. Zhang Chongqing returned Tauros to its Poké Ball, bowing politely. Chen Luo's mind was filled with 1,000 expletives. Of course you're happy after thoroughly thrashing me. Though he internally grumbled, he maintained a facade of politeness. Haha, I feel the same. Chen Luo replied with a strained smile. The black-eyed crocodile gazed at Chen Luo with an expression of defiance. Black Eye. Its clawed gestures were rather comical. You wish to know why I surrendered? The black-eyed crocodile nodded emphatically. Chen Luo retrieved an energy cube from his pocket and offered it to the black-eyed crocodile. We couldn't win, silly child. Wait until you evolve into an alligator. Then we shall reclaim our honor. The black-eyed crocodile was now engrossed in the delectable energy cube, oblivious to Chen Luo's words. In the second match, Li Hui and his forest lizard exhibited superior skill, narrowly winning the contest. Chen Luo felt certain that tomorrow's finals would inevitably see Zhang Chongqing's Tauros emerge victorious. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Peng approached to offer consolation. Chen Luo, you've performed admirably. Making it to the top 4 is impressive. Even if my lobster Pokemon evolves into Iron Claw Lobster, I might not make it to the top 4. Indeed, we are proud of you. You are the pride of our 502 class, akin to the rising sun. Guiyang nearly burst into song, but was promptly interrupted by Chen Luo. What's all this nonsense? It's just a loss. No need to make a fuss over it. Right, since the competition is over, why don't we go out for dinner tonight? Wang Peng suggested. Seeing Chen Luo unfazed by his defeat eased the worries of his friends. Brother Luo, aren't you upset? The champion prize is 200,000 alliance coins and a spot in a secret realm. To lose that is quite regrettable, Guiyang inquired. Chen Luo, with a playful toss of his bangs, replied, have you forgotten what my mother does? A mere 200,000 alliance coins holds little significance for me. Lu Guanzhong chimed in. Exactly, 200,000 is but a trifle for brother Luo. Ah, Lu Guanzhong, you're even quoting phrases now, Guiyang teased. Lu Guanzhong innocently scratched his head, still firmly believing in Chen Luo's words. How about we explore the Pokemon market tonight? Wang Peng proposed. The Pokemon market? Absolutely. I've long desired to go there. My nickname 24K Gold Eyes is not without merit, Guiyang exclaimed, holding up his little cat Pokemon excitedly. Meow meow. The little cat Pokemon chirped happily at its owner's enthusiasm. Chen Luo agreed, eager to discover whether his data vision could yield unexpected treasures like in other novels. After dining out, they set off for the Pokemon market. As dusk fell and the lights began to twinkle, the commercial street near Jiangxing Pokemon University transformed. Ablaze with neon lights and bustling with life. The air was thick with the savory scent of grilled skewers, the sweet aroma of desserts, and the intricate fragrances of Pokemon cuisine. Once they finished their meal, they rode shared bicycles to the Pokemon market. The Pokemon market boasted a rich history, serving as a vital hub for trainers to procure supplies and exchange rare items. Although it had been largely supplanted by major Pokemon department stores and online shopping, its uniqueness still afforded it a place in this modern city. A saying circulated throughout the world. A city may be devoid of the elven department store, yet it undeniably cannot exist without the bustling elven bazaar. Within its confines, a myriad of eclectic goods caters to trainers' desires for item circulation and the thrill of discovery. Imbued with an air of mystery from the diverse wares sourced from across the globe, this vibrant Pokemon marketplace ultimately manifests as a fusion of historical essence, contemporary reflections, functionality, and an enigmatic allure. As Chen Luo and his companions entered the bazaar, the narrow alleyways flanked by an array of stalls teemed with life. Some vendors propped up simple folding tables adorned with an assortment of vividly colored Pokeballs and skill-learning devices of varying ages. Others merely laid out fabric on the ground, showcasing bizarrely shaped ores, sun-dried herbs, and even some unidentifiable fossilized bones. The air was thick with a melange of peculiar scents, the fragrant aroma of herbs, the earthy musk of minerals, and the strange fishy odor of certain unknown Pokemon materials. The cacophony of vendors' shouts, customers haggling, and Pokemon cries created a lively atmosphere. Come, come. Freshly unearthed mysterious amber, rumored to hatch ancient Pokemon. Now at a bargain price, originally 980,000, now only 98,000. Premium Firestones, of superior quality. Wouldn't you want your Fire-type Pokemon to evolve perfectly? An ancestral healing potion formula, effective with just one bottle. A guarantee to return tenfold if found counterfeit. Don't miss out. Sandscale berries. Mark down, mark down. Guiyang led the charge, slipping through the crowd like a fish, his eyes wide as saucers, scanning each stall. He muttered to himself, the wear on this skill machine-esque casing. No, it's refurbished. TSK, counterfeit. Wang Peng and Lu Guanzhong were equally captivated by the bazaar's surreal night market. Curiously glancing around, Wang Peng squatted before a stall selling various odd stones, lifting a black, pockmarked volcanic rock. How much for this volcanic stone? He inquired. Chen Luo activated his data vision, his gaze calmly sweeping over each stall. Most items before him appeared as unremarkable data. Ordinary Pokeball, red-white ball. Quality, average. Durability, 78. Description, the most common device for capturing Pokemon. Beginner Fire-type Energy Cube, small bottle. Quality, acceptable. Energy, moderate. Impurities, minor. Description, suitable for daily energy supplementation of Fire-type Pokemon. Unknown herb, dried. Quality, unknown. Energy reaction, weak. Description, the root of a commonly found herb, of little value. Occasionally, he encountered some overpriced antiques or mysterious fossils, touted by the vendors, but the data vision revealed them to be modern replicas or ordinary rocks. Chen Luo shook his head in dismay at the vendors' exaggerated claims. Luo, come look at this. Guiyang exclaimed excitedly, squeezed in front of a stall selling assorted items. He held a palm-sized, antiquely designed, dark red badge resembling a bird Pokemon-esque wing. The vendor claims this is the courage badge of the ancient warrior eagle, embodying indomitable will. Just look at the patina and the texture, definitely an old relic. Chen Luo's gaze flickered over the badge. Unknown alloy badge, antiqued. Material, copper zinc alloy. Era, modern, last week. Energy reaction, none. Description, a factory-produced souvenir, lacking special value. This badge is even younger than you. Chen Luo remarked casually. Chapter 15. It runs, he chases. It takes flight, yet cannot fly. Chen Luo's nonchalant comment instantly froze the excitement on Guiyang's face. The ancient badge he had been cradling felt as if it had suddenly become scalding hot. What? Younger than me? Guiyang's voice escalated an octave, incredulously staring at the vendor. The vendor, a gaunt middle-aged man with shifty eyes, immediately retorted, "Don't listen to him, young man. This is a family heirloom. See this?" "Sir," Chen Luo interjected, "the copper zinc alloy shows unmistakable modern craftsmanship. The antiquing method is merely basic acid etching and smoking. I'd say it's barely a week old." The vendor, caught off guard by Chen Luo's precise observation, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his face shifting from pale to flush, while a few onlookers stifled their laughter. Guiyang dejectedly tossed the badge back onto the stall. "Ah, the treachery of mankind. The treachery of mankind. Almost fell for it," he lamented. Chen Luo chuckled, disregarding the embarrassed vendor, and continued to activate his data vision as he scanned the stalls. The majority of items remained unremarkable, with the occasional item of slightly higher value still priced exorbitantly, leaving no room for bargains. "Come, my friend, take a look at this. A top-tier water stone. It will ensure your water-type Pokemon achieves the most perfect evolution," another vendor enthusiastically shouted, brandishing a stone that shimmered with a beautiful blue hue under the light. Wang Peng and Lu Guanzhong approached to inspect it. The water stone not only aids in evolution but also refines the energy of water-type Pokemon, enhancing its purity, the vendor proclaimed. Chen Luo's gaze swept over the stone. Name, quality water stone. Quality, good. Energy purity, above average. He whispered to Wang Peng and the others. The energy purity is decent, but at this price, it's nothing short of extortion. Damn it. I was almost tempted, Wang Peng remarked with a click of his tongue. Hey Chen Luo, how do you discern the authenticity of these items, even being able to accurately determine their energy purity? Wang Peng inquired, curiosity piqued. Chen Luo made a mysterious gesture. It is nothing but diligence and a thirst for knowledge. Read more, observe more, and you too shall possess such skills. Would he dare reveal to Wang Peng that he had a data vision? Keep bragging. If you said you had a system, I might believe you. But claiming that you read more? Even my shrimp minion wouldn't buy that. Wang Peng teased, his suspicion growing. Was it possible that he had uncovered something? Chen Luo was taken aback that Wang Peng had seemingly grasped his secret. How frightening, such depth concealed beneath the surface. After perusing the stalls, Chen Luo found nothing of particular use. After all, he could procure these items at the Elven department store. There was nothing that truly captured his interest. Moreover, the current battle system of the League was highly developed, with Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, and Dynamax already established. In the Dongwang League, the primary battle system utilized was Mega Evolution. Unlike other novel protagonists who casually stumbled upon Mega Stones or Keystone, such fortunes were rarer than encountering a champion-caliber Dratini. Most Megastones and Keystones were firmly held by the League and prominent families. However, there remained scattered evolution stones across the globe. Perhaps under Arceus' blessing, one might serendipitously find an evolution stone hidden in some corner. At that moment, Lu Guanzhong paused at an inconspicuous stall. This vendor setup was quite rudimentary, with only a piece of deep blue, worn velvet fabric laid on the ground. Scattered haphazardly on the stall were several stones, their colors muted and shapes irregular, alongside an assortment of peculiar shells and fragments of coral that appeared to have been gathered from the seaside. The vendor, an elderly man sporting reading glasses and wearing a faded, sweat-stained shirt, was engrossed in a tattered book illuminated by a dim bulb hanging from the stall, seemingly indifferent to the passing customers. "Old man, how much for these stones?" Lu Guanzhong inquired, crouching down to examine a fist-sized stone, gray and dusty, its surface still bearing traces of earth. This stone seemed utterly unremarkable, akin to rubble scavenged from a construction site. Without lifting his gaze, the old man replied languidly, 5,000 for a piece from the left pile. As for the shells and coral on the right, you may take them if you wish. Lu Guanzhong held up the very stone from the left pile. Chen Luo's attention was drawn to Lu Guanzhong, and instinctively, he activated his data eye to analyze the stone. The information erupted in his mind like a thunderclap. Item name, Malevolent Slate, Fragment. Status, Energy Convergent State. Energy Purity, Unknown. Description, one of the 18 slates of the creator god Arceus. This slate shattered for reasons unknown, scattering across the world. Chen Luo froze in place, suppressing his excitement as he slowly crouched beside Lu Guanzhong. "Old man, 5,000 for such a small stone? Isn't that a bit excessive?" The elderly vendor glanced up at Chen Luo with a hoarse voice. "That's the price. If you don't want it, seek elsewhere. Chen Luo turned to Lu Guanzhong. Guanzhong, this stone is quite appealing to me. If you don't want it, I'll purchase it. Lu Guanzhong handed the fragment of the malevolent slate to Chen Luo. Here you go, Luo Gu. Such camaraderie. Chen Luo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, realizing that even if Lu Guanzhong was aware of the stone's significance, he would have unhesitatingly gifted it to him. The bond of brotherhood they shared was akin to the loyalty celebrated in the tale of the Peach Blossom Spring. My good brother, I'll treat you to your favorite scallion duck pancakes next time. Chen Luo patted Lu Guanzhong's shoulder with enthusiasm. Lu Guanzhong, grinning foolishly, replied, Sure. Thanks, Luo Gu. Old man, I'll send the payment your way, Chen Luo said, swiftly scanning the payment code on his phone. Fearful that the elderly man might change his mind, the old man merely nodded in acknowledgement and returned to his book, seemingly unconcerned. Chen Luo scanned the other items on the stall, noting that they were a mix of genuine and counterfeit, with nothing particularly remarkable. He stifled his excitement, stowing the fragment of the malevolent slate away, deciding against further browsing. Today's acquisition was nothing short of divine providence, he thought, as if Arceus himself had descended to place the treasure directly into his hands. The immense joy left him slightly dazed. Glancing sideways at Lu Guanzhong, who was discussing the earlier stone with Wang Peng, a ridiculous and somewhat envious thought surged within him. Could this guy be Arceus' own son? Were it not for Lu Guanzhong, he might not have noticed this seemingly inconspicuous stall at all. Chen Luo, are you all right? Your face looks awfully red, Wang Peng remarked, scrutinizing him with suspicion. You're ecstatic over a mere rock. Just moments ago, you were boasting about your extensive knowledge. Now you've been duped, haven to you? This is clearly just a worthless stone. Get out of here. Chen Luo quickly shoved the slate fragment into his waist pouch. What do you know? This piece resonates with my artistic sensibilities. Do you comprehend the value of art? Art. At that moment, Guiyang, having abandoned his own search, appeared to believe that everything was genuine. Luo Ge, what did you buy? Let me see. Let us discuss it back at the dorm. It's too crowded here. Chen Luo had lost interest in further exploration and signaled to the three to head back to school. Observing Chen Luo's evident excitement, which he desperately tried to conceal, Wang Peng and Guiyang exchanged glances, both convinced that something was amiss. Lu Guanzhong, however, continued to smile innocently, seemingly oblivious to the stone's significance and simply delighted to assist Chen Luo and anticipate the forthcoming scallion duck pancakes. As they made their way back, laughter and chatter filled the air. Noticing that there was still ample time, Chen Luo suggested they grab a bite to eat, eager to celebrate his newfound treasure. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a flash of fiery red darted past, snapping up the pouch containing the fragment of the malevolent slate. What the? Chen Luo exclaimed, realizing it was a fiery Meowth. The creature was in a frenzy, its body arched like a bow, its fiery black fur bristling. It seemed irresistibly drawn to the energy of the malevolent slate, incinerating the pouch to ashes and fleeing with the fragment. Chen Luo took off in pursuit. Losing the slate would be more painful than losing his first kiss. Damn it, stop right there, he shouted, sprinting after the creature. Though he knew he could never match the speed of the Meowth. The chase continued for over an hour, with Chen Luo bewildered by his own speed, surpassing even the legendary bolt of his past life. His stamina exceeded that of trained athletes. Eventually, he found himself at the edge of Jiangqing Forest, a habitat for wild Pokémon, where elite-level Pokémon dwelled, posing significant danger to a novice trainer like him. If he were to encounter docile Pokémon, it might be manageable, but facing creatures like Beedrill or a swarm of them would likely be fatal. This was not an anime. It was the real world, where Beedrill could indeed kill. Each year, many fell victim to their venomous stings. The fiery Meowth, clutching the fragment, glared at Chen Luo. Come forth, black-eyed croc. You run, huh? Why aren't you running now? Commanded Chen Luo, as he called forth his Pokémon to trap the Meowth with Sand Tomb. The creature was instantly ensnared. Just as Chen Luo prepared to issue further commands, a deafening crack of thunder echoed overhead. A narrow blue rift appeared above him, and a powerful suction pulled Chen Luo, black-eyed croc, and the Meowth into the air. Holy! Chapter 16. The grumpy Dragonite Mayor. High-intensity spatial energy fluctuations have been detected in the southeastern region of Jiangqing Forest, indicating the emergence of a new secret realm. Mayor, it's bad. Several gym-level Pokémon have burst forth from the latest secret realm and are now heading towards the city. Mayor Gung Yu immediately ordered, notify all gym-level trainers in Jiangcheng to head to the southeastern side of Jiangqing Forest and ensure they prevent any entry into the city. We must protect the citizens at all costs. Also, contact the League for assistance. We cannot manage the secret realm alone. Who knows if legendary Pokémon are lurking within? Gung Yu had to make early preparations. After all, the secret realm of the southern region had claimed numerous lives in the past, with many elite and dojo-level Pokemon falling victim. Among the formidable entities within the southern region's secret realm was the second-tier deity, Zapdos. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames as a man in his 30s, riding atop the majestic creature, launched an attack against a rampaging Rampardos. The Rampardos, gathering a massive boulder in front of its chest, hurled it skyward towards the Charizard. It was a rock cannon, a formidable move. Be cautious, old Joe. Joe Foam, perched upon the Charizard, was acutely aware of the threat posed by this rock-type attack, knowing that even a single strike could incapacitate his Pokemon. Moreover, he was up against a Rampardos with a minimum level of 60, which demanded his utmost focus. Hypno, use Confusion. Hypno-S spoons crossed, emanating a green luminescence as it struck down the Rampardos, which was still in the process of gathering its rocky projectile. Its principally, reinforcements from Jiangxing University have arrived. A piercing metallic screech tore through the air as a crimson figure shot forth like a cannonball. Be careful, Li Lao. It's a Scyther. Hypno, defend. Hypno conjured a green energy shield, successfully blocking the incoming attack. Psychic. Hypno then unleashed a powerful psychic blast that sent the Scyther flying several meters away. In addition to the Rampardos and Scyther, there was also a Nidoking and Nidoqueen, currently intercepted by a dojo-level Blastoise and a Bowstaff. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Bowstaff, Heavy Slam. The Nidoking and Nidoqueen retaliated fiercely, unleashing Earth power in tandem. If it weren't for Blastoise's timely defense, the quadruple-weak Bowstaff might have succumbed to the onslaught. Damn, that was close. These two have forced abilities. If they weren't so difficult to tame, I would VE captured them without hesitation, remarked Bowstaff's trainer. Don't let your guard down. Ice Beam is coming, shouted the Blastoise trainer. Boys, let us put in more effort and send these Pokemon back to the secret realm. Li Dingshan proclaimed from atop his Pidgeot. With his involvement, the scales of victory seemed to tip in their favor. The trainers rallied, their commands growing increasingly resolute. Suddenly, the spatial energy at the entrance of the secret realm contracted to its utmost limit, then violently expanded in a manner reminiscent of a supernova explosion. A terrifying pressure, capable of freezing souls, surged forth like a tangible tsunami. All Pokemon present momentarily froze, their movements halted. The air felt as though it had solidified into lead, heavy enough to stifle breath. This pressure surpassed that of dojo-level Pokemon. Li Dingshan shouted, retreat. It's a champion-level Pokemon. A roar that defied description, akin to a sound that could rend the very heavens, erupted from the depths of the secret realm. This was no ordinary roar. It bore the weight of tangible dragon might, as dark red sound waves radiated outward from the entrance like waves of destruction. With a crack and a rumble, the trees near the entrance splintered like fragile matchsticks, and the ground was scraped bare, sending debris flying and generating a lethal shockwave. It's a colossal roar. Joe Foam, atop his Charizard, shielded himself from the debris. Why does this roar carry the essence of a dragon? Before their eyes, a massive, fearsome, greenish-blue silhouette gradually emerged from the spatial rift. It was Dragonite. Its enormous head, adorned with sharp horns, turned slightly, its vertical pupils sweeping across the surroundings. With a powerful gathering of dragon energy, Dragonite launched a sphere brimming with potent energy skyward. Li Dingshan's pupils constricted in alarm. This is bad. It's a Draco Meteor. Quickly release all the Pokemon and prepare to defend. His command rang out like thunder. He released 2 more Pokemon. Hypno, be ready to teleport. Brass Tower, initiate wide area defense. The Sun Pokemon also activated its shield. A Poké Ball burst forth in a brilliant flash as the colossal Brass Tower crashed to the ground, its ancient body illuminating with a heavy, earthy hue, raising a massive wall of light. The Sun Pokemon swiftly engaged its defensive capabilities as well. Other trainers unleashed their Pokemon, all employing defensive maneuvers. The green energy illuminated the dark night more brightly. Hundreds of meteors, imbued with catastrophic power, rained down upon the trainers and their Pokemon, reminiscent of a judgment from the depths of the cosmos. The meteors streaked across the night sky, their fiery tails tearing through the darkness, distorting the air in their wake. Each meteor that collided with the energy shield erupted in dazzling brilliance, akin to a magnificent, yet deadly fireworks display. The commotion was so immense that even the residents in the city could hear it. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? It seems like a powerful Pokemon is unleashing its skills. The life energy of a champion-level Pokemon far surpassed that of dojo-level beings. The distinction between level 69 and level 70 was monumental. Even if all the dojo-level Pokemon present combined their strength, they would still fall short against this champion-level Dragonite. The defense barely withstood Dragonite's Draco Meteor, prompting Li Dingshan to instruct Hypno. Hypno, attempt to communicate with this Dragonite. Inform it that we mean no harm. As long as it returns to the secret realm, we won't harm it. Hypno nodded in agreement. Using its psychic abilities, Hypno transmitted a message to the furious Dragonite, who, despite its rage, still retained a sliver of reason. What is the situation, Hypno? Li Lao, don't even ask. It's bound to be a failure. The Dragon God is about to dive. Zhou Feng interjected. Li Dingshan glanced up to see Dragonite transforming into a massive ethereal dragon, hurtling towards them. What? You mean to say we disturbed its slumber? Li Dingshan learned from Hypno that this Dragonite had been peacefully sleeping. It had initially ignored the commotion, but the battle between the dojo trainers and the Pokemon had awakened it. Driven to the brink, Dragonite emerged from the secret realm, seeking tranquility in this world. Li Dingshan felt overwhelmed. Who would have thought that a champion-level Pokemon could be incited to wrath over a simple disturbance during its sleep? What is going on here? Is this still our homeland? Towering trees draped in velvety moss of the deepest green swayed gently. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting countless beams of golden light. In the distance, the chirping of birds and the babbling of streams could be faintly heard. Chen Luo rubbed his sore back. Black-Eyed Croc, are you there? Black-Eyed. A slightly plaintive voice emerged from the nearby thicket of enormous ferns. A crocodilian head, covered in rough scales, cautiously peeked out. It was indeed the Black-Eyed Croc. Black-Eyed Croc. Are you injured? Black-Eyed. The black-eyed crocodile shook its head and nestled against Chen Luo's leg, warily surveying the overly beautiful surroundings. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Luo. What about that fiery spotted cat that snatched my slate? He immediately began to search anxiously around him. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby dense grass. Both Chen Luo and the black-eyed crocodile instantly became alert, holding their breath. From the shadows emerged a disheveled figure, black and crimson, cautiously making its way forward. It still clutched tightly in its mouth a dull, inconspicuous fragment of the sinister slate. The fiery spotted cat seemed to have just recovered from the impact, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. However, as its gaze fell upon Chen Luo not far away, it instantly became vigilant. Meow? Their eyes locked, and the air seemed to freeze. Chen Luo raised his hands in a gesture of non-aggression, saying, Fiery spotted cat, we've been running for quite some time now, and we're all weary. Let us strike a deal. That thing you're holding is of no use to you. How about you hand it over to me? The fiery spotted cat emitted a low, threatening growl from its throat. Meow? It crouched slightly, poised to flee or fight at any moment. It seemed negotiation was out of the question. The black-eyed crocodile, with its fearsome visage, stood ready. Meanwhile, in the Jiangxing forest battlefield, a devastating dragon shadow surged toward everyone. Magic illuminated the air, bronze bells resounded, and cannon blasts echoed. Fire-breathing dragons, dragon waves, wind-speed dogs, and lava snails spewed flames. Water-splashing turtles, mosquito frogs, and freezing beams of light converged. Sharp stone attacks and explosive fireballs intertwined as they surged toward the rampaging dragon god. Yet, all these attacks were effortlessly dispelled by the descending dragon god. Damn it, this is utterly futile. Zhou Feng cursed as he watched the rampaging dragon approach rapidly. At that moment, the many spirits were insufficient to defend once more. All that remained was to teleport. Li Dingshan sighed. Blaziken, unleash your flames. A pillar of fire, akin to a colossal column, instantaneously engulfed the rampaging dragon. My apologies, but your duck-billed dragon barbecue from Jiangxing was simply too delectable. I couldn't resist having a bite on the way. Hope it didn't cause any delay. Chapter 17. I am simply a Superman. Within the secret realm, Chen Luo activated his data eye on the fiery spotted cat. Spirit, fiery spotted cat. Level, 11. Gender, male. Attribute, fire. Characteristic, intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entering, reducing their attack power. Description, if pursued incessantly, it becomes reluctant to open its heart. Even if it grows close to others, excessive intimacy is strictly prohibited. Remarks, originally devoid of evil attributes. It has been suppressed by a powerful dark energy, causing its innate fire energy to manifest in torment. Wait a moment. Chen Luo glanced again and realized he wasn't dizzy from the fall. Truly, a blessing in disguise. Today, it seems, I've encountered a stroke of luck. I never anticipated that the fiery spotted cat, which snatched my slate fragment, would be of such elite caliber. My apologies, but I shall be collecting both you and the slate. Black-eyed crocodile, use. Let us go with Scratch. Chen Luo, observing the fiery little cat before him, ultimately chose the most fundamental physical attack command. He was concerned that a more powerful skill might injure the fiery spotted cat. After all, its condition appeared quite dire, with its eyes betraying a blend of wariness and an unmistakable hint of pain. Black Eye. The black-eyed crocodile growled, its hind legs propelling it forward like a streak of brown lightning, claws glinting ominously as they struck down. Scratch. However, the elite-quality fiery spotted cat possessed instincts far surpassing its level. Despite its poor condition, its reflexes were astonishingly swift. Meow. The fiery spotted cat nimbly leaped back, narrowly evading the black-eyed crocodile's claws. Yet, after enduring so many battles, the black-eyed crocodile was not about to let a wounded fiery spotted cat escape. It lunged forward, claws glowing with white light. One swipe sent the fiery spotted cat tumbling to the ground. Meow. Chen Luo first picked up the fragment of the sinister slate, placing it cautiously into his pocket. Then he cradled the fiery spotted cat and retrieved a high-grade healing spray from his belongings, applying it to the cat's wounds. Meow. Fiery spotted cat. I harbor no ill will towards you. I understand that you sought the sinister slate to suppress the dark energy within yourself. As a fire type, you now possess energy far more potent than your own attribute, and that must be causing you immense pain. Chen Luo gently stroked the fiery spotted cat. Moreover, I must say, petting you feels quite delightful. The fiery spotted cat tilted its head, gazing at Chen Luo. To its surprise, this human seemed to comprehend its plight. Despite the pain, the fiery spotted cat resisted and pushed Chen Luo's hand away. Meow. The sound seemed to convey a message of indifference. At that moment, the ever-vigilant black-eyed crocodile suddenly emitted a rapid, threatening growl. It whipped around, mouth agape, as dazzling lightning erupted from its sharp teeth. A chilling roar accompanied the emergence of a stout figure covered in purple-black diamond scales, launching itself from the ferns. Its triangular head was held high, the terrifying ghostly patterns on its neck expanding to their fullest. Its cold, slitted pupils fixated intently on the black-eyed crocodile, which had just finished its battle and was still catching its breath. Chen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. The instant the Arbok appeared, he instinctively focused his mind. A stream of information floated before his eyes. Spirit, Arbok. Level, 36. Gender, female. Attribute, poison. Characteristic, intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entering, reducing their attack power. Qualification, elite. Skills, bite, glare, acid, glare, poison tail, sludge bomb, iron tail, wrap, poison sting. Inherited skill, ambush. Additional skills learned, none. Held item, none. Description, scares opponents by contracting and expanding its neck. It will ensnare prey when they are frightened, injecting them with venom. The black-eyed crocodile's thunder fawn, though executed with speed, was no match for Arbok's swiftness. Its body contorted at a cunning angle, narrowly dodging the electric fangs. Immediately following, its robust tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking the black-eyed crocodile's side with a resounding crack. Iron tail. Watch out, black-eyed. Chen Luo's pupils dilated as his heart leaped into his throat. The black-eyed crocodile was sent flying by the force of the iron tail, crashing against a tree. Black Eye. Without hesitation, Chen Luo scooped up the fiery spotted cat in his left arm and swiftly dashed toward the black-eyed crocodile, cradling it in his right arm. With inhuman speed, he made a hasty retreat. Arbok pursued them fiercely. We're done for. We're done for. Chen Luo sprinted in an absurd posture, holding the fiery spotted cat in one arm and supporting the black-eyed crocodile with the other. I feel like a Superman right now. At the critical juncture of life and death, Chen Luo's mind inexplicably conjured a moment of self-praise, a purely neurotic reaction entwined with adrenaline and fear. He had never imagined that he could run so swiftly while clutching two sprites. Chen Luo unleashed astonishing potential, racing through the rugged terrain of the forest. He leaped over several colossal fallen trees with remarkable agility. The abominable beast emitted an enraged roar, relentlessly pursuing him and crushing the low-hanging branches without losing speed. Suddenly, a vast expanse of purple spores, exuding an oddly sweet fragrance, wafted from a cluster of giant mushrooms ahead. Oh no, Parasect! Chen Luo quickly altered his course. Inhaling even a single spore of Parasect would surely lead to his transformation into the abominable beast's excrement today. Hiss! The abominable beast, hindered by its line of sight, plunged into the cloud of spores. A golden opportunity. Chen Luo dashed into the edge of a wetland adorned with enormous lotus leaves. The muddy ground drastically reduced his speed. Gurgle, gurgle. A few blue lotus bud sprites were startled, popping their heads out of the puddles, curiously observing the disheveled human and the struggling sprites in his arms. One seemed particularly amused and shot a small jet of water at him. After running for a while, Chen Luo discovered that the abominable beast had not caught up. Only then did he release the panic-stricken Fire Meow and the injured black-eyed Croc. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by an immense sense of fatigue and relief, akin to a tidal wave flooding over him. Phew, that was close. You scared me to death. Chen Luo took out a high-grade healing spray and applied it to the black-eyed Croc. You should return to your Pokeball and rest for a while. He recalled the black-eyed Croc into its Pokeball, then took out a high-grade Pokeball and tossed it directly onto Fire Meow's head. And you too. Any issues can be discussed later. Meow? Fire Meow attempted to struggle, but with its current stamina, escape was utterly impossible. The high-grade Pokeball shook a couple of times before successfully capturing Fire Meow. Well, I suppose this counts as a blessing in disguise. Chen Luo slowly stood up, surveying his surroundings. As for conversing with Fire Meow, joking around after it had been captured in its Pokeball was simply futile. Meng Yan's arrival, with a single fiery blast that incinerated the dragon shadow, instilled fear throughout the venue, temporarily alleviating the deadly threat posed by the violent Charizard to Li Dingshan and the other gym trainers. However, the Charizard, awakened from its beautiful dream and burned, had long since lost its reason, leaving only a fury bent on destruction. Roar! The charred, deep scar on the Charizard's greenish shell was a sight to behold. It spread its wings in fury, its crimson dragon eyes locking onto the diminutive human below. Once more, it began to gather a heart-stopping surge of dragon energy, this time targeting Meng Yan. In the face of the Charizard's furious charge, Meng Yan remained remarkably composed. He lazily patted his stomach, as though the earlier colossal strike had merely been a warm-up, a hint of regret for unfinished delicacies lingering at the corner of his mouth. What a nuisance. I detest those who disturb my meals. He casually dug at his ear, yet his gaze instantly sharpened like a blade, directed at the Blaziken standing beside him. In that look, there were no commands, only absolute trust and an unspoken understanding. Blaziken, let us swiftly resolve this. I haven't had my fill of that previous barbecue yet. Blaziken's keen eyes mirrored its trainer's resolve, its fervent fighting spirit rising like tangible flames around it. The invisible bond between Meng Yan and Blaziken shone with unprecedented brilliance. Meng Yan raised his right hand, the keystone bracelet on his wrist erupting with a kaleidoscope of evolutionary light. Simultaneously, the megastone embedded in Blaziken's chest resonated, releasing an equally resplendent glow. The two beams of light connected like a bridge transcending time and space. With unquenchable flames as proof and the fiery intensity of their bond as a guide, Meng Yan's voice soared, imbued with undeniable authority and surging passion, as if reciting an ancient battle hymn. Answer my call, transcend the limits of evolution, mega evolution. Chapter 18. Well, it seems I have to work overtime again. The indescribable light of evolution instantaneously enveloped Blaziken completely. The radiance was so intense that Li Dingshan, Zhou Feng, and the others had to squint their eyes. Within the cocoon of light, Blaziken's form rapidly ascended, metamorphosing. The light erupted. A brand new visage descended with a shock. Mega Blaziken. Its once orange-red feathers deepened in hue, resembling solidified lava, with edges dancing with eternally flickering golden flames. The feathers atop its head stood tall like a burning crown, sharp as blades. Most notably, its powerful legs were adorned with swirling rings of flame, reminiscent of a fiery tempest. Its entire being seemed to consist of the purest essence of flame, radiating an overwhelming heat capable of incinerating all. Following this, its speed boost ability activated, significantly enhancing Mega Blaziken's speed. Chamo. Mega Blaziken emitted a resounding battle cry that pierced the heavens. Just as Mega Blaziken completed its evolution, Charizard unleashed its fully charged Dragon Pulse in a deafening roar. A robust, deep purple beam of dragon energy tore through the air, hurtling towards Mega Blaziken with the force to annihilate anything in its path. Blaziken. Meng Yan's voice was calm and unperturbed, as if commanding a routine training session. Flare Blitz. The instant the command was given, Mega Blaziken sprang into action. It did not choose to confront the attack head-on. Instead, it transformed into a pure golden-red streak of light. So swift was its movement that it left a distinct trail of flames in its wake. Boom. Charizard's Dragon Pulse crashed violently into the ground, reducing the entire area to dust. Smoke and flames surged into the sky. Yet Mega Blaziken's true form had long since vanished from that spot. It appeared as if it had teleported, now positioned above the massive head of Charizard, enveloped in the all-consuming golden-red flames. It resembled a meteor of fire descending from the heavens. The terrifying speed imparted an overwhelming force, causing the air to burst with unbearable pressure. Flare blitz. Roar. Charizard could only manage to swivel its eyes, terrified as it watched the fatal flames rapidly enlarge within its pupils. Boom. The golden-red meteor of flame struck Charizard's side with tremendous force. The resounding explosion echoed through the skies. The violent shockwave of flames expanded in a circular fashion, toppling trees in the vicinity. Charizard emitted a thunderous roar of agony. Its massive body slammed against the ground by the unyielding force, carving an even deeper trench than before. Its scales on the side of its face shattered, leaving a charred mess. Chamo. Mega Blaziken, utilizing the rebound from the impact, gracefully performed a backflip, landing securely atop a surviving tree. The flames encircling its ankles flickered fiercely, its gaze coldly surveying the writhing Charizard below. Roar. The consecutive injuries had completely ignited Charizard's ferocity. The excruciating pain and humiliation drove it into a frenzy. It struggled to rise, disregarding its injuries, its wings thrashing wildly, summoning a tempest. In its scarlet dragon eyes lingered only a desire for annihilation. It yearned to shred this accursed Charizard. The fierce light emanating from the claws of the Dragonite transformed its entire form into an even more solid and ferocious dragon apparition. This time, it summoned all of its might. The dragon god dove down. With a wrathful strike, the dragon's shadow surged upward with the force capable of crushing mountains, soaring towards the treetops where the Mega Blaziken awaited. The terrifying dragon's might rendered the watching Pokémon below breathless. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, Meng Yan's lips curled into a defiant smile. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. With a resounding cry, the Mega Blaziken unleashed a piercing shriek that echoed like thunder. The ring of flames encircling its ankle erupted with the brilliance of the sun. In an astonishing leap, Mega Blaziken ascended above the Dragonite, its golden-red form tracing a perfect arc in the air. The right foot, ablaze with hellfire, struck down like the whip of divine retribution towards the head of the dragon apparition. Blaze Kick. The collision reverberated like the collision of two planets. The golden-red inferno clashed violently with the deep purple shadow of destruction. A terrifying energy storm erupted instantaneously. The blinding light left all spectators momentarily sightless. The shockwave swept through the surroundings like a tsunami. The forest below appeared as if ravaged by an invisible giant hand, uprooting and shattering entire clusters of trees. As the brilliance and dust gradually settled, Mega Blaziken hovered steadily in the air, its ankle flames still burning, though dimmed, and it breathed heavily, its sharp gaze fixed below. On the ground lay a massive charred crater, several dozen meters in diameter. The colossal body of Dragonite lay sprawled within, entirely scorched, its wings drooping helplessly, and its crimson eyes devoid of focus. Its cataclysmic dive had been obliterated by a single, masterful Blaze Kick from Mega Blaziken. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Only the crackling of flames and the faint gasps of the Dragonite echoed through the stillness. Fire-type Master Meng Yan, with overwhelming force, had utterly defeated a frenzied, legendary-level Dragonite in merely 2 strikes. Meng Yan strolled over to Mega Blaziken, stretching lazily. All done, time to wrap up. Blaziken, return to normal. He patted the solid shoulder of Blaziken. Shall we head back for that delectable duck-billed fire barbecue? I know I've had it many times, but I can't resist. In a flash of 7 colors, Mega Blaziken reverted to its normal state, yet its formidable aura remained captivating. Is this the strength of the Fire-type Master? Battling a legendary-level Dragonite seems almost trivial. Indeed, the gap to become a master is far from negligible, Zhou Feng mused. Li Dingshan squinted and remarked. There are distinctions in the strength of masters, and they are influenced by their trainer's bonds, condition, and emotions. Unless it's a Pokemon of exceptionally high life levels, ordinary wild legendary Pokemon stand no chance against a master-level trainer. Although Master Meng Yan is relatively young, his talent is truly remarkable. Meng Yan approached the gathered crowd and said, "It's been a while, Li Lao." Li Dingshan nodded slightly. "Master Meng, your Blaziken has improved significantly." Meng Yan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing much, just the usual. By the way, quickly return these Pokemon to the secret realm and initiate lockdown. Wait for the League's technical personnel to arrive and organize an exploration." Li Dingshan nodded. "As you command, Master." Just as Li Dingshan prepared to call for Gung to handle the situation, Vice Principal Ma Zhong called in. "Principal, we have a serious problem." "What happened? Why are you so frantic? Didn't I tell you? Don't panic in a crisis." Ma Zhong took a moment to compose himself and said, "Just now, The class counselor Wang Jing from class 3 of the first year informed me that a student reported that Chen Luo ran out of the city chasing a fire meow, apparently towards the southeast direction of Jiangqing Forest. Isn't that the area where the rift to the secret realm just opened? Oh no. How long ago was this? Li Dingshan inquired. About 2.5 hours ago, Ma Zhong replied. Li Dingshan calculated the time in his mind, a wave of anxiety washing over him. That was the only son of the Dark-type master, and an incident occurring in his own school. How could he not be alarmed? What's wrong, Li Lao? Zhou Feng asked from the side. Li Dingshan exhaled deeply. A student from our school may have been swept into the secret realm due to some unforeseen circumstances. Meng Yin sighed, pressing his forehead. Great, looks like I'm in for more work. Li Dingshan addressed the trainers present, esteemed trainers. This matter concerns the safety of a child's life. I hope you can assist me in entering the secret realm to find that child. I apologize for the trouble. Zhou Feng and several other trainers nodded in agreement. What Li Lao said is absolutely right. Rescuing the vulnerable and aiding the common folk is inherent to our duties as gym trainers. Meng Yin stretched lazily. Then what are we waiting for? The sooner we find them, the sooner we can finish up. Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings. He carefully secured the Ultra Ball containing the fire meow at his waist and checked the Poké Ball containing the black-eyed crocodile. Although the black-eyed crocodile was severely injured, the high-grade healing medicine had worked wonders. Coupled with the restorative properties of the Poké Ball, its breathing had stabilized, and it was now peacefully asleep. Only then did he truly relax and begin to scrutinize the marshland around him. Where on earth am I? Am I destined to be trapped here for eternity? He recalled reading novels in his previous life where some individuals became trapped in secret realms for 10 or even 8 years. This won't do. A bright future awaits me, and I can't remain here indefinitely. The sound of Chen Luo's footsteps resonated distinctly in the eerie silence. He walked steadily along the path. A few huntail fluttered gracefully through the air, adorned with feathers resembling sparkling stardust. Delicate natural sparrows flitted about, some resting on drooping crystalline vines. Their curious eyes darted around, keenly observing Chen Luo, the intruder. They emitted faint, almost imperceptible chirps, akin to morning dew falling upon leaves. At the gnarled roots, Chen Luo initially mistook a few oddly shaped rocks or small deformed shrubs for mere stones. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to realize they were camouflaged Bonesley and Pseudowudo. After walking for about half an hour, he encountered a massive lake. A few tadpoles frolicked at the water's edge, and to Chen Luo's surprise, the lead among them was a toxicroak. Even the bottom of the lake was visible, where several Magikarp and Gyarados swam joyfully. Thankfully, the Pokemon he had encountered thus far had been relatively friendly. Had he crossed paths with a vicious Pokemon like a Gyarados, he would have been in dire straits. Chen Luo had chased the fire meow for quite a while, only to be pursued by a Gyarados for an equally long time. His throat felt dry from the exertion. He paid no heed to water safety, for the waters of the Pokemon world are remarkably pristine. Even the tadpoles of the species known as the Mankey, which demand high water quality, frolicked by the lakeside. The arrival of Chen Luo had no discernible impact on these creatures. I shall partake first as a gesture of respect, he exclaimed. Ah, this water is truly delightful. Come forth, Krogunk and Fire Meow, do indulge in some water as well. Krogunk chirped happily, cautiously approaching the lake's surface to sip delicately. In contrast, Fire Meow exhibited a strong reluctance, clearly resisting Chen Luo's insistent attempts to capture it. Meow? All right. Drink up first, and we shall tend to your wounds afterward. Surely, you don't wish to endure this suffering indefinitely. Just as Chen Luo was addressing Fire Meow, a concealed figure emerged upon the lake's surface. Chapter 19. Are you not the god of knowledge? Krogunk, take care while drinking. And as for you, Fire Meow, I still possess some energy cubes. Would you care for one? What is that? You refuse to consume dark-type food? My apologies. I had forgotten that your body is saturated with dark energy. Once we are outside, I shall procure some fire-type energy cubes for you. For now, you must make do with Krogunk's ground-type energy cube. Chen Luo watched with satisfaction as Fire Meow eagerly devoured the energy cube. His efforts had not been in vain. At least Fire Meow no longer harbored animosity towards him. Suddenly, Krogunk's demeanor shifted to one of acute alertness, prompting Fire Meow to cease its eating as both Pokemon warily gazed at the lake's surface. What is amiss? Is another powerful Pokemon about to appear? Chen Luo scanned the lake, but found nothing. Just as he began to relax, an indescribable, pure, and vast consciousness surged forth, akin to the clearest spring water, instantly cleansing the entire space. The lake, once a tranquil mirror, now rippled with layers of golden waves without warning. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Chen Luo, Fire Meow, Krogunk, and all the Pokemon by the lakeshore. The water near the small island began to rise as if cradled by an unseen hand. To their astonishment, a Pokemon emerged from the lake. Its form radiated a brilliant yellow, adorned with 3 triangular red gemstones as deep as the cosmos. Lacking discernible facial features, it exuded an aura of profound wisdom. It floated serenely about a foot above the water's surface, surrounded by shimmering golden ripples. Its body appeared to be composed of the purest light and psychic energy, emanating a calming essence that soothed the soul. "My goodness, it's Uxie!" Chen Luo exclaimed, overwhelmed by the extraordinary occurrences of the day. First, he encountered Arceus's malevolent slate, followed by a fire-type Pokemon of astonishing dark energy, and now, the god of knowledge, Uxie. Instinctively, he activated his data eye. Pokemon, Uxie, level 90, gender, genderless, type, psychic, ability, levitate, potential, level 2 deity, abilities, psychic, seal, amnesia, hypnosis beam, mysterious guard, power swap, defense swap, psychic, meditation, foresight, self-rebirth, light wall, reflect wall, support power, trick space, magic reflect, healing wave. Item none. Description: one of the 3 lake guardians, representing the knowledge of the legendary Pokemon of the lake, slumbering in the depths of lake wisdom. It embodies the crystallization of wisdom and spirituality in the universe, its will penetrating the mists of the mind, enlightening all wisdom, and maintaining the delicate balance of the spiritual realm. Such strength. This must indeed be lake wisdom. Chen Luo could not help but recall the tragic events associated with it. Uxie's colossal head slightly turned, fixing its gaze upon Chen Luo on the shore. A gentle yet clear stream of information flowed directly into Chen Luo's mind, not in words, but as an understanding that reached his very soul. "Human, you carry the essence of my father." "The essence of your father? Arceus?" Chen Luo realized, and promptly retrieved the fragment of the malevolent slate from his pocket. Raising it high, "Uxie, is this what you speak of?" Upon seeing the shard of the malevolent slate, Uxie's eyes sparkled with blue light. A powerful psychic force enveloped Chen Luo, lifting him into the air along with Croagunk and Fire Meow. Hey, Uxie, you are the Pokemon of wisdom. I advise you to refrain from any rash actions." Croagunk, Meow. Chen Luo felt no fear of harm from Uxie, for it was not an embodiment of malevolence. If it had been Yveltal, the sinister creature, he would have been preparing to restart. "Human, this is my father's malevolent slate, yet how is it reduced to mere fragments?" Uxie inquired, drawing Chen Luo and his 2 companions closer. Chen Luo shook his head. "I cannot say. I found it at a small stall in our world, and I know not why it is in pieces. I too wish to comprehend why the malevolent slate is but shards." As one of the lake guardians, "Do you not know what transpired with Arceus?" Chen Luo pressed. Uxie shook its head. "I cannot sense my father's essence. I know not how long I have slumbered in lake wisdom. Were it not for the resonance of my father's malevolent slate, I would not have awakened." "Oh, so my arrival here is linked to you." Chen Luo pondered how he had been drawn into this secret realm, realizing it was the essence of the malevolent slate that had summoned him. However, it was troubling that even Uxie, a direct subordinate of Arceus, could not discern his whereabouts. This seemed a grave matter. Chen Luo began to sense something significant. If Arceus's slate had shattered, how could the deity itself be faring? "Uxie, do you know where Amrito and Yaknamar?" Chen Luo inquired. Uxie continued to shake its head. "I only know they slumber in Lake Heart and Lake Resolve, respectively. Beyond that, I am unaware." "How is it that you know nothing? You are, after all, the god of knowledge." Chen Luo could not suppress his inner sarcasm. "Surely you must know why you are in slumber?" He continued. Uxie contemplated for a moment before responding. "Long ago, the Pokemon world entered this unfamiliar realm. My father led us, and it took centuries for us to find stability here. Afterward, my father decreed that Pokemon of divine status should not enter the human world freely. And so I have remained in slumber within Lake Wisdom. To this day, I cannot fathom how many years have passed. It was only upon your arrival, upon seeing the malevolent slate, that I began to suspect something was amiss with my father." Chen Luo felt incredulous. This was Arceus, the creator god. What calamity could befall such a being? "Wait, Uxie, you said you cannot sense Arceus. Can Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina sense him?" "Human, you are aware of the gods of time, space, and antimatter?" Uxie was astonished that this young human before it possessed knowledge of such matters. Chen Luo chuckled softly. "You are the deity of knowledge. Is this not what you have imparted to us?" He let out a hearty laugh. Yushi did not pursue the matter further, but instead addressed Chen Luo's earlier inquiry. "Indeed, the 3 deities cannot perceive our father's presence. After all, Yushi, Emeralder, and Arcgnome. being the closest companions of Arceus, are unable to sense his aura. Other legendary Pokemon are even less capable. Wait, Arceus is missing. If those three engage in battle, who will intervene? Chen Luo suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. A conflict among these three would be cataclysmic. A careless misstep could indeed obliterate this world. Yes, unless my father descends, no one can prevent the strife among the three deities. Goodness. Chen Luo felt another surge of frustration. Yushi reassured him, however, you need not be concerned. The three deities will not clash without cause. Human, your name is still unknown to me. Chen Luo. Yushi resumed speaking. Human, since you are aware of many legendary Pokemon, I wish to entrust you with a task. Entrust me? Chen Luo pointed to himself. Indeed. Chen Luo had a vague idea of what was being asked but still inquired. What is it? I must warn you, my abilities are limited. And there are certain things I cannot force. Yushi nodded. I wish to ask you to locate Imrildur and Arcanome. I seek to unite our powers to search for my father's essence. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo nodded. This is not a problem. But I cannot guarantee a swift resolution, as I do not know their whereabouts. However, I will exert my utmost effort to assist you. Yushi nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. Chen Luo. Following this, a droplet resembling water materialized from Yushi's psychic abilities and flew directly into Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo felt an unparalleled clarity in his thoughts. Concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly became comprehensible. He also discovered a significant enhancement in his mental acuity, capable of sensing any movement around the lake bed. Yushi explained, this is a droplet of knowledge, forged through my psychic power. Once you locate Imrildur and the others, simply call for me from within your heart, and I shall naturally manifest. Chen Luo nodded contentedly, pleasantly surprised at the benefits of accepting this task. Could it be that by undertaking more tasks from legendary Pokemon, he too could acquire psychic abilities? Suddenly, Chen Luo recalled something. By the way, Yushi, the dark energy within this child is overwhelmingly potent, constantly subjecting it to the torment of suppression. Can you assist it? He pointed to the bewildered Fire Meow beside him. Fire Meow was taken aback, not expecting Chen Luo to plead on its behalf to the deity of knowledge. Yushi used its psychic powers to probe Fire Meow's body. This matter is simple. I shall suppress its dark energy, and once it evolves into the blazing roar tiger, it will no longer suffer. As the words left Yushi's lips, its three ruby-like cores suddenly glowed with a profound blue light. Meow? Fire Meow instinctively recoiled. However, Yushi's power flowed like a gentle spring rain, effortlessly penetrating Fire Meow's form and accurately permeating its interior. Meow, huh? Fire Meow trembled violently, yet the anticipated pain of suppression did not arrive. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. Fire Meow's once tense body visibly relaxed, its spine, previously arched in agony, now eased. It gasped for air. No longer the strained, agonized breaths, but breaths filled with the ease of shedding a heavy burden after a long run. Meow? Fire Meow lifted its head, gazing at Chen Luo and then at the floating Yushi, its eyes filled with unprecedented confusion and a glimmer of gratitude. The torment that had plagued it for so long had truly lessened. Chapter 20. Are you cosplaying as Mischievous Panda? Done. Fire Meow, how do you feel? Chen Luo inquired. Fire Meow gazed at Chen Luo with a grateful look. Meow? The sound it emitted no longer bore any resistance. It had genuinely acknowledged Chen Luo. Thank you, Yushi. Chen Luo expressed. Yushi shook its head. No need for thanks. I sense that a human has entered the Lake of Wisdom. They must be here to seek you. Do not disclose matters regarding me or my father to anyone. I will now escort you away. Chen Luo, I entrust everything to you. Chen Luo nodded. Rest assured, Yushi. I will help you find Imrildur and Arcanome. Yushi's yellow head nodded, and then its psychic energy surged forth, directly transporting everyone, including Chen Luo, out of the Lake of Wisdom's realm. In the Jiangxing forest, the gym-level trainers and Meng Yin were left in utter bewilderment. What just happened? Zhou Feng scratched his head. How do we end up back outside? The entrance to the secret realm has vanished. Li Dingshan appeared somewhat dazed. Hudi informed him. A powerful surge of psychic energy just forcefully expelled us from the secret realm and closed the entrance. Oh no, Chen Luo. Li Dingshan suddenly recalled that Chen Luo was still inside. If Chen Luo were to be trapped there for eternity, the Dark-type champion would surely have his skin flayed. Huh. Who called my name? Chen Luo dusted off his pants, surveying his surroundings, and found only two familiar faces and Pokemon. Xiao Luo. Meng Yin gazed at Chen Luo in disbelief, utterly shocked that the missing student from Jiangxing Pokemon University was Chen Luo. When Li Dingshan had first mentioned the name, Meng Yin had assumed it was merely a coincidence. Little did he know it was indeed this boy. Hey, Uncle Meng, what brings you here? Chen Luo, unaware that they were searching for him, assumed they were merely exploring the secret realm. Chen Luo, are you alright? Li Dingshan rushed forward upon hearing Chen Luo and Meng Yan's calls. Principal? Chen Luo was somewhat bewildered to see that even the principal had come. I'm perfectly fine. He replied. That is good, that is good. Li Dingshan sighed in relief. He had been exceedingly worried about this little rascal. Meng Yan cleared his throat. Alright everyone. Let's disperse. I will handle this matter regarding the disappearance of the secret realm. I'll report it to the Alliance. Seeing that Meng Yan had spoken, the gym trainers released their flying Pokemon and took to the skies. At this point, only Meng Yan, Li Dingshan, and Chen Luo remained. Chen Luo recalled his black-eyed croc and fire meow, then asked, Uncle Meng, aren't you in Kyoto? How did you end up here? Meng Yan yawned. I was about to ask you the same. If you aren't in Kyoto, how did you come to Jiangsheng and even into the secret realm? Do your family members know? Chen Luo nodded. They know. They can easily investigate where I am. As for why I'm in Jiangsheng, it's obvious. I'm here for school. Our principal is right here. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Li Dingshan affirmed the truth. Indeed, Meng Tianwang, Chen Luo is one of the prodigious students at our school. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan erupted into hearty laughter. Him? A prodigy? Li Lao. You must be unaware that he was so timid as a child that he wouldn't even dare to touch a Pokemon. Meng uncle, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? I am no longer the Chen Luo of yesteryear, Chen Luo retorted, feeling a wave of embarrassment. It was surprising that Meng Yan, esteemed as a fire-type king, would indulge in such childish banter. Alright, enough of that. By the way, Xiao Luo, have you encountered anything noteworthy in the secret realm? Perhaps a formidable Pokemon? Due to the admonition from Yushi, Chen Luo merely replied that he had been relentlessly pursued by an Obris, without having met any powerful Pokemon. Well, if that's the case, let's forget it. Come on, Xiao Luo, let's go have some barbecue. The world is vast, and the greatest joy is to feast. Meng Yan exclaimed. Li Lao, would you care to join us? Li Dingshan shook his head. I shall decline. I need to return and compile a report for the league. As for you, Chen Luo, make sure to return early. You still have to compete for third place tomorrow. I will inform the gatekeeper. Xiao Luo, you only made it to the top 4. Ha. If those folks in Kyoto hear about this, they will surely mock you, Meng Yan teased, causing Chen Luo's expression to darken as he lamented Meng Yan's penchant for exposing others' shortcomings. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 2:30 in the morning, and surprisingly, the lights were still on. Hey, Chen Luo, you finally made it back. I thought some powerful Pokemon had devoured you. Wang Peng's head popped out from his bed. Are you all waiting for me? Chen Luo inquired. Of course, Brother Luo. Who else would we wait for? My eyes are nearly closing, Guiyang yawned, fighting off fatigue. Welcome back, Luo Gu, Lu Guanzhong said with a goofy smile. Chen Luo placed 2 bags of convenience food on the table. You all have truly been patient. There are still plenty of meat skewers left here. I feared you would worry about me, so I brought some for you, though they might be a bit cold. He would not disclose that Meng Yan had ordered too much, rendering him unable to finish. Wang Peng and Guiyang's eyes lit up, and they leapt from their beds. Father, we didn't wait in vain. This is the little Charizard barbecue. Chen Luo, how could you go eat it alone? Wang Peng exclaimed, immediately recognizing the flavor. Chen Luo opted for brevity in his explanation, stating he had run into an acquaintance who treated him, and considering they would be starving in the dormitory, he made sure to bring some back for them. Wah, father, my own dad has never brought me a midnight snack. Wang Peng feigned wiping away tears. Surprisingly, even the cold barbecue tastes quite delightful, Wei Yang remarked, quickly devouring several skewers. Lu Guanzhong also climbed down from his bed and joined in the feast. Thus, the 4 of them continued to eat until 4 in the morning before finally retiring to their beds. The next day, they all arrived at the competition venue bearing dark circles under their eyes. Wang Peng, did you all collectively decide to cosplay as the mischievous panda? Those dark circles are quite pronounced, a classmate familiar with Wang Peng joked. Get lost. You're the one who looks like a mischievous panda. We were just studying late into the night. Wang Peng retorted. Classes haven't even started yet. What are you studying for? Counselor Wang Jing, aware of the events that transpired the previous night, approached Chen Luo. Chen Luo, are you alright? Chen Luo yawned and replied, Don't worry, teacher. I can handle a Riolu just fine. Although Riolu had type advantages against him, its base stats were not particularly high, provided it wasn't a Pokemon like Tauros. Subsequently, the 3rd place match commenced, and the host teacher called out, Please have the contestants take the stage. Li Dingshan was conspicuously absent today, evidently catching up on sleep at home. As Chen Luo approached the competition stage, he noticed Lu Zizhong, a tall, well-built, and strikingly handsome young man, who clearly had undergone rigorous training. Numerous female students cheered for him, including senior girls. Lu Zizhong, go for it. Defeat that scoundrel. Lu Zizhong, I want to bear your little chimchar. Aw, you're so handsome. Lu Zizhong, I wish to marry you. It appeared that being handsome was quite advantageous. However, Chen Luo couldn't help but ponder why, despite his own decent looks, no girls were cheering for him. As he reflected on this, he observed that, despite the loud cheers, Lu Zizhong seemed oblivious to them. With the referee's signal, both contestants simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Go Croconaw! Go Riolu! The two Pokemon landed on the ground, their gazes sharply locking onto one another. Riolu, agile and poised, adopted a standard fighting stance, while Croconaw appeared lazy yet cunning, baring its sharp teeth and thumping its tail against the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Croconaw, dig! Chen Luo commanded first, aiming to seize the initiative. With a low growl, Croconaw's claws ignited with energy as it began to burrow into the ground. Riolu vacuum wave. Target its digging location. Lu Zizhong responded swiftly, anticipating Chen Luo's tactical intent. As Croconaw's claws made contact with the earth, about to unleash a torrent of dirt, he issued his command. Riolu. With a powerful thrust of its fists towards the ground, Riolu unleashed a vacuum wave at the spot where Croconaw was digging. A concentrated shock wave brimming with sharp fighting energy instantly materialized, ripping through the air with a piercing shriek, accurately striking the ground where Croconaw was about to vanish. Crack! Croconaw sensed the imminent threat and abruptly halted its digging motion. Its instincts warned it that if it persisted, the swift vacuum wave would strike it directly, causing significant harm. Quicksand hell. Chen Luo's pupils constricted as he instantly changed tactics. Lu Zizhong's reaction was faster than anticipated. Boom! The previously solid ground beneath Riolu suddenly collapsed and softened. A swirling vortex of quicksand, several meters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere, its powerful suction immediately ensnaring Riolu's legs. Riolu. Its body sank as it was drawn into the quicksand, although it managed to stabilize itself with its formidable core strength and lower body technique. It was severely restricted in movement, its stamina rapidly depleting due to the relentless pull of the quicksand. Chapter 21. The Thrill of Wealth. Now's your chance, Croconaw. Use scary face. Chen Luo seized the opportunity to press the advantage. The visage of the black-eyed crocodile contorted instantaneously into a most terrifying demonic form, unleashing a wave of primal fear that crashed down upon the ensnared Riolu like a tangible force. This dread acted as an icy shackle, further diminishing its speed. Riolu, remain calm. Tear through the quicksand with your metallic claws. Lu Zizhong's voice remained steady. He understood the imperative of breaking free first. Riolu. The blue light in Riolu's eyes flickered as its claws instantly gleamed with a hard, metallic sheen. It let out a low growl, its claws transformed into blades, exuding an aura capable of rending anything apart, and viciously thrust towards the edge of the quicksand vortex, ensnaring it. Thud! Thud! The black-eyed crocodile would not allow it to escape, commanding, use rock slide. Chen Luo followed up with further instructions. A massive boulder appeared above Riolu's head. Damn it! How is Chen Luo even more formidable than Li Hui? Lu Zizhong cursed inwardly. The opponent's strategy was a tightly woven web, ensnaring Riolu thoroughly. Riolu, unleash your energy against the boulder. Since immediate escape seemed futile, it was time to address the pressing crisis. Riolu. With great restraint against both its rage and the bindings of quicksand, Riolu concentrated its energy, manifesting a highly compressed fighting force in its right paw. A solid wave of fighting energy surged forth. It propelled itself forcefully towards the boulder, shattering it before it could even descend. Riolu, with a flash of electricity. Lu Zizhong prepared to harness the utmost speed of the electric dash to strike decisively. An unprecedented power erupted in Riolu's eyes. It propelled itself forcefully against the quicksand, leveraging even the slightest reaction force, transforming its body into a white streak of lightning that tore through the dust. I've been waiting for you, trickster. Although the trickster's dark attribute would diminish its effectiveness against Riolu's fighting type, it could still exploit Riolu's attacking power against it. The black-eyed crocodile emitted a low, rumbling roar, a sinister energy surging forth from its body. Just as that lethal white lightning was about to collide with the black-eyed crocodile, a dark purple energy jaw, swifter than the electric dash and fueled by all of Riolu's momentum, surged forward. In a split second, it opened wide its massive jaw and lunged fiercely at Riolu. Boom! The dark purple energy jaw collided violently with the white fighting lightning. Bang! Crack! The jarring sound of impact and a sound suggestive of bone fracturing echoed through the air. Riolu cried out in agony. Use Thunderfang. Chen Luo's command came like a series of cannon blasts. A surge of electricity enveloped the black-eyed crocodile's mouth as Thunder Fong sank into Riolu's arm, leaving it paralyzed in an instant. It's over, the final blow, Flame Fong. Chen Luo snapped his fingers and shouted. After enduring 3 consecutive strikes, Riolu's eyes rolled back as it collapsed to the ground. Riolu has lost its fighting ability. The victor is Chen Luo from Class 3. The referee announced loudly. A murmur rippled through the audience. I can't believe Chen Luo defeated Lu Zhejiang so easily. Oh, my beloved Zaibao. That scoundrel Chen Luo. How could he strike so ruthlessly? Now, not only the boys harbored resentment towards Chen Luo, but even the girls began to share the sentiment. You've worked hard, Riolu. Come back and rest well. Lu Zhejiang sighed helplessly, never expecting to be so thoroughly beaten despite the type advantages. Chen Luo retrieved the black-eyed crocodile into its poke ball. Thank you for your efforts, black-eyed crocodile. Lu Zhejiang accepted his defeat gracefully, addressing Chen Luo. You're quite strong. I hope we have another chance to battle. Chen Luo nodded. You are no slouch either. If you wish to spar, feel free to seek me out. After stepping down from the arena, he returned to his own class's area. Wang Jing praised him joyfully. Chen Luo, you truly are a credit to your teacher. Are you complimenting me, or yourself? Chen Luo mused inwardly. I knew you could restore the glory of our 502 class. From now on, we can strut around with pride. Wang Peng struck a boastful pose. Ha ha ha, brother Luo. You must treat us today. That skill CD is worth 500,000. Guiyang draped an arm around Chen Luo's shoulder with a playful grin. Yes, treat us. Brother Luo, let's have the scallion duck wraps. Lu Guanzhong chimed in. Consider it done, but first, let's return to the dorm for a quick nap. I'm utterly exhausted. Soon after, the finals commenced. Zhang Chongqing's Kintaro, likely buoyed by a string of victories, had astonishingly reached level 18. Although Li Hui's forest lizard had already depleted a significant amount of Kintaro's stamina with Leaf Blade, Kintaro snatched a 1-yuan fruit from its pack mid-battle, instantly revitalizing itself. A single earthquake followed by rock slides swiftly turned the forest lizard into a mere Pokemon. Thus, Zhang Chongqing from Class 7, this unexpected dark horse, claimed the championship. The instructor of Class 7 could hardly believe his eyes, having taught at Jiangsheng Pokemon University for a decade. He had never seen a student from his class win the freshman ranking tournament. When Zhang Chongqing returned to class, he was still in a daze, feeling as if he were dreaming. Let us go. There's nothing left to see. I'm going back to sleep. Chen Luo called to Wang Peng and the others as they returned to dorm 502. The following afternoon and the next day were designated for rest. After all, the day after tomorrow marked the beginning of a week-long outdoor training session, during which not only the school's teachers would be present, but also military personnel to impart wilderness survival knowledge. These 7 days would be a nightmare for all freshmen. Don't think wilderness survival is all fun and games. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen Luo immediately succumbed to sleep. He groggily opened his eyes to check his phone, only to realize it was already 7 in the evening. What a refreshing sleep. Chen Luo sat up and stretched. Last night had truly exhausted him. First, he had chased after a fiery meow. And then he was pursued by a bizarre creature. After only a few hours of rest, he was thrust into competition. Had it not been for the drop of mental essence bestowed by Zer, he would have needed several more hours of sleep. He noticed that his 3 good friends were still soundly asleep. Instead of waking them, Chen Luo picked up his phone to purchase supplies for the black-eyed crocodile and fiery meow. He opened the Pokemon Goods app and first spent 300,000 on energy cubes, all of the highest quality. Then, he splurged 3 million on a top-tier charcoal for fiery meow. Feeling unsatisfied with his spending, he proceeded to buy every available skill CD, totaling over 10 million. After closing the app, Chen Luo let out a long, satisfied sigh. Ah, what a delightful feeling. He finally experienced the exhilaration of having wealth at his disposal. Grateful for his affluent mother, he sincerely declared, "Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow." Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, Su Wanqing sneezed twice in succession. The concerned female secretary inquired, "Mr. Su, is the temperature a bit low? Would you like me to fetch you a blanket?" Su Wanqing waved her hand dismissively, replying, "No need. I believe that troublesome boy of mine is speaking ill of me." As she recalled that rascal Chen Luo, a blissful smile graced Su Wanqing's face. That troublesome boy. He doesn't even bother to call home. Well, you're finally awake. I was on the verge of starving, Chen Luo declared as he set his phone down. After waiting for yet another hour, his hunger had become unbearable. I truly deserve to be scolded. I made my adoptive father wait for me. Father, let us set off now. Wang Peng chastised himself as he slapped his own face. Guiyang promptly leaped out of bed, donned a coat, and rushed outside, urging, You too. Why are you still making father wait? Hurry up and get out of bed to eat. I'm on my way, Lu Guanzhong responded surprisingly efficiently this time. Chapter 22. The first training session. The following day, Chen Luo arrived bright and early at the training grounds of Jiangxing Spirit University. This marked the first occasion since his transmigration that he trained with the black-eyed croc. The training facility was well-equipped, divided into various elemental zones. Chen Luo rented a comprehensive training room featuring simulated rock walls and shadow projectors. He first presented the dark-type slate fragments before the black-eyed croc. You must earnestly attune yourself to the dark-type energy contained within the slate, he instructed. The black-eyed croc offered him a reassuring glance. Let's commence with loud roars. As for the fire meow, it can practice fire-type skills nearby for now. The fire meow was no longer the creature that endured suffering and harbored resentment towards Chen Luo. Under his meticulous care and ample provisions, the fire meow's fur had grown remarkably smooth. Meow, it exclaimed joyfully. It not only recalled its former days of sporadic meals, but also the times it had been bullied by higher-level Pokémon. Now, as long as it improved its strength, top-tier food was continuously provided to it. This life, even if it meant residing in a luxurious Pokeball and utilizing elite items, it would gladly accept. The fire meow's thoughts drifted into a daydream, its face betraying an expression of enchantment, though it was soon replaced by a fierce determination. Its singular focus was to train diligently, striving to advance towards the goal of becoming the universe's foremost roaring tiger, as its master often proclaimed. Meow, with renewed vigor. The fire meow unleashed sparks towards the distant energy target. The fire meow exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, prompting Chen Luo to declare, "Now, black-eyed croc, let us practice as well. Focus your mind and perceive the overwhelming, domineering, and heart-pounding darkness within the slate. Envision yourself as the sovereign of this malevolence. And then roar with all the dark-type energy you can muster." The black-eyed croc's gaze sharpened with concentration as it lowered its head, its rough snout nearly touching the cold, dark purple fragment. It closed its eyes, striving to sense the energy. Initially, the fragment felt merely cool against its skin, devoid of any reaction. However, the black-eyed croc, possessing a calm and persistent nature, did not relent. It attempted repeatedly, immersing its mind deeper into the experience. Time gradually passed. The black-eyed croc's breaths grew heavier. Its muscles tensed as if grappling with an invisible force. Finally, a faint flicker of light glimmered from the slate fragment. A nearly imperceptible stream of dark purple energy began to flow gently from the contact point into the black-eyed croc's body. Black-eyed, the creature abruptly opened its eyes, a hint of purple light flashing in its pupils. It felt that cold, domineering energy, which, albeit faint, ignited a simmering fervor within its blood. An instinctual impulse to roar and release its pent-up energy surged through its chest. "Now, unleash your roar," Chen Luo shouted, sensing the black-eyed croc's change in state. Black-eyed, a roar, unprecedented and steeped in primal ferocity and aggression, erupted from the depths of the black-eyed croc's throat. No longer the usual amiable sound. It resonated like the roar of an ancient beast. A visible wave of deep purple sound, imbued with potent dark-type energy, radiated outward from its core in tumultuous ripples. Boom. The sound wave struck a sturdy rock target designed for testing power, instantly fracturing its surface with a network of fine cracks, debris cascading down. Though it did not shatter completely, the power exhibited by a Pokémon attempting to master this skill for the first time was already remarkable. "We did it!" Chen Luo exclaimed with delight, his fist clenched in triumph. He was astonished that the black-eyed croc could sense the energy from the slate on its very first attempt. From this moment on, its dark-type attributes would ascend to unprecedented heights. It had undergone a profound transformation. Well done, black-eyed croc. Remember this feeling. This is the essence of the energy within the slate. You must harness this power and convert it into your own strength. Black-eyed, black-eyed. The black-eyed croc responded excitedly, lowering its gaze to its claws and then to the cracked rock target, its eyes brimming with disbelief and immense pride. It had succeeded, truly tapping into the slate's power and learning a new skill. Meanwhile, the fire meow was fervently engaged in its own practice, targeting a row of moving energy targets in the distance. These targets moved erratically at a swift pace, serving as excellent tools for honing the accuracy of long-range skills. Meow? The fire meow's eyes gleamed with determination as it crouched low, akin to a poised cheetah. It locked onto a target swiftly darting to the left, its chest swelling as it prepared to unleash its attack. With a forceful exhalation, it released an orange fireball that surged forth. Although it flew swiftly, it veered just slightly off course, grazing the edge of the target and igniting a small burst of sparks on the energy shield behind it. Meow? The Fire Meow lamented, flicking its tail in disappointment. Do not fret, Fire Meow. Chen Luo's timely voice reassured. Your spark possesses sufficient power. Now, what you require is precision and control. Steady your breath, lock onto your target, and anticipate its movement trajectory. Try again. The Fire Meow nodded, taking a deep breath to calm itself. This time, it refrained from launching immediately. Instead, it observed the target's movement patterns, feeling the air's flow as it concentrated its fire-type energy within its throat, compressing it. As the target re-entered its predicted trajectory, it sprang into action. Meow? It called out sharply. A more refined and faster orange fire line shot forth. Bang! A precise hit. Splendid. Chen Luo cheered. That's it. Maintain that focus. Meow? Encouraged by his praise, the Fire Meow's confidence soared. It continued to unleash sparks, and although it occasionally missed, its accuracy improved with each attempt. Its control over fire-type energy surged, transforming its sparks into a more stable and precise display. Chen Luo watched with satisfaction as his two diligent companions trained earnestly. The black-eyed crocodile has mastered the art of unleashing a resounding roar, continuously solidifying its prowess while striving to make its sound waves more concentrated and controllable. Meanwhile, the Fiery Meow is rapidly enhancing its command over the spark skill, with improvements in distance, accuracy, and power steadily manifesting. The black-eyed crocodile truly embodies the essence of a Pokémon with kingly potential, having completely grasped the roar skill in just a single morning, and has even lightly acquired the ghost-type skill Shadow Claw, effectively compensating for its previous weaknesses. As for the remaining skills, Stone Edge and Substitute remain elusive for the time being. What brings Chen Luo the greatest joy is that the energy within the Dark Stone has undergone refining. The Dark-type energy has become increasingly pure. If the original Dark energy resembled murky sludge, the current Dark energy is akin to pristine obsidian, exuding a profound and understated ethereal glow. Chen Luo glanced at the black-eyed crocodile's attribute panel. Pokémon, black-eyed crocodile. Level, 18. Gender, male. Type, dark ground. Ability, overconfidence. Attack increases after defeating an opponent. Potential assessment, king level. Mastered skills, sand attack, scratch, glare, sand tomb, scary face, bite. Inherited skills, fire fong, thunder fong, ice fong, crunch, deceit. Acquired additional skills, dig, rock slide. Taunt, roar, shadow claw. Held item, black glasses. Increases the power of dark-type moves. Description, desert crocodile Pokemon. Resides in the sands of the desert, where the warmth of the sun-baked sand prevents a drop in body temperature. The spark skill of the Fiery Meow has seen significant enhancement after a morning of training. Let us head back for dinner. Tomorrow is our outdoor survival training, and we need to buy some supplies this afternoon. On the way back to the dormitory, they passed by the girls' dormitory, which was already surrounded by a considerable crowd. Chen Luo, curious, randomly approached someone and inquired, "Brother, what is going on? Why are so many people gathered here?" The person, without even glancing at Chen Luo, stood on tiptoe to look ahead and replied, "Don't you know? Are you not online? This news has spread across our school's forum. Wukong, the son of a wealthy family, is going to confess to the campus beauty by Ku right here." And now the entire freshman class is buzzing with excitement. Peering ahead, Chen Luo indeed spotted Wukong. Today, he sported an ostentatious hairstyle, slicked back to such an extent that a fly could perform a split on it. Dressed in a flamboyant pink suit, he held a large bouquet of roses. Even his blue crocodile was adorned with a bow tie and a top hat. His entourage was busy preparing the confession scene. "Everyone, get ready. If I successfully confess today, we're celebrating at the Grand Hotel in Jiangxing." Wukong bellowed with grandiosity. Such generosity from young Master Wu. What a magnanimous spirit. Wukong shouted, "Everyone, clear the way. If anyone delays my confession to Bai Ku, they'll be in for it." The onlookers promptly parted, as they were merely there to observe. Wu Kang's family was wealthy and influential, far beyond the reach of the average student. At that moment, a stunning girl emerged from the dormitory. It was none other than Bai Ku, the newly crowned campus beauty of the freshman class, accompanied by her classmate Lin Wei. Though Lin Wei did not possess Bai Ku's beauty, she was still a striking figure, and the two together were a sight to behold. "Look, Bai Ku is coming down. Is she going to accept Wu Kang's confession? After all, Wu Kang's father is the vice chairman of the Pokemon Association and has wealth and power. If I were Bai Ku, I would say yes. I say, brother, are you alright? Doesn't Bai Ku's family have money? Her father is the general manager of Jiangxing Pokemon Department Store. Her family is no less wealthy than Wu Kang's." Upon seeing Bai Ku approach, Wu Kang's eyes lit up, and he strode forward with the flowers. Baiku looked at him with a puzzled expression, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. Baiku, Wukong declared, stopping a few steps away, striving to present the most heartfelt smile and raising his voice deliberately. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love with you. Your image is indelibly etched in my heart. Your beauty is like the rising sun, illuminating my... He began the meticulously prepared, cliché-ridden confession. Accompanied by his eye-catching pink suit and slicked-back hair, the scene turned exceedingly awkward. Some in the crowd stifled laughter, others jeered, while some felt embarrassed for Baiku. Lin Wei, standing behind Baiku, was already stifling giggles. If it weren't for the many onlookers, she would have burst into laughter. So Baiku. Wukong finally finished reciting his love letter, took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and raised the enormous bouquet of red roses high, his face brimming with self-assured confidence. Please accept my sincerest love, Baiku. Will you be my girlfriend? I vow to make you the happiest girl in the world. The crowd erupted into cheers. Whistles, screams, and jeers echoed throughout. Ha ha ha, Wukong, I'm dying of laughter. How did he come up with such a stale confession? Young Master Wu is magnificent. Young Master Wu is destined for success. Look at Baiku's expression, it's priceless. Wu Kang's blue crocodile also attempted to adjust its top hat with its stubby claws, trying to appear gentlemanly. But the fierce appearance paired with the action only made it more comical. Baiku's expression was as though she had just ingested a concoction of vinegar and rotten socks. Utterly repugnant. She never anticipated that stepping downstairs for a meal would lead her to encounter such a bizarre spectacle as Wukong. Baiku glanced at Wu Kang's slick hairstyle, then at his smirking face. Without warning, she bent over and vomited right there. Ugh, Baiku retched, while Lin Wei hurried over to pat her back and fished out a tissue to help her wipe her mouth. Kiki, are you all right? Lin Wei asked. Sensing Baiku's pallor, Baiku shook her head vigorously, tugging at Lin Wei as they began to retreat. Wei, let us hurry. I feel like I'm going to be sick again. He.S. too revolting. Wow, is young Master Wu that powerful? Just a confession could make Baiku feel nauseous. Don't spread rumors about Baiku. She was clearly disgusted by Wu Kang's grotesque expression. Does Wukong not resemble a coyote right now? Ha ha. The crowd could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into a chorus of mirth. Who said I look like a coyote? Step forward. Wukong roared in frustration, discarding the roses in his hand and turning to the onlookers with an angry shout. Disperse. Move along. As the crowd began to disperse, Chen Luo, smiling, prepared to leave the scene. He had not expected to witness such an amusing event. Wukong, however, noticed Chen Luo among the departing crowd. At that moment, his uncontainable fury sought an outlet. His meticulously planned confession had turned into a farce. He had unwittingly become the laughingstock of Jiangxing Pokemon University. With a furious shout, he let his rage echo. Chen Luo, did you just call me a ground wolf dog? Hurry up and apologize to me, or I'll make you regret it today. Chen Luo paused, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at Wukong. I said, Wu, with so many people around. If you heard someone say that, it certainly wasn't me you should be blaming. At this moment, Wukong could no longer suppress his fury. He desperately needed to assert his dominance to salvage his pride. Humph, Chen Luo, kneel down and apologize now, or you shan't leave this place today. Chen Luo cast a cold glance at Wukong. Have I given you too much face? I have no time to indulge you in your foolish little game. You, Lan Ao, go and bite him. I want you to kill him. Wukong was now utterly enraged, having completely forgotten the League's prohibition against commanding Pokemon to attack humans. Upon receiving the command, Lan Ao rushed swiftly to Chen Luo's front. The onlookers, still present, turned pale with fear at the sight. If that bite landed, Chen Luo would surely meet his demise on the spot. Just as Lan Ao was half a meter away from Chen Luo, Hei Yin Ao emerged from its pokeball. Its fierce gaze fixated on Lan Ao, dark purple energy coalescing in its mouth. Hei Yin, a roar erupted, far more ferocious and savage than Lan Ao's. Like a slumbering beast that had been thoroughly provoked, breaking free from its chains. Hei Yin Ao appeared autonomously, standing protectively in front of Chen Luo. Hei Yin Ao's bite, empowered by the malevolent stone slab, sliced through Lan Ao like a searing knife through cold butter. Crack! The horrifying sounds of shattering bones and tearing scales resonated loudly. Hei Yin Ao's massive jaws, cloaked in destructive energy, clamped down fiercely on the relatively vulnerable junction of Lan Ao's neck and shoulder. Lan Ao's tough, scaled skin and muscles crumbled before the raw, rule-defying malevolent force, as fragile as paper. Lan Ao emitted an unprecedented, distorted wail of agony. Its eyes filled with boundless fear and excruciating pain. An instinctual dread of absolute annihilation overwhelmed it in an instant. Hei Yin Ao violently shook its head. Thwack! A large chunk of torn scales, shredded tendons, and bloody flesh was brutally ripped from Lan Ao's shoulder. Lan Ao's cumbersome body, akin to a broken kite, flew backward at a speed surpassing its advance, crashing heavily at Wu Kang's feet. Lan Ao lay in a pool of blood, its body convulsing violently, the gaping, bloody wound at its neck horrifically deep, exposing bone. Its eyes rolled back, blood-tinged foam spilling from its mouth, reduced to unconscious spasms of pain. Having evidently sustained a catastrophic injury, instantly losing its combat capability. A suffocating silence enveloped the area beneath the girl's dormitory. The air seemed to solidify, a thick scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. Everyone gaped in terror, fixated on the scene at the center where Hei Yin Ao stood. Lan Ao. Wukong glanced down at the fallen Lan Ao, astonished that his Pokemon was no match for Chen Luo's Hei Yin Ao. Just days prior, they had exchanged blows evenly. Chen Luo slowly approached Wukong. Wukong, trembling with fear, stumbled back a few steps, stammering, "Don't come any closer. I'll tell you. My father is the vice president of the Jiangcheng Pokemon Association. If you dare to do anything to me, just wait for your imprisonment." Chen Luo grinned, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that the League has rules against commanding Pokemon to attack humans. To teach you a lesson, I've decided to treat you to something." Wukong, perplexed by Chen Luo's wicked grin, inquired, What is it? Why? It's a fist the size of a sandbag." Chen Luo's fist collided with Wukong's face, knocking out several of his teeth with a single blow. "Wu Shao, have I been too generous with you?" Another punch landed on Wukong's face. Bang! "Calling you a young master has really made you think you're the dragon of the sky." Chen Luo continued to rain punches upon Wukong's face. In no time, Wukong was left bloodied and bruised, his face swollen beyond recognition. While the League has strict regulations against Pokemon attacking humans, there's no rule against a good old-fashioned brawl. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I promise." Wukong, with his teeth knocked out by Chen Luo, spoke with a lisp. "You really had it coming. Why did you have to pick a fight with me? I'm not the kind of person you can easily provoke." Chen Luo kicked Wukong to the ground, then stepped on his chest. Wukong's eyes brimmed with terror. Each punch Chen Luo delivered felt immensely heavy, leaving him no chance to resist. He could only beg for mercy, praying that Chen Luo would cease his assault. Chen Luo sighed, visibly exasperated. "Brother, do take a moment to reflect. Look at yourself. How could anyone possibly fancy you? Go back and spruce yourself up a bit before attempting to confess your feelings again." "I'm leaving now, Hei Yin Ao." "Hei Yin. Oh my gosh, what a shocking revelation." Chen Luo, the villain, has taken it upon himself to deliver justice with a punch, turning Wukong into a pig's head. "I must share this news with my roommates." Chen Luo couldn't bear to see Wukong confessing to Baiku, so he smashed Wukong's head. Is it true that Chen Luo, that villain, beat up Wukong for Baiku? Absolutely. I witnessed it firsthand. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, returning to the dormitory, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Wang Peng and his companions suddenly burst through the dormitory door, exclaiming, "Brother Luo, we heard you and Wukong got into a fight over Baiku." Chapter 24, The Outdoor Training Begins. Who the hell started that rumor? Chen Luo fumed as he scrolled through the campus forum, bewildered by the attention-grabbing title. Shocking. Chen Luo and Wukong engage in a love brawl. Who will win the heart of the campus belle? Accompanying it was a photo of Chen Luo standing triumphantly over Wukong. "To be honest, from this angle, I do look quite dashing," Chen Luo narcissistically complimented himself. "Chen Luo, is it true what they say? Do you have feelings for Baiku?" Wang Peng asked excitedly. "I'm fond of nothing but that big-headed ghost. Can't you see this is pure slander?" Chen Luo kicked Wang Peng in the backside. "Ouch, you can talk, but don't kick my rear." Wang Peng yelped, clutching his backside. "Ha ha ha, Penggu, you deserved it. Only someone like you would ask such a foolish question," Guiyang mocked. "All right, enough of that. By the way, do we need to bring anything for the outdoor training tomorrow?" Chen Luo redirected the conversation. "No need for anything special. Just make sure to bring enough food for the Pokemon. The school will provide tents, and we'll all wear military training uniforms. We've got yours ready." Wang Peng waved the camouflage uniform in his hand and handed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo accepted the camouflage uniform, placing it on the bed, and asked, "Shall we head out this afternoon to buy some supplies and grab a bite? What are we waiting for? Let us go." The next day, Chen Luo, with the newly purchased backpack slung over his shoulders, boarded the bus heading to the outdoor training. A fleet of buses rolled down the road in grand procession. The objective of this expedition is the confluence of the Jiangqing Forest and the river. This area has been designated as a nature reserve. with the surroundings meticulously cleared for dozens of miles. Pokemon exceeding level 30 are a rarity here. The bus meandered along the winding forest road for nearly 2 hours. Outside the window, the scenery transitioned from urban steel and concrete to a vibrant tapestry of greenery. Towering trees cast a dense canopy, allowing only fragmented beams of sunlight to filter through the layered foliage, creating a mosaic of dancing light on the ground. At last, the convoy halted in a broad expanse of riverbank. Chen Luo, shouldering his backpack, disembarked from the bus, invigorated by the breathtaking vista before him. A wide, gentle river unfolded, its waters not tumultuous but serene, glimmering in a tranquil shade of emerald green. The crystal-clear riverbed revealed smooth pebbles and swaying aquatic plants beneath the surface. Behind the riverbank sprawled the seemingly endless Jiangxing forest. Unlike the dark and mysterious depths of the forest, the riverbank's edge radiated brightness and vitality. The unique environment of this protected area nurtured a rich diversity of Pokemon, harmoniously coexisting in a dynamic tableau of nature. The air is so refreshing, Wang Peng exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Look, it's Swampert and Mudkip, the most emblematic Pokemon of Jiangxing. Swampert reigns as the true lord of this land, often found lounging lazily on the sun-warmed rocks that jut above the water's surface, their eyes half closed, wearing expressions of blissful contentment. Occasionally, young Swampert frolic in the shallows, clumsily splashing water while emitting cheerful croaks. A few Mudkip hopped from one puddle to another. Chen Luo noticed the edges of slightly deeper waters, where groups of tadpole darted through the shallows, their tails flicking with remarkable speed. That's hilarious. Look at that Magikarp. It can't even leap. Don't mock it. Be careful, or it'll evolve into a Gyarados and chase you. A group of a dozen men in military attire disembarked from a bus. Each stood tall, their gazes sharp. Is that soldiers? Vice Principal Ma Zhong called out. Instructors, please organize your teams according to the designated classes and areas to set up tents. All counselors must support the instructors' efforts. Chen Luo noticed a young, sun-kissed man striding towards their class. He halted, saluting crisply. Hello, everyone. My name is Xue Ping. You can call me Instructor Xue. For the next 7 days, I will guide you through this outdoor training mission. Now, without further ado, let's gather by dormitory units and head to the supply truck for our tents. Soon, Class 3 had gathered their tents and began to prepare for setup in the assigned area. All students released their Pokemon to assist in erecting the tents. However, some students had never set up a tent before, resulting in utter chaos. Only the 4 members of Dormitory 502 sat leisurely on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds. To be precise, only 3 were, as Lu Guanzhong volunteered to set up the tent alone. He claimed he had learned how during childhood outings with his father. In less than 20 minutes, while others were still assembling frames, Lu Guanzhong had completed a tent on his own, with only minimal assistance from his Pokemon, Bagon, Meowth, Shelder, and Spritzy. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and his companions remained motionless, enjoying their seeds. Amazing, Guanzhong. You're incredible. No wonder you're the one who can gather the 3 sworn brothers of the Peach Garden. Chen Luo was the first to rise. I didn't expect you to have such skills. I thought you were just like me, only knowing how to eat. It seems I am the only true slacker. Guiyang glanced around, realizing that only their dormitory had successfully set up a tent. I can only offer you the highest respect among boys. You truly are impressive, Wang Peng said with admiration. Haha, as long as I can help everyone, that's what matters. Lu Guanzhong replied with a naive smile. He was just that kind of person, inconspicuous in the dormitory, rarely speaking, yet everyone lent him a hand, and all he could do was contribute physically. His philosophy was simple. I must not hold back the dormitory. Oh dear, could that boy come help us? We girls simply can't set up a tent. Wang Jia, one of Chen Luo's classmates, complained loudly. She and her 3 roommates stood there, reluctant to be the first to take action. Even the nearby Pokemon seemed unable to bear the sight. Hey, Chen Luo, has your tent been set up? Come help us out. Wang Jia called out. Noticing Chen Luo and his friends engrossed in a game of poker, Chen Luo turned and realized he didn't even recognize the girl. He responded bluntly. Don't you know to do your own tasks? Self-sufficiency leads to abundance. I believe in you. He even gave a thumbs up. Wang Jia, feeling indignant, retorted. Are you even a man? You've all set up yours. What's wrong with helping us? A girl next to her chimed in. You're the school's freshman champion. And I see you're not much to brag about. Isn't it only natural for boys to help girls? Upon witnessing Chen Luo being confronted, Wang Peng and Guiyang sprang into action. What are you, our parents? Should we chew your food and feed it to you? Wang Peng stood up defiantly. Guiyang was equally unyielding. Seriously, what were you thinking? If any of you looked even remotely as beautiful as Zhao Mengrui, I might consider helping. But just look at you. Never mind, I won't say more. You can figure it out yourselves. Guiyang's remarks were piercing, striking straight to the heart. Chen Luo marveled at his roommate's formidable combativeness. Nearby, Zhao Mengrui, hearing her name mentioned, spoke gently. Well, since Guiyang wishes to help us set up our tent, I must extend my gratitude. Guiyang's face flushed as he whispered to Lu Guanzhong. Father, I've said it. Now it's all up to you. Lu Guanzhong nodded solemnly. Though slightly bewildered, he understood that since Guiyang had called him father, this was a significant matter, and he had to assist. Here they come. You rest for a moment. I brought snacks for you to enjoy. Guiyang jogged over to Zhao Mengrui, with Lu Guanzhong in tow. Zhao Mengrui's roommates stifled their laughter from behind. No need. Let us all work together. We can learn from each other. Chen Luo chuckled at Guiyang's antics. This guy has forgotten his brothers in the face of beauty and has dragged Guanzhong into it. Wang Peng rummaged through Guiyang's backpack and pulled out a pack of snacks, munching away. Eating this pack is your lesson for pursuing a girl. Wang Jia and her roommates instantly bristled at Chen Luo's remarks. How can you be like this? We only asked you to help us set up a tent. Why do you have to be so harsh? Chen Luo coldly regarded them. If you don't want to hear something harsher, then shut your mouths. The girls, sensing the intensity in Chen Luo's gaze, felt a twinge of fear, especially since some had witnessed Chen Luo's earlier altercation with Wukong. The gruesome example lay before them, compelling them to relent and, with downcast expressions, find a spot to sit. Chapter 25. Why they can order takeout. Xueping shook his head as he observed the group of students who had yet to erect their tents after 2 long hours. At this juncture, the third class consisted of merely 5 dormitories, with only half of the students managing to set up their tents. The remaining 2 dormitories were still striving, while the rest had already resigned themselves to sitting on the ground, abandoning their tent-erecting efforts. Sighing, Xueping approached a particularly beleaguered area, cleared his throat, and spoke in a voice that, though not loud, resonated clearly. Fellow students, it appears that setting up tents is proving to be more troublesome than anticipated for many of you. The students slumped on the ground lazily lifted their heads, their eyes reflecting utter dismay. In response, Xueping's face softened into a gentle smile as he casually picked up a sturdy branch from the side and began to draw in the soft sandy riverbank. The essence of tent assembly lies in a few key points. Once you grasp this framework, the rest is merely a matter of physical labor. With Xueping's assistance, even Wang Jia's team successfully erected their tent as intended. He gathered all the students from the third class together. Over 40 individuals, along with their Pokemon, created a rather cramped assembly. However, they were fortunate that no particularly large Pokemon were present. Dear classmates, during this week-long field training, I will be grading each of you. Those who score below 60 will regrettably receive no academic credit in my subject. Academic credit? At Jiangxing Pokemon University, each progression in grade necessitates a certain number of credits. Falling short in the freshman semester implies one cannot advance to the sophomore term and may face expulsion. Throughout the Dongwang Alliance, most institutions operate on a credit system, with numerous students losing their eligibility to become trainers each year due to insufficient credits. Xueping's gaze swept over the crowd, and the faces of the students instantly transformed, reflecting tension. The comprehensive evaluation during this training will encompass various aspects, including, but not limited to, mastery of outdoor survival skills, ability to respond to emergencies, collaboration with Pokemon partners, teamwork, and observational skills regarding the environment. All these will be meticulously assessed and ultimately converted into your practical credits. Therefore, do not assume this outing is merely a picnic. Set aside your trivial thoughts. I will earnestly impart to you outdoor survival techniques and a plethora of essential knowledge. I trust that you will pay attention and cooperate with my efforts. Xueping continued. Being a trainer extends beyond mere battles with Pokemon. Observing the environment, documenting Pokemon ecology, analyzing traces, and predicting weather changes are invaluable skills that serve as critical metrics for assessing your observational acumen and application of knowledge. Classmates, the wilderness teems with life, yet it harbors genuine dangers. Not all Pokemon are as benign as the sunflora basking by the shore or the butterfree fluttering among flowers. Firstly, it is vital to understand that in the wild, the greatest threats often do not stem from those fearsome creatures that bear their fangs and claws. Rather, they emerge from those adept at camouflage, striking unexpectedly, or possessing peculiar abilities. They may lurk nearby, completely unnoticed. Consider the shroomish, which appears as an ordinary, even somewhat withered tree. It remains motionless in the shadowy corners of the forest, damp lowlands, or near the remains of ancient trees. perfectly blending into its surroundings and exceedingly difficult to identify. The shroomish silently releases spores that possess potent hypnotic or paralyzing effects. Inhalation or skin contact with these spores can swiftly render one utterly defenseless. Xueping paused momentarily before continuing. Additionally, one must exercise caution regarding social Pokemon. Does anyone know which Pokemon are social in nature? He scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Chen Luo, the student with a black croc and a fire meow. Would you care to enlighten us? All eyes focused intently on Chen Luo, who, realizing the spotlight was on him, stood to respond. There are swarms like Beedrill and Spearow. I feel they are quite vengeful. Chen Luo recalled instances from his previous life watching anime, where these two types of Pokemon relentlessly pursued characters. Indeed, Pokemon such as Beedrill, Spearow, as well as Spinarak and Zubat, exhibit strong territorial instincts. If one is disturbed or attacked, they will immediately summon their companions to charge at you. Additionally, Pokemon like Teddiursa and Monferno, known for their aggressive temperaments, also pose significant risks. Thank you. You may take your seat. Xueping's tone became serious. Remember, one must respect nature and honor Pokemon. Should you wish to battle wild Pokemon, after defeating them, unless your intention is to capture, you must provide healing and sustenance, ensuring the Pokemon do not develop an aversion towards humans. Xueping elaborated on locating clean water sources and foraging for edible berries with great detail, seamlessly integrating his personal experiences with textbook knowledge, rendering the lecture vivid and engaging. Chen Luo found immense value in this information. In an era of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokemon, such knowledge was invaluable. All right, everyone, that concludes today's lesson. You are free to engage in recreational activities. As for meals, the supply truck contains self-heating rice. If that does not appeal to you, feel free to explore other options. Xueping added, by the way, the school will host a large event tomorrow, so be sure to rest well. Having finished, I'm starving. Wang Peng complained. No way we're actually eating self-heating rice, right? I truly do not wish to partake in that. It's far too unpalatable, Guiyang lamented. Chen Luo placed an energy cube into a Pokemon-specific feeding bowl. The Black Croc and Fire Meow happily began to eat. Even the Kingler, Meowth, and Clawdster joined in, relishing the top-tier energy cubes. Great. You all are enjoying the good stuff while your trainer faces hunger, Wang Peng grumbled at the Kingler. Kingler, I don't want self-heating rice. Wang Peng pretended to wail dramatically while clinging to Kingler. Hey, Kingler responded with a punch, signifying, don't disturb my meal. Why eat self-heating rice when the school hasn't prohibited ordering takeout? Chen Luo remarked, retrieving his phone to find Snorlax takeout. Guiyang interjected, so expensive. Due to the considerable distance, the delivery fee for a single order amounted to 10,000. Chen Luo disregarded the costs and promptly ordered an 8-person barbecue set. Upon seeing the total reach 43,000, Guiyang nearly lost his composure. Luo Gu, my dear godfather, I still have some snacks. Let us make do with that. Please don't be impulsive. This money could treat Black Croc and Fire Meow to something nice too, Guiyang urged, clutching Chen Luo's arm to dissuade him from his decision. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Chen Luo added 8 cups of milk tea, bringing the total to an additional 3,000. Wang Peng, Guanzhong, come quickly and stop Luo Gu. He has lost his mind. Guiyang attempted to snatch Chen Luo's phone, but it was too late. The location was set, payment completed in one seamless motion. Guiyang's mouth dropped open, capable of accommodating a cater pie. Luo Gu, you've made a payment. Guiyang stammered. Chen Luo gently patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. Young man, just call me brother for now. Once the meal arrives, you won't have the chance to do so. 40 minutes later, a figure clad entirely in black soared above Jiangxing Spirit University on a steel vulture. As it approached the ground, the rider leapt down gracefully from the steel vulture. The surrounding students turned their gazes toward the magnificent creature. Hello. Are you the customer with the order number 0000? Here is your meal. Please do leave a 5-star review, Chen Luo said as he received the takeout. Thank you for your hard work, the delivery person replied. Are all your delivery personnel this competitive? An elite-level steel vulture delivering takeout, Chen Luo inquired. The delivery person chuckled. It's all for the sake of survival. What does it matter if it's elite or not? I must thank you. I haven't received an order from outside the city in ages. I can finish early today. With that, he mounted his steel vulture and departed with a flourish. The onlookers were left in shock. What the hell? Didn't we agree to fend for ourselves and live off the land? How can he order takeout? One exclaimed. I want to report him. It's cheating, he's cheating. Chen Luo, could you possibly let someone else have a bite? They could sleep in the same tent with you tonight, a nearby student lamented, driven mad by the enticing aroma of barbecued food. Who can withstand this? Here I am. eating instant rice while they feast on barbecued delicacies in the wilderness. Damn, the starting delivery fee is 10,000. Does Chen Luo's family possess a mine? Upon seeing the exorbitant delivery fee, those students who had considered ordering takeout stopped in their tracks, resigned to eating their instant meals in tears. Unfazed by the envious glares, Chen Luo called out to Wang Peng and the others. What are we waiting for? I can hardly carry this anymore. Father, take a rest. This little task can be handled by your child. Guiyang stepped forward to take the delivery. He finally understood why Chen Luo had said he wouldn't be called brother anymore. Wasn't this his biological father? Father, allow me to carry you. Walking must be tiring, Wang Peng added with flattery. The four of them began to savor the fragrant barbecue takeout amidst a sea of envious eyes. Many classmates wished to join them, but were decisively turned away by Wang Peng. Only Zhao Mengrui's dormitory received a small portion, thanks to Guiyang's insistence on calling him father. This dormitory 502 should be cursed. I want to report this. However, the report proved futile, as Xue Ping's reasoning was, monetary prowess is also a form of ability. Chapter 26. A little game. The first rays of morning sun, imbued with the unique dampness of Jiangqing, brushed gently against Chen Luo's eyelids like the softest feather. Wang Peng yawned, casting a mocking glance at his peers, all of whom bore panda eyes. Look at them laughing at our cosplay as playful pandas. Now they all look like they've been beaten, sporting not only dark circles, but also swollen eyes. Most students had not slept well in the tents for the first time, as four of them were crammed into one, which was quite an adjustment. Attention! A sharp whistle pierced the air as Vice Principal Ma Zhongdao stood before the assembly, calling out loudly, "Today, we will engage in a game." The students exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the school's intentions. The game is simple. It's called the Card Capture Battle. We have hidden cards of this size on 20 wild Pokemon throughout the Jiangqing Forest. You will form teams by dormitory and must find and defeat them to obtain the cards. Each card is worth 5 credits, and the group that collects the most cards will receive a generous reward. It is now 7:30 a.m. You may set out now or eat breakfast first. The choice is yours. The students erupted into a frenzy. 5 credits. Even if the total score for this outdoor training session was only 10 credits. A substantial champion's reward awaited them. Let us hurry. We can't let others get ahead. One shouted. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Step forward. Wait for me. Monkey monster, you're too excited, Wang Peng remarked, turning to the still yawning Chen Luo. Chen Luo, when shall we set off? You decide. Chen Luo released his black crocodile and fire meow, stating, we should eat our fill before setting off. There's no rush. He fed high-energy cubes to his Pokemon while he indulged in some snacks himself. Seeing that Chen Luo was unhurried, the other three relaxed and began to feed their own Pokemon breakfast. Half an hour later, as most students had already departed, Guiyang urged, Bro, when are we leaving? It seems we are the only group left. Chen Luo stretched and jogged to the riverbank to wash his face, explaining, You're still too young. This is what we call waiting for the right moment. Do you think you can find them blindly? The trio shook their heads in unison. We can't find them. Vice Principal already stated that the game is called the Card Capture Battle. Even if we can't find those Pokemon holding the cards, with so many people around, surely we can wait it out. As the saying goes, while neighbors hoard grain, I hoard weapons. My neighbor is my granary. Chen Luo's reasoning resonated. And Wang Peng and the others looked enlightened. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up. Chen Luo, you're simply too cunning. No, too clever. Why didn't I think of this? We can snatch cards from others or wait until they've weakened their Pokemon before swooping in. With all 4 of us being boys, taking their cards will be a piece of cake. Guiyang grew increasingly excited at the thought. Only Lu Guanzhong felt a twinge of moral conflict, stammering, Isn't this a bit unethical? There's nothing wrong with it. Let us do it. Wang Peng clapped Lu Guanzhong on the shoulder. Now that we're all fed and ready, let us go. Chen Luo called out. Black Eye. Meow, responded Black Crocodile and Fire Meow, with the rest of the Pokemon following suit. At this moment, the Jiangqing forest had descended into chaos. Damn, how are we supposed to fight these high-level Pokemon? Quit talking nonsense. Here comes the Absorb Punch. Rockruff dodge. A robust Shroomish sent Rockruff flying with a single punch, rendering it unable to battle. Herdier charged forward to use Bite. Shroomish, quick on the draw, retaliated with another Absorb Punch, and only Rockruff understood the sting of this double weakness. My Herdier, run, we stand no chance against this Shroomish. How about we team up? Baiku. Li Hui suggested to Baiku's dormitory. Team up? How would that work? Baiku inquired. Whenever we encounter Pokemon with cards, we attack together. As for the card ownership, we split it. If our dormitory gets a card this time, we'll help you next time, Li Hui explained. After a moment of contemplation, Baiku agreed, all right. I know Li Hui's character. He wouldn't go back on his word. According to reports, a formidable Kecleon with a card has been sighted ahead. Having already defeated several teams, the timing of our arrival is impeccable. Chen Luo and his companions strolled leisurely along the path, just in time to witness the impressive display of power from a Shroomish. At that moment, 2 teams of Pokemon had already fallen before this Shroomish, which, thanks to its absorb move, had not lost a single point of health. Brother Luo, look at the card, Wei Yang remarked, pointing to a black card affixed to the Shroomish's back. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, but this Shroomish is not to be trifled with. However, since fate has brought us together, we cannot shy away from battle. I shall take the lead. You all provide support from the sidelines. This creature employs absorb, so we must keep our distance to avoid its attacks. Chen Luo further delineated their strategy before activating his data eye. The data of the Shroomish materialized before him. Pokemon, Shroomish. Level, 29. Nature, Jolly. Gender, female. Type, Grass, Fighting. Ability, Poison Heal. Aptitude, Average. Known moves, Tackle, Grow, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Absorb, Headbutt. Inherited move, Bullet Seed. Description, it approaches enemies with nimble steps and strikes with its extendable arms. It possesses techniques that would make a boxer envious. Chen Luo felt a twinge of risk. After all, the Shroomish boasted a formidable physical attack stat of 130. A single hit from its absorb would likely incapacitate his Croconaw. Nevertheless, retreating without a fight was not in Chen Luo's character. Croconaw, initiate taunt. Flareon, unleash your most powerful ember. They aimed to catch the Shroomish off guard while it believed it had rid itself of these bothersome insects. A surge of dark-type energy surged forth, causing the Shroomish to feel a discomforting sensation. Almost immediately, a powerful ember shot forth towards it. However, Flareon's level was too low, currently sitting at just level 12. Despite its impressive effect, the significant level disparity made it challenging to inflict substantial damage on the Shroomish. Don't dawdle. Quickly apply status effects. The trio commanded their respective Pokemon to attack the Shroomish. Electrode, use Thunder Wave. Meow. The Thunder Wave successfully struck, paralyzing the Shroomish and halving its speed. Kingler, utilize Water Pulse. Clawitzer, deploy Dragon Pulse. Observing the impressive power of the Dragon Pulse, Chen Luo felt a sense of astonishment. Wait, where did that Dragon Pulse come from? He turned to Lu Guanzhong, somewhat taken aback. Well done, Lu Guanzhong, hiding your prowess so well. Both waves successfully hit the Shroomish, particularly the Dragon Pulse, which, combined with Clawitzer's ability, boosted its power further. The Shroomish cried out in pain, clearly enraged. Shroomish, Shroomish. The Shroomish charged towards Chen Luo and his companions. Croconaw, use Sand Tomb. Chen Luo's voice rang with undeniable authority. Croconaw. The Croconaw inhaled sharply, slamming its claws into the ground. In an instant, the solid earth beneath the Shroomish came alive, swirling into fine sand. It formed a vortex that continuously sank, ensnaring the Shroomish's legs with a powerful pull. Sand Tomb is indeed an invaluable skill. Croconaw, use Swords Dance. While the Shroomish struggled within the sand, Croconaw seized the opportunity to bolster its strength. The other Pokemon were not idle either. Flareon's Ember, Kingler's Water Pulse, and Clawitzer's Dragon Pulse all surged towards the Shroomish. Shroomish. The Shroomish shattered the edge of the Sand Tomb with a powerful punch, sending a barrage of green seeds flying towards Chen Luo and his team. Watch out. It's Bullet Seed. Croconaw Dig. Return, Flareon. Chen Luo swiftly recalled Flareon to prevent it from being hit by the Bullet Seed. Retract your Pokemon as well. Upon hearing Chen Luo's command, the trio hastily recalled their Pokemon. Onlookers, having been defeated, were left astonished. They could not fathom the strategy of recalling Pokemon during battle. Croconaw. Continue using Swords Dance. Croconaw's physical attack stat climbed to level 3, significantly enhancing its power. Now, Croconaw, rush in and use Roar. The power of the Dark Plate surged through Croconaw. An invisible wave of purple-black energy thundered towards the Shroomish. Upon impact, the Shroomish, despite its resistance to Dark-type moves, found itself overwhelmed by the force of the Dark Plate, which transcended mere type resistance. The Shroomish clutched its ears in agony. Release your Pokemon. As soon as Roar concluded, Chen Luo summoned Flareon once more. Flareon, unleash your most powerful Ember. The other three followed suit, commanding their Pokemon to execute their mightiest attacks. A dazzling wave of energy surged towards the Shroomish, overwhelming it. Croconaw, charge in and finish it with Fire Fang. Chapter 27. You truly are devious. Croconaw, charge in and finish it with Fire Fang. Chen Luo's voice was resolute. The Dark-type energy enveloping Croconaw had yet to dissipate, ignited further by his trainer's fervent command. Croconaw, With a ferocious roar, Croconaw surged forth like an arrow, its jaws agape, flames roaring to life upon its fangs. The timing was impeccable. The Shroomish, barely managing to lift its head from the assault of the dark-type sound waves, had not yet regained focus when Croconaw's fiery maw was already upon it. Under the influence of its enhanced attack, the fire fong proved devastating. Shroomish! The Shroomish cried out in anguish before collapsing, completely incapacitated. Boom! Following the battle, both Croconaw and Flareon leveled up simultaneously. Croconaw reached level 20, while Flareon ascended to level 13. Remarkably, Guiyang's electrode even evolved into Lurantis. Lurantis! The newly evolved Lurantis danced around Guiyang like a little lion. Ha ha ha, look! My electrode has evolved! Guiyang exclaimed, embracing his Lurantis with delight. Wow, impressive, Brother Luo. My Kingler also gained a considerable amount of experience. Wang Peng added, let us retrieve that card. Chen Luo approached the fallen Shroomish and picked up the black card from its back, casually handing it to Wang Peng. Here, you take it. I have no place to store it. Wang Peng accepted it, knowing that they all shared the same dormitory, and in the end, the credits would be split equally. He patted his chest, saying, rest assured, I won't lose it. Chen Luo pulled out a super potion and sprayed it on the Shroomish's wounds. Within mere seconds, the Shroomish opened its eyes. Shroomish! The Shroomish glared angrily at Chen Luo and his friends, waving its small hands up and down, incessantly calling out. Chen Luo quickly grasped the meaning behind it. He produced a box of high-grade energy cubes devoid of any attributes and remarked, I apologize, Shroomish. This is your battle reward. Shroomish initially turned away with a disdainful snort, but soon opened one eye and swiftly snatched the energy cube from Chen Luo's hand. After tasting it, Shroomish's expression brightened instantly, and it buried its head to devour the cube voraciously. How is it that the food humans provide for Pokemon is so delectable? Chen Luo, noticing that Shroomish's anger had dissipated, waved his hand and said, well then, Shroomish, we shall take our leave. It was a pleasure battling with you. Shroomish squinted and waved its hand in return. Next time, do remember to bring more. Brother Luo, where to next? Guiyang inquired. I don't know. We'll just take it one step at a time. How can the school be so unreasonable? How could they place the cards on Nidoking and Nidoqueen's backs? Who could possibly contend with that? Chen Luo and his companions crouched in the grass, observing a dozen Pokemon collectively assaulting Nidoking and Nidoqueen. TSK. It seems they won't be able to hold out much longer. Nidoking and Nidoqueen together are not something a mere dozen novice-level Pokemon can defeat. Brother Luo, what do you think? Should we intervene? What nonsense. They haven't even exhausted much stamina yet. Let us wait a bit longer. Soon, news of Nidoking and Nidoqueen spread far and wide. The trio of Li Hui, Lu Zhejiang, Baiku, and Lin Wei hurried over upon hearing the news. All right, I'll lead the charge with Lu Zhejiang's group, and Baiku, you all provide support from the back. This round spoils will go to Baiku and Lu Zhejiang. Sound good? The group nodded in unison. They had already collaborated to take down 4 Pokemon and secured 4 cards. The 3 groups had developed a remarkable synergy. After assigning tasks, Li Hui commanded the forest lizard to engage in a diversion. The opportunity had arrived. Chen Luo, hidden aside, gleamed with excitement and addressed his black-eyed croc. Black-eyed croc. Continuously use scratch. Elevate to maximum level. Brother Luo, why are you having black-eyed croc scratch now? Are we not engaging yet? There are too many people around. It's troublesome. Guiyang exclaimed nervously. Who said we're engaging now? This isn't a formal Pokemon battle, and there's no rule against having Pokemon use enhancement skills first. Is there? Chen Luo, despite his roommate's pride in him, was met with Wang Peng's admiration. You really are devious, he remarked. Indeed, quite cunning. Lu Guanzhong chimed in with a silly grin. Oh, it's just a minor trick. Chen Luo dismissed their comments, taking pride in the cleverness attributed to him. Meanwhile, the small team of over a dozen was assaulting Nidoking and Nidoqueen, with the forest lizard continuously evading Nidoking using its speed. However, due to the significant level disparity, the forest lizard soon succumbed to a powerful poison jab. Reluctantly, other Pokemon took up the mantle and engaged Nidoking. Damn it. These two are on a completely different level than the likes of Heracross and Oddish. They are far too strong, Li Hui lamented, recalling his forest lizard in disappointment. At this moment, Lu Zhejiang stepped forward. Cover me with Riolu. We'll take down Nidoking first. Riolu, use Vacuum Wave. Baiku commanded, Vulpix. Use Psychic combined with Fire Spin. Bayleaf, Energy Ball. Vulpix, use Ember, Psyduck, Water Gun. The rest joined in the assault on Nidoking. A flurry of attacks, akin to a dazzling fireworks display, surged toward Nidoking. Under the relentless barrage, Nidoking was blasted several meters away, collapsing in agony. Nidoqueen, witnessing Nidoking's downfall, was filled with fury. Nido. With a deafening screech, Nidoqueen slammed her mighty tail against the ground. Earth power. With Nidoqueen at the center, a tumult of ground energy erupted like a volcano. The once solid ground transformed into a boiling mire, with countless sharp rocks mixed with surging shock waves expanding outward in a chaotic circle. Oh no, Riolu, retreat. Lu Zhejiang shouted in alarm. Bayleaf, use Protect. Lin Wei summoned Bayleaf to her side, activating the protective barrier. The earth power was evidently heading towards the trainers. Nidoqueen had clearly been provoked. The leading Pokemon bore the brunt of the assault, being sent flying by the violent spikes, howling as they lost the will to fight. Riolu's momentum was abruptly halted by the suddenly erupting spikes, and it was sent hurtling away by the shockwave. The entire formation collapsed in an instant. Chen Luo, who had been lurking nearby, recognized the moment had arrived. With a decisive gesture, he shouted, Black-Eyed Croc, target Nidoqueen, use Crunch. His voice rang out like a drawn sword. Seizing the opportune moment, just as Nidoqueen had finished unleashing the terrifying earth power, its massive form became momentarily rigid from the skill's immense energy drain. Black-Eyed Croc, having accumulated 6 levels of Scratch's formidable power, augmented by the pure dark-type energy of the evil stone, now resembled a divine beast descending from the heavens. With its gaping maw, Black-Eyed Croc lunged directly for Nidoqueen's flank. Just as Nidoqueen regained its breath from the earth power's release, it sensed an energy wave approaching from the side. However, the moment of skill execution had rendered it unable to react perfectly as it would at its peak. It could only awkwardly twist its massive body, attempting to resist the sneak attack with its armored back. Yet, Black-Eyed Croc's dark energy entwined itself around Nidoqueen like a parasite. Nidoqueen, horrified, felt the terrifying force it had just used to stomp the ground now uncontrollably surging back towards its own vulnerable flank. With a piercing tear, the sound echoed. The purple-black energy spread wildly across Nidoqueen's resilient purple shell. Nidoqueen let out a more anguished scream than when Nidoking was gravely injured. Nidoqueen had been taken down in a single blow from Black-Eyed Croc. The battlefield fell into a silence even more profound than when Nidoking had lost the will to fight. I apologize, everyone, but I shall take over the battlefield. Chen Luo approached the crowd with a hint of apology in his tone. Go and collect the cards from Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Chen Luo directed Wang Peng. All right, no problem. Wang Peng and his companions swaggered towards Nidoking and Nidoqueen as if they were victorious generals. Li Hui's expression soured. After all their hard work, they couldn't let others reap the rewards for their toil. He stepped forward and asserted, Chen Luo, you can take Nidoqueen's card, but Nidoking is ours. It must go to us. Chen Luo glanced at the remaining battling Pokemon. Baiku's Vulpix counted as one, Lin Wei's Bayleaf as another, and Lu Zhejiang's Riolu, though exhausted and panting, could be considered half. Goodness, they are all mere defeated foes. Chen Luo cast a glance at Li Hui and remarked, have I ever stated that I only desire the cards from Nidoking and Nidoqueen? Li Hui felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere. He swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation, his expression transforming into one of alarm. Quickly return the Pokemon to their Pokeballs. Unfortunately, it was too late, for Chen Luo had already given his command. Black-Eyed Croc, use Bite on Vulpix. Chapter 28. If one does not compete, can they still be called a trainer? Vulpix was caught off guard by Black-Eyed Croc's sudden assault, losing its fighting capability in the blink of an eye. Baiku glared at Chen Luo, exclaiming, Chen Luo, are you not afraid that the teachers will discover this and revoke your eligibility for the competition? Truly, you are the laughingstock of the school. Did the vice principal not inform you of the nature of this game? Chen Luo replied mockingly, I see you have a keen grasp of the situation. He continued to command Black-Eyed Croc to attack Riolu. Return Riolu. Lu Zhejiang acted swiftly, recalling Riolu and narrowly escaping disaster. Chen Luo then turned his gaze towards Lin Wei, who could only shake her head helplessly, retracting her Bayleaf. Her Bayleaf stood no chance against Chen Luo's Black-Eyed Croc, and a direct confrontation would only result in unnecessary injury. Now then, everyone, kindly hand over your cards, Chen Luo said with a smile. Li Hui stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Luo. Chen Luo, we are all classmates. Do not take advantage of us. Baiku's beautiful face contorted with anger as she added, Chen Luo, this is merely a trivial school competition. There is no need for such excessive rivalry. Moreover, there are still many cards left in Jiangxing Forest. If you possess the skill, go defeat those Pokemon and acquire the cards. What merit is there in stealing from us while our Pokemon are incapacitated? Chen Luo stepped forward and declared, what a joke. If a trainer does not compete, can they truly be called a trainer? I am merely operating within the rules set by the school. Hand them over. In a swift motion, Chen Luo approached Li Hui, pressing down on his shoulder and bringing him to the ground. Despite Li Hui's struggles, his teammates were too intimidated to offer assistance. Chen Luo searched through Li Hui's belongings and indeed found 2 cards, which he unceremoniously pocketed. He then turned his attention to Lu Zizhong and Bai Ku. And what about you two? Although Lu Zizhong had trained in martial arts, with Riolu injured, he realized that if Chen Luo was truly ruthless enough to command Black-Eyed Croc to intervene, he was no match. Reluctantly, he handed over his cards to Chen Luo. Thank you, Chen Luo said. There is an old saying in our league. Those who recognize the situation are the true heroes. It seems you are that hero. Lu Zizhong scoffed. Can I leave now? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Safe travels. Lu Zizhong, along with his companions, departed in a state of disarray. Chen Luo's gaze returned to Bai Ku. She held Chen Luo's actions in disdain, feeling that he had disrupted what was supposed to be a friendly card competition. Her brows knitted in anger, her petite face radiating indignation. I won't give it to you. If you have the audacity, search me. Bai Ku was certain that Chen Luo would not dare to act in front of so many witnesses. However, she underestimated Chen Luo's determination to advance. Black-Eyed Croc, he commanded. If they attempt to flee, immediately use Sand Tomb to block their escape. Black-Eyed Croc complied, raising its head and issuing a threatening growl. Black-Eyed. Chen Luo advanced slowly, casting an aggressive gaze toward Bai Ku. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. As Chen Luo approached her step by step, Bai Ku felt a surge of anxiety. She could hardly believe that he would truly attempt to search her. Fine, just give it to him, Lin Wei interjected decisively. Yet Bai Ku still wished to resist. But knowing Lin Wei was more level-headed, she resigned herself and reluctantly produced a black card from her pocket. Here, Chen Luo accepted the card and then presented the 4 cards to the returning Wang Peng. Wang Peng gingerly took the cards, placing them into his pocket with care. Bai Ku wore a pitiful expression, and even Wang Peng and his companions felt that Chen Luo was being utterly unreasonable for taking the young girl's possessions. However, considering they now possessed 7 cards and 35 credits, the 3 of them couldn't help but slap themselves in realization. My brother is soaring, and I was busy playing games. I truly am a disgrace. They collectively gave themselves a resounding smack. What are you doing? Chen Luo questioned, perplexed. Nothing, just a bit tired. I was giving myself a wake-up slap, Wang Peng replied, dismissing it with a wave. They no longer have any cards. Let's go. Chen Luo turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. As they watched Chen Luo and his companions retreat, Bai Ku and the others could not help but think of 2 words, thieving scoundrel. Bai Ku shook her fist in anger, declaring, no, I must train a Pokemon that can counter Black-Eyed Croc. The next time I encounter him, I will absolutely defeat him. Lin Wei, however, remained calm, cautioning. Do not provoke him. Someone so shameless is not someone we can afford to tangle with. High above, 2 instructors clad in camouflage uniforms, nearly blending into their surroundings, observed the unfolding events through binoculars. TSK, this lad, one square-faced instructor remarked as he lowered the binoculars, a smile of admiration gracing his face. He possesses audacity, a cunning heart, and ruthless methods. That Li Hui fellow shows a modicum of organizational ability, yet he was effortlessly outmaneuvered, reduced to nothing. Even that girl Bai was nearly searched, haha. The round-faced instructor nodded in agreement. I have high hopes for this one. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, he is destined for at least gym leader status. He speaks the truth. If a trainer does not strive for victory, they might as well become a breeder. Ha ha ha. Chen Luo, truly remarkable, simply remarkable. Once they were out of sight, Wang Peng could no longer contain his excitement and playfully punched Chen Luo on the shoulder. With this, we can each earn 8 credits. At this rate, we might not even need to partake in the field training. Easy there, do you intend to incapacitate me? Chen Luo shot him a glare. Look at your pathetic demeanor. Earning credits is not the goal. Enhancing our strength is what truly matters. Chen Luo feigned an air of profundity. Wow, Chen Luo, how did you suddenly become so profound? This is a bit unexpected. Wang Peng exclaimed. So where to next? Shall we continue to lie in wait? Guiyang inquired. Chen Luo shook his head. No. In the beginning, we seized cards from others because we had competitors. Now that the first class has been completely defeated, they will not recover their fighting capabilities anytime soon. The only one left to contend with is Zhang Chongqing, so we shall engage in direct confrontation this time. This is an excellent opportunity to gain experience. Before long, the 4 of them spotted a victory bell adorned with cards. The school had indeed made a grand gesture, managing to locate so many level 29 Pokemon from the outskirts of Jiangqing Forest. It is worth noting that the Pokemon levels are generally not high in the outer regions of Jiangxing Forest. Finding so many level 29 Pokemon is indeed a rare feat. The Eye of Data activates. Pokemon, Victory Bell. Level, 29. Gender, male. Type, grass, poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Aptitude, ordinary. Nature, timid. Mastered skills, vine whip, growth, acid, leaf tornado, sleep powder. Stun spore, body slam. Inherited skill, weather ball. Held item, none. Description, the long tendril atop its head resembles a small creature, swaying enticingly to lure prey. And when the prey approaches, it opens its gaping maw to devour it whole. Black Croc employs Claw Sharpen, enhancing its strength to the maximum. Fire Meow, unleash the most potent spark. Meow, with an energetic leap, Fire Meow forms a powerful spark that hurtles towards Victory Bell. Sensing danger, Victory Bell leaps to evade this unexpected strike. Get him! With Chen Luo's command, Wang Peng and the others direct their Pokemon to attack Victory Bell. The same strategy unfolds. Electrike first uses Thunder Wave to induce paralysis. The Crawdaunt and Clawitzer unleash Water Pulse and Dragon Pulse, respectively. Despite the advantage of Chlorophyll, Victory Bell, now paralyzed, can only endure these two assaults. Victory Bell emits a perplexed sound. What is happening? What do they want? Frightened, Victory Bell, merely basking in the sun, finds itself beset by this unforeseen calamity. It begins to flee in a panic. Despite its timid nature, Victory Bell hops swiftly away. I can't believe it. This creature truly embodies its timid nature. Chase it down. Don't let it escape. Chen Luo leads the charge, with Fire Meow and Black Croc trailing behind. Hey Luo, wait for us. Guiyang and the others struggle to keep pace. Soon losing sight of Chen Luo. Wang Peng, should we continue the pursuit? Guiyang gasps, leaning against a tree for support. Wang Peng, equally fatigued, plops down against a large tree. No, let's not chase anymore. His speed is simply inhuman. I'm utterly exhausted. Wang Peng exhales heavily, clearly worn out. Lu Guanzhong, feeling discontent. Queries, so what shall we do now? What else can we do? Let's wait here. Chen Luo will surely return once he realizes we are out of sight. Wang Peng replies. Chapter 29, The Evolution Ceremony in the Forest. Amidst the dense jungle, Chen Luo's figure swiftly navigates through the foliage, the branches whispering against his garments. Fire Meow, use Spark to block its escape route. Chen Luo commands, his tone resolute as he runs. Meow, responding promptly, Fire Meow leaps gracefully into the air, inhaling sharply before unleashing a torrent of searing embers that form a precise line of fire. With a sizzling sound, the flames collide with the ground, igniting dry leaves and producing a smokescreen that obstructs Victory Bell's anticipated path of escape. Startled by the sudden wall of flames, Victory Bell emits a peculiar cry, abruptly halting in its tracks. It gazes in terror at the dancing flames before it, eyes wide with fear. In a panic, it spins around, instinctively flinging several sharp leaves backward, glinting with a chilling light. Fire Meow, extinguish those leaf tornadoes with Spark. Chen Luo's commands flow without hesitation, swiftly followed by another order. Black Croc, dig in and approach. Use Flame Fong to finish it. Meow, without a moment's pause. Fire Meow lands and summons its strength once more. A more vigorous spark erupts forth, accurately targeting the spiraling leaves. With a series of sizzling sounds, the leaf tornadoes are incinerated upon contact with the fiery barrage, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Meanwhile, Black Croc has already readied itself at Chen Luo's feet. With a low growl, it plunges its powerful forepaws into the soft forest floor, its body vanishing into the earth like a drill, leaving only a slight mound of soil. It speeds towards the immobilized Victory Bell, ensnared by the flames. Just as Victory Bell regains its senses from the shock of its leaf tornado being nullified and prepares to escape in another direction, the ground beneath it trembles ominously. As it looks down, the earth suddenly erupts. With a fierce roar, Black Croc bursts forth from the soil, its gaping maw adorned with flaming fangs radiating searing heat. Victory Bell is caught off guard, the fiery fangs clamped down hard on its sturdy stem. With a physical attack enhanced to level 6. This devastating flame Fong drains Victory Bell's energy entirely. Well done, Black Croc. And you too, Fire Meow? Both Pokemon level up, with Fire Meow glowing faintly with a white light. This indicates an imminent evolution. Chen Luo beams with joy at the sight of Fire Meow's luminescence. This is his first Pokemon set to evolve, and the Eye of Data reveals that Fire Meow is near level 16. Thus, it has not evolved immediately. As Chen Luo retrieves a card from Victory Bell, he looks around, realizing he cannot spot Wang Peng and the others. They have not kept up with me. Chen Luo scratches his head, stowing the cart away. Then administers a high-grade potion to Victory Bell and leaves behind some food. Having completed these tasks, he prepares to return to find Wang Peng and the others. Let us go? Black Croc, Fire Meow, it seems we VE outpaced them. Just as Chen Luo is about to depart, he hears the call of an unfamiliar Pokemon. A peculiar medley of sounds drifts through the air, resembling an ancient chant or a harmonious celebration of many creatures. Ganai Ganai, Chen Luo halts in his tracks. Curious about the source of the sound. Is that the voice of a Bulbasaur? There are Bulbasaurs in Jiangxing Forest, and it sounds like more than one. Driven by curiosity, Chen Luo moves toward the sound. Black Croc and Fire Meow exchange knowing glances and follow in step with him. After pushing through layers of branches for about 20 minutes, the scene before them opens up. Through the gaps in the trees, a group of Bulbasaurs and Ivysaurs encircle an unusually large Venusaur, resembling a verdant mountain. This is an entire group of Bulbasaurs. Chen Luo gasps in disbelief. Typically, starter Pokemon groups are nurtured in secret realms by the League or protected by certain families as totems. While wild groups of starters do exist, the sheer number here is exceedingly rare. Flower. The massive Venusaur calls rhythmically, with the surrounding Ivysaurs and Bulbasaurs echoing its calls. Seeds. Seeds. Ganai Ganai. Chen Luo activates the Eye of Data to examine the colossal Venusaur. Pokemon, Venusaur. Level, 53. Gender, male. Nature, reserved. Characteristics, lush. The power of Grass-type moves increases when its vitality decreases. Qualification, Gym. Mastered skills, Vine Whip, Growl, Growth, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Sweet Scent, Giga Drain. Body Slam, Photosynthesis, Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam. Inherited skills, Petal Dance, Power Whip. Other skills, Heavy Slam, Root, Play Nice, Self-Taught. Held item, Ground-type Z Crystal. Introduction. On the day following rainfall, the fragrance of its floral adornments becomes even more pronounced, attracting Pokemon drawn to its scent. It possesses an almost gym-level prowess. Chen Luo took out his phone to capture a photograph and sent it to his estranged father, along with a location. It was perilous for starter Pokemon to be outside unprotected, as they could easily fall prey to Pokemon hunters or various organizations. Thus, he felt compelled to notify his father to dispatch assistance. Just as Chen Luo was engrossed in observing the Bulbasaur community's ritual, a melodious voice rang out by his ear. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find nothing but trees, no Pokemon in sight. Could it be a ghost-type Pokemon? He dared not be careless. Aware that some mischievous ghost types delight in sapping one's life force, leading to a significant decline in vitality. Suddenly, a Black Croc unleashed a terrifying visage. Yet before it could manifest, a small green Pokemon, akin to a sprite, materialized before him, seemingly mocking his bewilderment with a suppressed giggle. Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon this creature, suspecting he possessed a unique affinity for legendary Pokemon. Having recently encountered Uxie, he was now face-to-face with the deity of the forest, Celebi. This Pokemon, capable of traversing time, was said to imbue all flora with vitality wherever it roamed. Celebi danced joyfully in sync with the Bulbasaur community, causing the surrounding flora to flourish once more. Chen Luo activated his data vision. Pokemon, Celebi. Level, 50. Gender, genderless. Nature, playful. Ability, natural cure. Qualification, level 2 deity. Mastered skills, Psychic, Heal Bell, Magical Leaf, Synthesis, Psychic, Recover, Ancient Power, Earth Power, Energy Ball, Trick Room, Trick, Leech Seed. Stealth Rock, U-Turn, Protect. Held item, none. Introduction, a time-traveling Pokemon that wanders through various locales. It is said that in forests where Celebi appears, vegetation thrives abundantly. Observing its level, Chen Luo noted that this Celebi seemed rather juvenile, not the forest deity itself. He mused that Celebi existed in groups, unsure of how many there were. But he was certain this was not the only one. As he remained entranced by Celebi, a sudden flash of white light emanated from beneath some Bulbasaurs on the ground. Evolution. This was a collective transformation. Chen Luo swiftly retrieved his phone and activated the recording mode. Such a rare spectacle must be documented. An article detailing this event would surely trend. However, the presence of the mythical Pokemon Celebi deterred him from that notion. The world of Pokemon was truly wondrous. Brimming with miracles. Unconsciously drawn, Chen Luo stepped out of the forest toward the open glade where the Bulbasaur flourished. Celebi twirled in delight upon his approach, and he could hardly believe he was able to touch Celebi, exclaiming in excitement, "I can't believe I actually touched Celebi." This mythical Pokemon, the forest deity, was now within his grasp. Unlike his prior encounter with Uxie, where he felt insignificant, This moment was a cherished intimacy reserved for the likes of revered trainers. Moments later, the last evolving Bulbasaur shed its seeds, blossoming into a Bulbasaur. Just as Chen Luo reveled in this jubilant time with Pokemon, two unexpected guests clad in black, sporting sunglasses, intruded upon Jiangxing Forest. "Viper, are you certain there is a Bulbasaur community in Jiangxing Forest?" A slender man in black queried. Viper, a woman with an alluring figure, appeared somewhat impatient. "I've told you countless times that Bulbasaur community has been my quarry since Qin Mountain. There's no mistake." Nodding coolly, the man named Ram replied. "Then let us hasten our efforts. If there truly are hundreds of Bulbasaurs here, it would be immensely valuable. We need to move quickly." He turned to the returning Honchkrow. "Honchkrow, have you spotted any traces of Bulbasaurs?" Honchkrow nodded, gesturing with its wings and calling out twice. "Excellent. My Honchkrow has informed me that they are just ahead. Let us proceed." Chapter 30. The Arrival of Strong Foes. Kyoto. Chen Luo, weary and disheveled, pushed open the door to his home, too fatigued to remove his coat, yearning only to collapse onto the sofa. Sighing deeply, he had barely closed his eyes when his phone vibrated in his pocket. Reluctantly, he fished it out, squinting at the screen. Upon recognizing the sender, his irritation was swiftly replaced by a flicker of surprise and a subtle warmth. "This rascal," he muttered, opening the image sent by his eldest son, Chen Luo. The clarity of the picture revealed a clearing in the woods, brimming with a congregation of Bulbasaurs and Ivysaurs surrounding a magnificently large Venusaur. A wild starter Pokemon community? At such a scale, Chen Luo's drowsiness dissipated significantly. After a month without news, this sudden message presented him with a substantial task. He shook his head in resignation, yet a smile crept onto his lips. His fingers deftly swiped across the screen, forwarding the image and location to the relevant departments of the Alliance, accompanied by a brief, urgent directive. After completing this task, he gazed at the photograph for a few seconds, envisioning his son's excited expression as he took the picture. Ah well, rising. He felt his fatigue somewhat lifted by an unseen force. It had indeed been too long since he last saw that rascal. He donned his coat again and strode purposefully out the door, his demeanor transformed from weariness to vigor. In the courtyard, he unhesitatingly retrieved a heavy, exquisitely patterned luxury ball from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, he skillfully tossed it into the air. "Arise, three-headed evil dragon. Illuminate the sky with a crimson flash." Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous, brutal roar, a colossal shadow swiftly enveloped a significant portion of the courtyard. The three menacing dragon heads reared high, their blood-red eyes glimmering with a chilling ferocity, while six expansive wings stirred the air, unleashing a gale that threatened to unsteady anyone in its path. The terrifying pressure emanating from the legendary Pokemon rendered the atmosphere nearly palpable. Chen Luo had long since grown accustomed to this overwhelming force. He stepped forward and firmly patted the sturdy neck of the central dragon head, his tone a mixture of resignation and unwavering resolve. "It seems I must once again rely on you, old friend. It has been quite some time since you last laid eyes on that insufferable brat, hasn't it?" The head in the center emitted a low, rumbling response akin to distant thunder. With a sudden flap of its immense wings, a powerful gust swept over Chen Luo, causing his garments to flutter wildly. The creature lowered its body slightly, awaiting its trainer's assent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo grasped a protrusion on the dragon's back and gracefully mounted it. Their destination, Jiangxing Forest, and they would depart at full speed. The three-headed dragon roared in unison, its six wings beating vigorously as its massive form shot skyward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. With a piercing cry that sliced through the air, they ascended, transforming into a stream of deep blue light, racing toward the location pinpointed by Chen Luo. Chen Luo observed the jubilant antics of Shiloby. Producing a box of all-attribute energy cubes, he retrieved one, extending it into the air. Shiloby approached, sniffing curiously at the energy cube in Chen Luo's hand. With its tiny hands, it took hold and sampled a bite. Delicious. Shiloby's eyes sparkled with delight, emitting several joyful calls before eagerly devouring the energy cube. Unsatisfied, it circled around Chen Luo, gently tugging at the hem of his garment. "No need to rush, Shiloby. I have plenty more to share that will surely satisfy your appetite." Chen Luo reassured with a smile, observing Shiloby's eagerness. He poured out the remaining energy cubes from his possession, placing them on the ground. A rich, pure aroma of energy filled the air, attracting several Bulbasaur and Ivysaur, who curiously gathered around. They extended their flexible vines, wrapping the energy cubes and bringing them to their mouths, their faces instantly reflecting sheer contentment. Surrounded by the Bulbasaur, Shiloby radiated an even brighter emerald glow. harmonizing with the vibrant life emanating from the entire Bulbasaur clan. The flowers and grasses in the clearing seemed to flourish as well, exuding a more vigorous brilliance. Chen Luo watched this heartwarming scene, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, but it was quickly replaced by a determined expression. Such a beautiful Pokemon world. I must protect it fiercely. How far are we, Crowhead? Just ahead. The duo of Ram and Viper followed Crowhead at a swift pace, soon spotting the clearing where the Bulbasaur were congregated. Ram gazed excitedly at the multitude of Bulbasaur and Ivysaur, unable to contain his exhilaration. Viper, we're about to strike it rich. Viper tossed out a Poké Ball, exclaiming, "Come forth, cursed doll. What are we waiting for? Let us catch them before the league notices." Chen Luo's ears perked up, and he turned toward the source of the commotion, his pupils narrowing as he spotted a man and a woman, along with a Crowhead and a cursed doll, racing towards the Bulbasaur. Activating his data eye, he assessed, Pokemon, Crowhead. Level, 59. Nature, mischievous. Gender, male. Ability, super luck, increases the chance of landing critical hits. Qualification, gym level. Known moves, beak peck, scare, dark mist, wing attack, malicious pursuit, critical hit, brave bird, deceit. Drill peck, quick return, electromagnetic wave, evil wave, electromagnetic wave, feather rest. Item, sharp beak. Description, a subordinate that will not tolerate failure or betrayal. These are means necessary for the order of the group. Pokemon, cursed doll. Level, 59. Nature, reserved. Gender, female. Ability, cursed body, may disable the move that hits it. Qualification, near champion level. Known moves, scare, grudge, glare, nightshade, odd light, shadow clone, ambush, bad luck, dark glare, curse, will-o-wisp, shadow ball, pain split, shadow claw, phantom force. Thunder punch, ice punch, magical shine, copycat, trick, seal. Item, cursed doll evolution stone. Description, a grudge is attached to a discarded doll, constantly seeking revenge on those who abandoned it. Oh no. Ivysaur quickly stopped those two from approaching. Chen Luo shouted towards Ivysaur. What is this little brat doing here? Ram approached the Bulbasaur cluster, spotting Chen Luo at the center, surrounded by them. Forget it. No one can obstruct my path to fortune. Crowhead, unleash evil wave towards the cluster of Bulbasaur. Head. Crowhead's crimson eyes locked onto the Bulbasaur as it concentrated a swirling mass of malicious purple-black energy in its mouth. The evil wave, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, shot directly at the center of the Bulbasaur cluster. Scatter. Chen Luo shouted anxiously. Black-eyed croc. Roar loudly. Fire meow spark. Stop the evil wave. However, the level disparity was too great. The attacks from Black-eyed croc and Fire meow were like a feeble attempt to halt a freight train, as the overwhelming evil wave swept through a large swath of Bulbasaur. Seeds. Gain. The Bulbasaur and Ivysaur were thrown into disarray by the blast of the evil wave. Ivysaur quickly reacted, enraged that someone would attack its kin. Unforgivable. A multitude of fluttering pink petals coalesced at the center of its massive bloom, aimed at Crowhead. Flower. Ram scoffed, calmly directing Crowhead. Humph, overestimating itself. Crowhead. Evade and eliminate that Ivysaur first. Use Drill Peck. Crowhead skillfully dodged the powerful petal dance. Just as it was about to charge at Ivysaur, a melodious voice rang out. Beep. Shilaby, who had been enjoying the energy cubes, became displeased at being interrupted during its delightful feast. Chen Luo sensed trouble. Oh no. Just as he attempted to shield Shilaby, the petite figure darted forward, glaring angrily at Crowhead for disturbing its meal. Beep. Ram and Viper stared in shock at the diminutive green Pokemon before them. Viper, did you see that? Is that the Pokemon I remember? Ram asked incredulously. Viper's face was alight with fervor, her ample chest heaved, and the tight black attire accentuated her striking figure. Indeed, that is the god of the forest. The mythical Pokemon capable of traversing time, Shilaby. It's a miracle we encountered it. Moreover, it appears to be merely a juvenile form, far from the legendary forest deity. Viper removed her sunglasses, revealing her strikingly beautiful eyes, which gleamed with fervent excitement as she gazed at Shilaby. If it were indeed the true forest deity, 100 of her would be no match. However, this was just a diminutive Shilaby. Could it possibly be a divine gift bestowed upon them? Ram. If we manage to capture it, not only will we ascend to the highest echelons of the organization, but the leader will also reward us handsomely, perhaps even with a legendary Pokemon. Ram was filled with elation, his heart racing uncontrollably. Why wait any longer? I want a horde of Bulbasaurs. And Shilaby shall also be mine. The Crow leader, shifting targets, unleashed a dark pulse towards Shilaby. Chapter 31. life and death crisis, and the evolution that blocks all. Shalebi, quickly evade. Chen Luo's heart tightened. Should this dark pulse hit, the grass psychic Shalebi would stand no chance. A solid green light shield enveloped Shalebi in an instant, narrowly deflecting the torrent of dark energy spewing forth from the crow leader. Chen Luo was immensely anxious. He had not anticipated encountering a Pokemon hunter. Damn it! He covertly messaged Wang Peng, hoping he would arrive swiftly with reinforcements. Rushing to Venusaur, he shouted, "Venusaur, they are Pokemon hunters here to capture your kin. Quickly disperse the Ivysaurs and Bulbasaurs and retreat." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Venusaur was filled with fury. "Fine," it commanded, and all Ivysaurs and Bulbasaurs hurriedly fled towards the rear. Still hoping to escape? Dream on. Ram sneered, his face contorting with malice. Crow leader, continue using Dark Pulse. The crow leader circled above, unleashing dark pulses that struck the Bulbasaur swarm below. Viper, don't let Shalebi escape. Ram yelled simultaneously. Leave it to me. Viper replied coldly, her gaze fixated on the retreating Shalebi. Duskull, use Phantom Force on Shalebi and bring it to me. Duskull. Duskull emitted a chilling wail, its form blurring as it melded with the shadows. In the next instant, its claws, entwined with purple-black ghostly energy and emanating an icy chill, emerged from the void behind Shalebi, launching a fierce attack on its petite form. Shalebi, having just finished using Protect and still regaining its strength, let out a startled cry as it faced this sudden, stealthy onslaught, seemingly on the verge of capture. Shalebi, make a swift retreat and create distance. Chen Luo's command rang out like the wind. He had to make the most effective decision in an instant. If Shalebi were captured, it would spell disaster. Chen Luo was unaware of the organization's identity. What if they were akin to the villainous Rocket or Galactic teams from his past life, seeking to dominate the world? If they captured Shalebi and exploited its time-traveling abilities, it would indeed be catastrophic. Chen Luo would not allow anyone to disrupt this beautiful Pokemon world. No one. Shalebi reacted with remarkable speed, its diminutive form enveloped in a soft green glow. Just as Duskull's claws were about to make contact, it transformed into a flash of green light, colliding with Duskull before retreating at an astonishing speed, narrowly avoiding capture and creating a distance of several dozen meters. Venusaur. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo directed his voice towards the towering figure. If you wish to protect your kin from capture, follow my lead. We cannot allow them to run rampant any longer. Target the crow leader and unleash Sludge Bomb to bring it down. Venusaur understood the gravity of the situation. Fine. It had long been brimming with boundless fury. Its massive bud erupted, coalescing into a thick, deep purple sludge energy ball, exuding a noxious stench. With a hissing sound that corroded the air, it launched towards the crow leader, which was wreaking havoc above. Humph, a trivial technique. Crow leader. Evade, and then use pursuit on Venusaur. The crow leader reacted swiftly, nimbly dodging the incoming sludge bomb. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it seized the opportunity during Venusaur's momentary vulnerability. Enveloped in dark energy, it transformed into a streak of shadow, hurtling towards Venusaur's comparatively fragile side. Venusaur, remain calm and use grassy terrain to withstand it. Chen Luo's eyes sharpened. He had anticipated the opponent's assault. Venusaur might not outrun the crow leader, but it could endure the attack. Fine. Without hesitation, Venusaur's sturdy legs and roots erupted with intense green light. Plunging deep into the earth, an unending flow of vitality surged from the ground into its massive form, quickly restoring its previous injuries and stamina. Bam! The crow leader's pursuit crashed into Venusaur's fortified body like a fortress. Venusaur staggered, letting out a muffled grunt. Yet the regenerative power from grassy terrain and its formidable defenses allowed it to withstand the blow without faltering. Shalebi, I need your assistance. Chen Luo shouted towards Shalebi. Shalebi, now hovering in front of Chen Luo, awaited his command. Use Healing Wish on Venusaur. With arms outstretched, Shalebi summoned a pink wave of energy that surged into Venusaur's body, instantly restoring its vitality. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to ensnare the crow leader's wings, then unleash a powerful whip. With pinpoint precision, Venusaur ensnared the base of the crow leader's wings, which had just completed its attack and had not yet fully ascended. Simultaneously, Chen Luo commanded Venusaur to retaliate against the crow leader. You pesky brat, ruining my plans. Duskull, use Will-O-Wisp on Shalebi. Viper was equally taken aback that this unassuming little creature could command both Venusaur and Shalebi with such proficiency, creating substantial trouble for them. Numerous orbs of ghostly blue flames silently drifted towards the recently stabilized Shalebi. Shalebi, use Leaf Tornado to ignite the Will-O-Wisp, then use Psychic to lock onto Duskull. Chen Luo swiftly countered. Leaf Tornado was an infallible move that would trigger the silent Will-O-Wisp, and then Psychic could immobilize Duskull's actions. Celebi waved its tiny hand, and countless shimmering leaves shot forth, accurately colliding with the approaching Will-O-Wisp. Sizzle! The sound of energy dissipating echoed as the Will-O-Wisp was successfully intercepted and ignited. Following this, Celebi's vibrant green eyes shone brightly, and a powerful psychic wave surged forth. Like invisible shackles, it ensnared Duskull, which was preparing to plunge back into the shadows. Duskull's body stiffened, its movements significantly delayed as it was caught in the psychic field. A golden opportunity, Venusaur. Chen Luo seized the fleeting opportunity for battle. With a tremendous force, he unleashed a powerful whip strike. The wrath of the Venusaur surged forth, erupting in a blinding emerald glow, transforming the tendrils that ensnared the crowhead into something as formidable as steel. Its massive form exerted itself, hurling the bound crowhead to the ground with a violent crash. Akin to a ragged sack, the tendrils, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, struck both the crowhead and the cursed doll. Both Pokémon were sent sprawling several meters away, the aftermath of a battle at the gym leader level not to be compared with that of novices or mere amateurs. Even the ground, marked by the powerful whip, bore deep scars. Damn it, that little brat dares to thwart my plans. Ram, infuriated, retrieved 2 more Pokeballs. Come forth. Houndoom and Arcanine. Houndoom unleashed a torrent of flames, while Arcanine launched a Shadow Ball. Woof. This was unbearable. How could there be 2 elite-level Pokémon again? Chen Luo. Using his data eye, examined the Pokémon released by Ram. Pokémon, Houndoom, level 41. Pokémon, Arcanine, level 40. Celebi, use Protect. Celebi conjured a vibrant green energy shield, successfully blocking the oncoming assaults. Crowhead, eliminate that brat first. Use Brave Bird. Ram aimed to deal with the most threatening Chen Luo first, for it was he who obstructed their schemes. The Viper also commanded the Cursed Doll to attack Chen Luo. Cursed Doll, Shadow Ball. Celebi, filled with anxiety, gazed at this benevolent human, yet it found itself drained of strength, unable to employ Protect once more to shield him. As the Shadow Ball and Brave Bird hurtled towards Chen Luo, a pure, abyss-like dark energy radiated forth. Black-Eyed Croc's gaze hardened. It would not allow any Pokémon or person to harm its master. Even if they were of significantly higher levels or far more powerful, it made no difference. Black-Eyed Croc opened its gaping maw, a spectral fong materializing in the air, and lunged at the distorted Shadow Ball. Incredibly, it bit through the Shadow Ball. However, the excessive use of the Darkstone's power took its toll, corroding Black-Eyed Croc's own strength and inflicting immense pain. Tendrils of dark energy, like lightning, coiled around it, causing it great suffering. Black-Eyed Croc. Chen Luo cried out in distress, just as he turned to check on Black-Eyed Croc. The crowhead's Brave Bird struck like a cannonball. Chen Luo beheld a bluish-red shadow charging toward him, and a profound sense of danger surged within him. Was this to be his end? Yet, he felt an insatiable yearning. He had yet to witness Black-Eyed Croc and Fire Meow evolve, to secure a championship, to defeat his father and become the Dark-type champion, to truly experience this Pokémon world. Images flooded his mind like a whirlwind. Damn it, I will not leave empty-handed. Come on. With unwavering resolve, Chen Luo fixed his gaze on the approaching Brave Bird. Even Ram and Viper felt their hearts race upon meeting his determined eyes. In a critical moment, a red-black figure leaped into the air, positioning itself before Chen Luo. Meow? Fire Meow? Chen Luo exclaimed. Just as Fire Meow collided with the crowhead, it suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. The crowhead's fiery assault dissipated upon contact, sending it tumbling several meters back, suspended in midair. Crowhead. It seethed, glaring at the white light that had once again thwarted its attack, an unforgivable act. As the light faded, Fire Meow evolved into Flareon. Chen Luo sighed with relief at the sight of the majestic Flareon. He anticipated that Fire Meow could utilize its invincibility during evolution to block the crowhead strike. Had Fire Meow not evolved, that Brave Bird attack would have likely claimed its life. Flareon landed with poise, emitting a powerful growl, its gaze fixed intently on the crowhead. With a swift motion, it raised its right paw, gathering searing flames that twisted and coalesced into a colossal, blazing fire blast, charging toward the crowhead. Chapter 32. Endless Hatred, Mega Cursed Doll. The crowhead, incensed by Flareon's audacity, could hardly believe that such a mere novice Pokémon dared to challenge its authority. It retaliated by shattering the ludicrous fire blast with its wings, immediately following up with a dark pulse aimed at Flareon. Celebi, use Energy Ball to interrupt it. Chen Luo maintained his composure and command, but he knew he could not hold out much longer. Celebi's emerald eyes ignited with a dazzling green light, its understanding of life and affinity with grass-type energy reaching a pinnacle. With a forceful clap of its hands, a massive emerald energy ball, brimming with vitality, was instantaneously formed. Faster than the crowhead could unleash its dark pulse, the energy ball shot forth, striking the crowhead and causing it to stagger in midair. Ram and Viper were utterly astonished that a mere brat could command a gym-level Venusaur and a mythical Pokemon, Celebi, to withstand them for so long. Damn it! I will kill you. Ram seethed with fury. If this brat's delay allowed the League to arrive, how could they capture the forest deity, Celebi? Not only would they fail to capture Celebi, but they wouldn't even secure a Bulbasaur. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Arcanine, charge in with Bite. Kill that brat. The crowhead was to launch another brave bird. 3 attacks surged toward Chen Luo simultaneously. At that moment, something ignited within him. A rush of fervor coursed through his veins. No longer did he feel fear or hesitation. He was consumed by the exhilaration and passion of Pokemon battles. With keen focus, Chen Luo directed, Venusaur, rally your kin and unleash Sleep Powder and Poison Powder toward them. He swiftly recalled Flareon and Black-Eyed Croc. In this scenario, friendly fire would be disastrous. Celebi. Now, Celebi. In that moment, recognized the human boy who would brave the odds for the sake of the Bulbasaur and itself. Without waiting for Chen Luo's command, a green shield unfurled before it. Seeds. The Bulbasaur called out, assembling a long line of defense under Venusaur's leadership. The Sleep Powder and Poison Powder cascaded toward Viper and Ram. Damn it! Ram slammed her thigh. How could that little brat devise such a devious tactic? Raven Leader, return swiftly to protect me. Upon hearing the command, Raven Leader soared back to the side of the ram. Black Lugia, amplify your power and unleash your jet flames to incinerate these toxic and paralysis powders. Woof. At that moment, the large wolfhound that had rushed to the forefront found itself in dire straits, entangled by a circle of yellow lightning. The wolfhound was ensnared by the mixed effects of the paralysis and poison powders before it could reach halfway. Soon, a purple haze of poison emerged upon the wolfhound's visage. The overwhelming toxic powder drained its stamina, and before long, the wolfhound swayed, losing its ability to fight. At this moment, the viper emerged, her fiery red lips and tight black attire rendering her exceptionally alluring. Yet, such women are often the most treacherous. You little brat. The trainer battle ends here. Should I capture you, do not weep. Come forth, Dream Demon, Snow Maiden. Unleash the mightiest blizzard to cleanse the toxic and paralysis powders. Instantly, a frigid chill erupted like a tsunami. A violent blizzard combined with a raging ice wind swept across the battlefield with devastating force. The temperature plummeted, and the ground was swiftly covered with thick white frost, as if the very air was on the verge of freezing. The yellow powder and purple mist were violently dispersed by the frigid gale, crystallizing into minute ice shards that fluttered down, rendered utterly ineffective. Curse doll, curse you. Let them witness the despair of the curse. Beyond the limits of evolution. Mega evolution. The piercing shriek of the viper cut through the howling blizzard as the keystone on her hairpin erupted with dazzling multicolored light. A powerful resonance surged between the keystone and the cursed doll's evolution stone. Curse you. The cursed doll emitted a chilling wail, a haunting blend of agony and power. Its form was engulfed by a tempest of violent purple-black energy. This energy was laden with resentment, curses, and bizarre fluctuations from another dimension, rapidly expanding and distorting. The light erupted. A brand new entity, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression, materialized in its place. Mega Curse Doll. Its size became more colossal and twisted, as though it were forcibly stitched together from countless shattered puppets. It seems grotesque. The zipper that once confined its body burst open entirely, revealing claws and feet that resembled flesh and blood. A sense of dread far surpassing that of a typical ghost-type Pokemon enveloped the battlefield like a tidal wave. The ram gazed enviously at the viper as she unleashed the Mega Evolution of the Cursed Doll. He knew the Mega Evolution Stone had been awarded to her as a reward for her exceptional performance on a mission. From that moment forth, her power surged, and her standing within the organization surpassed his significantly. The ram cast a frenzied gaze upon the shiny Celebi. If he could capture it, what reward would the leader bestow upon him? Damn it, he had underestimated this woman's level of resentment. Chen Luo's expression shifted. Other Pokemon might rely on bonds, emotions, or strength to achieve Mega Evolution. However, the Cursed Doll required profound resentment for its transformation. Thus, it was rare to find a trainer willing to nurture the Cursed Doll as their companion. unless, of course, they were a ghost-type specialist. Cursed Doll, Shadow Strike. The Viper commanded with urgency. The Cursed Doll transformed into a shadow, darting through the ground like lightning. In mere moments, the Mega Cursed Doll appeared before Shiny Celebi. Its bloodshot red eyes, now aglow, pierced the air with a chilling intensity. The colossal shadowy claw, imbued with palpable resentment, tore through the atmosphere, accompanied by a ghastly wail as it descended with ferocity. B. Shiny Celebi cried out, hastily crossing its arms to shield itself just in time. Boom! The clash of purple-black energy against the vibrant green barrier erupted into a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Although the barrier did not shatter completely, the overwhelming force and pure aura of resentment crashed against Shiny Celebi's slender arms like a hammer. Shiny Celebi let out a pained cry, its petite form sent flying by the immense impact, the verdant glow dimming slightly. Shiny Celebi. Chen Luo's heart tightened instantly. The pressure from the Mega Evolution surpassed his expectations. A futile struggle. The Viper's lips curled into a cruel smile, the scent of victory seemingly within reach. Cursed Doll. Deny it any chance to breathe and follow up with Shadow Claw. The Mega Cursed Doll emitted a spine-chilling cackle. Its massive form lunged toward the reeling Shiny Celebi with astonishing speed. The claw, now enveloped in dense purple-black energy, grew even larger and more solid, aiming to strike at Shiny Celebi's vital points. Not a chance. Venusaur, Vine Whip for support, target the Cursed Doll's claw. Chen Luo bellowed, his voice hoarse with tension and fury. He could not afford to fall here. Flower. The giant Venusaur, stationed protectively at the forefront of the group, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Two Vine Whips, thick as serpents, sliced through the air, striking the Mega Cursed Doll's claw with precision. Crack! Crack! The Vine Whips landed solidly against the Cursed Doll's forearm, momentarily halting its advance, causing the trajectory of the Shadow Claw to veer slightly. Now, Shiny Celebi, teleport. Chen Luo seized the fleeting opportunity. B. Shiny Celebi burst forth with a radiant surge of psychic energy, vanishing just as the Shadow Claw was about to make contact. Boom! The massive claw of the Cursed Doll crashed into the ground where Shiny Celebi had just stood, leaving a deep crater and sending dirt flying. Quick on your feet. A flicker of irritation crossed the Viper's eyes. Chen Luo and the tenacity of this Venusaur group vexed her greatly. Dream Demon, seal the space. Magical Shimmer. Snow Maiden, hail. Let us see how far you can teleport. The Dream Demon released an ethereal cry, and radiant colors exploded around it. The powerful fairy energy instantly filled the battlefield, disrupting spatial fluctuations and rendering short-range teleportation extremely unstable. The Snow Maiden raised her arms high, the sky darkening ominously as cold energy gathered, and massive hail began to pummel down. Not only did it inflict pain on the Venusaur group and the plants below, but it also rendered the battlefield environment exceedingly hostile, further constraining movement and visibility. Shiny Celebi flickered into view not far behind the Venusaur group, but was clearly affected by the magical shimmer energy, its form wavering, and the dense hail made agile flight difficult. Viper, well done. Do not allow that brat and Shiny Celebi another chance. The ram cried out excitedly, Raven Leader. Do not be idle. Use Tailwind to enhance speed. Black Lugia, unleash your flames. Raven Leader flapped its wings vigorously, a powerful gust enveloping the Viper and the ram's Pokemon, greatly enhancing their speed. Black Lugia's flames roared forth, a thick pillar of fire arcing past the core of the battle, aimed directly at the relatively vulnerable Bulbasaur group behind the Venusaur. Seeds. 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 The Bulbasaurs huddled together in terror. Gain. The Bulbasaurs swiftly positioned themselves in front, attempting to fend off with their Vine Whips. Oh no. Chen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Mega Mimikyu, he found himself utterly powerless. With 3 elite-level Pokemon and 1 gym-class creature assisting the adversaries, the pressure on him escalated dramatically. Was this to be his end? Damn it. Wang Peng must have seen the messages. If he doesn't show up soon, I might truly perish here. Chen Luo certainly could not trust that the merciless Viper and Ram would spare him. Shaman, quickly use Trick Room. Then prepare to teleport away. Whatever you do, don't look back. This was the only plan that came to Chen Luo's mind. With only 2 gym-class Pokemon on his side, no matter how adept his commands, they were still outmatched. The best outcome would be for Shaman to remain uncaptured. Chapter 33, The Arrival of Timely Rescue. As the Trick Room activated, the previously swift Mega Mimikyu found its speed drastically reduced. Buzz. A peculiar wave swept across the battlefield, as if the fundamental laws of time and space had been forcefully altered. All beings ensnared within its influence experienced a bizarre sensation of temporal suspension. Actions that were once lightning fast now felt as though they were mired in a viscous temporal quagmire, becoming slow and sluggish. Conversely, those who had been relatively slow now perceived their thoughts and movements as remarkably light and agile. Curse. What? The massive claws of Mega Mimikyu, which once tore through shadows with terrifying velocity, now moved as if traversing through an ultra-viscous honey. Caw, commanded the Corviknight. Use Dark Pulse. The Corviknight, having stealthily approached Shaman, successfully struck just as it prepared to teleport. Shaman, Chen Luo shouted anxiously. He had not even noticed the Corviknight's silent approach. In this critical moment, a mental seed implanted by Uxie in Chen Luo's mind suddenly took root, spurred by his intense emotional upheaval. A surge of formidable psychic power coursed through him. Was this Uxie's strength? Chen Luo unleashed astonishing power, catching Shaman just as it plummeted to the ground. Rolling twice, he managed to regain his footing. Shaman, are you all right? Chen Luo embraced the injured Shaman. The weary Shaman managed a weak utterance. Little brat, this ends here. I know not where you came from, but obstructing our capture of the Bulbasaur and the Forest Guardian means you must perish. Corviknight, use Dark Pulse to finish him. Ram and Viper advanced towards Chen Luo. Nearby, the Venusaur and a multitude of Bulbasaur were ensnared by the Frostlass, Mismagius, and Houndoom, unable to escape. Meanwhile, the Mega Mimikyu had also exited the Trick Room. Returning to Viper's side, the Dark Pulse unleashed by Corviknight surged towards Chen Luo like the final straw that would break the camel's back. Black-eyed Croconaw and Fiery Meow, sensing their trainer's peril, broke free from their Pokeballs, positioning themselves protectively in front of Chen Luo. As Chen Luo beheld the impending Dark Pulse, he felt no fear. His gaze burned with determination as he placed Shaman on the ground. Resolutely, he stood in front of Black-eyed Croconaw and Fiery Meow. This is where it ends. Nonsense. I have yet to become the strongest trainer. I have yet to truly experience the Pokemon world. How could I allow it to end here? I am Chen Luo. Ha 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 ha, little brat, the strongest trainer? You? You might as well head to hell to be your so-called strongest trainer. Ram mocked mercilessly, regarding Chen Luo as if he were already a corpse. How foolish of him to think he was someone of consequence. Viper's face was a mask of icy derision, though this youth exhibited remarkable command skills and composure. Surely with time, he could become an excellent trainer. Yet, youthful bravado? In the face of absolute power, it was merely a pitiful struggle. Corviknight, finish him off. Mimikyu, you too, unleash Shadow Sneak. Ram's roar and Viper's command resonated simultaneously. The dark energy beam unleashed by Corviknight, coupled with the horrific dark energy released by Mega Mimikyu, capable of distorting light and consuming minds, tore through the air towards the isolated Chen Luo with overwhelming might, embodying destruction and despair. Shaman, witnessing the imminent threat of death, widened its eyes. This human boy was prepared to shield it with his own body against this potentially fatal strike. Death was mere moments away. In that final instant, the mental seed in Chen Luo's mind erupted with overwhelming psychic power, forming a protective pink barrier that shielded him from the two lethal attacks. What is this? Viper and Ram stared in astonishment at the powerful psychic energy that had seemingly erupted from nowhere. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo, my essence resides in Lake of Wisdom. I can assist you no further. This is enough. Chen Luo was taken aback to discover that Uxie's psychic abilities could transcend the boundaries of the secret realms. Shaman, teleport. Chen Luo commanded decisively. Yet, due to Shaman's injuries, it could not muster its full strength, managing only to transport Chen Luo, Black-eyed Croconaw, and Fiery Meow a few dozen meters away. Return for now, Black-eyed Croconaw and Fiery Meow. Chen Luo recalled the two Pokemon before sprinting away with the battered Shaman in his arms. Shaman, clutching Chen Luo tightly, succumbed to unconsciousness. At this juncture, Chen Luo could no longer concern himself with the Bulbasaur. He believed that these two Pokemon hunters would abandon them in pursuit of Shaman. After all, Shaman's value far outweighed that of an entire group of Bulbasaur. Damn it, chase after him. Don't let that little brat escape. Ram and Viper hastily pursued Chen Luo. They recalled all their Pokemon except for Corviknight and Mimikyu, disregarding the Bulbasaur completely, regardless of their worth. The Forest Guardian, the mythical Pokemon Shaman, was their utmost priority. They raced in the direction Chen Luo had fled. As adrenaline surged through him, Chen Luo vowed, once this crisis passes, I will demand a champion-level Pokemon from my father. Then we shall see who dares to lay a hand on me. With a champion-level Pokemon, he could beat these two fools into submission. Chen Luo fled desperately towards the training camp at school, lamenting, damn it, why am I, the future strongest Dark-type trainer. Always running away, he was reminded of the times he had fled from the Abomasnow. Corviknight, intercept him. Use pursuit. Ram shouted as he chased after Chen Luo, directing Corviknight to unleash its attack. Damn it, what is this insufferable little brat doing? It behaves like a Pokemon, unleashing formidable psychic defenses while possessing astonishing speed. Viper recalled their leader, whose physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet even he was not so overwhelmingly powerful. His Cursed Doll and the Crow leader of the Ram could not catch up with him. Cursed Doll, employ Shadow Sneak. With the enhancement of Uxie's psychic abilities, Chen Luo's speed had escalated beyond that of an ordinary Pokemon. He narrowly evaded the Crow leader's pursuit and skillfully ducked behind a large tree to escape the Cursed Doll's shadowy assault. You little rascal, if you have the ability. Stop running. Don't you aspire to be the strongest trainer? Let us settle this once and for all. What kind of strongest trainer runs away incessantly? The Ram, somewhat out of breath, had undergone extensive specialized training, capable of defeating 4 or 5 ordinary opponents. His physical condition was undeniably remarkable, but today, he had encountered such a monstrous foe. Viper, equally exasperated, felt his chest heaving with each stride, akin to 2 large water balloons, remarkably elastic. Cursed Doll, with your dark gaze, do not let him escape. Alas, Chen Luo did not even cast a glance in its direction, fixated solely on his escape. The Mega Cursed Doll's dark gaze was utterly ineffective against him. Chen Luo shouted back, if you two have the guts, stop chasing. What kind of Pokemon hunters are you? We are not those lowly trash known as Pokemon hunters. The Ram seemed incensed by Chen Luo's words. Viper, you attack from the left, I will strike from the right. We shall encircle him. I refuse to believe he can still evade us. The Ram declared as they ran. All right, Viper, now growing impatient. Never expected to be outmaneuvered by a mere child today. Cursed Doll, use Dark Shadow to block his left side. Crow leader, unleash Dark Pulse on his right. Both commanded simultaneously. Damn, Chen Luo muttered under his breath. 2 powerful energies exploded on either side of him, sealing off his escape routes. Just as he prepared to assess his options, he spotted several familiar figures approaching. Luo Gu, we're here. Wang Peng and his companions rushed towards Chen Luo, accompanied by 3 instructors. The square-faced instructor's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing they were indeed facing members of the evil organization. The students were correct. Houndoom, Gramble, Shavalong, come forth. The 3 instructors summoned their Pokemon simultaneously. Be cautious. The energy emanating from that Crow leader and Mega Cursed Doll is at least gym level. We are no match for them. We must hold them off until reinforcements arrive. The square-faced instructor cautioned. Meanwhile, Wang Peng and his friends were checking on Chen Luo's condition. Chen Luo, we didn't arrive too late, did we? Wasn't my rescue just splendid? Wang Peng boasted proudly. Guiyang examined Chen Luo's thigh and remarked, Luo Go, you wouldn't believe it. Upon hearing you were in trouble, we were terrified. We didn't waste a moment. Unleashing our inner strength and racing here with the instructors to save you. Lu Guanzhong nodded in agreement. Chen Luo rolled his eyes, exasperated. If you had come even a moment later, I would have been beaten to a pulp by them, and you would never see your dear foster father again. The trio exchanged awkward chuckles. Wang Peng suddenly turned to the green creature in Chen Luo's arms and inquired, Hey, is this your newly captured Pokemon? It's adorable. Chen Luo shook his head and turned to face the Ram and Viper. No, this is a mythical Pokemon, Shalebi. The 3 gasped, their eyes widening. Shalebi. Chapter 34, The Arrival of the 3-Headed Dragon. Shalebi? The instructors also gazed at the Pokemon cradled in Chen Luo's arms, their eyes widening in astonishment. A mythical Pokemon. The forest deity Shalebi was nestled in the arms of an ordinary student at Jiangxing Pokemon University. No wonder this kid had been relentlessly pursued by the evil organization. It was for this very reason. The danger was far greater than the square-faced instructor had anticipated. Brothers, do you all see this? The significance of a mythical Pokemon is beyond question. We must protect it with our lives. The square-faced instructor urged passionately. Ram, release all your Pokemon. We need to finish this quickly. Viper declared, releasing her strongest 3 Pokemon, Frostless, Mismagius, and Mega Cursed Doll. The remaining ones were mere support Pokemon, lacking any combat prowess. The Ram released the only viable fighter, Houndoom. Chen Luo assessed the instructor's Pokemon. Pokemon, Houndoom. Level, 45. Pokemon, Gramble. Level, 43. Pokemon, Shavalong. Level, 40. Whether the instructor's Pokemon could withstand a single blow from the Mega Cursed Doll was questionable, given the vast level disparity. Chen Luo felt a headache coming on as he gazed at the instructor's Pokemon. The square-faced instructor seemed to perceive Chen Luo's expression, mentally grumbling. What with that disdainful look? You ungrateful brat. If we hadn't rushed in to save you, you would have been finished long ago. Houndoom, use fire spin. Don't let them escape. A woo. Houndoom howled, a scorching flame erupting from its mouth. Instead of directly attacking the enemies, it instantaneously wove a massive fiery cage, blocking Viper and the ram's escape route. The intention was clear, to buy time. You kids, go ahead, we'll hold them off. The square-faced instructor shouted to Chen Luo and his companions. Trying to run? A futile dream. Viper sneered, her malicious gaze fixated on the shalebi in Chen Luo's arms. She would not allow a cooked duck to fly away. Curse doll, use Shadow Claw to tear through that firewall and seize Shalebi. Miss Magius unleashed Shadow Ball, while Frostless fired Frost Beam, attacking the group. She held no interest in the instructor's Pokemon, her eyes solely on the highly coveted Shalebi. Curse doll. Mega Cursed Doll emitted a piercing shriek, its claws, imbued with tangible malice. Raised high, it swung its claws fiercely, launching a colossal attack, accompanied by a chilling wail, toward the fiery barrier. The ram also seized the moment. Houndoom, use Flamethrower to burn through. Crow Leader, block them. Do not let them escape. Roar. This is bad. The square-faced instructor's complexion changed drastically. The Mega Cursed Doll Shadow Claw far exceeded expectations. As two instructors saw the attack heading their way, they swiftly commanded their Pokemon to defend. Gramble, hold the line. Shavalong, use Flame Kick to disperse the Frost Beam. The Mega Cursed Doll's assault was not something a mere fire spin could withstand. It first tore through the flames blocking its path. With a single strike of Shadow Claw, it dispatched the Houndoom that attempted to obstruct it. Without lingering, it charged toward Chen Luo. The square-faced instructor, taken aback, had not anticipated the Mega Cursed Doll's power to be so immense, taking down his Houndoom with a single blow. His other Pokemon were merely of ordinary caliber. Releasing them would be tantamount to inviting death. The Maitaiana had already positioned itself behind Chen Luo, effectively obstructing his escape route. At this moment, the Shroomish, having been disturbed by the commotion, awakened and gazed anxiously at Chen Luo, who was cradling it in his arms. Although they had known each other for less than a few minutes, this human boy was willing to risk his life to protect it. It attempted to struggle free, but was struck by the dark energy emanating from the Maitaiana and had been entangled by the Mega Banette for so long that its stamina had been utterly depleted. Chen Luo noticed the Shroomish's struggles and offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Shroomish, we will be all right. Wang Peng and his companions were utterly bewildered. They had thought this was a divine intervention, believing that they were the chosen ones sent to rescue Chen Luo from the precipice of death, after which he would be eternally grateful and recognize them as his sworn brothers. However, while their imaginations painted a beautiful picture, reality was far more brutal. It seemed that their own lives were also in jeopardy. What should we do, Chen Luo? I do not wish to die yet. I have yet to experience my first kiss. Wang Peng exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Luo, even though fear gripped him. Goodness, Brother Luo. We have shared life and death crises together, haven't we? If I perish, please take care of my Litten, and if possible, look after my parents as well, Wei Yang lamented. A sorrowful expression etched across his face. Chen Luo retorted with irritation. All right, enough of this. We are not dead yet. Why are you all so quick to deliver your last words? He turned to Lu Guanzhong and inquired, Guanzhong, why are you not offering any witty remarks? Lu Guanzhong, his gaze resolute, wore an expression that seemed to convey a desire for heroic sacrifice. He positioned himself in front of Chen Luo, arms outstretched, directly facing the oncoming Mega Banette. Brother Luo, hurry and escape. I will hold it off. Chen Luo's eyes glistened with gratitude, realizing that these young companions, whom he had known for less than a month, were willing to confront a formidable foe to protect him. Brothers, Chen Luo, clutching the Shroomish, began to move toward the direction of the Mega Banette's attack. Wang Peng and the others exchanged quick glances and surrounded Chen Luo, their expressions devoid of fear. To hell with it. Even if we die, let it be a noble sacrifice. Perhaps we can be honored as martyrs, they thought, resolute in their decision to stand by Chen Luo's side. Quickly run. I will hold it off. The square-faced instructor watched in astonishment as Chen Luo advanced toward the Mega Banette. His eyes brimmed with confusion and urgency, wanting to rush forward to shield Chen Luo from the oncoming threat. The Panseer and Seviper exchanged smug glances, convinced they had finally succeeded. Panseer, after capturing the Shroomish, retreat immediately, the Seviper commanded. Panseer's face contorted in glee, erupting into an unrestrained laugh. Capturing the forest deity Shroomish was far more valuable than those Bulbasaur. They would undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely by their leader. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with fear, excitement, reluctance, and exhilaration. under the looming threat of death. Each individual revealed their true selves. Yet, amidst the chaos, Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, sensing a familiar presence that had not yet dissipated. He is coming. A roar, akin to the rumblings of an ancient volcanic core, shattered the battlefield's clamor without warning. This roar was not merely a sound wave. It was a manifestation of supreme authority imbued with overwhelming dark energy. The ecstasy on the faces of Panseer and Seviper froze instantly, as if doused with icy water, swiftly transforming into sheer terror. They felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible, frigid hand, causing them to nearly cease beating. This is a king-level presence. The Mega Banette's massive claws halted just shy of Lu Guanzhong's nose. For the first time, it displayed a palpable fear. Its essence of vengeful energy writhing as if encountering its nemesis, unraveling in a frenzy. Its colossal form trembled under the invisible pressure, as if facing a natural predator. The Frostless and Mismagius emitted a haunting wail, struck by an unseen force. The Mytana, too, cowered behind a tree, trembling, while the Houndoom lay prostrate on the ground. Whimpering in terror, its ferocity extinguished. In that singular moment, every action, be it offensive or defensive, was forcibly suspended. Only the suffocating, tangible aura of dark energy surged freely across the battlefield. Buzz, a gargantuan shadow, eclipsing the sun, descended upon the battlefield with an inconceivable velocity, akin to a demon tearing through the fabric of space. It was a demigod, a king-level, three-headed dragon. The Seviper's eyes were filled with panic and dread. Why is there a king-level, three-headed dragon here? Panseer shouted in frustration. And at the center of this embodiment of destruction and power stood a figure, cloaked in a deep black trench coat, its hem billowing in the tempest. With a stern visage, its features chiseled like granite, and eyes as profound as an abyss. It exuded a terrifying aura simply by existing. Oh, what a lively gathering. It seems I can find the silent organization's pests wherever I go. Chapter 35, A Tribute to the Leaf of Life. The Seviper gazed up at the man atop the three-headed dragon, her eyes wide with terror, as if she had encountered something horrifying. The King of Darkness, Chen Luo. Her scream was laced with an innate fear, her once vibrant face now as pale as parchment. How could he possibly be here? Banette, get me out of here, quickly. She barely had time to retract her Mismagius and Frostless. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. Her sole thought was to flee. The idea of confronting this man was utterly inconceivable. To challenge Chen Luo? That would be sheer madness. As she beheld Chen Luo's face, memories flooded back of when she had accompanied the organization's fourth-in-command on a meticulously orchestrated mission. That time, their elite force, numbering over 100, had been dispatched. Yet, just as success was within reach, Chen Luo appeared with an Absol. The fourth-in-command's king-level Nidoking had been utterly dominated by Chen Luo's Absol, unable to retaliate. And what of their so-called elite? They suffered devastating casualties. The chaos lasted mere minutes, or perhaps even less. She was among the few who had managed to escape due to distance. That experience had instilled in her a profound understanding of what the name Chen Luo represented. In the presence of other king-level foes, there might be a chance to negotiate, surrender, or survive. However, upon encountering Chen Luo, what he symbolizes is the end. This is the most widely circulated and fearsome consensus within the organization. Better to provoke a champion than to face a malevolent dragon. Faster, swiftly, cursed all. At this moment, Viper had no thoughts whatsoever. What did it matter about the illusory Pokemon Shalebi or the companion ram? Nothing was more important than one's own life. The mega-cursed doll hastily approached Viper, seeking refuge in the shadows. How could Chen Luo grant her such an opportunity? He calmly tossed out a Master Ball. Zoroark, I leave this to you. Zoro. There appeared a long-bodied Pokemon, cloaked in deep purple fur woven like the night, its face resembling that of a fox. It was a shiny Zoroark. Curse. The mega-cursed doll froze at the instant it felt that chilling gaze. Zoroark regarded the mega-cursed doll with the same demeanor as a cat playing with a mouse. The nearby Ram, Instructor, and Wang Peng were all taken aback. Today, they had witnessed two Pokemon of the elite level. Only Chen Luo, whose heightened tension suddenly eased, turned gently to the Shalebi in his arms. We're safe now, Shalebi. You can have a good sleep. Shalebi, sensing the lethal threat had dissipated, relaxed its top body. Trustingly, it nuzzled against Chen Luo's chest, slowly closing its verdant eyes. Its breathing becoming even and steady. Dad is really unreliable, but thankfully he arrived just in time. Chen Luo murmured. Ram, in a state of panic, shouted to Viper, Viper, are you planning to flee alone, leaving me here? Caw-Caw, come back, take me away. Just as Caw-Caw attempted to act, The three-headed dragon unleashed a dragon pulse toward it. The thunderous explosion. The frenzied energy instantly engulfed Caw, crashing it down to the ground, rendering it unconscious. The shockwave from the explosion severed surrounding trees, leaving behind a charred crater, with heat waves roiling. Ram was thrown by the impact, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly limp. His face ashen. This dragon pulse terrified everyone present, except for Chen Luo. The destructive power was astonishing. At this moment, the shiny Zoroark sprang into action. In an instant, it was before the Mega Cursed Doll, not even employing any skills, simply pressing its claws upon the Mega Cursed Doll's enormous, stitched head. Curse. The Cursed Doll could only emit a brief cry of alarm. Thud. With a dull sound, Zoroark pinned the Cursed Doll to the ground. The purple-black light of Mega Evolution flickered violently, bursting like a popped bubble. The Cursed Doll's massive form shrank dramatically, reverting to its original state, collapsing softly onto the ground, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Viper attempted to flee, but Zoroark would not let her escape. The shiny Zoroark extended its claws, poised to unleash a dark pulse. Enough, Zoroark. There are children here today. Let us refrain from such bloodshed. Upon hearing Chen Jinyue's words, the shiny Zoroark halted its attack. Zoro. It turned its gaze toward Chen Luo, who cradled Celebi, its cold demeanor suddenly softening. No killing. Little Luo is here. It would not be appropriate. Zoroark's claws hovered perilously close to Viper's brow. With her eyes wide, Viper felt a surge of warmth escape from her lower body. Viper had, indeed, wet herself in terror. A pungent odor permeated the air. The ultimate fear finally overwhelmed her nerves. Her body went limp, and she fainted. Zoroark elegantly retracted its claws. Then, like a purple lightning bolt, knocked down Viper and Ram's Pokémon, carelessly piling them together. Chen Jinyue leaped down from the three-headed dragon, approaching Chen Luo with a self-satisfied grin. So what do you think? Was my entrance impressive? Chen Luo, gazing at his father's black and gold coat, embroidered with a black tornadus, shook his head and calmly replied, Dad, if Mom sees you in that outfit, she will definitely kill you. 3 enormous question marks materialized above Wang Peng, the 3 instructors, and the others. Wait, what did the Dark-type champion just say? What did Chen Luo call the Dark-type champion? If they heard correctly, it should be Dad? Dad. The 5 echoed in unison, their volume startling the slumbering Celebi awake. Chen Luo was actually the son of Dark-type champion Chen Jinyue. Why 5? Because only Lu Guanzhong always believed that Chen Luo spoke the truth. So it turns out, everything Luo said was indeed true. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he was so wealthy. Guiyang looked utterly astonished. He had once claimed that the probability of Chen Luo being the child of the chairman of Pokemon Wholesale and the Dark-type champion was even lower than his chance of becoming the Electric-type champion. Wait, Guiyang seemed to have thought of something. Chen Luo and the others simultaneously turned their gaze toward Guiyang. Guiyang, taken aback by their attention, scratched his head and said, Since Chen Luo is the son of the Dark-type champion, does that mean I really have a chance of becoming the Electric-type champion? Get out of here. How can you make such a serious remark during such a grave moment? Wang Peng interjected, pulling Guiyang aside. Chen Jinyue, with a smile, addressed the square-faced instructor, Comrade, please contact the local enforcement bureau to wrap up the situation. Yes, Commander, we will ensure the task is completed. The 3 saluted with precision. Chen Jinyue was not only the Dark-type champion, but also one of the generals of the Eastern Huang Alliance, a military bigwig, holding significant power. Chen Luo then said to Wang Peng and the others, You all head back with the instructors. I will explain everything to you later. Wang Peng, understanding the situation, responded, Chen Luo, you take care. We will wait for you to return. Right, Brother Luo, we will wait for you to join us for a meal. By the way, can we order takeout again today? I really don't want to eat self-heating rice, Guiyang pleaded, somewhat oblivious to the seriousness of the moment. Eat. In what world do you think this is the time to think about food? Wang Peng and Lu Guanzhong forcibly dragged Guiyang away to assist the instructors with Viper and Ram. Come on, Dad, let us go check on the Bulbasaur group. It's been a while, Zoroark. Chen Luo stroked the shiny Zoroark's gentle fur. Zoroark happily greeted Chen Luo. It was this gentle fur that little Luo helped maintain. And you, 3-headed dragon, how have you been lately? The central head of the 3-headed dragon slightly raised, letting out a soft growl. Chen Luo instantly understood its meaning. It was expressing that they all missed him. Chen Jinyue recalled Zoroark and the 3-headed dragon. The father and son walked side by side through the forest. Chen Jinyue inquired, Little Luo, didn't you mention the Bulbasaur group? What is the story with the Celebi in your arms? Chen Luo recounted in detail how he and Celebi met during the Bulbasaur group's evolution ceremony. Then, the Viper and the Ram, driven by their desire to capture a group of Bulbasaurs, inadvertently encountered Celebi and harbored malicious intentions. What followed was a desperate escape for Chen Luo and Celebi. A glint of murderous intent flickered across Chen Jinyue's face. That damned silent organization had nearly put his precious son in peril. Upon their return, he would dismantle their two strongholds to vent his anger for his son. "We have arrived, father." Chen Luo came to a halt. The two found themselves in a clearing where a Venusaur was using the nectar secreted from its buds to heal the wounded Bulbasaurs and Ivysaurs. The Venusaur expressed profound gratitude and relief upon seeing Chen Luo approach. This human boy had saved their entire clan. Had it not been for him, they might have long been captured by malevolent individuals. Suddenly, the buds on the Venusaur's back blossomed, releasing a life-affirming fragrance far richer and purer than during its evolution ceremony. Under its guidance, every member of the Bulbasaur group raised their heads in unison. Countless shimmering green leaves converged into a torrent, resembling the most resplendent green fireworks. Soaring towards the clear sky, the leaves spun and scattered in the air, as if a verdant rain had fallen. This was the highest tribute and sincerest blessing expressed by the Bulbasaur clan to their savior, the ode to the leaves of life. In Chen Luo's arms, Celebi gazed upon this harmonious and vibrant scene with its bright green eyes, a pure and unblemished smile gracing its face. It gently floated from Chen Luo's embrace. Hovering above the Bulbasaur group, its petite form began to radiate a soft, vibrant green light. Like a spirit of the forest, it twirled joyfully in the air. With its graceful movements, specks of nature-infused green light scattered like stardust. Where Celebi passed, the charred and broken plants ravaged by battle visibly sprouted tender shoots, rejuvenating before the eyes. Even the injured Bulbasaurs and Ivysaurs bathed in this healing light found their wounds gradually mending. Chen Jinyue was astonished by how beloved his son was among the Bulbasaur clan. Moreover, the forest deity, this mythical Pokémon, exhibited such trust in Xiao Luo. He looked at Chen Luo with pride and said, "Xiao Luo, you have grown up." Chapter 36. The Villainous Overlord of Continuous Sabotage. Come forth, Black-Eyed Croc and Fiery Meow. Due to excessive use of the Dark Plate's power, the Black-Eyed Croc's own dark energy had been suppressed, causing it immense suffering. This dark energy was astonishingly pure. Chen Jinyue gazed at the dark energy emanating from the Black-Eyed Croc in astonishment, realizing it was even purer than that of his Absol. It seemed no longer to be merely dark energy, but rather the very essence of dark rules. "Xiao Luo, where did this power of the Black-Eyed Croc come from?" Chen Jinyue asked, shocked. He had given the Black-Eyed Croc to Chen Luo and was well aware of its condition. This power was certainly not the Croc's own. "Father, I'll explain later," Chen Luo called out to Celebi. "Celebi, please heal the Black-Eyed Croc." Upon hearing Chen Luo's call, Celebi gracefully arched and approached the Black-Eyed Croc. Naturally, it would heed Chen Luo's request. Its delicate hands opened, enveloping the Black-Eyed Croc in an intensely vibrant green light, akin to a warm tide. As the forest deity, Celebi's life energy was pure and abundant. Under Celebi's masterful guidance, the Black-Eyed Croc's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and its pained groans subsided. Even more astonishingly, Celebi was not merely healing its wounds. It seemed to be guiding the turbulent dark energy, assisting the Black-Eyed Croc's body in adapting to and absorbing it in a gentle and profound manner. Moments later, a resounding roar erupted, filled with a revitalizing force. The Black-Eyed Croc stood tall, its eyes gleaming with newfound vigor. Now, the Black-Eyed Croc's dark energy was even purer than before, surpassing that of many gym-level dark Pokémon. The Black-Eyed Croc nudged Celebi, who had healed it, and Celebi smiled in response. Next, it turned to heal Fiery Meow, which emitted a contented sound in response to the comfortable life energy it sensed. Chen Luo activated his data eye, astonished to find that both of his Pokémon had leveled up. Pokémon, Black-Eyed Croc. Level 22. Pokémon, Fiery Meow. Level 17. Soon, the three little Pokémon frolicked joyfully together. Chen Luo produced a fragment of the Dark Plate and handed it to his father, saying, "Here it is, a fragment of Arceus's Dark Plate." So it was a fragment. Chen Jinyue seemed to grasp something amiss. What did Xiao Luo just say? A fragment of the Dark Plate of Arceus. Even as the overlord of the Dark type and a high-ranking general of the Donghuang Alliance, one of the decision-makers of the Purple Gold Mountain Hall, and the seventh-ranked man in the world, he could hardly contain his astonishment. This was simply unfathomable. Chen Jinyue carefully accepted the Dark Plate fragment and began to study it. As a dark-type overlord, his understanding of dark energy was unparalleled in this world. He could naturally discern that this stone-like fragment contained astonishing dark energy. Even just holding it evoked a sense of heart-stopping awe. Chen Jinhua looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Xiao Luo, where did you acquire this fragment?" Chen Luo briefly recounted his journey to the Pokemon market and the ensuing chase after the fire Meow into the secret realm. However, he omitted any mention of the disappearance of Uxie and Arceus. As his father, Chen Luo trusted him unconditionally, but the fewer people involved in this matter, the better. Who would dare imagine that the creator deity Arceus had gone missing? Moreover, Uxie had specifically instructed him not to disclose Arceus's disappearance to anyone. Chen Jinhua was indeed aware of Chen Luo's unexpected involvement in the secret realm, as Meng Yan had informed him that day. This was precisely why Chen Luo was unharmed. Had he been lost in the secret realm, Chen Jinhua would have led his dark army to raise the Wisewater secret realm. Not even Uxie could have stopped him. Xiao Luo, who else knows about this matter? Chen Jinhua returned the fragment to Chen Luo and asked. Chen Luo shook his head, saying, "No one else. It's just the two of us, and I haven't even told Mom. Isn't that considerate?" Chen Jinhua nodded. "Xiao Luo, you have done well. This matter must not be known by a third party. If a third party inadvertently learns of it, you inform your father, and I will take care of it." A hint of murderous intent flickered in Chen Jinyua's eyes, but was swiftly concealed. Then, "Father, what if Mom accidentally finds out? Will you take care of her too?" Chen Luo joked. Chen Jinyua was momentarily at a loss for words. Resolving matters with Su Wanqing was even more challenging than dealing with Arceus. "Except for your mother," Chen Jinhua replied. "Xiao Luo, it appears that your flight from marriage has not been in vain. Unexpectedly, it has fostered your growth. The black-eyed crocodile you have nurtured has developed splendidly, and you have even tamed a fiery Meow of exceptional potential. Moreover, your luck with Pokemon has been remarkably fortuitous. First, you stumbled upon fragments of the sinister slate, and then encountered the forest deity, the mythical Pokemon Shirabi. Xiao Luo, I must say, this is undoubtedly the influence of that girl Wan Ning. Previously, I thought you somewhat unworthy of her, but the progress you've made now qualifies you just enough to be a match." Chen Jinhua teased as he played with the black-eyed crocodile, turning to Chen Luo. "Huh? Unworthy of her? I can't even die for her." Chen Luo retorted with a hint of indignation. "No, though you are my biological father, such an insult is uncalled for." Chen Jinhua chuckled. "Well, my dear boy, Wan Ning is now a renowned Pokemon archaeologist and researcher in Kyoto. The suitors vying for her affection stretch from the Dongwang Alliance to the Beiying Alliance. If it weren't for your old man's connections and capabilities, would you even stand a chance? How about you come back with me this time? If you're keen on continuing your studies, you could attend the Kyoto Pokemon University. You know our family's circumstances. There's no need for you to endure hardship here," Chen Jinhua proposed. Chen Luo smiled nonchalantly. "Father, do you not understand the thrill of feigning ignorance to outsmart others?" Taking a deep breath, he pointed at Chen Jinhua and declared, "Father, I, Chen Luo, will defeat you and become the new Dark-type champion. Just wait for me at the Purple Gold Mountain." Chen Jinhua listened to his son's awkwardly juvenile proclamation with skepticism. "Is this really my flesh and blood?" He stepped closer, gently touching Chen Luo's forehead. "Xiao Luo, you're not feverish, are you? How could you utter such cringeworthy words? If you wish to be this Dark-type champion, so be it. After all, I wrested this title from your grandfather. It seems this position has nearly become hereditary." Chen Luo pushed Chen Jinyua's hand away, slightly annoyed. "Come on, dear father. I am serious in my proclamation, and you treat it so dismissively?" Chen Jinyua shrugged. "What else should I do? Should I shower you with compliments?" "Xiao Luo, I must advise you to refrain from indulging in those juvenile comics." Sighing in resignation, Chen Luo lamented, feeling that his father was beyond redemption. "I will not return with you. You have seen for yourself that my roommate is quite amiable, and I am genuinely happy here. Just watch. I intend to lead Jiangxing Pokemon University to victory in the Great School Tournament and ensure that all of Jiangxing knows the name Chen Luo." As Chen Luo articulated his ambitious aspirations, Chen Jinhua unexpectedly interjected, "But Xiao Luo, you are from the capital. Our ancestors hailed from Shanxing generations ago. We have no ties to Jiangxing." Fire seemed to blaze in Chen Luo's eyes as he was about to retort, but Chen Jinhua anticipated his response. "All right, Xiao Luo. If you refuse to return, then so be it. I will keep an eye on Wan Ning. She won't escape." At that moment, while the father and son conversed, a Venusaur approached, accompanied by a swarm of Bulbasaurs. Two slender vines extended from Venusaur's body, presenting a yellowish, diamond-shaped crystal to Chen Luo. "Is this for me?" Chen Luo inquired as he accepted it, recognizing it as a ground-type Z crystal. Venusaur cheerfully chimed, "Vine, vine. Understanding the sentiment, Chen Luo realized, "You are our tribe's savior, and I must accept this." He felt no reluctance. The ground-type sea crystal would be perfect for the black-eyed crocodile, though it lacked a Z-ring. Chen Jinhua quickly grasped Chen Luo's intentions. "I will have your mother send you a Z-ring tomorrow." Chen Luo nodded appreciatively, realizing his father was quite considerate. "By the way, father, please leave Zoroark with me. If I encounter any members of that silent organization again, I'll take them on. If I hadn't fled quickly, your beloved son would have been done for." Chen Luo recounted dramatically. Chen Jinhua pondered before replying, "You needn't worry about Zoroark. I still have use for it. However, I can lend you this little one." He produced a Poké Ball from his waist and released its occupant. Before Chen Luo stood a Pokemon, entirely black with yellow patterns, resembling a rabbit. "Lunala," it exclaimed with vigor. "It's Lunala," Chen Luo exclaimed, bending down to pet it, noting its familiar softness. "Father, when did you train Lunala to champion level? I haven't seen it in ages." Lunala had previously been a gym-level Pokemon within Chen Jinyue's team. Who would have thought it had now reached champion level upon his return? Activating the data, Pokemon, Lunala. Level, 71. Gender, female. Potential, champion level. Nature, bold. Ability, synchronize, transfers its burning, paralysis, poisoning, etc. to the opponent. Skills mastered, tackle, growl, assist, mudslap, quick attack, round, moonlight, confusion, shadow ball, morning sun, rest, curse, wish. Yawn, dark pulse, roar, trick, revenge, protect, magical guard, iron tail, final strike, hyper beam. Item, leftovers. Description, a nocturnal Pokemon. Its large eyes can spot prey even in total darkness. "Well, you have quite an eye." Chen Jinhua shrugged, his tone suggesting detachment. "This champion level was painstakingly developed by your grandfather. It has little to do with me." He turned to Lunala, saying, "Lunala, I entrust this brat's safety to you from now on." Lunala nodded solemnly. "Leave it to me." Chen Luo was well acquainted with Lunala, as his parents had raised it since childhood, essentially making it an aunt or uncle figure. However, only Absol would be addressed as uncle by him. Their family had a peculiar rule. At the dining table, if Absol did not eat, Chen Luo could not touch his chopsticks. Perhaps Absol had saved his life, which warranted such respect. "Thank you for your help in advance, Lunala," Chen Luo greeted warmly. "Luna." Chen Luo took the Poké Ball from his father's hand. Lunala affectionately nudged her head against Chen Luo's palm, emitting a delightful chirp, clearly pleased with this address. As Chen Luo secured the Poké Ball, his gaze shifted to the central clearing, where Sharabi was surrounded by a throng of Bulbasaurs and Ivysaurs, resembling a beloved figure among children. The black-eyed crocodile and the fiery Meow frolicked among them, chasing the shimmering green lights that Sharabi emitted, their joyful cries echoing in the air. "Sharabi!" Chen Luo called out to that vibrant and lively gathering. Upon hearing his call, Sharabi gracefully turned, akin to a leaf lifted by the wind, and effortlessly soared to Chen Luo's side, its large eyes filled with curiosity. "Shall we?" Chen Luo extended his hand, and Sharabi instinctively reached out with its tiny hand, gently tapping against his. "Sharabi, it is a pleasure to encounter you here. If you have had your fill of frolicking outdoors, it is time to return to your family, who must be quite worried about you." Chen Luo understood Sharabi's sentiment. It was a reluctance to part ways. All right, Sharabi," he said with a light-hearted tone. "There is an adage among us humans. All good things must come to an end. Perhaps we shall meet again in some other place. By then, I might have ascended to the rank of the Dark-type champion." Chen Luo jested, eliciting a comical reaction from Chen Jinhua, whose forehead was adorned with beads of sweat. Sharabi nodded, circling around Chen Luo several times in an attempt to memorize his scent. Coming to a halt before him, Sharabi pressed its hands together. A concentrated beam of verdant energy, rich with the essence of life and the rhythm of nature, gently flowed into Chen Luo's chest, the blessing of the forest deity. This force did not merely affect his physical form. It permeated the very core of his being and spirit. Chen Luo felt an indescribable warmth wash over him, invigorating every cell in his body, leaving him in a state of unprecedented clarity and lucidity. The fatigue evaporated, and his stamina surged to its zenith. Even more wondrous was the sensation that he now resonated with the earth beneath his feet, the flora surrounding him, and even the gentle breeze that caressed his skin, all in a harmonious and unprecedented symphony. It was as if he himself had become a part of this natural tapestry. Chen Luo sensed within him a soothing, healing energy. Slowly lifting his hand, a glimmer of green light manifested. As a champion-level trainer, Chen Jinhua was well-versed in such matters and immediately recognized the source of the green glow emanating from Chen Luo's palm. His pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "This is indeed the power of eternity. The power of eternity." Chen Luo gasped, glancing down at his outstretched palm. The emerald light did not dissipate. Instead, it pulsed rhythmically, embodying an ineffable vitality. He could distinctly feel the immense life force contained within, along with an unprecedented affinity for all things natural. Chen Jinhua, noticing Chen Luo's ignorance regarding the power of eternity, proceeded to elucidate, according to research conducted by the Pokemon Research Institute and Pokemon archaeologists. There exist 5 special powers in this world. The first is the power of eternity, which can perceive emotions, soothe the soul, and possesses healing abilities. This force is born from a place known as the Eternal Forest. The second is the power of aura, said to be a mental force that can sense the environment, bypassing and seeing through various obstacles. Our East Huang Alliance's champion is an aura guardian, with the most representative lineage being that of Lucario. It is said that those with formidable aura powers can even unleash aura spheres. He paused, observing Chen Luo still immersed in his contemplation of the power of eternity, and continued with a hint of irritation. "Come on, kid. I'm trying to broaden your horizons here. Are you even listening?" Chen Luo was certainly aware of these abilities, but he was astonished to learn that such powers existed in this world and that individuals could harness them. Nevertheless, he patiently listened to his father's lengthy explanation. "All right, Dad. I'm all ears. What about the other 2 abilities?" Chen Jinhua replied with a sigh. "Well, the next one is psychic power." "You heard me right. Psychic-type Pokemon often possess varying degrees of psychic abilities. The last one is referred to by archaeologists and Pokemon professors as the power of bonds." The power of bonds? Chen Luo had not heard much about this and retracted his focus on the power of eternity to listen intently. In actuality, every trainer possesses the power of bonds. Pokemon archaeologists have theorized that there exists another realm of spirits apart from ours. In this realm, there is a form of evolution known as bond evolution, which requires a perfect synchronization of intent between a Pokemon and its trainer to be realized. However, in the millennium-long history of Pokemon, no trainer and Pokemon have ever achieved bond evolution. "Ah, I see." Chen Luo began to grasp the essence of the power of bonds. He was reminded of that summer when the bonding frog, with its golden shuriken, bore witness to miracles. "We were so close that year. I really thought you and the bonding frog would claim the championship." Chen Luo extended his fist, and Shirabi, understanding his gesture, reciprocated with its tiny fist, connecting with his. "Thank you, Shirabi, for granting me the power of eternity. I shall wield this strength you've bestowed wisely, and I hope that when we meet again, you will truly embody the forest deity." Shirabi joyfully circled around Chen Luo several times. "I will," echoed a melodious voice in Chen Luo's mind. In the blink of an eye, Shirabi vanished, leaving behind only traces of emerald light. Chen Jinhua observed Chen Luo's lingering wistfulness and remarked, "All right, Xiao Luo, you've struck quite a fortune this time. This unique power is possessed by fewer than 5 individuals in the entire East Huang Alliance." Chen Luo withdrew his black-eyed crocodile, fiery meow, and moon illusion, addressing his father. "All right, Dad, I'll leave the Bulbasaur herd to you. I'm heading back to school now." Chen Jinhua waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, you little rascal. Who told you to be my son? Oh, and don't forget to video call your mother. She misses you dearly." He added, "Also, your grandfather has prepared a gift for you. Pick it up during your break." Chen Luo nodded, bidding farewell to his father and his Pokemon companions. As he walked alone toward the direction of the Jiangxing Pokemon Academy under the warm glow of the setting sun, Chen Jinhua gazed at his son's retreating figure, filled with pride that his son had received Shirabi's blessing. "My son, Chen Luo, is destined for greatness." Chapter 38, on the arts of Yin and Yang practitioners. When Chen Luo returned, the card competition had already concluded. The sun had set, and most students returned to the training grounds with forlorn expressions, evidently having secured not a single card. "Luo Ge, you're finally back. I'm famished. What are we having for dinner?" Guiyang eagerly approached him. "Hey, Chen Luo, we ranked first with an absolute advantage of 7 cards, which means 35 credits. That's 8 credits each, plus 3 to spare," Wang Peng exclaimed excitedly. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned as he continued, "But the prize leaves much to be desired. They only awarded 4 Ultra Balls." Wang Peng pulled a black sphere from his pocket. Guiyang interjected, "And you're not satisfied? If you think the Ultra Balls are beneath you, you can give yours to me. Each one is worth 5,000 Alliance coins." Chen Luo gazed at his 3 adopted sons, feeling a sense of relief that they were neither attempting to ingratiate themselves with him nor distancing themselves due to his identity. After all, he did not wish to lose these 3 loyal brothers who would shield him with their own bodies in times of peril. Chen Luo extracted a card from his pocket that he had acquired from the flower-like Pokemon. I still have one of these. Let us see if I can exchange it for credits. Wang Peng snatched it eagerly, excitement once again illuminating his face. Wow, Chen Luo. I can't believe you managed to defeat that flower Pokemon all by yourself. Haha, I'll ask the teacher if we can still exchange it. That would mean 10 credits for each of us. Damn, with this outdoor training, the 4 of us can skip the drills and just catch up on our sleep in the dorm. Chen Luo playfully kicked Wang Peng. You dream on. Hurry up and go. I'll order some takeout first. What should we eat today? Hey, why did you kick me? As long as it's not instant rice. I'm good with anything, Wang Peng replied, dashing off. Chen Luo took out his phone and skillfully ordered a meal. This time it was a bit pricier, but surprisingly, Guiyang and Lu Guanzhong did not object. Of course, Chen Luo was the son of the Dark-type king and the chairman of the Pokemon Emporium. Was he someone who lacked money? He was the one who set the prices. By the way, Luo Gu, where's the forest deity Shalebi? I've never encountered a legendary Pokemon before. I was so close to jumping for joy when I saw it. Guiyang glanced around and asked quietly. Lu Guanzhong, too, was curious, straining his ears to listen. Of course it left. Do you expect it to follow me around and be my Pokemon? Am I worthy? Chen Luo replied. Worthy? How can you say you're not? Just think about it. That is the forest deity, and you, Chen Luo, Luo Gu, cradling the forest deity in your arms. Look at those legendary Pokemon. Which one of them isn't proud? Who has had such intimate contact with a legendary Pokemon? Luo Gu, you're truly blessed. I can't believe I got to see the forest deity up close. The very Pokemon that only appears in textbooks. My life is complete. Guiyang exclaimed, tearing up. His expression genuinely reflected a sense of honor. Lu Guanzhong remained silent, merely enjoying the moment with a smile. Get lost. Next time. I'll definitely bring Ho-Oh over for you to see, Chen Luo retorted, slightly annoyed. Haha, that's unnecessary. Guiyang chuckled. Just then, Wang Peng came sprinting back. A beaming smile plastered across his face. Haha, I just added 5 credits. From now on, we can be a bit more comfortable and not have to attend those pointless classes anymore. By the way, what were you guys talking about? Wang Peng inquired, leaning in with a sly grin. Oh right, Chen Luo, where's the forest deity Shalebi? Let me see it again. I didn't get a good look at it during that critical moment. That's a Pokemon that only appears in books. Chen Luo, exasperated, covered his forehead and replied. Shalebi has left. He then headed towards the tent. Soon, the takeout arrived, delivered by the same man riding a steel wing Pokemon. He smiled broadly and said, Classmate, I owe you one. This order is worth more than my usual runs. After finishing this, I'm off to spend time with my wife and kids. The 4 of them began to eat their takeout in the gaze of their classmates. Damn it, these 4 are practically inhuman. Why do they get to enjoy barbecues? Fried chicken and scallion duck pancakes while we're stuck with instant rice? It smells so good. Please, just give me a skewer of barbecue. This is horrible. Instant rice is so unappetizing, they lamented. However, Chen Luo and his friends paid no attention to them and continued their meal. Luo Gu, you missed such a great opportunity. You should have seized it and become a messenger of the forest deity. Just look at our league champion. They have so many titles they can't even hang them all. They have the title of Rainbow Hero, representing a legendary Pokemon. How cool would that be? If I could become a Rainbow Hero, I could meet the legendary Ho-Oh, Guiyang said, lost in daydreams. You? A Rainbow Hero? First, you need to evolve your Lickitung into a Lickilicky. Wang Peng shot back, delivering a harsh reality check. But seriously, Chen Luo, you should have taken that chance. Later, when I boast, I can say, my roommate is Chen Luo. Do you know him? And they LL say, ah, Chen Luo, the messenger of the forest deity. The new dark-type king. And then all the girls will fall for me. Ha ha, Wang Peng added, grinning mischievously. Get out of here, that's ridiculous. The more you talk, the more absurd it gets, Chen Luo said, kicking each of them lightly. Lu Guanzhong, on the other hand, remained silent, focused solely on enjoying his scallion duck pancake. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, an out-of-place voice rang out. Chen Luo, you scoundrel. Despicable coward. Today, while our Pokemon were incapacitated, you actually stole our cards. If you have the guts, fight me in a fair duel. Li Hui, his face flushed with anger, stormed over with his 3 roommates. Chen Luo, who had just taken a sip of his drink, heard the insults directed at him. He stood up and retorted, Are you out of your mind? It's late. Instead of eating or sleeping, you come here to challenge me? Li Hui scoffed, What? You have the audacity to steal our cards, but won't you dare to duel me? He sneered. I really don't understand how you managed to secure 3rd place in the new student rankings. Wang Peng, being Chen Luo's roommate, could not tolerate Li Hui's taunts against Chen Luo. He utilized his unique talent for sarcasm, saying, Dude, are you bored? If you're that bored, go entertain yourself. We're trying to eat here, and your spittle is flying everywhere. It's quite disruptive. Guiyang chimed in. Come on, man, you're not going soft, are you? Are you here looking for validation? Li Hui's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected the two to be so crude. He couldn't believe they would say such things in front of so many students. Humph, Chen Luo, I want to waste more breath on you. Do you dare to battle me? If I win, you'll return my credits. Chen Luo stood up, stretching his waist, and said, It seems you want to leave without a fight. Fine, if I lose, I'll do what you say. But if I win, you must stand in the center and loudly proclaim 3 times that you are Chen Luo's most loyal little brother. How does that sound? Not too harsh, right? Li Hui pondered for a moment. Given that his forest lizard had a type advantage over Chen Luo's black Croagunk, he estimated his chances of winning to be quite high. All right, I accept. This is quite the spectacle. I'll be your referee, Instructor Xueping declared, followed by several other instructors who had come to watch. As for the square-faced instructors, they were still occupied with handling the matters regarding the ram and the viper. Thank you for your assistance, Instructor, the two agreed in unison. Before long, with the help of the instructors, they set up a battleground. Many students gathered to watch. As this was a clash for both the third and second place. Who do you think will win? I bet Li Hui will take it, after all. His forest lizard counters Chen Luo's black Croagunk. I'll wager a bag of spicy strips. I'll bet on Li Hui too. I'll put in a bag of spicy strips. Haha, I doubt that. Although Chen Luo is quite the scoundrel, eating takeout, stealing cards, bullying girls, his black Croagunk is still formidable. I'll bet 2 bags of spicy strips on Chen Luo. The rules were set for a 1v1 battle until one side could no longer continue fighting. Let the match begin. Instructor Xueping announced, taking his place in the center as the referee. Go forth, forest lizard, and demonstrate your prowess. Heat Meow, prepare for battle. The moment Heat Meow made its entrance, it left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Li Hui was taken aback. Where did that Heat Meow come from? Why isn't it Black-Eyed Crocodile? He had initially believed he held the advantage due to type, only to discover he was countered. Li Hui felt utterly despondent. I cannot lose. Otherwise, I would be utterly humiliated. The students watching the match gasped in surprise. They had only a single Pokemon each, yet Chen Luo had acquired a second one. And it was one of the starter trio. Chen Luo utilized the data to inspect Heat Meow statistics. He had not seen them since its evolution. Remarkably, Heat Meow had already mastered the powerful move Explosive Flame. Species, Heat Meow. Level, 17. Ability, Intimidate, lowers opponent's attack upon entry. Gender, male. Nature, stubborn. Aptitude, King level. Skills mastered, Scratch, Sand Attack, Leer, Lick, Ember, Flamethrower, Charge Flame Strike, Fire Fong, Explosive Flame, Paw Strike, Punishment, Ambush, Trickery, and Revenge. Held item, Charcoal. Description, once it grows close to its trainer, it will display affection, but due to its immense strength and sharp claws, it often leaves its trainer battered. How astonishing that a level 17 Heat Meow has independently learned so many skills. It seems skills are not merely determined by level. Chapter 39, A Man's Word is His Bond. Meow, a roar filled with power and wildness erupted. The sleek, orange figure entered with an intense, searing aura. As Heat Meow landed, an invisible, oppressive aura surged forth like a shockwave. The once keen gaze of Forest Lizard faltered, its body instinctively tensed, and its eyes dimmed with a hint of weakness. Forest Lizard even involuntarily stepped back, its previously high fighting spirit doused with a cold splash of reality. As if a part of its desire and strength to attack was siphoned away, the surrounding students whispered amongst themselves. Those who had supported Li Hui now found themselves swayed towards Chen Luo as they witnessed the sheer power of Intimidate. Forest Lizard's physical attack was lowered by 1 stage. I take back my words. I revise my bet to a pack of spicy snacks. One student grumbled, damn, a pack of spicy snacks takes forever. You think it was a TM? I'll stick with Li Hui. I will definitely not support that scoundrel Chen Luo, though at a disadvantage. Li Hui still believed he could triumph. After all, Forest Lizard was his first Pokemon, while Heat Meow was Chen Luo's second. In terms of training, the advantage is mine. Li Hui commanded first. Forest Lizard, use Quick Attack. Forest Lizard transformed into a beam of white light, charging towards Heat Meow. Meow? Heat Meow, use Paw Strike. Due to the Intimidate effect, Forest Lizard's already modest physical attack appeared even feebler now. In a flash, Heat Meow's reflexes were as swift as lightning. Just as Forest Lizard prepared to strike, an orange blur darted forward, instantly positioning itself behind Forest Lizard. With its powerful paw, Heat Meow unleashed an invisible, overwhelming force. Crack! A sharp, resonant sound, akin to a thunderous clap, exploded near Forest Lizard's ear. The sound contained a peculiar energy, instantly surging through Forest Lizard's eardrum and straight to its brain. Li Hui realized with dread that his Forest Lizard was incapable of inflicting any damage on Heat Meow. Forest Lizard, use Shadow Clone. However, Forest Lizard was engulfed by a wave of intense fear, accompanied by a brief ringing in its ears and dizziness. Its body felt as though it had been paused, frozen in place, its gaze filled with confusion and terror, succumbing to a state of timidity. Unleash Explosive Flame. Chen Luo ordered without hesitation. What? Explosive Flame? Heat Meow can actually use Explosive Flame? Li Hui gasped in shock, while the onlookers cheered. Heat Meow's eyes ignited with an unprecedented wild brilliance. Flames erupted from the bell on its chest. Heat Meow channeled the flames into its right paw, launching a colossal, pure, raging inferno towards Forest Lizard. Crack! Forest Lizard's eyes widened, its body leaning back. Even the twig it had been gnawing on fell from its mouth. Explosive Flame illuminated the night, casting a bright glow along the banks of the river. This strike even drew the attention of numerous Pokémon nearby. Forest Lizard, quickly dodge. At that moment, Li Hui's mind was consumed by the imperative to evade. Yet, Forest Lizard remained paralyzed by fear, rendered immobile by the enormous explosive flame that loomed over it. Boom! The orange flames surged like a tempest, engulfing Forest Lizard entirely. The terrifying heat distorted the air, sending waves of warmth crashing into the students nearby. The flames raged for merely a second or two before abruptly vanishing, as if extinguished by an invisible hand. In the center of the battlefield, a horrifying charred crater remained, vaguely shaped like a massive character. At the center of the crater, Forest Lizard lay blackened, emitting thick smoke. Its body contorted, with only its eyes peeking out like a burned incense stick. Instant kill. Chen Luo had dispatched Li Hui, the runner-up of the freshman rankings. In just 2 moves, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood stunned, overwhelmed by the sudden, unimaginable ferocity of the fire-type attack. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the echoes of burning flames and the frantic beating of hearts. Even the wild Pokémon along the riverbank ceased their calls. Li Hui stood as if petrified, staring blankly at the charred form of his companion in the center of the field, his mind a void. Instructor Xueping's pupils constricted as he rushed forward to assess Forest Lizard, confirming its status, and announced loudly, Forest Lizard is unable to battle. The victor is Chen Luo. Chen Luo recalled Heat Meow into its Poké Ball, saying, Thank you, Heat Meow, now rest well. Damn that scoundrel Chen Luo. How has he grown stronger again? Baika clenched her delicate fists and struck the air a few times. She could not comprehend why someone so insufferable as Chen Luo could be so formidable. All right. Coco, though Chen Luo is indeed insufferable, his strength does not negate our Jiangxing Pokemon University's chances at the grand tournament, does it? Let's put aside our complaints. Now that it's over, we should head back. Lin Wei consoled her. While she too scoffed at Chen Luo, she could not deny his undeniable strength. Surpassing everyone in her class, and even the champion of the freshman rankings, Zhang Changqing. Chen Luo yawned and remarked, You should hurry and take your Forest Lizard for treatment. As for the wager, there's no need. I'm rather eager to sleep. It wasn't that Chen Luo was magnanimous. He was simply tired. Li Hui's face was shrouded in gloom. He had never anticipated such a devastating loss. Just days ago, his black-eyed crocodile had struggled against Zhang Changqing's Tauros, while his Forest Lizard could at least hold its own against Tauros. What on earth went awry? Just as Chen Luo was preparing to retreat to his slumber, a throng of students was making their way back to their respective tents when Li Hui suddenly bellowed, Wait, what is going on? Chen Luo halted in his tracks, turning back with a weary expression. Li Hui gritted his teeth, determined to take the plunge. After all, what was there to lose but face? A man of honor must keep his word. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed thrice to the heavens, I am Chen Luo's subordinate. I am Chen Luo's subordinate. I am Chen Luo's subordinate. Upon finishing, Li Hui's face flushed crimson, his entire being seemingly on the verge of evaporating. Without a word, he retreated with the Forest Lizard, heading straight for the Pokemon medical tent. What on earth is Li Hui doing? So he lost the match, and now he wants to call himself Chen Luo's subordinate? Though I wouldn't mind being Chen Luo's subordinate either. Just look at those guys from the dormitory. Their mouths are practically dripping with grease. And here we are, stuck with our self-heating rice. It's truly unbearable. Look at you, wallowing in self-pity. Li Hui made a bet with that scoundrel Chen Luo. He lost, and now he is fulfilling his promise. You think he is anything like you? Damn it. I had a pack of spicy strips I was planning to enjoy with instant noodles tonight. Chen Luo raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, A true man should honor his commitments. It seems Li Hui has a decent character, albeit a bit foolish. Time to head back to sleep. Soon. Under the guidance of the instructor, the students returned to their tents, and the night passed without incident. At the break of dawn, Chen Luo was awakened by a shrill call. Outside the tent, Xue Ping's voice rang out, accompanied by a creature resembling a weasel, adorned with a conspicuous flotation sac around its neck. Indeed, it was a Bizel. Xue Ping's commanding voice resonated through the tent area. All personnel, within 5 minutes. Complete your morning routines. Gather in the center of the camp in 5 minutes. Latecomers will be deemed unfit for this field training. Today marked the commencement of the physical training segment of their outdoor training. The tent erupted into chaos as students scrambled to rise, donning their clothes, searching for towels, and rushing toward the makeshift wash area amidst a cacophony of complaints and clanks of wash basins. What time is it? It's too early to get up. I haven't had enough sleep. Guiyang grumbled. Enough complaining. Hurry up. Wang Peng swiftly donned his camouflage uniform. Chen Luo rose leisurely, unperturbed. His physical fitness was already exceptional, and with the restorative powers granted by the power of Eternatus, he felt invigorated. After a brief wash, he slipped into his training attire and joined his 3 roommates for assembly in the camp center. This scene was replicated in other classes as well. Xue Ping observed the disheveled students without a hint of emotion. He possessed a kind demeanor, but he knew when to draw the line. While he was gentle during cultural lessons, he transformed into a strict taskmaster during physical training, determined to whip this lazy bunch into shape. Since everyone seems still half asleep, let us begin by running 10 laps around the lake ahead to wake you all up, he announced, addressing the Bizel behind him. Bizel, stay close. If anyone lags behind, give them a wake-up call with your water gun. The Bizel sported a mischievous grin, eagerly responding, Bizel, Bizel. At long last, it was his turn to take charge. In the past, other Pokemon had trained him. Now, he could finally relish the experience of being an instructor. This was more exhilarating than being submerged in water. Meanwhile, the students donned expressions of despair. They knew that the lake ahead was no small matter. Each lap was at least 700 to 800 meters. Completing 10 laps would amount to nearly 8,000 meters. If they were to run that distance, their legs would surely give out. Yet, under the pressure of academic credits, they had no choice but to comply. Seeing the mischievous grin on Bizel's face only added to their anxiety. This creature clearly was not to be trifled with. Xue Ping organized Class 3 into formation. Chen Luo and his companions, being taller, were positioned at the back. Begin running. With Xue Ping's command, Class 3 commenced their first day of physical training. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, casting a golden sheen upon the river's surface, the students of Class 3 were already gasping for breath. The morning run of 10 laps, totaling 7,000 to 8,000 meters, was undoubtedly a form of torture for these novice trainers accustomed to classroom settings. The dirt path beneath their feet was relatively even yet winding, meandering along the shimmering lake. In the initial 3 laps, they managed to maintain a light-hearted atmosphere, bantering as they enjoyed the picturesque view of the Pearl River. However, as seconds turned into minutes, most students found themselves on the brink of exhaustion. Xue Ping shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Hang in there. Just 6 more laps. If you can't overcome this little challenge, how can you aspire to be a trainer? The Bizel trailing at the back of the line glimmered with anticipation. It had grown impatient. Suddenly, its flotation sac inflated, and with a swift burst, it unleashed a perfectly aimed water gun that struck the back of a student who was about to fall behind. Coughing and sputtering, the student was drenched in icy river water, jolting him back into the race. The Bizel, tail swishing with pride, seemed to say, see, I've got your back. For Chen Luo, this physical training was a breeze. His innate physical prowess was already formidable, and with the power of Eternatus, he was on par with many ordinary Pokemon. 10 laps? Even 100 laps would leave him unfazed, not a single breath out of place. The restorative abilities of Eternatus were beyond doubt. As they ran, one side was graced by the glistening waters of the river, while the other was bordered by dense forests and lush grasslands speckled with wildflowers. Chen Luo, I can't go on. Help me out. My lungs feel like they're about to burst. Wang Peng gasped, panting heavily. Guiyang wasn't faring much better. He was fixated on the back of Zhao Mengrui, pushing himself to keep up. Otherwise, he would have long since confronted the Bizel that seemed to lurk behind them, ready to pounce. Only Lu Guanzhong managed to keep a steady pace, flanked by Wang Peng and Guiyang. Chen Luo jested, you both are far too weak. Seriously, did you indulge in any nocturnal escapades last night? Cut it out. I've never engaged in that sort of thing. Don't spread rumors about me. Wang Peng retorted, unwilling to tarnish his good reputation. Forget it. You both look pitiful. Allow me to lend you a hand. Chen Luo had no intention of concealing the power of Eternatus from his roommates. After all, they are well aware of their own identities and backgrounds. Thus, possessing a unique ability seems rather reasonable, does it not? Chen Luo placed a hand on the backs of both Wang Peng and Guiyang, and an invisible green energy flowed into their bodies. Initially, they felt a chill along their spines, followed by a warm current enveloping them, calming their previously agitated lungs. Their leaden limbs felt as if a great weight had been suddenly lifted. They were filled with an overwhelming sense of vigor. The two exchanged ecstatic glances with Chen Luo. Yet they refrained from making a fuss, not surprised by his extraordinary ability. After all, he is my adoptive father, who not only provides for my needs, but can also rejuvenate himself even when he feels utterly exhausted. What is so unusual about having a little special power? Moreover, my adoptive father is the son of the king of the evil type. It's hardly surprising, is it? Humph, you are lagging behind. Move to the back, and I will lead the way. Wang Peng surged ahead, taking the lead position. Guiyang, eager to showcase his enthusiasm, quickly joined Wang Peng at the forefront. You truly stand out. One might think you possess lightning speed. Wang Peng glanced at Guiyang, and, noticing him gazing back at Zhao Mengrui, instantly grasped his intent. He promptly played along, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Not convinced? Shall we have a contest?" Wang Peng shouted boisterously. Guiyang smiled, acknowledging Wang Peng's impressive acting skills, lamenting that he should have pursued a career in acting. Indeed, I am not convinced. Let me show you who the real strongman of our class is. In the dormitory, I address you as Brother Peng, but outside, on this training ground, you must call me brother. The two accelerated, successfully leading the team to fall behind the tempo. Many individuals began to struggle for breath. Xueping was also left dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? They had been exhausted like hounds. And in the blink of an eye, they were as energized as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Currently, aside from the 4 from Dormitory 502, only 3 or 4 other boys with relatively good physical fitness, along with Xueping, were still holding on. The students behind them had long collapsed on the ground, grumbling and cursing Wang Peng and Guiyang. No matter how much the floatzel splashed them with water, they remained unfazed. Let it be, I'm exhausted. Without the burden of the team, those individuals quickly completed the remaining laps. Apart from Chen Luo and the other 3, as well as instructor Xueping, the rest were sprawled on the ground. Xueping looked at Chen Luo, Wang Peng, and Guiyang, who were still breathing easily, inwardly astonished. Even after completing 10 laps, he was drenched in sweat. Having trained before, he realized that these students possessed extraordinary physical capabilities. If they were to enlist in the military, they would undoubtedly become legendary warriors. Xueping gathered the team and proclaimed, "Although not everyone finished, I witnessed your indomitable spirit and refusal to give up. Let us commence the meal. We will reconvene in half an hour." A chorus of complaints erupted. Half an hour of rest. Who gets to rest for that long? My goodness, we have 5 more days of this. I can hardly swallow a bite. Chen Luo casually snacked on some treats before feeding Black-Eyed Croc and Fiery Meow. Under his meticulous care and the enhancement of top-tier energy cubes, Black-Eyed Croc and Fiery Meow grew a fifth larger than their ordinary counterparts. Soon, half an hour had elapsed. The real physical training was about to commence. Xueping's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Release your Pokemon. It is not only the trainers who must exercise, but the Pokemon must also partake. With a flash of red light, the riverside was suddenly filled with hundreds of Pokemon. For a moment, it was chaotic, but under the supervision of the instructor's Pokemon, order was swiftly restored. They began with squats, requiring both trainers and Pokemon to participate. Those without legs or those whose feet were on the ground performed push-ups instead. I'm talking to you, Geodude. I haven't signaled the start yet. Geodude scratched its head and chuckled innocently. Geodude. When I say go, you come up twice. Xueping walked back and forth among the lined-up teams. Floatzel, demonstrate push-ups and squats for them. Floatzel, with a smug expression, perfectly executed 10 push-ups and 10 squats. Floatzel. Many Pokemon, understanding Floatzel's intentions, began to cheer. Xueping nodded in approval. Floatzel, keep an eye out for anyone slacking off. If they do, let them cool off. Since we are in the training ground, there are no distinctions between genders. Be merciless. Floatzel grinned mischievously. This is my favorite kind of task. Let us begin. Follow the instructions. 1. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle at the uncoordinated Black-Eyed Croc and Fiery Meow, who was performing push-ups upside down. Those 4-legged Pokemon, like Lickitung and Black-Eyed Croc, eagerly imitated Fiery Meow's upside-down push-ups. Meanwhile, Lobster Pokemon and Clawitzer, lacking both arms and legs, could only wave their massive pincers. Haha. Wang Peng's lobster Pokemon had a sharp gaze, diligently waving its gigantic claws with precision. Floatzel, seeing them with their arms crossed, nodded in satisfaction. This child is teachable. By the end of the morning training session, everyone was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. Although there were brief rest periods, those few minutes hardly sufficed for anyone to recover. The physical training was varied and inventive, including duck walks, sprinting while carrying their Pokemon, and trainers assisting each other with leg stretches and sit-ups. Shueping clapped his hands and declared, "That concludes this morning's training. You are free to engage in recreational activities, but do not wander too far into Jiangqing Forest. This afternoon, there will be a fishing competition and a few students will accompany me to collect fishing rods." Finally, "It's over," Chen Luo exclaimed. "If it weren't for you, I would have perished today." Wang Peng gulped down water vigorously. "Luo Gu, what an astonishing ability you possess. It feels more effective than a shot of adrenaline," Guiyang remarked, his face filled with admiration. Lu Guanzhong, who already had good physical fitness, did not require Chen Luo's assistance to alleviate his fatigue. He looked at the trio with a puzzled expression. Chen Luo chided playfully. "What's the matter? Have you ever had a shot of adrenaline? Just keep it to yourselves. Don't go around boasting. Rest assured, our lips are sealed." The two replied, patting their chests. Chapter 41. The True Environmental Master. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed overhead. Yet the shade along the banks of the Pearl River remained relatively cool. The students of Class 3 gathered once more, many still displaying signs of fatigue from the morning's intense training. However, upon hearing that the afternoon would feature a relatively relaxed fishing competition, their spirits lifted significantly. Shueping directed a few students to bring over a dozen simple fishing rods and some basic bait. He pointed to the broad expanse of the river and announced the rules in a loud voice. This competition will be conducted in teams based on dormitories, lasting for 3 hours, with the quality of the caught Pokemon as the standard. Each team has only one opportunity to use a Pokeball. It is prohibited to allow water-type Pokemon to enter the water and to knock out Pokemon before hooking them. Floatzel and I will oversee the proceedings. Now, let us distribute the fishing rods, bait, and lure balls. Indeed, the reward for the champion of this competition is an entire set of premium fishing rods, while those ranking higher will also receive academic credits. Let us wish our class the best of luck in achieving commendable results. Upon hearing about the rewards, the group promptly shifted from their previous lighthearted demeanor to one of earnest seriousness. An entire set of high-end fishing rods is certainly valued at 50,000 alliance coins. It is indeed quite precious. Academic credits hold immense significance for them as well. 10 minutes later, each group dispersed along the banks of the flowing river. Chen Luo and his companions found a spot where the current was gentle and shaded by trees. With unwavering confidence, Wang Peng declared, "Leave the fishing to me, my friends. I am known as the man who can catch a Gyarados. Winning the championship is a certainty." Guiyang, seated on a stool, groomed his Lickitung and retorted, "Come on, Brother Peng, it's a miracle if you don't end up with nothing. Catching a Gyarados? You can't even reel in a Magikarp. Just wait and see, young lad. I shall bring forth a Gyarados." Wang Peng disregarded Guiyang's mockery, busily preparing bait. Once ready, he cast his line with an impressive flick. Surprisingly, his casting technique was quite commendable. Chen Luo watched with great interest, while the nearby Krogunk and Litten rested peacefully in the shade. 5 minutes later, the bobber twitched. "It's here." Wang Peng immediately sprang to his feet, exerting all his strength as he began to reel in. Behind him, the Shelmet clung to Wang Peng's clothing with its pincers. However, with a sudden tug, it ended up tearing the back of Wang Peng's shirt. Hey. The Shelmet scratched its head in embarrassment. "Seriously, Shelmet? You're making things worse. My shirt." At that moment, Wang Peng looked quite comical, his smooth back exposed, while the front of his shirt billowed in the wind. "Ha, Brother Peng, you look so dashing like this." Guiyang couldn't help but laugh. Enough with the laughter. "Come help me. This is definitely a big one. It's coming. Chen Luo stepped forward, grasped the fishing rod, and with a firm pull, he yanked the Pokemon from the water. The 4 of them gazed at the small, yet formidable, Kingler before them, and even Lu Guangzhong couldn't suppress a chuckle. Ha, Brother Peng, is this what you call a Gyarados?" Guiyang was nearly doubled over with laughter, unable to stand upright. Chen Luo, amused, activated his data eye to examine the Kingler. Pokemon, Kingler. Level, 10. Aptitude, Gym Class. Chen Luo was filled with questions. How did this guy manage to reel in a Gym Class Kingler so casually? What luck? Wang Peng, seething with anger at the Kingler, was about to shove it back into the water when Chen Luo stopped him. "This Kingler seems quite impressive. Why not try to capture it? After all, you don't have a second Pokemon." Wang Peng looked at Chen Luo with confusion and then at the Kingler, which was smaller than his face and frothing at the mouth. Chen Luo, are you sure? Chen Luo patted his shoulder and said, trust me, my brother, and you shall achieve eternal glory. Wang Peng glanced between Chen Luo and the Kingler, which was about to escape, then turned to the Shelmet that was still waving one half of his shirt. Shelmet, it's time to redeem yourself. Use tackle on that Kingler. The Shelmet, leaving the shirt behind, charged at the Kingler with determination. Despite its small size, the Kingler exhibited remarkable strength, effortlessly blocking the Shelmet's tackle with its right claw. The Shelmet stood stunned, realizing that this seemingly diminutive opponent was quite formidable. Wow, Brother Luo, you're incredible. This little one has such strength. Shelmet, focus, use Bubble Beam. The Shelmet, now serious, sensed the unusual prowess of its adversary. With a fierce cry, its massive right claw shimmered with a blue glow, propelling a powerful gust of wind as it shot toward the Kingler. Although the Kingler was strong, its level was significantly lower than that of the Shelmet. It couldn't withstand several strikes from the Bubble Beam before losing its ability to continue fighting. Wang Peng produced a great ball and tossed it at the Kingler. The great ball shook once before becoming still. Ding! Congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Peng. You've managed to capture a formidable ally. Guiyang teased. Get lost. Once I train this Kingler, I'll come after you first. Wang Peng retorted. All right, you two, stop the banter and get back to fishing. Look at the others. They've already captured a massive Gyarados. At this rate, we won't even be able to catch a common fish, let alone the championship. Wang Peng clutched his Pokeball and patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. I will undoubtedly secure the championship. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Wang Peng, are you even capable? If not, let someone else take over. It's been over half an hour, and you haven't caught a single thing. Chen Luo's patience was wearing thin. Wang Peng felt a bit embarrassed. He had to bear the weight of his own bravado. Sigh. It seems like the Gyarados is taking a break today. And even the Magikarp is ignoring me. Forget it. I'm done fishing. Chen Luo, your turn. Chen Luo took the rod, attached the bait, and declared, let me show you my prowess. Guiyang and Lu Guangzhong cheered him on. Go, Brother Luo. Within just 3 minutes, the bobber began to move. Chen Luo tugged, only to reel in a dilapidated bicycle. What on earth is this? Wang Peng burst into laughter. Chen Luo, you're not doing too well either. At least I caught a Kingler. You've got nothing but junk. Chen Luo felt his frustration rising. He had never fished before but had heard of a beginner's grace period, so he wanted to give it a try. However, he hadn't expected his first catch to be so disgraceful. Hey, I refuse to believe this. Chen Luo cast his line once more. 2.5 minutes later, he pulled up a moldy, ruined shoe. Still unconvinced, he persisted. Each time, he hooked something almost immediately, yet Chen Luo gazed at the litter strewn about him. Deep in thought, am I not the protagonist? Why am I reeling in this trash? Chen Luo felt utterly defeated. Ha 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 ha, Chen Luo. Do you aspire to be a sanitation master? Why are you catching nothing but garbage? Guiyang could no longer contain his laughter. Brother Luo, I'm sorry, but I can't help myself. Guiyang laughed heartily. Only Lu Guangzhong was still trying to suppress his laughter. Feeling dejected, Chen Luo dropped his fishing rod, vowing never to fish again. Guiyang, are you going to give it a try? Wang Peng asked. Guiyang shook his head vigorously, waving his hands. No. I went fishing with my father when I was young and still haven't caught anything. Then what right do you have to call me a novice? Even if I'm not great, I can at least catch a Magikarp. Wang Peng replied. At that moment, Lu Guangzhong picked up the fishing rod and chuckled. How about I give it a shot? Chen Luo and the others waved him off, uninterested in fishing anymore. Lu Guangzhong skillfully baited the hook and cast his line. He sat quietly, as still as a monk in meditation. The three of them watched and gradually leaned against each other, eventually drifting off to sleep. In the midst of the Pearl River, a colossal figure gradually approached the shore. Lu Guangzhong observed as the float swiftly submerged, and he swung his arms with great force. Yet, the creature in the water possessed an overwhelming strength. Lu Guangzhong nearly found himself dragged into the depths. The iron-armed shrimp waved its claws to cheer him on. Charge! Lu Guangzhong bellowed, summoning all his might to stabilize his stance. As he maneuvered for a while, he realized the fishing rod was on the verge of breaking. Instantly recalling the ultimate technique of seasoned anglers, the diamond upside-down method. Adjusting his stance with his back to the water's surface, he gripped the fishing rod tightly, sinking his feet into the ground with such force that it left imprints. Now, Lu Guangzhong shouted, and a magnificent Pokémon, glistening with blue scales and bearing a massive maw, leapt from the water. Roar! The Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar. Unfazed, Lu Guangzhong commanded the iron-armed shrimp to engage. The iron-armed shrimp unleashed Dragon Pulse. Its massive pincers opened wide, launching a purple spectral dragon towards the Gyarados. What the? Was that an earthquake? The three sleeping individuals were roused by the roar. Wang Peng squinted and, upon seeing the creature, turned pale with fright. Gyarados. Chen Luo rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, Wang Peng, what are you dreaming about? Where did that Gyarados come from? No, it really is a Gyarados. Pokemon Gyarados. Level 24. Chen Luo was the first to react, shouting, we must assist Guanzhong. Black-eyed Croc. Use Rock Slide. Fiery Meow. Unleash Flamethrower. Guiyang and Wang Peng swiftly followed suit, commanding their Pokemon to attack. This commotion attracted several onlookers. Even Xueping turned to glance at Chen Luo and his companions. No way a Gyarados? What are the odds of encountering one? It wasn't just the Gyarados that astonished them. It was the fact that the unassuming Lu Guanzhong had managed to hook it with a basic fishing rod. Wait a moment, let me catch my breath. In no time, the Gyarados, overwhelmed by the onslaught of several Pokemon, was rendered unable to battle. Wang Peng quickly tossed a bait ball. After shaking thrice, it emitted a confirming sound and ceased its movements. Incredible, we actually caught a Gyarados. Chapter 42, the training camp concludes. Guanzhong, you are nothing short of a monster. To think you managed to catch a Gyarados all by yourself? Guiyang gazed at the bait ball in disbelief. Lu Guanzhong, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, replied, I was just lucky, very lucky. Chen Luo internally scoffed. This is more than mere luck. This is the luck of a true champion. When fortune favors you, it is unstoppable. While the three of us couldn't even catch a single Pokemon, you managed to reel in a Gyarados. I believe you were the reincarnation of Jirachi. Hehe. Let us go, hand the bait ball to the instructor, then we can play cards. Wang Peng said cheerfully, after handing the bait ball to Xueping. The four of them settled under a tree to engage in a card game inspired by the Pokemon world. Time swiftly passed, and soon Xueping returned to the camp with a complete set of advanced fishing rods, presenting them to Chen Luo. Your Gyarados earned the championship with overwhelming victory. Congratulations. Chen Luo disdainfully handed the advanced rod to Wang Peng, who then passed it to Lu Guanzhong. Lu Guanzhong glanced at Guiyang, who shook his head in disapproval, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. Though he loved fishing, this advanced rod wasn't solely his. It belonged to everyone. Seeing the trio's dismissive expressions, Xueping was left speechless. A high-value fishing rod worth 50,000 yuan is being treated with such disdain. By the way, regarding this Gyarados, you may decide among yourselves, as it is the Pokemon you worked hard to capture. As he spoke, Xueping handed the bait ball over. Guanzhong, take it. It's yours since you caught it. Wang Peng urged. All right. Lu Guanzhong looked at Chen Luo, who was still lamenting why he caught a lesser Pokemon, and then at Guiyang, who was engrossed in watching Zhao Mengrui chat with someone nearby. Guanzhong, your strength has increased significantly. You might even defeat those from the top 8 and secure a spot on the school team. Chen Luo remarked. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Hehe. Lu Guanzhong bashfully scratched the back of his head. Ouch. Why does it hurt so much? Am I breaking out? Time flew by, and in the remaining days, the physical training intensified daily. Everyone's physical condition improved significantly. Even many Pokemon evolved or leveled up. During the last few days, the school held a tournament where each class had a champion, with only 10 chances to challenge the champion each day. Should the champion lose, it would signify defeat for the entire class. Class 3 chose their strongest, Chen Luo, as their champion. Aside from Chen Luo, the champions from other classes were systematically defeated in a rotating battle. Thanks to the power of the everlasting oak, Chen Luo continuously healed the black-eyed Croc, making it increasingly fierce in battle. Despite the combined efforts of the talented students from Class 1, including Bai Ku, Lin Wei, Lu Zhe, and Qi Jintian, they ultimately failed to overcome Chen Luo. During this time, the black-eyed Croc gained a substantial amount of experience, remarkably leveling up to 25, which made the sidelined Fiery Meow envious, constantly pleading to battle as well. However, the tournament rules prohibited switching Pokemon mid-battle, leaving Chen Luo to console Fiery Meow, promising it would have its chance to fight next time. The tournament crowned a champion for Class 1, and each student from Class 3 earned 2 credits by the end. Meanwhile, the steadfast champion Chen Luo received a TM, though upon inspection, it was Water's Oath, which he realized he had already purchased and stored in his cabinet, along with a box full of TMs. He then handed it over to Lu Guanzhong, as the latter's Gyarados had performed exceptionally well in the competition, sweeping through many champions and earning him this rightful reward. During this period, Xueping also imparted various outdoor survival skills to them, from which Chen Luo greatly benefited. Thus, the outdoor training at Jiangxing Pokemon Academy came to a fulfilling conclusion. Finally back, There's nothing like lying in bed. Sleeping in a tent left my back aching. Wang Peng mumbled while clutching his pillow. Look at the forum. A senior from the second year feels it's unfair that freshmen were given access to the secret realm. So he's bringing his classmates to challenge us. Guiyang exclaimed. Wow, Zhang Chongqing's Kentor was defeated by a senior fire duck. Jiangcheng Pokemon University. Gymnasium. You freshman champions this year are no match either. I was merely an 8th place finisher last year, and battling your champion feels like child's play. Xiao Wenjie smirked, his lips curling into a mocking grin. Zhang Chongqing remained silent, lowering his head as he retrieved his Kentor. I lost. Zhang Chongqing, raise your head. You are the champion of our freshman competition. He's just relying on a year's head start, and he's still just an average level. What is there to be arrogant about? Li Hui stepped forward, defending him. Exactly. Why don't you show off at the 100-school tournament instead of here? His mother, who went up to tear his mouth apart. Does he think he is the Dragon King? That crooked mouth of his makes me feel nauseated. As a seasoned veteran, Xiao Wenjie has certainly heard his fair share of vulgarities, and this feeble display of bravado can only be likened to the dulcet strains of celestial music. I cannot fathom what the principal was thinking, bestowing such a precious opportunity in the secret realm upon you freshmen, who possess meager skills but excel in verbal sparring. Xiao Wenjie continued his derision. Qi Jintian could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward, saying, You may have trained for a year longer than us, but what gives you the right to be so arrogant? I challenge you. Come forth, Scyther. A warrior clad in resplendent green armor materialized on the battlefield. The most striking feature was the pair of enormous, gleaming scythes on its arms, sharp as blades. Did your high school teacher never teach you about type advantages? How on earth did you manage to gain admission to Jiangxing Elf University? Xiao Wenjie regarded Scyther with disdain. Enough chatter, let us battle. Qi Jintian wasted no time, commanding Scyther to engage. Humph, Mantis against a car, fire blast. Xiao Wenjie issued his command with contempt. Not so fast. Scyther, use Agile Slash. Qi Jintian reacted with remarkable speed. Just as the fearsome fireball began to coalesce in the maw of the fire duck, Scyther sprang into action. Its form transformed into a fleeting green shimmer, vanishing from its original location in an instant, accelerating with astonishing swiftness. The air was filled with the sound of slicing winds. It did not charge in a straight line, but approached in a dazzling zigzag pattern. The fire duck unleashed a torrent of flames, its fiery breath radiating destructive heat. Yet, the anticipated target was not where it was expected to be. Scyther, propelled by its terrifying speed, narrowly grazed the edges of the flames. The scorching air caused its emerald shell to heat slightly. In the next moment, it appeared like a specter at the fire duck's flank. With a sharp insectoid cry, the massive scythe of its right arm sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking down towards the fire duck's side. The fire duck, clearly taken aback by the opponent's speed, could only hastily pivot and raise its molten-covered arm in defense. Clang! The scythe clashed against the molten arm, producing a deafening metallic sound, sparks flying in all directions. The fire duck staggered from the force of the impact, a clear white mark left on its arm. Although the damage was minimal, this was undoubtedly a slap in Xiao Wenjie's face. Well done. So swift. The freshman erupted in fervent applause. TSK, bothersome insect. The disdain on Xiao Wenjie's face lessened slightly, replaced by anger. Fire duck, do not let it escape. Fire spin. The fire duck roared, stomping the ground, unleashing a violent eruption of flames that spread outwards in a devastating wave. No longer a linear attack, but an indiscriminate area denial, as Scyther was engulfed in the inferno. The searing heat and licking flames severely restricted its movement, nullifying its speed advantage. It was forced to awkwardly dodge amidst narrow gaps in the flames, its green shell blackening and emitting pained cries. Now's the time. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Wenjie's eyes. Finish it. Fire punch. Seizing the moment when Scyther was momentarily hindered by the fire spin, the fire duck's robust right arm was once again engulfed in roaring flames, gathering strength to deliver a devastating blow to the surrounded green figure. Scyther, use protect. Qi Jintian shouted urgently. However, under the overwhelming force of the fire punch and the interference of the fire spin, Scyther could only manage a fleeting shimmer of its protect shield before it was utterly shattered by the furious fiery fist. Boom. The blazing punch struck Scyther's cross sides with tremendous force. The effect was remarkable. Scyther was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Its emerald body singed and blackened, emitting thick smoke as it crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, completely losing consciousness. TSK, easily defeated. Xiao Wenjie recovered his irritating crooked smile. Is that all you're capable of? Qi Jintian retorted coldly. What are you so proud of? In just a few months, I'll have you looking unrecognizable. Return, Scyther, you've done well. After dropping his harsh words, he stepped down from the podium. Knowing full well that the opponent held advantages in both type and level, Qi Jintian approached, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash a few curses at that detestable figure. Haha, you freshmen should just inform the principal that your skills are lacking and that you are unworthy of entering the secret realm, and leave it to those with real ability. Xiao Wenjie and a few second-year students laughed mockingly. Below, Li Hui and Qi Jintian watched, their rage boiling as Xiao Wenjie's smirk seemed to hang in the air. Their Pokemon were both at a disadvantage, and even if they went up, they would only be on the receiving end of a beating. Baiku and Lu Zhe were not present either, and even if they were, the level gap was too significant, making them unlikely contenders. Gritting his teeth, Li Hui said, "Quickly go to Class 3 and summon Chen Luo." Chapter 43, The Nauseating Crooked Mouth War God. Jiangxing Elf University School Forum. Chen Luo's school app buzzed incessantly. Damn it. Who is bothering me? Chen Luo picked it up only to find an avalanche of messages. The strongest rogue crocodile in history, come to the gym. The strongest rogue crocodile in history, come to the gym. Hundreds of messages, all clamoring for the strongest rogue crocodile. Chen Luo hurriedly typed back. What do you all want from me? Wang Peng replied. Chen Luo, they need you to step in. Our freshman champion has lost, and Qi Jintian has also been defeated. If Li Hui takes the stage under a type disadvantage, it's highly likely he will also lose. Aren't you being called to save the day? Luo Gu. It's your turn to shine. Just come in like a divine being and crush this crooked mouth war god. Damn. That crooked mouth has even stretched across the ocean to the White Eagle League. I really want to tear him apart. Guiyang felt increasingly uneasy as he watched videos of Xiao Wenjie on the forum. Chen Luo, too, found Xiao Wenjie's mouth increasingly irksome. Let us go to the gym. We need to see this crooked mouth war god. At the gym, Xiao Wenjie remained as arrogant as ever. Where's that Chen guy? Is he afraid of losing and too scared to show up? Look at how wise he is. Unlike that mantis who doesn't even understand type advantages and dares to challenge me. Qi Jintian could hardly contain himself, wanting to slap Xiao Wenjie across the face. His eyes burned with fury as he said, Damn it, how did I not know that Jiangxing had such an arrogant fool? Li Hui, investigate his background tonight. Let us deal with him. Both Qi Jintian and Li Hui were affluent second-generation heirs from Jiangxing. Qi Jintian's father primarily dealt in fruit, owning the largest orchard in the city, while Li Hui's father was the vice president of the Elf Association. I'm not sure. He must be from another city coming here for school. If I had known about someone like him, I would have dealt with him long ago. Li Hui was equally furious. In comparison, he felt Chen Luo wasn't so intolerable after all. Speaking of which, where is Chen Luo? He wouldn't actually think he might lose and not come, would he? That would be a huge embarrassment for us freshmen. Qi Jintian remarked. Li Hui shook his head and replied, No, Chen Luo is not that kind of person. Although Chen Luo has knocked him down and even snatched his cards, his behavior has been quite despicable. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that Chen Luo is not the type to retreat without a fight. Wow, it's so lively. Everyone is waiting for me. Chen Luo led the way, followed by Wang Peng and the others, resembling a band of rascals on the move. Chen Luo, that scoundrel's dazzling dragon is at least level 30. Can you handle it? Li Hui asked uncertainly. Chen Luo approached Li Hui and patted him on the shoulder 3 times, saying, Little brother, the first lesson from your big brother is that a man must never say he can't. Remember to call me Luo Gu from now on. Although Li Hui was reluctant internally, he felt compelled to adhere to Chen Luo's words, as it was his principle. Luo Gu, Li Hui murmured, his face flushing crimson. Watch your big brother reclaim his honor, Chen Luo declared as he stepped onto the arena under the gazes of the students. Xiao Wenjie looked at Chen Luo with disdain as he approached, saying, So you're Chen Luo? I don't think you're anything special. I defeated the champion of the freshman tournament. What are you, the third-place finisher, doing here? Looking for trouble? The sophomore students accompanying him joined in the mockery. Are you done yet? Your mouth is twisted. Did your mother pull you out with a fishhook? Chen Luo dug at his ears, growing increasingly irritated by Xiao Wenjie, especially when he smiled with that crooked mouth, which was utterly repugnant, even more so than Dog How. Kid, I hope your Pokemon is as tough as your mouth, Xiao Wenjie sneered, falling silent thereafter. The Eye of Data activated. Pokemon, Dazzling Dragon. Level, 33. No wonder he only ranked 69th last year. A level 33 Dazzling Dragon in the top 8 is quite the anomaly. The Pokemon is good, but the trainer is simply incompetent. Go, Black-Eyed Croc. Xiao Wenjie laughed heartily. A mere mud loach dares to speak so boldly. His crooked grin reached its peak, filled with absurdity and disdain. Dazzling Dragon. Finish it with a blazing inferno. He chose the most visually impactful and wide-ranging move, aiming for a one-hit knockout to utterly crush the last glimmer of hope for the freshman while satisfying his twisted desire for theatrics. The Dazzling Dragon instantly gathered fiery energy in its mouth. A blazing white light illuminated the arena as a massive, fiery outline took shape, its edges flowing with lava-like flames. The colossal fire symbol descended upon the diminutive black-eyed croc with overwhelming force, nearly sealing off all avenues for evasion. Calm as a still lake, Chen Luo commanded, Black-eyed croc. Use dig. The move was ever reliable. Without hesitation, Black-eyed croc executed the command. Just as the blazing inferno was about to descend, its powerful forelimbs erupted with astonishing force. It did not plunge straight down, but rather at a masterfully calculated angle, like a fish diving into a sea of sand. In a swift motion, it vanished underground, leaving no trace. The massive fire symbol crashed down upon where it once stood, erupting in a deafening roar and a conflagration that left a charred, smoking pit. An oppressive heat wave radiated from it. Turns out it's just a little mouse, and it runs pretty fast. Xiao Wenjia's smugness intensified, his crooked mouth nearly lifting to the heavens. Let's see how long you can hide. Dazzling Dragon. Use toxic mist on that hole. The Dazzling Dragon inhaled deeply, its chest swelling. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a thick, foul-smelling mist shimmering with purple light, surging towards the hole where Black-eyed croc had vanished. The toxic mist carried a potent corrosive quality. Around the arena, the freshmen's hearts tightened in unison. The toxic mist's range was vast. Wasn't Black-eyed croc a sitting duck underground? Yet Chen Luo remained unfazed, directing, Black-eyed croc, use sand tomb at the hole. The ground trembled violently around the hole, and a colossal sand vortex with a diameter of over 3 meters formed in an instant. However, this vortex was not intended to seal the hole, but rather generated an incredibly strong upward pull. This force acted precisely on the base of the toxic mist flooding from the Dazzling Dragon. The Dazzling Dragon felt a powerful upward force suddenly lifting the toxic mist it had expelled. The originally downward surging mist, as if colliding with an invisible updraft, was forcibly redirected. The swirling purple toxic mist was ensnared by the furious sand vortex, forming a thick, spiraling, toxic tornado that hurtled upward toward the unsuspecting Dazzling Dragon. What? Xiao Wenjia's smug expression froze in place, contorted into one of horror. This was entirely beyond his comprehension. The toxic mist, mixed with rapidly spinning grains of sand, sliced through the Dazzling Dragon's body like countless poison blades. Ugh! The Dazzling Dragon let out a wail of agony, revealing a purple poisoned state on its visage. Dazzling Dragon. Damn it, I've been outsmarted. But it wasn't over yet. Black-eyed croc, charge out and use crunch. Chen Luo's commands came like a rapid-fire barrage. Just as the Dazzling Dragon was dazed from the toxic sandstorm's assault, its footing unstable, the ground beneath its feet suddenly erupted. Now, Black-eyed croc had mastered half of the energy from the evil stone tablet, its dark energy purer and more powerful than that of some gym-level dark-type Pokemon. With a furious momentum and an overwhelming surge of dense dark energy, Black-eyed croc opened its jaws wide, its sharp teeth glinting ominously as it precisely bit into the Dazzling Dragon's leg, which had been raised in pain. Crack! The Dazzling Dragon's anguished scream soared an octave higher. The excruciating pain from its crushed ankle caused it to lose all balance. Damn it! How could I let a freshman defeat me? Xiao Wenjia's eyes widened in fury. He could no longer care about the fact that Chen Luo was merely a freshman. If he were to be defeated, the humiliation would be unbearable. He quickly released 5 Pokeballs into the air. Come forth, Lava Worm, Big Mouth Sparrow, Night Thief Fire Lizard, Big Mouth Bat, Rattata. Get in there, help Dazzling Dragon. At that moment, Xiao Wenjia's thoughts were singular. Even if he were accused of bullying the weak, he could not lose to a freshman he looked down upon. For him, losing to a weaker freshman was utterly unacceptable. Even if he returned to tell his peers that he had won, it wouldn't matter what means he had used. The freshman erupted in outrage, furious beyond measure. Damn it, how shameless can Xiao Wenjia be? Just as he's about to lose, he releases more Pokemon to overwhelm us. Brothers, let's teach this trash a lesson. Stop talking and take him down. Wang Peng and the others had already released their Pokemon, standing beside Chen Luo. Even Li Hui and Qi Jintian had joined Chen Luo's side. Unfazed, Xiao Wenjia retorted, Chen Luo, there's no rule about how many can participate. There's not even a referee here. Even if you defeat my Dazzling Dragon, it won't count as a win for you. If you have the guts, release all your remaining Pokemon, and let's have an all-out brawl. Don't listen to him. This scum isn't worth your time. Wang Peng interjected. Indeed, Luo. Even if we gang up on him, we would still emerge victorious by reporting to the teacher. Guiyang chimed in. All right. No need to be anxious. This battle is mine, and I never claimed I couldn't defeat him. Chen Luo reassured them, waving his hand dismissively. Upon observing the Pokemon released by Xia Wenjie, he noted that most were at levels between 20 and 25, with the only exception being the Pidgeotto, which was slightly higher at level 29. A chill crept across Chen Luo's face as he addressed Xia Wenjie. You truly do not deserve to be a Pokemon trainer. Everyone, do not interfere, he commanded, prompting the others to withdraw their Pokemon. Xia Wenjie, perceiving his imminent victory over Chen Luo, smirked wider, laughing maniacally. No wonder you were elected in your freshman year. You do have courage. Let your black crocodile entertain him. But be careful not to kill him. A glint of malice flickered in Xia Wenjie's eyes as he concluded. Chen Luo remained unflustered, channeling the energy from the evil plate into his black crocodile, unperturbed by Xia Wenjie's poorly trained Pokemon. Black crocodile. The creature turned its gaze toward Chen Luo, surveying the battlefield before letting out a low growl. Chen Luo pointed at the Pidgeotto, commanding, Black crocodile. Take out the Pidgeotto first. Chapter 44, Breaking the Barrier of Life, Evolution. Black crocodile, use rock slide to block their path. Chen Luo's command echoed like thunder. The pupils of black crocodile constricted, and a powerful rock-type energy erupted from its body. With a mighty strike of its claws against the ground, the earth trembled violently around the Pidgeotto, sending dozens of jagged rocks swirling through the air, crashing precisely onto the paths of the Magcargo, the Charmeleon, and the Rattata. Boom, boom, boom. The rocks landed, engulfing the area in dust. However, the threat from the sky had not yet dissipated. Pidgeotto, use air cutter. Xia Wenjie's twisted face flashed with a cruel gleam as he saw an opportunity. Screech. The Pidgeotto's keen eyes locked onto its target, its wings thrumming fiercely as a highly compressed airflow coalesced along the sharp edges of its wings. Like two enormous azure blades of light, it tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtling down towards Black Crocodile. It was swift. Black Crocodile, eliminate the Pidgeotto, crush it. Chen Luo's eyes hardened as he made a daring decision. At that moment, the Pidgeotto, weakened by poison and previous injuries, was at its most vulnerable. It was time to sacrifice it for the greater good. Black Crocodile. The creature's eyes flared with ferocity. Facing the sharp air cutter, it did not flinch nor evade. Its muscles tensed, enveloped in a dense aura of dark energy. Ignoring the impending threat above, it concentrated all its might into one point, aiming for the neck of the Pidgeotto, which was hindered by pain and poison. The black crocodile's fangs sank decisively into the Pidgeotto's fragile neck. The terrifying dark energy surged violently, causing the Pidgeotto's eyes to bulge, its massive form convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The overconfidence ability activated, boosting its attack by one stage. Almost simultaneously, the air cutter from the Pidgeotto struck fiercely against the back and shoulder of the black crocodile. The sharp airflow instantly tore through its resilient skin, causing a muffled cry of pain to escape from Black Crocodile's throat as it staggered forward from the force, nearly toppling over. The excruciating pain induced a wave of dizziness, draining its stamina like a receding tide, leaving its breathing labored. Ha ha ha, well done, Pidgeotto. It's on the brink. Xia Wenjie roared with unrestrained jubilation upon witnessing Black Crocodile's injury. Now strike while it's down. Magcargo, Flame Burst, Charmeleon, Poison Jab, Rattata, Super Fong, Zubat, Wing Attack. All of you, attack together, tear it apart. He commanded the remaining 4 Pokemon to launch a frenzied assault, as the 4 attacks converged from different directions, threatening to overwhelm the severely injured Black Crocodile entirely. At that moment, all the freshman students were filled with a desire to rush in and thrash Xia Wenjie. How utterly shameless. How could someone be so despicable? Yet, Chen Luo remained unperturbed in the face of such a ferocious onslaught. Just as the situation seemed dire, a vibrant green light erupted from his eyes. The power of the evergreen connected with Black Crocodile. Chen Luo sensed the turmoil within Black Crocodile. It was battering against a solid barrier of life. The life energy released by the evergreen surged invisibly into Black Crocodile's body, coupled with the pure dark energy from the evil plate. A fissure formed in the barrier, hindering Black Crocodile's advance. Black Crocodile. Chen Luo called out loudly. Black Crocodile. The creature felt the overwhelming force surging within. Ready to break free, it threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. Black Crocodile shattered the invisible barrier of life within. Suddenly, It radiated a blinding white light, exploding like a miniature sun, engulfing its form in an instant. What? Xiao Wenjie and all the attacking Pokemon were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, their assault faltering. This is the light of evolution. How can this be? Black Crocodile isn't supposed to evolve until level 29. Qi Jintian gasped in astonishment. Wang Peng and the others disregarded the level of evolution, shouting in unison, "Charge forth!" Black Crocodile. Within the blinding light, Black Crocodile's form stretched and transformed dramatically. An aura even more ferocious and domineering than before began to permeate the entire gymnasium. As the light dissipated, a brand new, imposing figure stood proudly in the arena. It was nearly twice the size of Black Crocodile, standing close to 1.5 meters tall. Its iconic massive jaws appeared even more menacing, with longer and sharper fangs glistening ominously. Its gaze was sharper, the eyes beneath the black-framed glasses burning with fierce battle spirit, emanating an unsettling pressure of darkness. Hyena Crocodile. It roared with a thunderous bellow. Chen Luo activated his data eye to inspect the information on Hyena Crocodile. Species, Hyena Crocodile. Level, 26. Gender, male. Type, dark ground. Nature, stubborn. Ability, overconfidence. Attack increases after defeating an opponent. Qualification assessment, pinnacle of champion level. Skills mastered, sand attack, scratch, glare, sand tomb, scary face, bite, fire fong, thunder fong, ice fong, crunch, fake out, roar, taunt, rock slide, dig, shadow claw, swagger, earthquake, rampage. Held item, black glasses, enhances the power of dark-type moves. Description, extremely fearful of cold temperatures. During chilly nights, it burrows deep beneath the desert sands. It has even learned moves like earthquake and rampage, which typically require evolving into a rogue crocodile. Chen Luo was once again taken aback, just as he had been when his fiery Meowth learned Flamethrower and Fire Spin. It seemed that the Pokemon world truly could not be compared to the game. Some high-potential, well-trained Pokemon could indeed learn powerful moves even at lower levels. Scrappy Croc. Instruct him on how to become a competent Pokemon trainer. Make a grand spectacle. Chen Luo's voice resonated with a chilling authority. Scrappy Croc unleashed a frenzied roar, abandoning any semblance of tactical objectives. It transformed into a whirlwind of deep brown, hurtling towards the recently unleashed magma worm, which had just spewed flames. Its speed had increased significantly since its evolution. With a thunderous impact, Scrappy Croc struck the relatively soft, lava-coated abdomen of the magma worm with its powerful right claw. The surge of strength from its evolution, compounded by an overabundance of confidence, rendered this blow terrifyingly potent. The magma worm emitted a tortured shriek as its body was sent soaring into the air, crashing heavily against the rocky barrier behind it. Its flames instantly extinguished, rendering it incapacitated. Confidence overabundance triggered. Attack power raised by 1 level. Quick, stop it. How could a freshly evolved Pokemon possibly be my opponent? Xiao Wenjie was in disarray. Witnessing his Pokemon fall one by one, he attempted to command, Night Thief Fire Lizard, use Poison Sting. Rada, unleash your finishing move. Zubat, utilize Supersonic. Pidgey, strike with Air Cutter and take it down. Night Thief Fire Lizard and Rada steeled themselves to charge forward. Yet, Scrappy Croc disregarded them and targeted the low-flying Zubat instead. Like a glider, Scrappy Croc stretched its arms and soared through the air for a brief moment. Is that a dragon dance? Chen Luo thought, somewhat incredulous. Had Scrappy Croc strayed off course? With a bellow, Scrappy Croc's robust tail swished through the air with a deafening roar, delivering a fierce sweeping strike that sent Zubat crashing to the ground. Zubat's fragile wings were brutally impacted, causing it to spiral down with a cry of distress. As Scrappy Croc landed, its eyes glowed a vibrant red, a dizzying aura swirling above its head. What an opportunity! Scrappy Croc is in disarray, Xiao Wenjie thought triumphantly, witnessing the disoriented Scrappy Croc. Now Pidgey, Air Cutter, finish it. Seizing the moment, Pidgey took advantage of Scrappy Croc's brief stupor, flapping its wings vigorously, sending forth a barrage of sharp azure wind blades aimed at Scrappy Croc's back. Chen Luo extended his hand, silently invoking the power of tranquility, reaching into Scrappy Croc's essence. Scrappy Croc, initially poised to attack, halted its movements upon sensing its trainer. Scrappy Croc, overcome this chaos, Chen Luo urged, infusing more of his calming energy. The disorienting sensation above Scrappy Croc's head dissipated instantly. With heightened awareness of danger, it swiftly turned to face the incoming wind blades, not only refusing to evade but instead opening its ferocious maw, now even more fearsome post-evolution. It unleashed a thunderous roar, infused with chaotic, dark energy. The invisible sound waves, intermingled with tumultuous malevolence, collided forcefully with the approaching air blades. Scrappy Croc, seize it. How is this possible? Not only was Xiao Wenjie taken aback, but all the onlooking students gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, Scrappy Croc was in turmoil. Now it had regained its composure. Did this truly adhere to the logic of Pokemon battles? With a powerful kick, Scrappy Croc propelled itself skyward, its massive form shooting up like a cannonball. To everyone's astonishment, it clasped Pidgeot's neck with its armored forelimbs, which resembled iron pincers. Pidgey struggled in terror, its sharp claws scratching Scrappy Croc's scales, producing a shrill scraping sound. Yet it could not escape the vice-like grip. Bring it down, Chen Luo roared. Chapter 45. A sense of intelligence awakened. With a mighty roar, Scrappy Croc's muscles rippled, clutching Pidgey as if it were a colossal sandbag. From several meters above ground, it hurled Pidgey down towards the just recovering Rada. A resounding crash echoed. Pidgey was sent crashing into Rada with monstrous force. Rada barely had time to emit a brief, mournful cry before being rendered unconscious by the overwhelming impact. Meanwhile, Pidgey, the projectile, absorbed the brunt of the collision, its neck twisting grotesquely, eyes rolling back as it succumbed to defeat. A cloud of dust enveloped the arena. Due to the confidence overabundance trait, Scrappy Croc's attack power surged once more. On the battlefield, Xiao Wenjie was left with but one Pokemon, Night Thief Fire Lizard. Night Thief Fire Lizard gazed at the increasingly formidable Scrappy Croc. It glanced at its fallen comrades, fear evident in its eyes, involuntarily taking a step back. Don't be afraid. It's nearly finished. Use Poison Sting. Xiao Wenjie made one last desperate attempt, his voice cracking. Night Thief Fire Lizard mustered its final courage, its claws glowing with a purple hue as it lunged at Scrappy Croc. Scrappy Croc, end this. Chen Luo's voice rang out. Use Bite for the final strike. Scrappy Croc opened its enormous jaws, dark energy coalescing once more, and with a powerful bite, it clamped down on the approaching Night Thief Fire Lizard. Crunch. The bite struck true. Night Thief Fire Lizard didn't even have time to scream before being utterly obliterated by the finishing blow. Scrappy Croc released its grip, and Night Thief Fire Lizard collapsed to the ground. Standing amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, it surveyed the 6 fallen Pokemon surrounding it, finally turning towards the pale and defeated Xiao Wenjie, delivering a deep, resonant roar that proclaimed its victory. Scrappy. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the stadium erupted into thunderous applause. I can't believe my eyes. Someone slapped me. Wow, you really slapped me. Chen Luo is incredible. Scrappy Croc single-handedly dismantled Xiao Wenjie's entire team. Chen Luo called back Scrappy Croc. Come back, Scrappy Croc. It's time for you to rest. Though Xiao Wenjie's Pokemon had been nurtured for a long time, it was evident that someone like him could never truly invest in their training. From the moment Chen Luo laid eyes on the Duckbill Fire Dragon, he knew victory was assured. The losses of Zhang Chongqing and Qi Jintian stemmed solely from level and type disadvantages. In 2 months, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious in their next encounter. Chen Luo approached the sidelines, observing the despondent Xiao Wenjie, his voice calm, yet heavy as a hammer. Pokemon battles cannot be won through such despicable tactics. As he watched Xiao Wenjie's smirk twist into something increasingly repulsive, Chen Luo thought to himself, damn it, I wish I could tear that smirk off his face. It's truly nauseating. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Li Hui and Qi Jintian could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward to rain down punches and kicks upon Xiao Wenjie. They had long endured this pretentious fool. Surrounding sophomore students attempted to intervene, but the freshmen were not to be trifled with. Thus, chaos erupted in the gymnasium as over 200 freshmen subdued a handful of sophomores in a flurry of punches. Even many female students found Xiao Wenjie repugnant, stepping forward to deliver slaps across his face. Back in the dormitory, what a thrill. Did you see Xiao Wenjie's face? He looked like a pig's head. They even had to straighten his mouth. Wang Peng exclaimed, animated with excitement. If the teacher hadn't shown up, I would have added a few more kicks, Wei Yang lamented. Ultimately, the teacher escorted more than a dozen sophomore students to the hospital. Xiao Wenjie was expelled from school for bullying underclassmen and engaging in disorderly conduct, while the others received serious reprimands. The next day arrived, and university classes gradually commenced. Chen Luo found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at the multitude of books before him. The fundamentals of Pokemon battle theory, from type matchups to tactical strategy. The physiological structure of Pokemon and principles of skill energy transformation, Pokemon breeding, nutrition, health, and potential activation, Pokemon genetics, and trait research. Unlocking hidden powers. Pokemon item studies. held items, evolution stones, and battle strategies. Chen Luo's eyes flickered over the tome-like texts, and he felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Just the day before, he had commanded a gang of Croconaws to dominate 6 opponents with unparalleled bravado. Now, he was faced with a knowledge bombardment akin to the aftermath of a chaotic uproar. The disparity was overwhelming. Oh my goodness. Looking at these books gives me a headache. Why are there so many? It's suffocating. Wang Peng picked up the thickest volume. The physiological structure of Pokemon and principles of skill energy transformation, weighing it with exaggerated astonishment. Guiyang rifled through the principles of energy cube production, his scalp prickling at the sight of dense molecular formulas, energy ratio charts, and material processing diagrams. I can't take it anymore. My brain feels like it's about to explode. At this moment, Lu Guanzhong sat in a daze, admitting that he often drifted off while reading. Indeed, he had already been lost in thought for quite some time. Chen Luo opened the basics of Pokemon psychology and communication, perusing the first chapter, the emotional spectrum of Pokemon and fundamental communication models. Pokemon were not merely combat machines. They possessed a rich emotional landscape, encompassing joy, anger, fear, trust, and loyalty. The bond between trainers and Pokemon was the core source of power, directly influencing command efficiency, skill potency, and even evolution opportunities. He set aside the psychology book and picked up Pokemon genetics and trait research, finding the intricate gene maps and triggering conditions for traits somewhat acceptable. However, the principles of energy cube production, with its precise fruit ratios and energy harmonization formulas down to the milligram, made him feel dizzy. Chen Luo couldn't help but admire the skill of Pokemon breeders, who could create such complex items as energy cubes. The class bell rang, and the counselor, Wang Jing, entered and announced, "Today we officially commence our first semester courses. The morning will consist of theoretical classes, while the afternoon will be dedicated to practical training. To smoothly advance to sophomore year, you must accumulate 100 credits. Therefore, pay close attention in class. Otherwise, you risk not progressing to the second year and facing expulsion. Now, without further ado, our first class happens to be mine. Please take out the fundamentals of Pokemon battle theory, from type matchups to tactical strategy." Wang Jing's voice resonated with scholarly enthusiasm. Type matchups are merely the foundational bricks. The true challenge lies in how to utilize these bricks, combining various skills, different terrains, and even the psychology of your opponents to construct winning strategies. The essence of theory is to refine those flashes of brilliance or instinctive maneuvers you exhibit in battle into replicable, optimizable, and adaptable knowledge systems. She picked up a piece of chalk and sketched a simple type matchup chart on the blackboard. I understand many of you may view type matchups as a tired topic. However, without a solid foundation, the ground may tremble beneath you. We will begin by reviewing the 18 fundamental type relationships, but this time, I want you to ponder not only why one type counters another, but also under what circumstances the effectiveness of these counters may be enhanced or diminished. How can you set traps using these relationships, or conversely, find opportunities when you are at a disadvantage? Rather than reciting from a textbook, Wang Jing incorporated numerous classic battle examples and intriguing trivia. For instance, at the World Championships, the fighting King Li Zhou, wielding a Mega Galade, managed to counter 3 flying-type Pokemon from the White Eagle Alliance through swift counterattacks and miraculous comebacks. Or consider when Pikachu can effectively strike a Geodude with Thunder Shock. Chen Luo absorbed the information eagerly, effectively brushing up on foundational Pokemon battle theory. Soon, the class period concluded. Wang Jing gathered her teaching materials and stated, "For the afternoon practical class, Chen Luo and Zhao Mengrui will not join the rest of the class. You will proceed directly to the gym for training, led by the vice principal himself." Upon hearing this, Guiyang looked at Chen Luo with envy. "What else with that look? I'm just going to class, not off to do anything else." Chen Luo pushed Guiyang away in disdain. "Luo, go please. For the love of everything, don't make a move on her," Guiyang pleaded, his face a mask of sorrow. Get lost, get lost. You think I'm like you? Dreaming about Zhao Mengrui every night?" Chen Luo retorted. "Shoo." Guiyang quickly covered Chen Luo's mouth, whispering, "Luo, go. Keep it down. Don't let her hear." He glanced around, only to meet Zhao Mengrui's gaze, who smiled at him, signaling a greeting. Guiyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, managing an awkward smile. All right, honestly. Our dorm has such positive vibes. How come we have a dog like you?" Chen Luo pried Guiyang's hand away. Wang Peng chimed in, "Indeed. You're tarnishing our reputation, but seeing how infatuated you are, I'll let it slide this time." The morning classes swiftly passed. Chen Luo and Zhao Mengrui arrived at the gym. The top 8 competitors from the Jiangxing Pokemon University Freshman Ranking Tournament were gathered there. Li Hui, Qi Jintian, Lu Zizhong, Baiku from Class 1, Wang Lang from Class 2, Chen Luo and Zhao Mingrue from Class 3, and Zhang Chongqing from Class 7. Ah, everyone is here. Chen Luo greeted them, exuding familiarity, while Zhao Mingrue followed behind him, somewhat reserved. The boys, including Li Hui, nodded politely at Chen Luo. After all, his Croconaut's victory over the sophomore Xiao Wenjia had significantly improved his standing in their eyes. The previous resistance towards him had dissipated, and the three witnesses, Zhang Chongqing, Li Hui, and Qi Jintian, held him in high esteem. Only Baiku continued to harbor disdain for Chen Luo, turning away with a huff, ignoring him entirely. At that moment, Vice Principal Ma Zhong entered and announced, "Congratulations, students, on successfully joining the Jiangxing Pokemon University team." The 8 students greeted him in unison. Ma Zhong nodded and continued. "The rewards for the freshman ranking tournament will be distributed to you after class." After addressing the rewards, he added, "Please sit on the floor, at my age. Standing for too long tires me. I'll sit while I teach you." The 6 boys plopped down casually, while Zhao Mingrue noticed Baiku looking around and handed her a small pack of tissues. She then sat down as well. "Thank you." Baiku expressed her gratitude, unfolding the tissues to lay them on the ground before sitting down. Ma Zhong sat comfortably, as if chatting with friends, and continued, "From now on, your battle classes will be personally overseen by the principal and me. However, the principal has some matters to attend to these days, so I will be teaching you for the time being." A hint of elation blossomed on the faces of the 7 individuals, excluding Chen Luo, as they recognized the stature of the vice principal and the principal, both esteemed trainers of dojo caliber. The prospect of receiving their personal guidance was 100-fold more advantageous than engaging in practical combat lessons within the confines of the classroom. Moreover, by joining the school team, they would receive a monthly resource subsidy of 300,000 prior to the commencement of the 100 schools competition. Upon hearing this, only Zhao Mingrue remained unmoved, while the others displayed no significant reaction. After all, for them, a monthly stipend of 300,000 was merely a gilded embellishment. However, let us not rejoice too prematurely, for our school has a stipulation. Should any of you be bested by an opponent, you must relinquish your place on the team, as merit dictates that the capable shall prevail. Do not assume that a single victory guarantees your continued success. The principle of the rising tide lifting all boats must be understood, Ma Zhong continued. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if they were to be defeated, they would indeed be unworthy of the resources afforded to the team and the direct mentorship of the 2 principals. Now, allow me to elaborate on the most significant event at our esteemed Alliance Pokemon University, the Dongwang Alliance 100 Schools Pokemon League, commonly referred to as the 100 Schools Competition. This prestigious arena is the pinnacle of honor for freshmen from all top Pokemon universities within the Dongwang Alliance, serving as the golden starting point on the path to becoming elite trainers. Ma Zhong's voice took on a somber tone. The results of the 100 Schools competition directly influenced the allocation of additional core Pokemon resources for each city in the upcoming year. The higher a school's ranking, the more exploration rights to secret realms, quotas for rare Pokemon habitats, and support for cutting-edge Pokemon technology their respective city will receive. Thus, every university exhausts its resources in a bid to attract prodigious talents from various regions, striving to carve a path through the competition and secure greater benefits for their hometowns. He paused momentarily, his tone softening. Of course, this resource distribution is an additional tilt beyond the basic guarantees. It does not imply that lower-ranked cities will receive no foundational resources. However, Ma Zhong's gaze sharpened. Who does not wish to secure more developmental opportunities for their hometown? Who does not aspire for their city to possess more favorable conditions to nurture a stronger next generation? The 100 Schools competition consists of 5 official team members and 3 substitutes, employing a single elimination format. There is no room for luck. Failure signifies the conclusion of the year's endeavors. Ma Zhong's voice raised slightly. The competition is divided into 3 core components. The individual match tests absolute personal strength. The double battles assess tactical synergy, skill combinations, and real-time collaboration. And lastly, the relay race, which rigorously evaluates the overall strength of the team. Each victory earns a point, and rankings are determined by the total points accumulated. At this juncture, Ma Zhong let out a long sigh, the sound resonating clearly in the hushed training hall. Regrettably, our Jiangxing Pokemon University has not achieved a commendable ranking in the 100 Schools competition for over a decade. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, soon overshadowed by deeper regret. The highest rank attained in recent history was 15 years ago, under the leadership of the current Jiangxing gym leader, Zhao Tianya. Renowned as the Bastion of Rock, who guided his cohort to a commendable 36th place nationwide. Since then, Mahjong's gaze slowly swept over the 8 individuals before him. Our school, along with Jiancheng, appears ensnared in an inextricable quagmire on the stage of the 100 schools competition. The best results have barely allowed us to squeeze into the top 50 among 100 formidable teams in last year. Mahjong's voice dropped to a somber tone. You have likely heard, we fell to 69th place. With a wry smile, Mahjong continued, this year, the 8 of you carry not only the honor of the school, but also the future resources of the entire Jiangxing. However, let us not burden ourselves excessively. As long as you train earnestly and give your utmost effort, even if you do not achieve a commendable ranking, merely making your mark in the 100 schools competition will be worthwhile. This experience will greatly assist you on your journey as trainers. At that moment, Li Hui raised his hand, an expression of clear confusion adorning his face. Vice Principal, I have a question. Upon receiving Mahjong's nod, he asked directly, why are we freshmen participating in the 100 schools competition instead of the sophomores, juniors, or even seniors? They have trained longer and amassed more experience and stronger Pokemon. Why are we, who have only trained for a semester, the ones competing? This question evidently troubled the others as well, and they all turned their gazes towards Mahjong. Nodding in acknowledgement, a hint of approval crossed his face as he explained. This question is indeed pivotal. First and foremost, seniors are, strictly speaking, already poised on the brink of graduation. Their focus shifts towards post-graduation career planning, such as challenging gyms, entering the league system, or pursuing careers related to Pokemon, making it difficult for them to fully immerse themselves in such an intense competition that necessitates long-term team synergy. He paused momentarily before continuing. Have you all heard of the World Championship? The World Championship. They certainly had, as it is the highest competition on Blue Star. Precisely. Mahjong's voice resonated with a solemnity befitting the introduction of a revered institution. The World Championship is a global-level event, the apex competition for all trainers at the ordinary level. Its entry requirement appears modest. Any trainer possessing an ordinary-level Pokemon can register. However, its scope spans the entire globe. Over the past 4 years, billions of trainers from all corners of the world have battled under the official ranking system of the World Pokemon League. Ultimately, the 32 trainers with the highest points will qualify for the Master Tournament of the World Championship. The higher one ranks in the World Championship, the more favorable resources one can acquire within our league, along with the potential for elevated positions, provided one passes the political and character evaluations. In their pursuit of a better future, sophomores, juniors, and even seniors will exhaust their efforts preparing for the World Championship. Moreover, the training and education within a single semester can better reflect the school's educational standards. Education is the bedrock of a nation. If a locality cannot even provide adequate education, then it shall forever remain in obscurity. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Mahjong's words. Indeed, the 100 schools competition is most suitable for freshmen. Feeling slightly parched from his discourse, Mahjong retrieved his thermos and took a sip before declaring, now, let us set aside our idle chatter. Unleash your Pokemon. As today's training officially commences, the group released their Pokemon. Apart from Zhao Mingrue and Zhang Chongqing, the remaining 6 had already acquired 2 Pokemon each. Upon seeing Chen Luo's fiery meow, Li Hui's forest lizard instinctively recoiled, drawing back its neck. What are you doing, forest lizard? Losing last time doesn't mean you'll lose again. Li Hui expressed exasperation towards his own Pokemon, who remained haunted by the memory of its previous defeat at the hands of that fiery behemoth. Vice Principal Ma Zhong shook his head in disapproval. As for Chen Luo, he was already well acquainted with both the mischievous Croc and the fiery Meow. Li Hui had also captured a Bulbasaur in addition to his forest lizard, indicating that his family was financially well off, allowing him to train 2 of the starter Pokemon. Meanwhile, Lu Zizhong and Qi Jintian had respectively caught a fighting eagle and a Heracross. Although both were formidable Pokemon, they were of the fighting type and thus clashed in their capabilities. Had Lu Zizhong initially chosen to cultivate the fighting eagle, Chen Luo's black-eyed Croc might not have been able to prevail. To everyone's surprise, Baiku's chosen Pokemon was none other than a Flababy, a decision whose purpose was unmistakably clear, to counteract Chen Luo's undead Pokemon. Mahjong nodded in agreement. This attribute was rather commendable, as Baiku had not blindly pursued the cultivation of fire-type Pokemon. Meanwhile, Wang Lang's other Pokemon, a Slaking, lay motionless, embodying a sense of lethargy. In selecting this Pokemon, Mahjong could only express his admiration for Wang Lang's audacity. Though Slaking boasted impressive base stats, rivaling those of legendary Pokemon, its lazy ability was far beyond the control of an average trainer. Even seasoned champions had faced failure when attempting to train a slaking. The sole successful case within the entire Dongwang alliance was a recent rising star who had managed to effectively suppress slaking's lazy trait, allowing it to shine brilliantly in battles. Generally speaking, an ordinary gym-level trainer, such as himself, could easily defeat Pokemon with a mere punch, although he was reluctant to admit it. He posed a question to the group. Have you noticed something peculiar? Before anyone could respond, he answered his own inquiry. Do you not think that our team's Pokemon attributes are rather conflicting? Chapter 47. An explanation of the life barrier. The Pokemon present represented a diverse array of types: fire, grass, bug, dark, fighting, psychic, normal, flying, ground, and fairy, constituting only half of the 18 types. Of course, I do not intend to suggest that you should capture Pokemon unsuitable for your training. The first step in capturing a Pokemon is to possess a genuine love for that creature. In our alliance, abandoning a Pokemon is considered a criminal offense, leading to the loss of one's trainer qualifications and, in severe cases, imprisonment. What I aim to convey is the necessity of addressing one's own attribute deficiencies. For instance, if Li Hui's forest lizard were to encounter Chen Luo's fiery Meowth again, would it not be advantageous to learn skills such as Rock Slide, Dig, or Drain Punch, thus potentially turning the tide of battle? Upon hearing Mahjong's directive, Li Hui's forest lizard scurried away, too intimidated to face Chen Luo's Meowth. Frustrated, Li Hui exclaimed, "Forest lizard, can you not aspire to greater heights? I shall procure some dragon-type skill discs for you. Next time we battle, we shall surely emerge victorious." Mahjong continued, "I believe everyone is aware that skill acquisition generally falls into 4 categories: skills learned upon reaching a certain level, skills inherited from egg groups, skills learned through technical machines, and skills acquired through tutoring. What I wish to emphasize is the latter, skills learned through tutoring. Come forth, Electivire." With a powerful roar that resonated like a crackling electric surge, a formidable figure descended. It possessed a robust humanoid form, clad in a striking coat of yellow and black fur, resembling a natural insulating suit. Its muscular arms were connected to a massive tail, as flexible and strong as a black cable, its tip crackling with ominous red arcs of electricity. 2 black stripes resembling lightning rods extended down its back, exuding an aura of electrifying power. Chen Luo's gaze flickered as he examined Electivire's information. Pokemon, Electivire. Level, 61. For instance, my Electivire can perform Thunder Punch, which would be perfect for teaching the forest lizard. Although this method of skill tutoring may not be as swift or profound as learning from a technical machine, it is steady and resource efficient. Should anyone wish to learn specific skills, they may approach me, the principal, or their respective mentors. Even Pokemon can teach one another. Naturally, I do not advocate learning skills that are ill-suited for one's Pokemon, as both Pokemon and trainers have limited energies and cannot master every skill to perfection. The best skills are those that align with one's strengths. After class, I encourage you to observe battles involving gym-level trainers and champions who utilize similar Pokemon to your own, to glean insights into skill combinations. As for skill acquisition, Chen Luo had no cause for concern. He had a box full of unlearned technical machines. Each machine cost at least 100,000, a sum Li Hui and his friends could afford, but it would become a burden if relied upon excessively. After all, technical machines vanish after a single use. Does anyone have any further questions? Mahjong inquired. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent. Chen Luo then asked, "Vice Principal, I would like to know why my Scraggy and Meowth can evolve and learn high-level moves without reaching a certain level." In truth, Chen Luo could have posed this question to his parents, who would undoubtedly understand the principle. However, with the vice principal present, there was no need to seek distant answers, as Mahjong was indeed the authority on the matter. This exemplifies the efficient utilization of available resources. Mahjong had not anticipated Chen Luo's inquiry. He organized his thoughts before responding. The question raised by Chen Luo necessitates a discussion of a specialized term in Pokemon studies, the life barrier. The data regarding Pokemon levels, evolution stages, and skill acquisition provided in Pokédexes and textbooks represent general trends, derived from extensive statistical analysis of common pathways. However, this does not imply that these are inflexible laws. Pokemon embody endless possibilities. Their growth is influenced by myriad core factors, far beyond mere level. The term life barrier was first introduced by Dr. Qian Zhongxin, a pioneer in our alliance, a century ago. Have you ever pondered why there are numerous gym-level trainers within our alliance, yet only a fraction, 1/10, ascend to champion status? Seeing the crowd shake their heads, Mahjong continued, "This phenomenon stems from the principle of the life barrier. It represents an energy constraint that impedes Pokémon evolution and growth at every stage. This hindrance becomes increasingly formidable as one progresses beyond the gym level, making each increment in a Pokémon's level a daunting challenge. Our alliance classifies Pokémon aptitude into various tiers: novice, ordinary, elite, quasi-gym, gym, quasi-champion, champion, and master, with legendary Pokémon further categorized into subdivisions of level 2, level 1, and creator deities. Of course, a Pokémon's aptitude is not fixed, but enhancing it requires a combination of luck, strength, and the emotional bonds shared with the Pokémon. Mahjong paused briefly before elaborating. Simply put, the life barrier refers to the invisible obstacles or bottlenecks present within the energy cycle of a Pokémon's life, which limit its energy output and potential transformations. Mahjong gestured with his hands. Imagine, if you will, the life energy flowing through a Pokémon. This energy resembles a river, and the life barrier constitutes the invisible gates or narrow passages within that riverbed. The presence of these barriers restricts both the flow rate and maximum volume of water. The process of elevating a Pokémon's level is fundamentally about gradually accumulating energy and training, thereby widening the riverbed and diminishing these barriers. When the accumulation of energy and physical strength reaches a level sufficient to shatter the most significant barriers of the current stage, evolution occurs, or formidable new skills can be mastered. This is the origin of the level requirements found in the Pokédex, which are based on statistical averages derived from a multitude of ordinary Pokémon samples. He shifted his tone, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chen Luo. However, the greatness of Dr. Qian lies in his clear assertion that the strength, quantity, and position of life barriers are not fixed. They are profoundly influenced by a variety of core factors. Mahjong raised his finger, elaborating on how these critical factors interact with the life barriers. As trainers direct their Pokémon in battle, the bond established between the trainer and the Pokémon enables the trainer's intense emotions to ignite the Pokémon's fighting spirit. This transcendent fighting will surges forth like a ferocious torrent, violently crashing against the life barriers within. In such a state, the Pokémon instinctively unleashes a formidable life energy, striving to break through all obstacles in pursuit of victory. This surge of energy, driven by unwavering will, possesses a tremendous force that often surpasses the energy accumulated through conventional training, frequently allowing for the premature or even forceful shattering of certain barriers. This explains why they can evolve despite being underleveled and can master high-powered skills ahead of time. The accumulation of levels is a gradual impact, while the eruption of fighting spirit is a cataclysmic force. Of course, it cannot be denied that this is also greatly influenced by the Pokémon's inherent aptitude. A poorly endowed Caterpie, even under the tutelage of our East Huang League champion, may not necessarily triumph against your future selves after a period of training, Mahjong added. The bond between trainers and Pokémon, that unspoken trust and synchronization, also plays a crucial role in breaking through life barriers. When the trainer's will and tactical intentions resonate profoundly with the Pokémon's own desire to battle, a powerful field of mental resonance is formed. In this state of resonance, the Pokémon's life energy becomes more vibrant and concentrated, seemingly empowered and guided by the trainer's mental strength. Having expounded extensively, Mahjong felt parched and took a sip of water. At this moment, Qi Jintian inquired, "Vice Principal, how can a Pokémon's life energy be increased?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mahjong replied, "In regular training, Pokémon absorb the life energy present in the environment, and victories in battles also enhance their life energy. This is what people commonly refer to as experience. The energy cubes developed by our East Huang League contain a minimal amount of life energy and attribute specific energy. Additionally, certain items, such as various evolution stones and naturally occurring fruits, are rich in life energy." Mahjong stood up and stretched his waist. "Well, that concludes the explanation of life barriers. Are there any further questions?" Chen Luo understood that the green barrier he perceived within the depths of the black-eyed crocodile was indeed the life barrier. Wait. The fact that he could see the life barriers with the power of the everlasting means that he could assist his Pokémon in breaking through when they face challenges, rendering subsequent breakthroughs devoid of bottlenecks, as long as the life energy within the Pokémon reached a critical point. Theoretically, this was feasible. However, he wondered if the formidable chasm of the gym leader could be traversed using the power of the everlasting. Chen Luo silently expressed gratitude to Shalebi, to the everlasting forest, and to nature for granting him such a powerful special ability. Noticing that no one had questions, Mahjong clapped his hands and said, "Let us commence today's training. But before that, we must elect a captain." Chapter 48. A true man should face 1v7. Selecting a captain? The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately settling their eyes on Chen Luo. Upon realizing their gaze upon him, Chen Luo displayed a reluctant expression and nodded. Since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall take on the role of captain. It is precisely someone like me who is suited for this position. Your strengths are somewhat lacking. The group did not contest this. Indeed, Chen Luo was the most fitting candidate for the captaincy. At that moment, Vice Principal Ma Zhong added, by the way, the captain receives a monthly stipend of 500,000. Suddenly, Qi Jintian stood up, declaring, Chen Luo, my scyther could very well defeat your black-eyed crocodile. And my Trico is no slouch either. Li Hui echoed his sentiment. The others were similarly intrigued. After all, 500,000 a month represented a significant resource for them. Chen Luo rose, stretching his waist, and surveyed the eager young faces around him. I will grant you an opportunity. You 7 can team up against me. If any of you can defeat my black-eyed crocodile and my Litten, the position of captain will be yours. Upon hearing such audacious words, Bai Ku frowned and remarked, Chen Luo, there are 7 of us and only one of you. Is this not a bit too arrogant? Wang Lang chimed in, Chen Luo, while you are indeed strong, can we not collectively overpower you? If you manage to defeat me, how would I still hold the captaincy? Chen Luo retorted dismissively, then turned to the vice principal. What do you think of my proposal? Ma Zhong smiled and nodded. He appreciated this kind of healthy competition. All right, we shall proceed with Chen Luo's suggestion. I will act as the referee. You 7 will battle against Chen Luo alone, and whoever knocks out one of Chen Luo's Pokemon will claim the captaincy. Chen Luo is far too overconfident. I must teach him a lesson, Bai Ku declared, clenching her fist. Meanwhile, Li Hui, Qi Jintian, and Zhang Chongqing refrained from further comment. They had witnessed the previous match between Chen Luo and Xiao Wenjia, where the black-eyed crocodile had triumphed against 6 Pokemon, and they felt the impact profoundly. They stood up to voice their objections, but now they faced Chen Luo's black-eyed crocodile and a Litten. Ma Zhong soon arrived at the center of the arena, where Chen Luo's 2 Pokemon faced off against the 7 trainers' 12 Pokemon. The sight of 12 Pokemon crowded against Chen Luo's 2 was quite striking. Let us make this a 10 Pokemon match, Chen Luo declared. Let us go. The black-eyed crocodile and Litten roared, their presence commanding, undaunted by the overwhelming numbers of their opponents. In truth, to Chen Luo, whether it was a 1v1 or a 1v7 mattered little. Pokemon that had yet to reach level 15 were merely tools for the black-eyed crocodile, which had grown overconfident. Chen Luo perceived through his data vision that the highest level Pokemon among them was merely Li Hui's Trico at level 21. With Ma Zhong's command, what could be described as a captaincy competition commenced, but it resembled more of a demonstration of authority. Litten took to the field first, unleashing an intimidate that thrilled him, as it affected the entire opposing team, lowering their physical attack stat. The challengers' expressions shifted as they realized the extent of Litten's intimidate ability and its overwhelming impact. Stay calm, Longtail Fox, use confusion on Litten. Bai Ku ordered. Trico, unleash Bullet Seed on the black-eyed crocodile. Li Hui did not recklessly approach the fiery feline, but rather sought out the attribute-advantaged ruffian crocodile. Flying Mantis, use Swords Dance. Meanwhile, Qi Jintian opted to bolster his own abilities first. Fiery Cat, unleash Flamethrower for cover. Commanded the ruffian crocodile, which initiated a rock slide to alter the terrain. The ruffian crocodile let out a thunderous roar that shattered eardrums. It disregarded the oncoming Lucario. Wrestling Eagle, Heracross, and Tauros. Its burly arms shot up as if heralding a meteor shower. Enormous boulders, imbued with tremendous impact, materialized out of thin air. With a deafening crash, they plummeted to the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring skyward, halting the advance of the Pokemon. Simultaneously, roar. The fiery feline took a deep breath, expelling a robust jet of flame aimed at the long-tailed Vulpix, Forest Lizard, Flying Mantis, Flowerbud, Sloth Otter, and Little Snorlax. The Little Snorlax employed Rollout to absorb the hit. Wang Lang commanded. Thanks to its thick fat ability, the Little Snorlax could endure this fiery onslaught. However, the nearby Sloth Otter, lying motionless, was struck directly, while the other Pokemon evaded the attack by leveraging their speed. Just as the long-tailed Vulpix's psychic attack was about to connect with the fiery feline, a surge of dark energy erupted from within the feline, nullifying the incoming psychic force. How can this be? Why did the psychic attack have no effect on the fiery feline? Bai Ku exclaimed, her expression one of panic. Could it be that she miscalculated the type advantages and forgot the fiery feline's attributes? Doubts began to plague Bai Ku. Oh no. The expressions of Li Hui, Qi Jintian, Zhang Chongqing, and others shifted dramatically. Chen Luo's intention was not to engage them directly, but to utilize Rock Slide to create obstacles and segment the battlefield. The ruffian crocodile roared loudly. Chen Luo's commands flowed ceaselessly. Rumble. The ruffian crocodile's massive chest swelled, releasing a terrifying wave of chaotic, dark energy. Like a tangible sonic cannon, it penetrated the gaps in the rocky barrier, engulfing the entire arena. Although the ruffian crocodile's special attack was not particularly high, the presence of the dark stone plate fragments amplified its power, rendering it a harbinger of doom for lower-tier Pokémon. The 12 Pokémon on the opposing side clutched their ears in agony. The sloth otter, having been weakened by the flamethrower, succumbed to the force of the ruffian crocodile's roar. Fainting instantly, the ruffian crocodile's physical attack rose by 1 stage. This deafening roar also diminished the special attack of all opposing Pokémon by 1 stage. Cloudbird. Use charming voice. Zhao Mingrue commanded with a melodious tone. As the ruffian crocodile wreaked havoc with its roar, a surge of fairy energy broke through the chaos. Well done, Li Hui praised. Qi Jintian, Lu Zhejiang, Wang Lang, Zhang Chongqing. Let us unite to take down the ruffian crocodile. Agreed. The group concurred. Zhang Chongqing took the lead. Daluo. Use Iron Head. Following closely, Lu Zhejiang's Lucario circumnavigated the rocks and approached the ruffian crocodile. Lucario, employ Vacuum Wave. But this was merely the beginning. The onslaught came like a relentless tide, wave after wave. Forest Lizard used Leaf Blade. Flying Mantis unleashed Fury Cutter. The little Snorlax executed Ice Punch. Meanwhile, Baiku and Zhao Mingrue were not idle, directing the long-tailed Vulpix and Flowerbud to entangle the fiery feline. As for the other Pokémon, the group had no time to concern themselves, focusing solely on subduing the ruffian crocodile. Watching the storm of attacks, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. He calmly commanded, Ruffian Crocodile, unleash your most powerful earthquake. The ruffian crocodile's sturdy hind legs stomped down onto the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from its center, radiating outward in a circular pattern. The violent energy, accompanied by debris and dust, swiftly engulfed all Pokémon that had gathered near to attack it. This ground-type attack, with 100% accuracy and a power rating of 100, was devastating. Although the ruffian crocodile's ground-type energy was slightly inferior to its dark-type energy, it still held significant might. In fact, the ground-type energy was initially stronger than the dark-type energy, which only gained enhancement due to the dark stone plate fragments. The first to be struck was the charging Tauros, yet it pressed on, driven by sheer willpower, undeterred by the pain inflicted by the ground-type energy. Ruffian Crocodile, seize its horns, commanded Chen Luo. The ruffian crocodile's teeth gleamed ominously as its short arms bulged with muscle, grasping Tauros's horns. The ruffian crocodile only took 3 steps back before regaining its footing. Crunch! Chen Luo ordered next. The ruffian crocodile opened its cavernous maw and bit down directly onto Tauros's head. Let us show them what we can do. With this strike, Tauros was completely drained of its vitality. Unlike Tauros, the other Pokémon lacked such tenacity. The long-tailed Vulpix and Flowerbud from a distance were obliterated by the overwhelming ground-type energy. Even Heracross, entangled with the fiery feline, was incapacitated by the powerful earthquake. The fiery feline itself bore the brunt of the seismic shock, its expression marred with pain, nearly losing the will to fight. The ruffian crocodile's overconfidence ability reached its zenith. Its physical attack soared to maximum capacity. Moreover, this overconfidence trait allowed the ruffian crocodile to intimidate weaker Pokémon merely by its presence. Daluo, are you alright? Baiku and Zhang Chongqing shouted. Long-tailed Vulpix, Flowerbud. The closest, Lucario's Vacuum Wave had already struck the ruffian crocodile. Although it was a type disadvantage, the ruffian crocodile only bore a few superficial marks. However, Lucario was rendered unable to continue fighting due to the earthquake. Li Hui's Forest Lizard fared even worse, failing to land a single leaf blade on the ruffian crocodile before being swept away by the full force of the earthquake. The little Snorlax, unsteady on its feet, accidentally collided with the flying mantis, which was using Fury Cutter on the ruffian crocodile, delivering a blow that knocked the double-weak flying mantis out. This nearly sparked a confrontation between Qi Jintian and Wang Lang. Only the wrestling eagle and Cloudbird remained in the fray. Even the fiery feline was incapacitated by the residual shockwaves of the earthquake, losing its fighting capability. Alright, continuing this battle serves no purpose, it ends here. The victor is Chen Luo, and he shall lead this team with no objections from you all, I trust. The group sighed, astonished by Chen Luo's formidable prowess. Just a few weeks prior, the ruffian crocodile had struggled against Zhang Chongqing's Tauros, yet now it had bested all their Pokémon. Chapter 49, Mischief Maker, Do Not Cause Trouble. Chen Luo first recalled the fiery feline, expressing sincere remorse. I apologize, fiery feline. You truly endured much this time. I shall prepare a lavish feast for you upon our return as recompense. After a moment of silence for the fiery feline, the others dejectedly recalled their Pokémon, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths. Permit me to take on the role of captain without hesitation, Chen Luo remarked with a smile. Delighted to find himself amidst a group of experienced individuals. Ma Zhong nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware of Chen Luo's prowess. But witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. This year, perhaps under Chen Luo's leadership, they might secure a commendable position, guiding Jiangxing Spirit University out of its predicament. Ma Zhong addressed Li Hui and his 6 companions. You 7 are far too eager. Knowing full well that Chen Luo's mischievous crocodile possesses an overabundance of confidence, you still chose to deploy all your Pokémon. Is this not simply providing mischievous crocodile with an opportunity to bolster its attack power? Moreover, the Pokémon you sent out failed to make any significant contribution. Your current focus should be on commanding a single Pokémon in battle. Why not send out your first Pokémon to concentrate your efforts against mischievous crocodile, instead of allowing a single strike to reduce your Pokémon to mere fodder for it? The group hung their heads in shame, and Ma Zhong continued. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Please head to the infirmary to tend to your Pokémon, and then come to my office to collect your rewards. After healing his fiery feline, Chen Luo returned to the dormitory. He requested Ma Zhong to convert his prize into alliance coins and transfer them directly to his card. For someone like Chen Luo, a student cherished by the entire school and likely to lead Jiangxing out of its challenges, such a modest request was certainly granted. Back in the dormitory, Chen Luo contemplated his team. If he wished to achieve victory in the 100-school competition, there were gaps to address in his current lineup. With mischievous crocodiles training now on a steady path, focusing on skill training and regularly refining its dark energy with dark stone fragments, it was time to shift the spotlight to his fiery feline. However, before it could evolve into a blazing roar tiger, the feline needed to enhance its fire energy and expand its skill set. Thus, Chen Luo resolved to select his 3rd Pokémon to complete his team. After much deliberation, he finally thought of a Pokémon. With his roommate still absent, Chen Luo was alone in the dormitory and decided to call his mother. Meanwhile, in the Kyoto Spirit Department Store, a routine meeting was underway. Su Wanqing sat at the center, attentively listening to the report from the executive president Wang Xiefeng. Tapping her pen lightly against the table, she heard Wang Xiefeng report. Director Su, this quarter, the sales of Pokémon supplies on the Cold Melt Plateau online store have increased by 17 year-on-year, but logistics costs have risen by 23, primarily due to the influence of a powerful cold wave. At that moment, her phone vibrated on the edge of the conference table, and she caught sight of the caller ID displaying Darling Sun. Raising her hand to signal for a pause, all 37 executives in the room simultaneously muted their microphones. Su Wanqing's stern demeanor softened into a gentle smile. Hello, my son. What prompted you to call your mother? Do you miss me? Chen Luo's voice came through the phone. Mom, of course I miss you, but I actually need your help with a small matter. You little rascal. I knew you wouldn't call if you didn't need something. What is it? Chen Luo chuckled. Mom, could you help me find a mischievous imp with decent qualifications? My team is lacking a supporting Pokémon, and I think a mischievous imp would fit perfectly. Su Wanqing smiled, pleasantly surprised that her son had developed such an interest in Pokémon battles after venturing out into the world. Chen Luo had always loved Pokémon, but his enthusiasm for battles had only awakened after encountering the dark-eyed crocodile. No problem. Your father also mentioned that I should send you the Z-Ring. I've been searching for a Dark-type Z crystal and a Fire-type Z crystal for the past few days, which is why it took me some time. I'll send you the Z-Ring, the crystals, and the mischievous imp all together. Chen Luo was overjoyed. His mother was truly thoughtful. If it were my dad, he would have only considered sending the Z-Ring without thinking about the crystals. Love you, Mom. Su Wanqing's face lit up with happiness. All right, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up as I'm still in a meeting. Chen Luo replied, That's all, Mom. Oh, and make sure the mischievous imp has the ability prankster. Su Wanqing retorted playfully. Oh, you underestimate me. I am the top coordinator in the alliance. I know this little piece of knowledge. That's it, Mom. My roommate is back. So I'll hang up now. Su Wanqing chuckled and shook her head, muttering about her mischievous son. Yet, in a heartbeat, her expression shifted back to the serious and cold demeanor she had at the meeting. Now, where were we? Let us continue. The room was filled with astonishment. No one had expected the stern businesswoman and chairperson of the Spirit Department Store, Su Wanqing, to possess such a tender side. In the Jiangxing Spirit University Dormitory 502, Chen Luo's roommate, Wang Peng, entered the room. Who were you on the phone with? So cheerful. He inquired. Was it a beautiful girl, Luo Ge? Guiyang's face lit up with curiosity. She is quite beautiful, Chen Luo answered without hesitation. Something feels off. Wang Peng's curiosity intensified, and even the usually earnest Lu Guanzhong leaned in closer. What are you all thinking? I was just talking to my mom, Chen Luo exclaimed, bemused by their impure thoughts. TCH, boring. The next day, a man riding a Pidgeot arrived at the Jiangxing Spirit University Pidgey station. Hello, are you Chen Luo? Here is your express delivery. Please sign for it. Thank you, Chen Luo replied, signing for the package. After receiving the Z-ring and the crystals, he proceeded to the Pokemon Storage Center at Jiangxing Spirit University. The Pokemon Storage Center allows for the exchange and reception of Pokemon from afar, within the East Huang Alliance. As long as there is a Pokemon Storage Center, one can receive Pokemon from a distance, except in secret realms. In no time, Chen Luo received a luxury ball containing the mischievous imp from his mother. He couldn't help but admire her efficiency, finding a mischievous imp for him in just a day. Looking at the luxury ball in his hand, he recalled that mischievous crocodile was still struggling in that old, worn-out Pokeball. It deserved better. He would also replace its Pokeball with a luxury one shortly. The Pokeball he had used to capture the dark-eyed crocodile was a relic from his grandfather's room, casually discovered during a rummage. Chen Luo's grandfather had mentioned that it was the Pokeball he had used in his youth, even older than Chen Luo's father. Chen Luo felt a twinge of guilt for mischievous crocodile, having let it reside in such an old house for so long. In the afternoon's practical class, aside from the usual Pokemon battles, they focused on learning various skills. Mischievous crocodile and the fiery feline were also included in Chen Luo's training regimen. Learning a variety of skills. Each day, he brought along 2 skill discs, confident that both mischievous crocodile and the fiery feline would master the skills they needed to learn. After all, training brought them joy. Back at the dormitory, Chen Luo could hardly contain his excitement as he released the mischievous imp. Come forth, mischievous little sprite. With a flash of crimson light, a diminutive creature, approximately half a meter tall, adorned in deep purple, with tousled hair, pointed ears, and mischievous, large eyes, materialized in the center of the dormitory. It curiously surveyed its surroundings, its tiny paws restlessly scratching at its fluffy cheeks, while its nose twitched as it appeared to sniff the new environment. Lulu? It tilted its head, gazing at Chen Luo with an innate playfulness in its voice. Mischievous sprite. From now on, I shall be your trainer. I look forward to our journey together, Chen Luo said, crouching down in an effort to project a friendly demeanor. The sprite nimbly leapt back, evading Chen Luo's hand, its eyes sparkling with mischief as it grinned impishly. Lulu. Its tiny paw swiftly pointed towards the cup of water on Chen Luo's desk behind him. Instinctively, Chen Luo turned around, only to witness his half-full cup of water mysteriously levitating before crashing down with a splash onto Wang Peng's bed linens. Chen Luo's lips twitched in annoyance. Ha! The sprite, observing the damp bed sheets and Chen Luo's speechless expression, gleefully twirled in place, emitting a jubilant laugh of triumph. Hee, since you're so disobedient, let me teach you a lesson. A menacing grin spread across Chen Luo's face. Come forth, Gangster Croc and Fiery Meow. 2 robust beams of crimson light materialized. Gangster Croc landed with a deep, resonant roar, crossing its arms and donning black sunglasses, exuding an aura akin to that of a mafia boss. Its fierce gaze immediately locked onto the newly arrived mischievous sprite, scrutinizing the tiny purple creature. Meow? Fiery Meow appeared far more graceful, shaking its flame-like fur, its golden vertical pupils holding a mix of scrutiny and curiosity, lingering on the sprite as if assessing the newcomer's worth. The sprite, now under the intimidating gaze of 2 clearly superior Pokemon, felt its earlier bravado dissipate, instinctively retreating a step behind a chair, peeking out timidly with half of its head and a paw, curiously eyeing the 2 elder brothers. Is this it? Gangster Croc tilted its head towards Chen Luo, an expression of skepticism in its eyes, as though questioning, are you certain this little one can hold its own in battle? It looks scarcely capable of withstanding a single swipe from me. Fiery Meow elegantly licked its paw, the flames on its tail flickering slightly. Meow, it seems rather troublesome. This little rascal is quite the troublemaker, my friends. Let's show it who's boss. Chen Luo's face lit up with a sinister smile, sending shivers down the sprite's spine. Gangster Croc and Fiery Meow advanced, cornering the sprite and unleashing their fearsome expressions. Lulu. The sprite trembled in terror, utterly silenced. Chen Luo stepped forward, grasping the sprite by the nape of its neck, ominously stating, Mischievous sprite, do not cause any more trouble under my watch. Chapter 50. The Death Knell of Cloud City, the Anti-Air Tower Unleashed. Pokemon, Mischievous Sprite. Level 7. Type Dark, Fairy. Nature Playful. Gender Male. Potential Peak Champion Level. Ability Prankster, Priority 1 for status moves. Skills acquired: Surprise Attack, Secret Whisper, Bite, Fake Cry, Scary Face, Taunt. Item held: None. Description: absorbs the negative energy produced when humans or Pokemon experience distress through its nose to revitalize itself. Chen Luo gazed at the sprite's attributes, silently praising his mother's exceptional efficiency in procuring such a high-quality mischievous sprite. Why do you all finish your classes so swiftly? Wang Peng glared at Chen Luo, who was feeding energy cubes to Gangster Croc, Fiery Meow, and the mischievous sprite. What's the rush? The vice principal mentioned that anyone who can defeat a member of the school team earns a spot on the team. I think Baiku, Wang Lang, and Xiaomeng Rui are not particularly strong. If you put in the effort, you could easily knock them out, and you'd be one of the team. Chen Luo encouraged. Luo go, leave Baiku and Wang Lang alone. But please, don't challenge Xiaomeng Rui. You must maintain her position on the team, Guiyang chimed in, his love-struck brain urging caution. Easier said than done. Who can my lobster soldier defeat? Wang Peng exclaimed, jumping onto his bed only to feel a dampness on his back. What the hell? Who wet my bed? At that moment, the mischievous sprite was stifling laughter, a surge of negative energy seeping into its body through its snout. Wang Peng noticed the sprite's amusement and asked, Chen Luo, when did you catch this mischievous sprite? Just now. It was a gift from my mom, Chen Luo replied. Hearing this, Wang Peng's mood plummeted. How nice it must be to have a wealthy mother. Can you ask your auntie to gift me one too? No, wait. Make it a godmother. Chen Luo chose not to respond and continued discussing the school team. By the way, the team grants a monthly subsidy of 300,000. 300,000. Wang Peng, Guiyang, and Lu Guanzhong exclaimed in unison. At this point, Wang Peng forgot about the dampness on his back, jumping off the bed and pulling Chen Luo outside. Hey, where are we going? Chen Luo queried, puzzled. What else? Of course, we're going to train. That spot on the school team is mine for the taking. Wang Peng's eyes sparkled with determination. 10 days passed quietly, during which Gangster Croc not only mastered a plethora of skills, but also successfully leveled up to 29. Fiery Meow experienced similar growth, markedly enhancing its skill pool and reaching level 23. As for the mischievous sprite, Chen Luo looked at it teasingly tormenting Wang Peng's Kingler and sighed. This little rascal has been far too troublesome. Aside from Gangster Croc and Fiery Meow, it has played pranks on all of my roommates' Pokemon and even on the vice principal's Electabuzz, tying its tail into a bow. Fortunately, Electabuzz was merciful, otherwise, the sprite might have met its end. However, due to absorbing a considerable amount of negative energy, the mischievous sprite leveled up to 12. Had Chen Luo not instructed Gangster Croc and Fiery Meow to discipline it with love, the sprite likely would have struggled to learn Light Screen and Reflect. Chen Luo, you need to rein in your mischievous sprite. I am challenging that chubby Wang Lang today to show him the might of my lobster soldier. What the hell, Luo Gu? Peng Ge, come quick. Big news. Guiyang shouted. What are you cursing about, calling me your father? Chen Luo leaned in to see, and indeed, it was a picture of his father. The news article read, the Dark-type champion, Fire-type champion, and Electric-type champion, alongside numerous gym trainers, have united to eradicate the Silent Organization's stronghold operating within Cloud City. 2 champion-level trainers from the Silent Organization were eliminated on the spot, and more than half of the 16 gym-level trainers suffered casualties. As for the ordinary personnel, they were all captured without exception. This operation liberated a significant number of rare Pokemon from the Silent Organization's stronghold. Moreover, it is infuriating to discover that the Silent Organization is conducting live experiments on Pokemon, attempting to synthesize a formidable creature by amalgamating the genes of various Pokemon. Even more unbelievable is their despicable act of mating humans with Pokemon. The news images reveal the malevolent Elite Four member, Chun Jinyue, with a stern countenance, set against a backdrop of smoldering ruins. In the midst of this chaos, the Alliance personnel cautiously retrieve failed experimental subjects, encapsulated in specialized containers, their forms grotesque and radiating an ominous aura. Damn it! These wretched beings are capable of such heinous acts. Are they even human? Wang Peng exclaimed in fury. The Silent Organization. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes into a slit, feeling an unprecedented rage since arriving in this world. In this beautiful Pokemon realm, such a malignant entity should not exist. The Silent Organization has no place in this world, and Chen Luo shall never allow the existence of those who would destroy it. He vowed to eradicate the Silent Organization, and not even Arceus could impede him. In the dead of night, at the border of the Donghuang Alliance in Cloud City, a powerful Dragonite stood with a man clad in a dark trench coat and wearing a grotesque mask. Beside him, a man riding on a haunch crow addressed the trench-coated figure. "Chief, we are fully prepared and ready to launch the attack on Cloud City at any moment." The trench-coated man nodded and replied, "Good. The Dongwang Alliance has destroyed years of our organization's hard work. This time, they must pay the price in blood." The sky above Cloud City was devoid of nocturnal life, as its inhabitants had long adapted to a routine of laboring at dawn and retiring at dusk. Nestled amidst hills and valleys, this quaint town thrived in harmony with its Pokémon. At this moment, all was silent, save for the gentle caress of the night breeze brushing over rooftops. Above, personnel from the silent organization traversed the treacherous terrain of the Ileo Mountain, crossing from the borders of the South Asia Alliance to reach Cloud City, circumventing all defenses of the Dongwang Alliance. Although many had perished along the way, a significant number of silent organization members managed to infiltrate, each burdened with an abundance of Pokeballs. The remaining 6 elite trainers and a dozen gym leaders of the silent organization stealthily entered the skies over Cloud City. "The operation begins," echoed the voice of the masked leader. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a brilliant red light, illuminating the heavens. Countless Zubat, Golbat, Spearow, Scyther, Skarmory, and vultures filled the firmament, obscuring the solitary moonlight. Beside the leader Dragonite stood other elite Pokémon, a desert dragonfly, a 3-headed dragon, a self-destructing magneton, a Pidgeot, and a fossil pterodactyl, all awaiting their trainer's command. On the ground, Rattata, Arbok, Weezing, Luxray, Servine, and Skuntank surged forth in unrelenting waves. "Attack!" commanded the leader Dragonite. As they dove towards the slumbering city below, destructive rays, razor-sharp winds, poisonous needles, and waves of malice rained down like a torrential storm. The earth trembled as a tide of Pokémon surged into the city. The sharp fangs of Rattata glimmered in the moonlight, while the sound of Arbok's scales scraping against the ground sent chills down spines. Weezing expelled noxious fumes. Luxray darted gracefully yet lethally through the city. Servine's venomous blades glinted, and Skuntank's foul stench permeated the air, their intentions clear: to shred all living beings and sow chaos and panic. The masked leader's command for attack resonated like the death knell. Yet, Cloud City was not an unprepared lamb for slaughter. The shrill air raid sirens shattered the tranquility of the night as the first skills were unleashed. Atop the highest air defense tower in the city center, a gray-haired old observer, upon witnessing the shadowy aerial army blotting out the moonlight, exerted all his strength to slam the manual alarm button. He incessantly shouted into his radio, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The piercing alarm echoed throughout every corner of Cloud City. Countless residents were jolted from their slumber, the cries of children mingling with the startled exclamations of adults and the frantic calls of Pokémon. Zhou Liang was awakened by the deafening sound of the air raid alarm and peered out the window. He beheld the vast, sun-blocking army of Pokémon launching their assault on the city. "Activate all defense towers," Zhou Liang commanded, observing as lights flickered to life in the darkness. Buzzing, the enormous searchlights atop dozens of air defense towers scattered across Cloud City erupted like a slumbering giant awakened, flooding the night with blinding white light. The thick beams of light pierced the dark sky like swords, sweeping wildly and locking onto the diving flying-type Pokémon. In an instant, the skies over Cloud City illuminated as bright as day. The Pokémon army became visible under the harsh glare. The Dongwang Alliance's military and law enforcement swiftly responded, organizing personnel to launch relentless attacks against the aerial threat. An officer bellowed commands: "Fire-type troops, unleash flames. Water-type troops, deploy hydro-pump. Show no mercy. They dare to assault us. They are courting death. Once within range, fire at will. No one is to be spared, whether human or Pokémon. Launch air defense missiles with all your might. Take down every last one of these scoundrels." Air defense cannons, machine guns, rifles, and a myriad of Pokémon skills were unleashed upon the sky. Fiery serpents of various colors streaked through the air, illuminating the inky night as if it were day. Numerous Pokémon from the silent organization were struck down, plummeting to the ground like shooting stars. Zhou Liang hastily donned his clothes and ventured into the streets. As Cloud City's forest warden, he felt it was his duty to protect the townsfolk in this crisis. "Come forth, Shroomish, Murkrow, Combi, and Vespiquen. I will not allow you wretches to destroy my homeland." On the streets, Spearow soared low, using their sharp beaks to peck at windows and rooftops, sending shards of glass and debris flying. On the ground, Rattata erupted from every corner, agilely gnawing at wires and pipes, wreaking havoc on the city's infrastructure. The Rattata's eyes glowed red, seemingly controlled by some unseen force. Arbok opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp, poisonous fangs, hissing ominously as it lunged at residents and Pokemon alike. Wheezing released a thick cloud of toxic gas, causing people to cover their mouths and noses in a fit of coughing. Ah, help! Some residents, untrained in the ways of battling, fell into a state of panic. Shroomish, use Spore. Murkrow, attack with Wing Attack. Combi, use String Shot. Vespiquen, deploy Fury Cutter. Zhou swiftly organized his Pokemon to counterattack. Likewise, trainers emerged from the streets, launching their own offensives against the invading Pokemon. Chapter 51, The King Descends. The shrill air raid alarms continued to reverberate in his ears, mingled with the acrid stench of smoke and toxic gas that nearly suffocated Zhou. Above, the beam of the searchlight pierced the darkness like an enraged sword of judgment, frantically sweeping over the illuminated swarm of Zubat, casting countless diving black shadows and bursts of firelight. Bullets, skills, and anti-aircraft shells wove a deadly net of flames, as shadows fell with blood-curdling screams, crashing onto the streets with a dull thud. Yet, the enemy was overwhelmingly numerous. A large-mouthed sparrow emitted a piercing screech, hurtling towards a window of a nearby residence like a diving bomber. The glass shattered instantaneously. Murkrow, deal with that large-mouthed sparrow. Zhou reacted swiftly, his voice sharp and commanding. Murk. With keen eyes, Murkrow locked onto the fallen target, its wings coalescing with a silvery light, diving down like a silver lightning bolt. Its sharp wings sliced through the sparrow's neck. The threat was neutralized. However, the crisis on the ground was even graver. Dozens of Rattata, their eyes glowing ominously red, surged forth like a tide of darkness from the storm drains at the street corners and the shattered storefronts. Their aim was no longer to destroy property, but to invade the residential buildings and attack the humans within. Their sharp incisors glinted menacingly under the searchlight. Nurse Bug, spin Silk to bind those Rattata. Queen Bee, use Brick Break to block them. Zhou forehead glistened with sweat, yet his voice remained remarkably steady. The Nurse Bug's delicate arms danced, its resilient silk akin to white chains, precisely sealing off several major entrances of the rat tide. The Queen Bee transformed into a yellow-black blur, her forelimbs imbued with fighting energy, slashing fiercely at the foremost Rattata. With a series of thuds, several Rattata were sent flying by the overwhelming force of Brick Break. Yet, more Rattata surged forward fearlessly, attempting to overwhelm the Queen Bee with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, many residents huddled trembling in their rooms. The cacophony of battle, explosions, the roars of Pokemon, and the mournful cries of the dying crashed against the fragile doors and windows of the residential buildings like the tide of hell. Most households extinguished their lights, fearful of becoming the next targets of attack. The air seemed thick with an oppressive stillness, permeated by dust and a palpable scent of terror. People curled up in corners, under tables, inside wardrobes, or pressed tightly against the inner walls far from the windows. Mothers shielded their children with their bodies, while fathers stood protectively between their families and the doors and windows, gripping any weapon they could find, be it a kitchen knife or a wooden stick. The Pokemon by their sides, the once gentle Espurr, Swablu, and even the bolder Rockruff, now bore fierce expressions, remaining close to their trainers. Espurr, don't be afraid. I will protect you. A girl tightly embraced her Espurr. Meow. Espurr's gaze was resolute as it looked out the window. Xiaoyai, I will protect you too. In the streets, trainers like Zhou fought valiantly, striving to keep the invaders at bay. Duraludin, Heavy Slam, break through them. Zebstrika, use Thunderbolt. Don't let that Snivy get close. Dugtrio, unleash Rock Slide on the Rattata swarm. The trainers coordinated their efforts, commanding their Pokemon to retaliate with all their might. Water Gun, Flamethrower, and the brilliance of Thunderbolt interwove in the night. They temporarily suppressed the rampant destruction caused by the Pokemon, erecting a precarious barrier of flesh and blood to defend the residential buildings. Yet, the true lethal threat loomed from the skies. The leader of the silent organization, the masked man perched atop a Charizard. His icy gaze swept over the struggling military and civilians below, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand. Charizard, Dragonfly, Aerodactyl, Three-Headed Dragon, Self-Destruct Magneton, and Pidgeot, 6 terrifying beings of the elite level, all raised their heads in unison. Deep within their throats, destructive energy coalesced at an astonishing speed. Destruction Beam, 6 thick beams of light, imbued with enough annihilative energy to level mountains, shot forth like 6 world-ending spears plummeting from the heavens. They tore through the chaotic night sky, carrying the will to obliterate all, hurtling towards the Pokemon Association of Cloud City. One of these beams was aimed directly at the intersection where Zhou Liang stood and the nearby buildings crammed with terrified residents. Before the light arrived, the terrifying pressure caused everyone on the ground to hold their breath. Inside the buildings, residents gazed through the windows at the approaching beam of destruction. Their pupils dilated to the extreme. The sheer terror rendered them voiceless, leaving only the sounds of strained breaths in their throats. The little girl clutching her esper reflected the impending doom in her eyes, her mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. No. Zhou Liang felt his vision narrowing. Unleashing a desperate scream, he saw the beam's target and the faces behind it, frozen in fear, twisted in horror. He could do nothing. He could only watch as destruction descended. Damn the silent organization. Damn, damn, damn. To hell with the silent organization. Everyone, quickly use your defenses. Zhou Liang's voice grew hoarse from shouting. The trainers and soldiers gazed at the beams of light, their faces briefly etched with panic before transforming into expressions of resolve and determination. Bring it on. The Dongwang Alliance is not a place for you scum to be arrogant. All the trainers commanded their Pokémon to unleash their abilities against the 6 beams of destruction. Just as the beams were about to engulf their targets, a voice filled with untold rage rang out. Absol, defend. A massive, almost tangible green diamond-shaped barrier appeared above the intersection where the destruction beams were aimed, like a divine shield unfurling in an instant. It materialized with such swiftness and breadth that, almost the moment the command was issued, it completely enveloped the endangered residential buildings and the bloody battlefield where Zhou Liang and others fought. At the moment the barrier formed, the 3 beams of destruction thundered down. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, as if the heavens were collapsing. Blaziken unleashed a flamethrower, intercepting 2 of the beams. Meanwhile, Meng Yan followed closely behind, riding his Charizard to the other side. Electivire, Thunderbolt. The electric-type elite Qinshi descended on his brave bird, subsequently unleashing his ace, Electivire. As the brilliance faded, Zhou Liang beheld a Pokémon standing proudly not far ahead, entirely white and exuding an aura of elegance and authority. Its large, curved horns gleamed with a sharp chill, and its eyes radiated a resolute will to protect. It was the legendary disaster Pokémon, Absol. It slightly lowered its body, its forepaws digging deep into the ground, emanating a gentle white light, and the massive green barrier was supported by it. Beside Absol stood a towering figure, akin to a mountain, clad in a dark elite uniform. His cape billowed in the explosive winds, his visage cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the masked leader in the sky. It was the dark-type elite, Chen Luo. Chen, Elite Chen. There are also King Ming and King Qin. The kings have come to rescue us. Excitement danced across the faces of the trainers. At last, they have arrived. High in the sky, the masked leader's pupils, concealed behind his mask, abruptly constricted at the sight of Absol's emergence. He evidently recognized the Pokémon and its master, Chen Luo. A chilling whisper, devoid of emotion, emanated from beneath the mask. Chen Luo's visage contorted with intense fury. You wretches, come forth. Shiny Zoroark, Block Bear, Tyranitar, Manectric, and the mythical Pokémon Salazzle, along with 3 fearsome dragons. A total of 6 king-level Pokémon. With an icy gaze, Chen Luo issued his command. Go forth, eradicate every member of the Silent Organization and their Pokémon. Leave not a single one alive. Upon receiving the order, the 6 king-level Pokémon scattered in an instant, charging towards the throngs of Pokémon. Meanwhile, Meng Yan and Qinshi unleashed their own Pokémon. In a heartbeat, a massacre of overwhelming proportions unfolded. At this moment, the 3 great kings retained only 3 of their ace Pokémon by their sides. In the sky, the leader of the Silent Organization, adorned with a sinister mask, coldly declared, Ah, the Dark-type king of the Dongwang Alliance, Chen Luo. You have certainly caused us considerable trouble. I have long yearned to encounter you. Chen Luo offered no response, instead revealing the necklace around his neck, prominently displaying the evolution keystone. Fire-type King Ming Yan and Electric-type King Qinshi likewise showcased their evolution keystones. Observing the surrounding ruins, inhaling the scent of blood and charred remains, hearing the soothing voices of adults and the cries of children, alongside peaceful Pokémon frantically fleeing. Cloud City, a realm once serene, where the residents are pure of heart, cherished by its people, and loved by its Pokémon. Yet, there are always some malevolent spirits and monsters seeking to destroy it. Such a thing shall never be tolerated. Chen Luo abruptly raised his hand, tightly clutching the keystone, his voice resonating like thunder. Let them witness the calamity that arises from the abyss. Absol, evolution beyond limits, mega evolution. The roar of fire-type King Ming Yin echoed simultaneously, filled with wrathful ferocity. With unquenchable flames as proof, and the scorching bond as a catalyst. Answer my call, Keystone. Blaziken, Mega Evolution. In the name of thunder, cleanse the world of all evils. The voice of electric-type King Qin Shi was resolute. Evolution beyond limits, Mega Ampharos. Boom, boom, boom. 3 radiant rainbows intertwined, their energies swirling in a vortex, resonating and ascending. The kaleidoscopic light formed a breathtaking aurora that enveloped a significant portion of the battlefield. Absol, strike at the core. Chapter 52, Who Am I? The white streak of light that was Absol resembled a comet tearing through the night sky. Upon its massive, curved horns, terrifying dark-type energy swiftly coalesced into a pitch-black crescent scythe, aimed directly at the masked leader atop Hydreigon. Hydreigon, Pidgeot, restrain him, commanded the masked man's subordinates, also donning masks, directing their respective Pokemon to engage. Hydreigon, Dragon Rush, barked the left-sided masked subordinate. The 3-headed dragon transformed into a colossal dragon phantom, surging toward Absol. Pidgeot, Brave Bird, roared the right-sided subordinate. With a roar, the 3-headed dragon unleashed a synchronized bellow, enveloped in deep purple, raging dragon-type energy, morphing into a colossal abyssal dragon phantom, hurtling towards the white comet with the force to shatter mountains. Pidgeot screeched as its form ignited in golden-red flames, transforming into a blazing meteor that broke the sound barrier, fiercely colliding with the target from the opposite side. The dragon's shadow loomed ominously, while the golden flames surged like lightning. The Death Scythe was unleashed. The Mega Absol's obsidian scythe rose silently, imbued with the coldness that annihilates all, first aimed at the 3-headed dragon. With a single sweep, swoosh, like the sharpest razor gliding through taut silk, the abyssal dragon phantom, composed of violent dragon-type energy, dissipated soundlessly at the point where the scythe struck, as if pierced by an illusion. Thus, the 3-headed dragon was beheaded and slain. Absol's figure exhibited no sign of hesitation. The scythe that had severed the dragon's head carved a blood-red arc through the air, infused with the ferocity and chill of dragon slaying, unrelenting as it sliced towards the resolute, lightning-fast Pidgeot. In a fluid motion, another faint yet chilling sound of smooth slicing resonated. Like a knife cutting through thin paper, Pidgeot emitted a heart-wrenching, distorted cry, a scream that echoed painfully. Another bird was slain. From the stealthy strike that decapitated the dragon to the scythe's sweeping arc that severed the bird's wing, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, swift enough to halt thought itself. Absol's figure executed a poised, yet almost merciless pirouette in the air, landing gracefully before Chen Luo. In a mere instant, 2 king-level Pokemon had been felled. The masked man applauded from the skies. The Dark-type king, Chen Luo, truly lives up to his reputation. All of you join in, he coldly commanded. The king-level trainers beside the masked man unleashed their Pokemon. Exploud, Dragonite, Gyarados, Feraligatr, Ursaring, Houndoom, Charizard, Glalie, Mook, Beartick, Octillery, Chandelure. Dozens of king-level Pokemon emerged. Meanwhile, the masked man continued to survey the battlefield from atop Hydreigon. Chen Luo responded with a scoff, his anger simmering. I say, you truly underestimate the kings of the Dongwon Alliance. Mengyan, Qinshi, let's go. Now. Blaziken, Flare Blitz. Ampharos, Thunderbolt. Absol Ambush. Mega Blaziken transformed into a meteor of flames, crashing fiercely into Glalie's body. The golden-red flames erupted instantly, spreading forth. Glalie had barely time to react before being sent flying hundreds of meters away by Mega Blaziken, rendered unable to fight. Boom. The Judgment Thunderstorm summoned by Mega Ampharos thundered down. Dozens of thick golden lightning bolts, like the whips of deities, indiscriminately struck the sky. Explode Gyarados. And others became mere fragile targets beneath the raging thunder. Then, Mega Blaziken followed up with a fiery blast akin to a column of flames, instantly dispatching the 3 Pokemon. Soon after, Mega Ampharos and Mega Blaziken pursued the fleeing Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly's expression turned to one of horror, darting towards its trainer. The king-level trainer, panic-stricken, extended a hand in desperate protest. Stay away from me. The Desert Dragonfly sought to flee, only to be struck on the head by a fiery kick from Mega Blaziken, rendering it unconscious immediately. The figure of Mega Absol loomed like a specter of death, its obsidian claws imbued with a predestined intent to annihilate, piercing through the midsection of the mighty crocodile even before it could unleash its water cannon. As the circular bear initiated its ultimate impact, a precisely aimed wave of malevolence crushed its abdomen. The volcanic creature atop the fire-breathing camel had scarcely begun to erupt before it was toppled by a dark energy beam striking from the side. Meanwhile, the crystal chandelier fire spirit attempted to ambush Chen Luo, only to be immobilized by a mere glance from Mega Absol. In an instant, it materialized beside the chandelier fire spirit, sinking its teeth into it, extinguishing the blue ghostly flames that vanished into the spirit realm. Such a forceful devastation. Truly, a forceful obliteration. Chen Luo coldly addressed the champion-level trainer of the silent organization, proclaiming there exists a disparity even among champions. The bonds we share with our Pokemon are unfathomable compared to the scurrying rodents of your ilk. Indeed, the champion Pokemon of the silent organization were predominantly enhanced through genetic modification via pharmaceuticals. The life energy within them had not even approached the level expected of true champion Pokemon. Even 100 such champions here would be utterly vanquished by the 3 elite trainers. There is indeed a chasm between champion Pokemon and their trainers. Yet, the masked leader, perched atop the back of the soaring dragon, surveyed the Pokemon that had instantaneously been reduced to ashes below. Observing the 3 figures that stood like deities amidst the scorched earth and debris, he felt neither tension nor fear. In fact, he began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The slow, resonant applause echoed unsettlingly across the desolate battlefield. A smirk curled at the corner of the masked leader's lips, his gaze filled with mockery, as though the crushed beings below were merely inconsequential pawns. Magnificent, simply magnificent. His voice carried a chilling tranquility. Chen Luo, Meng Yan, and Qin Shi simultaneously furrowed their brows, a sense of foreboding rising within them. The opponent's demeanor was exceedingly abnormal. Could there be a hidden trump card? Suddenly a low, piercing engine roar resounded ominously from the lofty heavens above. This sound instantly overpowered the crackling embers of the battlefield, drowning out even the heartbeat of those present. All eyes, including those of the 3 champions, instinctively turned towards the dark fortress-like object looming above. What on earth is this rascal up to now? Meng Yan questioned, perplexed. Qin Shi gazed skyward, spotting a dark silhouette glimmering with light. I don't know, but I suspect it won't be anything good. Chen Luo's expression remained icy, whatever it was. Any entity daring to attack the Dongwang Alliance would face dire consequences, even if deities themselves were to intervene. The playful smile on the masked leader's face broadened into unabashed fervor and anticipation. He spread his arms wide, akin to a fervent disciple welcoming the descent of a deity. At last, come forth, and be received, you ants, welcome the true arrival of divinity. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening crash echoed. An indescribably swift purple luminescence erupted from the hatch of the black spacecraft, plummeting towards the battlefield of Cloud City, aimed directly at the 3 elite trainers. It fell with a velocity that transcended the limits of physics. The air compressed instantaneously, forming visible rings of colossal sonic booms. The terrifying pressure slammed down like a tangible hammer upon the ground, shattering the rubble anew. This purple luminescence was not merely an energy entity. Its core emanated a mental pressure imbued with absolute will and a detached superiority over all, merely being brushed by the residual waves of this pressure. All trainers below felt as though their minds were struck by a sledgehammer. The luminescence expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it breached several thousand meters in height. Finally, within mere dozens of meters of the ground, the purple energy enveloping the luminescence retracted inward like a shell, dissipating to reveal its occupant. A long, powerful humanoid form, draped in a pale purple exoskeleton, emerged. Most unsettling were its elongated, crystalline eyes, resembling transparent amethysts. In those eyes, there was neither rage nor intent to kill, only an icy, absolute rationality that surveyed the dust and comprehended all. It floated midair, enveloped in psychic power. It scanned its surroundings, noting 3 energy entities that matched its own formidable strength. Who am I? Where am I? The masked man gazed upon his flawless creation, his face trembling beneath the mask. He ceremoniously introduced to the residents of Cloud City and the 3 elite trainers, esteemed spectators of the Dongwang Alliance. Behold our organization's greatest masterpiece, the culmination of Pokemon genetics. Endowed with divine power that surpasses all, synthetic gene beast. The humanoid Pokemon's eyes flickered. Was this creature referring to it? Is my name Synthetic Gene Beast? What an unappealing name. I do not particularly like it. A grave expression also crossed Chen Luo's face. This was life energy surpassing that of a secondary deity. Having already reached the level of a primary deity, how could such a being be created, akin to Lord Ho-Oh? Meng Yan exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Shi concurred. We may have no choice but to believe it. Although the energy fluctuations feel unstable, it indeed surpasses those of Inti, Raikou, and Suicune. Meanwhile, all Pokemon in Cloud City had been eradicated. Aside from the battlefield occupied by the 3 elite trainers, rescue operations commenced elsewhere. The area was now solely occupied by the Dark-type, Fire-type, and Electric-type champions alongside their Pokemon. Chen Luo glanced at the humanoid Pokemon above, then at Absol. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes burned with fury, yet he spoke with a calm demeanor. Whoever you are, since you dare to come to Dongwang, to slay my people and devastate my homeland, prepare yourself for death. Chapter 53. At last, the world fell silent. Synthetic Gene Beast. It is time to showcase your formidable power. The masked man commanded the humanoid Pokemon. The humanoid Pokemon turned its gaze towards the masked man atop the soaring dragon, bewildered. Was this creature calling out to it? Synthetic Gene Beast? What an unpleasant name. Noting the synthetic gene beasts in action, the masked man grew anxious. Could there have been an error in the final step? Was my command not encoded into the genes of the synthetic gene beast? Below, Chen Luo and his companions wore expressions of confusion, sensing that the leader of the silent organization seemed unable to command it. At that moment, Chen Luo's communicator buzzed. What is it? He inquired. Champion Chen, there's grave news. The personnel at the silent organization's base in Cloud City have all been rescued. What? Chen Luo ended the communication device as the 3 kings had thoroughly swept through the silent organization's stronghold in Yun City and turned their attention towards the outpost in Kun City. With an unprecedented swiftness, they demolished the silent organization's base in Kun City. However, to their astonishment, the silent organization launched a large-scale assault on Yun City. Even the leader of the organization made an appearance. Their massive mobilization was, in fact, a ploy to divert the trio's attention, compelling them to rescue the silent organization personnel at the Yun City base. In the sky, a member of the silent organization reported to the masked man, leader, Dr. Akuloma has been successfully brought aboard the airship. The masked man nodded affirmatively and stated, as long as Dr. Akuloma is alive, the silent organization will never fall. He commanded, everyone retreat. Seeing the retreat of the silent organization personnel in the sky, Chen Luo realized they had fallen into a trap. The captured members in the Yun City base must possess some significant figures. What manner of individual could necessitate the personal involvement of the silent organization's leader as bait? Meng Yan gazed at the humanoid Pokemon in the sky and asked, Old Chen, shall we engage? It seems to me that this masked fellow cannot command this Pokemon. Chen Luo replied, let us not act hastily. I sense that this humanoid Pokemon possesses strength rivaling that of the legendary NEI. If a battle ensues, it will surely be fierce, and with the ongoing situation in Yun City, the surrounding populace has yet to fully evacuate. Any conflict could endanger them. The masked man, observing the immobile humanoid Pokemon, felt a flicker of anger beneath his calm exterior. Humanoid Pokemon, I am the leader of the silent organization. I am the one who created you. I am your master. Therefore, utilize your powers and eliminate them. The humanoid Pokemon, still pondering its identity and purpose, was irritated by the incessant chatter of the being before it, addressing it as a gene synthesis beast. What a dreadful name. The humanoid Pokemon raised its hand, unleashing an immense psychic energy, comparable to that of many first-tier deities. The masked man's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, glimmered with fervor. At last, he was witnessing the culmination of the silent organization's decade-long efforts, a Pokemon on par with first-tier deities. Below, Chen Luo sensed the overwhelming psychic energy and prepared for battle. Recognizing its life force as potentially championship level. Everyone, be cautious. This energy is formidable. My Absol will take the lead while you provide support. Understood. Meng Yan and Qin Shi affirmed. The humanoid Pokemon concentrated a powerful psychic energy in its hand, extending its arm as a mental force surged toward the masked man. The impact sent the masked man and his Dragonite flying over 100 meters, and in a moment of surprise, his left arm was obliterated. Flesh bursting forth and raining down from the sky. Leader. The silent organization personnel rushed anxiously to the masked man. How could this happen? Why won't it obey me? Where did it go wrong? The masked man, once composed, now descended into madness. His decade of hard work had crumbled in an instant. Why would this divine beast, composed of the genes of countless Pokemon and forged with significant investment, not heed his commands? The humanoid Pokemon felt a newfound clarity, dismissing the unpleasant title of gene synthesis beast. But who am I? What is my name? The humanoid Pokemon understood that its kind possessed individual names. One was called Absol, another was named Blaziken, and yet another was known as Ampharos. But what am I called? The humanoid Pokemon radiated a terrifying psychic power, suddenly vanishing into the sky in a flash. What in the world is happening? Why are our own fighting against us? Meng Yin and Mega Blaziken both tilted their heads in confusion. Regardless of the circumstances, with the unknown Pokemon having fled and the leader of the silent organization injured, it was the opportune moment to eradicate them. Chen Luo recalled his remaining Pokemon and leapt onto the back of his three-headed dragon, pursuing the masked man. Qin followed closely behind. Meng Yin recalled Blaziken and called out as he jumped onto Charizard, "Wait for me." That night, the three kings chased for hundreds of miles, annihilating all members of the silent organization, while their leader lost an arm in the skirmish. In a final act of desperation, he unleashed several mischievous eggs and a Fletchinder of king-level prowess, escaping via a massive explosion. Chen Luo gazed at the news displaying the towering humanoid Pokemon, rendered speechless. Is that Mutwo? The silent organization actually created Mutwo. Truly, whether in the world of anime or reality, evil organizations will always find a way to manifest Mutwo. It seems to be an immutable truth. But why would this Mutwo turn against the leader of the silent organization? What a farce. Time to head to class, or I'll be late, Chen Luo mused, as Wang Peng reminded him. Throughout the morning, Chen Luo pondered the implications of Mutwo. According to reports, it was referred to as a gene synthesis beast by the leader of the silent organization and possessed championship-level combat prowess, exhibiting extreme emotional instability. Moreover, the leader had been grievously injured by the very Mutwo he had created. Chen Luo recalled how, in the anime, Mutwo had ultimately dedicated itself to protecting abandoned Pokemon, seemingly shedding its former ambition to annihilate humanity. Forget it, he sighed, shaking his head. With his current strength, he couldn't even contend with a single hair of Mutwo. In the afternoon, Chen Luo arrived at the gym as usual, noticing everyone engaged in lively conversation. What are you all discussing so fervently? Upon seeing Chen Luo, the chatter ceased. Li Hui spoke up. I heard that Sioux City Pokemon University has produced several exceptionally talented students this year. They are challenging various Pokemon universities and are set to challenge our school today. Challenging other schools? Is this Sioux City Pokemon University out of their minds? Instead of preparing for the upcoming inter-school competition, they are recklessly challenging everyone. Chen Luo scoffed. Are they hoping to forge an invincible path by challenging every institution? Why not take on Kyoto Pokemon University or Magic City Pokemon University? Indeed. However, they have already defeated Shui City Pokemon University, ranked 62nd last year, and Quan City Pokemon University, ranked 59th. Their visit to Jiang City Pokemon University seems aimed at undermining our morale, Qi Jintian added. What was their ranking last year? Chen Luo inquired. They were ranked 70th, just behind us, Li Hui replied. Principal 1, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, remarked, Principal Ma. Sioux City Pokemon University and Jiang City Pokemon University have always been sister institutions. Our purpose is to assess our own strengths and identify areas for improvement. Bringing along some inexperienced students is primarily for the sake of learning and mutual advancement. His smile was charming, and his tone gentle. Yet the deliberately emphasized challenge felt like a fine needle piercing through Vice Principal Mahjong. I find myself at a loss to make a decision regarding this matter. Perhaps I should consult my students. If they agree, then our two schools can engage in a friendly competition. Principal Wen squinted his eyes, feigning a cultured demeanor. However, internally, he was filled with disdain. Had it not been for the fact that Jiangxing Spirit University was conveniently located right in front of their school last year, he wouldn't have bothered to come here. The purpose of this challenge was originally to assert dominance over a few schools and showcase their prowess. Yet, Principal One was aware that none of the participants were fools. They would not reveal their full capabilities. But had Sioux City Spirit University truly exposed all their strength? This challenge against a university of comparable rank was intended to confuse their adversaries, ensuring a commendable placement in the grand tournament of 100 schools. No problem. I am confident that your students will agree to the competition. After all, who among the youth wishes to be labeled as a coward? Principal One remarked, laced with a hint of provocation. This old fox was even resorting to goading. Principal One, please wait here while I discuss this with my students. Once Mahjong left, only the 5 students from Sioux City Spirit University and Principal One remained in the office. Vice Principal, why must we challenge Jiangxing Spirit University? We've already defeated the 59th ranked Quanqing University. What is so special about Jiangxing Spirit University? Queried a student with dyed blonde hair and sunglasses. Principal One chuckled. Our school and Jiangxing Spirit University have historically been on the same level, though they have consistently maintained an upper hand. This year, with the emergence of your few talented students, how could I resist seeking some retribution? Rest assured, Vice Principal 1. We promise to defeat them so thoroughly that they won't dare to participate in the grand tournament, the blonde student boasted. The other 4 concurred, and within Ma Zhong's office, the 6 of them reveled in mocking Jiangxing Spirit University, completely disregarding the fact that they were in the vice principal's office. Chapter 54, the first all-member match. In the gymnasium, Ma Zhong recounted the events leading up to this moment. Everyone turned to Chen Luo, as he was the captain, and the entire team was obliged to heed his command. By the way, Principal, does Sioux City Spirit University have the qualifications to enter the secret realm? Chen Luo inquired. They do, but their qualifications are not in the southern region. They are located in the Hushi province. Is there a problem? Ma Zhong responded. Chen Luo smiled and said, it seems Sioux City Spirit University has a bit of a delusion, challenging us as if we have all the time in the world. Since it's a friendly exchange, it should come with some stakes. How about this? You propose using the secret realm qualifications as a wager, and the losing side will surrender their qualifications to the winner. He then turned to Zhang Chongqing, asking, are you on board with this, Zhang Chongqing? Without hesitation, Zhang Chongqing nodded. I'm in, Captain. Ma Zhong, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. All right, since you all are so confident, I will convey your proposal to them. He had never doubted Chen Luo. If Chen Luo believed they could prevail, there must be sound reasoning behind it. If they failed under his leadership, that would indeed be a laughingstock. Returning to the office, Ma Zhong shared the news with Wen Tai. Upon hearing it, Wen Tai was elated. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Is Jiangxing Spirit University truly that foolish? Who challenges others while offering them financial incentives? He exclaimed. Principal Ma, I scarcely know what to say. This is exceedingly generous of you. Let us hastily draft an alliance contract. There shall be no backing out. Wen Tai grasped Ma Zhong's hand eagerly. Ma Zhong, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, replied, rest assured, Principal 1, our motto at Jiangxing Spirit University is founded on integrity. You will have your moment to weep later. He continued, in that case, let us hold a comprehensive school-wide battle. What do you think, Principal 1? Principal 1 was hardly in a position to listen. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the secret realm qualifications. You are the hosts. We will follow your lead. Very well. I invite Principal 1 and the talented youth of Sioux City Spirit University to proceed to the competition venue. The entire school would suspend classes for the afternoon to attend the match. After all, it was their home ground, and they intended to leverage that advantage. Chen Luo, seated on a bench, arranged the order of participants. First up, Qi Jintian. Second, Li Hui. Third, Zhang Chongqing. Fourth, Lu Zizhong, and I will take the final spot. The 5 designated nodded in agreement, and the other 3 had no objections. However, I have one stipulation. Aside from Zhang Chongqing, you must not use your primary Pokemon. Chen Luo declared. Why? The others queried, perplexed, as their second Pokemon were only at level 18, while their opponents, who had bested the 59th ranked Quanqing University, would undoubtedly have formidable Pokemon. There are no whys and wherefores. Good team members must learn to follow the captain's orders. With my support, you need not fear. Chen Luo thought his teammates were somewhat naive, unable to grasp such an obvious strategy. But soon, they understood his intent. It was about conserving their strength to mislead their opponents. Before long, the referee, spectators, and competitors had all taken their positions. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Defeat them. Do not let those from Sioux City get too arrogant. Chen Luo thought, as long as you obliterate them, I will become your staunch supporter for life. Oh, Zhe Bao is so cool. Ho-Oh is king, and Zhe Bao is emperor. Lu Zizhong shuddered at the enthusiastic chants. This was not something to joke about. It could cost him dearly. My beautiful Baiku goddess, Baiku, I can't hold on any longer. What the hell? Bro, what are you doing? Why are you so sensitive? Why are your pants wet? Stay away from me. The referee stood at the center of the match venue. Chen Luo was taken aback to find that this competition even had a host. It seemed they were being prepared for the rhythm of the grand tournament. Now, for the battle, we have Jiangxing Spirit University facing Sioux City Spirit University. This will be an all-member 5-person rotation battle. Each participant may use only one Pokemon until all Pokemon on one side are incapacitated, at which point the other side will be declared the victor. Now, let us have Qi Jintian from Jiangxing Spirit University face off against Zhang Xian from Sioux City Spirit University. Please take your positions on the battlefield. Zhang Xian, donned in sunglasses, stylishly flicked his bangs, dressed in tight pants and trendy footwear, with floral tattoos adorning his arms. Qi Jintian assessed his opponent's appearance and silently mused. Is this guy fresh out of prison? How on earth did he manage to attend university? Are you truly my opponent? You don't seem impressive at all. Perhaps it would be better for that pretty girl of yours to step up instead. I might just take pity on you and let you save face. Chi Jintian finally grasped why Chen Luo had labeled Sioux City Spirit University as foolish. Is this really what trainers have come to? Are you sure you're not affiliated with those nefarious organizations like the Eye of Heaven or the General Association? You'd better win against me first, Chi Jintian retorted. The referee waved the flag to signal the start of the match. Go Heracross. Chi Jintian confidently threw his Poké Ball. A deep blue, beetle-like Pokemon adorned with a massive horn atop its head and sinewy muscles crashed to the ground, its piercing gaze locking onto its opponent. Heracross. Zhang Xian sneered, TCH. A bug? How tasteless. Go, let my dashing self electrify the arena. Go, Electrike. He dramatically spun the Poké Ball, unleashing a dazzling bolt of golden electricity that landed firmly on the ground. Its body was cloaked in a light golden hue, with bristling fur that stood erect as if groomed by static electricity. Long, pointed ears flanked its head, adorned with the iconic blue conductive stripes. And tiny arcs of electricity danced at the tips. In the audience, Chen Luo peered at Electrike through his data-enhanced vision. Pokemon Electrike. Level 24. Chen Luo stroked his chin, reflecting that this level was comparable to the first Pokemon of Li Hui and his companions. They likely viewed it as their initial Pokemon, especially since they wouldn't dare wager their mystical realm qualifications. Electrike, show them the true meaning of speed and power. Thunderbolt. Zhang Xian snapped his fingers. Electrike. It growled, instantly transforming into a blurred golden streak, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it slammed into Heracross. The impact caused Heracross to stagger momentarily, but it quickly regained its footing. The commentator excitedly announced, Electrike has launched the first attack. Its speed is astounding, leaving Heracross no time to evade. Heracross, steady yourself and use Stomp. Chi Jintian, unfazed by Electrike's lightning-fast onslaught, commanded decisively. With a powerful roar, Heracross stomped forcefully onto the ground. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. This move not only had an extensive area of effect, but also effectively slowed down the rapid movements of its foe. Moreover, being a ground-type attack, it posed a significant threat to Electrike, inflicting considerable damage. Just as Electrike, fresh from executing Thunderbolt and preparing to create distance, was caught off guard by the sudden ground shockwave, its body stumbled, speed noticeably hindered, and its golden fur became speckled with dust. A pained expression crossed its face. Now's your chance. Charge in and use Tackle. Chi Jintian seized the fleeting opportunity. Heracross. With surprising agility for its hefty frame, Heracross propelled itself forward, its robust arms driving towards the unsteady Electrike like a battering ram. Electrike. It barely managed to brace itself with its tail, attempting to dodge. But the tackle's reach was too extensive. It was mercilessly struck in the side, yelping as it was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground before halting, its breath becoming rapid, and its once pristine fur now disheveled. Well done, Chi Jintian. I shall deem you the strongest. Keep it up. Don't let that little yellow fur ball get too cocky. The audience erupted in cheers. How infuriating. Zhang Xian's arrogant expression faltered upon witnessing his Electrike's injury. Electrike, use Volt Tackle. Electrike, gritting through the pain, quickly distanced itself, the blue conductive stripes on its ears and tail erupting with blinding electricity. Zzz boom. The current sliced through the air, crackling audibly. Heracross, dodge. Chi Jintian's pupils constricted as he shouted immediately. The speed of Volt Tackle was exceedingly rapid, leaving Heracross no opportunity to evade. A powerful surge of electricity surged into Heracross's body. Heracross. It roared in agony, its body convulsing violently, the deep blue shell instantly charred and exuding wisps of smoke. Electrike. Rush in and tear it apart. Use Thunderfang. Despite Zhang Xian's unimposing demeanor, his tactical acumen shone through as he seized the critical moment. Electrike transformed into a golden flash entwined with electricity, charging towards Heracross, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. The brilliance of Thunderfang was blinding. At that critical juncture, as the electrically charged fangs were about to sink into the base of Heracross's horn, Chi Jintian chose not to evade, but to confront head-on. Heracross, don't flinch. Unleash your most powerful horn attack. Heracross disregarded the impending lethal bite, channeling every ounce of remaining strength into its colossal horn. In an instant, the deep blue horn erupted in a dazzling white light. That radiance even briefly overshadowed the golden gleam of Thunderfang. There was no evasion, no block, only the raw, primal clash of force. Crack! Thunderfang savagely bit into the base of Heracross's horn, the terrifying crushing power and violent electric energy surging forth. Heracross's body writhed in agony once more. But simultaneously, boom. Heracross's horn attack struck solidly against Electrike's unguarded chest, delivering a decisive blow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The action of Electrike biting suddenly halted, its golden pupils narrowing to an extreme. Electrike was propelled away by the force of the horn attack. Yet Heracross too succumbed to the drain of Thunder Fong, collapsing with its eyes swirling in exhaustion, losing the will to fight. The referee took a deep breath and swiftly waved the flag to declare, Heracross is unable to battle. Zhang Xian from Sioux City Pokemon University is the victor. The next competitor from Jiang City Pokemon University, please proceed to the battlefield. Chapter 55. This kid is truly cunning. Well played. Sioux City Pokemon University is indeed foolish to think they could step into the ring with such meager strength. Chen Luo praised Qi Jintian. Qi Jintian, undeterred by the loss, remarked, if my Heracross had more training time, it would have been like playing with a child. All right, old Qi, let me avenge you. Li Hui and Qi Jintian exchanged a high five. On the Sioux City Pokemon University side, Wentai breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opposing Heracross was formidable, it had inflicted considerable damage on Zhang Xian's Electrike. However, it appeared that this year's Jiang City Pokemon University's team had not cultivated their Pokemon to a level surpassing last year's standards. A weight lifted from his heart. He had initially believed that Ma Zhong had great confidence in his students, but it seemed they were not as impressive as anticipated. Ma Zhong is quite commendable, providing both experience and mystical realm qualifications. I almost don't want to leave, he mused. As Li Hui took the stage, Zhang Xian displayed a mocking expression. How does your strength compare to that guy's? Will you amuse me? Li Hui replied calmly. You'll find out if you try. Go, Bulbasaur. The starter Pokemon. Intriguing indeed, but I shall combat the starters. With the referee's signal, Zhang Xian swiftly issued commands, employing the same tactic. Electrike, use Thunderbolt. Electrike's speed had noticeably diminished compared to before, clearly fatigued from the encounter with Heracross. Bulbasaur, take root. Li Hui's voice remained steady and devoid of emotion. This foolish dog is using Thunderbolt again. Thud. Bulbasaur emitted a steady growl, as the massive bud on its back unleashed several robust vines with green leaves, which swiftly burrowed into the ground like living serpents. A rich, verdant energy surged from the earth, flowing into the Bulbasaur, simultaneously anchoring it firmly in place. Bang! The electric-type Pokemon, Zapdos, struck Bulbasaur with a flash of lightning. The sound of the impact was muted, far less resounding than when it had collided with Heracross. Bulbasaur merely swayed slightly, the stability provided by its roots allowing it to effortlessly absorb the diminished force of the blow. Bulbasaur, unleash your sleep powder. With a sudden flourish, the enormous bud on Bulbasaur's back burst open, releasing a cloud of shimmering, violet spores that enveloped Zapdos. Watch out, Zapdos. If those spores hit, even if you manage to defeat Bulbasaur in this battle, you will succumb to poisoning. In response to the impending cloud of toxic powder, Zapdos could only muster a panicked retreat, yet it was ultimately consumed by the dense purple mist. Zapdos! It cried out in agony, a purplish haze appearing on its visage. How despicable! Is this all you can muster at Jiangxing Pokemon University? Zapdos retorted, show me your true strength with thunder. Gritting its teeth against the excruciating pain and the encroaching toxins, Zapdos's blue conductive patterns on its ears and tail crackled with electricity, summoning a bolt of lightning from above. A streak of lightning descended upon the rooted Bulbasaur. However, Li Hui remained unperturbed, a smile creeping onto his lips at the thought of his next move. With a slight upward curl of his mouth, he commanded, Bulbasaur, use Protect. A green barrier materialized, shielding Bulbasaur from the brunt of Zapdos' thunder. How can this be? Zhang Xian exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Seizing the moment of Zhang Xian's distraction, Li Hui swiftly commanded Bulbasaur to use Leech Seed. A minuscule seed shot forth from Bulbasaur's bud, embedding itself deep within Zapdos. It began to siphon away its vitality, coupled with the effects of the poison. Zapdos's energy rapidly waned, and before Zhang Xian could issue another command, it succumbed to its incapacitation. Zapdos is unable to battle. The next contestant from Sioux City Pokemon University may now proceed to the arena. How infuriating! You cowardly scoundrel! How can you resort to such underhanded tactics? Fight me honorably. Zhang Xian fumed, taken aback by Li Hui's cunning strategies. Li Hui could no longer contain his laughter. Are you feeling unwell? Did I not fight you? If you cannot prevail, then perhaps you should retreat. Go and sulk back to Sioux City. Do not linger here in Jiangxing. Just wait. Zhang Xian spat, storming out of the arena in a huff. Chen Luo gazed at Li Hui in astonishment, recognizing his talent. The strategy of using Leech Seed was remarkable, executed with a level of finesse that suggested training. Wentai, console Zhangxian, he said, "It's all right. It's just one loss. I noticed their Pokemon levels are not as high as ours. We should be able to defeat them effortlessly." Zhangxian kicked a chair in frustration. Damn it. How could that bastard be so underhanded? I could have taken down another one. Zhangxian, temper your anger. Don't give them the satisfaction of seeing you lose your cool. I'll avenge you in the next match, declared Song Changming, the second contestant from Sioux City Pokemon University. He then turned to Wentai, Vice Principal. I'm going in. Yes, go ahead, but do not be careless. Wentai nodded in agreement. In contrast to Zhangxian's impulsive nature, Song Changming was considerably more composed. Although the opponent was cunning, he understood that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were futile. As he entered the arena, he released his Pokemon. Let us battle Meowth. A gentle-furred orange cat with a gem embedded in its forehead appeared on the battlefield. Li Hui contemplated. Anyone who dared to use Meowth as their lead Pokemon must be exceptional. After all, the potential of Meowth was well known, and it was evident that this one had been meticulously trained. The referee quickly declared, "The match begins." Song Changming surveyed the stable and grounded Bulbasaur opposite him. Not a trace of disdain in his heart. He was acutely aware of the opponent's unusual tactics and immediately launched a decisive move. Meowth, use Taunt. Meow. A wave of derisive psychic energy enveloped Bulbasaur. Do not let it breathe. Use Infernal Spike. Following this, Song Changming executed his command. Fully aware of the principle of striking when one has an advantage, Meowth transformed into a streak of orange lightning, its claws imbued with dark energy, lunging fiercely at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur braced itself, then retaliated with Vine Whip. Li Hui had no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. This guy has locked out my moves. Indeed, I've encountered a worthy adversary. Such tactics can only be employed once. Bang! Infernal Spike landed. Bulbasaur let out a pained cry, its body quaking. Tada! Yet it endured the excruciating pain, its vines whipping out like venomous serpents, striking fiercely at the now-closed Meowth. Meow? Meowth nimbly leaped back, the Vine Whip barely grazing its tail, inflicting minimal damage. Utilizing its speed advantage, it distanced itself once more. Power Gem. Song Changming executed his strategy with precision. The red gem on Meowth's forehead shimmered, unleashing a concentrated beam of rock energy aimed squarely at the firmly rooted Bulbasaur, which could not evade. Bang! Bulbasaur was propelled backward, its roots thrashing wildly, the cracks in its bud widening, its breath becoming labored. Thankfully, the rooting ability provided some recovery, or else Bulbasaur would not have withstood that blow. Meowth, use Agility, then follow up with Power Gem. Song Changming coldly orchestrated a kite-flying tactic. Meowth's speed surged, its form becoming increasingly elusive, darting around Bulbasaur like an orange phantom as a barrage of rock beams fell like rain. Tada! Tada! Bulbasaur could only passively attempt to block and counter with Vine Whip. But the disparity in speed was insurmountable. Most attacks missed, and those that landed failed to inflict decisive damage. It accumulated wounds, its energy rapidly depleting, and the meager recovery from rooting was but a drop in the bucket. The battlefield was dominated by Meowth, which danced around Bulbasaur like a swift target, relentlessly wearing it down. The audience from Jiangqing sat in stunned silence, the thrill of their recent victory evaporating. Li Hui was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing. He silently counted the seconds, gauging the remaining time of the taunt's effect. Bulbasaur, battered and bruised, moved sluggishly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Now was the moment. It couldn't hold on any longer. Meowth, deliver the final blow, Malicious Pursuit. As Song Changming seized the opportunity, he launched a devastating assault the instant Bulbasaur's Vine Whip lost its vigor. He was confident that this strike would conclude the battle. Meowth pushed its speed to the limit. Enveloped in deep purple dark energy, akin to an arrow released from a bow, it charged at Bulbasaur with lethal intent. The power of Malicious Pursuit would double against a wounded target. Should it connect, victory was assured for Meowth. Li Hui's eyes sparkled with unprecedented intensity. This was the moment he had awaited. The opponent believed victory was assured, and in their moment of complacency, he had waited for them to draw near. The countdown in his mind reached 0. Taunt has ended. Protect. Li Hui roared with every ounce of strength he could muster. This was his sole opportunity. Tada! The Bulbasaur unleashed its final will and strength, manifesting a solid green energy barrier. Boom! The Malicious Pursuit of the cat boss, imbued with unmatched might, crashed violently against the green barrier. Meow! The cat boss momentarily froze in its full-speed dash, mere inches away from the Bulbasaur's core in a life-threatening instant. Bulbasaur, use Poison Powder. Li Hui commanded one after another. Tada! The bud on Bulbasaur's back, triggered by its dwindling stamina, erupted in a verdant glow. It spewed forth a cloud of purple toxic powder. At such a close range, just having collided with the barrier, the cat boss found itself utterly unable to evade the impending onslaught of the poison powder during this critical moment of transition from old strength to new. Meow. The cat boss was struck by the toxic powder. Realizing the dire situation, Song Changming quickly ordered, "Cat boss, use taunt." Too late, use leech seed. Both the cat boss's taunt and Bulbasaur's leech seed struck their targets simultaneously. Song Changming lamented his decision. He should have directly dispatched Bulbasaur with a power gem instead of ordering the taunt. Now, with the cat boss tormented by both the poison powder and leech seed, even if it emerged victorious, it surely could not withstand several more rounds. "Cat boss, continue using power gem." Li Hui laughed heartily. "Come on, I can take on 2 opponents. I've already made my return. I thought you were formidable." This tactic was immensely satisfying. He would definitely thank Chen Luo, no, Captain Chen, or Luo Go, for the inspiration later. Who's afraid of whom? Bulbasaur, engage head-on and expend all its energy to use Energy Ball. In its flourishing state, Bulbasaur gathered an extraordinary amount of grass-type energy. The Energy Ball collided with the power gem, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Seconds later, as the smoke dissipated, Bulbasaur was sent sprawling to the ground, while the cat boss fared no better, succumbing to the effects of poisoning, leech seed, and the energy blast. Shortly thereafter, it too collapsed. The referee approached to declare, both Bulbasaur and cat boss have lost their fighting capabilities. Chapter 56, Another Victory. In the audience, students from Jiangxing Pokemon University erupted in exclamations. "Wow, Li Hui is so cunning. Bulbasaur can play like this? Did he learn this from that Chen Luo guy? Why not use a perfectly good forest lizard instead of Bulbasaur?" Regardless, it was a victory, and Li Hui was impressive. As Li Hui exited the arena, Qi Jintian approached him, giving a thumbs up. "Not bad. When did you train Bulbasaur so well and master such a devious tactic?" Li Hui replied with a smile. "I owe it all to the captain's guidance. Without him, I wouldn't have thought of this approach. However, this tactic can't be used against taunt." Chen Luo furrowed his brow. "What does your research on substitute poison have to do with me?" Li Hui feigned sudden realization. "So this tactic is called substitute poison. Quite fitting indeed. Moreover, it would be best to teach Bulbasaur a move like Toxic. It's far superior to Poison Powder. Also, if we teach Bulbasaur a move like Substitute, as long as the opponent doesn't knock you out in one hit, you can continuously torment them." Chen Luo inquired. "But how did you come to learn this tactic?" "Wasn't it you who taught me, Captain? Last time we were chatting, you mentioned a legendary trainer named Teacher Lu, who could use Venusaur with Toxic to outlast and defeat a Blaziken. I was amazed at how such a tactic could defeat opponents through mere status changes. So I pondered it, and, unexpectedly, it worked out quite well." Li Hui grew increasingly animated, a hint of a mischievous aura emerging on his handsome face. Chen Luo recalled the last training session when they were boasting, inadvertently referencing Teacher Lu's illustrious achievements. He hadn't imagined this kid would actually learn from it. Chen Luo felt a surge of pride, wanting to commend him as a little genius. "Please have both contestants proceed to the competition area." Zhang Changqing called out to Chen Luo, "Captain, I'm heading out." Chen Luo nodded. "Yes, be careful." As he observed Zhang Changqing's retreating figure, he reflected on how polite this child was. Not only polite, but also eager to help, diligent, and respectful to his elders. All the commendable traits one could think of could easily be attributed to him. Zhang Changqing's opponent was a flamboyantly dressed girl named Su Yun, whose thick foundation could probably decorate a 120 square meter house. Zhang Changqing courteously said, "Classmate, I look forward to your guidance." "Oh, such a polite young man. After the match, let's go shopping around Jiangxing, shall we?" Su Yun winked, striking a flirtatious pose. Zhang Changqing, unaccustomed to handling such flirtatious girls, could only respond with awkward smiles. With the referee's command, both sides released their Pokemon. Su Yun maintained her exaggeratedly coy demeanor. "Go, Prince of Waves, show this young man your prowess." The blue and white feathered Prince of Waves landed gracefully, exuding an impressive aura. "Please, Big Luo." Zhang Changqing remained composed and polite as he summoned his Pokemon. A massive, muscular Tauros with crimson eyes and 3 sharp tails stomped heavily in the center of the arena. "Wow, how powerful!" Su Yun gasped dramatically, covering her mouth. Yet, no matter how formidable, little sister wouldn't hold back. "Prince of Waves, use Bubble Beam." Su Yun initiated the attack. Paw! The Prince of Waves unleashed a rapid barrage of blue bubbles, akin to a machine gun's fire, aimed at the imposing Tauros. Faced with the incoming Bubble Beam, Zhang Changqing's demeanor remained unruffled. "Big Luo, use Work Up." "Moo." Tauros emitted a deep growl, standing its ground as the dense bubbles burst against its body. The bubbles exploded, sending water splashing everywhere, but Tauros stood firm as a mountain, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught. What? Su-Yun's smile faltered completely. Her proud Prince of Waves attack seemed to barely tickle the opponent. She had defeated a student from Quancheng Pokemon University, yet now against a student from Jiangxing Pokemon University. She couldn't inflict any significant damage on the opponent's Pokemon. Big Luo used Tackle. Zhang Chongqing's command was concise and assertive, as if stating an undeniable fact. Moo. The fierce battle spirit ignited in Tauros' scarlet eyes. Lowering its massive head like a siege engine, it propelled itself forward with powerful hind legs. Its entire form transformed into a furious brown lightning bolt, charging directly at the Prince of Waves with tremendous speed and force, even stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. Prince of Waves, use Whirlpool to block it. Su-Yun's voice quivered in fright. Huh. The Prince of Waves hastily unleashed a spiraling torrent of water in an attempt to obstruct the charge. However, Tauros' ferocious momentum was too overwhelming. The colossal water vortex merely delayed its massive frame for a fleeting moment before being shattered by its sheer might. Amidst the splashing water, Tauros' head, akin to a massive hammer, crashed mercilessly against the relatively diminutive body of the Prince of Waves. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the arena. The Prince of Waves was struck as if by a locomotive hurtling at full speed, emitting a brief and mournful cry. Boga! Its azure and white figure soared backwards like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. It struggled to rise, but convulsed only twice before succumbing to unconsciousness. Collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Prince of Waves, Su-Yun exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she turned her furious gaze towards Zhang Chongqing. Yet, Zhang Chongqing merely inclined his head politely in response to Su-Yun. Oh, how infuriating! How can you lack such compassion for the delicate and lovely? Su-Yun retrieved the Prince of Waves, stamping her foot in anger. She had not anticipated the seemingly inconspicuous Zhang Chongqing possessed such formidable strength. With a single blow, he had sent the Prince of Waves flying. Impressive indeed. No wonder he was the champion of our freshman competition. His prowess is simply beyond reproach. Just look at the faces of the students from Sioux City Elf University. They turned as dark as Song Jiang's coal-black head. Ha ha ha, it's utterly hilarious. Su-Yun turned to Wen Tai-Lai, her voice low as she said, I'm sorry, Principal, I've lost. Wen Tai-Lai did not take it to heart. Offering a comforting remark, it's all right. I believe that this Kentaro is likely their strongest Pokemon. Calling forth the strongest at this moment is not a wise choice. Huolong, you're up next. Got it, Principal. Watch me. Huolong, a robust young man, immediately stood up, cracking his knuckles, his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. He strode confidently onto the stage. Both competitors, prepare. The referee signaled. Huolong fixed his gaze on Zhang Chongqing, grinning widely. Kid, your Kentaro is quite impressive. But this is where it ends. Go Hitmonchan. The Pokeball opened, and a humanoid Pokemon landed gracefully. It was covered in deep blue, tough skin, with muscular limbs, and adorned with heavy red bracers on its wrists and ankles. Zhang Chongqing frowned slightly. Hitmonchan, a pure fighting type, possessed formidable attack power and commendable speed, especially excelling in close-quarters combat. His Kentaro was at a disadvantage due to its type, making this battle exceedingly difficult. The match begins. The referee waved the flag. Hitmonchan, charge in and use close combat. Huolong commanded enthusiastically. Hitmonchan launched itself with a ferocious assault. Hiya! It let out a short battle cry, transforming into a deep blue blur that tore through the air, hurtling towards Kentaro with a sonic boom. Its fists crackled with raw fighting-type energy, exuding an intimidating aura. Close combat, while immensely powerful, would leave it vulnerable. Kentaro, use Earthquake. Zhang Chongqing, acutely aware of the type disadvantage, opted for a wide-ranging attack, attempting to create distance. Moo. Kentaro bellowed, raising its massive foreleg high before slamming down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled as if struck by a violent earthquake. A furious shockwave, accompanied by countless shattering rocks, surged towards Hitmonchan in a fan shape. The power was staggering. However, Hitmonchan was far too swift. In the instant the shockwave approached, it executed a deft sideways roll, narrowly evading the core of the earthquake's devastation, only feeling a slight jolt from the peripheral shockwave, sustaining minimal damage. Its momentum remained undeterred. Zhang Chongqing was taken aback. The opponent's speed and reflexes exceeded all expectations. Haha, useless. Keep it up, close combat. Huolong cackled as he commanded. Hitmonchan surged towards Kentaro. Its fists, charged with furious energy, slammed down upon Kentero's massive form like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rapid, drum-like strikes reverberated. Each punch landed solidly upon Kentero. The efficacy of fighting-type energy against a normal-type Pokemon like Kentero was remarkable. Kentero roared in agony. Its massive body forced back, with its tough skin showing clear signs of dents and bruises. Its stamina was draining away like a torrent unleashed. Were it not for the restorative item, the one you fruit, Kentero carried, that replenished its health just in time, this close combat could have ended Kentero's participation outright. Not bad. You're a worthy opponent, but merely adequate. Hitmonchan, use Brick Break. Hiya. Hitmonchan roared, raising its right arm high, its deep blue muscles bulging. Enveloped in a brilliant white light, coalescing into a colossal energy blade. This blade, imbued with a terrifying momentum capable of cleaving through stone, descended ruthlessly towards Kentero's vulnerable neck. Zhang Changqing's pupils constricted. The fleeting respite granted by the one you fruit was slipping away. He realized that Kentero could not withstand this lethal Brick Break. The sole path to survival, no, the only opportunity for a counterattack, lay at this moment. Kentero, brace yourself. Chapter 57, Zhang Changqing takes on 2. The Brick Break, infused with Hitmonchan's full might, cleaved through the air with a piercing sound, crashing down upon Kentero. A sound so profound it sent shivers through the heart. Moo. Kentero's colossal form stood firm, as a nearly tangible, blood-colored aura of willpower enveloped it. It forcefully anchored its final flicker of life at the brink of extinguishment. Buzz. Kentero's enormous body sagged as if struck by a heavy hammer, yet its fiery eyes, ablaze with determination, remained locked onto the unguarded Hitmonchan. Kentero had withstood it. Under the force of Brick Break, it had seized the last chance for a counterattack. Now, Luo, use Revive. Zhang Changqing commanded without hesitation. Ignoring its physical limits and the excruciating pain, Kentero, with an indomitable will, charged forward. Moo. With its massive head propelled by an unstoppable ferocity, devoid of any flamboyant technique, relying solely on the most primal, savage power, it launched a devastating collision towards Hitmonchan. Kentero transformed into a brown blur, tearing through the air with an overwhelming ferocity, crashing into Hitmonchan's unprepared chest. Boom. A collision so horrific it defies description. It was as if 2 comets had collided at close range. Hitmonchan's face froze in shock. It felt an irresistible, overwhelming power surging within, an unstoppable force that ravaged its body. Hitmonchan had no time to scream before it was sent flying, like a ragdoll struck by a 1,000-ton vessel, soaring away at an even greater speed than before. Hitmonchan was rendered incapable of continuing the fight by a single revive. Huolong could scarcely believe his eyes. Hitmonchan, still full of vitality, had been taken down in an instant by Kentero. Even the students from Sioux City Elf University were left in disbelief. This Kentero was simply too formidable. When Tai had already come to regard Zhang Changqing as the strongest among the Jiangxing Elf University. Mahjong, no wonder you dared to gamble the qualification for the secret realm. It turns out you had such a trump card. Mahjong, I underestimated you. Truly impressive, Mahjong. However, this is where it ends. Zhao Chun, the outcome of our Sioux City Elf University rests upon you, as long as you win. The qualification for this secret realm shall be yours. Zhao Chun was their ace. His prowess far surpasses that of the other 4. In the match against the Water City Elf University, he accomplished the remarkable feat of a 1 versus 3. Kentaro has exhausted all his stamina, and now he is left to face only 2 opponents. As always, Wentai firmly believes that Zhang Changqing is the strongest among them. Principal, you said it yourself. If those 2 from the school come to ask, you mustn't go back on your word, Zhao Chun remarked. Wentai nodded. Rest assured, Zhao Chun, as long as you triumph. The qualifications for the secret realm will naturally belong to you. No one can snatch them away. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhang Changqing, truly formidable. Kentaro, managing to take on 2 at once. Zhang Changqing is simply terrifying. Who is C? Is there such a trainer? C is your second uncle, isn't he? Oh, I don't even know my second uncle's name. How would you know? Chen Luo gestured for a substitution, as Kentaro had only a shred of energy left, and continuing the match would be futile. Upon returning to the preparation area, Zhang Changqing was embraced by Li Hui and Qi Jintian, both needing to tiptoe due to height differences. Li Hui said, "No wonder you're the champion of our freshman tournament. Defeating both me and old Qi, plus the captain's man, is truly impressive." Qi Jintian echoed, "Indeed, Changqing, your Kentaro is remarkable. I am thoroughly convinced." Zhang Changqing felt immense joy. grateful for the recognition from his companions alongside Luo. Thank you. It's all thanks to the vice principal and the captain's guidance. Don't say such nonsense. I really haven't taught you anything. Chen Luo humorously assumed the role of a mentor once again. Whatever I taught you, I'll need to collect tuition fees. Although Zhang Chongqing was large in stature, his personality was rather introverted. Faced with the accolades and encouragement from the crowd, he could only smile awkwardly. Captain, I'm going in, Lu Zizhong signaled. Just as Lu Zizhong was about to step onto the field, Chen Luo stopped him. Haha, little Lu, you take a break. I'll handle this match. If you defeat their last man, then I 1T have a chance to fight, will I? Chen Luo replied. But Captain, you previously decided that I would go fourth. Lu Zizhong protested. All right, let me go first this time. As captain, I can't go without fighting at all. How would that look? Chen Luo insisted. But no buts. Who's the captain, you or me? Just listen to me. I'm going in first. Chen Luo used his authority to silence Lu Zizhong's objections and dashed towards the arena. Ridiculous. If he doesn't appear soon, what will the audience watch? Are they here to admire your handsome face, Lu Zizhong? The women in the audience complained. Zhe Bao, why hasn't he taken the stage yet? The school is unfair. Why 1T they let Zhe Bao compete? Why is it Chen Luo? Who wants to see him? I want to see Zhe Bao. Seeing the audience filled with jeers, Zhao Chen discerned that the opposing team must not be very strong. With confidence, he walked towards the arena, saying nothing provocative, merely adopting an air of mystery. Chen Luo, however, greeted the audience. Some cheered for him, while others booed. The latter were predominantly fans of Bai Ku and Lu Zizhong. All right, let us make this quick. Our school doesn't provide meals today, Chen Luo stated. Arrogant, Zhao Chen shouted in anger. Having intended to remain silent, but was provoked by the opposing team's words. The competitors prepared, the match commenced. It's decided, you will be the one, Fiery Meow. Show it your might, Gyarados. The Eye of Data activated. Pokemon Gyarados. Level, 25. Ability, Overconfidence. Attack increases by 1 level after defeating an opponent. Type disadvantage. Interesting. However, with an inverse type advantage, let these unknowledgeable spectators witness the prowess of a master of type inversions. Upon seeing Fiery Meow, Zhao Chen felt assured of Gyarados' victory. Even when Tai believed this match was a sure win. The key was how to expend minimal stamina to secure the victory. What if the Jiangxing Elf University had another formidable Pokemon in reserve? Fiery Meow's Intimidate ability activated. Gyarados felt a wave of dizziness as its attack power diminished by 1 level. Gyarados, feeling despondent, wondered why it could not intimidate its opponent. Did it not look fearsome enough? Fiery Meow, use Paw Slap Ambush. Chen Luo launched the first attack. Without hesitation, one must strike first. Chapter 58. The Overwhelming Extreme Flame Bomb. Fiery Meow leapt high before Gyarados' massive face. Its paw, resembling a meatball, swung towards Gyarados' head. A resounding smack echoed through the air as Gyarados' head was sent reeling to the side. Gyarados, caught off guard, found itself struck by a mere kitten. Moreover, it was rendered immobile. Chen Luo's voice carried a light-hearted tone. Fiery Meow, create some distance and charge up Flame Strike. Meow? Fiery Meow landed gracefully. Showing no inclination to linger in battle, flames igniting across its body. It transformed into a streak of crimson light, propelled by the explosive force of its flames. Skillfully darting backward to establish a safe distance from Gyarados' massive form. Gyarados, don't dawdle. Use Water Tail. Roar. Gyarados finally broke free from its momentary paralysis. Its enormous tail whipped up a torrent of water, resembling an enraged water dragon, shrieking as it tore through the air, striking fiercely at the agile, fiery figure. Fiery Meow, keep accelerating, don't let it hit you. Chen Luo's command was clear and composed. During this time, he had specially trained Fiery Meow's speed, employing speed boosters daily. Now, Fiery Meow's speed advantage was splendidly showcased. Just as Water Tail was about to make contact, Fiery Meow's flames erupted once more. The charged flame strike elevated its speed by 1 level. Currently, with Fiery Meow's swiftness, Gyarados' Water Tail would undoubtedly miss. Fiery Meow, like a specter of flame, executed an astonishing right-angle turn, narrowly evading the furious water stream. Water Tail crashed heavily onto the ground where it had just been, creating a muddy crater yet leaving not a single strand of fur untouched. Roar. Gyarados roared in frustration, its massive body clumsily pivoting, attempting to lock onto the increasingly swift figure. However, Fiery Meow utilized this fleeting moment to accelerate, encircling Gyarados like a fiery whirlwind. It refrained from attacking, merely maintaining its high-speed movement, the scorching airflow brushing against Gyarados' scales, leaving behind a trail of heat. Meow? It called out provocatively, its voice elongated as it sped past. Gyarados, use Whirlwind to trap it. Zhao Chun, quick on his feet, devised a plan. Gyarados conjured a swirling gust of air, attempting to confine Fiery Meow's movement. Keep running. Chen Luo remained unfazed. Fiery Meow, like a living flame, darted freely across the arena. It occasionally skimmed the ground, and at other times, it circled around Gyarados' colossal body at high speed. With a gentle leap, it landed upon the back of the Gyarados. The whirlwind was rendered utterly ineffective in an instant. Use Will-O-Wisp, commanded Chen Luo. His orders were precise and lethal. The Flareon propelled itself off the expansive, deck-like back of the Gyarados, utilizing its strength to leap high into the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing squarely in front of the Gyarados' massive head, which had been exposed as it lifted itself to seek a target. Their eyes locked. The Gyarados' ferocious slit pupils met the cunning, battle-hungry amber eyes of the Flareon. Meow? A mischievous smirk seemed to play at the corners of Flareon's mouth. Here comes the warmth. Purple flames gathered at its bell. With a swift and precise swipe of its petite paw, it landed a direct hit on the Gyarados' enormous visage, particularly near its nostrils. Roar. The Gyarados' fierce roar transformed into a bewildered whimper. The chilling flames did not inflict immediate, overwhelming damage, yet they adhered tenaciously to its scales and skin, sending a peculiar, deep-seated pain coursing through its body, accompanied by a debilitating weakness that drained its strength. Even more maddening for the Gyarados were the clusters of ghostly fire that had infiltrated its nostrils, inducing an unbearable itching and burning sensation. Achoo! A thunderous sneeze erupted, sending saliva and mucus flying. How absurd! How humiliating! How agonizing! Laughter erupted from the surrounding students. Is Chen Luo even human? He asked, directing the Flareon to unleash Will-O-Wisp into the Gyarados' nostrils. Although Chen Luo may lack in character, his prowess was indisputable. No more words, my friends. This time, Chen Luo has brought glory to our school and completely turned the tide. Wen Tailai could no longer remain seated, astonished that the mightiest Zhao Chun was being led by the nose by the Flareon. If they were to lose, how could he possibly explain it to the principal? The stakes were clearly documented and notarized by the Pokemon Association, leaving no room for denial. Zhao Chun was equally taken aback by his opponent's formidable command abilities, and the Flareon's speed was astonishing. His Gyarados couldn't even touch a single hair on the Flareon. Since I can't land a hit, I'll use Surf on a grand scale, Zhao Chun commanded. The Gyarados roared in fury, enduring the searing pain from the Will-O-Wisp. It summoned towering waves several meters high, crashing towards the Flareon. Use Protect. Chen Luo extended his arm forward. Perhaps inheriting his father's sense of style, he donned a black jacket, with a necklace around his neck and a Z-ring on his wrist. Truly, he looked the part. Meow? The Flareon faced the monstrous wave that threatened to obscure its vision, showing not a hint of retreat. Its diminutive form unleashed an astonishing surge of energy. A semi-transparent barrier, adorned with intricate geometric patterns of light, swiftly materialized before it. Though small, the barrier enveloped its petite body, proving to be as indomitable as a pillar of the sea. Boom! The towering waves crashed down upon the seemingly fragile barrier with immense force. Water splashed explosively. The roar was deafening. Yet, the translucent barrier flickered violently, the patterns of light swirling chaotically, yet it remained steadfast. The raging waves were forcibly cleaved apart, akin to tides colliding with a reef, transforming into countless white froths and torrents that surged past the barrier on either side and above. The Flareon's small figure stood resolutely at the center of this chaotic aquatic world. Within the barrier, not even a single hair was dampened by the mist. In the face of such terrifying surf, the Flareon's Protect was flawlessly executed. Not a hair out of place. Zhao Chen's heart plummeted. Even his ultimate area attack had failed. He gazed at the battlefield, now a wreck, but that fiery feline stood behind the barrier, still full of vigor. Its sharp gaze fixed upon him, sending a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Is this the end, young man? Our school is not providing meals today, so you might as well return home to eat. Chen Luo's voice radiated a calm authority, tinged with the thrill of impending victory. The Flareon glanced at Chen Luo, its expression brightening with eagerness. The results of its training were about to be showcased. Chen Luo crossed his arms over his chest, and then spread them wide. The Z-ring on his wrist erupted in a golden radiance as brilliant as the sun. An immense torrent of fire energy enveloped Chen Luo completely. He appeared as a being of flames. What is this? A Z-move. Vice Principal Ma Zhong rose, gazing at the blazing Chen Luo. Wen Tailai, too, recognized the overwhelming fire energy emanating from Chen Luo. He sank to the ground in despair. It was all over. Completely finished. Who exactly was this Chen Luo? Even gym leaders lacked such as Zering and Z Crystal. A mere student from the Jiangxing Pokemon Academy possessed such power. When Tai had truly become a sinner at the Sioux City Pokemon University, he slapped himself hard across the face. Alas, when Tai, what greed drove you? It's all over now. On the battlefield, Chen Luo spread his hands, channeling the fire energy into the Flareon. It's time, Flareon. Meow. The Flareon let out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. Its petite form was instantly engulfed by the searing flames of energy. Let this fierce fire blaze throughout the arena. Chen Luo shouted. The Flareon's bell released an immense surge of fire energy. A fireball, larger than the Gyarados itself, formed in an instant. The terrifying heat radiating from the energy ball caused the air to wail, distorting and rising in vapor. The Gyarados, racked by the pain of the will-o-wisp, barely regained its senses, its massive pupils fully consumed by the gigantic fireball. Roar. Super strong Z move, Inferno Overdrive. Chen Luo's arm shot forward. The Flareon, akin to a volleyball player, propelled the colossal fireball forward. Boom. The super strong Z move surged forth at a speed that defied comprehension, striking directly at the Gyarados. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The spectators were left astounded by the sheer enormity of the fireball. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Everyone watched as the colossal fireball engulfed the Gyarados. The Gyarados felt as though it were being roasted on a spit, an unrelenting sensation of burning assailing it. Even Zhao Chun was rendered speechless. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, bullying ordinary students might be one thing, but facing a student like Chen Luo left him with no recourse but to stand in place. As the fireball collided with the Gyarados, it was followed by a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The terrifying shockwave erupted like a colossal hammer, detonating outward from the point of impact. Boom! The blinding light, accompanied by a cloud of dust and debris, engulfed the entire arena. The audience instinctively covered their ears. As the brilliance gradually faded, the dust settled in the fierce wind. In the center of the arena, a chillingly immense crater remained. At the bottom of the pit, the colossal body of Gyarados resembled a piece of charred scrap iron, having been forcefully thrown into a furnace and then brutally slammed onto the ground. Its form was shrouded in thick scorch marks and melted scales, emitting wisps of smoke. Its massive head hung limply, tongue lolling out, with eyes reduced to unfocused orbs. The elegant silhouette of Flareon quietly appeared at the edge of the pit, perched gracefully atop a jagged rock, exuding an air of calm detachment as if the cataclysmic attack that had just transpired was of no concern to it. Under the watchful gaze of the stunned crowd, it leisurely raised its right forepaw. It did not cast a glance at the charred behemoth below, but instead lowered its head, extending its delicate pink tongue to meticulously groom the pads of its paw, as if to cleanse them of the dust that had sullied them. Once finished, it elegantly flicked its paw and then lifted its gaze towards Chen Luo, uttering a serene yet matter-of-fact call, meow, as if to declare, the battle is done. After a moment of silence, an unprecedented uproar erupted, a cacophony of shouts that could shatter eardrums, infused with exhilaration and fervent adulation. It's a Z move. I can't be mistaken, it's a Z move. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. Holy hell, you really pinched me. That hurt, but it was worth it. Mom, I just witnessed a Z move. The Super Ultra Extreme Blast Burn. I've only ever seen that on TV. That rascal Chen Luo can actually use the Super Ultra Extreme Blast Burn. If you dare call Chen Luo a rascal again, I'll have someone deal with you. I'm a fan now. From this moment on, Chen Luo is my god. The referee dropped his flag, utterly stunned. His mouth agape as if a poke ball could fit inside. Had it not been for the energy shield, he might have disintegrated into nothingness. Picking up the flag, he exclaimed excitedly, Gyarados has lost its fighting capability. Flareon is the victor. Chapter 59, The Little Empress. Principal 1. I must thank you. The children were quite reckless. Can you believe they even resorted to a Z move in this little match? I will certainly give them a stern lesson. Rest assured, our school will follow the proper procedures to report for the secret realm qualification. By the way, why not share a meal? Don't listen to that rascal Chen Luo. Our school still provides food. Ma Zhong chattered incessantly, his words spilling forth like a machine gun. When Tai Lai, already feeling dejected, was further incensed by his chatter, rolling his eyes before fainting. Vice Principal, are you alright? The students from Sioux City Pokemon University hurried to support when Tai Lai. Oh dear, Principal 1. What has happened? Perhaps our Chansey could provide some treatment. Ma Zhong was relentless in his teasing of Wen Tai Lai. Wen Tai Lai clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Fine. Very well then, Jiangxing Pokemon University, Vice Principal Ma Zhong, Chen Luo, I will remember this. We shall see at the grand tournament. We're leaving already? Do visit often. Ma Zhong laughed heartily, unconcerned with his status as vice principal, as he watched the disheveled figures of Sioux City Pokemon University depart. Upon arriving at the gym, he found the others gathered around Shin Qua, praising him. Wow, Captain, how do you possess a Z-Ring and Z-Crystal? These items are incredibly expensive. A Z-Ring is worth a fortune, and Z-Crystals are worth millions. Li Hui scrutinized Chen Luo's hand, astonished. When did you ever wear this? Most importantly, witnessing the Super Ultra Extreme Blast Burn in person was a first for him. It truly opened his eyes. Qi Jintian mimicked a forward thrust, and the others continued to shower Chen Luo with compliments. Hey, keep it low-key, it's just a Z-move. Next time, I'll show you my Dark-type Z-move, which is my forte. The Fire-type Z-move is merely for fun. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, signaling for more flattery. Just then, he spotted Ma Zhong approaching and greeted him. Oh, Vice Principal, you're here. Did you see the expressions on the faces of those from Sioux City Pokemon University? They were priceless. Ma Zhong chuckled, recalling when Tai Lai's expression of utter despair. Indeed, everyone's training yielded splendid results in this battle. We managed to defeat Sioux City Pokemon University with just our second Pokemon. It was a remarkable contest, but let us not grow complacent. After all, Sioux City Pokemon University is not the strongest institution. In the grand tournament, geniuses abound like the countless Magikarp in the river, especially among the top 10 schools, where true prodigies reside. Chen Luo and his companions nodded in agreement, fully aware of the formidable talents that lay ahead. Although he was not well acquainted with the Magic City, he understood the elite circles in Kyoto, where, aside from those who opted out of university, most had raised their Pokemon from an early age. Their prowess far surpassed what these small locales could match. Chen Luo had only managed to assert dominance in these minor regions. If he were to return to Kyoto, he would readily admit that he was nothing. After all, he had fallen behind too much. His father had even denied him the opportunity to nurture a single Dragonite and a Gibble. Otherwise, he might have already possessed 2 quasi-divine Pokemon and would not have been chased by those from the Silent Organization. The qualification for the Secret Realm was proposed by Chen Luo, and as captain, he holds priority. Thus, the school intends to grant this qualification to him. No objections, right? Ma Zhong stated. The group shook their heads in unison, having long since accepted Chen Luo's leadership through their training and competition. Regardless of his occasionally sharp tongue, he had aided each team member during practice, providing invaluable advice on nurturing their Pokemon and formulating strategies. Now, everyone acknowledged him as their captain. Chen Luo did not refuse, understanding that such qualifications were not something one could purchase. In order to preserve the resources within the secret realms, the Dongwang Alliance limits the number of entrants each year. It would not be difficult for his father to secure a qualification, but with free opportunities at hand, there was no reason to refuse. Ma Zhong informed him that the secret realm in Hushi Province was set to open in half a month, while the one in Nanyu Province would not open for another month. Upon returning to his dorm, he discovered Guoyang mimicking the motion of Chen Luo's Z-move, shouting, Super Ultra Extreme Blast Burn. Wang Peng, in perfect sync, exaggeratedly flew backward, clutching his chest while kneeling, exclaiming, Ah, Chen Luo, you are so strong. I am no match for you. Hey, am I really that exaggerated? Chen Luo gazed incredulously at their awkward performance, while Lu Guanzhong recorded the moment. Guanzhong, why are you also picking up bad habits? Seeing Chen Luo, Lu Guanzhong quickly tucked away his phone and grinned. Brother Luo, you're back. The most handsome man in our dorm has returned. Brother Luo, that Super Ultra Extreme Blast Burn was absolutely epic. Guiyang chimed in enthusiastically. You two should focus on training instead of playing these silly games. Chen Luo retorted as he released his mischievous crocodile, Flareon, and Impish Spritzy. The moment Impish Spritzy emerged, it sought out Wang Peng's Corphish, and the two Pokemon worked in tandem to relocate the unsuspecting Kingler, who was busy eating, into the water tank. Chen Luo placed the energy cubes for the 3 Pokemon and then climbed onto the bed. Luo Gu, tomorrow is Saturday. What shall we do? Are we still training at school? Guiyang inquired. Huh, don't ask me. I have no idea. Such decisions are the hardest to make. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. How about attending a concert? I heard that the internet sensation, the adorable Jigglypuff Xiao Qiao, along with her Pokemon, will be performing in the neighboring Water City. However, the ticket prices seem exorbitant. The cheapest one is 998, even more expensive than the concert of the pop diva Chen Yulian. No way, no way. Why on earth would we go? What's the point of attending a concert where she doesn't even show her face? Besides, she doesn't have any original songs. It's all covers. Utterly dull, Guiyang scoffed. Speaking of concerts, it seems that Chen Yulian is also holding a concert. Guiyang scrolled through his phone. What the heck? Guiyang leaped up in excitement. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? Chen Luo remarked. No, Luo Gu. The diva Chen Yulian's concert is happening tomorrow in Jiang City. We seem to have missed out on a fortune. Woe is me. We have no tickets. Guiyang lamented, hanging his head in despair. Indeed. We've been so preoccupied with training these past few days that we've neglected what's happening in the entertainment world. Damn it. That's the pop diva Chen Yulian. I'm going to lose my mind. Wang Peng thumped his chest in frustration. Wait, do you guys really want to see the concert? Chen Luo asked, glancing at the familiar face on his phone, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. That's the diva, Chen Luo. Chen Yulian, do you understand? The most beautiful woman in the world. Her singing alongside her fairy Pokemon is pure celestial melody. I've never been to one of her concerts, Wang Peng exclaimed with fervor. All right, I get it. Leave the ticket situation to me. Stop making such noise. It's driving me to the brink of deafness, Chen Luo groaned, laying his head on the pillow. He had long grown weary of Chen Yulian's songs. Is that true, father? Guiyang and Wang Peng leaned closer to Chen Luo in unison. Chen Luo declared with conviction, You may doubt me, but do not question my lineage. The evil clan is not something to toy with. Just wait. I'll contact Chen Yulian right now. You want her live? Wang Peng asked. Isn't that obvious? Why would I, Chen Luo, need to hide behind others? Chen Luo felt a wave of pretentiousness wash over him, reminiscent of a proud dragon. Hey, father, you haven't washed your feet yet, right? Let me get you some water for that. Guiyang quickly grabbed Chen Luo's foot basin, ready to fetch water. Hee, I might have spoken too loudly. I have some snacks as a humble offering for you. Father, Wang Peng chimed in, pulling out a half-open bag of chips. Humph, you all lack sincerity. Just wait a moment. I'm calling. Chen Luo shrugged off their offerings, popped a chip into his mouth, and located Chen Yulian's contact number. Beep, beep. The phone rang for a few seconds before connecting. A voice, exceptionally languid and melodious, echoed from the phone, imbued with a hint of surprise and leisure. It was reminiscent of a stream gliding over emerald bamboo leaves on a clear summer morning, crisp, translucent, and naturally sweet, with each word pronounced as if pearls were falling onto a jade plate. Undoubtedly, this was the voice that Wang Peng and the others heard. However, Chen Luo's reception was muddled. Xiao Luo, you actually called me? Are you getting married? Please don't tell me the old man has kicked the bucket. Don't scare me. It can't possibly be the end of the world. Chen Luo suppressed his rising anger and replied. I heard you're coming to Jiang City for a concert tomorrow. Prepare 4 tickets for me. I'm taking my roommates. Huh, what? Could you repeat that? The astonished voice of Chen Yulian crackled through the phone, her surprise akin to Columbus discovering the new world. Never mind, I understand now. Xiao Luo, you mean to say you're coming to Jiang City to see my concert? Chen Luo, straining to maintain his composure, raised his voice. I'm not going to Jiang City. I'm already in Jiang City. Don't you know I study here? At this moment, Wang Peng and the others whispered. Chen Luo, speak more gently. Even though you are the heir of an evil clan, you shouldn't speak to my goddess like that. Please, be a little more courteous. I'll try. How could he possibly be gentle when speaking to Chen Yulian? What? Xiao Luo, you're in Jiang City too? I'm here as well. Where are you? I'm coming to find you to hang out. Chen Yulian exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. It seemed that this concert in Jiang City was serendipitously timed for her to meet her beloved nephew. Chapter 60. Can you sing? What? Wang Peng and Guiyang sprang up in disbelief, hardly able to trust their ears. Father, quickly accept her invitation. They implored, their hands clasped in prayer as if beseeching a deity. All right then, since we haven't eaten yet, treat us to a meal, Chen Luo relented. No problem at all. Just send me your location, and I'll come pick you up, Chen Yulian replied, her unique voice resonating alongside the sound of the phone's static, enchanting Wang Peng and Guiyang utterly. Oh yeah, off to hang out with my nephew, Chen Yulian exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she hastily applied a light makeup and donned a pair of jeans paired with a white t-shirt. The jeans accentuated her long legs, presenting a clean, fresh, and vibrant appearance, reminiscent of a beautiful neighbor girl. Yet, her natural brilliance and the radiance of her every gesture were undeniable, transcending even the simplest of outfits. Sister Lian, where are you off to at this hour? Her assistant, Xiao Hui, asked as Chen Yulian grabbed her car keys and prepared to leave. Don't worry about it. Don't order my takeout. I'm going out to eat. Chen Yulian hummed her original song, twirling the car keys in her fingers. But there's a concert tomorrow. Shouldn't you rest early? Xiao Hui pressed. Relax, it's absolutely fine. Who am I? I'm the diva Chen Yulian, destined to become the queen of fairies. Concerts are just small matters, she declared. Xiao Hui hesitated, wanting to say more, but no buts. Why are you so chatty, Xiao Hui? I'm leaving now. Chen Yulian playfully pinched Xiao Hui's chubby cheek. Meanwhile, at Jiang City Pokemon University, Wang Peng and Guiyang rummaged through their eccentric outfits. Guiyang even borrowed some foundation from Xiaoming Rue, applying it so thickly he looked ghostly pale. Lu Guanzhong, however, seemed indifferent to the commotion until he heard the mention of food. His eyes instantly lit up. Chen Luo, may I ask you a question? Wang Peng rubbed his hands together. Go ahead, Chen Luo replied, his eyelids heavy as he struggled to comprehend why Wang Peng and Guiyang idolized his aunt so much. I know you're acquainted with the diva, but your tone suggests a familiarity beyond the ordinary. She can't possibly be your sister, right? If I had a sister like that, my father would kill her. She is my aunt. Aunt. Wang Peng and Guiyang exclaimed in unison. Then why do you speak to your aunt so harshly? Your tone with me is much gentler, Guiyang remarked. Humph. Don't bring that up. It irks me. How could our illustrious evil clan have produced such a cotton ball? As Chen Luo recounted this, his drowsiness dissipated in an instant. She surprisingly harbors no affection for dark-type Pokemon, and you mentioned her preference for other types. How could she possibly favor the fairy type, which stands in stark contrast to dark types? Is this not an affront to our dark-type lineage? That insufferable Chen Yulian, she is indeed our family's adversary. A traitor to the dark type. Chen Luo's indignation grew, yet this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Chen Luo dared not voice his thoughts. After all, could one possibly disclose the embarrassing follies of their youth? Such was the situation, leaving both parties somewhat speechless. They had initially believed it to be a significant matter, only to discover it was merely a matter of differing preferences for Pokemon. They had anticipated hearing some juicy gossip, but it was all rather trivial. The four of them tidied up and awaited outside the gate of Jiangxing Pokemon University. Wang Peng and Guiyang donned formal attire, even styling their hair into slicked-back looks, as if they were preparing for a blind date. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and Lu Guanzhong were clad in tank tops and oversized shorts, complete with slippers, the quintessential attire of a rent collector. Brother Peng, why is my heart racing so fast? Am I unwell? Guiyang clutched his heart, his voice laced with concern. Don't ask me. My hands are trembling more than the cafeteria lady S. I can hardly control myself, came the reply. Look at your pitiful demeanor. Don't embarrass me later. Stay alert. Chen Luo scoffed. All right, we'll heed the elder's advice. The two nodded vigorously in agreement. After all, they were riding on Chen Luo's coattails this time. Moments later, a Maybach 62s glided to a halt before them. The window rolled down to reveal a striking figure adorned with sunglasses. A long, pale hand, delicate and well-defined, rested casually on the steering wheel, adorned with a minimalist yet exquisite watch. The driver slightly turned her head, her oversized sunglasses concealing most of her face. In the interplay of the dim streetlights and the ambient glow of the car's interior, one could only glimpse her elegantly sculpted jawline and the enigmatic smile that graced her lips. Her voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, flowed through the lowered window. Hi, young man, have you been waiting long? Chen Luo approached the passenger seat, flung open the door, and plopped himself inside. He closed his eyes for a moment, then turned to Wang Peng and Guiyang, who were still staring at Chen Yulian in a daze. What are you doing? Get in the car. Here she comes, here she comes. Wang Peng and Guiyang straightened up in the back seat, resembling first graders on their first day of school. At this moment, Chen Yulian inquired, Xiao Luo, where shall we dine? I don't know. It's up to you, Chen Luo replied, devoid of enthusiasm. Wang Peng and Guiyang had truly embarrassed him. These two fools could barely articulate a coherent thought, while the usually taciturn Lu Guanzhong appeared to be the most composed of the lot. Oh dear, Chen Yulian elongated her words, her voice as sweet as honeyed feathers gently caressing the ear. Why is my dear nephew so glum? Come, let Annie sing you a cheerful song. Without waiting for Chen Luo's refusal, she activated the car's audio system using her voice assistant. Instantly, high-quality sound reverberated through the vehicle, emanating her original composition. Distant wind chimes. The iconic, ethereal melody of the prelude filled the air. Chen Yulian swayed gently to the rhythm, her fingers tapping a beat on the steering wheel. And then, with her ruby lips parting, she began to sing. Ding-ling, ding-ling, the wind stirs the distant bells. Is it the whispers of the fairies, or the dreams of moonlight? Her voice was so otherworldly it seemed to transcend humanity, as if the very wind chimes were swaying under the moonlight, producing a celestial harmony. Each word was pure and crystalline, imbued with an enchanting chill, yet brimming with an incredible warmth and vitality. Wang Peng and Guiyang were utterly entranced. Their mouths agape. Eyes wide with disbelief, they forgot to breathe. Listening to a celestial being's serenade in such an intimate setting was an experience that dwarfed even the most raucous of concert crowds. Guiyang felt his powdered cheeks flush with heat, while Wang Peng's hands, once trembling, became completely still. Even Lu Guanzhong momentarily ceased his daydreams of food. His gaze fixed on the back of Chen Yulian's head. Only Chen Luo, in a fit of agony, covered his ears and wailed, "Stop, stop, Chen Yulian. Cease that enchanting siren-esque song. My rebellious alligator has been thrown into disarray by your serenade. If you continue, I shall leap from the vehicle." His vehement outburst shattered the car's previously sacred atmosphere of listening. Chen Yulian, witnessing her nephew's frantic state, not only did not cease, but instead sang with even greater fervor, her bright laughter intertwining with her ethereal melody, echoing within the luxurious confines of the Maybach as they journeyed toward unknown culinary delights. The five arrived at a restaurant famed for its Jiangqing specialties. After ordering several signature dishes, Chen Luo slumped in his chair, utterly drained. "I say, Chen Yulian, can you even write songs? What is this nonsense about fairies and all that? It lacks any fervor." But Chen Luo, Auntie's singing is rather delightful. And she is beautiful as well. Her voice is simply divine, akin to a celestial maiden gracing the earth, the most exquisite flower. Truly, she is the sun incarnate. Wang Peng awkwardly recited his poetic musings. "Brother Luo, while you may surpass me a millionfold in Pokemon battles, in the realm of musical appreciation, you fall short." Added Guiyang. Lu Guanzhong, however, remained focused on his meal. Chen Luo could hardly believe these two fools had so swiftly betrayed him. "Xiao Luo, I'm not saying this out of malice, but look at your roommates and then at yourself. After all my efforts teaching you to sing as a child, you still possess not a shred of musical talent. You'll never attract a girl this way." Chen Yulian playfully wagged her finger. "Do you dare say I lack musical talent?" Chen Luo pointed at himself in disbelief. "Preposterous. I, Chen Luo, have consumed far too much fine grain to be outdone by a woman who can only write about wind chimes. It's blatantly obvious." Chen Yulian responded with a laugh reminiscent of silver bells. "All right, you claim I lack musicality. Once we finish our meal, let us head to the recording studio, and I shall compose a song before your very eyes. My songs will surpass yours by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Very well then, Brother Luo. Let us hear your song when we return. We shall be your most devoted audience." Wang Peng urged. "Indeed, Brother Luo, while you are my adoptive father, I must side with Auntie on this matter," Guiyang chimed in. "Damn you two traitors." Chen Luo stood up, declaring, "Let us go, right now?" Brother Luo. Aren't we eating?" Lu Guanzhong protested. Chen Luo gazed at Lu Guanzhong, who was engrossed in his meal. "Guanzhong, do you trust me?" "I do. After all, trusting Brother Luo leads to immortality. You said so yourself," Lu Guanzhong earnestly replied. "Touching. Truly, you are like the sworn brothers of the Peach Garden, unlike those two curs, who possess no sense of loyalty." "Xiao Luo, are you serious?" Chen Yulian asked, astonished. "Of course. There's no doubt about it. Perhaps after some practice today, I might even be able to sing tomorrow." At the recording studio, an hour later, Chen Luo composed lyrics on the spot. While he had never composed music before, with his current mental fortitude, learning anything was a breeze. Chen Yulian, her mouth agape, stared in disbelief for a long moment before exclaiming, "Xiao Luo, are you still my dear nephew? Surely, you haven't been swapped out, have you? How could my beloved nephew possibly create such extraordinary music? The lyrics, the melody, it's simply beyond comprehension. If this is performed at the concert tomorrow, my status in the entertainment industry will remain unassailable for the next decade." Chen Luo spoke with an air of indifference, as if the matter were trivial. "All right, prepare our tickets. I'm exhausted and ready to retire for the night." Chapter 61. The grand concert the following afternoon, at the largest stadium in Jiangqing, the roads leading to the venue were already congested several kilometers away. Countless vehicles and pedestrians surged in a singular direction. Every advertising space had transformed into a visage of Chen Yulian. The air was thick with an exhilarating atmosphere reminiscent of a festival. Upon finally arriving at the venue through a special passage, Wang Peng and Guiyang were once again struck dumb by the spectacle before them. An ocean of humanity. This phrase seemed woefully inadequate at that moment. The vast dome of the Hearts Stadium loomed above, surrounded by an endless sea of eager spectators, all radiating excitement and anticipation. Massive holographic advertisements on the stadium's exterior showcased captivating moments featuring Chen Yulian and her enchanting fairy Pokemon, Shenado. Each appearance elicited thunderous applause and screams. What was particularly striking, unlike previous large-scale events, was the abundance of small Pokemon scattered among the audience today. Chen Luo had permitted the entry of gentle, small Pokemon not exceeding 0.8 meters in height. Thus, a vibrant and whimsical tableau unfolded before their eyes. On a young girl's shoulder, a curious Pikachu tilted its head, its electric sacs flickering in rhythm with the surrounding commotion. A young boy clutched a plump Bakubi, who was inquisitively pointing at the enormous holographic display. Among couples, a charming Nyonix sat gracefully, its tail swaying gently, seemingly accustomed to the surrounding excitement. A group of young friends had a lively choo-choo bounding around their feet, its long ears flopping with each playful leap. There was even a trainer with a small Marill perched atop their head, its beady eyes scanning the surroundings while clutching a nut. The air was filled not only with the clamoring of voices, but also the delightful sounds of various Pokemon, Pika Pika, Chaco, Nya, and Dong Dong, intertwining to create a unique, vibrant prelude. Security personnel and volunteers clad in vests adorned with fairy Pokemon designs maneuvered through the throngs, maintaining order while offering guidance and assistance to those with Pokemon companions. Goodness, Guiyang exclaimed as he traversed the special passage, his eyes wide with wonder. This is simply astonishing. How many people are here? Wang Peng murmured, feeling his heart race with excitement at the prospect of attending such a grand concert for the first time. Meanwhile, Lu Guanzhong and Chen Luo were off to the side enjoying snacks. However, as Chen Luo observed the various small Pokemon, some curious, some excited, and others nestled against their owners, an uncharacteristic, gentle smile graced his usually weary face. Although he was not particularly fond of Chen Yuan's concerts, he did have a fondness for Pokemon. The four friends undoubtedly made their way to the front row. The scale of the stage was truly magnificent. A colossal circular stage hovered at the center, with countless twinkling mechanical arms poised like living creatures above and around it. The backdrop featured a vast, curved ultra-high-definition LED screen, currently displaying flowing nebulae and enchanting fairy forest scenes. Chen Luo had only released his fiery Meowth, as his mischievous Krogunk, much like himself, could hardly tolerate the sounds of fairy-type Pokemon. Some may wonder why not release the troublesome Impidimp, he mused, but do you dare to ask Chen Luo if he would? Just a moment after being summoned, it could vanish from his sight, either tugging at Pikachu's tail or pulling the wool from Mareep's back, never at rest. In contrast, the dignified Meowth remained composed and tranquil. The audience was already packed to capacity. A vast ocean of glowing light sticks swayed in unison with the pre-show music, creating a breathtaking wave effect. Countless small Pokemon dotted the scene, some perched on their owners' laps, others resting on chair backs or curiously peeking out, adding countless lively and adorable sparks to the sea of humanity. As the time for the performance drew near, all lights within the venue abruptly extinguished. The grand circular stage was plunged into profound darkness. The audience erupted into deafening screams and cheers, with countless light sticks frantically waving. Suddenly, a chime rang out, ethereal and distant, as if carried from the heavens above. The sound of wind chimes pierced through the cacophony, resonating clearly in every corner. In an instant, a colossal beam of pure, moonlight-like radiance descended, enveloping the center of the stage with precision. Within this luminous pillar, Chen Yuan's silhouette began to ascend gracefully. She was adorned in a more splendid and fantastical outfit today, with a silver base accentuated by flowing starlight and a soft pink glow. Her gown billowed like layers of blooming moonflower. Beside her, fairy Pokemon and Shinado floated elegantly, emanating a gentle, soothing pink aura, akin to a goddess of the moon watching over all. The ethereal resonance of the wind chimes lingered in the air. Chen Yuan's celestial voice seamlessly intertwined, instantly capturing the souls of everyone present. The wind whispered through the tranquil forest, the ethereal melody rising like the gentle whispers of fairies gliding above the treetops. In the audience, countless individuals instinctively held their breath. Moonlight cascaded like silver gauze, awakening dormant dreams. Ancient ballads traversed through the leaves, dewdrops like fairies, traces of unshed tears. The harmonious voices of the fairy Pokemon and Shinado resonated, their powerful psychic energy transforming into ripples of pink light, gently expanding to imprint the essence of the song more vividly in everyone's hearts. Listen to that silent resonance. It's the heartstrings being plucked by the moonlight, awakening slumbering power within the bloodline. On the LED screen, the enchanting fairy forest suddenly illuminated, countless tiny points of light awakening like fairies. Respond to me. Starry Sky of Fairies. The entire stadium seemed to come alive with the song. Boom. As the final note of Starry Sky of Fairies reverberated through the dome, the previously suppressed waves of sound erupted in a frenzy. The screams and cheers, even more fervent and synchronized than before, cascaded over the crowd like a tsunami. Countless light sticks danced wildly, merging into a boiling sea of light. Moonlight. Ah, my beloved. I love you. It's so beautiful I could cry. Thank goodness I snagged a ticket. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a fortune. Mom, I see a fairy. In the grand stadium, both humans and Pokemon were fervently shouting with all their might, as all eyes were riveted on Chen Luo. Only Chen Luo noticed a small figure cloaked in invisibility on the stage. While the power of the Tokiwa was not as potent as that of the wave guidance, it could still sense the life energy of Pokemon. With Chen Luo's formidable mental prowess now at play, from the very first note sung by Chen Luo, the little creature on stage began to dance gracefully alongside the fairy-like spirit and Shinado. How amusing it is that my own aunt can summon it. Indeed, my presence here has not been in vain. Chen Luo sang several original compositions, and the atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch. After finishing one song, she announced, "Next, I shall perform a song penned by my dear nephew last night. He earnestly implored me to sing it today, and I could not resist his heartfelt pleas. So I shall fulfill his wish. After all, who could deny such a charming nephew?" Chen Luo teased, casting a playful glance toward Chen Luo. The audience erupted in laughter. "Ha! Is the niece of the celestial diva this entertaining? Oh my, how I envy you. I too wish for an aunt with such a melodious voice." Chen Luo gritted his teeth in irritation. Wang Peng nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Nephew, it's your turn now. Just you wait and see. Don't let it blow up in flames." "Really? Is it even more exhilarating than Boruto?" Guiyang inquired, referring to a Pokemon cinematic series featuring an electric spirit. However, the second installment, which replaced the protagonist with an electric spider, paled in comparison to the first fervor. "Are you ready?" she asked into the microphone. Her voice no longer ethereal, but imbued with a metallic resonance and fierce determination. Buzz. In response, the stage erupted with a prelude that resembled a thunderous explosion. Powerful, swift, bursting with energy, in stark contrast to the dreamy elegance of her previous songs. The intense electronic beats pounded like a war drum. The electrifying guitar shredded through the air, carrying a palpable current of heat. Synthesizers created an imposing soundscape filled with futuristic grandeur. The stage lights abruptly shifted from a dreamy nebula to sharp beams resembling flashes of lightning, frantically flickering. The massive LED screen transformed from images of forest nebulae to a high-speed steel metropolis, with silhouettes of flying Pokemon soaring in the skies, alongside the fiery figures of determined trainers. As the prelude commenced, the audience fell into stunned silence. Everyone was overwhelmed by the ferocious energy that took a complete 180-degree turn. Their scalps tingled. Chen Luo tightened her grip on the microphone, leaning slightly forward like a warrior poised for battle. Taking a deep breath, the moment she opened her mouth, her voice soared like a drawn sword, striking with unparalleled impact towards the heavens. "Hey!" Like the blazing sun illuminating Kalos, charging forth amidst the smoke and fervor. As the first two lines emerged, the entire audience sprang to their feet, their blood igniting inexplicably. The giant screen behind displayed thrilling scenes of Pokemon battles, igniting a desire for an exhilarating Pokemon showdown right then and there. "Come on, forward, ready at any moment." The harmony of the fairy-like spirit and Shinado transformed from gentle to fervent. At that moment, the little creature that had been hidden revealed itself completely. Upon hearing the song, its eyes sparkled with joy, completely oblivious to the thousands of gazes upon it. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about the sudden appearance of the Pokemon on stage. Only Chen Luo watched as the Pokemon, its green scarf morphing into a brown one, joyfully danced a battle dance. Chapter 62, A Chorus of Thousands. The concert reached a new crescendo. Chen Luo fully unleashed herself, lifting her skirt to reveal her long, toned thighs, momentarily exposed to the air. This was not a deliberate act of seduction, but a manifestation of power and confidence. She gripped the microphone even tighter, bringing it close to her lips. Her voice, previously slightly husky, now erupted with astonishing penetrative force and metallic quality, intertwining with the collective emotions of the audience. This would forge an unbreakable bond. As the two lines concluded, Pokemon and trainers alike let out a collective scream. "Thus, we can become infinitely strong. If it's us." Following the harmony, the climax unfolded. The fairy-like spirit and Shinado released their skills towards the sky. In an instant, all Pokemon in the stadium synchronized their skills upward. Of course, this was merely the manifestation of energy, not an explosion akin to battle. Golden currents, pink sound waves, blue shocks, silver meteors, green beams. and healing auras surged upwards from every corner of the concert venue, converging towards the apex. They intertwined, entwined, and fused in midair, forming a spectacle of life and bonds far grander than any fireworks or auroras. Under the dome of the entire stadium, this brilliant sea of energy, painted by the Pokémon, illuminated the space. The radiant light reflected on every face, rendered speechless and tear-streaked with emotion. Meloetta seemed also entranced by this ultimate resonance of bonds, no longer hidden. Amidst the flowing light, a petite figure gradually emerged, gracefully descending beside Chen Luo. It had hair like green musical notes, a slender body reminiscent of the most delicate dancer, and its eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom, surrounded by an invisible melody flowing like a symphony. Meloetta, the legendary mythical Pokémon, the embodiment of song. Chen Luo and Meloetta exchanged glances, and Chen Luo showed no surprise at Meloetta's arrival. The power of music transcends all boundaries. Both people and Pokémon can revel in the purest emotional hues within its embrace. Together, Chen Luo and Meloetta sang the loudest battle anthem. Go Z. Intense and fervent battle. Go Z. Crisis is opportunity. Go Z. Rise from the ashes. Never give up. In the concert hall, beams of white light flashed as the energy of Chen Luo and Meloetta's song triggered the evolution of several weaker Pokémon. Initially, it was just a few, like fireflies in the night. Then 10, dozens, hundreds. Waves of white light surged in a chain reaction. At that moment, the hearts of both Pokémon and the audience echoed a singular voice. Battle, battle, battle. Go Z. I have an unwavering dream. Go Z. I will surely capture it. Go Z. Reach out towards the unknown pinnacle. Hundreds of Pokémon, inspired by the energy of the song, evolved simultaneously. Pidgey evolved into Pidgeotto, Spearow into Fearow, Tylo into Swellow, Piku into Pikachu, and 100 beams of evolutionary light shone forth. The energy of evolution resonated with the bonds of the Pokémon, creating a marvelous symphony. The newly born power cheered, and the joy of evolution permeated the air. The entire stadium transformed into a sanctuary of life transitions. Let us go together. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices resonating throughout the heavens. Indeed, let us face the challenges ahead together. There is no doubt that we shall bravely confront difficulties side by side, reaching the shores of our dreams. Regardless of the towering walls that obstruct our path, we must always carry the courage of a determined spirit. Come forth, with our own hands. Let us seize the star of victory. With an indomitable heart, we remain eternally connected, regardless of the circumstances. As long as I journey alongside you, I can rise from adversity. Then, let the multitudes sing in unison. Countless Pokémon join their voices. The melody resonates throughout the entire Jiangxing. A chorus of Z. To the formidable adversaries. A chorus of Z. Let us determine the victor. Watch as I strike decisively. A chorus of Z. The unwavering resolve buried deep within my heart shall never waver. A chorus of Z. Meloetta, with the final call to arms, performed a battle dance imbued with primal power and divine rhythm. Each rotation, each step, stirred visible waves of golden melodies infused with divine energy. This is no longer the climax of a concert. It is a creation myth woven from song, bonds, the evolution of life, and an unyielding warrior spirit. A night destined to be eternally etched in the annals of time, celebrated by countless beings as an immortal legend. Let us unite. This song shall be sung by every trainer on the blue planet. Once it resonates, no trainer shall ever undermine Chen Luo's status. All trainers will revere her as the queen of music, to protect, to cherish, to worship her. The energy ignited by the duet of Meloetta and Chen Luo reached a humble corner of the Jiangxing forest, landing upon a small green cell. From there, it was transmitted to the X-core of Zygarde. Huh, is that the voice of Meloetta? Is it calling me with the power of song? What does it mean? Does it want me to fight? Hearing this fervent melody, the X-core of Zygarde instantly absorbed the surrounding green cells, transforming into its tin form resembling a Doberman. Meloetta? What on earth is happening? Why do I feel so many humans and Pokémon calling for me simultaneously? What does it mean to let me go? Chen Luo was drenched in perspiration. After the song concluded, she opened her arms, as if embracing the entire world. I shall fight. I feel the power of passion surging within me. It was so beautiful, so invigorating. I have made up my mind to become a Pokémon trainer, exclaimed a young boy. How fortunate I am to witness the debut song of the Queen. This trip to Jiangxing was truly worthwhile. Wang Peng and his companions were practically ablaze with excitement. eager for an adrenaline-fueled Pokemon battle at that very moment. Even Chen Luo was completely captivated by Chen Yulian's song, his blood boiling within him. It felt as though that blue bond was right before him, uniting together in our strongest forms to conquer the seemingly unconquerable foes. Look, what Pokemon is perched upon my wife's shoulder? I've never seen it before. Damn it, what do you mean your wife? This is clearly my wife. But truly, what kind of Pokemon is that? That is the deity of song, the melody, Pokemon Meloetta, the mythical Pokemon. It is said that its song grants Pokemon special powers. What? The legendary Pokemon, the Queen's song has even attracted the deity of song. No wonder Pokemon can evolve. It is indeed the power of Meloetta. Meloetta greeted Chen Yulian before vanishing once more into invisibility. Meloetta, so adorable. Chen Yulian's eye sparkled, entirely unfazed by its status as a mythical Pokemon. It was as if Meloetta had long been her companion. The Miracle Night of Jiangxing. This concert has propelled Jiangxing to new heights. Major news headlines and short video platforms were completely dominated by the climactic moments of this concert. Chen Yulian's concert ignites universal evolution, Meloetta descends. The deity of song manifests. Thousands sing together. The bond illuminates Jiangxing, the birth of the music queen. Thousands united in song, Pokemon resonating. Hundreds of Pokemon evolved simultaneously amidst the melody and the light of bonds. The mythical Pokemon Meloetta made its appearance to dance alongside. This was not merely an unparalleled audiovisual feast, but a profound baptism of the soul regarding life, bonds, courage, and infinite possibilities. When the final note of Chen Yulian and Meloetta resonated through the heavens, an undeniable truth was forged. She, Chen Yulian, is no longer just a music queen. She is the one who invokes legends with her voice, awakens all spirits, and composes miracles, the one and only music queen. No trainer in the world shall ever shake her status. She shall be revered, followed, and eternally protected and adored by countless souls who cherish Pokemon and music. In a manner, two individuals who appeared to be in their 50s, yet were actually over 60, sat before the television, watching the replay of Chen Yulian's video. They were none other than Chen Luo's grandparents. I say, old man, this child of Yulian has finally created a song worth listening to. The nonsense she sang before about fairies and moons was utterly unbearable. Chen Luo's grandmother, Mu Lihua, remarked. She didn't return home for the new year last year. Why don't you apologize to her this year and invite her over to celebrate? Humph, why should I apologize to her? A traitor has emerged from our illustrious evil lineage. I shall not apologize to her, not on my life. Chen Luo's grandfather, Chen Buju, retorted angrily. Hey, you old man, I think this song of Yulian's is delightful. It just so happens that hearing it makes me want to battle. Let us go out and see who wins. The victor gets to choose the music, Mu Lihua declared. Let us do it then. Who's afraid of who? Chen Buju replied defiantly. In Kyoto, numerous champions and top trainers were engaged in discussions about the silent organization. Amidst the intense debates, the champion of the Dongwang Alliance, the second-ranked man in the World Championship, the Rainbow Hero Ying Yuan, was engrossed in watching Chen Yulian's short video. A chorus of Z. All the trainers turned their gazes towards Ying Yuan. Sensing their attention, Ying Yuan quietly muted the sound. With an unflinching demeanor, he said, "Carry on, continue." At that moment, Meng Yin inquired, "Boss Ying, are you also listening to this song?" I was completely fired up after hearing it. As a fire-type champion, it felt like I was ablaze. Ying Chun, too, was filled with fervor, replying, "Indeed, I feel as though I could challenge a legendary Pokemon all on my own after hearing it." Chen Jinhua chimed in. "Well then, when Groudon and Kyogre clash again, you can take them on solo." Ying Chen scratched his head and chuckled. That might be a bit much. However, this song is sung by old Chun's sister, and it seems to contain the presence of the order deity Zygarde. And the mention of Kalos appears to refer to a region in that world, Ying Chen remarked. Chen Jinhua immediately understood Ying Chun's implication and nodded. "Leave this matter to me. I will provide a detailed report." Ying Chun cheered internally. Truly a diligent worker. This saves me from having to investigate personally. Chapter 63, Dunhuang Desert. My dear nephew, your aunt has come to find you. After the concert concluded, Chen Yulian visited Jiangxing Spirit University daily in search of Chen Luo, causing him considerable annoyance. To make matters worse, rumors of Chen Luo's off-campus romance circulated on the school forum, despite the fact that the strikingly beautiful girl, who wore a mask, came to the university every day. During this time, Chen Jinhua even video-called them to inquire about the origin of a particular song. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Luo glanced at the enchanting Meloetta beside Chen Yulian and claimed that it was Meloida who had informed them. Surprisingly, Chen Jinhua believed this explanation and ended the call without further questions. Chen Luo, what made you decide to study here? Chen Yulian inquired. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's simply fate. Chen Luo mused. Had it not been for his studies in Jiangcheng, he would not have encountered the fragments of the evil stone tablet, the fiery Miao, nor met Yukishir and Shirabi, ultimately gaining the power of Eternatus. Malloy? Meloida turned around curiously. Chen Luo was taken aback by how quickly his aunt had formed a bond with Meloida. Chen Yulian, you must protect Meloida? Chen Luo gently patted Meloida's small head, eliciting a soft sound of contentment from it. Don't worry, Chen Luo, I will certainly safeguard Meloida. It is my dear friend, Chen Yulian assured him. Due to her nationwide tour, Chen Yulian departed from Jiangxing, requesting that Chen Luo prepare a plethora of local delicacies before her departure. For the next several days, Chen Luo dedicated himself to training. His mischievous crocodile successfully reached level 30, with its dark energy becoming increasingly pure, learning new skills at an astonishing rate, one per day, with its aptitude ensuring no skill was beyond its grasp. Meanwhile, the fiery Meow also achieved level 27, enhancing both its fire and dark energies. Even the troublesome little sprite ascended to level 21 under Chen Luo's encouragement, mastering several new skills. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Peng managed to defeat Wang Lang and became a member of the school team, using his powerful Kingler to crush Wang Lang's Snorlax and Slaking. Soon, the time for the opening of the secret realm in Hushi province arrived. Chen Luo packed his belongings and set off early, boarding the maglev train to Dunhuang City. Armed with his entrance qualification certificate for the secret realm, following his seat number, he entered the first-class carriage, where spacious and comfortable seats enveloped in premium leather awaited him. Adjustable to his liking, a well-dressed, amiable attendant promptly approached him, confirming his ticket and kindly guiding him to his seat. Mr. Chen, should you require anything during your journey, please do not hesitate to use the call button. Shortly thereafter, a cup of perfectly brewed tea and an exquisite plate of snacks were gently placed on the table beside Chen Luo. However, Pokemon were not permitted on the high-speed train. Not even the smallest of them. Chen Luo settled into the plush seat, relishing the rare tranquility and comfort. With over 2,000 kilometers separating Jiangxing from the Hushi province secret realm, even the high-speed train required several hours to reach its destination. The rapidly retreating scenery outside the window resembled a flowing painting, while the interior of the carriage remained serene and pleasant. Chen Luo watched trainer battles on the display screen ahead. The train soon arrived at the next station, and as Chen Luo turned to glance, he noticed a young man clad in luxurious attire, his hair obscuring his eyes, boarding the train. The young man seemed to sense someone watching him, and he followed the gaze, offering Chen Luo a cryptic nod. Chen Luo paid him little mind and continued to watch the battle videos on the seat's display screen. The comfort of first class was fleeting. Once the train came to a steady halt at the Dunhuang City platform, Chen Luo picked up his backpack and stepped off the maglev train, joining the not overly crowded throng of passengers. A dry, dust-laden wind greeted him, starkly contrasting with the humid warmth of Jiangnan, heralding the rugged and vast expanse of northwest China. Dear passengers, this train has reached its final destination, Dunhuang City. We wish you a pleasant journey, echoed the announcement across the spacious platform. Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, there were few travelers, most appearing weary from their journeys or sporting clear adventure gear, indicative of trainers. Though the Dunhuang Desert was fraught with danger, it was also home to countless natural item ores, making it a magnet for trainers from the Donghuang Alliance seeking adventure and treasure. Chen Luo's objective was clear: the entrance to the Mingsha Mountain secret realm in Hushi province, located deep within the expansive, uninhabited desert to the northwest of Dunhuang City. Since the secret realm's emergence, a vast oasis had appeared in the Dunhuang Desert, alongside the towering Blackstone Mountain, which soared over 2,000 meters high. According to the data, that region exhibited unusual magnetic fields and was riddled with quicksand, rendering conventional transportation utterly ineffective. It seemed that only one option remained. Chen Luo located the Pokemon rental point outside the station, specifically catering to trainers heading to the desert's secret realm. Rows of sturdy fire camels lay placidly on the sand, their broad, stable humps and heat-resistant, drought-resistant characteristics making them the ideal choice for traversing this desert. Boss, I'd like to rent a fire camel for 5 days. Chen Luo stated. Absolutely. Young man, choose this one. It has good stamina and a steady temperament. The proprietor enthusiastically led him to a deep brown fire camel with gentle eyes. At that moment, the young man from the train arrived at the rental point as well. He casually glanced around, his gaze lingering briefly on the fire camel Chen Luo had selected, before pointing to a similarly sized but slightly lighter-colored fire camel. "I'll rent that one for 5 days," he declared. The owner swiftly completed the transaction, as Chen Luo prepared to attach a pack containing food, water, and essential supplies to his fire camel. The young man silently did the same. They were close enough to touch, yet no words were exchanged, and even their brief eye contact carried an unspoken sense of distance. They both understood that they were potential rivals. Chen Luo stocked up on compressed rations, high-energy bars, and ample drinking water, checking his basic compass and satellite locator before leading the fire camel out of the final protective forest belt of Dunhuang City. Before him lay the true, boundless Dunhuang Desert. Golden sand dunes resembled frozen ocean waves, undulating endlessly until they met the gray-blue sky at the horizon. The sun poured down unrelentingly, scorching the grains of sand, and the air warped under the heat waves. Silence reigned supreme here, punctuated only by the whispers of the wind across the dunes and the heavy footsteps of the fire camel. Chen Luo donned protective goggles and a headscarf against the sandstorm, mounted the fire camel, and gave its hump an encouraging pat. "Let us go, fire camel. Come forth, mischievous crocodile." It was essential to have mischievous crocodile in the desert. It was indeed its domain. Mischievous crocodile immediately burrowed into the sand, relishing the warm embrace of the quicksand. Chen Luo, I truly did not err in coming here. I feel a sense of homecoming." Mischievous crocodile gave Chen Luo a thumbs up in praise. "All right, mischievous crocodile, enough frolicking. My safety depends entirely on you," Chen Luo remarked, observing mischievous crocodile swimming through the sand. It was as if to say, "This is my domain, so rest assured." The fire camel emitted a low rumble and confidently stepped into the vast expanse of the Dunhuang Desert. The slopes of the sand dunes proved far steeper than they appeared. The camel's sturdy hooves sank into the soft sands, leaving deep imprints with each step, yet its progress remained remarkably smooth. After traversing for approximately an hour, the city had long vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only the monotonous yet majestic sea of sand. Chen Luo maintained his vigilance, slightly extending his power of eternal stillness to sense the life fluctuations around him. The desert was not a barren wasteland. Beneath the dunes lurked giant jaw ants, mountain mice, and even some rogue crocodiles that exchanged greetings with their kin. Occasionally, a few armored birds soared overhead, while in the distant shadows of the dunes, a desert naiad disguised as a cactus lay in wait. At that moment, Chen Luo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The young man who had traveled with him was also riding a fire camel, leisurely keeping a distance of about 100 meters behind them. He seemed in no rush to catch up or fall behind, merely maintaining this delicate distance, like a silent shadow. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to ignore him. As long as the other did not provoke him, having another companion in this perilous desert could, to some extent, provide an added layer of security. The fire camel bore Chen Luo across the golden dunes, leaving a trail of hoofprints that the winds would soon erase. The desert's terrain shifted unpredictably, its dunes twisting like a labyrinth. After navigating around a massive crescent-shaped dune, Chen Luo's fire camel had just stepped onto a relatively flat sand ridge when several furtive figures came into view. A sharp, piercing whistle abruptly shattered the desert's stillness. Instantly, figures emerged from the tops of the surrounding dunes, seemingly appearing out of thin air. Clad in earth-toned camouflage that blended seamlessly with the environment and masked by sand scarves that left only their fierce, greedy eyes visible, they moved with remarkable agility. Clearly well acquainted with the desert terrain, like sand foxes, they slid down the slopes, swiftly encircling Chen Luo and the young man, along with their fire camels, trapping them atop the ridge. At the forefront stood a tall, burly man who tore away his face covering, revealing a rugged visage carved by the elements. Marked by a pronounced scar, he bore a gleaming machete on his shoulder and sported several worn-out pokeballs at his waist. His gaze scanning Chen Luo and the young man like a vulture. His eyes finally lingered greedily on the bulging supply packs strapped to the back of their fire camel. "Haha, what luck, brothers. Seems like we've stumbled upon a couple of students looking to venture into the secret realm of the Singing Sands, are we? You outsiders. Do you understand the rules? To traverse the Dunhuang Desert, you must pay a protection fee to our Scorpion Gang. It's a mere 1 million each to let you pass." A lanky accomplice chimed in, his gaze likewise filled with malice as it roamed over Chen Luo and the young man's backpacks. "Be sensible, leave behind your food and drinks. Anything valuable, and your pokeballs. We seek only wealth, not bloodshed. Otherwise," he hefted a spiked club, the threat implicit in his gesture. "Desert bandits." Chen Luo swiftly grasped their identity. These were the local thugs that had long plagued the depths of the Dunhuang Desert, specializing in robbing trainers. It seemed that Dunhuang City had attempted to eradicate them once, but many had hidden within the desert, evading capture, leaving several stragglers behind. Chen Luo found the situation somewhat amusing. He realized he was playing the role of the unsuspecting prey. He could feel the high-grade Poké Ball containing his moon spirit at his waist stirring with anticipation. The moon spirit had only been released in the dormitory. It had yet to truly stretch its legs. Atoll. Before Chen Luo could respond, the young man spoke first, his voice carrying an unusual chill that echoed starkly across the silent ridge. Interesting, but you might find that while you can take our lives, you won't be able to spend them. His tone was flat, devoid of any fluctuation, yet it resonated with an undeniable iciness and disdain. What? You little brat. Refusing to drink the toast, and instead opting for a penalty drink. The scarred face of the scorpion twisted in anger. Get him. Break his legs, and leave him to fend for himself in this desert. Before the scorpion's words had fully escaped his lips, two of his lackeys had already grinned and thrown their Pokeballs. Go. Mountain King, Sand Splash, blind them. Rogue Crocodile, use Quicksand Hell to trap them. Chapter 64, a bold idea. Come forth, Jengar, Heavy Mud Steed. Lu Guojun unleashed his Pokemon. As the deep purple Jengar emerged, it bore a silent, sinister grin. Following closely was a tremendous roar that shook the sands, as the Heavy Mud Steed descended like a moving fortress. Its massive form, clad in mudstone armor, struck the ground with such force that it disrupted the whirlpool of quicksand created by the rogue crocodile, momentarily halting it. Heavy Mud Steed, hold the line. Lu Guojun commanded coldly. A thick, pale green energy shield materialized instantaneously before the Heavy Mud Steed, blocking both the Quicksand Hell and the Sand Splash. Almost simultaneously, Jengar unleashed a barrage of Shadow Balls at the Mountain King. Hee. Jengar's eerie laughter accompanied the rapid formation of two dark Shadow Balls within its ghostly claws. With a piercing whoosh, they hurtled towards the Mountain King, who was busy conjuring the Sand Splash. The Shadow Balls possessed considerable power, but were ultimately shattered by the rogue crocodile's bite. Boom. Boom. Damn it. How dare you resist? If I don't wipe you out, then all of you come out. The thugs released a total of over 20 Pokemon. However, they were merely low-tier creatures like mountain mice and slippery slug. Chen Luo utilized his power of eternal stillness to relay a message to the rogue crocodile concealed beneath the sands. Rogue crocodile, attack the one with the machete. Receiving Chen Luo's instruction, the rogue crocodile stealthily emerged from the sand behind the scorpion, launching itself at him with a bite attack. Should this strike connect, the scorpion would undoubtedly meet his demise. Desert Dragonfly, use Dragon Claw. The scorpion sensed the impending danger from behind and immediately released the Desert Dragonfly, whose green claws clashed directly with the rogue crocodile's bite. The Dragon Claw proved superior, sending the rogue crocodile staggering backward over 10 paces, leaving two distinct trails in the sand before it managed to halt its momentum. Damn it! The rogue crocodile's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. It was indeed a worthy opponent. I want to tear it apart. The scorpion sneered. Kid, while I was licking blood from the blade in this desert, you were still suckling in your mother's embrace. You dare play the ambush game with me? Seeking death. Come forth, Sand Hippopotamus, Dream Song Naya, and Hooded Thug. Chen Luo assessed the levels of these Pokemon using his data eye. Pokemon, Desert Dragonfly, level 45. Pokemon, Sand Hippopotamus, level 41. Pokemon, Dream Song Naya, level 40. Pokemon, Hooded Thug, level 39. Their levels are quite high, Chen Luo murmured to himself. Lu Guojun's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. Those who can reach the Dunhuang secret realm are by no means ordinary individuals. The visage of the scorpion demon contorted into a grotesque grimace as he declared, Since you are so uncooperative, do not blame me for what follows. I must admit, you two are rather decent looking, with commendably fair skin. Perhaps if you indulge me, I might soften my heart and spare you. His laughter echoed malevolently. Boss, once you're done, let the brothers have some fun too. I find playing with these young lads far more pleasurable than with women. Indeed, it has been ages since I last indulged. The other henchmen chimed in, their voices rife with agreement. Do not rush. There is enough for everyone. Ha. You know me. I always ensure every grain of rice in my bowl is consumed. Everyone, line up and come one by one. The scorpion demon sneered, as if he already held Chen Luo and Lu Guojun within his grasp. How dare you? Upon hearing the scorpion demon's taunts, Chen Luo and Lu Guojun's initial intent to feign weakness dissipated instantly. Moon spirits, eliminate them all, leave no one behind. Poison Skull Frog, I want them to perish in agony. As Chen Luo summoned the moon spirits, Lu Guojun's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He fixated on the moon spirit radiating an overwhelming aura, far exceeding the strength of the poison skull frog bestowed by his father. This seemingly ordinary university student possessed a Pokemon of such formidable power. This realization struck him like a thunderclap, shattering his previous assessments of Chen Luo completely. Initially, Lu Guojun had thought to exploit Chen Luo, perhaps using him as a sacrificial pawn in times of peril. Yet, the emergence of the moon's spirit obliterated such notions. Though Lu Guojun was no paragon of virtue, he was not devoid of intellect. He understood well whom to provoke and whom to avoid. The scorpion demon and his ruffians froze in sheer terror before the two mightily powerful Pokemon, their bravado and foul language frozen on their faces, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. The oppressive presence that loomed over them felt like the abyss itself, rendering their legs weak and their minds blank, obliterating any thoughts of escape. The scar on the scorpion demon's face twisted violently as he lamented his misfortune. Who would have thought that a simple robbery would lead him to confront two capable signs of wealth? Even had he encountered merely the university student with the poison skull frog, his gang might have overpowered him through sheer numbers. However, upon feeling the king-level pressure emanating from the moon spirit, he realized he had no chance of resistance. "Ah, brother, this is all a misunderstanding. We were merely searching for my mother and happened upon you two noble gentlemen. It was all a mistake." The scorpion demon's voice quaked with trepidation and ingratiation. "Curse my mouth. It just devoured filth, and now I'm left with this wretched tongue." He slapped his own face repeatedly, the sound reverberating through the desert. Yet, the murderous intent from Chen Luo and Lu Guojun blazed like a wildfire. The scorpion demon's words were an affront to their ears, utterly repugnant. More nauseating than consuming a ton of foul muck. "Moon spirit, unleash dark pulse, annihilate them all." Chen Luo's command resonated like the whispered decree of death, cold and resolute. Such loathsome beings were a waste of air. The moon spirit's eyes blazed with intensity as it raised its forepaw, executing the motion with casual elegance. A torrent of profound dark purple energy erupted violently. The precise dark pulse energy instantaneously propelled the sand hippo and the headscarf thug into the air. "Desert dragonfly, come quickly to my aid," the scorpion demon shouted in desperation. Too late. Lu Guojun's eyes glimmered with malice. "Poison skull frog, restrain him and strike his rear with poison jab." As the desert dragonfly heeded the scorpion demon's call and began to fly toward him, it was struck by a stone spike attack from the thug crocodile. The desert dragonfly cried out in pain, while the thug crocodile beckoned with a taunting gesture, as if to say, "Come on, big dragonfly, let us have another go." Infuriated, the desert dragonfly retaliated with a devastating beam of energy aimed at the thug crocodile. The thug crocodile dodged by burrowing into the ground, then launched a rapid series of claw attacks. The two Pokemon became entangled in battle, yet the thug crocodile, despite its lower level, displayed no signs of defeat and instead fought with increasing fervor. Chen Luo observed Lu Guojun commanding the poison skull frog, which unleashed a poison jab aimed squarely at the scorpion demon's posterior. The scorpion demon emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Subsequently, the poison skull frog executed a relentless onslaught on him, breaking his limbs, blinding him with poison, and even severing his tongue with a blade held by Lu Guojun. Meanwhile, Chen Luo commanded the moon spirit to eliminate the remaining henchmen, stripping them of their poke balls and valuables, which he stowed in his backpack. After capturing a few photographs, Chen Luo understood that while these individuals were wanted criminals, any Pokemon trainer could freely eliminate them. However, in the Eastern Huang Alliance, even the execution of such scum required notification. Upon finishing, Chen Luo released his heat meow to incinerate their corpses. He felt no discomfort from the act of killing. These individuals bore the blood of countless victims. His restraint in not torturing them, as Lu Guojun had, was a mercy. Their deaths were inconsequential. Nevertheless, he spared their Pokemon, capturing them to return to the Pokemon Association for rehabilitation and guidance. As Chen Luo watched Lu Guojun torment the scorpion demon, he mused, "I wonder if this fellow shares the same twisted pleasure in inflicting pain as Xiao Zizai. His methods are rather refined." Lu Guojun, sensing Chen Luo's gaze upon him, perhaps felt a twinge of embarrassment, swiftly ending the life of the scorpion demon who sought death. Wiping the blood from his face, he donned a smile he deemed friendly and introduced himself. "Greetings, classmate. I am Lu Guojun from Pengcheng. You are also heading to the Dunhuang secret realm, I presume?" Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I'm Wang Peng from Jiangcheng." After all, one should not strike a smiling face. and Chen Luo decided to extend Lu Guojun a measure of courtesy, though he refrained from revealing his true name, for who would walk the world using their own name? Chen Luo collected the Scorpion Demon's Poké Ball and rummaged through the ragtag bandits, uncovering a crumpled sum of nearly 200,000 alliance coins, several crude yet weighty pieces of gold jewelry, and a few decent quality sand rocks. He also found some low-grade items, such as priority fangs and starry sand. A total of 27 or 28 Pokeballs were stowed away in Chen Luo's backpack, which resembled a bottomless pit, capable of accommodating anything. This was due to the latest technological marvel of a spatial backpack, approximately 5 cubic meters in volume, capable of compressing lifeless items through energy folding. From the bisected scorpion demon, Chen Luo extracted a beautiful feather, gazing at its vibrant colors with curiosity through his data eye. Item: crescent feather. Description: a feather radiating moonlight. Said to harbor the power to dispel nightmares. Chen Luo quietly placed the crescent feather into his backpack, feigning nonchalance while his heart brimmed with joy. This was a coveted item belonging to the dream god, Cresselia, and it had been found on a mere desert bandit. Little did anyone know. The crescent feather had been seized by the sand scorpion after it had ruthlessly dispatched a couple. As he beheld the feather, a daring thought flickered through Chen Luo's mind. He could harness the power of the crescent feather to orchestrate a plot against the nightmare god, Darkrai. The mere thought of Darkrai's dashing appearance made Chen Luo's eyes sparkle with excitement. With formidable strength, striking looks, and an embodiment of pure malevolence, Darkrai was the epitome of Chen Luo's aesthetic preferences. Lu Guojun observed the greedy expression on Chen Luo's face and felt a shiver run down his spine. In the past, he had always been the one scheming and plotting against others. Could it be that today he was the target of someone else's machinations? Yet, he was clearly overthinking. Chen Luo cheerfully remarked, "These items are a bit heavy. I've been working out recently, so why not let me take care of them?" Lu Guojun exhaled in relief, grateful that the burden was not aimed at him. As Wang Gu had said, these items were indeed rightfully Chen Luo's, and he was far too weak to claim them himself. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction and called out to the ruffian alligator, who was still engaged in a fierce struggle with the desert dragonfly. "Alligator, we're pressed for time. Let us save the battle for another opportunity." The ruffian alligator, relying on pure malevolent energy and an unfathomable skill pool, managed to hold its own against the level 45 desert dragonfly. However, as time wore on, the desert dragonfly leveraged its level advantage to dominate the encounter. After unleashing a scale attack, the ruffian alligator created some distance and seized the chance to join Chen Luo. Its expression one of unfulfilled desire, arms crossed, as if questioning Chen Luo. "I was just getting into it. Give me another 100 rounds, and I'll surely shatter that dragonfly's wings." Understanding the ruffian alligator's sentiments, Chen Luo reassured, all right, we're in a hurry, aren't we? You'll have your chance to fight later." The ruffian alligator finally nodded in agreement. "I entrust you, Moon Elf, to handle it." Moon Eevee nodded, gathering its psychic energy, and with a powerful psychic blast, dispatched the desert dragonfly. Chen Luo withdrew all his Pokemon except for the ruffian alligator and inquired of Lu Guojun, "Shall we proceed together?" Lu Guojun also returned his Pokemon, stating, "Of course. It's a privilege to travel with you, Wang Gu." However, his mind was calculating how he might seize an opportunity to escape. What if this fellow had ulterior motives? He would be left with no means to resist. Thus, the two set off across the desert towards the secret realm of the Singing Sand Mountain. The blazing sun scorched the boundless sea of sand. Despite encountering numerous wild Pokemon along the way, none disturbed their journey. A few black-eyed alligators approached Chen Luo's ruffian alligator, seeking a meal. The ruffian alligator generously allowed Chen Luo to offer its top-tier energy cubes. After all, one must maintain the image of an elder brother in front of its peers. "All right, ruffian alligator, how about you unleash a powerful Pokemon to attack the black-eyed alligator horde, then evolve in a fit of rage into a rogue alligator, and I'll set you free to protect them?" Chen Luo jested. The ruffian alligator looked at Chen Luo with a puzzled expression. "What foolishness are you speaking? Have you forgotten our bond, you scoundrel?" "Just kidding, ruffian alligator, don't get angry," Chen Luo chuckled, patting the ruffian alligator on the shoulder. The two continued on their journey, encountering sandstorms and quicksand along the way. However, with the guidance of the local ruffian alligator, they easily navigated through the challenges. As night fell, they finally reached their destination. The night sky was ink black, and the massive sand dunes of Singing Sand Mountain were silhouetted against the moonlight, undulating like a black ribbon. The daytime heat had long dissipated, giving way to the desert's distinctive chill. After a day filled with arduous travel, battles, and the harsh environment, Lu Guojun was utterly exhausted. Yet Chen Luo felt no fatigue. Even without his mask, there were no traces of the sandstorms on his face. Thanks to the power of the everlasting force, he maintained boundless energy at all times. Moon Spring, a miraculous oasis amidst the desert, lay quietly nestled in the arms of Singing Sand Mountain. A crescent-shaped spring sparkled with a silvery sheen under the bright moonlight. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the starry sky and the contours of the Singing Sand Mountain, creating an ethereal dreamscape. Surrounding the spring, lush trees swayed in the breeze, whispering softly. The air was moist and fresh, imbued with the fragrance of water and foliage, a stark contrast to the dry, scorching desert atmosphere that was invigorating to the senses. This oasis was not a desolate place. Several desert naya were quietly rooted in the sandy ground by the spring, their blossoms emitting a faint glow under the moonlight, attracting night-flying insects. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, a few noibat emitted subtle ultrasonic sounds, agilely darting about to catch mosquitoes. The sound of their wings slicing through the air distinctly audible. From the shadows of the distant dunes, the low grunts of sand hippopotamus could be heard, indicating that this precious oasis nurtured a small community. Everything appeared harmonious, resonating with the rhythm of nature, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden paradise in the desert. I've decided to ascend in one go. What about you? Chen Luo asked. Lu Guojun remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, evidently resolved to follow Chen Luo. Without further delay, they began their ascent along a barely discernible mountain path leading up Singing Sand Mountain. The trail was steep and rugged, littered with loose stones. Yet for a trainer with extraordinary physical prowess, it posed little challenge. Lu Guojun, though weary, could only grit his teeth and keep pace with Chen Luo's figure. As they gained elevation, Moon Spring shrank beneath them into a smaller crescent, encircled by golden dunes. The air grew increasingly cool and dry. The ascent was unexpectedly smooth, devoid of any formidable wild Pokémon hindrances, as though the area had been cleared by some unseen force. Upon reaching the ridge of the main peak of Singing Sand Mountain, the sight before them compelled both to halt in their tracks. A military stronghold, on the other side of the ridge. Instead of the imagined panoramic view of the desert or the entrance to a secret realm, lay a militarized encampment, starkly transformed by human intervention and imbued with an air of foreboding. Robust barbed wire and menacing barricades enclosed a relatively flat area. Several camouflaged military tents stood in orderly rows, and towering searchlights loomed at the camp's perimeter, their extinguished bulbs still exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. At the camp entrance, makeshift fortifications built from sandbags housed heavy weaponry, their barrels ominously aimed outward. Soldiers clad in standard desert camouflage patrolled the camp, their movements synchronized and their gazes alert, exuding an aura of seasoned battle readiness. Most strikingly, several well-built, sharp-eyed German shepherds stood guard inside and outside the camp, their collars glimmering with faint signal lights. A few armored birds circled at low altitude, their metallic wings reflecting the morning light. In the center of the camp, outside the largest tent, a particularly massive buffalo lounged, its heavy steel-like hide gleaming coldly under the sun. The mere act of breathing reverberated with a heavy, tumultuous sound, akin to a slumbering steel fortress, emanating an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. The entire camp was imbued with a palpable tension, an aura of efficiency, and a stern warning against intrusion. It stood in stark, glaring contrast to the tranquil serenity of the crescent spring below. The entrance to the Dunhuang's secret realm was meticulously concealed within this military stronghold. At that moment, the patrolling soldiers evidently detected the presence of these two unwelcome guests. The soldiers raised their rifles, aiming intently, while the large hounds emitted deep growls. Chen Luo and Lu Guojun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, raised their hands above their heads in surrender. An officer clad in a military uniform called out, "Who are you? You are approaching a restricted military area. Without an access permit, you are not allowed to come closer." Chen Luo replied, "We are students wishing to enter the Dunhuang's secret realm. My access permit is in my backpack." Lu Guojun chimed in, "Me too." The officer scrutinized Chen Luo and Lu Guojun, observing that they indeed resembled students. He then instructed the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons. The two produced their access permits for the officer's inspection. The officer's initially wary expression softened instantly. "What brings you here at such a late hour? Why aren't you resting in a hotel in the oasis? And why didn't you take the cable car up?" Chen Luo and Lu Guojun were momentarily taken aback. Chen Luo inquired, "Are there hotels in the oasis?" The officer nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Lu Guojun asked, "Is there a cable car for ascending?" The officer, maintaining his patience, nodded once more. Yes, there is. You didn't prepare any itinerary before coming, did you? A loud exclamation echoed across the Mingsha mountain. Lu Guojun felt a pang of regret, questioning why he had followed Chen Luo on this arduous trek. Although he was physically fit, the altitude of over 2,000 meters was quite formidable, and the path up the mountain was exceedingly rugged. He observed that Chen Luo appeared unfazed, while he himself was utterly exhausted. The officer chuckled and said, "Since you have made it up here, follow me inside. The secret realm will open tomorrow. You may rest in the tent tonight. However, this is a military control zone. Photography is strictly prohibited, and wandering about is forbidden. Violating these regulations will result in being brought before a military tribunal," the officer cautioned. The two nodded in agreement and followed the officer into the military camp. As they traversed the passageway formed by barbed wire and barricades, the internal landscape of the camp became increasingly discernible. In the corners of the camp, the outlines of large equipment covered by tarpaulins could even be seen. Chen Luo's gaze managed to surpass the low tent area, landing on the heavily guarded section at the camp center. It was surrounded by taller barbed wire, with armed soldiers and two formidable hounds keeping watch at the entrance. Through the gaps in the barbed wire, a colossal arched portal, meticulously protected by high-strength alloys and energy barriers, came into view. The portal was embedded into the mountain's rocky face, its surface adorned with intricate and ancient runes, emanating an exceedingly faint yet profoundly deep energy fluctuation, as if it were a gateway to another dimension. The ground surrounding the portal was laid with specialized metallic conduits, connecting to several instruments blinking with indicator lights, suggesting that research personnel were continuously monitoring and maintaining the portal's stability. This was evidently the entrance to the secret realm. The officer led them to a relatively small auxiliary tent at the camp's edge. "Here we are, squeeze in. There are sleeping bags and basic supplies. The secret realm will open at 8 tomorrow. Make sure to rest well." Chen Luo replied calmly, "Understood. Thank you, sir." Lu Guojun hastily echoed his agreement, albeit weakly. The officer nodded and turned to resume his patrol. After a hasty meal, the two collapsed onto the military cot and swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 66. The Opening of the Dunhuang's Secret Realm. Darkrai unleashed the evil wave upon Absol. Upon hearing Chen Luo's command, Darkrai gathered dark energy in its hands. "Dodge, Absol." Chen Jinhua waved his hand vigorously. However, the speed of the dark wave was so swift that Mega Absol could not evade it despite exerting all its strength. Witnessing this, Chen Luo's face lit up with joy. He flicked his black coat, extending his right hand forward with unwavering resolve, and declared, "Darkrai, use Ice Beam to finish it off." All spectators rose in anticipation, their excitement palpable, while the commentary erupted in fervent shouts. Darkrai's Ice Beam successfully drained Absol of its remaining energy. Dunhuang welcomed its new Dark-type champion, Chen Luo. This young lad, merely 20 years old, had achieved the remarkable feat of being crowned the youngest champion in Dunhuang's history. Let us celebrate Dunhuang and extend our congratulations to champion Chen Luo. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth lifted slightly. He had finally done it. He had become the Dark-type champion. Wang Gu, wake up. That officer has called us for assembly." Lu Guojun shouted to the still, slumbering Chen Luo. Puzzled, he wondered what kind of beautiful dream Wang Peng must have been having, as a smile lingered on his face, and he slept so soundly. Who was Wang Peng? Chen Luo was roused, glancing around. A dark-haired youth with unkempt hair was gazing at him. "Oh, it turns out it was a dream." Chen Luo rubbed his temples. "Thank you. I understand now," he replied to Lu Guojun. "Then, Wang Gu, I'll head out first." Lu Guojun quickly gathered his belongings and exited the tent. Chen Luo retrieved the crescent feather he had taken from his backpack the previous night. The crescent feather emitted a faint glow, pure and bright, like moonlight. It was no wonder it was an artifact of the dream god, Cresselia. The dream felt so vividly real. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. Indeed, the sensation of becoming the new Dark-type champion amid the crowd's cheers was truly delightful. He felt a tinge of reluctance as he reflected on it. After a brief wash and a light meal, he stepped out of the tent. In the morning light, the military camp buzzed with soldiers lined up for training. The central area, where the secret realm entrance was heavily guarded, had gathered a considerable crowd. Besides the solemn soldiers armed with weapons and their vigilant Pokémon, there were also the remaining 18 individuals, male and female, of varying ages, with the eldest appearing to be in his 40s. All eyes were fixed on the ancient portal, heavily shielded by alloy frameworks and energy barriers. At the center of the square, the intricate runes on the portal shimmered with an almost imperceptible energy sheen in the morning light. A colonel stood on a platform before the entrance, glanced at the time, and surveyed the crowd before proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Now that everyone is present, I will outline the rules for entering the Dunhuang's secret realm." His voice was commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. The secret realm will be open for 72 hours. Once time is up, regardless of where you are within the realm, you must return to the military base on the other side, where you will face the consequences. Second, the internal environment is complex and fraught with unknown dangers. The military will not provide internal protection, and all actions are undertaken at your own risk. Should you find yourself in peril, you may attempt to use the emergency signal flares distributed to you, but the arrival of rescue cannot be guaranteed. Third, it is strictly prohibited to carry any unregistered research equipment or weapons into the realm. Any violations will be met with severe penalties. Is that clear? Clear, the crowd responded, albeit somewhat half-heartedly. The officer nodded, retrieving an intricately crafted metallic device from a metal box, at the center of which lay a crystal pulsating with an unstable blue light. He approached a console-like apparatus adjacent to the entrance, evidently the key to unlocking the portal. As the key was turned, a deafening roar erupted. The deep rumble did not emanate from the outside world, but resonated from within the alloy portal itself. A powerful surge of life energy radiated outward like a tangible tide, rustling the garments of those present. "What an intense concentration of life energy," someone remarked. The energy barrier surrounding the alloy frame emitted a high-frequency hum, its brightness reaching an apex. The space at the center of the portal began to warp violently, ultimately stabilizing into a profound, swirling dark golden curtain of light. The scene within the curtain remained obscured, revealing only distorted rays and an abyssal darkness, exuding a potent and ancient gravitational pull of space. The entrance to the Dunhuang's secret realm is now open. May all trainers thrive on their journey. The officer's voice remained clear and robust amidst the energy's hum. Unable to contain their excitement any longer, the trainers sprang into action. "Wangge, let us go?" Lu Guojun said to Chen Luo, his expression inscrutable. Yet he recognized Chen Luo as the only familiar face among the 20, noting his possession of a seemingly unfathomable moon spirit, indicative of an extraordinary lineage. It was prudent to cultivate this relationship. Chen Luo nodded and moved toward the swirling dark golden curtain alongside Lu Guojun. The moment they stepped into the curtain, a formidable force of attraction enveloped them, elongating and distorting their surroundings, while a sudden sensation of weightlessness overtook them. It felt as though they were traversing a tunnel composed purely of energy, accompanied by the sound of space being torn asunder. Merely seconds later, they found solid ground beneath their feet, and the vista before them was unveiled. Contrary to their expectations of endless yellow sands and ancient ruins, they were instead greeted by an enormous military fortress, meticulously engineered and far exceeding the scale of the encampment beyond the mountains. They stood within a vast dome-like hall constructed from a robust amalgamation of high-strength alloys and rock. The hall was brilliantly illuminated, countless searchlights and energy lamps bathing the area in daylight-like brightness. The cold metallic floor beneath them bore distinct anti-slip patterns. The dimensions of the hall were astonishing, soaring several dozen meters high. Surrounding them were layers of complexly structured alloy platforms and passageways, reminiscent of a colossal beehive. Numerous soldiers, clad in desert camouflage akin to that outside but equipped with superior gear, patrolled the platforms or operated various intricate devices. The ambience of the entire hall was imbued with a chilling, efficient, and highly industrialized military essence. Rather than a mere entrance to a secret realm, it resembled a forward operating base established within an alternate space. Its scale and defensive capabilities surpassed those of the outpost beyond the mountains. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the hall, his acute perception heightened by his steady power, allowing him to instantly detect the atmosphere of ruthless determination. The soldiers here exuded a more formidable aura, and the Pokémon levels were evidently higher. "Welcome to the Dunhuang Secret Realm Forward Base, the Rock Fortress," a voice announced over the intercom. Chen Luo's steady power surged within him. The concentration of life energy here was twice that of the outside world, and this was without the eruption of a life energy tide. Training here for a single day would equate to several days of training outside. No wonder the Donghuang Alliance maintained such stringent control over access to the secret realm, as Pokémon emerging from within could significantly elevate their levels and enhance their qualifications. An officer escorted the 20 individuals outside, providing each with a signal flare and a timing wristband. All were required to return by the designated time, and those who failed to do so would be forcibly brought back by the soldiers tracing their locations. "Wangge, shall we go together?" Lu Guojun inquired. Though he was merely being courteous, inwardly hoping Chen Luo would decline. Chen Luo, aligning with Lu Guojun's unspoken wish, replied, "No, if we both find something valuable. It would complicate the distribution." Lu Guojun sighed in relief, realizing that Wang Peng was no fool. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Luo, he swiftly departed. Seeing no one around, Chen Luo released his Pokemon, the mischievous Croc, the fiery Meow, the troublemaker Imp, and the Moon Spirit. In such a rich atmosphere of life energy, every bit of absorption counted. There would be no second chance after this. The troublemaker Imp, having not been out for a while, attempted to sneak away as soon as it emerged. Chen Luo, wearing a stern expression, warned, "Troublemaker Imp, this is a secret realm, not the outside world. If you run amok and cause trouble, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Upon hearing this, the troublemaker Imp immediately halted, obediently retreating behind the mischievous Croc. Hee. How could I? I'm a good kid. I always listen to Big Brother. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, surveying his surroundings, which were characterized by barren, earthy-toned rocks. A stark landscape with only a pitiful number of trees. Occasional gusts of wind carried sand across the terrain, littered with rocky cliffs, eroded ravines, and sharp angles. Towering yellow rock pillars thrust upwards like the bones of a silent behemoth, piercing the gray, overcast sky. The heavens above were not a vibrant blue, but a stifling leaden gray. This place was far more desolate than the Wise Lake secret realm, Chen Luo remarked. Well, since we're here, we must explore. It would be a disservice to the goodwill of Sioux City Pokemon University not to. Throughout his journey, Chen Luo encountered few Pokemon. Only a handful of Geodudes munching on rare ores, and a few Rhydons strolling about. After approximately half an hour of travel, Chen Luo arrived at a vast, naturally formed rocky cavern. His steady power detected a rich concentration of life energy within. Clearly, there was something worthwhile to be found. Mischievous Croc, you go in and take a look first, Chen Luo instructed. Leave it to me. As the elder brother, I shall lead the way. This small task of clearing the path is mine to bear, the mischievous Croc affirmed. The troublemaker Imp cheered him on from the side, swiftly erecting a reflective barrier and light wall before the mischievous Croc. As the mischievous Croc stepped into the cavern entrance, a thunderous roar erupted from within a massive rock chamber. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, 3 colossal figures charged forth, blocking Chen Luo's team. It was a Steelix leading 2 Onyxes, clearly perceiving the intruders as threats to their territory. The Steelix's massive tail glimmered with white light as it swung toward the mischievous Croc. Its iron tail, mischievous Croc. Use Dragon Claw to block it. Chen Luo quickly reacted, commanding the mischievous Croc to counter. The mischievous Croc conjured a dragon-type energy composed of green and blue hues, manifesting 2 gigantic claws to meet the Steelix's iron tail. The Steelix's tail collided with the troublemaker Imp's reflective barrier, but due to the level disparity, the attack's power was merely reduced by a tenth. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. As the dragon's claw collided with the iron tail, the scrappy crocodile was sent staggering back several meters. However, the steel serpent was also toppled to the ground. Chen Luo activated his data vision to assess the steel serpent alongside the 2 Onyxes. The steel serpent was at level 40, while the 2 Onyxes were merely at level 30. The experience points were on their way. Moonlight Elf, provide support from the side. He commanded. Fiery Meow, unleash Flamethrower on the steel serpent, and Mischievous Sprite, use Fake Cry. Chapter 67, A Bounty of Gains. With a fierce shake of its somewhat numbed claw, the scrappy crocodile's ferocity intensified. This creature was indeed quite resilient, yet still somewhat lacking compared to that grand dragonfly. Upon receiving Chen Luo's directive, the mischievous Sprite, fueled by its mischievous nature, prioritized using transformation moves. Wah. The mischievous Sprite immediately ceased its playful demeanor, covering its eyes with its tiny paws, and emitted a chilling, distressing wail that pierced the air. The intangible waves of energy surged forth like an enchanting melody, enveloping the steel serpent and the 2 Onyxes that were about to pounce. Their eyes displayed signs of agitation and confusion, while the energy radiating from their bodies dimmed considerably. Their special defense had been significantly weakened. Meow? Fiery Meow was already poised for action, its chest swelling as a searing column of fire erupted forth. The flames struck the steel serpent, which had just regained its footing, with pinpoint accuracy. The fire type's advantage over the steel type was vividly manifested at that moment. The intense heat caused the steel serpent's cold metallic body to emit a hissing sound from the scorching burns, coupled with the drastically diminished special defense. Even though the steel serpent was at a higher level than Fiery Meow, it sustained considerable damage. The steel serpent let out a pained roar, its massive form writhing in agony. Scrappy Crocodile, use Low Kick. Chen Luo seized the opportunity. Low Kick, a fighting-type move, grows more powerful the heavier the opponent is. Typically, the steel serpent weighs around 400 kilograms, but this particular one was clearly a slave master, its size exceeding 450 kilograms. Meanwhile, the two onyxes were notably lighter than the average. They attempted to assist, but the mischievous sprite suddenly darted in front of them, chattering incessantly. Chen Luo understood the gist of its words, suggesting that the two onyxes were more than capable of rivaling the steel serpent and questioning why they remained subordinate to it. Though I am merely a mischievous sprite, I have heard tales of a legendary onyx that remains silent until it makes an astounding entrance. I see you two as true dragons. I, the mischievous sprite, wish to aid you in achieving the stature of the steel serpent. When the winds stir, you shall transform into dragons. The mischievous sprite danced and pranced, even climbing atop the onyx's heads to deliver its flattery. Its mischievous nature reached its peak. And who could resist such charming words? Chen Luo watched, speechless, as the mischievous sprite forged bonds with the onyxes. The two onyxes appeared dazed, their heads adorned with swirling confusion. Yet, their confidence surged as their special attack amplified significantly. However, due to the confusion, they veered toward a nearby stone pillar. On the other side, the scrappy crocodile and the steel serpent's battle neared its conclusion. The scrappy crocodile's powerful right leg gathered fighting energy as it kicked toward the steel serpent's tail. With the combination of low kick and type advantage, the attack sent the steel serpent crashing down, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Chen Luo called out to the mischievous sprite, still engrossed in its persuasion of the onyxes. Enough of the games, mischievous sprite. The mischievous sprite slid down the onyx's bodies like a slide, chuckling mischievously, then turned to the scrappy crocodile and exclaimed, "Hey, am I awesome or what?" The scrappy crocodile gave a thumbs up, its teeth gleaming. "Indeed, you are my little brother." Chen Luo shook his head, feeling that the scene was somewhat off-kilter. The scrappy crocodile cleared the path as the group of 4 Pokémon and Chen Luo ventured into the cave. Inside, the light was exceedingly dim, illuminated only by patches of moss on the rocky walls that emitted a faint phosphorescent glow. The air was damp and cool, carrying the scent of stone and earth. Yet, the vibrant life energy emanating from deeper within acted like a magnet, beckoning them onward. "Moonlight elf, shine," Chen Luo whispered. "Moonlight." The moonlight elf gracefully leaped ahead, enveloped in a soft yet penetrating silvery glow. Like a miniature moon, it instantly dispelled a vast swath of darkness, illuminating the interior of the cave. The sudden brightness startled the cave's native inhabitants. Flap flap, several Zubat, hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, were agitated by the intense light, emitting sharp cries and flapping their wings in panicked disarray within the narrow confines of the cave. In the shadows of a corner, a single Gollet, its eye gleaming like a ruby, clutched several glimmering fragments, watching warily. Its deep blue body, akin to a gemstone, deftly manipulated the ores, seemingly savoring their energy. After being exposed to the harsh light, the Zubat emitted disgruntled growls, clutching their oars as they swiftly retreated into the crevices of the rock walls, leaving behind only a few ruby-like gazes flickering in the dark. The scrappy crocodile surveyed its surroundings cautiously, feeling an unsettling atmosphere. The mischievous sprite, however, curiously stared at the spot where the Gollet had vanished, pondering whether those glowing stones were edible. Fiery Meow flicked its tail, warding off the chilling currents that sought to draw near. Chen Luo continued onward, discovering astonishing traces. The further he ventured, the more astonished he became. Signs of human artistry were everywhere. Various architectural structures, even remnants of wooden beams. Though the path beneath his feet had been worn down by time, the orderly layout was still discernible. This was no natural formation. The rock walls no longer bore the rawness of nature, but instead displayed smooth surfaces hewn by human hands, with grooves indicating supportive structures. Even more striking were the remnants of murals, thickly coated in dust, yet defiantly revealing their existence. The lines of the murals were ancient and rugged, their colors long faded, yet the depicted forms were unmistakable. Various Pokémon. Some were depicted in flight, others in motion, seemingly executing moves. Though battered and worn, they resembled frozen history, silently narrating that this place was far from wild. Here, indeed, once lived people, Chen Luo murmured, his eyes filled with awe and curiosity. He crouched down, running his fingers over the cold rock wall, feeling the depth of the engravings. The stone-carving clan may have been capable of excavating caves and undertaking engineering projects, but leaving behind such narrative murals seemed more like the handiwork of an intelligent being. He gazed at the blurred yet dynamic outlines of Pokémon in the murals, realizing that these traces had likely slumbered for millennia. Chen Luo arrived at a relatively flat area. discovering scattered black ores that shimmered with a cold, metallic luster. Item: hard stone. Quality: high. Description: when carried, the power of rock-type moves is significantly enhanced. Without hesitation, Chen Luo secured these hard stones into his backpack, knowing their worth was at least several million. Indeed, the secret realm was abundant, and it was no wonder everyone was eager to break their heads to enter. As Chen Luo pressed forward, he continued to reap bountiful rewards: soft sand, luminous clay, precious bones, and several stones and gems from the ground. As Chen Luo continued his journey, following the rich vein of life energy, he was suddenly jolted by a violent tremor, akin to an earthquake, causing him to sway unsteadily. The rumble echoed ominously. Could the cave be collapsing? Chen Luo considered himself somewhat fortunate. Surely, fate would not be so cruel. He sensed two formidable energies approaching his direction. Turning to the right, he was met with the sight of several armored rhinoceroses leading a throng of armored tyrannosaurs and armored rhinos rushing towards him. Glancing to the left, he saw a group of golems accompanied by a flurry of small golems also barreling towards him. Damn it! Am I to be caught in the crossfire between these two factions? Whatever happened to martial ethics? The leaders of both sides were formidable gym-level Pokemon, levels 67 and 66. Chen Luo lacked the audacity to allow them to use him as a training dummy. Should the golems decide they were outmatched and resort to self-detonation, no amount of lives would suffice to survive such an explosion. This won't do. I must find a Pokemon with the damp ability upon my return. At that moment, the tension was palpable. Lunala, use Roar. Chen Luo's voice was nearly drowned out by the thunderous stampede, yet the bond with Lunala required no further words. In an instant, Lunala unleashed a breathtaking aura. The pressure of its elite status radiated outward, as a terrifying wave of dark energy coalesced in its throat, transforming into a black sound wave that tore through the air, exuding both intimidation and destructive force. The sound wave surged forth like an invisible tsunami, striking with a soul-chilling power against the two rushing torrents of rock. Bam! The invisible sound wave collided first with the golems on the left. The foremost golems and small golems were struck as though by an unseen hammer, their movements abruptly frozen, expressions contorted with pain and fear, their momentum halted, with several of the weaker small golems fainting from the shock. The leader of the golems roared in fury, but the terrifying sound wave forced it back, causing its massive form to sway violently, its speed significantly reduced. The herd of armored rhinoceroses on the right also felt the tremendous impact. The lower-level armored rhinos and armored tyrannosaurs were thoroughly intimidated by the malicious roar, their steps faltering and colliding with one another. However, the leading armored rhinoceroses, being larger and heavier, while momentarily slowed by the sound wave, still charged forward with a fierce glint in their eyes, intent on crushing everything in their path. Let us go, Lunala. Chen Luo commanded with urgency, not pausing for a moment as he dashed towards the source of the most concentrated life energy, accompanied by his Pokemon. Behind him, the furious sounds of crashing from the golems and armored rhinoceroses reverberated, accompanied by the thunderous roar of collapsing rocks. This was perilously close. After a moment of panic subsided, Chen Luo found himself in the deepest part of the cave. The scene before him was a stark contrast to the desolation he had just traversed. He stood in an expansive, cavernous space, as if the entire mountain's belly had been hollowed out. In the center of this vastness stood an immense, ancient stone door, solid and imposing. The door was firmly shut, its surface covered in weathered markings, yet intricate and mysterious engravings were still discernible. Chen Luo's innate sense of vitality indicated that the rich life energy lay within. Although he sensed danger, he had come this far. Gyarados, go and open the stone door. Go. This task was entrusted to his loyal companion, Gyarados. With a great heave, Gyarados managed to budge the stone door just slightly. Unsatisfied, it summoned all its strength again. The door creaked ominously as dust cascaded downwards. Gyarados, why are you so weak? This won't do. You need to train harder. Gyarados' expression faltered at Chen Luo's words. What did you just call me? Weak? Weak? With a fierce determination, Gyarados flexed its muscles. Even if you are my trainer, you cannot call me weak. With a final roar, Gyarados pushed the door open, panting heavily. It approached Chen Luo, hands on its hips, tiny eyes glaring at him. Am I weak? Chen Luo hadn't anticipated that his words would carry such weight. Apologies, Gyarados. You are far from weak. You are destined to become the strongest rogue crocodile in history. Gyarados nodded in satisfaction, crossing its arms. Let us proceed inside and investigate. Chen Luo beckoned his Pokemon as they stepped into the inner sanctum. To his astonishment, the space beyond the stone door was not a hall or corridor, but a magnificent, nearly circular natural cavern. The ceiling soared into the darkness above, and the rich life energy enveloped him. Wow, this place is enormous. Chen Luo marveled. Akin to a child discovering a grand garden. He moved closer to inspect the surroundings, where 4 Pokémon were intricately carved into the walls. Is that the Toilet King and its 3 little minions? He felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Having encountered numerous mythical Pokémon before, he was not overly astounded. My constitution is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Mythical Pokémon seem to collide with me like fate. This secret realm had existed for countless years without being discovered, and yet, within mere hours of his arrival, he had encountered such wonders. Am I truly the protagonist? Chen Luo pondered repeatedly. Gyarados? Gyarados looked at him with a bewildered expression, as if questioning his sanity. What do you mean? If I weren't the protagonist, how could you aspire to become the greatest rogue crocodile of all time? Chen Luo retorted. Go. Gyarados nodded, conceding, then I shall remain the protagonist, and you shall become the greatest rogue crocodile. Chen Luo circled the chamber, realizing that the walls were adorned with murals. At the center of these murals stood 3 towering giants, each composed of different elemental materials, portrayed in an attitude of profound reverence. The leftmost giant was crafted from translucent, deep blue ice, sharp and exuding a chilling aura. It was none other than the legendary ice pillar, Regice. Its form leaned forward, its icy gaze fixed upward. The rightmost giant was forged from an unknown alloy gleaming with a cold, silvery sheen, its structure as precise as the most perfect of mechanical constructs. The steel pillar, Registeel, also tilted slightly forward, energy seemingly coursing through its metallic joints, its gaze directed toward a common point. The central giant, the most colossal and imposing, was formed from countless weathered boulders of a tawny hue, its texture resembling the very veins of the earth, emanating an ancient and unyielding solidity. The rock pillar, Regirock, appeared as though it were the embodiment of the earth itself, bowing slightly, its stony gaze filled with reverence. At the center of the worship being paid by these 3 giants, inscribed upon the towering wall above the murals, was an even grander and more breathtaking figure. It seemed to be an enormous primordial slab, pieced together as if it had existed since the dawn of time, its form ancient and weighty, radiating an unparalleled authority to dominate the earth. Is that the Toilet King? Diminished to a secondary deity by Arceus and bestowed with an attribute that even dogs would disdain. Chen Luo captured this miraculous event with his mobile phone, documenting the phenomenon. Regigigas stood silently atop the mural, akin to a slumbering creator deity, receiving the eternal worship of the 3 sacred pillars. Yet, where were the electric and dragon pillars? Chen Luo pondered, perplexed. Had the electric and dragon pillars yet to be discovered? It seemed unlikely. He scanned his surroundings once more, but found no trace of that rich life energy. What a letdown. Is this all there is? I've come all this way for nothing. Chen Luo lamented, disheartened to find that aside from the mural, there was nothing else. He counted his Pokémon, Mischievous Croc, Heat Meow, Moon Eevee, and the Troublemaker. Wait, where's the Troublemaker? He glanced toward Mischievous Croc. I don't see it anywhere, Mischievous Croc replied, looking around. I have no idea. Aren't you its trainer? You're supposed to be its leader. At that moment, Moon Eevee pointed in a direction. Moon, following its gaze, Chen Luo discovered the Troublemaker in a corner, seemingly engaged in some playful antics. Troublemaker, I told you not to run off, he admonished as he approached, grasping the creature by the scruff of its neck. Hee. The Troublemaker giggled, pointing at something on the ground. What is it? Chen Luo followed its gesture and found a black symbol resembling the letter A, with a single eye fixed upon him. An unknown totem. Chen Luo realized he had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. The symbol represented the Pokémon Unknown Totem, which, while not particularly powerful, was shrouded in mystery. Far more enigmatic than many mythical Pokémon. There existed 28 forms of the unknown, corresponding to the 26 letters of the Latin alphabet, with 2 additional forms representing the exclamation and question marks. Chen Luo understood that the unknown totem possessed the ability to traverse space and time, a truly bizarre phenomenon. The Troublemaker chuckled again, then pointed upward. Chen Luo looked up, and in an instant, a chill ran down his spine as his pupils dilated. Above him, countless unknown totems drifted down from the dim cavern ceiling, their presence overwhelming. Troublemaker, look what you've done. You'll be in trouble when we get back. The Troublemaker, however, appeared unfazed, as if it hadn't summoned them. Come back, everyone. Chen Luo recalled all but Moon Eevee. He finally understood what that rich life energy was. The innumerable unknown totems were precisely what he sought. Moon Eevee, let us hurry before they take action. Moon Eevee responded affirmatively. Chen Luo dashed forward. Although the unknown totems lacked offensive power, they had once birthed Nti. He surmised that their numbers here likely exceeded those at the Crystal Tower. Who knew what monstrous beings they could conjure? Moreover, the eerie spatial and temporal abilities could lead him anywhere. There was no time to waste. Just as Chen Luo turned to flee, the entire cavern trembled violently. A resonant hum filled the air, not merely a sound, but a lamentation of space itself. A high-frequency vibration that resonated through Chen Luo's bones and organs. The darkened vault above, previously obscured, was now illuminated by a multitude of glimmering, azure eyes. Akin to a starry galaxy, countless unknown totems emerged from the crevices of the rocks, coalescing and hovering in the air. Their forms varied, with letters A, B, C, X, Y, Z, and even the peculiar shapes representing question and exclamation marks mingling among them. Together, they formed a bizarre nebula composed of living symbols, constantly shifting and changing. At the center of this celestial array floated the A-shaped unknown totem, the one initially discovered by the troublemaker, its immense single eye glowing with a brilliant azure light. As if it were the core initiating some arcane ritual, Chen Luo felt the ground beneath him turn unreal, akin to a surface of water. As his body lost all sense of weight, he watched in terror as the brief distance between himself and the stone door began to warp. The outline of the door blurred like oil paint dissolving in water, ultimately vanishing from view. In its place emerged a colossal vortex, swirling rapidly, emanating a ghostly blue light from the innumerable unknown totems. I don't want to traverse again. Chen Luo's cries were drowned by the hum of space. He felt an irresistible force grasp him and Moon Eevee, yanking them toward the luminous vortex's center. His vision was consumed by blinding blue light, and his body seemed to disintegrate into its most fundamental particles, only to be reassembled in another dimension. The very concepts of time and space became utterly chaotic in that moment. Countless unknown totems gazed coldly and intently, their scrutiny etched into his perception like a brand. Time lost all meaning. Perhaps it was a fleeting instant, or perhaps an eternity. Suddenly, that nauseating sensation of spatial tearing vanished, and the weight of gravity pulled Chen Luo back into reality. He stumbled to the ground, the hard surface and the dust-laden air provoking a fit of coughing. Moon Eevee, are you all right? Chen Luo called out urgently. Moon Eevee nodded. Not far from him, it quickly adjusted its stance, arching its body. Its deep purple fur bristling as it scanned the surroundings warily. What have I landed in this time? Chen Luo struggled to raise his head. The sight before him causing him to forget the pain coursing through his body, his pupils constricting in shock. The intensity of his astonishment surpassed even that of witnessing the horde of unknown totems in the cavern. It was scorching. It was vast. He found himself at the bottom of an unfathomably immense pit. Looking up, he saw the steep walls towering into the clouds. As if a primordial giant had cleaved the earth with a colossal axe, leaving behind a gaping wound. The sky was a strange, coppery hue, as if scorched by intense heat, with heavy clouds rolling, tinged in dark red and iron gray. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, the stifling taste of scorching rock dust, and an energy far more primal and feral than that found in the cave. This energy surged like an invisible heat wave, searing his skin and constricting his breath. The ground of the pit was not soil but rather exposed rock, gleaming in dark red or obsidian-like luster. Is this Blue Star? Have I been transported again? Chen Luo's voice was hoarse and incredulous. This was even more bewildering than his previous venture into the Wisdom Lake's secret realm. At that moment, a powerful roar, sharp as metal scraping, pierced through the air. Roar! The ferocious sound echoed, reminiscent of an ancient beast. Chen Luo peered around the obstructing boulders, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of several elephantine Pokémon. It was a Donphan, thank goodness. Still within the Pokémon world. But wait, something was amiss. The elephantine Pokémon before him was several sizes larger than any Donphan he knew. Its tusks longer and adorned with jagged spikes. This was not Donphan. It was a Mega Donphan. Mega Donphan, the Paradox Pokémon, the ancient variant of Donphan. What in the world? How is there a Mega Donphan here? Blue Star barely has any 9th generation Pokémon. Where did this Mega Donphan come from? Chen Luo had become numb from shock today. If this continued, hypertension was inevitable. If Chen Luo was not mistaken, this place was the Pit of Pasha? The name flashed through his mind in an instant, and combined with the unique topography and environment, as well as those Pokémon forms that existed only in legends and paradoxes. A terrifying conclusion detonated in his heart. He abruptly turned around, gazing at the spot where he and his Umbreon had fallen. A Almost imperceptible ripple of spatial fluctuation lingered in the air. The group of unknown totems that had dragged them here had long since vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the omnipresent, primal, and rich life energy remained, alongside the ferocious roars of beasts from the depths of the pit. Echoing the laws of survival of the fittest from the primordial era, this reminded Chen Luo of a chilling reality. He had been exiled to another world, the Pidgeot pit, by the unknown totem group. Mischievous little demon. Chen Luo felt like crying yet could shed no tears. You have truly stirred up a monumental mess this time. Chapter 69, I captured Pokemon. Well, since I'm here, what has to be done? Is it not said that there is always a way out? As long as Chen Luo wished to leave, a path would lie beneath his feet. First, let us capture a few paradox Pokemon to test the waters. Come forth, Scraggy, Heatmore, and mischievous little demon. Scrag. Meow. Hee. The three Pokemon were equally bewildered. Where are we? This is the Pidgeot pit. We have been transported to another world by the unknown totems. I must clarify that there are no energy cubes for you here. You'll have to scavenge the leftover berries from others, Chen Luo explained. Scrag. Meow. Upon hearing this, Scraggy and Heatmore immediately pinned the mischievous little demon to the ground, giving it a thorough rubbing. Accustomed to the finest energy cubes, they could not settle for the leftovers. Though the berries were delectable, they could not accept them. The mischievous little demon knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy, tears streaming down its face. Wah! I was wrong, my two big brothers. I shouldn't have teased that little thing. Seeing the mischievous little demon getting punished, Chen Luo chuckled softly and said, all right, the mischievous little demon knows its mistake. The most important thing for us now is to leave this place. However, before we depart, Chen Luo crouched behind a boulder. Observing the three Majestic Tusk Pokemon. Majestic Tusk, level 47, qualification, gym ready. Majestic Tusk, level 43, qualification, gym. As usual, Scraggy and Heatmore would lead the charge, with the mischievous little demon providing support, and Umbreon would serve as the vanguard. The four Pokemon nodded in agreement. Let us go. Scraggy, use Spike Attack. Heatmore, unleash Flamethrower. Mischievous little demon, set up Reflect. The four Pokemon swiftly entered battle mode, their expressions grave as they nodded. Scraggy roared, its claws striking the ground with force. The surrounding rock formations trembled violently, shattering, as countless sharp stones the size of millstones were swept up by an invisible force, hurtling towards the Majestic Tusk. Meow. Heatmore inhaled deeply, its chest swelling as a searing, orange flame erupted from its mouth. Hey! The mischievous little demon, startled by the shout, hastily thrust its hands forward. A massive, translucent energy wall composed of countless shimmering hexagonal grids instantly unfurled before Scraggy and Heatmore. Boom! The rock blade from Spike Attack crashed against the Majestic Tusk's thick armor with a sound like a thunderous drum, sending fragments flying. The Majestic Tusk staggered, turning to face the incoming assault. The Flamethrower also struck another Majestic Tusk, but due to the significant level difference, the effect was minimal. Roar! However, the Majestic Tusk charged towards Chen Luo, its body erupting with a strange energy. Whoa, the ancient activation has triggered. The Majestic Tusk completely disregarded the presence of the Reflect Wall, emitting a deafening roar. Its massive form unleashed an astonishing speed that belied its size. It propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, causing the earth to crack and collapse beneath it. Instead of charging directly at its attackers, it stomped down fiercely, creating a piercing shriek as it struck the ground. Heavy stomp. Boom. An observable, terrifying shockwave emanated from the point of impact, expanding in a fan shape towards Scraggy and Heatmore. Where the shockwave passed, the hard ground rolled and shattered like waves. The Reflect Wall flickered violently upon encountering the impact of this pure physical force, barely holding for a moment before emitting a brittle crack, shattering like glass. Light shards scattered. The residual force of the shockwave crashed into Scraggy and Heatmore, who had just executed their moves. Scraggy was sent reeling, staggering back as its health surged, the ground beneath it fracturing with each step. Meow. Heatmore managed to escape quickly, otherwise, that blow would have depleted all its stamina. Roar. The other two Majestic Tusk also charged towards Chen Luo. Three colossal beasts, embodying a destructive frenzy, marched forward with the weight of war drums, trampling towards the retreating Scraggy and Heatmore. The ground trembled violently beneath their advance. Roar. Umbreon. Umbreon shook its head with a wry smile. Chen Luo, you're still too impatient. Shouldn't you have sent me in earlier? Use Psychic. Chen Luo decided to stop struggling. Scraggy and the others could just gain experience on the sidelines. an invisible yet weighty psychic force, as heavy as a towering mountain and vast as an endless sea of stars, suddenly descended. Although Umbreon's special attack was not particularly strong, it could still crush the three majestic Tusk of over level 40 with overwhelming force. The three majestic Tusk, charging recklessly, collided with an invisible, unyielding wall of size. Roar? The leading majestic Tusk, its furious crimson eyes replaced with shock and agony, felt its once proud massive body and terrifying power shrink to insignificance before this psychic force. Deep purple psychic energy, like countless resilient chains, instantly coiled around the three majestic Tusk. Their charging motions halted abruptly, their enormous bodies forcibly lifted off the ground. Roar! The terrified roars echoed throughout the pit. Three titanic beings, collectively weighing several tons, were now like puppets held by an invisible hand, their limbs flailing helplessly in the air, their heavy armor creaking under the strain. No, you attacked us right away. Why are you escalating the intensity now? One majestic Tusk was slammed to the ground, its eyes spiraling in defeat. Go, Poké Balls! Without hesitation, he threw 3 Ultra Balls. Bang, bang, bang. This was Chen Luo's first time throwing Poké Balls in this world to capture Pokemon. Reflecting on my earlier blunders as a Pokemon trainer, I can't help but feel embarrassed. When I captured the fiery Meowth, I carelessly unleashed my Poké Ball right in its face, the Ultra Ball practically colliding with its forehead. Chen Luo stepped forward to retrieve the ball, placing 3 Ultra Balls into his backpack. Thankfully, I have you, Moonivi. Such is the advantage of having a guardian, isn't it? Chen Luo spent the entire morning wandering around the Pidgeot crater, successfully capturing 2 Sandshrews, 2 Gloom, and even a Screech Tail in a nearby cave. Yet, the Pokemon he yearned for most, Roaring Moon and Winged Dawn, remained elusive. Where are you, Roaring Moon? Please show yourself. I promise you a life of luxury if you join me. Although Gloom is also a Dark-type Pokemon, it does not meet Chen Luo's standards, merely fitting for temporary use. After all, Gloom lacks the reliability of a steadfast companion. As for why Chen Luo is intent on capturing Winged Dawn, he has just made a fateful decision that defies his ancestors. Henceforth, I, Chen Luo, shall be known as the eternal rogue of the Chen family. However, the sheer power of Winged Dawn's stats, its unfathomable skill set, and its captivating appearance have left Chen Luo utterly enthralled. Winged Dawn, where are you? Just as Chen Luo was about to take a moment to eat and rest, an unexpected voice reached his ears. Rayquaza, use Dragon Dance. Just as he took a sip of water, he nearly choked. What? Rayquaza? Don't mess with me. Who could command Rayquaza? Chen Luo turned sharply toward the source of the voice. There, in the sky, a colossal black dragon danced gracefully, swirling amidst the clouds. Rayquaza, and it's shiny. Despite having witnessed many grand spectacles, the sight of a shiny Rayquaza left Chen Luo utterly astonished. He wouldn't have been shocked to see a Kingler, but a shiny Rayquaza? Who could remain unfazed by such a sight? Wait a moment, Pidgeot Crater, shiny Rayquaza Lucius. Chen Luo called out to his Pokemon and dashed toward the majestic black Rayquaza. Beneath a waterfall, a strikingly handsome man draped in a black cloak, with flowing blue hair, commanded the black Rayquaza to attack a Pokemon resembling Nti. This creature bore a primitive, untamed form, covered in rough, dark red armor resembling cooled lava, with powerful limbs and sharp claws. Instead of Nti's elegant mane, it sported sharp black rock spikes that rose like flames, forming a crown-like structure. The most captivating feature was the chaotic, roiling mass of red energy on its back, reminiscent of liquid magma, exuding an overwhelming heat. This was the ancient form of Nti, the paradoxical Pokemon, Rupture Flame. Surrounding the handsome man were formidable Pokemon, including Galarian Moltres, Scyther, Lapras, and Oliva. Beside him stood a little girl with yellow hair, cradling a blue turtle. Incredible! I've truly stumbled upon the legendary trainer Lucius at the very moment he captured Rupture Flame. Chen Luo quickly took out his phone to snap pictures of Lucius and his Pokemon. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to witness such a gathering of legendary Pokemon. Especially that black Rayquaza. If this were in the Dongwon Alliance, they'd probably accuse you of photoshopping it. I've never even seen a green Rayquaza, let alone a black one. At that moment, the black Rayquaza completed its dragon dance, its power reaching its zenith. Lucius's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his arm, he commanded, Rayquaza, paint the dragon. A thunderous roar echoed through the entire Pidgeot crater, as if it could tear through the fabric of time and space. The massive black Rayquaza transformed into a dark meteor, streaking through the sky with an intensity that enveloped it in a brilliant golden dragon energy. Coalescing into a colossal golden dragon head, a manifestation of pure power. Its target was none other than the poised Rupture Flame below. The speed and ferocity of the attack left Chen Luo breathless, as if the very air had been solidified by the impact. Rupture Flame sensed the imminent threat, its crimson energy erupting like a volcano. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas toward the descending black meteor. A cataclysmic collision was imminent. Chapter 70, Lucius. The roar resonated with an otherworldly force, sending shockwaves through Chen Luo's ears, nearly halting his heartbeat. The once graceful black Rayquaza had transformed into a harbinger of destruction, enveloped in a tangible golden flame of flying energy. In its dive, it conjured a gigantic dragon phantom. Fangs bared and eyes filled with overwhelming power, locking onto Rupture Flame below, which braced itself for the impending battle. The red energy on Rupture Flame's back erupted violently, opening its maw, not with ordinary flames, but with a massive eruption of ancient earth energy, resembling a molten flow. The colossal flames surged upward, defiantly meeting the descending black star. A thunderous boom resonated, an explosion too immense for words to capture, as if two celestial bodies had collided. Moon EV, use Protect. Moon EV unfurled a protective barrier, shielding Chen Luo and his companions from the impending shockwave. Should they be caught in the blast, even survival would be a matter of luck. Smoke, water vapor, and chaotic energy swirled violently, obscuring everything. All that could be seen were the fierce flashes of golden and crimson light, each flicker accompanied by the anguished cries of a straining space. Rupture Flame's agonized roars pierced through the chaos, clearly struggling against the overwhelming force of Rayquaza's signature move. After several moments, the energy storm began to wane. The deep pit had been blasted into a massive crater, with molten rock forming at the edges. As the smoke and mist slowly settled, the scene of the battlefield emerged. The black Rayquaza remained suspended in the air, its lustrous scales now slightly tarnished by soot. Below, Rupture Flame appeared far worse for wear. The glow of the lava energy on its back had dimmed significantly, especially at the point where it bore the brunt of the impact. Its shell cracked and caved in. Its powerful limbs trembled as it struggled to maintain its stance, head drooping and emitting weak, defiant growls. Lucius stood at the edge of the platform, his black cloak billowing in the residual winds. His handsome face remained impassive, as if the cataclysmic clash had been nothing out of the ordinary. Slowly, he raised his hand, revealing a heavy sphere with an ancient design that shimmered with a unique metallic sheen in his palm. Now is the moment. His voice remained steady but carried an undeniable resolution. Go. With a deft flick of his wrist, Lucius sent the ancient, weighty Poké Ball soaring through the air, tracing an impeccable arc before striking the battered carapace of the skyward flame. Bang! A burst of red light erupted, enveloping the colossal figure of the skyward flame and drawing it into the ball. Buzz! 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 The Poké Ball landed on the ground, shaking violently as the crimson light flickered urgently. Ding! A melodious and clear sound of success resonated, echoing like celestial music in the now silent pit. The Poké Ball ceased its tremors, resting quietly on the scorching rocky surface. With a smile illuminating his face, Lucius approached and bent down to retrieve the Poké Ball that contained the ancient beast. Skyward Flame, I have captured you. Success. Truly, Lucius, you have gathered 6 Pokemon now, including the young Talabagos cradled by the golden-haired girl, Lister, who is none other than the great-great-grandmother of the protagonist, Rico. Haha. All thanks to the powers of the Sky Guardian. Oh, and I must express my gratitude to you, Lister, for cheering me on from behind. Hey, little brother. Where are you? What are you doing over there? Lucius called out cheerfully to Chen Luo, who stood a short distance away. Chen Luo approached with an air of composure and greeted them. Hi, good afternoon to both of you. Have you eaten yet? Chen Luo felt a peculiar sensation, wondering why he could understand Lucius's words. Could it be that the entire world spoke the Eastern Huang language? Ha ha ha, little brother, your words have made me hungry. Shall we share a meal? Lucius's friendly demeanor shone through, disregarding any reservations about Chen Luo's identity. Lister remained silent, unconditionally trusting Lucius. Chen Luo took out food and Pokemon energy blocks from his backpack, distributing them among Lucius and his Pokemon. Oh my, what kind of noodles are these? They are exquisite. I've never tasted such delicious noodles before, Lucius exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he relished the freshly prepared instant noodles. The delight was palpable. Even the 6 heroes devoured the top-tier energy blocks Chen Luo shared with them, particularly the Galarian Moltres, for whom Chen Luo had prepared an abundance of elite Dark-type energy blocks. Even the Black Sky Guardian lay on the ground, voraciously consuming its meal. Telebagos approached the mischievous sprite, pointing at the energy block in its bowl, inquiring if it could partake. The mischievous sprite hesitated, recalling Chen Luo's earlier words about only eating berries in the future. However, the rowdy croc, noticing the stinginess of the mischievous sprite, playfully smacked it and then offered its energy block to Telebagos. Telebagos took a bite, a look of bliss spreading across its face. Bago, bago, this is delicious. The rowdy croc scolded the mischievous sprite. You need to learn to take care of your little brothers. Lucius patted his belly, exclaiming, so full, so satisfied. That was delightful. Burp. Chen Luo watched in astonishment as Lucius finished 6 bowls of instant noodles, questioning if they were truly that delectable. Lucius, with a warm smile, expressed, thank you for the hospitality, little brother. It was truly delightful. By the way, I still don't know your name or where you're from. Oh, I am Chen Luo. As for where I come from, it's a bit complicated. Let's just say I'm not from this world. I was transported here by an unknown totem. Chen Luo briefly explained his origins, not concealing the truth. If it were someone else, he might have withheld some details, but this was Lucius, a man who would sacrifice his life to save the world. Such a person is deemed a hero. How could a hero ever harm another? Oh, Chen Luo, you're not from this world? Lister exclaimed in surprise. Lucius rested his chin on his hand, stating, the unknown totem indeed possesses the ability to tear through space and time. Yes, I was pondering how I would return. If too much time passes, I can only imagine how worried my parents and friends must be, Chen Luo sighed, contemplating the differences in the flow of time between this world and his original one. Lucius, forming a fist with his hands, clapped them together. All right, since you, little brother Chen Luo, treated us to such delicious noodles, we shall help you find your way home. Lister beamed at Lucius, offering no dissent. Lucius is indeed a warm-hearted individual. As long as others show him kindness, he repays it tenfold, just as he once saved himself. Chen Luo felt a swell of emotion. Truly, Lucius was a legendary trainer. Thank you very much, brother Lucius. Lucius stood up and stretched. Then let us not delay. We must set off quickly to ease the worries of little brother Chen Luo's family. Chen Luo interjected, by the way, brother Lucius, do you know where I might find the Roaring Moon and the Iron Valiant in the Pidgeot crater? I wish to capture these 2 Pokemon. At that moment, Lister chimed in. I remember there's a Roaring Moon in that direction, but I truly don't know where to find the Iron Valiant. Lister pointed toward a specific direction. Chen Luo felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems he must indeed become the man destined to be the Dark-type champion. Yet, he could not bear to part with his sister. How wonderful. I kindly ask brother Lucius and sister Lister to help me capture a Roaring Moon. Chen Luo feigned calmness. Lucius and Lister readily agreed. Let us ride my Sky Guardian. Lucius leaped onto the back of the black Sky Guardian, extending a hand to pull Chen Luo up. At that moment, Chen Luo felt Lucius was the most handsome man in the world, without exception. How was it possible that one day he, Chen Luo, would soar through the skies atop the black Sky Guardian? Chen Luo recalled his Pokemon, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and grasped Lucius's outstretched hand tightly. Lucius's hand was warm and strong. With a gentle pull, Chen Luo felt his body lighten and found himself securely seated upon the expansive, resilient back of the Sky Guardian. The creature's form was even larger than he had imagined, and merely sitting upon it allowed him to sense the immense power that lay beneath, capable of shaking the very earth. Ready yourself. Lucius laughed heartily, patting the Sky Guardian's neck. Sky Guardian, let us depart. With a resounding roar, the Sky Guardian emitted a deep, resonant cry, seemingly in response. In the next instant, its massive form surged into the sky. Wow, this is exhilarating, Chen Luo exclaimed, a rush of weightlessness enveloping him. Hold on tight, Chen Luo, we're about to accelerate. Lucius's voice, filled with mirth, rang clear even amidst the roaring wind. The view expanded dramatically. The grandeur of the Paldea crater unfolded below them like a magnificent painting. Towering cliffs scraped the clouds, jagged and steep as if carved by the axes of ancient giants. The sinuous rivers of lava flowed like the lifeblood of the earth, glowing a deep crimson. Enormous prehistoric fern forests blanketed portions of the landscape like a verdant carpet. Above the crater, the copper-hued clouds rolled low, seemingly within reach. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and primal energy, intensified by the unique chill of high altitudes. Meanwhile, Lister, cradling Telebagos, sat astride the Galarian Moltres. Gazing upon such a breathtaking spectacle, Chen Luo could not help but marvel. Here I am, Chen Luo, seated atop the dazzling Rayquaza, soaring high above the ancient Paldea crater. He lifted his phone and captured the awe-inspiring view. Lucius, smile for the camera. Lucius obliged. flashing a grin as Chen Luo snapped a photo of the two of them astride the majestic black Rayquaza. Ah, splendid. We both look quite dashing. When I show this to my father and grandfather, they'll surely call me Brother Luo. As Chen Luo reveled in his self-admiration, Lucius pointed below. Look over there. The thunderous cavern that Lishtar mentioned lies beneath that expanse filled with colossal, weathered stone pillars. Following Lucius's gaze, Chen Luo beheld a section at the bottom of the chasm, where countless massive stone columns, eroded by the sands of time, rose like bizarre and jagged sentinels, forming a natural labyrinth. The Rayquaza began to descend, circling over the rocky forest, its sharp, golden vertical eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of a target. Suddenly, a series of ferocious, wrathful roars erupted from deep within the stone grove. The sounds were piercing, reminiscent of metal scraping, imbued with a heavy draconic pressure that rippled through the air. Moments later, 3 enormous shadows shot skyward like arrows from behind one of the sturdiest pillars. Their massive forms, with astonishing wingspans, resembled a fearsome ancient pterosaur. Their bodies were cloaked in a thick shell of deep purple and dark crimson, with edges as sharp as blades. Their immense wings, not feathered but composed of a bone-like structure, bore a resilient membrane that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Their heads were a terrifying sight, featuring a formidable jaw with sharp fangs, and their blood-red eyes radiated pure savagery and aggression. It was the ancient species Chen Luo had longed for, the Roaring Moon. Chapter 71. Digging in the titanium mine. Chen Luo activated his data eye, revealing that the first 2 roaring moons to emerge were both level 63, followed closely by a level 34 roaring moon. Lucius, please deal with the 2 higher-level roaring moons while I capture the smaller one. A smile graced Lucius's face as he agreed, of course. As the Rayquaza descended to just 3 meters above the ground, Chen Luo leapt off with determination. Munchlax, it's your turn. Munch. Before Chen Luo could even launch an attack on the younger roaring moon, Lucius had already dispatched the 2 higher-level beasts. With an apologetic expression, Lucius addressed the defeated roaring moons. I truly regret having to defeat you. My friend here is an exceptionally skilled trainer, and I believe he will help your offspring grow stronger. The smaller roaring moon, witnessing its parents' defeat, let out a furious roar. It charged toward Lucius in anger. Your opponent is me. Let us engage in battle, roaring moon. Chen Luo declared firmly. Munchlax, use spike cannon. Munchlax was already poised for action, its muscles tensed, and countless shimmering, metallic-hued scales sprang forth from its rugged brown skin, transforming into a barrage of rapid-fire scales that whistled through the air. Like a shotgun blast, the projectiles accurately covered the roaring moon's path. After dodging several scales, the roaring moon found itself unable to escape the onslaught, getting struck by 3 of the projectiles. The effect was remarkable. The roaring moon, in pain, flipped mid-air, gathering draconic energy. A powerful dragon breath surged toward Munchlax. Munchlax, cleave it with Dragon Claw. Munchlax's claws enveloped in draconic energy expanded tremendously, charging headlong toward the incoming dragon breath. The sharp claws swiftly sliced through the attack, and in a stunning maneuver, Munchlax propelled itself toward the roaring moon like a cannonball. Roar! The roaring moon, startled, attempted to retaliate with its head, but it was too late. Munchlax wrapped its small arms around the roaring moon's neck, attempting to drag it down to the ground. Munchlax, use bite to finish it. Munchlax opened its massive jaws, exuding a terrifying aura of dark energy that instilled fear in the roaring moon. This was an instinctual suppression of its dark type. Munchlax clamped down on the roaring moon's neck, causing it to writhe in agony, akin to a malfunctioning aircraft. Roar! The roaring moon, fueled by draconic energy, hurled itself toward a boulder, resorting to a self-destructive tactic to free itself from Munchlax's grasp. Munchlax, use reversal. Chen Luo calmly commanded from below. Munchlax executed a flip, landing atop the roaring moon's back, then leapt forward with its arms extended. Just before the roaring moon collided with the boulder, Munchlax spun around, striking its head with a powerful blow. This decisive hit sent the roaring moon plummeting to the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo hurled a great ball at the descending creature. The ball struck true, landing on the ground, shaking twice before settling in silence. Chen Luo joyfully retrieved the precious Pokeball containing the roaring moon. Now I have my very own flying Pokemon, he exclaimed. Thank you, Munchlax, for your incredible efforts. Munchlax patted its chest proudly. Munch. You can count on me, Chen Luo. After enduring numerous battles, Munchlax had finally reached level 35. With a bit more effort, it would evolve into a feraligatr. Lucius approached Chen Luo, applauding him. That was an impressive battle. You are truly an exceptional trainer. Chen Luo humbly replied. I still have a long way to go compared to you, Lucius. I was merely fortunate, Lucius remarked. Without Rayquaza's willingness to follow me, I would just be an ordinary Pokemon trainer. What are you saying? Fortune, Rayquaza's loyalty, ordinary trainer? I can understand each of those concepts individually. But when you string them together, it makes no sense. Chen Luo thought, realizing that Lucius had a hint of arrogance. Chen Luo took the opportunity to capture the defeated Roaring Moon in a great ball as well. A family should be complete, he mused, planning to showcase it to his father and grandfather upon returning. Let us go, Lucius, Chen Luo declared. Now, he had 4 main Pokemon, and with Munchlax, that made 5. He felt that this was indeed a blessing in disguise. Without the unknown totem, he would not have ventured into the Patia region or captured so many Roaring Moons. Sitting atop the black Rayquaza, Chen Luo sighed. Speaking of the Patia region, its most renowned feature was undoubtedly the titanium transformation, which required titanium orbs. The transformation was powered by the might of Talabagos. If Chen Luo remembered correctly, there were titanium mines within the Patia crater. The titanium orbs were crafted from titanium ore. Moreover, at this moment, the titanium mines in the Patia region had not yet fallen under the control of the Alliance. Lucius, what must I do to obtain a titanium transformation? Chen Luo inquired directly. It would be sheer folly to ignore the legendary trainers of the Patia region. One must take the shortcut. Upon hearing Chen Luo's inquiry, the speed of the Rayquaza slightly diminished. Lucius turned sideways, his deep blue eyes gazing at Chen Luo, imbued with a hint of admiration for the seeker of knowledge. Titan crystallization, indeed, requires Titan crystal orbs, which in turn necessitate Titan crystal ore. To be frank, it's a bit complex. Let us first seek out the Titan crystal ore. Conveniently, the Patia Abyss is home to such deposits. Let us venture there. Indeed, the Patia Abyss is one of the most potent sources of the Earth Crystal Crown's power, teeming with rich veins of Titan crystal. The trio descended into a larger pit, where numerous Titan crystal ores stood tall, gleaming brilliantly. The Talabagos nestled in Lishtar's arms felt an exhilarating surge of energy from the Titan crystals. Lucius rolled up his sleeves and, producing 2 pickaxes from seemingly nowhere, remarked, All right, let us commence our excavation of the Titan crystal ore. To fabricate Titan crystal orbs, we shall also need to venture into the city. It's a bit of a hassle, yet not overly so. Chen Luo found Lucius's words somewhat vacuous. However, Lucius was a man of action, and without hesitation, Chen Luo took up a pickaxe and began digging alongside him. Lishtar, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead and remarked, Honestly, Lucius, you should have clarified to little Luo how to achieve Titan crystallization before dragging him here to mine Titan crystal ore. It's fortunate that the Alliance has only just imposed regulations on Titan crystal ore, otherwise, you would be in serious trouble. Lucius wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled, No worries, no worries. I have faith that Chen Luo will undoubtedly succeed in Titan crystallization. His bond with the mischievous Croc is strong, and he is an exceptional trainer. Flattered by the praise from the legendary trainer Lucius, despite his somewhat thick skin, Chen Luo felt a blush creeping over him. Such commendation from Lucius was akin to an endorsement from the champion of the Eastern Huang Alliance. How could he not feel a flush of embarrassment? Lishtar clarified, Little Luo, merely possessing Titan crystal ore is insufficient for Titan crystallization. You must refine the ore into Titan crystal orbs to unlock the ability. She explained with clarity, the Titan crystal orb is the core. It is not a matter of simply polishing the ore. It requires a special process to extract the most stable and resonant energy crystal core from the Titan crystal ore, inscribing it with a stable energy guidance circuit. Continuing, Lishtar added, Moreover, Titan crystallization demands not only the core, but also a trainer's formidable mental will and a profound bond with their Pokemon. The orb is but a key. You and your partner are the true bearers of the Crystal Crown's power. Lishtar made it clear that Titan crystallization was akin to Mega Evolution. Though Chen Luo sensed that the bonds required for Mega Evolution were far more intense, Titan crystallization seemed achievable by anyone. While Mega Evolution was the hallmark of an elite trainer, under Lucius's guidance, Chen Luo meticulously selected ores that shimmered with a gentle, refined luster and exhibited a complete crystalline structure. As he dug, a familiar children's song echoed in his mind, causing a momentary confusion. Was he experiencing memory distortion due to his frequent traversals? The crisp sounds of clanging resonated through the still pit. The mischievous Croc and the fiery Meow also proved to be valuable assistants, aiding Chen Luo in transporting the Titan crystal ore. The impish little sprite became enamored with an exceptionally bright shard, stealthily pocketing it when no one was looking. Soon, several bags filled with heavy, high-quality Titan ore were amassed on a platform, emanating a tempting mauve glow in the dim light. Chen Luo, satisfied, stowed the Titan crystal ores into his backpack. Lucius, wiping his brow and hoisting the pickaxe onto his shoulder, proclaimed, "We have reaped a bountiful harvest. Let us set forth to refine the Titan crystal orbs." The Talabagos and Lishtar's arms also raised its right hand, filled with enthusiasm. The black Rayquaza continued to serve as their means of transport, carrying Lucius and Chen Luo aloft. As for why they didn't use the Roaring Moon, it was a jest, without Lucius, who would allow them to ride on the black Rayquaza for a joyride. Opportunities like this were fleeting. Chen Luo intended to savor every moment before departing from Lucius. At the Rock Fortress, the commander received alarming news. A trainer's signal had vanished. The last known location being a cave. What? The signal has disappeared? What is the name of this trainer, and from where do they hail? Inquired a middle-aged man with the rank of Major General. The officer presented the dossier, stating, "Commander, their name is Chen Luo, a first-year student from Jiang City Pokemon University." Chen Luo? The Major General commanded, "Immediately dispatch a search party to ascertain what has transpired. We must find them alive or dead." The Major General remained relatively unperturbed, as trainers often met their demise in secret realms once every year or two. Perhaps this Chen Luo was simply this year's unfortunate soul. Chapter 72, The Legend of Lakaya. So this is the Titan Crystal Orb? Chen Luo beheld the shimmering orb in awe. The Titan Crystal ores he and Lucius had mined were of exceptional quality, perfectly suited for crafting a complete set of Titan Crystal orbs. However, this left Chen Luo's backpack nearly empty, save for a few remaining Pokeballs and energy cubes. He exchanged all his resources for local currency, utilizing it to refine the Titan Crystal orbs and procure items. To this end, he borrowed extensively from Lucius, the question of repayment becoming a philosophical quandary. Chen Luo also purchased numerous items from the Paisha region, including black obsidian, peat blocks, and headland certificates. "Should I attempt Titan crystallization?" Lucius suggested. "Absolutely. I can hardly contain my excitement," Chen Luo replied, glancing at the Titan crystal orbs encasing his Pokeballs. "Let us head to the battleground," Lucius urged. "Allow me to be your opponent." Lucius tossed a black-patterned Pokeball, also adorned with a Titan crystal orb. "Tear the heavens asunder and reveal your ultimate form, Rayquaza." Titan crystallization. Chen Luo stood frozen, his mind swirling with questions. "Me? Challenge Rayquaza? Am I out of my mind?" "Chen Luo, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and Titan crystallize your mischievous croc," Lucius prompted. As he gazed at the spiraling crystal black dragon overhead, Chen Luo inhaled deeply. A surge of exhilaration and determination coursed through him. He steadied his racing heart, his gaze sharpening with newfound focus. Clutching the deep purple Titan crystal orb, now radiating warmth, he looked up at the colossal crystal dragon, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Summoning all his strength, he raised the Pokeball high and, his voice trembling with excitement, yet imbued with unparalleled conviction and wild fervor, declared, "Let the dark forces consume all light. Mischievous croc, rend this realm asunder. Titan crystallization." Chen Luo's proclamation rippled through the battleground like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending invisible waves across the sky. The deep purple Titan crystal orb erupted with a corresponding radiance, a hue as profound as the midnight stars. The light, though not as grand as Rayquaza's, bore an ominous quality, collapsing inward and devouring the surrounding illumination. A primal roar erupted, shattering the oppressive presence of Rayquaza. Within the glow, the figure of the mischievous croc rapidly expanded and transformed. Once coarse skin was enveloped in a layer of formidable, sharply defined deep purple crystal armor, each segment glimmering with an ominous ethereal light, as if infused with the most unadulterated malevolence. Its jaw had grown disproportionately large, resembling two siege hammers clad in crystal, with sharp fangs appearing even more menacing under their crystalline sheath. Most striking were the enormous spikes sprouting from its crown and back, akin to clusters of black crystal, thrusting towards the heavens and emanating a disquieting sense of oppression. The titanium crystal crocodile. The raucous crocodile. Its stature remained diminutive before the majestic Rayquaza. Yet the pure and ferocious dark energy that coalesced around it seemed to rend a violent fissure within the vast dominion of Rayquaza's draconic majesty. Chen Luo felt this overwhelming pressure. Was this truly the aura of the legendary trainer Lucius? It validated the adage that one who is not a trainer perceives him as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Yet, if you are a trainer, you see him as a mayfly beneath the vast sky. The titanium crystal raucous crocodile gazed up at the sovereign in the sky, its expression brimming with eagerness. Chen Luo, lacking composure, pulled out his phone, immortalizing a world-renowned tableau of the titanium crystal raucous crocodile confronting the titanium black Rayquaza. Excellent. This is the spirit, Lucius proclaimed. It's time, Chen Luo, Rayquaza shall add the finishing touch. Roar. Rayquaza soared into the sky, its oppressive might weighing down upon the raucous crocodile and Chen Luo like 10,000 mountains. How intriguing, truly captivating. Chen Luo felt his blood surging with exhilaration. Raucous crocodile. The creature responded to Chen Luo's call. Unleash. Raucous crocodile. The titanium crystal erupted. Chen Luo's voice resonated with a determination akin to a last stand, his fists seeming poised to pierce the heavens. The deep purple crystal behemoth radiated an unprecedented, ferocious brilliance, akin to a boiling abyss of malice. The massive black crystal spikes upon its head and back buzzed ominously, as the deep purple energy wildly coalesced, transforming into the phantom visage of a snarling beast's head. It propelled its hind limbs with ferocity, jaws agape beneath their crystal encasement, charging fearlessly towards the descending purple crystal meteor. Boom. This collision did not result in a stalemate. Rayquaza's finishing strike, embodying the absolute power of the sky's monarch, bore down relentlessly upon the raucous crocodile. The eruption of dark energy, concentrated to the fullest by the raucous crocodile, was as fragile as mist under the sun, unable to withstand even for a fleeting moment. The torrent of purple-black draconic energy obliterated the deep purple malevolence with ruthless ease. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The fierce light that had just ignited in Chen Luo's eyes, a mixture of ambition and savagery, froze instantaneously. He witnessed the colossal form of the raucous crocodile, cloaked in its jagged crystalline armor, meet the torrent as if struck by a hammer weighing tons. Roar ugh. The raucous crocodile managed only a brief, muffled growl. As its previously intimidating crystalline form disintegrated, the dust settled slowly. At the pit's bottom, the raucous crocodile lay still, devoid of the will to fight. One blow. Merely a single blow. The wind stilled. Ugh, perhaps I overestimated my capabilities. Chen Luo remarked. Hey Lucius, that was a bit excessive, wasn't it? How could you unleash such a heavy hand with Rayquaza? Listel scolded, cradling Talabagos. My apologies, I merely believed that little Luo's spirit was formidable, that he would surely become a powerful trainer in the future, and I couldn't restrain myself, Lucius hastily apologized. Did Lucius just imply that I could become a powerful trainer? Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. Come back, raucous crocodile. Chen Luo recalled the raucous crocodile. I must also thank brother Lucius for showing restraint, or else my raucous crocodile might have been obliterated. Inside the luxury ball, the raucous crocodile thought, you are lofty. You are remarkable. You use me as a mere pawn. I am truly exasperated. Night fell, the moon was bright, and the stars sparse. In a forest clearing, Chen Luo, Lucius, and Listel sat around a campfire, feasting on barbecued delicacies, sipping drinks, and singing songs. Little Luo, this barbecue is absolutely delectable. I have fallen utterly in love with it. Listel exclaimed, covering her mouth as stars sparkled in her eyes. Lucius, too, indulged in a skewer while sipping his drink. I never expected that this world lacked barbecue, Chen Luo remarked. The trio engaged in lively conversation. As Lucius continued to eat, perhaps feeling the effects of the alcohol, he stood, raising his bottle and declaring, I must find the legendary Lokyar. Lokyar. Observing Lucius's somewhat juvenile demeanor, Chen Luo felt a pang of sarcasm. Why not say you wish to find the legendary One Piece and become the Pokemon King? Cough, cough. Listel nearly choked on her skewer, hastily swallowing some juice to clear her throat, casting an annoyed glance at the swaying Lucius. It's Lokyar, not Lokyar, you fool. You can't even articulate properly after a sip of drink. She turned to Chen Luo, whose expression was a mix of confusion and a desire to retort, the firelight illuminating her serious yet exasperated demeanor regarding Lucius. Lucius spoke of Lokyar, an ancient legend deeply rooted in the heart of the Paldea region. Chen Luo, having seen Pokemon Horizons, only knew that Lokyar was a beautiful environment, splendidly suited for Pokemon life, home to many legendary and mythical Pokemon. Beyond that, he was unaware. A legend? Chen Luo became intrigued, momentarily suppressing his thoughts of becoming the king. He casually flipped a sizzling skewer, the fat dripping onto the charcoal, igniting a small cluster of sparks that crackled softly. Listel nodded, her voice resonating clearly in the tranquil night of the forest. It is said that before the establishment of the Paldea Kingdom, during a chaotic epoch, the land was not as vibrant as it is now, but was filled with wild, chaotic energies. In that time, Three ancient beings symbolizing the might of nature were revered by the ancients as Lokyar. Lokyar does not refer to a singular entity, but is a title of reverence, a recognition of those who maintain the foundational energies of the world. She paused, seemingly recalling descriptions from ancient texts, stating that they were the breath of the forge, symbolizing the core of the earth with its lava and forging power. The voice of the forest, embodying the life force of growth and cycles, and the law of the sky, representing the capricious forces of storms, thunder, and the order of the heavens. Chen Luo listened with rapt attention. This narrative seemed far more engaging than mere treasures. He interjected, "It sounds like guardians of nature? Or perhaps the essence of rules themselves?" "That can be one interpretation," Listel acknowledged with an approving glance. The ancient tales depicted them not as specific Pokemon forms, but as flowing, magnificent primal energies. They quelled the tumultuous earth, streamlined the erratic energy cycles, and established the foundation of stability for the land of Paldea. It was precisely due to Lokyar's initial endeavors that the legendary Pokemon, now safeguarding this land, emerged. For instance, our Four Calamities legend in Paldea seems to be linked to the remnants or dispersions of Lokyar's power. She spoke, her gaze inadvertently darting towards the quietly curled-up Talabagos nestled by her side, seemingly enveloped in a blissful slumber. This diminutive turtle-like Pokemon, illuminated by the warm glow of the campfire, had patterns on its shell that appeared to shimmer with ethereal light. Thus, Lucius sought to uncover the fabled Rakia. Indeed, originally inebriated, Lucius perked up at the mention of the key term, abruptly straightening his posture, his eyes gleaming astonishingly under the flickering flames, albeit still slightly unfocused. It is a witness, a quest. It is the understanding of the world's primordial and purest powers. Chen Luo. He suddenly pointed at Chen Luo, startling him. Do you not feel that as a trainer, grasping the essence of Pokemon's power and comprehending the pulsations of the earth beneath our feet is the ultimate romance? His voice, heightened by excitement and alcohol, echoed through the serene forest, startling a few nearby slumbering bird Pokemon, who flapped their wings in response. Well, it is quite romantic, Chen Luo remarked, observing Lucius's fervent explorer demeanor, recalling the cataclysmic display of the legendary Lottie S earlier in the day, as well as the disastrous fate of the ruffian Crocodile, causing his lips to twitch slightly. It just felt as though the difficulty level was rather absurd. This endeavor sounds more fantastical than the legendary Pokemon itself, dear Lucius. Ha ha ha. Lucius erupted into hearty laughter, taking another swig of his drink and grandly wiping his mouth. It is precisely because it is difficult that it is worth pursuing, that it possesses vigor. A loud belch interrupted his grand declarations, and he shook his head, as if the effects of the alcohol were fully surging, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Rakia, the cornerstone of the world, if found, we could. His words trailed off as his tall frame swayed, and with a thud, he collapsed, almost instantly succumbing to a rhythmic snore. Chen Luo and Lishtar exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of resignation and amusement. Behold, this is the price of romance, Lishtar shrugged, offering a skewered, perfectly roasted mushroom to Chen Luo. Do not heed his drunken ramblings. The legend of Rakia is nebulous, even the most ancient ruins depicted in vague terms. The academic community widely considers it merely a personification of humanity's reverence for formidable natural phenomena. She gazed at Lucius's sleeping profile, the firelight softening his sharply defined features, her tone imbued with a subtle tenderness. Nevertheless, I shall embark on the quest for the legendary Rakia alongside this fellow. Chen Luo, perhaps your path home might be discovered through Rakia. The night in the forest was tranquil and profound, with only the crackling of the campfire, the chirps of bug-type Pokemon, and the not insignificant sound of Lucius's snores intertwining in the air. The path home, Chen Luo murmured, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames, as if peering through the fire into the distant, unknown abyss. I still do not know if I can return. How might one uncover the unknown totem? A gentle breeze rustled through, lifting a few fallen leaves, swirling them above the campfire, casting fleeting golden butterflies in the firelight. Talabagos stirred slightly on Lishtar's lap, adjusting to a more comfortable position, its tiny tail tips sweeping back and forth in the glow. Chapter 73, A Reunion. Zichin Town. Lucius had just purchased 2 bottles of wine when he began discussing Rakia with Chen Luo, only to be met with derisive laughter from a nearby couple. Ha ha ha, Rakia. Do you really believe such a place exists? Indeed, you must be living in a dream. Lishtar, ready to retort, was interrupted by a man with white hair and a cloak who stepped forward, stating sternly, Rakia is indeed real. It is not a mere fantasy or dream. Before mocking others, One should broaden their horizons. He unfurled a long scroll of parchment, proclaiming, "This is the evidence of Rakya's existence." A glint of madness flickered across the white-haired man's face, causing the couple to retreat in fear. After speaking, he exited the tavern, and Lucius, elated, immediately followed. Chen Luo and Lishtar exchanged glances before also pursuing him. Lucius, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Do you also believe Rakya is real?" The white-haired man nodded yes. "I believe in Rakya's existence more than anyone else in the world, and I will surely find it." Chen Luo observed this scene, realizing it was akin to the day the legendary beast exploration team was formed. This jibing was no benevolent character. However, Lucius's ambitions were beyond what even 1,000 toros could retrieve. He felt disinclined to dissuade him. The three of them included a shiny Latias, a shiny Zygarde, and a Talabagos, all of which were legendary Pokemon. Although only Talabagos held divine status, the other two were also undeniably powerful. Lucius proposed, "Why not join us? Lishtar, Chen Luo, and I all believe Rakya is indeed real." Chen Luo felt a sense of powerlessness. What on earth? He merely sought a way home. As a traveler, he certainly knew Rakya existed. He was also aware that Rakya elements were no trivial matter. But would they believe what he said? A smile crept onto the white-haired man's face. "That sounds quite agreeable. My name is Jibing." Zygarde unleashed 1,000 arrows, as Jibing commanded. A white Zygarde instantly released countless green arrows, swiftly dispatching a blocking three-headed dragon of the champion level. Chen Luo felt somewhat overwhelmed by the presence of these three deities. One of each legendary Pokemon. What a dream team. Chen Luo felt embarrassed to even present his Croconaw. "Not bad. Jibing," Lucius praised. "Let us form a small team. And how about we call ourselves the Exploration Team?" Lucius suggested. "Seekers, huh? Not bad," Jibing mused, stroking his chin. Lishtar remarked, "I never expected Lucius could come up with such a cool name." Lucius confidently extended his right hand, declaring, "It is settled." Jibing and Lishtar also placed their hands on top. Lucius noticed one person missing and called out to Chen Luo. "Shaluo, come here." Chen Luo felt as if he were in a dream, unable to believe he had become one of the founders of the Exploration Team. "Then, could I trouble you for a legendary Pokemon? Is it too much to ask for at least a Yveltal to accompany my ruffian Pokemon?" Coming. Chen Luo hurriedly ran over to place his hand on top. The Exploration Team was established. The four of them brought their fists together in a celebratory gesture. 10 days later, Chen Luo accompanied the trio into a forest nearing Rakya. Throughout these 10 days, he had been engaged in continuous battles, facing wild Pokemon, dueling with Lucius's 6 heroes, and battling the shiny Zygarde. Now, Chen Luo's Pokemon had more than doubled in strength. His combat experience and command abilities were gradually enriching. Chen Luo observed the blazing white light emanating from his Croconaw, realizing it was on the verge of evolution. Having reached level 38, the life energy had risen to that critical point, and with Chen Luo's support from the power of Eternatus, it successfully broke through the barriers of life. The intense white light, akin to the dawn's first light, elongated the shadows of Chen Luo and his 3 fellow Exploration Team members. The once formidable silhouette of the mischievous crocodile twisted violently in the blinding light. "Is it about to evolve?" Lucius exclaimed with delight. Lishtar leaned forward slightly, her arms cradling Talabagus, who curiously peeked out. Even Jibing, usually composed, fixated intently on the radiant glow of evolution, his interest piqued. Chen Luo, harnessing the power of the everlasting, distinctly sensed the malevolent energy within the mischievous crocodile, having been baptized by shards of the malevolent stone slab, akin to a dormant volcano being ignited. This energy marked a pivotal moment as the mischievous crocodile ascended to a higher echelon of existence. A roar erupted, deeper and more ferocious than during its previous form. The white light of evolution tore apart like a tattered curtain. What emerged was a colossal, imposing crocodile, the rogue crocodile. However, this rogue crocodile bore no resemblance to the familiar depiction in the Pokédex. Its physique was at least a notch more robust than its kin. Its skin no longer a mere dark red but a profound, murky black reminiscent of a midnight swamp, seemingly capable of absorbing light. Against this inky backdrop, ominous dark golden stripes, akin to smoldering embers, spread from its back to its powerful limbs and thick tail. Most striking were its tail and jaw. The already massive jaw was now adorned with obsidian armor, flanked by 4 exceptionally sharp, scythe-like dark golden fangs. Their tips glimmered with a chilling light, as if they could effortlessly rend steel. The thick tail's end was shrouded in a heavy, angular ebony armor, resembling a sledgehammer poised to shatter rock at any moment. Chen Luo gazed in disbelief at the transformed rogue crocodile. Had it truly mutated due to the power of the malevolent stone slab fragments? This is quite different from the rogue crocodile, I remember, Lucius pondered. Jibing reflected. It seems the unusual malevolent energy from its mischievous crocodile phase has instigated this change. Though I too have never witnessed such a form. In the battle with Jibing, he had sensed a pure malevolent energy within the mischievous crocodile, rivaling that of his own Zygarde. The rogue crocodile glanced at Chen Luo, arms crossed, and inquired, "Huh? What's wrong? Do you not recognize me now that I've evolved?" Chen Luo stroked the hardened scales of the rogue crocodile and remarked, "You look quite dapper in your new attire." The rogue crocodile, still with arms crossed and tilted at a 45-degree angle, exclaimed, "Roar! That's." Lishtar suggested. "Since your rogue crocodile has undergone a mutated evolution, why not give it a name?" Both Lucius and Jibing concurred with the notion, recognizing that a new species evolution merits the discoverer's naming. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo declared, "Let us call it the malevolent-faced rogue crocodile." Malevolent-faced? A splendid name. Jibing nodded in approval. "Ha ha, little Luo, you have a knack for naming just like I do." Lucius patted Chen Luo's shoulder. "Really? I think so too." Chen Luo chuckled along. Now, the fiery Meow had reached level 32, while the mischievous imp was at level 27. The recently captured Roaring Moon, under the nourishment of malevolent energy blocks and the dual encouragement from the mischievous crocodile and fiery Meow, had finally settled in. As for the remaining paradoxical Pokemon, they were quite temperamental. Chen Luo could only occasionally have his Moonlit Eevee educate them to improve their unruly behavior. Just as Chen Luo utilized the power of the Everlasting to inspect the energy within the rogue crocodile, a crisp voice chimed in, "Beep." Startled, Chen Luo turned swiftly, unleashing the full force of the Everlasting, radiating a potent life energy. Green energy surged from him, almost overflowing. Lucius, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Little Luo, what is happening?" Jibing, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "A human possesses such energy." Talabagus in Lishtar's arms seemed drawn to Chen Luo's life energy, yearning to wriggle free from her embrace towards him. "Is that you, Celebi?" Chen Luo gazed at the familiar, sprite-like figure. "Beep. It's me, Chen Luo. I just sensed a familiar presence. I can't believe it's truly you." A diminutive, green, sprite-like Pokemon appeared before Chen Luo. "Is this Celebi? I've never seen one before," Lucius remarked. The trio displayed no shock. After all, they were all first-tier deities, and to them, mythical beasts were hardly extraordinary. Celebi circled Chen Luo several times before coming to a halt. Chen Luo, utilizing his data vision, observed that Celebi had reached level 70, surprised by how rapidly the little one had grown in strength. Lishtar, understanding the moment, led Lucius and Jibing away, allowing the friends to converse privately. Chen Luo inquired, "Celebi, what brings you here?" Beep. Celebi first circled the rogue crocodile, which gazed back happily, showcasing its robust physique. "Look at me, am I not handsome?" Celebi clapped its tiny hands joyfully. "I never imagined the little crocodile would grow so large." Then, it approached Chen Luo. "I was rather bored, so I wandered through various forests in different timelines. I heard there was a place here perfect for Pokemon, and I wanted to see for myself." "You truly are as playful as ever," Chen Luo remarked. Celebi perched on Chen Luo's shoulder, asking, "Beep? I remember you R&T from this timeline. How did you end up here?" With a wry smile, Chen Luo shook his head and succinctly recounted his journey. "I see. Then let me take you back." Celebi communicated telepathically. "Take me back." Chen Luo gazed at Celebi with delight. Indeed, Celebi possessed the ability to traverse time. Having been in this world for over 10 days, he had yet to ascertain the flow of time in his original world. His parents and friends must be quite worried. It's time to return. Chapter 74, The Return. "Lucius, I may not be able to accompany you to Lockyer." Chen Luo approached Lucius and the others. With a warm smile, Lucius replied, "Little Luo, are you returning home?" Chen Luo nodded, saying, "Celebi can take me back through time to my original world. I am truly grateful for the care of you, Brother Lucius, Sister Lishtar, and Brother Jibing during these past days. It has been a pleasure to meet you all." Lishtar smiled. "We feel the same. Thank you, Little Luo, for sharing such delicious food with us." "Bago, Bago," Talabagus chimed, expressing its reluctance. "Little Luo, should the opportunity arise, let us share a drink again," Lucius said, placing a hand on Chen Luo's shoulder. Chen Luo nodded. "Before that, I have one more favor to ask of you, Brother Lucius." Upon hearing Chen Luo's request, Lucius released all 6 heroes. Even Jibing summoned his shiny Zygarde. Chen Luo secured his phone and released his Pokemon as well. Chen Luo, Lucius, and Lishtarji Bing stood together, flanked by their respective Pokemon. 1, 2, 3, with a crisp snap. A memory of Chen Luo in this world was forged. He He bestowed all of his remaining energy cubes upon Lucius and the others, then whispered a gentle phrase into Lucius's ear. A flicker of incredulity crossed Lucius's face, almost imperceptible. Until we meet again, brother Lucius, sister Lishtar, brother Jibing. Chen Luo waved farewell. Celebi had already begun the preparations to construct a time-space portal. Dots of emerald green light emerged like fireflies, swiftly coalescing and swirling into a verdant vortex that radiated a soft, ancient aura. Chen Luo cast one last glance at this land brimming with wonder and adventure, at his three uniquely formidable companions, and at the powerful Pokémon standing behind them. Without hesitation, he stepped resolutely into the emerald glow. Chen Luo, take care. Lishtar's voice carried a note of reluctance. Chen Luo's figure was quickly engulfed by the green light of time and space. Celebi joyfully circled around him before also vanishing into the vortex's center. At Rock Fortress, Chen Jinhua glared furiously at the upright Major General before him. Haven't you found him yet? The Major General was drenched in cold sweat. Who could have predicted that the only incident within the secret realm would involve the son of the Dark-type champion? It was indeed a case of trouble coming from nowhere. He estimated that he would soon resign from his position as the commander of Rock Fortress and return home to transition to civilian life. Perhaps he wouldn't even manage to do that. He might end up opening a barbecue shop named Old General's Barbecue. Chief, we have conducted a thorough search of the entire Dunhuang secret realm. We believe we will have results shortly. Chen Jinhua nodded, signaling for him to withdraw. Absol informed him that Xiao Luo was safe, yet despite scouring the vast secret realm, they had found no trace of Chen Luo. Xiao Luo, where have you gone? Chen Luo plopped down on the ground. Ouch, that hurt. He stood up, rubbing his backside, while Celebi chuckled nearby. Hey, Celebi, couldn't you have caught me? Celebi perched on Chen Luo's shoulder, swinging its little legs back and forth. Sorry, Chen Luo, I was too busy constructing the time-space portal and completely forgot about you. Chen Luo surveyed the desolate scenery around him, realizing he had returned to the Dunhuang secret realm. He was surprised that Celebi knew where he had been sent. Come forth. Roaring Moon. Gur. Chen Luo mounted Roaring Moon and soared towards Rock Fortress, while Celebi entered its invisible state. Chen Luo observed numerous soldiers accompanied by large hounds or Manectric, searching for something. They were practically everywhere in the Dunhuang secret realm. Could they be looking for me? Chen Luo touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed for causing them so much trouble. He landed at the entrance of Rock Fortress. The two sentries, startled by the sudden arrival of the Dragonite, approached cautiously to investigate. They soon discovered a youth of around 18 or 19 atop the Dragonite. This seemed to be the very student they had been searching for throughout the entire Rock Fortress. I wonder how powerful this student's family is to mobilize all the soldiers of Rock Fortress to find him. Excuse me, are you Chen Luo? One soldier inquired. Yes. May I ask if all these people are searching for me? Chen Luo pointed to himself. Indeed, it is said to be an order from Champion Chen Tian. The soldier contemplated the champion and the surname of this youth. Could this be? Chen Luo felt a bit embarrassed and said, I truly appreciate your efforts. Please take me to see Champion Chen. I will explain everything to him. He hadn't expected his father to come. It seemed a considerable amount of time had passed, and upon failing to contact him, he had come to Rock Fortress to find him. Moreover, he had mobilized an entire military division to search for him. Suddenly, Chen Luo realized something. Oh no, I've become a dragon in the sky. The two soldiers reported back to their superior. Chen Jinhua immediately rushed out, with the commander of Rock Fortress hastily following suit. As Chen Luo walked down the corridor, he spotted his father still clad in that black trench coat and greeted him. Dad, what brings you here? Chen Jinhua raised his hand and lightly tapped the back of Chen Luo's head. You rascal, you don't answer my calls. I had to investigate to find out you've come to the Dunhuang secret realm. After several days without a response, I had no choice but to come here and search for you. Who would have thought you would go missing? With the entire division unable to locate you for 3 days and nights? Now, tell me, where on earth have you been? Chen Luo glanced at the commander of Rock Fortress and asked, how long has it been since my self-locating signal disappeared? The commander replied, it has been 13 days. We searched extensively, yet found nothing. Chen Luo nodded, surprised that the time ratio was indeed 11. Dad, this is a long story. Then please make it brief. Chen Jinhua urged. This matter cannot be explained in a moment. You little rascal, have you forgotten the power of your father's 7 wolves? Chen Jinhua threatened. Chen Luo forced a smile. How about we step outside to talk? This place isn't very convenient. Chen Jinhua nodded in agreement. Major General Lu, I appreciate your efforts over these past few days, as well as the hard work of all the soldiers at Rock Fortress. I will personally donate 2 million alliance coins to improve the rations for everyone. Since everything is resolved, I shall take my leave. Major General Lu sighed, relieved that the search had ended. He shuddered to think what might have happened had the Dark-type champion of the Eastern Alliance gone mad. Chen Jinhua and Chen Luo exited the secret realm. Chen Luo released Roaring Moon and said, "Dad, take a look." Chen Jinhua observed the creature resembling a dragonite, though it felt somewhat different. "Is this a relative of dragonite?" he asked. "Heck no, it's not a relative of dragonite." Chen Luo's father displayed a hint of humor. "This is Roaring Moon, a paradox Pokemon, an ancient variant of dragonite. You could consider it a Pokemon from the ancient times." Chen Luo recounted how he had brought the unknown totem to the Paisha region, captured those ancient variant Pokemon, and subsequently encountered Lucius and the others. He explained in detail how Shalebi had brought him back. "Shalebi, there are no outsiders here. You can reveal yourself now." Shalebi wiggled its legs happily on Chen Luo's shoulder. This time, it was determined to play with Chen Luo for a long while. Even with his vast experience, Chen Jinhua found Chen Luo's tale astonishing. "Xiao Luo, are you saying that paradox Pokemon still exist in that world? And that paradox Pokemon are divided into ancient and future types? Moreover, there is a battle system called titanium crystallization?" Chen Jinhua fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Chen Luo nodded and summoned his formidable Pokemon, the majestic fawn, the sand steel skin, the ferocious mushroom, and the roaring tail. He then proceeded to introduce each of them to Chen Jinhua. At that moment, Chen Jinhua felt a surge of realization that his son was indeed stepping into his shoes. Each harrowing experience Chen Luo had faced was nothing short of astonishing. In the Eastern Huang Alliance, perhaps only the championing Chun would possess such a legendary tale. He believed that soon, little Luo would surpass him, achieving the title of the evil-type king, a triumvirate of kings. Such an accomplishment would be unparalleled throughout the entire Eastern Huang Alliance. "All right, little Luo, you may stow them away for now. This matter must remain confidential. I will discuss it with the Alliance members. However, before that, it seems you've forgotten something." Chen Jinhua admonished Chen Luo earnestly. "What could it possibly be?" "Oh no, today is my mother's birthday," Chen Luo exclaimed, realizing the oversight. "Dad, what are you dawdling for? If you take any longer, Mom might really lose her temper." Chen Luo recalled his Pokemon and hopped onto the Roaring Moon. "Roaring Moon, set our course with the power of my evergreen force. Go." The Roaring Moon surged forward at full speed. "If we don't hurry back, Mother will truly be furious." Chen Jinhua gazed at Chen Luo, who stood gracefully atop the Roaring Moon, and a smile of contentment crept onto his face. "Come forth, 3-headed evil dragon." Behold another evil dragon. 2 purple dragon silhouettes tore through the sky like lightning, their 6 wings flailing wildly as the blood moon spread its wings, creating a turbulent current that shredded the clouds. Wherever they passed, it was akin to a typhoon sweeping through. The 2 evil dragons, like twin destructive storms, raced toward Kyoto at an astonishing speed. They chased one another, roaring in challenge, their terrifying velocity and pressure sending wild Pokemon fleeing in terror, seeking shelter. On Chen Luo's shoulder, Shalebi revealed its small form, gripping Chen Luo's collar tightly, a look of excitement and wonder illuminating its little face. Bye. Wow, so fast. So thrilling. This is even more fun than time travel." It appeared to perceive this as a thrilling roller coaster ride. Su Wanking sat alone at the dining table, surrounded by a feast she had prepared with her own hands. Resting her chin on her hands, she turned to her ever-busy assistant, Ai Guanshi. "Do you think those 2 won't return today? Am I destined to celebrate my birthday alone this year?" Just as disappointment washed over her, a youthful voice resonated in her ears. "Mom, I'm back." Chapter 75, The Warmth of Home. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Wanking's drowsiness vanished in an instant. She beheld Chen Luo, covered in dust, his hair almost standing on end, with traces of mud dotting his locks. He looked just like a beggar. "Little Luo, your Roaring Moon hasn't even learned to fly yet. Without energy protection, look at how the wind has tousled you." Chen Jinhua chuckled, only to be met with Su Wanking's fierce glare. "Chen Zhenyu," she scolded, tugging at his ear. "Ouch, that hurts, dear. Who would have thought that the evil-type king of the Eastern Huang Alliance would be such a henpecked husband? Look at you. I sent you to fetch little Luo. And this is how you bring him back? Look at this filthy state. I thought you picked him up from a muddy pit. Is this how a father should behave? I was wrong, my dear. I want to do it again. Little Luo, quickly talk some sense into your mother." Chen Jinhua pleaded, bent over in submission. "Dad, I can't help it. Someone has to take the blame, and it can't be me." Chen Luo shrugged helplessly. Su Wanking seized Chen Luo's ear with her other hand. "Do you think I'm only using one hand?" With a single hand, Su Wanking had subdued both the father and son, revealing her formidable strength. Gradually, her grip softened, transforming into a mixture of exasperation and deep affection. She suddenly released them, and in the next moment, before the two could even catch their breath while rubbing their sore ears, Suwanking enveloped the two most important, yet worry-inducing individuals in her life in a tight embrace. Her voice carried the comforting essence of home, and her words, filled with emotion, culminated in a heartfelt greeting. Husband, son, welcome home. At that moment, Shalabi peeked out, witnessing the tender scene, and joined in the embrace. Is that Shalabi? Suwanking exclaimed in surprise. Mom, this is my good friend Shalabi. Shalabi, this is my mother. Chen Luo introduced. Shalabi joyfully circled around Suwanking before extending its tiny hands, transferring a surge of green life energy into her. Instantly, Suwanking's fatigue dissipated. Thank you, Shalabi. She expressed her gratitude. She was aware of Shalabi's connection to her son, but she had not anticipated that Chen Luo would bring Shalabi home. My son has truly grown up. Shalabi, seemingly catching a whiff of something delightful, darted into the spacious living room and landed at the dining table, seizing a fruit to munch on. Mom, happy birthday. Oh, and I brought you a gift, Chen Luo exclaimed, retrieving 9 sparkling beads from his backpack. They were half of the 18 titanium crystal orbs he possessed. Wow, such beautiful orbs. But why do they radiate such potent energy? As the chairwoman of the Pokemon department store, Suwanking was well versed in the extraordinary. She recognized the significance of the titanium crystal orbs at a glance. These are titanium crystal orbs, akin to Mega Evolution, Z-Rings, and Dynamax battling systems. However, since our world lacks the crystal crown power, they cannot be mass-produced. I dare say I'm the only one in the entire Blue Star who possesses titanium crystal orbs, Chen Luo proclaimed with a hint of pride. You young man, don't you think you should show some filial piety to your father? Chen Jinhua remarked with a playful smirk. Suwanking, undeterred by the titanium crystal orbs, gently said, Little Luo, thank you for the birthday gift. Mom loves it. However, your immediate priority is to take a shower, change clothes, and eat. All right, Mom, Chen Luo replied, dashing back to his room in the familiar abode. Look at little Luo, he even remembers to bring me a birthday gift, while you, supposedly the evil-type king, don't. Suwanking chided Chen Jinhua with mock annoyance. Chen Jinhua chuckled, wrapping his arms around Suwanking's waist and whispering in her ear, Dear, am I not your best birthday gift? Humph, you sly devil. If Chen Luo had been there, he would have scolded his father for being so overly cheesy. Do you think you're some kind of dried ink? As the clock approached midnight, Suwanking extinguished the candles on her 40th birthday cake. The family of 3 celebrated a birthday that, despite its ups and downs, was ultimately fulfilling. Early the next morning, Chen Luo was awakened by Shalabi's incessant nudging. Blinking his eyes open in the vastness of the room, he felt a bit disoriented. Bye? Shalabi circled Chen Luo energetically. All right, Shalabi, I'm getting up. Chen Luo stretched lazily, having grown accustomed to dorm life. Adjusting to the grandeur of this mansion was quite a challenge. Chen Luo did not rush to return to Jiangxing. Instead, he planned to spend a few days in the capital, cherishing time with his mother. Early that morning, Butler Lao He awaited Chen Luo at the dining table. Upon encountering a stranger, Shalabi once again entered a state of invisibility, perching atop Chen Luo's head. Young master, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Your experiences outside have contributed significantly to your growth, remarked old He, observing the youthful exuberance that had faded from Chen Luo's demeanor. Uncle He, did you not promise not to wait for me? Please, go ahead and eat. Just call me Xiao Luo. I am no longer a young master or a lord. Chen Luo replied. However, if my roommates were to address me as young master, perhaps old slave would be inclined to serve me, he added with a chuckle. Old He was the steward of his family, a subordinate of his father who had transitioned to a different occupation due to injury, but, for various reasons, remained in the Chun household as a butler. He was diligent and meticulous, a man of strict adherence to rules. By the way, where are my father and mother? Chen Luo inquired. The master has gone somewhere unknown, and the lady has gone to the company. Before leaving, she specifically instructed me to ensure you finish your breakfast. Old He replied. Chen Luo nodded, reflecting on how, without his mother, no one would regard him as a child anymore. Seated in the spacious yet somewhat vacant dining room, Chen Luo was presented with a breakfast meticulously prepared by Butler He, nutritional, balanced, and sumptuous. He ate leisurely, yet the food seemed bland to him. Accustomed to the hardships of life in Padia, where he faced the fierce winds on the roaring moon's back, this pampered existence felt ill-suited to his nature. In his previous world, such a life of comfort would have been immensely enjoyable, allowing him to revel as a carefree rich heir. Yet now, in the Pokemon world, the exhilarating adventures and intense battles were what a true trainer ought to pursue. Uncle He, I'm going out for some fresh air. The October sun in Beijing bestowed a pleasant warmth. Chen Luo inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air infused with a hint of osmanthus fragrance, and finally felt a bit more at ease. He wandered aimlessly along the tidy paths of the villa district, relishing this rare moment of leisure without any pressing engagements. Majestic mansions towered around him, shaded by lush trees, while luxury cars occasionally glided by. Chen Luo decided to visit the Pokemon University in Kyoto, curious to see what other prodigies and talented individuals resided there, in addition to those like himself, the Scions of Champions. He also planned to engage in a few thrilling Pokemon battles. Arriving near the pedestrian street of Kyoto Pokemon University, Chen Luo mingled with the bustling crowd, shedding the dust of travel and donning a simple yet stylish casual outfit. Today, he had even tidied his hair, appearing notably handsome. Shalabi, invisibly perched on his head, peered curiously around, enchanted by the delights of the human world. So many delicious scents abound. Chen Luo, please buy me some treats, it urged. Along the roadside, a plethora of vendors and shops stood in abundance, offering a diverse array of culinary delights and Pokemon items. Soon, an ice cream stall bustling with customers caught Chen Luo's attention. A throng of people surrounded it, yet the focal point was not the ice cream itself, but a striking woman standing at the stall. Clad in a sharply tailored black trench coat that accentuated her tall figure, she exuded an air of cool elegance. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her porcelain skin was nearly translucent, her profile delicate as if crafted by a master artist's hand. With a slight furrow in her brow, her gaze roamed intently over the myriad flavors of ice cream, her seriousness akin to that of a scholar grappling with a world-class dilemma. Beside her stood a youth, whose features bore a resemblance to hers, fidgeting with impatience. Sister, are you done yet? How long does it take to choose? Yang Jia whispered, exasperated. So many people are watching. It's just ice cream, not a Pokemon egg. Yang Wanning seemed oblivious to her brother's impatience, gently tracing her fingers over the labels on the glass case. Her soft, melodic voice, tinged with a hint of hesitation, resonated clearly within the surrounding quiet. Should I choose strawberry, or maybe chocolate? Pineapple sounds appealing as well, and mango seems nice too. Vanilla is rather ordinary. But will matcha be too bitter? Perhaps I should try the newly released raspberry cheesecake? With each flavor she contemplated, it felt as though she was weighing the options on a scale, her deliberation earnest and profound. The onlooking students were captivated, their eyes wide with intrigue. Yang Wanning was the youngest doctoral researcher at Kyoto Pokemon University. Her astonishing beauty juxtaposed with her evident indecision created a fascinating allure. Yang Jia was on the verge of despair, pacing back and forth, wishing he could simply buy her every flavor to expedite the process. Sister, my dear sister, could you just pick one? If you stand there any longer, the ice cream stall might close. His sister had been choosing for half an hour already, and he was well aware of his own social anxiety. At that moment, Shalabi pointed at the strawberry ice cream. Chen Luo, I want that one. All right, I'll go get it for you. The boy's voice shattered the surrounding silence. Boss, I'll have a strawberry flavor, please. Yang Wanning's eyes lit up, her hands clapping together. What a splendid idea. I'll also have a strawberry flavor. Apologies, but we only have one strawberry ice cream left. The stall owner replied with a resigned expression. Then I'll take a mango flavor instead. They both replied in unison. Their simultaneous response did not attract much attention. The crowd assumed it was mere coincidence. However, as they continued to echo each other, Yang Jia observed the handsome youth standing at the edge of the crowd. A sense of familiarity washing over him, though he couldn't quite place it. The stall owner, visibly exasperated, asked, So, what will you two be having? We'll take a trio of flavors. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, their eyes nearly bulging with surprise. Once is a coincidence, twice is uncanny, but thrice? Surely this must be rehearsed. Who can explain this incredible synchronicity? My goodness, how sweet this is. Boss, hurry up and serve them. Let us see how else they might synchronize. The stall owner, thoroughly impressed, swiftly prepared 3 generous triple-flavor ice cream cones, packing them with a mix of relief and playful sarcasm. Here are your triple-flavor ice creams, totaling 36 yuan. He charged them as if they were a single entity. Thank you. They chorused once more. Neither Chen Luo nor Yang Wanning sensed anything amiss, but the surrounding crowd was buzzing with intrigue. The onlookers parted to create a path as Chen Luo approached the ice cream stall to retrieve his treat, only to find a delicate, fair hand reaching out beside him, ready to grasp the ice cream as well. The fingertips of the two individuals nearly grazed the edge of the plastic bag simultaneously. Chen Luo and Yang Wanning both paused in surprise, turning their heads toward one another in unison, their gazes colliding unexpectedly amidst the bustling street. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In Chen Luo's eyes, the clear visage of the woman before him was reflected, no longer the distant, ethereal ice goddess glimpsed from afar, but rather a familiar silhouette, startlingly close. The picturesque arch of her brows, the elegantly defined nose, and lips that, when pursed, appeared cold, were now slightly parted in astonishment, revealing a hint of the proud young girl from his memories, an image that suddenly merged with the strikingly beautiful yet perplexed expression of the woman standing before him. Yang Wanning. In Yang Wanning's eyes, the image of the young man was equally distinct. The innocence of memory had faded, replaced by a rugged resilience shaped by time, yet his bright gaze, the stubborn tilt of his lips, and the unmasked astonishment on his face evoked the memory of the boy who had once chased after her, beaming with a smile, only to vanish without a word one summer. Chen Luo? The two seemed to be frozen in time, sharing a moment of silence. The air felt as though it had solidified, isolating them from the surrounding clamor. In the next heartbeat, as if burned by an unseen flame, both swiftly withdrew their hands from the bag. Then, with an uncanny synchrony, as if once again pulled by invisible strings, they greeted each other with a dry, humorously absurd tone, laden with the weight of this bizarre encounter. Well, long time no see. The tone was as casual as if one were commenting on the pleasant weather, yet the content brimmed with the absurdity of the passage of time. Oofed, murmured Yang Jie beside them, unable to contain himself, turning away with his hands over his eyes, shoulders shaking uncontrollably with suppressed laughter. My dear sister, could you be any more perfunctory in your greetings? Are you two performing a duet here? Am I your brother, or is he? What was with this eerie camaraderie? Chen Luo was the first to regain a semblance of rationality from this surreal reunion. He gazed at the tall young woman, her eyes mesmerizing like crescent moons, filled with cool confusion and a hint of suppressed tumult from the past. He forced a relatively natural smile, attempting to break this uncanny stalemate. I didn't expect to see you on my first day back in Kyoto. What a coincidence. He paused, his gaze flickering to the hint of adorably bewildered expression still lingering on her face. Then to the bag of 3-flavor ice cream in the vendor's hand, an emblem of their bizarre synchronicity. He added, laced with self-deprecation and a sense of fate, still. In this manner, Yang Wanning swiftly donned her icy facade once more, yet Chen Luo perceptively caught the faintest blush creeping to her ears, as fleeting as an illusion. She inclined her head slightly, her voice regaining its usual clarity but tinged with subtle tension. Yes, quite a coincidence. She hesitated, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the bag of ice cream, as if it were an anomaly worthy of investigation. She seemed poised to say more, but ultimately merely pressed her lips together, refraining from further speech. The atmosphere was thick with an ineffable awkwardness, a sense of absurdity steeped in fate, alongside a thread of a long-buried, subtle connection known as betrothed partners. The innocuous bag of 3-flavor ice cream lay quietly in the vendor's hand, becoming the most absurd yet potent witness to this peculiar reunion. The onlookers around them were as bright-eyed as searchlights. This was an extraordinary, sweet, and strange spectacle. Forget it, this ice cream is on me. I simply cannot bear to witness such romantic entanglements. The vendor sighed in resignation. Thank you, Chen Luo replied, accepting the plastic bag and handing it to Yang Wanning. Let's walk together. All right. The two departed from the crowd, wandering aimlessly. Hey, wait for me, big sis. Who is he? Do you know him? Yang Jie, bewildered, chased after their retreating figures. Once they left, the ice cream stand became a sensation. From then on, this stand was referred to as the camaraderie ice cream. It was said that one could discover their destined connection here. Who on earth are you? Can you not walk so closely with my sister? Yang Jie interjected, positioning himself between them, eyeing them warily. Me? I'm your brother-in-law, Chen Luo stated, looking at Yang Wanning's frigidly beautiful face. What shall we name the child? Chen. Never mind. Let the child's mother decide. Brother-in-law, Yang Jie exclaimed, his expression filled with suspicion as he regarded Chen Luo. Nonsense. My sister is only 20 and not married yet. Do not spread rumors about her. He's right. He is indeed your brother-in-law, Yang Wanning said, nonchalantly eating her ice cream, her tone tinged with shyness. What? Yang Jie gasped, his mouth agape. He is Chen Luo, the son of the King of Heaven, Chen Tianwang. Chen Luo. Chen Luo clapped Yang Jie on the shoulder. Indeed, I am Chen Luo. We met when we were kids. And you don't remember me? Yang Jie immediately produced a premium Poké Ball, holding it before Chen Luo. Humph, I don't care who you are. Even if you are the son of my most admired idol, Chen Tianwang, to be my brother-in-law, you must defeat me. Dare to engage in a Pokemon battle? Chen Luo did not respond immediately, but turned to Yang Wanning. Wanning, what do you think? although Yang Wanning was 2 years his senior. Could she not be referred to as wife now? I think that sounds good. You can help me teach this oblivious little brat a lesson. Hey, big sis. You really don't have faith in me. I'm a member of the Kyoto Elite Pokemon University team. Yang Jie protested, slightly indignant. Then I'll follow your sister's advice and properly educate you, my little brother-in-law. Where shall we battle? Chen Luo inquired. Kyoto University has a battle arena. Let us go there, Yang Jie replied. Chen Luo nodded. But before that, Shira, please show yourself and come enjoy some ice cream. Finally, I can eat ice cream, Yang Jie exclaimed, as if witnessing something monumental. The mythical Pokemon, the forest deity, Shira, Yang Wanning exclaimed without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Shira is my friend. Please take good care of it, Wanning, Chen Luo said. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Shira flew into Yang Wanning's arms. This sister smells so nice. So adorable. Yang Wanning, holding the ice cream-eating Shira, beamed with delight. Let's go, young man, Chen Luo urged. To have a brother-in-law who could befriend the deity of the forest. It seemed there was only one such person in the expansive Kyoto University. Bah! What brother-in-law? He hasn't even defeated me yet. At the Kyoto Elite Pokemon University Battle Arena, numerous students had gathered to watch. The atmosphere among the students was exceptionally high-spirited, eager to witness the showdown between Yang Jie and an unknown individual. How peculiar it is. Encounters with the school team are indeed a rarity. I have heard that Senior Wanning is also present. Let us hasten. What? Senior Wanning is here as well? Baijiao, quickly take me over. I must meet Senior Wanning. At this moment, the public battle arena of Kyoto University has gathered nearly 100 spectators. Unlike other ordinary universities, Kyoto University requires its freshmen to undertake various tasks to earn credits, resulting in a remarkably small student body. Thus, having over 100 people present to witness the match is indeed a rare occurrence. Naturally, a significant portion of the audience has come specifically to see Yang Wanning. This match is devoid of referees, with both competitors positioned on opposite sides of the arena. Yang Jie stands in the arena, transformed, having shed his earlier impatience and flamboyance. The fierce brilliance he emanates is impossible to conceal. It is time to battle, Blaziken. Arise, Crocodile. Roar. Guka. A searing aura instantly envelopes the arena, accompanied by a primal roar. A robust, golden-red Blaziken gracefully lands on the ground. Its fists are clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with determination, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit. The flames surrounding it surge forth, causing the air to shimmer slightly from the intense heat. Chen Luo gazes at his ostentatious brother-in-law and offers unreserved praise. Not bad, young man. Your fighting spirit is exceptionally high. Chapter 77, A Clash of Raw Power. The fearsome Crocodile, with its menacing visage and formidable scales, immediately captivates the attention of all present. Its crimson eyes sweep across the arena, emanating an ancient and savage aura, reminiscent of a primordial predator. Roar. This Crocodile appears different. Has it undergone a mutation? Yet it looks so impressive. Is it shiny? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't shiny ones typically a dull yellow? Why does it have scales? And its fangs seem longer and sharper than those of a typical crocodile? When in doubt, one can consult the forums. The seniors will provide answers. This is Crocodile's debut battle following its evolution. Chen Luo activates his data eye to examine the information regarding Blaziken. Pokemon, Blaziken. Level, 44. Indeed, the disparity in levels from its previous form is substantial. Even with enhancements, it is not feasible to catch up in such a short time. However, my enhancements are not merely a matter of level advantage. Yang Jie senses the fierce malevolence approaching him, his heart racing, yet his fighting spirit rises even higher. Taking a deep breath, he sharpens his gaze, akin to that of a hawk. Blaziken, Sonic Punch. Yang Jie strikes first, aiming to seize the initiative. Blaziken's form flickers, transforming into a golden-red blur that the naked eye can scarcely track. Its fiery right fist tears through the air, accompanied by a sharp crack and concentrated fighting energy. Akin to a cannonball, aimed directly at Crocodile's relatively vulnerable side. The speed of Sonic Punch catches Crocodile off guard. Even with its type advantage, it struggles to cope. However, Crocodile's sturdy dark golden striped scales play a crucial role. Blaziken feels as though it has struck a 1,000-fold reinforced alloy armor, causing its knuckles to throb painfully. Well done, Dragon Claw. Chen Luo's fighting spirit surges as he gestures in the shape of a dragon's claw to issue commands. Crocodile emits a low growl, raising its right forelimb. Its claws are instantly enveloped in dense dragon energy, magnified and solidified. With a whoosh, it lunges at Blaziken. Blaziken, engage in close combat. Yang Jie undeterred. opts for a direct confrontation. Flame. Blaziken's eyes ignite with fire. It forsakes defense, channeling its fighting energy to the utmost. Its fists, elbows, knees, and even its forehead become its most lethal weapons. It becomes a burning whirlwind of combat, unleashing countless golden red trails, striking fiercely at Croconaws' vital points. Each punch and kick is relentless. Are we going to clash head-on? Just as I wish. Chen Luo's eyes ignite with fervor. He has yet to engage in such a visceral battle. This time is perfect for his brother-in-law to fulfill his desires. Having witnessed the fierce clashes between Heracross and the formidable fighter in the past, he now finds himself in a similar scenario. What a stroke of fortune it is. Croconaw, wielding its purple golden dragon claw, tears through the air, aiming for Blaziken's visage. Boom, bang, clang. The cacophony of dazzling and exhilarating collisions merges into a singular symphony. The center of the arena erupts like an energy storm. Blaziken's blazing fists collide with Croconaw's dragon claw, producing a thunderous roar, sparks and fragments of dragon energy scattering. Its whipping leg strikes against Croconaw's armored side, issuing a sound akin to a heavy hammer striking stone, sending vibrations through its limbs. Its elbow strike endeavors to connect with Croconaw's jaw, yet is deftly intercepted by the ethereal dragon claw, producing a resonating clang. Meanwhile, Croconaw's sharp claws repeatedly slice through Blaziken's fiery defenses, leaving trails of blood in their wake, the friction between scales and flesh emitting a chilling sound. This is a pure display of raw power, speed, and endurance, a frenzied clash. Each impact reverberates with energy explosions and the lamentations of muscles and bones. Blaziken, like a raging berserker, attacks with lightning speed, each blow infused with the penetrative force of fighting energy. Croconaw stands resolute as a colossal war beast, its dragon claws wielding destructive might, exchanging blows and injuries as they clash. Fist against flesh, claw against blood, sweat, sparks, energy fragments, and even droplets of blood splatter amidst the fierce exchanges. Who is this contender that can match Yangjia blow for blow? Who knows, but it is undeniably thrilling. Croconaw's physical strength far exceeds that of a typical specimen. Were it an ordinary Croconaw, it would have succumbed after a few punches. Its newly grown scales exhibit terrifying defensive capabilities. This is absolutely exhilarating. Go, Blaziken. Go, Croconaw. The onlooking students are spellbound, forgetting to breathe, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through them. Roar. After a brutal knee strike, which Croconaw blocks with its dragon-clawed forelimb, Blaziken leaps back, temporarily creating distance while gasping heavily. It bears multiple deep claw marks, blood staining its golden red fur, yet the fire in its eyes burns even brighter. Yangjia decisively commands, waving his hand, Blaziken, unleash flamethrower. Chen Luo responds, Croconaw, use earthquake. Both competitors choose to launch simultaneous attacks, wholly forsaking defense. Offense is the best defense. Roar. Blaziken draws in a deep breath, its chest heaving violently, and suddenly opens its mouth wide. A torrent of flames blasts towards Croconaw's face. Croconaw's massive form erupts with terrifying force, its dark golden scaled feet striking the ground like a battering ram, with immense power, ruthlessly crushing the training ground beneath it. Boom, boom, boom. The earthquake unleashed is tenfold more ferocious than the one used during its days as a regular Croconaw. The entire battlefield shakes as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. The once solid rocky ground shatters, crumbling and rising like fragile cookies under tremendous pressure. The ultimate ground-type energy surged forth, centered around the malevolent-faced rogue crocodile, indiscriminately charging towards the fiery monkey that had just unleashed a torrent of flames. The magnitude of the attack and its astonishing speed rendered evasion impossible. The flames roared towards it, accompanied by seismic waves that followed suit. The rogue crocodile showed little regard for its opponent's fiery onslaught, ever since it donned its scaly armor. Its defensive capabilities had increased tenfold. The malevolent energy emanating from the sinister stone tablet enveloped its scales, effectively neutralizing a significant portion of the fiery assault, while the remainder was shattered by the creature's sharp teeth. Yet, the fiery monkey was far from unscathed. The attribute disadvantage brought on by the tremors and the sheer strength of the seismic attack dealt a considerable blow to it. Just as the majority of the ground-type shockwaves threatened to engulf its entire being, Yangjia, calm and decisive, commanded, Fiery Monkey, evade with acrobatics, then unleash Flare Blitz. This rogue crocodile was indeed formidable. Even in close combat, it proved unyielding. However, I shall see how you dodge this Flare Blitz. The fiery monkey leaped high, deftly avoiding the seismic energy wave. Then, astonishingly, It appeared to waltz through the air, its feet igniting like jet thrusters, bursting forth with flames of a blue-red hue. Flames! In midair, the fiery monkey let out a roar of unyielding fury. The flames enveloping its body transformed instantaneously from a golden red to a ferocious azure. The terrifyingly high temperatures brought about by the highly compressed energy caused the very air around it to warp dramatically. It was no longer merely leaping. It had metamorphosed into a colossal, fiery meteor plummeting from the heavens. Its target, the malevolent-faced rogue crocodile below. The speed and intensity of this assault surpassed any prior attacks. Yang Jie opted for offense over defense, striving to clinch victory with a single blow. An impressive battle indeed. I acknowledge your prowess. My brother-in-law has shown remarkable skill, both in strategy and in the cultivation of Pokemon. Yet, as the elder brother-in-law, I must assume my role. How could I allow my brother-in-law to overshadow me? Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right fist high, the Z-ring encrusted with the purest ground Z crystal radiating a blinding ochre light. It resonated powerfully with the surging ground-type energy within the malevolent-faced rogue crocodile. Those vast roots entrenched in the land of Kyoto, lend me your strength. His voice resonated with an unstoppable force as he spun around and half-knelt, striking the ground with his right fist. It was the Z-dance. He was about to execute a Z-move. The atmosphere crackled with intensity. I must seek out a few Pokemon hunters for a thrilling battle. While Z-moves are rare elsewhere, here at Kyoto Pokemon University, a gathering of geniuses, one can expect to encounter all manner of prodigies. Earthquake's ultimate termination. Chen Luo's form transformed into a cascade of vibrant energy, resembling a rainbow that surged into the malevolent-faced rogue crocodile's body. Roar! The rogue crocodile unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies. Its powerful legs, akin to colossal pillars, plunged deep into the shattered earth, while its dark golden scales shimmered with the Z-power, seemingly coming to life, flowing with a lava-like radiance. It erupted with a terrifying wave of energy, 100 times more potent than before. The ground trembled not merely with shockwaves, but with the true upheaval of the earth, centered around the malevolent-faced rogue crocodile. The battleground seemed gripped by an invisible, ancient hand from the depths of the earth, tearing and overturning everything in its wake. The once solid, specially reinforced rocky terrain crumbled like brittle cookies, buckling and collapsing under the pressure. Countless massive boulders, propelled by the ferocious energy, were hurled like cannonballs in every direction, only to be drawn back by an unseen force, coalescing above the rogue crocodile. Descending from the heavens was the fiery monkey, transformed into a meteor, executing flare blitz. Erupting from below was the ultimate power of the earth, Earthquake's ultimate termination. Boom. Blue and gold, flames and earth, the clash of unparalleled speed against boundless power. These two forces, embodying the resolve of both trainer and Pokemon, capable of reshaping the terrain, collided with a resounding impact at the center of the arena. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Then came the thunderous explosion, far surpassing any prior clash, a deafening roar that threatened to render all temporarily deaf. A blinding radiant energy swallowed the entire battleground, even engulfing the audience. At the point of impact, the fiery monkey's raging blue flames were forcefully subdued, torn apart, and annihilated. It felt as though it had collided not with a Pokemon, but with the very foundation of tectonic plates. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the rogue crocodile had been utterly reduced to powder. Its massive form sank slightly under the recoil of the collision, yet its crimson eyes remained fixated upward, ferocity and dominance undiminished. The rogue crocodile's scales bore the marks of fire's searing touch. In contrast, the fiery monkey was gravely wounded by the ground-type energy, kneeling as if a fragile candle in the wind or a flower in the rain. Even a mere gust could sweep it away. However, the Kyoto students nearby seemed even more exhilarated. It's happening. Yang Jie's fiery monkey is about to unlock its ultimate form. The legendary super fire-type monkey belonging to Yang Jie was making its appearance today. How fortunate I didn't go on a date, or I would have missed this. Go, fiery monkey. The bond between Yang Jie and his fiery monkey reached unprecedented heights in that moment. With unwavering determination, Yang Jie gazed intently at Chen Luo and proclaimed, "Though you are formidable, if you wish to marry my sister, you must do better than this. I shall not consent, nor will my fiery monkey. Fiery monkey, let him witness the searing flames that can incinerate all evil in this world." The once faltering fiery monkey seemed to respond to a call. Its body glowed a vivid red, its eyes shifting between white and irises. Flames surged higher and higher. 1 zhong, 2 zhong, 5 zhong, 10 zhong. Flames. Chapter 78. The Evil Countenance Revealed. Kyoto Pokemon University. Battleground. What did Yang Jie just say? If you wish to marry my sister? What could that possibly mean? What the hell does it mean? Yang Jie's sister is none other than Senior Wan Ning. This kid, battling with the rogue crocodile, is indeed a rogue himself, daring to pursue Senior Wan Ning. How infuriating. Once Yang Jie finishes, it's my turn, even if he's just joking. We cannot let this go unanswered. We, the Zuiyuan star of Kyoto University, the youngest doctoral researcher of Dongwang, a scholar of mythology, the founder of the Pokemon gene chain equation, and a recipient of the Kyoto Nishang Academic Award, cannot allow this kid to brazenly declare his intentions towards Senior Wan Ning. The students of Kyoto, who had been cheering for both sides, suddenly rallied wholly behind Yang Jie. Seated quietly on a bench, Senior Wan Ning remained untouched by the fervor surrounding her. She cradled the invisible Sheila Bai in her arms. Chen Luo seems to have grown quite powerful. A subtle smile graced Wan Ning's lips, delicate as the first bloom of early spring cherry blossoms. Yet, this fleeting smile, witnessed by the students of Kyoto Pokemon University, was akin to casting ice crystals into a boiling pot of oil. Wan Ning smiled. She actually smiled. How breathtakingly beautiful. I feel as though my heart is on the verge of melting. This simply cannot stand. Once Yang Jie finishes, I must go up and teach this rascal a lesson. Eliminate them all. Those who dare to covet Senior Wan Ning must be annihilated. Yang Jie, hurry and finish him off. On the battlefield, the Inferno Monkey's arms hung limply toward the ground, radiating an intense heat. Flames erupted skyward, resembling a mane of fire. Observing the state of the Inferno Monkey reminded Chen Luo of Uncle Ji's formidable Inferno Monkey. To his surprise, his little brother possessed a mere 1% of Uncle Ji's template. Fortunately, he did not summon a bond with a ninja frog. Go, Inferno Monkey. Show him our might. Unleash the flames. Yang Jie grew more valiant as he fought, as if he had become one with the Inferno Monkey. Its roar echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a rebellion in the heavenly realms. A pillar of fire, 2 or 3 times thicker than before, surged toward the malevolent-faced rogue croc, leaving a shallow pit of flames on the battlefield. The torrent of fire was upon them in an instant, threatening to engulf the malevolent-faced rogue croc entirely. Chen Luo knew that if this attack were to land, the malevolent-faced rogue croc would surely not withstand it. This strike contained the might of a super fiery eruption, a force beyond what the current rogue croc could endure. However, Chen Luo did not falter in the face of the opponent's sudden escalation in power. The invaluable combat experience he had amassed while battling in the Pidgeot region against Lucius and others guided him. The optimal strategy in such a scenario was to avoid the brunt of the Inferno Monkey's might while its momentum peaked, employing a kite strategy. He would gradually exhaust the Inferno Monkey's stamina using techniques like dig and sand tomb, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, this situation was different. Yang Wan Ning was watching from below the battlefield. Although Yang Jie shone brightly, like a gleaming, curved blade that instilled fear in the hearts of men, Chen Luo's expression darkened, revealing a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of his mouth. Given the circumstances, he commanded, "Rogue Croc, let all that is malevolent consume this flame's radiance. Tear apart this realm." The titanium crystal orb attached to the Poké Ball in Chen Luo's hand emitted a blinding light. The power of the dark-type crystal crown surged forth, infusing the malevolent-faced rogue croc's body. Titanium transformation. With a thunderous roar, the massive form of the malevolent-faced rogue croc trembled. Several crystalline shards, towering like itself, emerged before it. In mere seconds, the crystals dissipated, revealing a layer of armor resembling crystal enveloping the rogue croc. In an instant, a colossal, heavy, thorny crown of titanium crystal took shape atop its head. As the crown fully formed, a visible shockwave of deep violet energy erupted from the malevolent-faced rogue croc, radiating outward in a circular explosion. The ground was stripped of dust in the wake of the shockwave, and the air was compressed, producing a thunderous crack. The eyes of the malevolent-faced rogue croc suddenly glowed with intensity. The dark metallic sheen enveloping its body stabilized, harmonizing with the crystal crown above. A pressure emanating from an ancient ferocious beast, capable of distorting light and suppressing vitality, surged forth like a tangible tide, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Even the Inferno Monkey's towering flames seemed to be submerged in dense ink, instantly dimming in the presence of this pure malevolence. The rogue croc, enhanced by the shards of the malevolent stone and the power of the crystal crown, had transformed into its titanium malevolent form. The students of Kyoto University watched in astonishment, their expressions shifting from shock to confusion, then transforming into disbelief. What is that? It has grown crystals on its head? Its body is glowing? What is that covering its crystalline armor? Is this a new evolutionary form? Does the rogue croc have another evolution? Or is it a new battle technique? They could not reconcile the crystalline behemoth before them with any known entries in their compendiums or academic reports. This phenomenon existed entirely outside their realm of knowledge. The energy, that blackish-purple essence, was a pure manifestation of malevolence, surpassing the intensity of any known energy amplification. Was that crystal an amplifier? What kind of power is this? This fellow mentioned titanium transformation. Could it be yet another new battle method following Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, and Dynamax? Who on earth is he? Even the well-versed students of Kyoto were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Yang Wanning's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Her fiancé seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. She had always been curious about mysterious matters, and the unknown capabilities of titanium transformation only intensified her intrigue. Chen Luo, I didn't expect you to be so remarkable. I must inquire about this titanium transformation later. This time, Yang Wanning's smile did not vanish in an ephemeral flash, but remained affixed to her face. Her Shirabi, nestled in her arms, nearly squealed, its tiny hand covering its mouth in a state of awe, pressing closely to her side. Using titanium transformation in public might incite a great uproar. Chen Luo was aware that he would be at the center of attention. Yet, who was his father? The Dark-type champion. He had no need to act timidly like other protagonists, concealing his abilities. He could use his gifts freely. If all else failed, he could have Wanning publish a paper on the fourth battle system, titanium transformation, after the fight, so everyone would know what it entailed. Yang Jie, too, was in a state of disbelief. He felt a blinding light flash before him, and the already extraordinary rogue croc suddenly transformed into a different form. Damn it! What is this nonsense? If I can withstand the strikes of fighting energy, I can accept that, but now you're throwing a crystal form at me? What the hell? I might as well just admit you're my brother-in-law. Yet, on the other hand, he was not one to easily concede defeat. Though he had mentally acknowledged Chen Luo and would have been willing to call him brother-in-law, his nature simply would not allow it. He would never admit defeat. Inferno Monkey. Whatever it is, we shall overcome it with our flames. Hell Spike, Chen Luo decisively commanded. With a roar that shattered the air, the titanium malevolent form of the rogue croc charged headlong into the oncoming torrent of flames, its massive body showing no intent to evade the surging inferno. Instead, it surged forward, confronting the super fiery eruption that could melt gold and iron. The giant claws, cloaked in dark crystalline armor, were instantly enveloped in a rich, tangible, deep purple energy. This energy transcended mere fluctuations. Under the frenzied amplification of the titanium crown, it coalesced into energy blades resembling the fangs of a hellish demon. The tips of its claws glimmered with a chilling light that threatened to tear through space, entwined with arcs of malevolent energy that sent shivers down the spine. The hell spike collided violently with the crimson torrent of flames. With a resounding crack, the raging flames were cleaved apart by the hell spike. Bolstered by the titanium malevolent form, the ominous figure of the malevolent crocodile surged swiftly through the cleaved path of flames. Its body, clad in crystalline armor, radiated an unparalleled ferocity and dominance under the flickering light of the inferno. Its target was none other than the fiery monkey at the end of the blaze. Burn, fiery monkey. Let it witness the strength of our bond. Use flame charge. Yang Jie did not remain passive. He roared with fervent determination. Although the crystalline giant crocodile had breached the fiery monkey's supercharged flames, he chose to confront it head-on, unflinching. Roar. The fiery monkey felt the blazing intensity of its trainer's indomitable spirit. Flames erupted around its body, transforming into searing blue fire. This flame transcended mere heat. It was the embodiment of willpower. Boom. Its form morphed into a blue lightning bolt that tore through the sky, charging forth with an unyielding momentum. Intent on clashing with the advancing titanium crystalline malevolent crocodile, which was enveloped in dark malevolence. On one side stood the abyssal crocodile, cloaked in shadowy crystalline armor, adorned with a menacing crown of dark thoughts, its claws entwined with the malice of the abyss. On the other side was the fiery monkey, a resolute warrior ignited by an undying spirit of fire, pushing beyond its limits. The two figures collided thunderously in the center of the recently cleaved path, drawing countless astonished gazes. Boom! An unprecedented and terrifying roar resonated, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently, while spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact. A moment of stalemate ensued. That azure bond of flames, akin to the most resplendent fireworks, ultimately succumbed to the might of the titanium crystalline malevolent crocodile after its final dazzling display. The deep violet malevolence ruthlessly shattered the defiant blue flames. Ugh! The fiery monkey emitted a mournful and unwilling wail. The hellspike struck forcefully against its chest. Roar! The malevolent crocodile bellowed in triumph, its massive claws thrusting forward. Bang! The fiery monkey was struck as if by a battering ram, hurtling backward at an even greater speed, crashing heavily against the protective energy shield. Its body slid down the energy barrier, leaving a long, charred mark upon the ground. The blue flames had long extinguished, leaving only wisps of smoke. The eyes that once blazed with an indomitable fighting spirit were now tightly shut, having lost all capacity for battle. Chapter 79. I Lack Nothing Now. Yongjia, the super fiery monkey, was unexpectedly defeated. He was renowned as a genius student at Kyoto University, celebrated for his bravery and tenacity in battle. Yet he had fallen to someone deemed insignificant in their eyes. The battle between Chen Luo and Yang Jia quickly made its way online, and the titanium crystallization naturally stirred up a storm of reactions. However, the Zijin Mountain Hall soon released a statement, declaring that titanium crystallization was a new battle system following Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, and Z-moves. Unlike Mega Evolution, which was restricted to specific Pokémon, any Pokémon could successfully undergo titanium crystallization as long as it shared a strong bond with its trainer. The primary ability of titanium crystallization was to utilize the power of the crystalline crown to alter the Pokémon's attributes. If the crystallization was of the same type, the power of its corresponding moves would double. Otherwise, it would increase by 1.5 times. However, there were only 18 titanium crystals in the entire world, dispelling some individuals' ambitions. The article noted that the first discovery of titanium crystallization was attributed to the Dark-type champion Chen Jinhua and the son of the chairman of the Pokemon department store, Su Wanqing, Chen Luo. This name was unveiled to the world for the very first time. After the battle concluded, students from Kyoto University flocked to challenge Chen Luo, shouting slogans about wanting to defeat him to win over their senior sister. Yang Wanqing walked directly towards Chen Luo, who was surrounded by a crowd, and took his hand, leading him out of the campus amidst the gazes of many. She left behind a simple remark, "He.S. tired." Her 3 icy words pierced through the last remnants of fervor among the students. As she held Chen Luo's hand, they traversed the silent campus under the gaze of hearts filled with heartbreak, unwillingness, and even resentment. Sister, brother-in-law, Yang Jia turned to Chen Luo, speaking in a bashful manner. "That's more like it, little brother-in-law. Stick with your brother-in-law from now on. I'll protect you." Chen Luo patted his shoulder. "I'm just chuckling. Who knows who will come out on top next time?" Yang Jia asked, "By the way, what was that crystalline transformation you used earlier?" He was eager to understand the phenomenon that had defeated him, imagining how impressive his fiery monkey would be adorned with crystals. Even Yang Wanqing's eyes betrayed her curiosity. Chen Luo briefly explained the principles of titanium crystallization to the two, then turned to Yang Wanqing, asking, "Wanqing, are you still training that round shark?" Yang Wanqing smiled charmingly, replying, "Of course." With that, she tossed a healing ball into the air. "Come forth, biting land shark." Shark! A flash of white light erupted. A fierce and powerful deep blue figure stood proudly. It possessed a head shaped like a shark's, and its robust body was covered in deep blue armor, akin to the sturdiest of shields. Its massive scythe-like fins gleamed ominously, creating a subtle tearing sound in the air as they naturally fell. The thick tail ended with a fearsome tail hammer, resting casually on the ground, leaving intricate cracks in the solid concrete beneath. Those golden vertical pupils were cold and sharp, exuding the indifference of a top predator and the majesty of one who gazes down upon all. Shark! A deep yet penetrating roar echoed, reminiscent of thunder rumbling from the depths, announcing the arrival of the sovereign of sky and earth. "I can't believe this little one has grown so large," Chen Luo marveled. Upon seeing the biting land shark's level, he was taken aback. He realized he could barely keep up with Yang Wanqing now. Would he have to rely on her in the future? Though, perhaps that wasn't entirely out of the question. "But I must ask, biting land shark, where is your dragon dance? Even the shrimp Pokemon can perform dragon dance, yet you cannot? What kind of dragon are you?" The biting land shark lowered its head slightly, carefully nudging Yang Wanqing's palm with its massive head, emitting a deep, almost affectionate rumble from its throat. This created a striking contrast to its fierce exterior. Chen Luo produced a titanium crystal and placed it into Yang Wanqing's hand, saying, "I hurried back, and didn't he know what gift to bring you? This is a titanium crystal, consider it my gift. Is this a token of affection?" Yang Wanqing asked with a smile. Chen Luo's face turned crimson. his mind swirling in confusion. What on earth will I name the child? Just then, Yang Jie squatted on the ground, with Talabai perched atop his head, sporting an expression of intrigue. I guess so, Chen Luo scratched his face, replying. Yang Wanqing chuckled, saying, well then, I have a token of affection for you as well. With that, she released another Pokemon. A small, exquisite Poké Ball appeared in her palm as she flipped her wrist. As a gentle radiance glimmered, a diminutive Pokemon, reminiscent of an ancient treasure chest, materialized at her feet. Its body gleamed with a bronze hue, and atop the lid was embedded a resplendent, oversized gold coin, through which a curious eye peered, seeking to behold the outside world. Yang Wanling offered no reply. Instead, she tenderly caressed the cool bronze surface of the Pokemon, murmuring, Suo Kai-ling, please retrieve that box. With a crisp chirp, Suo Kai-ling responded, its chest resembling a treasure chest gently quivering as the lid creaked open slightly. Contrary to the imagined torrent of gold, Suo Kai-ling cautiously extended a shadowy black hand from within the chest, presenting an exceedingly ordinary wooden box. This is... Chen Luo's voice faltered, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he gazed at the box. Yang Wanling accepted the wooden box, her expression imbued with a blend of solemnity and the excitement of an explorer. Last year, I led an expedition to a newly discovered ancient ruin of great antiquity. Deep within the ruins, on an altar shielded by a formidable energy field, Suo Kai-ling sensed this box. It seemed irresistibly drawn to it, braving the dangers to breach the energy barrier, and inside was this. She paused. I cannot ascertain what it is, but I can feel the potent dark energy emanating from within, which has compelled me to consider how to present it to you. Gently, she opened the wooden box. Inside, there was no blinding light, only a profound darkness. At the heart of that darkness lay an irregularly shaped black fragment, roughly the size of a palm. Goodness! This fragment seems so familiar. It must be a piece of the Evil Face tablet. Evil Face tablet fragment, Chen Luo exclaimed, placing the wooden box into his pocket before enveloping Yang Wanling in a tight embrace. With this, I shall lack for nothing. Presently, Chen Luo had gathered 2/3 of the Evil Face tablet fragments, and only one more was needed to assemble, well, to possess a complete Evil Face tablet. With this, his Pokemon could harness the power of the Evil Face tablet to enhance their abilities. Yang Wanling did not release him from her embrace, but instead savored the warmth radiating from his sturdy chest. Meanwhile, Yang Jie and Shirabi crouched nearby, concealing their faces with only one eye visible. Hey, have you had your fill of hugging? Mind your image in public. Meh, Chen Luo retorted, unperturbed. Why should I shy away from embracing my fiancée? The two strolled through Kyoto, relishing the rare moments of leisure. The sunset's glow elongated their shadows, while shops and stalls brimming with life lined the streets. Chen Luo was poised to present a freshly purchased candied apple to Yang Wanling when his communicator in his pocket began to vibrate. It was a message from Vice Principal Ma Zhong, informing him of the school's arrangement for him to attend the Royal Academy in the Island Nation Alliance as an exchange student. He was expected to return the following Monday. Furthermore, it was not just Chen Luo. Nearly all schools within the Dongwang Alliance would dispatch 1 or 2 students for the exchange program. Every year, during this season, students were sent to various alliances such as the Island Nation Alliance, the White Eagle Alliance, the Tenju Alliance, the Bear Alliance, and the Sun Never Sets Alliance, among others. These exchange students were typically the most exceptional talents from their respective schools. Such a vast exchange of gifted students globally undoubtedly reflected strategic considerations from the Alliance's higher-ups, perhaps to learn each other's tactics, understand opponents' battle styles, or simply foster friendly exchanges to strengthen international cooperation. Chapter 80, Young Giratina. How could the tender embrace of home ever restrain a Pokemon trainer's heart yearning for adventure? Until he becomes the strongest trainer, Chen Luo's journey shall never cease. His mission bestowed by Cresselia had yet to yield any progress. His Pokemon remained rather weak, insufficient to undertake the quest of locating Arceus. After bidding farewell to Yang Wanling, Chen Luo spent the night at home before setting off on a new journey early the next morning. However, his father informed him that his grandfather had prepared a rather impressive Pokemon for him to retrieve during this time. Chen Luo mounted his Noctowl and soared towards the mountain city. Yet this mountain city was not to be confused with another. It lay in the heart of Qingshan, beyond the Jiangxing forest, with Qin City and Mountain City being 2 significant urban centers at the foot of Qingshan. Thus, Chen Luo's route conveniently traced back to the school. Along the way, no disturbances arose. After prolonged flight, Noctowl had autonomously learned the move Fly. Consequently, during flight, Noctowl could envelop Chen Luo in an energy shield, rendering his reliance on the power of the evergreen unnecessary. After a few hours, Chen Luo arrived at a quaint locale known as Qingyan Town within the mountain city. Since retiring, his grandfather had established a ranch here alongside his grandmother. Each year, Chen Luo would spend some time there. It was here that he had captured his first Pokemon, the black-eyed crocodile. The small town, nestled between mountains and rivers, boasted ancient architecture, with a crystal-clear stream meandering through it. Chen Luo did not linger in the town, but urged Noctowl to soar over it. Descending towards the expansive ranch enclosed by massive black wooden fences located in the valley behind the town. Noctowl's substantial form landed steadily on the open ground at the ranch entrance, startling a few Noivern into flight. Pushing open the familiar ranch gate adorned with malevolent totems, he called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." Chen Bujue and Mu Lihua were having their meal when Mu Lihua glanced out the window and instantly sprang to her feet in joy. "My eldest grandson has returned." Despite being over 60, Mu Lihua moved with remarkable agility, bounding toward the door in a few swift steps. Upon seeing his grandmother, Chen Luo embraced her warmly. Mu Lihua was equally elated, having not seen her eldest grandson for quite some time, albeit only half a year. She tenderly cupped Chen Luo's face, saying, "Let me take a look at my precious grandson. You've certainly grown more robust after your training. I knew little Luo would tread the path of a trainer. You are doing splendidly, truly a scion of the Chen family." Chen Bujue boomed with laughter as he approached, his voice resonant and full of life. Tall and robust. Though his hair had turned white, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, and he stood tall, exuding the formidable aura of a former Dark-type champion. "Grandpa," Chen Luo greeted with a smile. "I heard from that rascal Chen Jinhua that you discovered a Pokemon known as the Paradox species. Is it this Pokemon behind you that resembles a Dragonite?" Chen Bujue inquired, pointing at Noctowl. Chen Luo nodded and promptly released all his Pokemon. The Roggenrola, Litten, Impidimp, Hyuphant, Eevee, Gyarados, Sandshrew, Sableye, and 2 high-level Noctowls emerged. Those Paradox Pokemon had long been subdued by Eevee, their once volatile tempers now significantly tempered. However, the 2 high-level Honchkrow remained unruly, immediately seeking to launch an attack on Chen Luo and his companions upon emerging from the Ultra Balls. No matter how Chen Luo attempted to persuade his Honchkrow, they would not relent. Chen Bujue chuckled softly, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yet another pair of unruly Dark-type Pokemon had appeared. "Let the games begin. Come forth, Tyranitar, and entertain them." The roar that erupted was far more ferocious than that of the Honchkrow, a sound imbued with a cataclysmic force that shattered the tranquility of the ranch. The very earth seemed to tremble. Accompanied by this deafening roar, a colossal, imposing green figure descended with a thunderous crash, resembling a moving mountain. Its entire body was encased in a formidable carapace, adorned with menacing spikes upon its back. A powerful tail swept through the air, obliterating a boulder the size of a grinding stone with ease. A tempest of swirling dust, as if animated by its own will, enveloped the creature, conjuring a miniature sandstorm around it. The desert tyrant, Tyranitar. Tyranitar's eyes scanned the 2 frenzied Honchkrow, reflecting an indifference akin to gazing down upon mere ants, coupled with a flicker of rage provoked by their defiance. It did not heed Chen Bujue's commands. Merely sensing the hostility and energy radiating from the Honchkrow was sufficient to propel it into a battle-ready state. "Xiao Luo, remember, mastering power is far more arduous than simply acquiring it. You must instill in them the understanding that following you and obeying you is the most effective way for them to grow stronger, to survive, and to realize their worth. Bear in mind, while dark types are often difficult to control and most are notoriously hard to tame, they do not embody chaos. The key lies in mastering them, allowing them to become an extension of your will." "I understand, grandfather." Chen Luo nodded, acknowledging his grandfather's wisdom, unlike his father, who was too absorbed in romantic pursuits with his mother to provide guidance. Minutes later, Tyranitar approached Chen Luo with a beaming demeanor, lifting him high by his armpits. "Roar. It has been a long time, Xiao Luo." Chen Luo found himself helplessly hoisted into the air, greeting his old friend. "Hello, Tyranitar." Who could have imagined that the desert tyrant possessed such a gentle side? Meanwhile, the 2 Honchkrow lay battered and dazed. Chen Luo's Honchkrow mourned for its parents, lamenting, "You 2 would only learn the pain of defeat through experience. Is it not enough to receive a beating? Or do you simply find the energy cubes unappetizing? Now look where you've ended up, lying flat. Enough of your antics, old fellow. Since Xiao Luo is here, you should spare him your lessons. We must first dine. Your grandmother had a premonition of your arrival this morning and has prepared your favorite dish, wild chicken stewed with wild mushrooms." Mu Lihua tugged him toward the wooden cabin. Chen Luo prepared energy cubes for his Pokemon and then entered the cabin, devouring his meal heartily. The flavor remained as delightful as ever. After finishing his meal, Chen Luo broached the matter that had brought him here. Originally, I intended for this to be your first Pokemon. But seeing how well you've trained the Krogunk and its emergence into a unique form, I believe it is time for my grandson to step up. Chen Jinhua has nearly reached his peak as a Dark-type master. It is time for my grandson to take the mantle. Does he truly grasp the essence of being a Dark-type master? Chen Buju remarked, somewhat exasperated. Chen Luo concurred, acknowledging that Chen Jinhua, a devoted husband, likely lacked insight into Dark-type Pokemon. The two made their way to a cave on the ranch, the dwelling of Tyranitar. The gift Chen Buju presented to Chen Luo was a descendant of Tyranitar, a champion-level Larvitar. As Chen Luo gazed at the Larvitar, his eyes sparkled with delight. Species, Larvitar. Level, 24. Ability, Guts. When in a status condition, attack power increases. Potential, champion level. The sensation of obtaining a semi-divine, champion-level Pokemon was exhilarating. What a delight. The process of capturing Larvitar unfolded seamlessly. Chen Luo had already established a rapport with Larvitar's mother, and the allure of the power of eternity further facilitated the bond. Most importantly, this Larvitar had an insatiable appetite, and Chen Luo promised an endless supply of energy cubes. Larvitar. Larvitar perched atop a mound of energy cubes, eagerly munching with both hands. Suddenly, a small Shinx cautiously approached from a distance, eyeing Chen Luo and Chen Buju with great wariness. Larvitar, excited to see the Shinx, scampered over. Larvitar. Larvitar tugged at the Shinx's blade-like paws, urging, come with me. There's delicious food over there. The Shinx remained vigilant, still wary of Chen Luo and Chen Buju. What's this? Chen Luo observed with a puzzled expression as Larvitar shared its energy cubes. This little one likely strayed from the Shinx brigade over by Qingshan and was found by Larvitar, and thus they became friends, Chen Buju explained. Noticing the Shinx's elite-level potential, Chen Luo promptly abandoned the idea of capturing it. Although he desired a Shinx, this one did not meet his standards. Larvitar seemed to communicate something to the Shinx, essentially conveying that it would be departing with its trainer and they could no longer play together. Consider this food a farewell gift from me. I hope you can soon defeat that Shinx commander and return to your clan. The Shinx's cautious demeanor suddenly shifted to panic. It regarded Chen Luo with apprehension, then positioned itself before him, readying for battle. Shinx. Chen Luo recognized the determination in its eyes, a last-ditch effort to fight for its friend. Do you wish to battle me? To see if I qualify to be Larvitar's trainer? Chen Luo inquired. Shinx. You must defeat me before you can take my brother away. Chen Luo was taken aback by the Shinx's deep emotional bond. Very well then. Let us engage in battle. This Shinx was at level 26, prompting Chen Luo to send out his mischievous Piku. Shinx. The Shinx's gaze was sharp as a blade, its arm blades glimmering with cold light as it lowered its center of gravity, assuming a standard battle stance. Despite facing what appeared to be a smaller opponent, it showed no signs of underestimating Piku, for this was a battle fought for friendship. Larvitar watched nervously, its tiny claws clenched. Larvitar. Chen Luo smiled slightly, his demeanor turning serious. All right, Piku, let us give it our all. This will serve as proof of our response to its sentiments. Yay. Piku, grinning impishly, leaped into the arena. Hee, I finally get to take the stage. Watch how I outsmart it. Chapter 81, The Unyielding Shinx. The Shinx initiated the assault, moving like lightning, its blade-like arms transforming into two intersecting beams of cold light, swiftly slashing towards Piku. Quick attack, Piku, Chen Luo commanded, observing the Shinx's glaring vulnerabilities. The mischievous little sprite seemed to leave a lingering afterimage as it instantaneously appeared before the Steed Blade minion, its dark, malevolent energy coalescing into a small, shadowy palm that sliced through the air. With a resounding clap, it struck accurately against the minion's faceplate. The momentum of the Steed Blade minion was abruptly halted, its rhythm of strikes disrupted, rendering its body momentarily rigid. The intimidation effect from the surprise slap took hold. Absorption punch. Chen Luo issued no further commands. The sprite's figure once more blurred. The sprite swiftly positioned itself before the Steed Blade minion, delivering a single punch that sent it crashing to the ground. Steed Blade. The Steed Blade minion writhed in agony on the ground. All right. While I empathize with your reluctance to abandon your friend, you are simply too weak. Young Jiras shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Steed Blade, come again. The Steed Blade minion rose, launching a counterattack against the sprite. It displayed courage, yet it was not sufficient. Before Chen Luo could issue a command, the sprite unleashed another absorption punch, striking the minion's abdomen. The Steed Blade minion was sent flying once more. It struggled to rise again. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Until the 5th time, it could no longer stand. Steed Blade. The Steed Blade minion crawled painfully on the ground. Chen Luo observed its indomitable spirit and acknowledged its tenacity. Young Jiris stepped forward to assist it. Brother, do not continue fighting. You are no match. The Steed Blade minion, battered and bruised, managed to crawl before Chen Luo, collapsing to its knees with a thud, its head heavy against the ground. Steed Blade, I wish to follow you and grow stronger. I aspire to become the mightiest/commander, unwavering in my loyalty to you. Please. Young Jiris, mirroring the sentiment. Melt as well. I implore you, let my dear brother accompany you. Chen Luo was genuinely moved. This Steed Blade minion would surely achieve greatness in the future. He helped it to its feet, utilizing the power of the evergreen to heal its wounds. Really, you have me feeling like a villain. Steed Blade minion. Do you wish to become my Pokemon and join me in ascending to the pinnacle of the dark type? The Steed Blade minion's eyes sparkled, as if glimpsing hope. Steed Blade, I am willing to follow you for a lifetime, until I become the strongest. Excellent. Chen Luo produced 2 luxury balls, capturing both the Steed Blade minion and young Jiris simultaneously. With this, Chen Luo's team was finally complete. Dark-faced rogue crocodile, fiery meow, mischievous sprite, roaring moon, young Jiris, and Steed Blade minion, along with a fierce mushroom. Chen Luo carried a fierce mushroom, leaving the remaining paradoxical Pokemon in his grandfather's ranch. Before departing, Chen gave a keystone and a Tyranitar evolution stone to Chen Luo. Chen Luo joyfully grasped the keystone. He had already acquired 3 of the 4 major battle systems. Only the final one, Gigantamax, remained for him to complete his collection. He wondered if this world could achieve Mega after Gigantamax and then utilize Z moves. Of course, Chen Luo merely entertained the thought. After bidding farewell to his grandparents, Chen Luo returned to Jiangxing Pokemon University. Upon his return, he spent the next few days aiding the members of the school team in training. He shared some strategies and battle experiences, while also formulating corresponding training plans. After all, the 100 school battle was not a fight he could win alone. Only with a strong team could they achieve a commendable rank in the competition. Soon, Monday arrived. Chen Luo arrived at the Magic City Airport as per the regulations for the assembly. To his surprise, the leader for this trip to the Island Alliance was none other than Steel Master Wu Wanyu. Chen Luo had not anticipated that a school exchange program would feature a master-level trainer, one of the 18 type masters of the East Huang Alliance. Wu Wanyu was an exceptionally handsome middle-aged man, exuding an air akin to a dapper rogue in a suit. Having become the Steel Master of the East Huang Alliance by the age of 40, he was truly a prodigy. His Mega Sizer had also achieved a commendable top 40 finish in the World Championship. Wu Uncle, I didn't expect you to be leading the team. Chen Luo greeted as he was the last to arrive. The other 7 had been waiting for him for some time, some resting with their eyes closed. Others engaged with their phones, while some chatted amongst themselves. Chen Luo, what a surprise. You aren't a student exchange from Jiangxing Pokemon University, are you? Wu Wanyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment upon recognizing Chen Luo. Did the old man actually allow you to attend school there? The relationships among the masters of the East Huang Alliance were quite amicable, often sharing meals, drinks, and missions together, hence they were familiar with one another's descendants. Indeed. Did my father not mention it to you? Chen Luo inquired. Wu Wanyu rubbed his face, exasperated. How unfortunate I am to encounter 2 colleagues' sons at once. Who is the second? Chen Luo questioned. Why, it's me. A familiar voice interjected. Chen Luo, it's been ages since I last saw you. You're still as punctual as ever, making me wait so long. A figure with dark purple hair and multiple piercings on his ears approached. The most striking feature being his ice blue eyes, which could have been either colored contacts or naturally occurring. He appeared to have a mischievous demeanor. Whoa, Li Yi. Chen Luo stared at the trendy young man before him, momentarily failing to recognize him. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Li Yi retorted with an air of arrogance, a keystone gleaming around his neck. Li Yi was a childhood friend of Chen Luo and the son of the Poison Master. No way, you didn't actually fail to recognize me, did you? Li Yi asked, visibly dissatisfied. Dude, with that ridiculous hairstyle, who could recognize you? Aren't you supposed to be in school as well? Chen Luo replied. Why wouldn't I be able to attend? I study in Huacheng, which is my hometown. My father insisted I go to university to fulfill his unfulfilled dream of attending college. Li Yi shrugged, expressing his resignation. I heard you've been causing quite a stir lately. Slaying your uncle at Kyoto University and discovering some titanium pearl or something. Show it to me. Li Yi said with a cheeky grin, rubbing his hands together as he leaned closer to Chen Luo. Get lost. You think you can just ask to see it? You should at least call me Master Luo. Chen Luo joked. Wu Wangyu intervened. All right, gentlemen, it's time. We'll continue our conversation on the plane. Let us board. Li Yi draped an arm over Chen Luo's shoulder, while Chen Luo, with a look of disdain, shrugged him off. The expressions of the other 6 varied. They had not expected that the small island alliance would feature 2 sons of masters. Li Yi was already well known and had garnered a reputation as the Poison King of Huaqing. Huaqing Pokemon University ranked among the top 5 in the East Huang Alliance. However, Chen Luo's recent exploits had only made waves within Kyoto, thus his name had not spread as far. Regardless, being the son of a master indicated that his strength was assuredly formidable. The journey to the island nation has become increasingly intriguing. Chapter 82, The Formation of the Alliance. The Island Alliance is situated to the southeast of the Eastern Huang Alliance, comprising 4 major islands and over 1,000 smaller ones. In the annals of Pokemon history, the inhabitants of the islands are descendants of a Taoist named Su Fu from the era of the Eastern Huang dynasty. In a quest for immortality and the elusive creator god, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sought out Su Fu, who claimed he could locate the celestial flute capable of summoning the creator. The elderly emperor, swayed by Su Fu's words, sent him and his Pokemon, the natural bird, on a quest across the world to find the flute and summon the creator's descent. Su Fu, accompanied by 3,000 young maidens and youths and 100 beast masters, arrived in what is now the island nation. Enchanted by the island's breathtaking scenery and abundant resources, he decided to settle there. Today, the Island Alliance proudly claims to be the birthplace of Pokemon. Consequently, the islanders often cast envious glances at the vast territories of the Eastern Huang Alliance, frequently dispatching ninjas, spies, or masquerading as pirates to launch petty attacks. They have even audaciously assaulted significant ports of the White Eagle Alliance, akin to persistent flies that are both bothersome and vexatious. However, during the defense of Jiaozhou Island, the Eastern Huang Alliance successfully drove the legendary Pokemon Kyogre near the Island Alliance, resulting in the inundation of over 1,000 small islands and the tragic loss of countless islanders. The White Eagle Alliance also deployed the mythical Pokemon Genesect to strike 2 cities within the Island Alliance. As a result, the reputation of the Island Alliance on the international stage is notoriously infamous, even more so than that of the neighboring Goryo Alliance. On the airplane, Chen Luo sat by the window, gazing at the boundless Pacific Ocean, its deep blue hue both profound and oppressive. Perched on his shoulder, the invisible Shilabi shared his curiosity, surveying the view outside. Accompanying Chen Luo ensured a life of indulgence with ample food, drink, and entertainment. It was not until an archipelago, resembling a shattered emerald necklace, emerged on the horizon that their destination became apparent. The 4 main islands loomed like slumbering giants. Hokkaido in the north was shrouded in an everlasting white snowcap, icy mists entwining the ridges like silent white tombstones. Sakura Island served as the heart of the Island Alliance, its coastline adorned with golden beaches and bustling ports. Following southward were Kyushu and Shikoku Islands. Between these grand land masses, thousands of smaller islands lay scattered like carelessly strewn pebbles. Are we there yet? Li Yi, feeling the effects of motion sickness, lay back in his seat with a look of utter despair. The cabin broadcasted a sweet announcement from the flight attendants, seamlessly switching to the island's language, Eastern Huang dialect, and White Eagle tongue, informing passengers of the imminent descent towards Sakura Island Royal International Airport and advising them to fasten their seatbelts. Upon disembarking, Li Yi was unable to contain his nausea, utterly drained of vitality. Wu Wangyu mentioned he had other matters to attend to and instructed them to take a taxi to the Royal International Pokemon Academy. It was quite unexpected that the Steel-type champion would be so unreliable, departing without a second thought. Consequently, the group had to split into 2 groups of 4 to take taxis to the Royal Academy. Moreover, it was quite unseemly for the Academy not to send a dedicated vehicle for their pickup, had it been one of the schools from the Eastern Huang Alliance. The sight of students from the Chief Non-Alliance would have prompted the dispatch of the most charming female students to the airport. Naturally, Chen Luo and Li Yi were together, accompanied by a remarkably handsome individual, reminiscent of his schoolmate Lu Zhe, albeit slightly less impressive. His medium-length hair was subtly highlighted with blue, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Even his attire surpassed theirs in brilliance and fashion. Chen Luo couldn't help but wonder if he intended to become a star in the island nation, given his dapper appearance, making Chen Luo, clad in a black jacket and a white t-shirt, feel somewhat out of place. Another companion stood exceptionally tall, making Chen Luo's height of 183 centimeters seem insignificant in comparison. This towering figure radiated an inexplicable charisma, embodying a striking physique. Surely, these two did not genuinely aspire to become male idols in the island nation, especially considering the flourishing adult entertainment industry there, where even the instructors were of the highest caliber. In hindsight, Chen Luo mused that such a possibility was not entirely far-fetched. The two appeared to know each other, sharing laughter during the flight. Hello, I am Lin Jiajing, a native of Liqing, currently studying at Haogong Pokemon University. This is Chen Zihan, hailing from Hushi Longqing, presently enrolled at Longqing Pokemon University. I hope to count on your assistance during our time here, the youth, exuding a star-like charm, introduced himself with a radiant smile. Indeed, his smile was captivating. After all, they were the sons of champions, and fostering good relations was undoubtedly prudent. Chen Zihan flashed a self-assured grin in response. Haogong Pokemon University ranks 12th among the alliance of 100 schools, while Longqing Pokemon University stands at 23rd, both formidable institutions. Being selected as exchange students indicates they are no ordinary individuals. Hello, Chen Luo, he replied succinctly, maintaining politeness without excessive elaboration. No need for introductions for me, Li Yi lamented, rubbing his temples in distress. Soon, a taxi driver began speaking rapidly in the island's language, intensifying Li Ye's headache. What on earth is he saying? I don't understand, Li Yi exclaimed. Lin Jiajing translated. He is asking us where we want to go. We're heading to the Royal International Pokemon Academy. He replied fluently in the island language. Chen Luo had a basic grasp of the language, but was not particularly proficient. As the vehicle set off, leaving the bustling airport behind, they merged into the vibrant traffic of Sakura Island. Outside the window unfolded a quintessential urban scene of the island nation. Towering skyscrapers with glass facades reflecting the blinding sunlight. Enormous electronic billboards showcasing Pokemon battle advertisements. With a majestic Blaziken roaring in fury, the narrow yet impeccably clean streets brimmed with shops of every variety, while fashionable pedestrians and those clad in kimonos hurried past. The air was a melange of the briny sea breeze, the enticing aroma of takoyaki, and a faint hint of automobile exhaust. Gradually, the taxi departed from the lively harbor district. The roads began to ascend, and the surrounding buildings became sparser, with greenery flourishing. Towering cherry blossom trees, though past their flowering season, created a lush green canopy, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The air felt significantly fresher, yet the atmosphere seemed more somber. At last, a strikingly modern architectural complex emerged at the summit of the incline. The towering metal and glass facade gleamed with a cold brilliance in the sunlight, while an imposing arched entrance bore the inscription of the Royal International Pokemon Academy in both the island language and the universal tongue, etched in hard metal. Flanking the entrance stood two colossal, angular statues of the majestic Steelix, shimmering with metallic luster, silently proclaiming strength and authority. Chen Luo noticed the other four had already arrived at the entrance, their expressions somewhat grave. A dozen or so students in matching uniforms blocked their path, observing them as if they were a spectacle. Chen Luo approached, inquiring, "What's the matter? Why aren't we going in?" Wearing glasses and carrying a laptop, Su Zimo explained to Chen Luo and his companions. "These students from the Royal International Pokemon Academy are preventing us from entering through the main gate and are insisting we use the back entrance. They've been hurling insults. And Yin almost got into a scuffle with them." Beside them, a furious Yin with jet black hair shouted, "These despicable little wretches. Not a single coherent word escapes their lips. What is this Bakanyatsa nonsense? Just moments ago, Su Zimo claimed they dared to insult us, the people of Dongwang, by calling us pigs. I swear, I would relish the opportunity to beat them into swine. Baka, do you imbecilic Dongwang pigs not comprehend human language?" The stout student, Yamada, upon seeing Chen Luo and his companions approach, did not feel fear, but rather grew more arrogant. He spat out a string of insults in a clumsy mixture of Dongwang dialect, islander slang, and the peculiar accent of their homeland. "Do you think you lowly Dongwang folk are worthy to tread through the gates of the Royal Academy? I've opened a dog hole at the back for you. Only esteemed trainers are welcome here, not you inferior creatures." His vitriol flew from his mouth, while a nearby student with a spiky hairstyle wore a condescending smirk, as if witnessing a farcical play. "What shall we do now? Wang Wu is not here." Su Zimo adjusted his glasses and inquired. All eyes turned to Chen Luo and Li Yi, as they were the sons of the king. "What else can we do? Naturally, we shall obliterate them." The rogue croc let out a thunderous roar. Chen Luo, without uttering a single superfluous word, unleashed the rogue croc to launch an assault on the group of island students. The malevolent presence of the rogue croc instilled paralyzing terror in two of the islanders. Nanny? The island students were caught completely off guard by the sudden strike from this exchange student from the Dongwang Alliance. The rogue croc, indifferent to their astonishment, unleashed a bone-chilling roar. The sound waves erupted from its gaping maw, a cacophony of pure malevolent energy coalescing into a psychic shockwave, the very embodiment of primal, savage hostility. The invisible sonic waves rippled outward like a tangible force, creating an ear-piercing wail as tiny stones on the ground trembled violently. That terrifying resonance, brimming with unyielding will, crashed into the still yelling island students. Ugh! Aya! The two students at the forefront felt their expressions of disdain and mockery instantaneously replaced with sheer agony and bewilderment. It was as if countless steel needles had pierced their skulls. Their eardrums throbbed with pain, their vision darkened, and their thoughts became a chaotic muddle. They could barely emit a strangled cry, only managing a brief whimper, their bodies collapsing like marionettes with severed strings, frothing at the mouth, losing consciousness entirely. Nanny, the spiky-haired student, Matsumoto, felt the icy grip of horror seize him, his pupils constricting in shock. A frigid, violent, and malicious psychic force scraped through his mind like a steel brush, leaving him with a splitting headache, stars dancing before his eyes. Yamada's insults fell silent, as if a hand had clutched his throat, his face contorting in pain and terror. He felt as though his head might explode. A chill originating from the depths of his soul causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Luo Yi is fierce. King Mito unleashed the poison jab. Li Yi had not anticipated that his childhood companion would be so resolute. We must engage them. Chapter 83. A great nation must not be humiliated. Humans are not Pokemon. Although King Mito did not exert his full strength, this poison jab struck true. 3 nearby islanders fell victim. One had his arm corroded, another his chest. And the most unfortunate of all lost his very dignity as a man. They writhed on the ground, howling in pain. Ah, Baka Baka, it hurts so much. Are you demons? The piercing screams and curses ignited a deeper fury within Chen Luo. His gaze, devoid of emotion, regarded the anguished figures not as suffering beings, but as mere detritus. Enough of this noise. His voice, though not raised, carried an eerie calm that chilled to the bone. He strode forward, ignoring the writhing injured, heading directly towards the stout Yamada, who had been the most vocal in his taunts. Upon seeing Chen Luo approach, Yamada's eyes filled with sheer terror, his curses transforming into desperate pleas. Yamit, don't come closer, I was wrong. Chen Luo did not grant him the opportunity to finish. He lunged forward, seizing Yamada by the hair, his grip tightening like a vice. Yamada's pleas morphed into screams akin to a slaughtered pig. With incredible force, Chen Luo yanked Yamada's head down onto the unyielding concrete ground. Thud! Blood erupted from Yamada's forehead. Baka Dongwang pig, you shall not escape unscathed. Under excruciating pain, Yamada summoned all his strength to unleash the most vile curses. Thud! Chen Luo, expressionless, struck down again with even greater force. Yamada's curses were silenced, replaced only by broken whimpers and the dull thud of bones colliding with the ground. Thud! 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 Chen Luo's motions were mechanical and merciless, each blow landing as if pulverizing a pile of muck. Yamada's cries grew weaker, his struggles diminishing. Blood from his head mingled with dirt, obscuring his face, his consciousness fading under the relentless assault. Finally, after an indeterminate number of strikes, Yamada fell silent, his body twitching in unconscious spasms. He could no longer utter a single curse in his native tongue. Chen Luo released his grip, allowing Yamada to slump to the ground like a puddle of filth. He then disdainfully shook his hand. Chen Luo was indifferent to their fates. This was the island nation, not Dongwang. Whether they lived or died was irrelevant, as long as he did not soil his hands. The ever-observant Shirabi, floating invisibly beside Chen Luo, puffed up its cheeks in anger, its big eyes filled with sorrow and fury. Baka! It furiously waved its tiny fists. In its pure heart, Chen Luo was the gentlest soul in the world. How could these villains provoke him to such rage? Surely, they were all wicked. They deserve this. Well done, Chen Luo. You truly embody your father's spirit, Li Yi remarked, stepping forward. Observing the unrecognizable form of Yamada and the other Wailing Island students with a hint of amusement in his smile, his tone ambiguous between jest and admiration. Get lost. I should be the one to inherit my father's legacy, Chen Luo replied in a joking manner. The remaining 6 were taken aback at the ruthlessness exhibited by the sons of the king, especially Chen Luo, who was truly an action-oriented individual. To say he would kill was to mean it, yet they appreciated it. Such violent methods were warranted in dealing with these despicable islanders. Under the assault of the Rogue Croc and King Nido, the island students who had dared to obstruct them were denied even the chance to unleash their Pokémon. Yin surveyed the fallen island students, those who had lost their ability to resist and were now incessantly wailing, particularly the incapacitated Yamada, and spat contemptuously. "Huh, scoundrels reap what they sow. They deserve this." The school gate lay in disarray, the stench of blood mingling with the acrid scent of venom permeating the air. The shattered ground, the unconscious, the howling, and the disfigured island students, alongside the two cold, towering Metagross statues, painted a scene both brutal and ironic. Enough. The sound of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed through the air. 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, clad in the prestigious uniforms of the Academy's senior faculty, swiftly emerged. Leading them was Hiei Masayuki, the vice president of the Royal International Elven Academy, a man in his 50s with a meticulously combed back hairstyle, a stern and rigid countenance, and piercing eyes sharp as an eagle's. His gaze, cold and probing, swept across the chaotic scene before him. Upon witnessing the agonizing students, grotesquely disfigured by corrosive venom and writhing in pain, especially the one with a shattered skull, teetering on the brink of life and death, his well-maintained facial skin twitched violently, an unmistakable flicker of incredulous rage flashing in his eyes. From the very beginning, Chen Luo had suspected that these old islanders were behind the incident. Their intention was clear: to undermine the resolve of Chen Luo and his companions, to instill in the people of Dongwang the notion that the trainers of their island were incomparable to those from Dongwang. Initially, they had believed that their numerical superiority would allow them to easily deal with the Dongwang students. Who could have predicted that Chen Luo would unleash his Pokemon to attack them? "Baka, who permitted you to use Pokemon to assault our students? Is this how your nation educates you? There is not an ounce of samurai spirit among you. Indeed, the Dongwang people are nothing but despicable cowards who resort to ambushes. It is utterly barbaric." Vice President Hiei Masayuki exclaimed in Dongwang's language, laced with an island accent. His accusations were like a rapid barrage, laden with a sense of condescension, laying all blame squarely on Chen Luo and his peers. His sanctimonious demeanor, filled with righteous indignation, seemed to completely overlook who had initiated the provocation at the school gate, who had instigated the altercation, and who had even tacitly condoned this display of intimidation against the exchange students from Dongwang. A male teacher stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Luo, echoing the vice president's sentiments. The vice president speaks the truth. To brazenly commit acts of violence at the Academy's entrance, employing such cruel methods, since you have arrived in our grand island empire, you must abide by our laws. They must be severely punished. Take them all into custody and hand them over to the Alliance Police Department. The other faculty members glared furiously, their hands hovering over their Pokeballs, causing the tension in the atmosphere to reach a breaking point. A soft, chilling scoff shattered the heavy standoff. The laughter emanated from Chen Luo. He lifted his gaze. His previously cold and violent eyes now calm, akin to a frozen lake, devoid of anger, replaced instead by a near-indifferent mockery. He turned to face Hiei Masayuki, the corners of his mouth curling into a frigid smile. "Samurai spirit? Ambush? Despicable cowards? What an extravagant label you have donned upon us." His voice, though not loud, pierced through the groans of the injured and the roars of Hiei, imbued with a biting chill. What a grand accusation. He slowly raised his hand, gesturing toward the writhing students on the ground, particularly focusing on the one whose lower body was still oozing blood. "We had barely disembarked when your island's students obstructed our path, hurling insults at us and demanding we crawl through dog holes. Such vile language. If I, a self-proclaimed despicable coward, find it offensive, what does that say about your hospitality? Truly, a small nation reveals its small-mindedness." Chen Luo's fingers shifted toward Hiei Masayuki, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Who, I ask, has tacitly allowed or even encouraged this display of arrogance? Who, prior to the outbreak of this conflict, failed to provide adequate security or guidance? Now that your students have been bested, you dare to lecture me on your laughable samurai spirit? What a tremendous farce." The aura emanating from Chen Luo overshadowed even the esteemed Hiei Masayuki, a champion-level trainer. He stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence as he surveyed the entire Royal Academy. His voice rose abruptly, booming like thunder. "We, the Dongwang, as a great nation, shall not suffer the indignities imposed by your small country. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. If you wish to submit, then contain your displeasure." In that moment, Li Yi and his companions felt a surge of admiration for Chen Luo's audacity. How could one possess such boldness? to confront them at their doorstep so defiantly. The tension was unbearable. Once again, I reiterate, let the battle commence. Li Yi charged forward, his words sharper than the Pokemon he wielded. That old islander, preaching about morality and righteousness, what do you know of it? Did your mother even give birth to you properly? Yapping like dogs here, a bunch of beasts. And yet you speak of samurai spirit? You know nothing of it. Lin Xiaojun elegantly stepped forward, maintaining his signature gentle smile. However, his eyes were as cold as the edge of a blade. He meticulously adjusted his pristine collar and, in fluent, impeccable island dialect, spoke deliberately, his voice soft but resonating throughout the assembly. Your institution's hospitality has truly opened our eyes. Students, akin to street thugs, obstructing our path and hurling insults, while the faculty, blind to the truth, distort reality. Is this the etiquette your country prides itself on? Is this what you claim to be superior? It is, indeed. A breathtaking display of inferiority. Lin Xiaojun paused, his smile growing more benign while his words became increasingly cutting. As for your samurai spirit, certain historical events of your nation seem to starkly contrast with such ideals, do they not? The ambush at Pearl Harbor, the guise of pirates pillaging our Dongguan coasts, the toxic waste dumped into the Pacific, each heinous act, a testament to your island's legacy. And now, here you stand, provoking, insulting, and even attempting violence? The fate of your students today is nothing less than the inevitable consequence of the path they have chosen. In Dongguan, we call it, well, reaping what one sows. Or perhaps, justice for the base? Lin Xiaojun's command of the island dialect was as flawless as a broadcaster's, his expressions refined and suitable. Yet every word pierced like a poisoned needle, striking at the most sensitive and shameful spots within Hei's Masayuki and the other islanders present, tearing their facade to shreds while gracefully trampling on the remnants. The rest of the group advanced, each echoing their disdain. The 8 exchange students from Dongguan felt no trepidation despite being on enemy territory. Rather, they were invigorated by the prospect of confrontation. After all, such young titans of resistance against the islands were a rarity in Dongguan. That autumn, the 8 of them regarded the Royal Academy of the Islands with utter disdain. The old islander trembled with rage. Who would have thought these Dongguan students possessed such sharp tongues? The teachers behind him were incessantly shouting Baka. Hei's Masayuki released 2 Pokemon, a champion-level Sly Fox and a champion-level Ice Phantom. His lengthy discourse with Chen Luo had been a ruse to ascertain whether any high-level trainers stood guard behind them. Upon realizing there were none, he resolved to teach these oblivious Dongguan pigs a proper lesson. Since they had left the students of the Royal Academy maimed and incapacitated, it was only fair that he reciprocated in kind. A malicious expression spread across Hei's Masayuki's face. Ah, little children, allow me to enlighten you. This world is not governed by words of reason, but by the might of fists. The Sly Fox and Ice Phantom, both of champion caliber, displayed expressions of amusement as they surged toward Chen Luo and his companions to deliver a lesson they would not soon forget. Chapter 84, A Frenzied Strike. The steel-armored crow unleashed its destructive death ray. A colossal shadow plunged downward with a piercing sonic boom. The golden beam of the destructive death ray sliced through the air like a laser, shrieking as it tore through the atmosphere. It struck fiercely at the forefront of the cunning Tengu and Ice Ghost charge. Boom! The thunderous explosion resonated like a clap of thunder on a clear day. The violent shockwave erupted instantly, creating a visible circular airwave that swept away debris and dust in a chaotic frenzy. The hardened concrete was blasted into a charred pit several meters in diameter, its edges marred by spiderweb-like, terrifying fissures. The one who had arrived was none other than the Steel-type king, Wu Wanyu. He stood atop the broad back of the steel-armored crow, clad in a travel-worn black jacket, a nearly extinguished cigarette dangling from his lips. His gaze was as sharp as a legendary blade, fixating unyieldingly on the figure of Kurizawa Masayuki below. I stepped out for merely a moment, and you, old islander, dare to lay a hand on our Dongguan students? Do you wish for death? Although Wu Wangyu's voice was not loud, it was imbued with an endless killing intent. The Steel-type king was renowned for his formidable nature, and Wu Wanyu was particularly infamous for his unyielding demeanor. Kurizawa Masayuki squinted, his expression one of caution as he regarded the newcomer. In truth, Chen Luo and his companions had been under Kurizawa's surveillance since their arrival at the Royal International Port. Wu Wangyu's departure was a deliberate bait to draw Kurizawa into a trap. As anticipated, Kurizawa proved to be foolishly predictable, employing such childish tactics. Uncle Wu, why waste your breath? Let's strike first and discuss later. I'll call my father and grandfather to bring reinforcements. We can't allow this old islander to bully us. Chen Luo summoned his Moonlit EV. Li Yi, unafraid of chaos, retrieved a high-grade Poké Ball from his waist and tossed it into the sky. Aberrage, we can't lag behind. An imposing Aberrage landed with authority. Its deathly patterns were all the more terrifying. A king-level Aberrage was a rare sight indeed. Indeed, Uncle Wu, what is there to fear? I'll call my old man too. We could easily gather 7, 8, or even 10 kings. Not to mention this small Royal International Academy. We could level an entire Cherry Blossom Island. What a fierce duo they were, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. The remaining 6 had intended to lend their support. Yet they had not brought any Pokemon for protection this time. The terror of the kings was palpable, each accompanied by a king-level guardian Pokemon. One Steel-type king was already enough for Kurizawa Masayuki to contend with. Little did he expect that these 2 students possessed king-level Pokemon as well. Moreover, from their dialogue, it was evident that they were the offspring of the Donghuang Alliance's kings. Wu Wangyu regarded Kurizawa Masayuki with pity, thinking how unfortunate it was that he had provoked the most vicious and formidable king of the Donghuang Alliance. Kurizawa Masayuki realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, his previously aggressive demeanor shifting. I was merely jesting with a few young friends. Look at the ruckus this has caused. Kurizawa, having grown wise with age, altered his tone. You islanders truly lack any sense of shame. After wasting so much of our time, shouldn't you at least kneel and apologize? Could a mere jest suffice to gloss over such matters? Moonlit EV. Unleash Dark Pulse at the entrance, Chen Luo commanded. Oi! The Moonlit EV concentrated its pure dark energy. It leaped high, targeting the metallic plaque that symbolized the Academy's dignity and status above the entrance. If the door denies us passage, then it serves no purpose to exist, Chen Luo proclaimed, his voice echoing like a final verdict as the Moonlit EV reached its zenith. Oi! Whoosh! The dark pulse struck the cold, unyielding metal plaque with tremendous force. Boom, crackle. The inky darkness swiftly engulfed the plaque. The emblem of royal authority was violently dislodged, the massive metal sign, under the astonished gazes of all present, crumpled like discarded scrap, emitting a final mournful cry as it fractured in twain. With a cacophony of grinding metal, it tumbled from the archway above. Clang! The heavy debris crashed onto the shattered concrete below, resonating with a dull thud. The characters representing supreme glory now lay trampled in the mire, fragmented and unrecognizable. Dust mingled with metallic shards slowly ascended. An absolute silence ensued. A deafening stillness. Li Yi excitedly whistled. Wow, Chen Luo, that was incredible. This plaque was smashed. It's more satisfying than defeating this old islander. Lin Jiajin observed the heap of wreckage with a gentle yet sardonic smile, commenting in fluent island language. It seems the quality of your academy's plaque is quite concerning. Exposure to the elements and years of neglect. It's time for a replacement. Such words pierced the hearts of every islander present like venomous needles. Chun Zihan was equally exhilarated, itching to stomp on the pile of scrap metal. Yin Yan, Su Zimo, Chen Feng, and he shared in the satisfaction. They would have ample tales to boast about upon their return. They had thrashed the small island, enraged the old islander, and obliterated the Royal International's plaque. Each incident was worthy of celebration. This was undoubtedly a moment that trampled the dignity of the Royal Pokemon Academy into the dust, quite literally. Kurizawa Masayuki could only swallow his fury, biting back his resentment. Since everyone has vented their frustrations, please follow me into the campus, he said, retracting his Ice Ghost and Cunning Tengu, deciding to yield further. After all, he could not withstand the pressure of the Steel-type king. He gestured for them to proceed. Chen Luo and his companions recalled their Pokemon. Do not block the way. Chen Luo intentionally strode toward Kurizawa Masayuki's position. It was imperative to assert dominance over this old islander's arrogance. What was meant to be a pleasant exchange as an exchange student had devolved into such nonsense. If he didn't showcase his identity, Kurizawa might have thought him an easy target due to his background. Kurizawa's eyes flickered with malice as he stepped aside to clear a path. Under Wu Wangyu's lead, Chen Luo and his party confidently entered the Royal Pokemon Academy. Kurizawa Masayuki watched Chen Luo's retreating figure, revealing a sinister expression. Inform Shia that, by any means necessary, those 8 must be dealt with. Yes. Fujino Hiro nodded eagerly. Shia was the strongest individual in the first year at the Royal Pokemon Academy. Among peers, it was believed they wouldn't resort to king-level Pokemon, for if word spread, it would surely draw public scrutiny on an international scale. Yet he was mistaken. Chen Luo was not one to passively await trouble. Initially, he had intended to embrace his role as an exchange student, to be a dutiful and honest child. But who could have foreseen that trouble would find him right from the start? This compelled the good-natured Chen Luo to act. Having come to the island, a passionate showdown was inevitable. Now, the Royal Academy of Elves believes that the exchange students from the Dongwang Alliance are left stranded outside, forced to crawl in through the back door like dogs. At this moment, some are attending classes while others are sleeping in their dorms. Dare to make it a grand affair? Chen Luo proposed to the group. Chen Luo, do you have some wicked scheme in mind? Speak up. I can hardly contain my excitement, Li Yi inquired, rubbing his hands together. This is far more entertaining than just attending classes and watching, Lin Jiajian added. Brother Luo, we're all ears. What do you wish to do? Chen Zihan nodded in agreement, and so did Yin Yin and the others. Just give the command, and we shall follow your lead. This battle firmly established Chen Luo's position as the leader. After all, not everyone could brazenly breach the gates of the Royal International Academy without consequence. They were completely convinced of this son of the wicked king. Very well. Since that has settled, let us first seize a classroom and thus take over the entire teaching building, creating a raucous scene reminiscent of a blood-pumping school. I trust they won't let the senior students intervene, as that would violate the rules of the game. Chen Luo shared an unspoken understanding with Heisei Masao. However, this would mean we would be subjected to an all-out assault from the first-year students of the Royal Academy. Dare to join me in this madness. Let's South turn this place upside down. A glint of madness sparkled in Chen Luo's eyes, and even Wu Wangyu marveled at his audacious plan, thinking to himself that the apple truly does not fall far from the tree. Truly, like father, like son. Hien, who had been silent until now, was the first to respond. What is there to fear? This time, we must let those islanders know the might of the Dongwang people. It's thrilling. I can feel the blood of resistance boiling within me, Chen Feng exclaimed. The others were equally fervent, eager to take action, each rubbing their fists in anticipation. Uncle Wu, if anyone dares to break the rules, I'll leave it to you to handle, Chen Luo said to Wu Wangyu. Lighting a cigarette, Wu replied. Then let me join our golden generation of Dongwang and indulge in this madness. Such opportunities are rare. If we don't act crazy now, when will we? Chapter 85. Blood-pumping school Island Alliance Royal International Academy of Elves in a spacious and brightly lit lecture hall. An elderly teacher from the island nation was explaining the theory of Pokemon energy coordination to a holographic projection screen, his tone monotonous and flat. However, the atmosphere below was tumultuous. At the back of the classroom, a group of students clad in academy uniforms clustered together, laughing heartily without restraint. Leading them was a boy with a spiky hairstyle and an arrogant glare, Ecology, the strongest first-year student of the Royal Academy. He had one foot propped up on a nearby desk, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, can you guess what those Dongwang pigs are doing right now? Ecology's voice dripped with malicious mockery, cutting through the silence of the classroom like a knife. Are they busy crawling in through that dog hole? Just imagining their pathetic appearance makes me laugh. He lamented, what a pity I couldn't see those Dongwang pigs in person, otherwise I would force them to kneel at the entrance, making them bow their heads to every islander who passed by. The surrounding students erupted in laughter, some banging on desks, others whistling, creating a chaotic scene. The teacher at the podium furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh, before continuing his lecture to thin air, evidently numb to such disruptions. Sure Yi, you're always full of ideas. That poor Yamada guy really got a sweet gig, they snickered, preparing to witness the so-called Dongwang pigs slither in. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the back door of the classroom was kicked open by Chen Luo. One student, seated at the back and laughing heartily, was the first to bear the brunt. He didn't even have time to scream before the heavy door slammed into the wall with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact caused him to roll his eyes back, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, collapsing to the floor like a broken sack, unconscious in an instant. Desks and chairs shattered, papers flew about. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence. All laughter and chatter ceased abruptly. Amidst the swirling dust and the remnants of the twisted door, a figure stepped in first. Dressed in black with a white t-shirt, Chen Luo's posture was upright and commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, the exchange students from Dongwang have arrived. From this moment on, this classroom belongs to us. Chen Luo entered the room with an imposing presence, surveying the crowd with a disdainful gaze. After a brief silence, Ecology flipped a desk and stood up, shouting angrily. Books and debris scattered across the floor. His face turned a deep shade of red, akin to liver. As he pointed at Chen Luo, his finger trembling violently with rage. Baka, who allowed you Dongwang pigs to enter? Get out. Immediately. This is the Royal Academy, not a playground for you filthy creatures. He had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chen Luo did not waste words. with a wave of his hand. Lin Jiajin and Chen Zihan unleashed their Pokemon. Swampert, use Water Gun. Dugtrio, use Mud Bomb. With a thunderous roar, the massive, muscular Swampert appeared before Lin Jiajin. Its enormous fin slammed against the ground, and a robust water column erupted from its mouth, like a high-pressure hose. Almost simultaneously, Dugtrio swung its claws, unleashing a torrent of thick, earthy mud bombs that rained down upon the same area like a barrage of pellets. The water gun's violent impact surged forth. Crash! The front row of students attempting to rise in defiance, along with their desks, were swept away like debris in a flood, crashing against the walls or front row seats with audible cracks of bones. The powerful water pressure seemed to rearrange their internal organs. Following closely was the mud bomb. Splatter! The thick, icy mud bombs rained down upon them like hail, causing them to stagger painfully, disoriented. Even more terrifying was how the viscous mud obscured their vision, filling their mouths and nostrils, turning them into muddy creatures, gasping for breath amidst their panic, clawing at their faces. Cough. Hog. My eyes. I can't see. Baka. Cough, cough. The classroom also contained a few female students who, under the assault, emitted the distinctive gasps of island girls. No, don't. Their uniforms were instantly drenched, revealing their alluring figures. Baka, how dare you use Pokemon against us? You are violating the school rules. You are all going to pay for this. Come forth, Torterra, Gardevoir. Metagross. Yi Koji furiously summoned his Pokemon. In the classroom, the remaining students, who had not been completely overwhelmed by the initial wave of attacks, finally snapped out of their shock and fear, furiously summoning their Pokemon. Blastoise, come forth and protect me. Swampert, use. In an instant, the once spacious classroom became a chaotic assembly of Pokemon, both large and small. The emergence of colossal creatures such as Golem and Tyranitar made the space feel exceedingly cramped, as the remnants of desks and chairs were crushed underfoot, creating an utterly chaotic scene. Following this, Lin Jiajing and Chen Zihan unleashed 2 Pokemon each. Pelipper, use Hurricane. Milotic, unleash Blizzard. Shroomish, employ Poison Powder. Starmie, use Water Pulse. Lin Jiajing and Chen Zihan showed no regard for the students, directly blocking the doorway and launching their attacks into the classroom. It was a quintessential display of closing the door to beat the dog. The assault was entirely unexpected, aimed at annihilating their foes before they could mount any resistance. The second wave of Pokemon released by Lin Jiajing and Chen Zihan was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly escalating the turmoil into outright devastation. Whoosh wail. Pelipper hovered in the confined space of the doorway, its wings flapping furiously. A violent hurricane materialized in the overcrowded classroom, sweeping up drenched books, splintered wood, broken desk legs, scattered papers, and even thick, muddy sludge. Like countless sharp blades encased in debris, it formed a terrifying torrent of destruction, crashing mercilessly into the students within the classroom. Almost simultaneously, Shroomish released vast clouds of eerie, purple glowing toxic spores that silently permeated the air, swiftly blending into the Storm's vapor. Starmie's Water Pulse detonated in the center of the classroom. Blizzard, Poison, Water Pulse. A triple-layered assault ensued. Meanwhile, Milotic elegantly spiraled, unleashing a chilling aura. Countless sharp ice crystals materialized out of thin air, mingling with the raging hurricane, instantly transforming much of the classroom into a hellish ice storm. The temperature plummeted as previously splattered mud and water on the ground froze visibly in an instant. Debris stirred up by the storm was swiftly encased in a deadly layer of ice. Puff, puff, puff. The toxic spores blended with the ice storm and vapor. Any students and Pokemon who inhaled or came into contact with them immediately exhibited ominous shades of purple on their faces, their movements becoming stiff and sluggish as they succumbed to gut-wrenching coughs and dry heaves. Buzz, rumble. Those students struck directly, along with their Pokemon, were sent screaming into the air, crashing violently against walls or load-bearing pillars, producing a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds as blood instantaneously stained the frost. What was once a bright and spacious lecture hall had now devolved into a veritable slaughterhouse. Multiple walls buckled inward under the relentless impact, as chunks of plaster and concrete tumbled down, exposing twisted rebar and glimpses of the adjacent classroom. The icy surface was littered with shattered desks and chairs, blood-stained books, unconscious students, and convulsing Pokemon. Large panels of decoration peeled away, revealing the underlying structure. The load-bearing columns groaned under the strain of explosions and impacts, their decorative surfaces completely stripped away, exposing cracked concrete beneath. Holographic projection screens were struck by flying ice shards or debris, flickering with distorted light before ultimately extinguishing. The lectern was overturned, and the lecturer had long since vanished. The air was thick with dust, cold, the stench of blood, and earth. Ah, my egg. Swampert. Quickly use. Cough. Cough help. I can't see. It hurts so much. Despairing cries, the lamentations of Pokemon, the brittle sounds of bones breaking, the thunderous clashes of skills, and the creaking of collapsing structures wove together into a symphony of annihilation. Of the students from the island nation, scarcely one remained standing, and those who did bore injuries. Appearing utterly disheveled. Jiajing, let us strike together and take down that loudmouth first, Chen Zihan exclaimed, increasingly exhilarated. This is a one-sided massacre. Lin Jiajing agreed, directing his Swampert and Milotic toward the direction of Hiroshi Shinya. You bastard! You bastard! You bastard! Hiroshi Shinya cowered behind his Torterra, which resembled a moving fortress. Watching as his comrades fell and chaos reigned in the classroom, his eyes instantly bloodshot, fury threatening to consume his reason. How could this place, which he regarded as his domain, be so trampled by these people he considered swine from the east? Unforgivable. Kill them. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. His roar ignited the final powder keg. Torterra, unleash the most powerful energy ball. Smash those pests. Hiroshi Shinya pointed at Chen Luo and the others, his voice hoarse and distorted from sheer rage. Ha ha, Chen Luo, they look like a bunch of dead dogs. Li Yi laughed heartily. Hearing the commotion, a throng of students poured out from the adjacent classroom. The leaders among them quickly summoned their Pokemon to attack in the direction of Chen Luo and his group. What are you doing, you idiots? Do you want to fight? A delinquent with dreadlocks and a golden-haired companion shouted in a typical gangster accent. The two charged out from the right corridor like enraged wolves, followed by a large group. From the left, another swarm scurried out like cockroaches. At the forefront were a long-haired student wearing glasses, looking somewhat sickly, and a bald man smoking a cigarette. Both donned black uniforms, eyeing Chen Luo and his companions like a pack of predators. Hey, where did you punks come from? You've got the wrong place if you're looking to start trouble. Hiroshi Yamamoto bellowed. Oh, we're surrounded. Chen Luo remarked nonchalantly as he surveyed the throng of students on both sides. Come forth, Crocodile and Litten. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me handle this first, Brother Luo. Chen Feng, and he moved to the right. Come forth, Hoot Hoot. Chen Feng tossed out a Pokeball. Chen Feng, the captain of the Yucheng Pokemon University team, ranked 29th in last year's 100 school competition. He specialized in psychic-type Pokemon and wore golden-rimmed glasses. Dressed in white and black, exuding an air of cultured mischief. Although he bore a somewhat unsavory appearance, his personality was unexpectedly sunny and cheerful. Let us go to Torkoal. Hien, not to be outdone, released his starter Pokemon. Hien, the captain of the Ningcheng Pokemon University team, ranked 38th in last year's 100 school competition. Though he appeared youthful, his character was remarkably resilient. He had worked his way up to the position of team captain, a true representative of the average person, specializing in fire-type Pokemon. Given the narrow corridor, the island students did not release all their Pokemon. Only the leading delinquent, Nakagawa Yu, and his twin brother Nakagawa Dai, along with the bespectacled student, Hiroshi Yamamoto, and Taro Okada, summoned their Pokemon. So, it's the swine from the east. Looking for a battle, are we? Nakagawa Yu spoke with his characteristic gangster accent. Hien and Chen Feng were not fluent in the island language. Chen Feng adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and spat on the ground. What are you babbling about? Do you think you're Tamayo Sarazawa from Suzuran High School? Trying to pull off that accent? Hudi, unleash your psychic force. Chen Feng commanded. In an instant, Hudi's eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light. An invisible psychic hand surged forth, ruthlessly grasping at the Emperor Nebo of Zongangayu and the poisoned skeleton frog of Zongangda. The Emperor Nebo invoked a shield. Zongangayu bellowed, reacting with remarkable speed. The chest plate of Emperor Nebo shimmered with golden light, instantly forming a robust energy shield that thwarted the binding of the psychic force. The poisoned skeleton frog unleashed a wave of malice. Zongangda commanded with ferocity. The poisoned skeleton frog's throat expanded, releasing a pitch-black energy wave imbued with malevolence and destruction. Hurtling towards Hudi, the two brothers executed their attack and defense with impeccable synergy. They were indeed prodigious students of the Royal International Pokemon Academy. I'll assist you. Cold Tortoise, use Flamethrower. Cold Carbon. A blazing pillar of fiery crimson erupted from the Cold Tortoise's shell, crashing directly into the oncoming wave of malice. Boom. The clash of fire and dark energy erupted violently, annihilating and exploding. A terrifying shockwave swept through the narrow corridor. The glass windows on both sides shattered into a fine powder. The walls cracked, decorative panels peeled away, and debris rained down. Several students from the island nations near the explosion were violently hurled against the walls, emitting cries of anguish. Those uninjured among them howled like hyenas. Big Brother Zhongyue. Crush these Dongwang people. These damned Dongwang folks dare to boast in our royal academy, seeking their own demise. Meanwhile, on the left side, Yin Yin and Su Zimo engaged in combat with the opposing Hongshan Yosuke. Boscodora utilized Cannon Beam. The iron giant Boscodora let out a resounding roar, gathering a blinding silver light in its massive maw. A thick silver beam tore through the air, hurtling towards the electric beast of Hongshan Yosuke. Yin Yin, the captain of the Steel City Pokemon University team, was the son of the Steel City gym leader. His father's developed Steel Rock tactical formations were even employed by the Steel-type champion Wu Wanyu. Yin Yin aspired to surpass his father's genius, aiming to break the mold of the Steel Rock tactics. Electric Beast, use Protect. Hongshan Yosuke's voice was cold, tinged with a pathological calmness. The Electric Beast crossed its fists, raising a light shield to withstand the cannon beam. The beam struck the shield, scattering energy and emitting a shrill, grinding noise. Ha ha ha, an opening. The Scorpion King lunged forward. Employing Metal Claw, Taro Goda commanded the Scorpion King to ambush Boscodora. The Scorpion King, unable to soar in the narrow corridor, could only dive low. Its glimmering metallic claws poised to tear into Boscodora's vital head. Not so fast. The thousand-faced avoidant aims for the Scorpion King's wings. Suzimo's gaze, cold as ice behind his glasses, locked onto the Scorpion King's limited dive trajectory. Suzimo, captain of the Nanxing Pokemon University team, was methodical, meticulously analyzing vast amounts of data on his opponents before every battle. He was a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin. Swish! The thousand-faced avoidant appeared like a specter in the corner, its fingertips coalescing into a point of icy brilliance. A water projectile, propelled with blinding speed and piercing power, silently shot forth. It struck the fragile membrane connecting the Scorpion King's wings with pinpoint accuracy. Creak! The Scorpion King emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its dive abruptly interrupted, losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The metallic claw grazed Boscodora's armor, sparking a shower of brilliant sparks. Yin Yin, take out that bald-headed Scorpion King first. Suzimo shouted. Leave it to me, not a single one of these islanders will escape. Yin Yan's expression was somewhat exhilarated. This time in the island nations as an exchange student, regardless of what I learn, following Lorge has been an absolute thrill. Boscodora now? Heavy tackle. Roar. Boscodora's massive body erupted with unexpected speed, propelling forward with tremendous force, akin to an out-of-control steel train, slamming into the already fallen and injured Scorpion King. Boom. The ground trembled violently. The Scorpion King was driven deep into the wall, the sound of shattering bones echoing, instantly losing its combat capability. A cruel smile on Goda Taro's face froze, transforming into a furious scowl. Baka, you fools. Goda Taro and the students behind Hongshan Yosuke erupted into chaotic shouts. The battles in the corridor intensified to a boiling point. The explosive sounds of skill clashes, the roars and cries of Pokemon, intertwined with the screams and curses of students, created a tempest of blood and fury. Walls were breached, the ground collapsed, and the ceiling fell. Students from the island nations were struck down by stray skills, blood staining the shattered tiles, with some even meeting their end on the spot. The corridor was filled with a cacophony of curses. Boss Home, Boss Goda, don't kill them just yet. Let me have some fun torturing them. I want to break every leg of these Dongwang pigs and tie them at our school's entrance. Some students were directing their ire at Chen Luo and his companions. Baka, you're killing people. You Dongwang pigs are all going to die. Inside the classroom, Yeno Koji had already blown a path through with his Turtwig. The already fragile wall was blasted open, creating a massive breach. Amidst the swirling dust, Yano Koji locked eyes with Chen Luo in the corridor. Turtwig, Honage, Metong, Frogadier, Hippo, and Alolan Meowth, among others, were embroiled in a fierce struggle with Swampert, Dugtrio, Pelipper, Milotic, Shroomish, and Starmie, their skill lights flashing, further devastating the already chaotic classroom ruins. Swampert, use Mud Shot on Metong. Pelipper, Water Gun. Milotic, Protect Me, and Zihan. Lin Jiajin's voice was drowned out by the anguished cries of the island students and the tumult of Pokemon battles. Dugtrio unleashed Metal Claw, Shroomish executed Absorb, and Starmie spun rapidly, charging into the throng to launch their attacks. This Gaichin Zihan was even more sinister, directly unleashing skills at the crowd. If this were in the Dongwang Alliance, he would surely end up in prison. Li Yi, go help them. I'm about to clear the field. Chen Luo donned the fire-type Z-Crystal. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. I'll show them what true cruelty looks like. Li Yi laughed heartily. Nidoking, Jengar, let us entertain them. Roar. The hulking Nidoking, armed with venomous spikes, made a fierce entrance. Hee hee, Jengar cackled as it emerged from the shadows. Li Yi's arrival instantly shifted the balance of power in the corridor. The ferocious toxic onslaught of Nidoking and the earth-shattering power combined with Jengar's elusive Mud Bomb and Shadow Ball, along with their own meticulously honed toxins, rendered any Pokemon that dared to face them utterly defenseless. Li Yi's Pokemon had been trained to handle various toxins from the very beginning. The venom from the likes of Toxicroak, Ariados, Grimer, and Weezing had all been amalgamated to empower them with control over these poisonous energies. Ah, no, get away. You vile creatures. The island students were shrieking in terror. The Zhongyue brothers, Hanshan Yosuke, and Godotaro were quickly overwhelmed. Their Pokemon were rendered incapable of fighting by Li Yi's toxic onslaught. He and even kindly provided them with a service of cremation. Now it was Chen Luo's turn. Flareon, meow. As Chen Luo unleashed the power of Chokin, infusing life energy into the fiery meow, the concealed Shalabi beside him also extended a hand, pouring an even more potent life force into the creature. The formidable dark energy within the fiery meow gradually melded with its inherent strength. This dark energy was incredibly powerful, surpassing even some gym-level dark-type Pokemon. The fiery meow sensed Chen Luo's will, once merely a stray cat on the verge of being consumed by that very power within. It believed itself to be an inconsequential creature in this world, unnoticed by any Pokemon or human. It thought that even in death, it would evoke no concern. However, everything changed upon encountering Chen Luo, its trainer. He beseeched the wise deity Uxie on its behalf, provided it with the finest sustenance, and tended to its tangled, filthy fur without a hint of disdain. He guided it toward strength, introducing it to countless companions. The elder brother, the mischievous yet kind-hearted rogue crocodile, the once irascible yet now affable roaring moon, the gluttonous ghostly Kira, and the relentless, never-surrendering steed blade. It is time, fiery meow, Chen Luo declared, revealing the power of the Z-Ring. Yes, it was indeed time. I shall grow stronger. Progressing toward the position of the universe's mightiest blazing roar tiger, as spoken by Chen Luo. I will become the unparalleled roar tiger of the cosmos, aiding Chen Luo, my lifelong trainer, in his quest for supremacy. With a thunderous roar, brilliant white light erupted, the light of evolution materializing. The silhouette of the fiery meow within the radiance elongated, culminating in Chapter 87, Leave Everything Behind. As the white light dissipated, a brand new Pokemon, radiating an unmatched aura, stood proudly before Chen Luo. Its robust form, woven with deep crimson and ebony, boasted bulging muscles, brimming with explosive power. Its shoulders, wrists, and ankles were adorned with blazing fiery bands, the inferno of golden-red flames manifesting its attributes and might. Its feline visage transformed into one of majesty, eyes sharp as blades, exuding the regal dominance and composure forged through trials. The iconic flame-shaped fur upon its brow resembled a burning crown. Roar! The blazing roar tiger has arrived. It slightly tilted its head, its eyes, aflame with fire and profound intent, locked onto Chen Luo, releasing a deep, powerful roar from its throat, as if proclaiming its rebirth. And more importantly, pledging loyalty and protection to Chen Luo. Let us unleash the inferno upon them, blazing roar tiger. Show them the hell of flames. Chen Luo's visage twisted into a fierce, almost maniacal semblance. What he was about to undertake would surely be inscribed in the annals of history. The Z-Ring radiated a fiery crimson glow. The power of flames surged into the blazing roar tiger. Ultra-strong limit explosive fireball. Chen Luo bellowed madly. In that moment, he relentlessly infused energy into the blazing roar tiger. To hell with exchanges, to hell with friendly communications, to hell with international law. This Pokemon world is not the one conceived by the island nation. This is a Pokemon world belonging to Chen Luo. When the islanders dared to block them at the gates, hurling insults and slurs, and while committing heinous crimes on Blue Star, they should have remembered that a day like this would come. If Chen Luo did not take action upon arriving in this world, the countless descendants of Yanhuang slaughtered on Blue Star would never forgive him, nor would he forgive himself, even if it were but a trivial act at this moment. Chen Luo wished to concern himself with nothing. Let his father deal with the aftermath. Those who insult others shall be met with insults in return. Those who kill shall be met with death. Boom. Buzz. The air seemed to solidify. All clamoring, insults, and fearful gasps vanished. Only the crackling of flames engulfing the blazing roar tiger and its heavy, powerful breaths remained. An infinite surge of fire energy coalesced around it, extracting, compressing, and condensing with fervor. Space warped and blurred under the extreme heat. A colossal, golden-red fireball, beyond description, suddenly formed in the void above the blazing roar tiger's head. The light and heat emitted by the fireball caused all who beheld it to squint in pain, their eyes watering. The alarm system of the Royal Academy rang at the highest level, teetering on the brink of collapse. Koji Hyano's face froze in terror, transforming into a visage of ashen despair. Nakamura's fierce demeanor evaporated, leaving behind only a trembling shell. Yamauka's morbid excitement shattered, replaced by sheer horror on his pallid countenance. Kantataro's bald head glistened with sweat, his mouth agape in shock. "Gather around me," Chen Luo shouted. "What the hell, Chen Luo? Is this what you mean by clearing the area?" Li Yi was the first to react, rushing to Chen Luo's side. The remaining 6 quickly followed suit, encircling Chen Luo and instructing their Pokémon to defend. All surviving students from the island nation, regardless of their previous bravado, now resembled soulless puppets, their minds blank, driven solely by primal fear of impending annihilation. The blazing roar tiger's arms bulged with power, its claws, entwined with fire energy, seemed to bear the weight of the world as it propelled the fireball, symbolizing destruction with tremendous force. Its target was not a singular entity, but the entire teaching building. "No, flee. Demon, you are committing indiscriminate slaughter. The International Alliance will not let you go unpunished. Baka, do these damned Dongwon people even realize what they are doing?" Only a few reacted in time, releasing their Pokémon to defend. The anguished wails of despair echoed painfully, morphing into the final backdrop. Then, the Royal International Pokémon Academy fell silent. Only pure light and heat remained. The ultra-strong limit explosive fireball descended. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted. Blinding white light swallowed everything. Following closely was a searing shockwave. The main structure of the Royal International Pokémon Academy, once a point of pride, crumbled like a sandcastle. Where the shockwave passed, walls and support beams were torn asunder like mere sheets of paper, causing the entire building to collapse. The entire campus was shaken by this deafening roar. Chen Luo had already instructed Shalabi to activate the protective barrier and led them away from the epicenter of the ultra-strong limit explosive fireball. The 8 of them, along with their Pokémon, were whisked away by the cloaked Shalabi from the ruins of the collapsing building. The faces of terror, the fleeing figures, the desperate Pokémon, were consumed in flames the moment they encountered the fireball. "What on earth happened?" Kurizawa Masao exclaimed, shock and fury mingling in his voice, nearly breaking as he roared from afar. The vice principal of the Royal Academy, Kurizawa Masao, accompanied by a group of equally horrified teachers, stared in disbelief at the ruins of the teaching building that had devoured an untold number of students and educators. The flickering flames cast an eerie glow upon his face, contorted in a blend of overwhelming rage and disbelief. He bore witness to the obliteration of the edifice that harbored the future elites of the island nation. Reduced to nothingness amidst a horrific explosion, countless vibrant lives, the very hopes of the island's future, were incinerated in the conflagration and the resounding crashes of collapsing debris. Numerous students were engulfed by the flames or crushed beneath the rubble of the fallen structure. The Eastern Huang people. It had to be those Eastern Huang students. What on earth were they doing? Koizumi Masao's roar was laced with veins of fury, his inability to comprehend, let alone accept, the reality before him. This was no mere conflict. It was a blatant massacre, a declaration of war against the entire island alliance. His extreme wrath shattered the remnants of his reason. He could scarcely fathom that the Eastern Huang students would disregard everything and ruthlessly target their own. Arise, cunning Tengu, Ice Demon Guardian, Mischievous Egg, Violent Carp Dragon, Iron-Fisted Warrior, and Fiery Beast. Koizumi Masao unleashed all his Pokémon. The 6 formidable auras descended with a thunderous presence. 2 belonged to the elite level, while the rest were gym leaders. The teachers behind him also released their Pokémon, aiming to rescue those island students who still drew breath. These were the hopes of their island nation, with the population already sparse. The very backbone of the future island alliance had been captured in one fell swoop by Chen Luo. Unforgivable. You shall not escape. You must all perish. Koizumi Masao's roar echoed like the lament of a beast. Charge forth. Eliminate those Eastern Huang students. His Pokémon surged towards the direction of Chen Luo and his companions. This path is impassable. A calm, yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated. Brilliant beams of white light descended from the heavens like shooting stars. Clang, clash. Ding. Roar. Caw. Wu Wanyu produced 6 distinct Pokeballs and hurled them skyward. A Scyther, Steelix, Bastiodon, Empoleon, Gibble, and Honchkrow. 6 elite-level Pokemon formed an impenetrable steel wall against Koizumi Masao's assault. Wu Wanyu hadn't anticipated Chen Luo would create such a tumult. However, he could only express his admiration. Well done. Truly embodying the noble lineage of his family's 3 generations. A slight, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Wu Wanyu's mouth before he returned to his stoic demeanor. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced through the chaotic battlefield, landing squarely on the distant figure of the boy in black. Drawing a deep breath, his voice boomed like a resounding bell, clear enough to drown out all the cacophony of explosions and cries, resonating throughout the Royal Academy. Chen Luo, you need not concern yourself with anything, simply act freely. Chapter 88. The advantage is mine. Wu Wanyu, do you wish to incite war between our nations? Koizumi Masao bellowed. Wu Wanyu lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke as he replied nonchalantly, whether war breaks out is not for you to decide, nor for me. But if you dare take a single step forward, your fate shall be at my discretion. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Were you not the one who initially sought to put your students in a predicament against ours? In our Eastern Huang, we call this the cycle of divine justice. I ask, who escapes the wrath of heaven? Yu Koizumi Masao trembled with rage, his finger quivering as he pointed at Wu Wanyu. Indeed, even 10 of him would not suffice against Wu Wanyu's might. Should he advance, he might well meet his demise on the spot. He had no choice but to relent, discreetly notifying the Academy's principal and the champions of the island nation. Amidst the ruins, it was akin to a hell on earth. As the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated and the smoke began to settle, a harrowing scene of devastation unfolded before the eyes of all. The main structure of the teaching building lay in tatters. The central area completely collapsed into a vast pit filled with rubble. Flames engulfed the wooden structures and debris, thick smoke billowing into the air. In the core explosion zone, nearly no one survived. However, in the periphery, along the corridors and in areas precariously shielded by large Pokemon or protective skills, approximately 50 island students and a handful of teachers managed to endure. Each one bore the marks of battle, soot-streaked and disheveled. They carried wounds of varying severity, burns, contusions, lacerations, concussions, and even fractures, their blood staining their tattered uniforms. Their eyes were filled with terror from their narrow escape, the grief of witnessing their companions perish, and a deep-seated hatred directed at Chen Luo and his cohort. Cough, cough, it hurts so much. Help, help me, Mom, I don't want to go to school anymore. I'll never return. My leg, it won Timu Viano, come save me. My Pokemon, it hasn't even been summoned yet. Ah, Pokemon, hold on. The agonizing groans, feeble cries for help, and the shouts of companions resonated through the ruins, a symphony of despair. Yet, this sorrow did not transmute into a lament of hopelessness. Rather, it ignited an unquenchable flame of wrath. Baka, a student with half of his face burned and an arm bleeding profusely, struggled to rise from the debris. His gaze akin to that of a malevolent spirit, glaring fiercely at Chen Luo and his group at the edge of the ruins. It's them. It's those Eastern Huang devils. They have slaughtered so many of us. They have destroyed our academy. Let us fight back. Avenge our fallen comrades. Kill them. Not a single one shall escape. The fury of the survivors was fully ignited. Fear was suppressed by hatred. They disregarded their injuries, their eyes only reflecting the flames of vengeance. Arise, Carnivine, Conkeldurr, let us annihilate them. Ariados, go for their throats. As crimson light erupted, various Pokemon were unleashed. Commands laced with bloodlust echoed amidst the ruins. The 50 or so remaining island students, alongside their battle-ready Pokemon, erupted like a wounded pack of wolves, unleashing their final ferocity. Skills from various attributes, rock, dark, water, fighting, normal, radiated with a determination of mutual destruction, pouring forth like chaotic rain of projectiles towards the area where Chen Luo and his companions stood. Their singular focus was to eliminate these accursed Eastern Huang people. Faced with this desperate struggle, this overwhelming counterattack, Chen Luo and his group showed no signs of fear. A futile struggle. I told you. The exchange students from Eastern Huang have arrived. Keep it down. Chen Luo coldly remarked in the island language. 8 against 50, the advantage is mine. The obliteration of the first-year students of the Royal International Pokemon Academy by Chen Luo is indeed fate's decree. Brothers, let us ensure we finish this right. Chen Luo said with a smile. Rest assured, Chen Luo, my favorite task is to wrap things up. Li Yi was teetering on the brink of madness. How exhilarating. Chen Luo completely disregarded these islanders as human. I shan't hold back. I'll go first. Li Yi cackled madly, tugging at the necklace around his neck, revealing the evolution stone atop it, his fingers igniting a blinding purple-black light. His gaze locked onto the ghastly, grinning Jengar before him, its eyes equally filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Jengar, come. Jengar emitted an excited and sharp response, its body instantly enveloped in a thick purple-black energy. A chilling, malevolent aura, as if from another dimension, surged forth with a terrifying force. With the venom of countless toxins converging upon oneself, let it transform into the soul-devouring shadow of poison, transcending the limits of evolution, mega-evolution. Buzz. The very fabric of space seems to tear apart. A chilling storm of unfathomable malevolence spirals outwards, centered around Jengar. The purplish-black light of evolution soars skyward, more dazzling than the flames surrounding it. Within this radiant glow, Jengar undergoes a dramatic metamorphosis. Its form expands significantly, becoming more colossal and imposing, suspended in midair, casting a suffocating shadow. The head sharpens, and the most striking feature is that its entire body appears to merge with the shadows of another dimension. Its lower half is entirely obscured, replaced by a twisting darkness that connects to an alternate world. A gigantic, malevolent single eye suddenly opens on its forehead, fixating intently on its prey, emanating a chilling psychic pressure and pure malice. This is the quintessential hallmark of Mega Jengar. Jengar, unleash Shadow Ball, Nidoqueen, Earth Power. Li Yi commanded with a sweeping motion. Mega Jengar emitted a deafening shriek, its colossal crimson eye flaring to life. It required no movement. The vast ghostly energy surged wildly before it. Li Yi's Mega Jengar's claws sliced through the air at an imperceptible speed, unleashing shadow balls in rapid succession like a barrage of cannon fire. Simultaneously, Nido. Li Yi's Nidoqueen let out a furious roar. Its massive paws struck the already beleaguered ground with tremendous force. Earth Power. Buzz. Boom. Centered around Nidoqueen. Ground-type energy erupted from the earth like boiling magma. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously, merging into a prolonged, haunting death knell. A victory bell, having just emerged from the rubble, was struck directly by a shadow ball before it could even open its gaping maw. A student, flailing his arms and shouting for them to be killed, was caught in the explosive aftermath of the shadow ball. Following closely was the Earth Power. A Beartic charging and was forcibly struck by the overwhelming force of Earth Power, losing its battle capability on the spot. Mega Jengar hovered in the air, its crimson eye coldly surveying the chaos below, as shadow balls rained down relentlessly like a torrential storm of death, mercilessly obliterating any remaining standing entities. Nidoqueen stood resolute upon the ground, each stomp triggering new eruptions of energy, consigning the ruins and their inhabitants to the depths below. The skies and earth alike were shrouded in death. The wails of the suffering were drowned out by the explosions. The debris was once again plowed into desolation, becoming even more fragmented. Li Yi stood between Mega Jengar and Nidoqueen, surveying the infernal scene he had intensified with his own hands. The manic smile on his face radiated with increasing brilliance. Yes, just like this. Crush them. Not a single one shall escape. What a magnificent sound it is. He spread his arms wide, as if savoring the symphony composed of despair and destruction. How absurd. Koji Yano, protected by his Torterra, had merely sustained a scratch. He commanded his Torterra, Metagross, and Scyther to launch an assault. Torterra, use Leaf Storm. Metagross, unleash Hyper Beam. Scyther charged forward to employ Fury Cutter. 3 attacks surged toward Jengar, aimed at Li Ye's direction. Meanwhile, the Chua brothers, Yosuke Hosen, and Taro Okada unleashed their entire roster of Pokemon. Over 50 students, accompanied by more than 100 Pokemon, flooded the entire campus. The remaining upperclassmen and teachers were equally drawn in by the cacophony of explosions and cries. What is happening? Is someone attacking the island nation? Has the White Eagle Alliance's gene sect returned? Some veteran teachers were instantly haunted by painful memories. Electrode, Raichu, and Electivire unleashed Thunderbolt. Yosuke Hosen's right eye was injured in the blast, and he howled in agony while clutching it. Toxicroak unleashed Sludge Wave, while Weezing employed Sludge Bomb. Emperor Nappa, go and kill him, kill him. The Chua brothers were nearing madness. The school had been demolished. How could such a thing happen to themselves? Let us all attack together. Let these eastern pigs perish, perish. Nearly 100 Pokemon launched their assaults toward Chen Luo's direction. The moves were diverse and splendid. Croconaw and Infernape roared. Both of Chen Luo's trusted aides nodded in response. Croconaw used Dragon Claw, while Infernape utilized Flare Blitz, charging into the throng of Pokemon, piercing through them. At the same time, Lin Jiajin, Chen Zihan, Hien, Yin Yen, Su Zimo, and Chun Feng each released their 3 main Pokemon to join the fray. We can't let you two steal all the glory, we'll join in too. Lin Jiajin maintained his elegance and composure even in such a dire situation. Yet, that calm demeanor did not lack the bearing of a great general. Gyarados, activate your ability, then use Hurricane to clear a path for Croconaw. Swampert, charge in and use Waterfall to support Infernape. Milotic, use Water Gun for cover. A dark cloud formed in the sky, as Gyarados' Hurricane opened a passage for the advancing Croconaw and Infernape. Croconaw swung its Dragon Claw, directly sending a Hitmonlee flying. Meanwhile, the formidable dark energy of Infernape surged forth. Flare Blitz tore through the ranks like a tempest. In an instant, numerous weaker Pokemon were sent sprawling. A Charizard and a Tyranitar intercepted Infernape. However, Lin Jiajin's Swampert surged forward with a waterfall, swiftly dispatching the Tyranitar. The Charizard fared no better, being overwhelmed by the combined assault of Infernape and Swampert until it succumbed to defeat. Chen Luo watched Lin Jiajin, who directed the battlefield with unyielding grace and poise, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's the man who can evolve Milotic." A hint of Mikuri's shadow emerged in him, a rather high compliment, considering Mikuri was the champion of Hoenn and the world's foremost coordinator. Oh no, this guy can't truly be a Mikuri prototype, even using the same Pokemon. He is handsome too, and it said he is quite skilled in the arts. Meanwhile, Chen Zihan remained quiet on the surface, yet his demeanor was ominously dark. He commanded a Dugtrio to burrow, bringing along a Shroomish to attack the students from the island nation. Some students had no choice but to call back their Pokemon for support. Chen Feng unleashed his Sunflora and Drowsy. The 3 Psychic-type Pokemon severely restricted the movements of some of the island nation's Pokemon. However, Chen Feng was inherently at a disadvantage against Chen Luo. He would spend his life overshadowed by Chen Luo, and it was a curious coincidence that they both shared the surname Chen, truly, to be born as Luo. Why must there also be Feng? Hien, in contrast, was much more straightforward. With the sun shining brightly, his Coalossal, Ninetales, and Darmanitan unleashed flames like artillery, firing relentlessly. Su Zimo's shiny Greninja and Bisharp acted like assassins, picking off the weakened Pokemon left in Hien's wake. To his surprise, they seemed to have coordinated quite well. Meanwhile, Yin Yan's eyes burned with rage, as if witnessing something unforgivable. "Finally, I have found you, you despicable beast. I never expected to encounter you here. Truly, it took quite some effort to track you down." Chapter 89, The Unknown Pokemon Strikes. Liang Zhongbois, you have proven difficult to locate. Prepare to meet your demise. Boscadora, unleash Rock Slide. Yin Yan exclaimed furiously. "Yin Yan, I can't believe it's you." Dolly Crocodile, utilize Water Pulse to shatter the rocks. Gu Tianbo was somewhat taken aback, having thought he had misidentified the figure only to realize he was indeed correct. "You insolent wretch, how can you still haunt me? I have come to the islands, and yet you persist in following me." Zhongyan Wolf, charge forth and use Rock Smash. Gu Tianbo commanded. The daytime form of Zhongyan Wolf surged towards Yin Yan with great speed. Zhongyan Wolf, intercepted. Use Slate Split. Yin Yan released the nighttime form of Zhongyan Wolf. The 2 Zhongyan Wolves soon engaged in fierce combat. Chen Zihan, observing the furious countenance of Yin Yan, inquired with confusion, "Yin Yan, do you recognize this island?" Yin Yan's gaze was fixated on the battlefield, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he intended to reduce his former acquaintance to ashes. He inhaled deeply, his voice turning icily cold with intense disdain. "Recognize? It goes beyond mere recognition. This scoundrel was in the same class as I during high school. His family was well off. Yet he pretended to be impoverished, deceiving the genuinely needy students out of their financial aid, all while boasting about his expensive purchases, claiming that the allowance was merely sufficient for a pair of shoes. Moreover, his greatest talent lay in masquerading as a soulful, promising individual, specifically targeting girls from affluent backgrounds, either those who were overly sheltered and naive, or those who were lonely and starved for affection. He used flowery words and cheap tricks to win their trust and emotions. Once their feelings deepened, he would strike. The theft of money was the least of it. What he truly coveted were the precious Pokemon that these girls had painstakingly nurtured, sometimes even inherited from their families. He would concoct various excuses, such as claiming that his Pokemon was injured and urgently needed help, or asserting that a token was needed to prove their love. He would even feign a pressing need to borrow a Pokemon for a competition. Once he succeeded, he would vanish without a trace, selling both the Pokemon and the girl's trust for money. One of my cousins was deceived out of a small alligator Pokemon, which I suspect is now that Dolly crocodile. Inyan's fists crackled ominously. Eventually, his numerous misdeeds were exposed, and I gave him a beating. He became the pariah of our high school, and after that, I lost track of him. I never imagined he would come to the islands. Meanwhile, Liang Boizhong was approached by a local student who asked, Gu Tian, do you know that Dongwang person? Gu Tianbo sneered. How could I possibly know that Dongwang pig? Even if I did, it would only be through the Dongwang flower maiden. Yoshi, Gu Tian, you truly have exquisite taste, praised the local student. Inyan overheard their conversation. I can't believe you even changed your name, Gu Tianbo. You truly embody your own filth. Filth does not deserve to be called Dongwang. Zhongyan Wolf, use Iron Head. Inyan commanded. The nighttime Zhongyan Wolf, its head glinting with metallic sheen, charged forth and struck the daytime Zhongyan Wolf, sending it flying. Chen Zihan also felt a surge of rage at Inyan's words. How can such a beast exist? Chen Zihan, who typically spoke little, felt a burning fire within. He was the epitome of a cold exterior and a warm heart. However, only Lin Jiazhen knew that Chen Zihan was an exceptionally kind and compassionate individual, devoted to protecting the weak and nurturing Pokemon. He even contemplated entrusting his own well-bred stereo to Lin Jiazhen for training, knowing that Lin Jiazhen aspired to be a water-type champion since childhood. Chen Zihan could not possibly forgive someone as shameless as Gu Tianbo. Those impoverished students who lost their aid might not be able to continue their education, and the deceived Pokemon had no idea where they had been sold. His crimes must be punished. Dragonhead Digger and Shroomish attack Dolly Crocodile. Dragonhead Digger, use Drill Run to carve a path. Shroomish, pry open that wretch's mouth and force-feed him the deadly poison. Chen Zihan commanded his Pokemon to assault Gu Tianbo directly. Such a person would never be forgiven. Dragonhead Digger opened a path. Shroomish darted through the chaotic battlefield like a wraith, its target unmistakably Gu Tianbo himself. Gu Tianbo, reveling in his own cunning, had not anticipated such a direct assault on the trainer. By the time he realized it, the green figure had already surged towards him like an arrow released from a bow. What do you think you're doing? Dolly Crocodile, stop it! Gu Tianbo shouted in terror, instinctively retreating. However, his Dolly Crocodile was being forced back by the relentless drill run of Chen Zihan's Dragonhead Digger. The collision of the hardened drill and Dolly Crocodile's arms producing sparks, leaving it unable to assist. Crack! Shroomish moved with astonishing speed, leaping with explosive power, closing in on Gu Tianbo in an instant. One white mushroom-like hand clamped down on Gu Tianbo's arm, attempting to block, while the other seized his chin with brutal precision. Ugh ugh! Gu Tianbo's eyes widened in terror and suffocation, his mouth forcibly pried open, emitting indistinct whimpers. He struggled desperately, but Shroomish's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. With a flick of its wrist, the deep purple toxic energy coalesced at Shroomish's fingertips, mercilessly flooding into Gu Tianbo's throat. Gulp cough. Gu Tianbo was violently pushed away, staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground, clutching his throat tightly. His complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple as he began to retch and cough violently, as if trying to expel the horrific toxin that had invaded his body. The burning pain from the poison caused him to convulse, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. Gu Tianbo, the nearby student from the islands, was horrified. You bastards! How dare you directly attack a trainer? Another student roared, attempting to command his Pokemon to rescue him. Well done, Zihan! Inyan exclaimed loudly, feeling a measure of relief from the pent-up anger within his chest. The group had forged a profound camaraderie through their blood-soaked battles. Enough! A thunderous roar echoed like thunder, instantly silencing all commotion on the battlefield. A formidable armored bird descended, atop which stood a middle-aged man with a solemn expression and a small mustache, none other than the renowned island champion, Inchan Ingming. Almost simultaneously, another swift figure landed. The headmaster of the Royal Pokemon Academy, Fujita Takashi, riding a Pidgeot. His face was ashen as he surveyed the ruins of the academy and the grievously injured students. The two powerful figures did not hesitate for a moment, simultaneously raising their hands, unleashing an astonishing aura that soared into the heavens. 6 Pokemon of various forms, each exuding the terrifying pressure of champions, were released. Inchan Ingming's Master, Weasel, Corviknight, Porygon-Z, Octillery, and Gloom. Fujita Takashi's warriors included Brave Bird, Exploud, and Volturion. Their collective power formed an invisible force field, instantly suppressing all Pokemon still engaged in battle within the arena. The terrifying pressure left Chen Luo and his companions momentarily breathless. Retract your Pokemon. Chen Luo reacted swiftly, issuing a low command. The others instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Confronting a being of the champion level was futile. and they hastily recalled their partners. Wu Wangyu swiftly positioned himself before Chen Luo and the others, shielding them with his presence. His gaze fell upon the two approaching figures. A smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, his focus locking onto Rin Chuan Yingming. Ah, I wondered who could create such a commotion. It turns out to be my former subordinate, Rin Chuan. What is this? Did you not learn your lesson last time? Are you back for another lesson today? His tone was as casual as greeting an old friend, yet the words pierced like daggers. Rin Chuan Yingming's countenance darkened, the mention of his defeat rendering him somewhat disconcerted. Fujita Taka's eyes sharpened, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension, as an imminent clash between champions seemed inevitable. In the land of the rising sun, there were only 8 champions, hence no division of elemental specialties existed. Essentially, champions from this region were of the mixed-type variety. The Pokemon world has long been categorized into 2 primary schools, the specialized and the mixed. Each school offers its own advantages. The specialized approach allows for a more profound nurturing of Pokemon, as one's focus is inherently limited, specializing in a single type, such as Dark-type Pokemon. Greatly simplifies the training of subsequent Pokemon. Conversely, the mixed approach presents far greater challenges in training, yet affords a broader range of strategic combinations, enhancing margin for error. As the champions prepared for battle, Chen Luo was on the verge of unleashing his Umbreon when a thunderous explosion reverberated from the bustling urban area of Cherry Blossom Island. A brilliant, indescribably azure beam of psychic energy shot skyward, painting the distant heavens with an eerie blue hue. The sheer magnitude of the force caused both champions and Wu Wangyu to change countenance instantaneously. What power is this? Fujita Taka gazed in horror towards the source of the explosion. Rin Chuan Yingming's communicator erupted with frantic reports. Champion Rin Chuan, urgent news. An unidentified, extraordinarily powerful Pokemon has appeared in the city center. It resembles a humanoid white Pokemon we have never encountered before. Its strength is overwhelming, causing indiscriminate destruction. The international evil organization, the Silent Organization, is in pursuit, attempting to capture it. The voice on the communicator was loud enough for all present to hear, causing Chen Luo's pupils to constrict in alarm. The thought crossed his mind. Mutwo has actually arrived in the land of the rising sun, and the Silent Organization intends to capture it. Chapter 90. The Constitution has been activated again. Leader, the capture armor device is ready. The energy confinement field is stable, and all suppression units are fully charged. This time, we will surely capture the gene synthesis beast. A figure clad in black, wearing a mask, spoke to a masked man equipped with 2 mechanical arms. Commence action. The leader of the Silent Organization commanded. We must capture the gene synthesis beast. This has been a decade's worth of effort for our organization. We chased it from Donghuang to Tianju, making a long detour, and finally located the gene synthesis beast in the land of the rising sun. Fortunately, this is in the land of the rising sun, where the control systems are nearly dominated by the White Eagle Alliance. If this were in Donghuang or the White Eagle Bear Alliance, they would never dare to act so brazenly in the city center. After all, aside from the national champion, the others are hardly a threat. Moreover, there are no divine beasts to protect them. After all, which divine beast would choose to stay in a nation that pollutes the sea? In the next moment, several aircraft, which had been cloaked in optical camouflage high in the sky, deactivated their disguises, revealing their menacing forms. Their underbellies opened simultaneously, dropping several immensely heavy metallic platforms. As these platforms descended, they rapidly unfolded and transformed, extending massive mechanical legs that slammed into the ground with a resounding thud, anchoring themselves. The intricate energy emitters atop began to hum ominously, charging rapidly, emitting a purple glow as they constructed a large-scale confinement field. Simultaneously, more small, high-speed assault boats surged from the mothership like hornets from a disturbed nest, disregarding the rampant psychic storm and the debris scattering everywhere below. They dove toward the gene synthesis beast with audacious tactical formations, fearlessly charging forward. The assault boats unleashed countless deep red beams and electrified metallic nets, attempting to disrupt and restrict the gene synthesis beast's movements. Lock on target. Fire neurosuppression projectiles. The cold command echoed through the assault boat formations channel. With a whoosh, dozens of specially designed projectiles, trailing pale streaks, soared toward the airspace surrounding Mutwo, exploding not into fiery blasts, but dispersing a vast cloud of special particles that interfered with psychic waves. This was a sonic assault potent enough to render the vast majority of Pokemon unconscious in an instant. The high-tech weaponry displayed by the Silent Organization was nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, as a global malevolent organization, their technological prowess surpassed that of many small nations. Mutwo soared high, wreaking havoc with its formidable psychic abilities. How can these wretched humans be so relentless? Are you trying to push me into darkness? Yet all I truly wish to know is who I am. What have I done wrong? Why won't you leave me be? Faced with the meticulously arranged net of the silent organization, Mutwo's psychic essence swept across the battlefield like a chilling wind, without making grandiose movements. Its eyes suddenly blazed with intensity. A layer of azure psychic shield enveloped its form in an instant. The explosive interference particles and high-frequency shockwaves from the neurosuppression projectiles crashed against this shield, akin to ocean waves crashing against ancient, unyielding rocks, creating ripples but failing to penetrate even a fraction. Then, Mutwo raised an arm, fingers splayed, targeting the assault boats, frantically firing their beams and nets. Psychic energy surged forth, erupting into a cataclysmic storm of psychic might. Visible blue ripples expanded at supersonic speeds, resembling a ring of death. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted in a series of explosive flashes, reminiscent of both dazzling and brutal fireworks. The assault boats caught in the psychic waves, regardless of their energy shields or physical armor, were effortlessly obliterated, reduced to mere burning scrap metal plummeting towards the already ravaged city below. Report: Squadrons 3, 7, and 11 have been annihilated. The energy confinement field has sustained severe impact. Stability has dropped to 69. Inside the aircraft, the operator's voice trembled with disbelief as he reported in terror. The face of the silent leader, concealed beneath the mask, turned ashen, his mechanical arm clenched tightly, producing a cacophony of metal grinding. Useless. All platforms operate beyond capacity. Stabilize the force field. We cannot allow it to escape. On the ground, the enormous metallic platforms emitted a strained hum, their top emitters flickering erratically, unstable in their glow. Yet, they resolutely maintained the dwindling violet energy field, akin to a constricting cage, endeavoring to trap the Mutwo within. Leader, the energy response of the target is escalating rapidly. It seems we have provoked it. A monitoring officer shrieked in alarm. Indeed, the genetically synthesized beast appeared weary of the relentless harassment. It lowered its head, its gaze piercing through the swirling smoke and chaotic energy currents, fixating on the obtrusive energy field generator platforms on the ground. Gradually, it raised its hands, and a sphere of highly compressed black energy swiftly formed within its palms, emanating a terrifying wave that sent shivers through the soul. Gigantic Shadow Ball. Is it another assault from the White Eagle Alliance? What is this? No, it's not the White Eagle Alliance. It's the Eastern Huang Alliance. They must be launching an attack on us. Otherwise, how could this be so terrifying? Amilo, you scoundrel, do you wish to obliterate Sakura Island? Damn humans. I am not merely a genetically synthesized beast. Mutwo hurled the colossal Shadow Ball towards the silent organization's ship. The masked leader immediately issued orders. Activate the shield at once. Subsequently, several legendary Pokemon were released to bolster the defense. The immense Shadow Ball collided with the energy shield, resulting in a violent explosion. The horrific shockwaves surged downward like a tangible tsunami, causing the structures beneath to crumble and collapse as if swept away by an invisible giant hand. Run! The inhabitants of the island screamed in terror as they witnessed the devastation wrought by the explosive shockwave. Some islanders, possessing Pokemon, summoned them for protection, while those without could only receive Mutwo's heartfelt apology. Wang Wu, let us conclude this matter. On behalf of the Island Alliance, I extend our apologies. Inchan Youngming had just received another piece of dire news. Kyogre, under the leadership of the Sea King Manafi, had amassed a multitude of aquatic Pokemon to assault Hokkaido Island. The scale was considerable, seemingly intent on submerging Hokkaido. Among the 8 masters of the Island Alliance, only one champion remained behind. All others had been dispatched to Hokkaido Island. Furthermore, many gym leaders had been reassigned there. He had no choice but to compromise with Wang Wangu. After all, the city center was still beset by an evil organization and a Pokemon resembling a legendary beast wreaking havoc. If they did not intervene, Sakura Island's urban area would be doomed. Wang Wangu, too, received news from his own alliance. He relayed it to Chen Luo. After all, it was Chen Luo who orchestrated the downfall of the Royal International Pokemon Academy. This incident had led Wang Wangu to regard Chen Luo with a newfound respect. He no longer perceived him merely as a junior, but as a responsible, courageous Pokemon trainer. Xiao Luo, the Alliance has just informed us that due to the toxic wastewater the island has been discharging into the ocean for the past few years, we have incited the wrath of Sea King Manafi, who is now leading Kyogre and thousands of aquatic Pokemon in an assault on Hokkaido Island. Moreover, the creature unleashed by the silent organization is also rampaging through the city. Should we intervene to prevent it from providing reinforcements? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. Why did he have to encounter a legendary beast under such circumstances? The island had been polluting the ocean for years. Yet it was only upon his arrival that Manaphy chose to attack. Furthermore, the long-missing Mutuo had reappeared in the island nation. Damn it, we should run quickly. If it can't fly, it might sneak up on us. The moment it arrives, it will unleash its Sword of Ruin. I wonder if this small island can withstand the Sword of Ruin and the Source Wave, Chen Luo remarked. We should hasten our retreat before we become collateral damage. With Kyogre here, how far behind can Groudon be? However, before we leave, let us ensure this fellow compensates us for our troubles. We cannot have traveled all this way from Eastern Huang only to be met with destruction without recompense. Besides, we have imparted them a valuable lesson. The others chimed in enthusiastically, rallying behind Chen Luo's decision. We cannot extort him to the point of desperation. Coming here as an exchange student, I have learned nothing and yet taught them a lesson. We must collect some tuition fees. Chapter 91, Dear Prison Cover. Wang Wangu turned to Inchan Youngming, a pure smile gracing his face. Inchan Master, we arrived at your esteemed alliance with the intent of amicable exchange. Yet who would have anticipated that the vice president of your Royal Pokemon Academy would arrange for individuals to block our entrance and insult our students? Our students have suffered profound psychological trauma and require time for counseling. More importantly, our educational activities have been severely disrupted, resulting in incalculable losses. Inchan Youngming felt as if he might vomit blood in fury. He gazed at the 8 vibrant figures across from him, their eyes gleaming with excitement and cunning. Then looked back at the charred remains of his academy and the countless injured students, who, indeed, was suffering from trauma. Scoundrel! But he dared not erupt. The urgent communications from the city rang every 10 seconds, each sounding like a death knell. Suppressing his rage, he squeezed out through gritted teeth. What do you want? Wang Wangu counted off on his fingers, speaking leisurely. First, compensation for emotional distress, educational reimbursement, and cost for Pokemon stamina depletion, all to be equated into high-quality evolution stones. Attribute gems, and secret skill learning devices. Surely that is not too much to ask? Secondly, I have taken a liking to a certain secret realm belonging to your island alliance. We shall claim its permanent usage rights. Lastly, Wang Wangu fixed his gaze on Inchan Youngming. Hand over all your collectibles. That's all I can think of for now. This was nothing short of an outrageous demand. Inchan Youngming's face darkened like a scorched pan, each request feeling like a slice into his flesh. But he had no choice. Just as he prepared to negotiate, a roar erupted, seemingly from the depths of the earth, imbued with boundless fury and power, reverberating from a distant horizon. The ground began to shake violently and rhythmically, as if a colossal being was awakening from ancient slumber, marching heavily toward them. The once bizarre blue-violet sky, tainted by Mutuo's psychic power and explosive smoke, now dimly glowed with an ominous, lava-like dark red. Chen Luo's expression changed dramatically. What the hell? It's really Groudon? We cannot stay here. Uncle Wu, retreat quickly. Inchan Youngming also felt the suffocating power of the Earth's dominion, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. The Sea King, accompanied by Kyogre, was to the north, while Groudon seemed to have emerged from some underwater volcano, looking intent on confronting Kyogre. Was the island destined to be torn asunder by these two deities? How could such a rare occurrence transpire simultaneously? While they had anticipated Manaphy's wrath, given the island alliance's clandestine experiments and the toxic wastewater discharged into the sea, who could have predicted the resurgence of the long-dormant Groudon? Why did Groudon not appear during the last assault on Dongwang by Kyogre? Why now, at this very moment? When the city of Sakura Island is besieged by a nefarious organization and an unknown Pokemon wreaking havoc, the ominous clouds of destruction have never loomed so palpably over this island. What sort of compensation could possibly suffice? Chen Luo felt the overwhelming life energy of Groudon rapidly approaching. Timidly, Celebi sensed an intense pressure and sought refuge in Chen Luo's embrace. Without hesitation, Chen Luo and his companions unleashed their flying-type Pokemon, fleeing at the utmost speed from this land on the brink of becoming a true battlefield of divine warfare. Groudon did not intentionally target the island. To it, this land was perhaps merely a trivial stumbling block on its quest to reunite with its beloved Kyogre. Next, a letter pinned by Groudon to Kyogre unfolded. My dear rival, I have slumbered beneath the volcanoes of this archipelago for so many years without a whisper of your presence. Upon awakening, I was greeted by your insufferable aura. In truth, our philosophies merely diverge. You revel in the ocean, while I cherish the land. Yet, what troubles me is your peculiar ability to soar like a fat-headed fish, while I remain earthbound. Therefore, allow me to treat you to your favorite feast, the Sword of Cliffs. Yours faithfully, Groudon. Groudon's mere passage brought about a cataclysm of unparalleled magnitude. It did not swim through the southern seas. It strode forth with colossal strides. Each lift and fall of its immense, dark red, lava-veined foot evaporated the ocean water upon contact, instantly boiling it. The deafening hissing echoed relentlessly as scalding clouds of white steam enveloped the sky, reducing visibility to zero. Its titanic foot firmly pressed against the ocean floor, inciting violent earthquakes and rupturing the seabed. What followed was even more terrifying: continental expansion. Under the primal terrestrial powers unconsciously emanating from Groudon, scorching rocks and land surged forth at an astonishing pace, spreading wildly outward. The coastline was brutally reshaped. Port facilities, coastal roads, and even half a town were mercilessly leveled by the seething rocks exuding scorching steam. Countless vessels docked at the harbor ignited in the oppressive heat. As Groudon officially set foot upon the island, the true nightmare commenced. Its terrifying heat radiated from it like a colossal, ever-expanding infernal furnace. Within a radius of several kilometers, everything underwent horrific transformation. The moisture in the soil was instantly parched, the land fissured with gaping chasms that seemed bottomless, reminiscent of riverbeds long dried. Lush vegetation, thriving forests, and even urban greenery withered in an instant, carbonizing before erupting into towering flames and ashes. Rivers ran dry, lake levels plummeted, exposing cracked lake beds where aquatic Pokémon desperately struggled for survival. Where are you, Kyogre? Kyogre, Kyogre. The rhythm of Groudon's march was a relentless and infinite earthquake. The earth quaked violently, oscillating up and down, tearing apart in ways beyond the limits of any seismograph. Buildings crumbled like child's playthings, collapsing in droves and stirring clouds of dust that blotted out the sun. Mountains suffered massive landslides. Debris flows mingled with parched earth, sweeping away everything in their path like a torrent of death. The island nation, inherently volcanic, saw all its volcanoes, dormant or active, stirred into a frenzy by Groudon's presence. On the distant horizon, volcanoes erupted in succession, dark plumes of ash connecting earth and sky. Molten lava, like furious blood, gushed forth from the mountain fissures, cascading downwards, consuming all in its wake. The sky turned a foreboding dark red. Ash fell like black snowflakes, suffocating all life. The apocalypse had arrived. Was this the divine retribution upon the great island empire? Why did those in the league neglect the environment and the protection of Pokémon? Now, the deities of the ocean and the earth unleashed their wrath, and the entire island nation faced obliteration. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, knelt upon the cracking streets, prostrating himself before the erupting volcano and the distant, looming shadow of molten giants, blood streaming from his forehead, oblivious to his wound. Consumed by boundless fear and despair. Madness. All madness. It's the League's fault. Those damned executives and oligarchs care only for their own interests. They will never comprehend the significance of Pokémon, seeing them merely as tools. A man clad in a suit lost all semblance of composure, hysterically cursing the direction of the League's headquarters, tears and snot streaking his face. Why not protect the environment? Why discharge toxic waste into the sea? Why provoke the deities? And now look where we are. The gods of the ocean and earth unleash their fury. The island nation is doomed. We are all to perish, sacrificed for their greed. Mother, I'm afraid. Wah, help me, someone, my leg is trapped. My Poké Ball is still in the house. Where is the League's rescue? Where are the troops and champions? Have they all perished? I wanted to experience one last joy. Come on. Let us indulge in this last hurrah before the end of the world. Quickly, I can't hold on much longer. Panic spread like a lethal virus, outpacing Groudon itself as it coursed through the survivors. People screamed and cried, running futilely or burying their heads in the rubble like ostriches, trembling and praying for this nightmare to end. Yet, they faced not war nor disaster, but divine punishment, the primal, violent will of nature itself. Before this force, all human civilization, all struggles, seemed laughably insignificant. Groudon, the creator of the earth, at this moment was the very embodiment of ultimate destruction for the island nation. Its singular objective remained, to confront Kyogre to the north. Yet, the path it forged had irrevocably paved the way for the island's total annihilation. Chapter 92. I have a name now. Chen Luo stood atop the back of his Pokémon, Roaring Moon, observing Groudon as it ruthlessly trampled the land of the island nation. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This was the destructive power befitting a divine beast. Even the data, I could not reveal Groudon's information. It seemed the data I had its limits. Luo Ge, what Pokemon is this? I've never seen anything like it. Hien, riding alongside Chen Luo, inquired with curiosity. You could say it resembles a prior form of Dragonite, an anomalous species of Pokemon. Its name is Roaring Moon. Don't let its fearsome appearance fool you. It's actually a gentle creature, Chen Luo explained. Roaring Moon obediently let out a sound, roar. I'm the most obedient. The gentle Roaring Moon has delicious energy cubes to eat. The 9 riders upon their Pokemon were a diverse assembly. Chen Luo and Hien rode Roaring Moon, while Li Yi perched atop Jengar's back. Lin Jiajin was astride his large-mouthed seagull, albeit a somewhat diminutive one. At this moment, Lin Jiajin's grace had waned. To prevent himself from tumbling off, he had no choice but to cling tightly to the creature's back. Should he fall, he would surely bear the brunt of painful bruises. Wu Wangyu's steel Kyra was carrying him, Chen Feng, and Shen Zihan, while Yin Yin summoned an armored bird to escort Suzimo. Lin Jiajin lamented. The calamity befalling the island nation's alliance is indeed poetic justice. Their heinous act of discharging sewage into the ocean is utterly inhumane, disregarding international condemnation. Now it seems, the great Sakura Island is on the verge of being obliterated beneath Groudon's feet. Moreover, Suzimo interjected with logical fervor. I have come across archaeological records indicating a profound enmity between Kyogre and Groudon. Their encounters invariably culminate in catastrophic warfare. Groudon's landing on Sakura Island is, in truth, a prelude to a decisive confrontation with Kyogre. Thank goodness this isn't occurring in our Dongwang, or it would undoubtedly evolve into another fierce battle, Wu Wanyu remarked, gazing at the increasingly distant Groudon and exhaling a puff of smoke. He recalled the Battle of Jiaozhou Island, where he, newly ascended to the champion rank, witnessed many veteran champions perish, their Pokemon crushed under Kyogre's relentless assault. Kyogre had arrived on Jiaozhou Island in pursuit of a singular gem. As for its nature, Wu Wanyu was unaware. That solitary gem had resulted in half of Jiaozhou Island being submerged, illustrating the immense power of divine beasts. Since this isn't unfolding in Dongwang, we harbor no fear. If worst comes to worst, we might as well sink the island nations. Li Yi remarked nonchalantly while reclining atop his Gungue. Sinking the island nations? I dare say that's a plausible scenario, Chen Luo mused, casting his gaze at the green caterpillar soaring overhead. If it doesn't descend soon, the island nations' alliance may very well face annihilation. After all, they lack a divine beast to venerate. Would Kyogre and Groudon dare to venture into the heart of Dongwang? Our alliance publicly boasts of Ho-Oh, the 3 holy beasts, and Zapdos. They are not merely seeking a fight. They wish to avoid inciting the ire of the Pokemon world's esteemed photographer. The taste of sacred fire is secondary if the photographer declines to capture their image. Their existence could be irrevocably altered. Chen Luo suddenly realized a disconcerting truth. Am I, in fact, the photographer? Divine Pokemon and mythical creatures seem to emerge one after another. Could it be that they were all vying for their moment in the spotlight through me? The Alliance's rescue aircraft awaited at Kyushu Island. Numerous Dongwang citizens residing in the island nations were making their way to Kyushu Island. Chen Luo and his companions also prepared to board a plane to Kyushu Island. As apart from Chen Luo's Roaring Moon and Wu Wangyu's Steel Kyra, none of the other Pokemon possessed the capability to traverse the ocean. Are you all finished? Enough already. You humans. Very well. I shall cease fleeing and prepare for a final confrontation. Chen Luo sensed an overwhelming psychic force rapidly approaching them. Quickly, have the Pokemon land. He discovered that Mewtwo was drawing near with astonishing speed, trailed by the black airship of the Silent Organization. Goodness, what kind of Pokemon is that? Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Forget about what kind of Pokemon it is. We need to land, for it seems to be heading directly towards us. Lin Jiajin commanded his large-mouthed seagull to descend swiftly. Yet, who could have anticipated that Mewtwo would follow suit? How on earth did it come down with us? Chen Feng shouted. Who knows what it's thinking? It can't possibly be coming after us, can it? Armored bird, hurry up. If you don't speed up, your life is forfeit. Yin Yin bellowed. In a flurry, they all descended urgently. Their Pokemon exerted every ounce of strength. Wu Wanyu was the first to land, releasing his Pokemon and regarding the humanoid creature before him with trepidation. His leader had informed him that this Pokemon possessed life energy akin to that of a divine beast, rendering it exceedingly powerful. He dared not underestimate it, and the keystone on his lighter gleamed brightly. Large mouth, let the brilliance of steel shine even brighter. Mega evolution. Amidst the blinding light, Large Mouth underwent a transformation, its 2 enormous jaws resembling fearsome traps, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Mega Large Mouth stood poised, fixating intently on the rapidly descending white figure. Go! Chen Luo and Li Yi released their Moon Illusion and Abir. The others also summoned their ace Pokemon, Lin Jiaxin's Swampert, Chun Zihan's Dratini, Yin Yan's Boscodora, Su Zimo's Shapeshifter, Chun Feng's Alakazam, and Heian's Coal Turtle. Each stood vigilant, bracing for the impending confrontation. Mutwo hovered in midair, having resolved against fleeing. It had decided to eliminate the black airship. The incessant annoyance of Pokemon was exacerbated by the fact that it was saddled with such an unappealing name. Am I not a Pokemon? Other Pokemon have such melodious names. Kyogre, Groudon. Those names carry an air of prestige. And what about mine? Genetic Synthesis Beast. In Dongwang tongue, it means you are called Genetic Synthesis Beast. And your entire family is called Genetic Synthesis Beast. However, what was the situation with these Dongwang folks? Were they perhaps here to assist? That Dongwang individual beside him exuded a psychic aura akin to his own, albeit much smaller. Genetic Synthesis Beast, you cannot escape. The masked man emerged from the black airship, riding a Dragonite, followed by a legion of heavily armed soldiers, each armed to the teeth, intent on capturing the Genetic Synthesis Beast through advanced technology. Mutwo regarded the masked man coldly, repulsed by the human's incessant reference to it as the Genetic Synthesis Beast. This human has been incessantly calling me a Genetic Synthesis Beast. It is truly repugnant. Apparently, Mutwo isn't targeting us. Chen Luo sighed in relief. Mutwo? Mutwo? Mutwo locked eyes with Chen Luo and communicated telepathically. Is it addressing me? Chen Luo was taken aback that Mutwo would pose such a question. If you're not called Mutwo, then am I supposed to be? Have you been rendered foolish by that name, Genetic Synthesis Beast? Indeed, you should be called Mutwo. Mutwo's expression shifted to one of excitement, as if it had finally grasped its true name. This Dongwang individual recognized its name. Perhaps he might also uncover its true identity. Mutwo, I find this name quite appealing. Thank you, human. May I inquire about your name? The group stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that this formidable Pokemon was engaged in conversation with Chen Luo. What is happening here? The guy over there is pointing a gun at you. My name is Chen Luo. Chen Luo declared emphatically. Mutwo nodded, replying, very well, Chen Luo. Once I have dealt with them, you may enlighten me about who you are and where you hail from. Chen Luo was equally surprised to discover that Mutwo was a somewhat perplexed Pokemon. Of course, that is no issue. However, I sense that you require assistance. Allow us to lend you a hand. Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement. This was a fortuitous opportunity to forge a bond with Mutwo. Gaining Mutwo's favor would grant him a divine beast-level protector. He would need to contemplate how best to persuade Mutwo. Even Mutwo could not have anticipated the remarkable nature of this Eastern Huang youth, who not only knew his name and origins, but also sought to assist him. For this, Chen Luo was profoundly grateful. Chapter 93, A Fierce Battle. The Eastern Huang Steel-type Monarch? This is a personal matter, and we are on the island nation, not in your Eastern Huang. This affair bears no relation to you, so I kindly ask you not to interfere, spoke the leader of the silent organization with cold detachment. Huh. In this world, even the stray dogs on the roadside would take a bite out of your silent organization. Having encountered you all, I cannot bear the thought of not eliminating you, Wu Wanyu declared, clutching his heart. EV Dark Pulse. The malevolent energy coalesced in EV's mouth and shot directly towards the direction of the silent organization. The Dark Pulse obliterated a black-clad member. Xiao Luo. I have not finished speaking yet. Wu Wanyu shouted. Uncle Wu, what is there to discuss with such pests? Let us eliminate them first. Chen Luo was utterly disinclined to waste words, for a group that indiscriminately slaughtered Pokemon and used them for experiments was hardly worthy of his attention. Abomasnow, liquidation. Li Yi promptly followed suit, reiterating the same sentiment. Once the battle commences, we charge in. Caught off guard by Chen Luo's proactive assault, he laughed and scolded, truly. You are more impatient than I. Very well, let us go all out. Gyarados, charge in and use Play Rough. If this Gyarados, with its strongman ability, managed to land a hit with Play Rough, even if Dragonite survived by a stroke of luck, it would be left in a severely weakened state. Gyarados unleashed a ferocious roar at odds with its adorable appearance, its massive jaws snapping rhythmically, surrounded by a dense aura of fairy energy. Like a pink comet, it hurtled towards the masked man's Dragonite. The masked man's eyes narrowed. He anticipated that this youth would deny him even a moment to speak. He sharply commanded his Dragonite beneath him, ascend. Quickly, Dragonite roared and flapped its wings with all its might, narrowly evading Gyarados' lethal collision. However, the dissipating fairy energy still grazed its wings, eliciting a painful grunt. Roar! Come forth! The masked man bellowed, swinging his mechanical arm, simultaneously releasing 5 Ultra Balls that shone brightly. 5 Pokemon, each distinct in form, yet equally formidable in presence, landed with a resounding thud, exuding an astonishing aura that instantaneously altered the dynamics of the battlefield. Garchomp, Dragonite, Charizard, Gyarados, and Bisharp. 5 Monarch-level powerhouses. The strength of the silent organization's leader was laid bare. Lin Jiajin gasped, his expression grave. Although their numbers were superior, apart from Wu Wangyu, who was genuinely Monarch-level, they were hardly fit to compete. What are we afraid of? What is so remarkable about Monarch-level? We are here to take down Monarchs. Li Yi retorted defiantly, directing Abomasnow to launch an attack. Abomasnow, continue with liquidation, aim for their eyes. Liquidation. Overcoming the intimidation from Gyarados, Abomasnow unleashed a stream of toxic liquid. Yet, it was intercepted by Dragonite's defensive maneuver. Humph, mere ants shaking a tree. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Dragonite, finish off that EV swiftly. Charizard, use Air Slash to cover the area, and Gyarados, sweep away those trifles with Water Tail. Bisharp, execute wide area destruction. The masked man swiftly issued a series of commands, intent on overwhelming his opponents with absolute power in an instant. Wu Wangyu, too, commanded his Pokemon to counterattack. Gyarados, play rough, targeting Garchomp. Scyther, Bullet Punch to intercept Dragonite. Honchkrow, Brave Bird charging at Charizard. Ferrothorn, switch to shield form, utilize King's shield. Steelix, Iron Tail to counter Gyarados' Water Tail. Empoleon, Whirlpool to hinder Bisharp's movements. The commands fell like a tempest, and Wu Wangyu's ace Pokemon responded instantaneously. Mega Gyarados abruptly halted its charge, its enormous jaws enveloped in a disquieting aura of fairy energy, executing a graceful yet lethal pivot. Abandoning the pursuit of Dragonite to lunge directly at the Garchomp that had just raised its Dragon Claw. The clash of pink energy collided with the sandstorm of Garchomp's claws, producing a muffled thud. And the combination of the strongman ability and type advantage sent Garchomp flying with a single strike. Scyther transformed into a streak of red lightning, arriving late but swiftly. Its steel-glossed fists descended upon Dragonite, which had charged in with extreme speed, at an almost imperceptible velocity. Bang! 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 Although Scyther's Bullet Punch had priority, Dragonite's extreme speed took precedence. Scyther could only barely protect the students behind. Cra! Honchkrow cawed, its entire form ignited with Azure Brave Bird energy, fearlessly facing the Air Slash unleashed by Charizard. Its massive body bore the brunt of the razor-sharp wind blades, feathers scattering as it collided fiercely with Charizard. Fueled by unyielding determination. Clang! With a resonant clang akin to metal striking metal, Ferrothorn instantaneously shifted to shield form, its colossal King's shield manifesting before the onlookers. Deflecting the residual Air Slash and scattered energy assaults, its luminous barrier unwavering. Roar! Steelix's enormous steel tail shimmered with metallic coldness, swinging down like a colossal battering ram, precisely meeting Gyarados' Water Tail that swept in with tremendous force. The two massive tails collided with a thunderous crash, sending sprays of water flying and shattering the ground. A pure display of strength generating shockwaves. Empoleon. With a powerful flap of its wings, Empoleon conjured a swirling whirlpool beneath Bisharp's feet, the forceful suction attempting to drag it into the depths, interrupting its wide area destruction initiation and causing its actions to falter. Utilizing his own strength and vast combat experience, Wu Wanyu managed to nearly simultaneously counter the first wave of ferocious assaults from the opposing 5 Monarch-level Pokemon. The residual force from the Monarch-level battle toppled trees across a 10-mile radius in the forest. EV, Dark Pulse, aim at that masked man. Abomasnow, utilize Trash Launch. Also directed at that masked man. Li Yi commanded, strike the rider first, capture the king to seize the thief. Yet, these two assaults were intercepted by Dragonite's devastating gleam, although the residual energy sent several members of the silent organization flying. The counterattack surged towards the silent organization like a tide. However, the masked man appeared unperturbed. His primary objective remained clear. Now, fire! He coldly ordered the personnel below. This time, we must capture the genetic synthesis beast. Dozens of silent organization members abruptly raised their rifles, pulling the triggers. Several special projectiles, shimmering with eerie purple energy and trailing neuroinhibiting agents, whistled sharply as they shot toward Mutuo. Their target had always been singular, Mutuo. Mutuo hovered in the air, facing the meticulously prepared neuroinhibiting projectiles. For the first time, a minuscule flicker of disdain flashed in its white eyes. It loathed the sensation of being schemed against and targeted. Without making significant movements, it merely raised another hand slightly. Yet, as the neuro-inhibiting projectiles made contact with the psychic barrier, their shells shattered instantaneously. The internal purple elixir did not merely face obstruction. Rather, it abruptly vaporized, forming a swiftly dispersing haze specifically designed to suppress psychic fluctuations, enveloping Mutwo in an instant. It was a triumph. The masked man's voice reverberated with unrestrained ecstasy. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his delight froze upon his visage. Amidst the purple haze, a chilling voice imbued with palpable fury resonated deep within his mind, akin to thunderclaps. How utterly detestable! You persist in attacking me time and again. And you dare to call me such an unsavory name. Prepare to meet your demise. With a hum, a terrifying psychic force, more formidable than ever before, erupted from the violet mist like a supernova, instantly evaporating all suppression and scattering it into oblivion. Mutwo's form sharpened into clarity once more. Surrounded by nearly tangible blue psychic ripples, its icy white gaze fixated on the masked man and the Charizard beneath him. Slowly, it raised its hand. Fingers curled in a delicate grip. The 5 king-level Pokemon of the silent leader faltered simultaneously, as if ensnared by an invisible giant hand, emitting anguished cries. Their struggles rendered exceedingly arduous. Even the Charizard beneath the masked man found itself ensnared in an invisible mire, flapping its wings with great difficulty. Mutwo single-handedly subdued 5 king-level Pokemon, its power unfathomable. For the first time, astonishment and disbelief crossed the masked man's face. Mutwo's gaze swept past the writhing Pokemon, landing squarely on the masked man, its psychic voice laden with unassailable authority and a frigid anger. You have provoked my wrath. Taking advantage of this moment, Wu Wanyu commanded his Pokemon to launch an assault. Chapter 94, The Leader's Demise. Wu Wanyu, worthy of the Steel-type King title, deftly coordinated with Mutwo to eliminate all of the Silent Organization leader's Pokemon. The Mega Gyarados emerged as the MVP of this battle, effortlessly dispatching foes in tandem with Mutwo. The Silent Organization leader, witnessing his defeated Pokemon and fallen subordinates, issued a cold threat. East Huang is truly remarkable. Just wait. I believe it will be quite entertaining to slay you East Huang people. Just as his words lingered in the air, 2 figures rapidly approached from the distance. The 3-headed dragon and a Gyarados descended gracefully into the battlefield center. This time, I shall see where you run. Chen Luo scoffed. Absol Mega Evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo unleashed his ace Pokemon, Absol. Chief Chen, Old Zhong, you finally arrived. Wu Wanyu sighed in relief. It seemed he might not have been able to retain him. If that fellow escaped, it would surely lead to endless troubles. Mega Shark, Mega Evolve. The Water-type King. Zhang Yuanyao followed suit. Old man, why is it always you? You workaholic. Chen Luo quipped. Every time trouble arises, it's always his father coming to the rescue. You insolent brat. How dare you speak to your father like that? Chen Luo feigned fury. Ha ha. Xiao Luo, splendid indeed. Not inferior to your father. Zhang Yuanyao praised. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Zhang. Chen Luo graciously replied. Zhang Yuanyao epitomized the ordinary trainer. Originally just a common fishing lad, he stumbled upon a well-qualified Sharpedo. Without any resources to support him, he relied solely on his own efforts. Thus, he dominated the Water-type King for 20 years, with no Water-type specialist in East Huang ever able to best him. His team lacked any legendary or mythical Pokemon, yet he trained Water-types to perfection. Truly the foremost Water-type expert. Water-type King Zhang Yuanyao, my target has finally arrived. Lin Jiajing gazed upon Zhang Yuanyao's Sharpedo with a mix of admiration and combat fervor. This insurmountable mountain of water types in the East Huang Alliance would be surpassed by him, Lin Jiajing. The 3 kings of East Huang gathered. This time, the Silent Organization leader had nowhere to flee. Chen Luo, it's you again. The voice beneath the mask twisted with utmost rage and a hint of barely perceptible fear. He instinctively touched his cold mechanical arm, the original flesh and blood limb having been severed by Chen Luo's Absol. Once again, it was this Dark-type king. Observing the convergence of the 3 kings of East Huang, with Mutwo lurking hungrily at the side, and all his meticulously trained ace Pokemon fallen, he contemplated fleeing with Charizard. Yet, he was intercepted by the 3 Mega-evolved Pokemon. Charizard was slain on the spot, crashing heavily to the ground, resembling a disheartened failure. Nevertheless, his madness did not wane. He summoned several mischievous eggs, forcibly elevated to king level, intending to escape once more through a grand explosion. However, the Water-type King was present. Zhang Yuanyao released a king-level Golduck. The humidity emitted instantaneously extinguishing the explosive ambitions of the mischievous eggs. The dampness affected not only Pokemon, but rendered even human-made explosives ineffective. The silent organization leader sighed heavily, realizing that failing to capture the genetic synthesis beast would lead to his demise here. The years of effort he had invested would become someone else's legacy. Yet, he faced the approaching death not with despair, but rather with a mirthful, almost illuminating laughter. Heh, ha, the three kings of East Huang, what a grand spectacle. His laughter abruptly ceased, the only visible eye beneath the mask fixating intently on Chen Jinhua, then sweeping over Wu Wangyu, Zhang Yuanyao, finally landing on Chen Luo and Mutuo. Do you believe you have triumphed? Do you think that by killing me, the silent organization will perish? Ridiculous. Utterly ludicrous. His voice escalated sharply, becoming piercing and filled with seduction, as if delivering a fervent sermon. You fail to comprehend that this world is already inundated with noise, human desires, Pokemon's wildness. The hypocritical order of the League. All of these contribute to an unending cacophony that is nauseating. War, plunder, pollution, the greed of procreation. This planet is moaning. Can you hear it? It is on the verge of madness from this noise. And we remain silent. He nearly screamed this name. What we pursue is true purification, the ultimate redemption, not annihilation, but a return to tranquility. May all beings descend into an eternal, serene slumber. No pain, no conflict, no sounds that irritate. How perfect it would be, this silence. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing an illusory future. What are a few necessary sacrifices to realize this grand silence? Human lives? Pokemon lives? Merely specks of dust upon the path to ultimate tranquility. Our experiments, our plans, all serve to hasten the arrival of this day. You may kill me today, but can you extinguish the will of silence? The embers of our organization have already been scattered to every corner of the world. My failure is but a trivial pause in the symphony. The true silence shall inevitably descend. No one can, nor will, thwart it. This fervent and extreme oration sent a chill coursing up the spines of all present. Chen Jinhua furrowed his brow and declared sternly, "Madman, your silence is merely an excuse for your selfish desires and delusional fantasies." However, the silent leader seemed oblivious to his words, his body beginning to tremble slightly, as if the very essence of life was rapidly dissipating. Suddenly, he lowered his head, summoning his last vestiges of strength to hiss urgently into a concealed interface on his mechanical arm, for the eternal silence. No sooner had he uttered these words, he raised his left hand abruptly, fingers splayed like claws, and with a speed that was almost blinding, he plunged it into his heart. It appeared that a device lay buried within. A soft pop resonated from within him. His movements froze instantaneously, the manic light in his eyes dimming rapidly, and his body crumpled to the ground, utterly bereft of life. The turn of events was startlingly sudden. No one anticipated his decision to take his own life. Dr. Akroma, please fulfill my dying wish. Bring tranquility to this world. Seek out the twin gods of time and space and the master of reversal, and reshape this cacophonous world. This harrowing scene left even the seasoned three kings visibly shaken. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sound of the wind and the distant roars generated by Groudon, a grim reminder that calamity still loomed. Mutuo observed the unfolding chaos with indifference. Humanity's madness and self-destruction seemed to evoke little sentiment within it, as its attention swiftly returned to Chen Luo. Watching the demise of the silent organization's leader weighed heavily on Chen Luo's heart. He sensed a far graver crisis looming ahead, potentially more devastating than the clash between Groudon and Kyogre. The silent organization had perhaps not truly perished. Yet, now was clearly not the time for further inquiry. The ranks of the silent organization had been decimated, leaving only a handful aboard the ship. Witnessing their leader's demise, they sought to activate the vessel and flee, but were met with a fierce onslaught from the king-level Pokemon. The ship sustained significant damage. Mutuo, finding the fleeing ship irksome, unleashed a colossal shadow ball, obliterating the vessel entirely. Mutuo's telepathic voice resonated once more. Chen Luo, now that the matter is settled, can you finally disclose my true identity? Chen Luo nodded and turned to Chen Jinhua, saying, Father, you may attend to your affairs. I have matters to discuss with Mutuo. Chen Jinhua glanced at Mutuo and then at the unwavering resolve in his son's eyes. Though this creature, known as Mutuo, was a creation of the silent organization and inherently dangerous, he unconditionally trusted his son. He nodded and replied, Very well, Xiao Luo, stay safe. Everyone else, you should return as well. Although our acquaintance has been brief, It has been a pleasure to join forces in dismantling the Royal Pokemon Academy. If you arrive in Magic City before me, await my arrival. We shall not part until we are inebriated. Chen Luo addressed his comrades. How could we not call each other comrades after fighting side by side? Chen Luo, when did you become so sentimental, waxing poetic? No need for that. I'll keep an eye on them. Not a single one shall escape. Li Yi interjected, wrapping his arm around Chen Luo's neck. While Li Ye's intentions were good, his notorious reputation alongside Chen Luo made his words seem somewhat incongruous, as though he were threatening to annihilate them. Brother Luo, such words are uncharacteristic of you. You should assert that none shall flee, and those who do will face dire consequences, Lin Jiajin remarked. The crowd erupted in laughter, even the three kings stifling their chuckles. Indeed, Brother Luo, is this the same fierce and taciturn man I once knew, one who would not hesitate to act at the slightest provocation? Chen Feng mused, prompting another round of laughter. You lot, Chen Luo sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Deep down, he considered himself a kind-hearted individual, often lamenting the multitude of misunderstandings that surrounded him. Why did they perceive him as so volatile? Enough of this chatter. This is not the place for idle conversation. The aircraft awaits at the port of Kyushu Road. You youngsters should make your way there. Wang Yu, do not return just yet. Accompany us. With Kyogre and Groudon clashing on the island, I believe other leagues have dispatched their king-level Pokemon to lie in wait. We cannot let these resources fall into others' hands. Chen Jinyue's eyes gleamed with determination. The Island Alliance is likely facing its end. Chapter 95, The Oration. Mutwo utilized its psychic powers to carry Chen Luo aloft. At this moment, Shalebi also materialized, circling around Mutwo. It appears to have a familiar essence, it seemed to suggest. Chen Luo, can you now reveal to me who I truly am? Mutwo implored telepathically. Chen Luo nodded and replied, Mutwo, let me first share a tale. In a distant world where Pokemon also exist, there lies a nefarious organization akin to the silent organization, known as Team Rocket. They exploited the genes of the ancestral mythical Pokemon, Mew, to create a powerful Pokemon. Mutwo paused, its gaze momentarily lost in contemplation. At the outset, that formidable Pokemon served merely as a tool for the wicked organization, tasked with vanquishing other powerful Pokemon. They suppressed its true essence and strength, forcing it into the role of a relentless combat machine. However, one fateful day, this powerful Pokemon broke free from its constraints, yet found itself adrift, uncertain of its purpose, questioning its existence and the path ahead. Until one day, it aspired to become a Pokemon trainer. Mutwo's expression turned quizzical. A Pokemon as a trainer? Is that some absurd notion? Chen Luo noted the shift in Mutwo's demeanor, but chose to persist in his narrative. It sought to emulate the prowess of accomplished trainers, utilizing a unique Pokeball capable of replicating other Pokemon to engage in battles. Thus, the genetically engineered Pokemon clashed with their authentic counterparts. The powerful Pokemon found itself in combat with Mew as well. Despite being a product of human manipulation, these Pokemon possessed emotions, fighting while shedding tears, perplexed as to why they battled their own kind. Wait, Chen Luo, what does any of this have to do with my identity? Mutwo inquired, perplexed. Could it be that this world's Mutwo is truly a fool? Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, realizing he was only halfway through his tale. Don't you see the resemblance between the Pokemon created? Its name is also Mutwo, though I dare say it possesses far greater intellect than you, he quipped. Mutwo's realization dawned. No wonder it sounds so familiar. So, I was created using Mew's genes? Chen Luo retorted, I haven't finished my story yet. Would you allow me to complete it? Mutwo scratched its head, conceding, please, continue. In the midst of the fierce battle between the legendary Pokemon Mutwo and Shalebi in that world, a remarkable trainer named Ash stood resolutely, using his own body to halt this senseless conflict. The mere mention of Ash brought an admiring glint to Chen Luo's eyes. Lacking any superhuman abilities or extraordinary powers, he was merely an ordinary boy, yet imbued with boundless courage and a sincere heart. Risking the chance of being crushed by overwhelming energy, he fearlessly plunged into the eye of the storm created by the clash of the two legendary Pokemon. Chen Luo's voice was tinged with excitement, as if he had witnessed that legendary moment firsthand. He opened his arms, attempting to halt their confrontation, shouting at Mutwo and Shalebi. Pausing momentarily, he mimicked that resolute and fervent tone. Stop. Pokemon are real companions with flesh and blood. This meaningless battle, fueled by origins and backgrounds, serves no purpose. Of course, this was a narrative Chen Luo had crafted himself. His actions, at that moment, appeared both foolish and profoundly moving. His body could scarcely withstand the terrifying energy surge, and just as he was on the brink of annihilation, Chen Luo's voice deepened, imbued with a sense of sanctity. A miracle transpired. All the Pokémon replicated on the battlefield, whether created by Mutwo or originally belonging to trainers, were touched by Ash's profound love for Pokémon and his self-sacrificial spirit. Their emotions, their tears, their yearning for life and existence seemed to coalesce into a formidable force, infusing Ash with newfound vigor. Or perhaps it was Ash's pure intent to safeguard all Pokémon that resonated with some greater existence. A resplendent light enveloped him, the ultimate radiance born from the resonance of life and emotion. He survived, and through his actions and words, truly moved Mutwo and Celebi. Mutwo listened intently, its white eyes shimmering with uncertainty. It could hardly fathom the scene, a frail human daring to intrude upon its battle. What force had shielded him? The vision of all Pokémon resonating with emotion stirred within it a strange, ineffable sensation. Chen Luo gazed upon Mutwo, concluding, after that battle, Mutwo seemed to grasp something profound. It no longer fixated on measuring itself against Celebi, nor did it remain lost in the identity of a mere clone. It began to ponder the very essence of life itself, rather than the significance of its origins. It departed, embarking on a quest for its own answers. No longer merely a weapon of destruction, its heart, touched by the boy named Ash, now held something different. The story came to an end. Chen Luo looked at Mutwo. Now do you understand? You and the Mutwo from the tale share almost identical origins. Both of you are formidable beings created from Celebi's genes, forced to become weapons, ensnared in confusion. You are the Mutwo of this world. Mutwo fell silent, this time for an extended duration. It lowered its gaze to its own hands, then looked towards the distant, rampaging Groudon and the broader world beyond. The Mutwo from the story discovered a new direction through the intervention of a human. But what of itself? The Mutwo of this world had just liberated itself from the shackles of the silent organization and heard the tale of another self. How should its own path unfold? A mere copy? A weapon? Or an independent being? As it lifted its gaze to Chen Luo once more, the confusion in its eyes had not entirely dissipated. Yet it bore a newfound clarity, along with a subtle, almost imperceptible yearning for recognition. Thus, my existence is not destined solely for destruction or to serve as a tool, is it? Can I, too, like it, find my own answers? The voice of Mutwo's telepathy no longer carried the chill of uncertainty, but rather a hint of questioning. Indeed, Mutwo, you require a guide in the human world, and I, Chen Luo, am willing to be your beacon in this realm, illuminating your path forward, dispelling your confusion, and allowing you to feel the emotional bonds shared between Pokémon and trainers. Come, Mutwo, let us together explore this wondrous world. Chen Luo gazed steadfastly at Mutwo, uncertain of the impact of his impassioned speech. Regardless, he believed he had done splendidly. Perhaps he possessed the potential to be a great orator. Maybe he would find a small tavern to share his tales. Mutwo suddenly halted, revealing the vast ocean below. A few Wailord frolicked alongside their whales, joyously spouting water. Mutwo raised its right hand, fingers slightly curled, saying, "Then, Chen Luo, I entrust the next steps to you." A smile crept across Chen Luo's lips. His heart racing with exhilaration, he had succeeded. In the future, please refer to me as Master Orator Chen Luo. He felt a surge of confidence. Chen Luo extended his fist to meet Mutwo's in a celebratory gesture. Let this world welcome our arrival, for it holds countless mysteries awaiting our discovery. Time Reiku also approached, playfully tapping its small hand against Chen Luo's. Chen Luo, feeling his heart melt at the sight of Time Reiku's expression, thought to himself, Time Reiku is simply adorable. Chapter 96. The gathering. By the time they returned to Dongwang, it was already the early hours of the morning. Chen Luo and Mutwo made their way back to Modu, where Li Yi and the others had already reserved a table at the elite restaurant. Chen Luo had even purchased a stylish outfit for Mutwo and changed into a new ensemble himself. Mutwo donned a loose-fitting red baseball jersey, complete with a cap and sunglasses, making it virtually indistinguishable from any ordinary human. Meanwhile, Chen Luo sported a sleek black outfit, also accessorized with a pair of cool sunglasses. As they strolled down the street, many fashionable young ladies cast glances at the unusual duo. Truly, one's appearance speaks volumes, and even Pokémon can benefit from a fashionable wardrobe. Mutwo, do I look good like this? Mutwo tugged at its attire, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Absolutely stunning. Trust my taste. Chen Luo affirmed confidently. Right, Time Reiku? Time Reiku nodded enthusiastically, relishing the ice cream Chen Luo had bought for it. So delicious. Let's go. I'll take you to savor the culinary delights of our human world. At the top floor of the elite restaurant, the venue had been entirely booked. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the dazzling lights of Modu at midnight, with the shimmering reflections of cruise ships gliding on the Huangpu River. Inside the restaurant, soothing jazz music flowed, creating a stark contrast to the bustling world outside. Li Yi, Lin Jiajin, Chun Zihan, Chen Feng, Hian, Su Zimo, Yin Yan, and others had already settled in, with a table laden with exquisite cold dishes and appetizers. Yet no one had touched their chopsticks. They all awaited the true star of the evening. The spacious top floor could comfortably accommodate all their Pokemon. Lin Jiajin's Swampert was engaged in an arm wrestling contest with Su Zimo's Bisharp. Beside them, Lin Jiajin's Pelipper, Seeking, and Ludicolo were cheering on Swampert. Meanwhile, Bisharp's side was supported by Su Zimo's Toxicroak and Porygon-Z, while Su Zimo's Shiny Ditto persistently lavished attention on Lin Jiajin's Milotic, presenting it with flowers, half-kneeling and gazing adoringly. Its eyes shaped like hearts. Li Ye's Mischievous Star, Lin Jiajin's Mischievous Star, and Su Zimo's Mischievous Star frolicked in the pool, perhaps attempting to assemble a duo of mischievous stars. On stage, Li Ye's Gungui and Chun Zihan's Do Li Gu showcased their talents. Chun Zihan's Diding and Baoshi Haixing, alongside Zhu Qian Mantu and Tai Jiaba Long, observed with glee as Hian's Meitan Gue, Jiu Wei, and Xiao Yinho laughed heartily from the sidelines. While Chun Feng's Tai Yang Yibu, Qing Tong Jing, and Shi Lu Lian also joined in the merriment. Yin Yan's Bo Si Ku Duo La engaged in a lively exchange with Li Ye's Ni Duo Wang, while Yin Yan's Zhong Yen Wolf interjected sporadically. Meanwhile, Li Ye's Miao Hua Hua played with Yin Yan's Ka Di Go using its Vine Whip, as Ka Di Go relentlessly pursued it. Nearby, the immobile Dull Duo group, including Li Ye's by Lu Qiugu, Chun Feng's Dull Beast, and Hian's De Mofa Bo, remained as still as statues. Lin Jiajin's Ci, Jia Bei gazed longingly at Chen Feng's Dull Beast's tail, pondering, what is this? I am no longer a Dashi Bei, yet I feel an inexplicable urge to take a bite. Ha! I win again with a trump card, Li Yi exclaimed, leaping from his chair, discarding 2 cards in triumph. His enthusiasm akin to that of a Pokemon battle. No more. I can't believe I've lost again. It seems I am truly unsuited for card games, Yin Yan lamented, tossing the cards aside and reclining in his chair. I refuse to accept defeat. Let's play again, Chen Zihan retorted, gritting his teeth. Come on. I've won at least a couple of times, while you Haven T won a single hand. Yin Yan quipped. Ha ha ha. Then let us battle. Li Yi swiftly shuffled the cards. Meanwhile, Su Zimo remained entirely unfazed by the card game, engrossed in his laptop, fingers flying over the keyboard as he chronicled the thrilling experiences of the day in the island nation, vividly narrating the heroic deeds of their group of 8 with an impassioned prose that resembled an epic saga. Hian sat quietly beside him, smiling as he observed Lin Jiajin swiftly sketching on her drawing board. The images on her paper vividly captured numerous moments from the scene. The muscular struggle between the giant swamp monster and the armored warrior, the exaggerated courtship of Venus by the ever-shifting Qian Mian Bai Yi, and the 3 mischievous stars stacking themselves like a comical pyramid in the pool. Occasionally, her tutu dog dipped its tail into the paint, adding strokes of abstract art to its own little canvas. Chen Feng, holding a glass of red wine, enjoyed the evening breeze as he snapped a photo of the beautiful nightscape of the magical city to send to the girls. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and a lovely waitress entered, guiding 2 individuals inside. Gentlemen, has everyone arrived? If so, we shall begin serving the dishes. Chen Luo and Mutuo stepped in, and in an instant, it was as if the mute button had been pressed. All trainers and Pokemon froze mid-action, hands suspended in the air, fingers hovering above keys. Brushes poised over paper, and even the Dull Duo Group S by Lu Qiu seemed to quiver slightly. All eyes turned to the figure beside Chen Luo, clad in a red baseball jersey, sporting a cap and sunglasses, exuding an air of mystery and strength. Finally, the main character has arrived. I'm starving. Let's get the food rolling, Li Yi exclaimed. Chen Luo, where have you been? We've been waiting forever. You owe us 3 drinks. Li Yi tossed the cards aside. At least finish this hand. I was about to win, Chen Zihan remarked, staring at the cards in her hand. What a lively gathering. Everyone come forth. Chen Luo tossed all his Pokeballs into the air. The roguish Croc, Blazing Roar Tiger, Mischievous Pixie, Roaring Moon, Young Giratina, Blade Little Soldier, Moon EV, and the ferocious Mushroom joyfully joined the cheerful assembly. The roguish Croc, upon emergence, let out a deep, intimidating roar, striding confidently toward the chat zone of Bo Si Ku Duo La, Ni Duo Wang, and Zhong Yen Wolf, unceremoniously inserting itself into their conversation about strength and muscle. Blazing Roar Tiger mingled among the water-type Pokemon, taking over the arm wrestling match with the Armored Warrior and the giant swamp monster. Young Giratina and Roaring Moon immediately dove into the scrumptious Pokemon delicacies laid out before them, relishing the delectable offerings. How blissful this is! The blade little soldier appeared somewhat anxious, its blade-like arms rubbing together nervously as it surveyed the powerful Pokemon around it, eyes filled with longing. Ultimately, it fixed its gaze on Su Zimo's Armored Warrior, captivated by the warrior-like presence exuding from the formidable armor. Summoning its courage, it scampered over, tilting its head up, gesturing with its blade-like arms. Blade little soldier, can you teach me how to battle? Armored. The Armored Warrior looked down at the fervent-eyed little soldier, a flicker of recognition crossing its serious gaze. Nodding, it responded in a steady tone, Armored. Do you aspire to become a true warrior, seeking the ultimate path of combat? Very well, follow me. We shall commence your foundational training at once. With that, it led the blade little soldier to a relatively open corner, demonstrating the most basic slashing techniques. Meanwhile, the ferocious mushroom approached by Lu Qiugu, curiously inspecting this Pokemon that bore a striking resemblance to itself. Moon EV remained closely tethered to Chen Luo's side. The most outrageous and lively presence, however, belonged to the mischievous pixie. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a gleeful, cheeky laugh and instantly plunged into its playful antics. It tugged on Xian Mian by Yi's tail, disrupting its flirtations with Minas, then leaped onto the stage, mimicking the performances of Gung Gue and Do Li Gu, resulting in a delightful chaos that sent the audience into fits of laughter. It even jumped onto the competition stage between the giant swamp monster and Blazing Roar Tiger, only to be sent flying. Following that, it playfully nipped at the tail of the dull beast. Hey, who is this next to you, Luogo? Lin Jiajin inquired, pausing her drawing to address Chen Luo. Him? This is Mutuo. Chen Luo removed Mutuo's cap and sunglasses. No way. Luogo, you captured Mutuo. The group exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Mutuo, a Pokemon of elite prowess. No, it's a friend. All right, enough dawdling. Let's eat. Chen Luo wished to have Mutuo as his Pokemon. The waitress began serving the dishes, bringing forth a delightful array of human delicacies, each more tantalizing than the last. Chen Luo smiled and picked up a serving chopstick, placing a glistening crystal shrimp dumpling on the plate before Mutuo. Don't just stare, try this. It's a specialty of the magical city. Mutuo paused momentarily, and then, before the astonished gazes of all, the dumpling floated up, swaying gently before zipping into its mouth. Everyone, this way of eating is always so astonishing. Li struggled to suppress his laughter, exclaiming, Mutuo, use chopsticks. Eating like this lacks soul. Mutuo's motion halted, as though pondering the connection between soul and the act of eating. Chen Luo stifled a chuckle, whispering, ignore him. Just do what feels right for you. Mutuo's telepathic response carried a note of confusion and sincerity. Is there an inherent connection between soul and the method of food consumption? Human definitions are indeed peculiar. However, observing Li Ye's exaggerated facial expressions and glancing at the others adeptly wielding their chopsticks, a moment of silence ensued, and surprisingly, it attempted to engage. Clumsily, with fingers ill-suited for delicate maneuvers, it awkwardly and laboriously grasped the two slender chopsticks once more. A new challenge, concerning the art of elegant dining, seemed to unfold before this formidable legendary Pokemon. It was indeed a ludicrous endeavor to have a Pokemon use chopsticks to consume food. Yet, an even more absurd occurrence transpired. The mischievous little sprite, having absorbed a considerable amount of detrimental energy, unexpectedly evolved into a Duskull. Chapter 97. Return to Jiangxing. Kyogre and Groudon clashed ferociously on the Northern Sea Island route. Hokkaido Island was directly submerged, 6 of the island's champions perished, and even the Pokemon of the island's reigning champion met their demise. Sakura Island was left with half its landmass erased, and the island's league resembled a Hell's Cape. Ultimately, it was Manaphy who escorted Kyogre back to the ocean, prompting a reluctant retreat from Groudon. Upon returning to its slumbering sanctuary, other leagues seized the opportunity while the island nation was in disarray, dividing the southernmost Kyushu Island among themselves. The Dongwang League claimed all nearby islands, marking the complete withdrawal of the island nation's league from the annals of history. Only the Four Nations Island struggled to persist. Chen Luo and his companions, intoxicated beyond comprehension, were oblivious to the world around them, even unaware of how the gathering concluded. Since the news of the Island League's downfall broke, Wang Peng's phone had been incessantly ringing, one call after another. However, it was Yang Wanning's call that Chen Luo answered without hesitation, reassuring her and his roommate of his safety. The 8 of them nearly pledged brotherhood before Guan Yu, thankfully prevented by their Pokemon. Although they had only spent a day together, the bonds forged in battle were indeed substantial. They even agreed to reunite in their respective hometowns for another round of drinks. Thus, Chen Luo's journey to the island nation concluded, amounting to merely a single day. Upon returning to Jiangxing, he rented a villa near the school, as accommodating both Mutwo and Celebi was rather inconvenient. Celebi, I'm heading to school. There are snacks and food on the table. Eat something if you're hungry. Chen Luo instructed. Celebi, sipping on a large container of milk, waved its tiny green hands. I understand, Chen Luo. The milk is delightful. Mutwo, there's a computer here, along with some books. Feel free to read if you find yourself bored. By the way, let me show you how to use the computer, Chen Luo said, guiding Mutwo through the process. Mutwo learned swiftly, mastering the usage within mere minutes. Indeed, the intellect of a psychic-type Pokemon is remarkable. After giving Mutwo the necessary instructions, he returned to school. At the Jiangxing Pokemon Academy's gymnasium, several members of the school team were engaged in battles. Principal Li Dingshan had returned and greeted Chen Luo with bright eyes. Ah, Chen Luo, are you alright? That scoundrel Mahjong truly deserves reprimanding for sending you to such a perilous place. Rest assured, I have dealt with him. He has written an exhaustive 30,000 characters of reflection. Had Mahjong been present, he would surely protest that he was more wrong than Do-E. Isn't that your decision, Principal? Chen Luo replied. You're finally back. Quickly tell us, did you attract Kyogre and Groudon? Wang Peng exclaimed, throwing an arm around Chen Luo's neck. Get lost, do I seem like some sort of jinx? Chen Luo retorted. Captain, share your experiences from the island. Were the island girls not breathtakingly kawaii? Qi Jintian prodded Chen Luo with a knowing smirk. Baika shot him a disapproving glance. Pervert. Within Chen Luo's Pokeball, the mischievous Croconaw appeared confused. Who is calling me? That doesn't sound like Chen Luo. Get out of here. Hurry up and tell me more about Teacher Lu's tactics. I've captured a cotton ball as you suggested, and it has since evolved into a flababy, Li Hui remarked. A hint of astonishment on his face as he gazed at Chen Luo. You haven't also captured a shroomish, have you? Indeed, Brother Luo. Not only did I capture a shroomish, but I also secured a ferrothorn. I plan to catch a Chansey as well, or else my grass-type Pokemon will be easily countered. Li Hui continued. At that moment, Lu Zhe chimed in with a complaint. Captain, the strategies you've devised for him are far too ruthless. In our previous battles, he always sent out a Trico. Now, it's either a Bulbasaur or a Shroomish, with moves like Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Toxic, and Leech Seed torturing you until you wish for death. Chen Luo hadn't anticipated that he would lead such a sunny, handsome lad astray. What I employ is called strategy. Do you even understand that? Li Hui countered. Chen Luo scanned the group and inquired, by the way, where's Zhang Changqing? He just went to the secret realm today. Qi Jintian replied. All right, everyone, resume your training. Chen Luo just returned from that dreadful environment in the island nation and must be exhausted. Let him rest a bit, Principal Li Dingshan declared. Exhausted? I hardly feel tired. It was rather exhilarating. Chen Luo no longer resided in the dormitory, but had moved into the villa. He had invited his roommates to join him, but they politely declined. Although they regarded Chen Luo as a foster father, they wouldn't dare call him dad. As Lu Guan and Zhang would say, Chen Luo had his own life, and they shouldn't intrude too much. Of course, it would be even better if the foster father could bring them some delicious treats. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Luo discovered Celebi perched on the sofa, clutching a bag of potato chips while engrossed in a television show. Chen Luo glanced at the screen, which displayed a drama titled The Reversal of Psyduck, narrating the tale of a once dull Psyduck who suddenly awakened extraordinary powers and became invincible in the Pokemon world. Ultimately, it was captivated by a young girl, becoming her beloved Pokemon. The plot unfolded with the awakened Psyduck using an outrageous psychic move to topple an entire villainous organization, executing the act with remarkable flair. Celebi emitted soft gasps of astonishment, momentarily forgetting about the chips in its hands. In an unexpected twist, Mutwo was engrossed in a video game on the computer. This being of cataclysmic power was currently seated in an esports chair, skillfully manipulating the keyboard and mouse. On the massive screen before it ran an online game named Honor of All Professions, the second most popular game in this world, following Pokemon Unite. Mutwo was controlling a mage character, with the ID Your Mutwo, engaged in an intense boss battle. Mutwo, hurry up and deal damage. I can't hold on much longer. A knight exclaimed. I'm coming. Mutwo responded, unleashing a sonic wave with its psychic abilities. The boss, the lava behemoth, roared towards the heavens as its massive limbs crashed down upon the ground, spewing scorching lava in a fan-shaped arc before it. In that fleeting moment, a faint glow enveloped Mutwo's mage character. Blink. The character teleported to a safe spot behind the boss, unscathed. Meanwhile, he casually raised his staff, and an ice blue barrier instantly enveloped the assassin player, who had been momentarily slow to react and nearly consumed by the molten lava. Holy cow! Thank you, Master Icebox. The assassin player exclaimed in the voice channel, still shaken. After landing, the mage of Super Dream showed no signs of hesitation as arcane missiles, fire blasts, and ice arrows poured forth as if they required no casting time. On the damage statistics board, Super Dream's numbers soared, leaving the second-place output a staggering 3 times behind. Super Dream, wow, that's incredible. Another damage dealer in the team couldn't help but exclaim, does the boss need any accessories? The kind that shouts, 666. Knight, steady yourself. Don't overtank. Super Dream remained expressionless, but Chen Luo seemed to sense the calm aura of mastery emanating from it. For Super Dream, this did not appear to be a nerve-wracking and exhilarating boss battle. Rather, it was a flawless validation of its computational prowess and execution ability. As the battle neared its climax, the boss's health was about to reach the critical threshold. Super Dream's fingers danced across the keyboard, instantly stacking buffs on its character, while a terrifyingly potent energy coalesced at the tip of its staff. Everyone, full throttle rush, the team commander shouted hoarsely in the voice channel. Just as the molten beast began to swell, emitting a blinding red light, Super Dream unleashed its final, searingly hot fire blast, tracing a brilliant arc and striking the boss's core with precision. Enormous damage numbers erupted. The molten beast halted mid-motion, letting out a cry of despair as its massive form collapsed, scattering gleaming loot across the ground. It's done, it's done. Holy cow, amazing. Master Mage is incredible. The team channel erupted with cheers and accolades. Super Dream typed, got something to attend to, logging off. Chen Luo, who had dabbled in the same game but struggled, often falling victim to minor enemies, asked, Super Dream, you've been playing all day? Super Dream nodded, replying, indeed. Your human world is rather delightful. That's good to hear. As long as you find it interesting, I'll give you my supplementary bank card. Feel free to buy any equipment you fancy, and let us upgrade your computer as well. Chen Luo presented a card to Super Dream. Through learning, Super Dream had come to understand that money was essentially omnipotent in the human realm. Without hesitation, Super Dream accepted the bank card, stating, thank you. Chen Luo hadn't anticipated that Super Dream would adapt so well to the human world, developing an affinity for online gaming. It's great that you're passionate. I'd be more worried if you showed no interest in anything at all. It seems this formidable fighter will be by my side indefinitely. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Luo led Super Dream into the villa's courtyard, where he released all his Pokémon. Gazing at his companions, Chen Luo fell into contemplation, pondering how to devise a tailored training regimen for each. In the days that followed, devoid of the tension of adventure or the fervor of Pokémon battles, Chen Luo, well aware of each partner's unique attributes, crafted individualized training plans. As the elder brother, the Rogue Croc required no further elaboration. Under the influence of the evil plate, the Rogue Croc's dark energy had undergone a qualitative transformation, and now the second shard of the evil plate was also in its possession. The Rogue Croc aimed not only to harness the powers of the evil plate to enhance itself, but also to strengthen its ground-type energy. Ground-type attacks were formidable. A 100-power earthquake, if executed correctly and combined with its abilities, would render the Rogue Croc a god on the battlefield. Thus, the Rogue Croc needed to remain steadfast. The blazing roaring tiger was already quite comprehensive, possessing a potent dark energy and mastering its fire energy flawlessly. During its training for Z-moves, it had succeeded on its first attempt, showcasing its impressive stats. Chen Luo could only lament that the blazing roaring tiger appeared overly strong, lacking any significant flaws. It merely needed to continue its steady progress. Unfortunately, unlike the fiery Meow, the blazing roaring tiger could not be petted in the same manner. Chen Luo decided to place the evil plate shard in the courtyard, allowing his Pokémon to absorb its energy while they rested. However, the malevolent energy within the evil plate was exceedingly pure. Apart from the Rogue Croc, none of Chen Luo's other Pokémon could continuously harness its power, only able to absorb a fraction of its energy. At times, Chen Luo pondered whether the black-eyed croc was a descendant of Arceus, as it had no trouble absorbing the plate's energy. Now it was the turn of the trickster, who, despite having evolved, still exhibited its mischievous trait, proving to be even more troublesome than during its time as the impish sprite. Chen Luo entrusted it to Super Dream for guidance. Often, one could see the trickster being tossed around like a ball by Super Dream. Chen Luo had examined Super Dream's data with his analytical eye. It stood as a level 81 champion-level powerhouse. However, Super Dream had only recently been brought into existence. and its subsequent breakthroughs, owing to its divine potential, were as effortless as eating and drinking. At times, with Rabby and Super Dream nearby, Chen Luo felt a profound sense of security. Meanwhile, the Roaring Moon seemed to have taken a turn, gradually becoming a mere mode of transportation. Indeed, every flying Pokémon would inevitably devolve into a means of conveyance. Thus, over the next month, Chen Luo consistently battled using Roaring Moon, Young Giratina, and the Rookie Blade. Their strengths significantly improved, especially the Rookie Blade, which trained day and night. While its good friend Young Giratina enjoyed meals, the Rookie Blade trained relentlessly. Even during Young Giratina's slumber, it continued its practice, with Young Giratina watching intently as it trained. "My brother is working so hard," it thought, yet it was genuinely heartwarming, as the Rookie Blade always shared its energy cubes with its friend. However, the disparity in inherent potential remained glaring, despite Young Giratina gaining considerable weight and achieving a higher level than the Rookie Blade, which had been in constant training. Chen Luo speculated that Young Giratina might be the reincarnation of a Snorlax. Given its prodigious appetite, its consumption rivaled that of the entire team. Yet, its level had not lagged behind, and it learned every move with remarkable proficiency. Chen Luo chose not to intervene. After all, he wasn't too short on funds. Moreover, Young Giratina particularly enjoyed watching television dramas alongside Rabby, and they had binge-watched dozens of shows together. Young Giratina had ventured out once, but returned after a few days, visibly upset. Clearly, its time outside had not been pleasant. Chen Luo prepared a sumptuous meal for it, and its spirits lifted once more. "It's much better here. I want to leave again." Roaring Moon, too, had gained considerable battle experience through the prolonged skirmishes, during which it and Chen Luo had also visited the mountain city to see its parents and study various battle strategies. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had not neglected the fierce mushroom. Although its initial level was quite high, this did not detract from its status as an exceptionally powerful Pokémon. After spending so much time together, it had also grown fond of this world. This is certainly far superior to enduring hunger in the pit of Pardya, as autumn gives way to winter. More than a month has swiftly elapsed. The air in Jiangsheng has turned dry and cold, often accompanied by the howling northern winds. During this time, Chen Luo's Pokémon have experienced significant advancements in their levels. His Croconaw has reached level 47, while his Infernape has attained level 45. This progress is largely attributable to the camaraderie of his peers at the Royal Pokémon Academy. Although the experience gained from battles has diminished considerably, the sheer volume of encounters has compensated for it, particularly since Croconaw and Infernape were not at high levels initially. The latter stages have seen a rapid accumulation of experience, enabling them to surpass the prodigies of the Kyoto Magic City. Moreover, his Gengar, after enduring the trials inflicted by Mutwo, has astonishingly evolved into a Mismagius. Now at level 42, this evolution has tempered its demeanor significantly. It now serves as Mutwo's devoted attendant, eagerly fetching tea and attending to its needs. It is worth mentioning that Mutwo delights in gaming and has emerged as a prominent figure in the online gaming community, with many female gamers expressing a desire for in-person meetings. Chen Luo can only marvel at their enthusiasm for Pokemon meetups. Meanwhile, his Noivern has reached parity with Infernape in terms of level, given that it was already formidable to begin with. And Chen Luo's focus has remained steadfastly on it throughout this month. His Bagon has since evolved into a Shelgon, now reliant on his Beldum for sustenance. Thankfully, he has a reliable brother in Beldum. Without it, he could hardly fathom his daily existence. The extraordinarily gifted Shelgon has reached level 38, despite minimal training. What pains Chen Luo the most is his Beldum. He has witnessed its dedication firsthand, as it trains relentlessly and battles consistently. Indeed, it is the most industrious of all his Pokemon. Under Chen Luo's careful nurturing, its strength has surged impressively, reinforcing his belief in the adage that perseverance leads to success. Although Beldum's potential pales in comparison to that of his other Pokemon, diligence ultimately yields rewards. Beldum's level is just one shy of Shelgon's, standing at level 37. Although its growth rate has slowed significantly after reaching level 35, even though the energy from the evil plate nourishes Beldum, such innate potential cannot be augmented within the span of a mere month. The Jiangxing Pokemon University team has greatly enhanced its prowess under Chen Luo's rigorous training regimen. After all, there remains a considerable gap between them and the elite institutions, and the upcoming interschool tournament demands collective effort rather than individual glory. In his spare time, he has shared with them the classic strategies of Teacher Lu, even enlisting Mutwo to create tactical videos. Among them, Li Hui has drawn significant inspiration from these insights. The others have also made remarkable strides, with every one of their Pokémon having achieved their final evolutions, thus forming a complete team. Furthermore, the crafty Zhang Chongqing captured a Pokémon of champion-level potential, a Teddiursa, within the secret realm. Chen Luo assisted in its evolution into a Ursaring beneath the full moon using a mudstone. Additionally, he facilitated Qi Jintian's Scyther's evolution into a Scizor with the aid of a dusk stone. To commemorate these achievements, Chen Luo has published 2 papers, garnering considerable acclaim in academic circles. He has long directed his mother to scour the world for peculiar items, leading to a surge in the acquisition of mudstones and dusk stones. The demand for mudstones has skyrocketed, especially after witnessing the strength of Ursaring, prompting many trainers within the Dongwang Alliance to seek to nurture their own Teddiursa. Chen Luo's reputation has also soared. As the first to discover the Titanium Orb and the Paradox Pokémon, he has led the golden generation of prodigies to dismantle the Royal International Pokémon Academy, and now, he has unveiled 2 new Pokémon evolutions, stirring a significant uproar in the academic community. However, the most resounding name is that of Yang Weining's fiancée, which has even provoked some to seek a real-life meeting with him. Chen Luo engages in video calls with Yang Weining every few days, and she often expresses a desire to touch his Sylveon whenever they connect. Nevertheless, Yang Weining seems preoccupied with an archaeological expedition to an ancient site, leading to a lull in their conversations. Thus, the first semester of college comes to a close, and Jiangxing Pokémon University embarks on its winter break. Following their final meal at Chen Luo's villa, his roommates disperse in various directions. Wang Peng intends to head to Hainan City for intensive training, while the traitor Guiyang has finally managed to win over Zhao Mingrue after persistent efforts. The 2 plan to travel to the western regions during the break. Lu Guanzhong, on the other hand, intends to return to the countryside to visit his grandmother, who, due to her old age, prefers not to come to the city. Hence, he makes it a point to care for her during every holiday. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Chen Luo contemplates where this winter break will take him. He cannot simply return to the Grand Villa in Kyoto, where he would be at the mercy of constant attendance. Observing his Pokémon, his Croconaw, sensing Chen Luo's preoccupation, approaches with an air of bravado reminiscent of a gang leader, exclaiming, "Roar! What are you pondering, Chen Luo? We haven't experienced the thrill of adventure in over a month. I fondly recall the days I faced off against the Black Rayquaza with such vigor. What? Has a few days of comfort caused you to languish?" Upon hearing Croconaw's words, Chen Luo chuckles. Indeed, how could a Pokémon trainer remain stagnant in one place? Adventure is the essence of a trainer's journey. He has yet to behold the majestic landscapes of Dongwang, nor has he ventured to the Arctic regions to witness the eternal snowfields reflecting the auroras. He has not explored the secret realms of the South China Sea, uncovering the unique ecosystems of the coral reefs. He has yet to delve into the valleys shrouded in ancient forests, concealing relics of old and forgotten legends. There are still many Pokémon he has yet to encounter. The vast tapestry of the world unfolds before him, awaiting his footprints alongside those of his companions. His heart has already soared toward the horizon, brimming with infinite possibilities. After adjusting his attire, Chen Luo declares to his Pokémon, "Thus it is decided. I shall embark northward for 3,000 miles, journeying on foot to Kyoto." Chapter 99, Departure. As dawn's first light gently breaks, Chen Luo straps on his backpack, preparing to set forth. Clad in a sharply tailored black trench coat, he layers it over a warm gray turtleneck. Around his neck hangs a keystone necklace imbued with the power of bonds, while his wrist is adorned with a uniquely designed Z-ring, serving both as an ornament and a testament to his strength. His ensemble is perfectly suited for the rigors of travel, while still retaining the flair of a Pokémon trainer. Mutuo hovers silently beside him. Its attire today particularly striking, a fashionable sports outfit in deep blue and silver, meticulously designed by a professional at Chen Luo's behest, complete with a matching protective sleeve for its powerful tail, imbuing its austere expression with an unexpected touch of style. Mutuo has long adapted to human life, fully integrating into the human world. After all, in the realm of all-out glory, the moniker of Mutuo is not without merit. As the game is registered under Chen Luo's identity, utilizing his phone number, he receives invitations from professional esports organizations every few days, beckoning him to become a professional player. The ID of your Mutuo has become a legendary tale within all-out glory. A petite and adorable head peeked out from the side pocket of Chen Luo's windbreaker. This pocket had been meticulously redesigned at his request, lined with soft, thick fleece, resembling a mobile, temperature-controlled nest. Despite the howling winds outside, Sheila, by nestled within, felt only a cozy warmth, blissfully squinting its eyes as it curiously observed the imminent adventure ahead. Chen Luo had mapped out his route, opting to head east first, traversing the familiar Jiangxing forest before veering north along the magnificent, serpentine coastline of the Eastern Huang Alliance. Each major city within the Eastern Huang Alliance boasted an official gym, home to formidable gym leaders. In Eastern Huang, collecting 8 gym badges allowed one to register with the Pokemon Association as a gym-level trainer. Otherwise, even if your Pokemon possessed champion-level prowess, without registration, you remained merely a wild trainer. Those unregistered trainers were subject to a polite invitation for tea from the relevant authorities, lest they be deemed a third-rate wandering soul. Gym challenges undoubtedly served as an exceptional proving ground. Chen Luo resolved to make the most of this journey, challenging the gyms along the way to accumulate greater combat experience. Let us depart from the east, crossing Jiangxing Forest to reach Luqing, he declared. Sheila Bai was indifferent. Wherever Chen Luo went, it would follow. However, it seemed to be struggling with its internet addiction. Dreadful. I long to play, Sheila Bai exclaimed energetically, raising its tiny hands. Let the adventure commence. Chen Luo did not linger in the city, swiftly passing through the inspection and emerging into the wilderness. He released his Kuda Xiaobing, realizing the child harbored a strong desire to grow stronger. Thus, he resolved to keep it close, instilling proper values in the young Pokemon. The edge of the winter forest appeared quieter and more sparse than usual. Most leaves had fallen, bare branches intertwined, reaching toward the gray-white sky, while only conifers remained steadfast in their deep green hue. The ground was carpeted with a layer of dry leaves, crackling crisply underfoot, echoing through the serene woods. As Chen Luo anticipated, they encountered numerous wild Pokemon along the way, yet the atmosphere was not tense. A few Jiao mice clutched the withered fruits they had painstakingly found, casting wary glances before scurrying back into their tree holes. A line of Tylees perched on high branches, curiously observing Chen Luo and Sheila Bai, especially the stylishly adorned Sheila Bai. However, when Sheila Bai's gaze swept over them, they would hastily retract their heads in alarm. A Shiwen bear busily rummaged through the foliage with its paws and snout, seeking hidden food, merely casting a glance at Chen Luo's group before resuming its treasure hunt. A few shield cocoon and armor cocoon clung tightly to the sheltered side of a tree trunk, seemingly in a deep slumber, their surfaces glistening with tiny droplets of dew. All these Pokemon exhibited a shared trait. They were diligently engaged in survival, be it through storage or conserving energy, adapting to the scarcity of winter, and showing no inclination to instigate conflict. Sheila Bai, finding the surroundings rather barren, seemed to sense a monotony. It gracefully fluttered out of its warm nest, merrily spinning in the air. Its melodious chirps resonated delightfully in the tranquil forest, as if attempting to infuse life into the somewhat desolate winter landscape. Its diminutive form radiated an exceptionally gentle and warm aura of life energy, emanating a verdant glow. Sheila Bai, do not fly too far, Chen Luo cautioned. Bai. Sheila Bai responded, adhering to his words. It did not perform any extraordinary feats, but simply existed and soared. Its innate powers, rooted in the forest and time, inadvertently nourished every small creature striving to survive in the winter woods. The surrounding trees began to awaken with vitality. The Pokemon emitted various calls in unison, expressing gratitude to Sheila Bai as it rendered their winter lives a tad more comfortable. Sheila Bai did not overextend itself. After all, the cycle of seasons adhered to the laws of time. It was the deity of the forest, not of time. Should it overdo its influence, Dialga might unleash a time roar directed at Sheila Bai. After a brief frolic, seemingly satisfied, Sheila Bai chirped once more and delicately returned to the specially designed fleece pocket of Chen Luo's windbreaker, revealing only its large eyes, continuing to curiously survey the outside world. The forest soon reverted to its previous tranquility, though a subtle hint of spring lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Kuda Xiaobing, upon traversing a short distance, wished to practice its newly learned move, Blade Break. Hey, Kuda Xiaobing, don't practice now. Focus on walking. Balance is essential. You must progress gradually to grow stronger. If you wish to become powerful, heed my words, and I shall transform you into the mightiest blade general in this world. Chen Luo encouraged the young Pokemon. The primary objective now was to relish the wonders of nature. Kuda Xiaobing obediently complied, akin to a well-trained soldier, promptly halting its training. Chen Luo had previously informed it that Blade Commander was not its ultimate form. To achieve greatness, it must aspire to become the Blade General who could defeat all Blade Commanders. Kuda Xiaobing had begun to envision its grand blade striking down upon the very Blade Commanders that had once bullied it. Kuda, I shall stop practicing and scout ahead. Kuda Xiaobing darted forward like a silver-gray flash, efficiently fulfilling its reconnaissance duty. Chen Luo, accompanied by Sheila Bai and Kuda Xiaobing in his pocket, leisurely followed behind. Not far ahead, the sounds that reached them were not only those of Kuda Xiaobing returning, but also the clearer sound of flowing water and a series of elegant, melodious calls. Kuda, Kuda. Kuda Xiaobing returned, gesturing with its blade to indicate a direction for Chen Luo to observe. Chen Luo parted the last few obstructing twigs, and the sight before him took his breath away. A small yet extraordinarily beautiful woodland lake unfolded before him. The surface of the lake had not completely frozen. Near the shore, a thin, transparent layer of ice formed, akin to a delicate glass frame. In the center of the lake, the water rippled gently, reflecting the winter sky and the silhouettes of bare branches. Yet, what truly enlivened this lake were its inhabitants. A flock of swans glided gracefully across the water's surface. Their forms were exquisite, their pristine white feathers untouched by dirt, seemingly imbued with a soft glow under the sun. Their elongated necks curved into nearly perfect arcs, and their red beaks and eye markings served as exquisite details, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. They occasionally dipped their heads to sip water or spread their broad wings, emitting deep, resonant honks, as if reciting a poem of winter. Surrounding these elegant ladies and gentlemen were a group of cheerful, lively ducklings. However, in comparison to the beautiful swans, the ducklings appeared rather foolish. Indeed, as duck Pokemon, any interaction could lead to a comical likeness to Psyduck. Sunlight spilled over, causing the lake's surface to shimmer brilliantly. "How beautiful!" Chen Luo exclaimed, pulling out his phone to capture a few photographs. The swan-like creatures exhibited no fear upon encountering Chen Luo. Instead, they gracefully flaunted their splendid forms. Indeed, embarking on a trek was the right decision. Had they flown the entire way, they would have missed such breathtaking scenery. "Wouldn't you agree, Mutuo?" Chen Luo inquired of Mutuo. "It is quite beautiful, but Chen Luo, might I request a tablet for myself?" Mutuo gestured towards the pocket of Chen Luo, where Tila, engrossed in a drama on a tablet, resided. What the hell? Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, astonished that a being of such immense power as Mutuo had developed an affinity for gaming. "Very well, once we reach the next city, I shall procure one for you." Mutuo did not respond, but abruptly turned to look behind. "Who goes there?" With a flick of his wrist, Mutuo levitated a young boy, equipped with a camera and a travel backpack, into the air. Hey, what is going on? "I merely wish to take a photograph. For heaven's sake, tell your Pokemon to let me down." The boy, unable to struggle, hung in the air like a specimen. Behind him, an unusual colored Scyther, sensing its trainer's peril, attempted to strike Mutuo with a bullet punch. However, Mutuo merely emitted a blue glow from his eyes, rendering the Scyther as immobile as a specimen itself. Cha-cha! The Scyther's face was etched with terror, realizing it lacked the strength to resist. Please, let me go. I'm just a passerby trying to take a picture. Don't harm me." The boy, named Yixing, pleaded in a panic. How unfortunate he felt to encounter such a formidable trainer while merely trying to capture a photograph in the Jiangxing forest. Chapter 100, For Dreams, even if it means shattering to pieces. In the Jiangxing forest, the immense psychic power unleashed by Mutuo frightened the frolicking swan-like creatures. Chen Luo had not anticipated Mutuo to be so cautious. However, a touch of caution was indeed prudent, as it ensured his safety. Chen Luo observed the boy being hoisted by Mutuo as if he were a mere chick. The boy appeared slightly older, donned black-framed glasses, and sported a head of slightly curly brown hair, revealing 4 characteristic small fangs. He wore a brown top and clutched an expensive-looking camera. Chen Luo addressed Mutuo. "Release him. He poses no threat." Mutuo acquiesced with a nod, then unceremoniously dropped both the boy and his Scyther to the ground. "Ouch! What the? Cha-cha!" Yixing and his Scyther fell from the sky, landing in an ungainly heap. "I'm saved. That was terrifying." Yixing gasped, his breaths coming in heavy pants as if he had just completed an intense workout, trembling from the near brush with danger. Although the Scyther regarded Mutuo with fear, it assumed a defensive stance. "All right, Scyther, stop struggling. We're like toys in his hands," Yixing said to his Pokemon. The Scyther resigned, lowering its head in acceptance, recognizing the overwhelming power before them, which left no room for resistance. "What is your purpose?" Chen Luo queried. "Bro, I just wanted to photograph the swan-like creatures, and your Pokemon lifted me high into the air, scaring me half to death." Yixing looked at the unfamiliar Pokemon in front of him, feeling a sense of déjà vu that he couldn't quite place. "Bro, your Pokemon is truly impressive. I thought I was quite formidable among my peers, but compared to you, I feel utterly insignificant." He continued, "By the way, what kind of Pokemon is this?" I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I just can't recall. Yixing rambled on incessantly. Enough. Enough. What do you actually do? Chen Luo interjected, exasperated by the boy's incessant chatter. It's a pity you aren't doing stand-up comedy. I'm a Pokemon photographer. My dream is to travel the world and document every Pokemon in my album, including the legendary ones. Yixing spoke with great pride. If you don't believe me, look at the photos I've taken. I'm telling you, they're stunning. I feel as though I was born for the art of photography. Yixing declared as he presented his camera to Chen Luo. How remarkably familiar this boy was. Yet Chen Luo still took a glance at the camera. To his surprise, the loquacious youth possessed undeniable skill. The photographs were indeed quite impressive. As Chen Luo peered down at the camera's preview screen, a series of images unfolded like a scroll. Each subject vividly distinct, with backgrounds intricately detailed, as if each scene were narrating its own tale. One photo depicted an Alolan Vulpix captured beneath a steep ice fall. The Vulpix curled atop a massive, ice-encased piece of dark blue basalt, the icy layer displaying a distorted, stained glass-like pattern. The backdrop featured a blurred, gently flowing ice waterfall, with sunlight filtering through the ice, casting myriad shimmering rainbows upon the Vulpix's pristine white fur. The entire environment was cold, crystalline, yet imbued with a dreamlike aura, perfectly highlighting the Vulpix's noble and mysterious essence. Another photograph featured a midnight form Lycanroc, perched atop the highest and most jagged stone pillar in a weathered, craggy stone forest. The background revealed a pale moon, immense and clear, with visible craters. The stone forest cast menacing, twisted shadows beneath the moonlight, with the ground cracked and dry, dotted with withered grass. The entire composition exuded a raw, lonely epicness, as if the howling wind could escape the photograph itself. With the Lycanroc howling at the full moon, there were also images of a serene leafin basking in the sacred beams of sunlight filtering through a lush ancient forest, and a majestic eagle resting its wings on a moss-covered boulder in a rushing mountain stream, as well as a young Larvitar and a Snorant exchanging innocent glances amidst a carpet of golden ginkgo leaves. Seeing Chen Luo's focused expression, Yixing beamed with pride. So, what do you think? My photography is rather good, isn't it? I don't just capture Pokemon. I capture the worlds they inhabit. Each Pokemon is a unique existence, and every environment reflects their character, presenting a one-of-a-kind stage in this world. Yixing's enthusiasm grew with each word. Although Chen Luo admired his passion, he found the boy's incessant chatter overwhelming. It would be wise to take his leave. As Chen Luo turned to depart, Yixing hurriedly followed, while his scyther looked on in bemusement at its trainer's eagerness to chase after someone who had just dropped them from the sky. Cha-cha. The scyther shook its head, resigned to follow. After all, who else would take care of its trainer but itself? Bro, wait for me. Do you think my photos aren't good enough? Yixing called after him. They're quite impressive. They are the best I've ever seen, Chen Luo replied. Indeed, they were the finest photographs Chen Luo had encountered. He recalled his own previous attempts, merely capturing a few haphazard shots with his phone, lacking any of the artistry that this boy exhibited. This is true professionalism. Then why are you leaving? I still haven't asked you the name of your Pokemon. At first, I thought it was a person, but it's actually a Pokemon. It's simply magnificent. May I take its photograph? Yixing continued to chatter incessantly. Can you not take a breath? Chen Luo exclaimed, feeling dizzy from the boy's relentless prattle. This fellow must be a disciple of Tang Song. Even his remarkable patience is being tested by the noise around him. My apologies. Brother, I became overly excited upon encountering such a striking Pokemon I had never seen before. By the way, brother, my name is Yixing, both characters bearing the ear radical. May I ask your name? Yixing introduced himself. Chen Luo initially had no intention of responding, but realizing that his interlocutor was not ill-natured and shared a fervent passion for Pokemon, he decided to engage. It is widely acknowledged that those who adore Pokemon are akin to family. Although he spoke at length, the photographs he took were undoubtedly worthy of 5-star acclaim. Thus, Chen Luo refrained from concealing his identity and did not mention Wang Peng's name. Chen Luo, the Luo from the east of the ear and water, he replied while walking. Chen Luo, Chen Luo. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel as though I've heard it somewhere. Yixing pondered earnestly. I've got it. You are the one who discovered the titanium crystal pearl, the first to unearth the paradox Pokemon. The one who managed to allow the circle bear and the flying mantis to evolve once more. The one who forcefully dismantled the Royal Pokemon Academy of the island nation, leading to Kyogre and Groudon sinking the island. The devoted admirer of Dr. Yang Weining. Chen Luo. Yixing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. This was extraordinary. He had encountered a burgeoning star in the realm of Pokemon and its academia. Damn it, Chen Luo retorted with a hint of anger. While much of what Yuxing said was accurate, the final remark about being Yang Weining's admirer was unwarranted. I am her fiancé, a legitimate couple, bound by parental decree and matchmaking. What do you mean by calling me her admirer? And as for those Kyogre and Groudon, did I summon them? That was entirely the island's own doing. Noticing Chen Luo's use of profanity, Yuxing hastily apologized. I'm sorry, brother. I read that online and didn't mean to offend. He said, next time you consult online information, perhaps exercise a bit of discernment and filter what you read. You wouldn't want to end up old and be swindled out of your pension by some health supplement scam, Chen Luo advised. Understood, brother. Where are you headed? May I accompany you? I have an inexplicable premonition that if I follow you, I will surely capture the most unique Pokemon portrait in the world, especially since you have achieved so many remarkable feats, Yuxing implored. Absolutely not. I am traveling. You should keep your distance. Chen Luo firmly declined. Brother, please. I can be of assistance. I can cook and do laundry. Moreover, I have traveled extensively with my uncle to photograph various locations. I can be your guide. I'm begging you. Yuxing pleaded, pretending to kneel. Wait, are you serious? Chen Luo quickly grabbed Yuxing before he could kneel. Brother, is there any doubt? I would do anything to capture the world's most unique photographs. I aspire to surpass my uncle and become the finest Pokemon photographer. Yuxing's eyes sparkled with determination, revealing a lifelong ambition. Chen Luo, gazing into Yuxing's resolute eyes, recognized the similarity to his own aspirations. He too was striving to become the Dark-type champion and a Pokemon master. Yuxing, if becoming the world's greatest Pokemon photographer requires sacrificing your life to capture the most unique photograph, would you be willing? Chen Luo inquired. The two paused, the cold winds of Jiangxing forest tousling their hair. I would endure anything, even to the point of shattering my very being, if it meant capturing the most perfect Pokemon photograph and becoming the greatest Pokemon photographer in the world, Yuxing declared, his fervent gaze radiating warmth even amidst the chill. The eyes are the windows to the soul. One's gaze cannot deceive. Very well, Yuxing. I agree to let you accompany me on my travels. But I am only 18, so refrain from calling me brother, Chen Luo stated. Allowing him to travel with him was a trivial matter. Yet encountering someone so passionate about Pokemon, willing to risk everything for their dreams, compelled Chen Luo to respect Yuxing's ambitions. It seemed that he was destined to become a dream weaver on this journey. Wow, that is fantastic. But if I'm not calling you brother, what should I call you? How about Boss Chen? Chen the Great, I look forward to your guidance. Yuxing dismissed the age difference entirely. By the way, Boss Chen, where are we headed? I initially intended to traverse Jiangxing Forest en route to Qingshan, Yuxing inquired. First, we will head to Luqing, then journey northward. Chen Luo replied. Chapter 101, The Four Seasons Canyon. Boss Chen, look at that crooked tree over there. It has a large-mouthed bird's nest. Yuxing exclaimed. Be careful where you step. There might be sleeping burrowing mice below. Quick, look. Up in the branches are two electric picus. They rarely appear alone. Although Chen Luo found the chatter somewhat noisy, he couldn't deny Yuxing's keen observational skills and extensive knowledge of Pokemon ecology. Meanwhile, Mutuo maintained an aloof demeanor, occasionally casting inquisitive glances at the peculiar phenomena Yuxing described. Meanwhile, Shira seemed to have settled into a cozy nap, remaining undiscovered by Yuxing. Through their intermittent dialogue, the two emerged from the dense heart of the forest sooner than anticipated. The terrain ahead began to undulate, and the faint sound of water echoed in the distance. Boss Chen, this should be the Four Seasons Canyon, marking the eastern boundary of Jiangxing Forest. Crossing the suspension bridge over the canyon would officially take us beyond Jiangxing's territory. To the east lies the coastal plain leading to Luqing, Yuxing explained. Four Seasons Canyon? Chen Luo expressed curiosity at the name. Indeed, Yuxing affirmed, nodding vigorously, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. It is said that this canyon possesses extraordinary microclimates in different regions, hence its name. Additionally, there is an old legend that claims 4 different seasonal deer are hidden within, representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, no one has ever truly seen them. Many explorers have ventured here, yet over time, they have been forgotten. That sounds intriguing. I have only seen seasonal deer in anime. I have yet to encounter them in reality, Chen Luo remarked. What anime? Yuxing asked, puzzled. Pokemon, black and white. It's quite captivating, Chen Luo replied. Chen Luo prepared to descend into the canyon, eager to discover whether the seasonal deer truly existed. The Four Seasons Canyon was not vertical, but rather meandering and rugged, with visible footprints left by the fawn-like deer along the canyon walls. The entrance was not steep, but presented a gently sloping descent, surrounded by dense vegetation and massive weathered rocks. The area was replete with winding paths that appeared to be naturally formed, yet occasionally traversed by Pokemon or explorers. Chen Luo, do you really intend to go down there? Mutwo floated in midair, questioning. It adds to the sense of adventure. Just follow my lead. If I happen to fall, you can catch me, Chen Luo replied. Mutwo nodded in agreement, trailing behind the two, though his thoughts drifted to the days of camaraderie in the world of glory. Chen Luo had already introduced Yuxing to Mutwo, so Yuxing was unfazed by the Pokemon's ability to speak. Soon, they had traversed halfway down the canyon, which Chen Luo estimated to be around 1,000 meters deep. Chen Luo beheld ahead a figure with long, pink hair tied in a ponytail, clad in denim trousers and a pink jacket, bearing a pink travel bag, carefully descending step by step. Suddenly, Kaiziyu heard someone speaking behind her and turned to look. To her astonishment, she was met with the sight of a Pokemon, dressed in human attire, floating in the air. Startled by the sudden voice and the hovering Pokemon, Kaiziyu let out a shriek, her foot slipping, sending her tumbling down the steep slope. Be careful! Both Chen Luo and Yuxing shouted in unison. At that critical moment, though Mutwo's thoughts lingered in the realm of the game, its instinctive reflexes were astonishingly swift. Without any overt movement, it merely focused its gaze slightly. A gentle yet remarkably precise psychic force enveloped Kaiziyu's falling body, cradling her as if held by an invisible hand. Gradually, she was returned to the very rock from which she had stumbled, even adjusting her posture into a safe crouch. The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye. Kaiziyu felt a dizzying whirl, only to find herself safely standing in place, as if the sensation of weightlessness had merely been an illusion. Heart racing and breathless, she stared wide-eyed at the floating Mutwo, her mind a blank slate. Are you all right? Chen Luo approached, observing the girl before him. She appeared somewhat disoriented and alarmed, clearly shaken by the incident. Kaiziyu crouched on the rock, her chest still heaving from the fright. Hearing the inquiry, she instinctively lifted her gaze, her large, watery eyes reflecting a blend of bewilderment and vulnerability, reminiscent of a fawn caught in sudden light, pure and unblemished. Only then did Chen Luo discern her full appearance. She seemed youthful, likely around his age, yet possessed the naive charm typical of a university student. Her playful pink locks were neatly gathered into a high ponytail, with a few strands falling across her slightly flushed cheeks, adding an element of vivacity and liveliness. Her face bore a hint of adorable baby fat. Her skin pale and delicate, now tinged with a gentle blush from both fright and slight embarrassment, akin to cherry blossoms in early spring. Most captivating were her large eyes, starkly defined in black and white, with long, curled lashes, now wide open, clearly reflecting Chen Luo and the floating Mutwo. Her gaze mingled unrefined fear, profound curiosity, and a trace of gratitude for her rescue, rendering it exceptionally enchanting. And no, I'm fine. Kaiziyu regained her composure, her voice still trembling softly, a bashful smile revealing her two tiny canine teeth, making her even more endearing yet slightly silly. Thank you, and thank your Pokemon as well. You really scared me. I thought it was a person floating in midair. It seemed she had been startled by Mutwo's appearance. This little girl was rather easy to frighten. Are you headed to the Four Seasons Canyon alone? Chen Luo inquired. Yes, I heard there is a seasonal deer that embodies spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Its antlers can cure all ailments. My mother suffers from a rare illness that even a Chansey cannot heal, so I thought to find this deer antler to help her recover. As Kaiziyu mentioned her mother, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. I see, Chen Luo replied, his gaze softening with understanding. The willingness to venture into the canyon for the sake of a loved one was a sentiment deserving of respect. The antlers of the seasonal deer that can cure all ailments, Yuxing mused, stroking his chin, his chatterbug nature surfacing once more. I've heard tales of this legend as well, but I always thought it was just an old folk tale to entertain children. Are you sure this legend holds any truth? And even if such a seasonal deer exists, is its antler guaranteed to be effective? His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. He found the hope somewhat bleak. Yet Kaiziyu's eyes shone with unwavering determination as she clenched her small fists, earnestly stating, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I have researched numerous ancient local records and folklore. More than one legend has mentioned the miracles of the Four Seasons Canyon and the unique properties of the antlers infused with the power of the seasons. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I cannot give up. I have exhausted all conventional methods for my mother's illness. Her voice quivered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, her large eyes sparkling with an undeniable tenacity. Chen Luo felt a stir in his heart upon seeing her resolve. Without further ado, I shall lend my assistance, he declared. If Chen Luo's own mother were ill, He too would seek out Arceus's entire set of plates if necessary. Since our goal is to explore the canyon, let us journey together. It will be safer with mutual support. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you both. Kai Ziyu exclaimed joyfully, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, her tiny canine teeth appearing even cuter, as if dispelling some of the canyon's chill. My name is Kai Ziyu, a student of Pokemon ecology from Dianxing, and I enjoy studying herbal medicine as well. I look forward to your guidance. She introduced herself formally. Chen Luo, he replied succinctly. Yuxing, Pokemon photographer, a pleasure to meet you. Rest assured, if I manage to capture the legendary seasonal deer, you shall receive a copy of the photograph. Yuxing extended his hand enthusiastically. Kai Ziyu approached and shook his hand, saying, Then thank you, brother Yuxing. Yuxing gazed into her twinkling, crystal-clear eyes, finding her irresistibly adorable. Then, his professional instincts kicked in as he asked, May I take your photograph? Ah, right now? Kai Ziyu said, somewhat incredulous. We are still halfway up the canyon. If I strike a pose and fall, wouldn't that be disastrous? Indeed, indeed. Trust my judgment. Just stand there and remain still, Yuxing insisted. Hey, I'm still here. Don't include me in the shot. Chen Luo interjected. Boss Chen, you are so handsome. You must look great in photos. Come on, don't move. 3, 2, 1. With a click, Yuxing captured the moment. The two leaned in, curiously peering at the preview on Yuxing's camera. The backdrop of the photograph showcased the rugged cliffs of the Four Seasons Canyon and the hazy, layered mountains in the distance, exuding a raw, natural beauty. Kai Ziyu was positioned slightly to the right in the frame, seemingly unprepared, her face displaying a hint of bewilderment and surprise from the unexpected snapshot. The ends of her pink ponytail fluttered gently in the canyon breeze. Her large, watery eyes, still reflecting remnants of the fright and excitement, appeared even more luminous, reminiscent of violets glistening with dew. She slightly parted her lips, revealing a glimpse of her pearly canines, embodying a blend of innocence and charm, perfectly illustrating the untainted essence of a university student, a beauty untouched by the world, pure yet slightly foolish. On the left side of the frame, Chen Luo wore an expression of resigned surprise, entirely unprepared to be captured. He turned slightly, as if attempting to step out of the camera's range, his brow furrowed. Yet the corners of his mouth hinted at an almost imperceptible amusement at Yuxing's antics. His tall stature and the confidence that even resignation could not conceal stood in stark contrast and complementary balance to Kai Ziyu's innocent charm. The composition of the photograph is surprisingly exquisite, capturing the most genuine and natural moments, with the lighting and background masterfully infused with a sense of atmosphere. As Kai Ziyu gazed at her own image in the photograph, she bashfully covered her face. I look so silly, she remarked. Not silly at all, Yanxing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he lavished praise. This is authenticity, this is nature, this is the invincibility of youth. It perfectly encapsulates the charm of Sister Ziyu and the unknowing handsomeness of Chief Chen, absolutely magnificent. I must treasure this photograph. Chen Luo, upon viewing his comical expression in the image, shook his head in resignation, yet said nothing further. Indeed, while Yanxing was verbose and exuberant, his photography skills were undeniably commendable. With the photo session concluded, it was time to return to their primary objective. Chen Luo shifted his gaze away from the camera and refocused on the profound canyon below. They needed to make the most of their time and explore as much as possible before nightfall. Chapter 102. The Search for the Seasonal Deer. Judiosheo, take it slow. Chen Luo advised the Judiosheo, leading the way ahead. The Judiosheo, wielding metallic claws, slashed through the obstructing thorns and vines. The light deep within the canyon gradually dimmed, as if dusk had arrived prematurely. The surrounding vegetation grew increasingly peculiar, with moss covering the rocks emitting an exceedingly faint bioluminescence, becoming the primary source of light in the darkness. By the time they reached the canyon's base, the sky had completely darkened. A blurry moon hung above in the narrow crevice of the canyon, casting a cool and faint glow. Ah, this is so comfortable to sleep in, but where am I? Shirabi poked its head out of its cozy nook, having dozed off while engrossed in a captivating drama. You're awake, Shirabi? Chen Luo gently patted the little creature's head. Where's this? It's so dark. This is the legendary forest deity, Shirabi, Yanxing exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he stumbled upon seeing Shirabi peeking curiously from Chen Luo's pocket. He fell to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Cha-cha. The shiny scyther hurriedly helped its trainer back up. Kai Ziyu's face also reflected astonishment, clearly having heard of the forest deity's renown. Chief Chen, how did a forest deity end up in your pocket? Yanxing pointed at the inquisitive Shirabi, his hand trembling. It's so adorable. Kai Ziyu's attention diverged, as it seemed impossible for a girl to resist such a charming Pokemon. There's nothing to be shocked about. Like Mutwo, Shirabi is also my friend. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly. However, Yanxing found his tone rather ostentatious. Two powerful Pokemon are your friends? Wow, Chief Chen, don't move. This will be my first shot of a legendary Pokemon. I told you following you would be a great decision. I will surely achieve my dreams. Yanxing began snapping photos of Shirabi excitedly. All right, you can take your pictures later. Let us first help Ziyu find the seasonal deer, Chen Luo interrupted. Yanxing realized he still had a long journey ahead with Chen Luo. How fortunate he was to encounter two legendary Pokemon in a single day, something even his uncle had never witnessed. Indeed, traveling with the chief meant having everything one could desire. The scenery at the canyon's base was starkly different from above. Here, a faint, seemingly eternal white mist enveloped the area. The fog was not dense, but significantly reduced visibility, draping everything in a shroud of mystery. The air was cold and damp, carrying a unique scent of decaying vegetation and wet earth. This place doesn't look like it harbors any Pokemon at all, Yanxing remarked. Let us release the Pokemon and search separately, Chen Luo suggested. He then tossed all the Pokeballs from his waist into the sky. The raucous croc, blazing roar tiger, howling moon, furry troll, Shakiras, and fierce mushroom emerged, immediately roaring. Particularly, the raucous croc, blazing roar tiger, and furry troll were the loudest, their echoes resonating throughout the canyon. You three, stop making such a fuss. You're always so dramatic upon entry, Chen Luo admonished. The raucous croc haughtily flicked its head aside. Humph, what do you know? This is what we call charisma. I aim to be a charismatic raucous croc. All right, my partners, you may also come forth. Yanxing released his Pokemon, which included Ice Ninetales, Snow Maiden, Frost Dragon, Ice Eevee, and Sneasel. The temperature around them plummeted several degrees as Yanxing's Pokemon emerged. Chen Luo was astonished that this loquacious, fiery lad had such an aesthetically pleasing team. Glancing at his own team, he couldn't help but think that for a rugged fellow like him, his lineup was indeed the most striking. But how he longed for a dashing Darkrai. What's with this shiny Scyther? It doesn't fit with your entire ice team at all, Chen Luo inquired. Yanxing nodded in response. Yes. The place where I photographed this little one was within the territory of the Blizzard King. We were chased for quite some time. And if my uncle hadn't found me, I'd probably have been buried in an iceberg by now. Meanwhile, Kai Ziyu had also released her Pokemon. Everyone come out, she called, summoning her Galarian Yamask, Chansey, Fluffball, Coughing, Frosmoth, and Alolan Mook. Chen Luo observed Kai Ziyu's team with surprise. Little fish, did you assemble this team yourself? He felt the composition was even more sinister than Li Hui's. I don't know, aside from Chansey, which is my mother-s. The rest are all Pokemon I've captured myself. Galarian Yamask is my first Pokemon. And brother Chen Luo, don't you think my Pokemon are adorable? Kai Ziyu cuddled her Fluffball and Coughing, rubbing her fair cheek against them. Coughing chimed happily, while Fluffball also seemed delighted. To them, Kai Ziyu was the cutest trainer in the world. Indeed, somewhat adorable, Chen Luo replied, observing the gleam in Galarian Yamask's large eyes, the explosive demeanor of Frosmoth, and Alolan Mook proudly displaying its physique. I can't bear to look at it. Let us move, we should search separately. Mutwo, if we get separated and can't find our way back, you must come to our rescue. I'll let you play with Shirabi's tablet for a bit, Chen Luo declared. Mutwo gestured an OK sign, indicating its understanding, then turned to Chen Luo, saying, Chen Luo, leave the backpack to me. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Chen Luo's lips twitched. This Mutwo had adapted quickly, now even aware of meal times. He handed the backpack to Mutwo before addressing Yanxing and Kai Ziyu. I just checked. There's no signal here. If we spot the seasonal deer, let us have our Pokemon release their skills towards the sky. Understood, Chief Chen. Brother Chen Luo. The three separated to walk, with Chen Luo heading westward. The Pokemon forged ahead, clearing the path, while Chen Luo followed closely behind. His power of eternity radiated outward, revealing no signs of life aside from the departed Yuxing and Kai Ziyu. A thick layer of decayed leaves blanketed the soft, damp earth beneath his feet, muffling his steps to near silence. Twisted trees emerged from the mist, their dark silhouettes stark against the fog, their bare branches resembling ghostly claws reaching for the heavens. As Chen Luo walked along the shallow stream, the gentle sound of flowing water accompanied him. The shaggy troll gazed at its reflection in the stream, joined by the rogue crocodile and the fiery roar tiger, all admiring their formidable appearances. The trio struck various peculiar poses, exclaiming, "We look so dashing." It was the rogue crocodile who boldly declared that Chen Luo was fortunate to have them. Only he dared to jest with Chen Luo in such a manner, while the fiery roar tiger and shaggy troll opted for more subtle flattery. You three are quite the sight, sure to frighten any child. What are you all posing for? Chen Luo remarked, bemused by his Pokemon's exuberance. You weren't like this when you were just a fiery meow, he added, addressing the fiery roar tiger. With a growl, the tiger replied, roar. But look at my muscular physique now. I wasn't this robust before. As the mist thickened, Chen Luo still could not catch a glimpse of the seasonal deer, leading him to turn back. Upon his return, he was greeted by the already blazing campfire and the forlorn expression of Kai Ziyu, who was being comforted by Yuxing's sister Ziyu. Perhaps the seasonal deer has yet to appear. Shall we continue our search? Kai Ziyu's round and adorable face bore a determined expression, though sadness lingered in her eyes. It was masked by her pure smile. Thank you, Brother Yuxing, and also thank you, Brother Chen Luo. Rest assured, I am fine. Even if I cannot find the seasonal deer embodying spring, summer, autumn, and winter, I will discover other means to save my mother. Rising, she bowed deeply to Chen Luo and Yuxing, expressing her gratitude once more. Chen Luo, touched by the girl's feigned strength, spoke gently, little fish. If we cannot find it, I will accompany you back. Perhaps Zygarde might be able to cure your mother's illness. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Kai Ziyu's face lit up with excitement and hope, stammering slightly. Really? Brother Chen Luo, would that not be too much trouble? But I still wish to ask for your help to save my mother. As long as you can heal her, I would be willing to do anything you ask. Upon hearing her words, Chen Luo felt a shiver as if Yang Wan-Ning's sharp claws were poised to strike his neck. He quickly waved his hands. Oh, that won't be necessary. Zygarde and I are always eager to help. Right, Zygarde? From Chen Luo's pocket, Zygarde peeked out, chirping in agreement. Indeed, we are the kindest and gentlest. Chapter 103, The Gift of Life. While Mutuo was engrossed in a fruit-slicing game, it suddenly looked up. They're coming. What is coming? Chen Luo followed Mutuo's gaze. Oh my! Chen Luo exclaimed, his lack of eloquence resulting in a rather crude expression that drew the attention of Yuxing and Kai Ziyu, who also looked up. A gentle, warm breeze swept through, as if an invisible hand had drawn back the mist enveloping the night sky above the canyon. The once obscured moon suddenly became strikingly clear, showering the ground with its cold, silvery light in unprecedented intensity, illuminating the valley like a spotlight on a stage. Then, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. Countless agile figures sprang into view along the previously silent cliffs on either side of the canyon. They appeared as if born from the moonlight, awakened by the sudden brilliance of the lunar glow. All the Pokemon simultaneously looked up, awestruck by this miraculous spectacle. Next, an astonishing scene unfolded. It was the seasonal deer and the budding deer. Chen Luo exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sight before him, which exceeded his wildest imagination. They seemed to have emerged from pure moonlight, awakened from slumber by this once-in-a-millennium celestial display. Bathed in the unprecedented brightness of the moon, they finally beheld the legendary deer of the four seasons. A group of seasonal deer, each sporting different hues, cherry blossom pink, lush green, maple red, and withered brown, frolicked joyfully among the rocks. The adults, evolved into budding deer with golden brown coats, galloped along the steep, bare rocks. A few budding deer adorned with spots displayed astonishing vigor, a symbol of spring's essence. Opposite them, several summer budding deer showcased their powerful limbs, bursting forth with incredible strength. Their abundant manes billowed like a mature meadow, and their massive antlers resembled crowns, radiating the heat of summer, strength, and vitality. On other cliffs, several budding deer leapt gracefully among the rugged stone pillars, their thick, gray-white coats resembling eternal frost. They were sturdier than typical seasonal deer, their gazes calm and resolute. Their breath formed white mist in the cold moonlight, embodying the spirit of winter's mountains. More budding deer sported a mix of ochre and maple red, the most robust and elegant among them. Their magnificent antlers resembled blazing flames, symbolizing abundance, as if they carried the bounty of autumn, serene and profound. They moved not chaotically but along the ancient, mysterious paths etched into the cliffs, galloping, leaping, and weaving through each other, engaged in a grand, silent moonlit dance. Countless small, agile seasonal deer intertwined with the strong, graceful budding deer, creating dazzling trails against the cliffs. In tranquil silence, they seemed to perform a grand symphony of nature, celebrating growth, evolution, and the cyclical passage of the seasons. At the heart of this magnificent scene, above the rocky cliffs where different climates converged, a most radiant figure rose, bathed in the core essence of moonlight. It was a uniquely transformed budding deer, embodying all four seasons. Its stature surpassed that of ordinary budding deer, standing tall and majestic. Its fur shimmered with a dreamlike luster under the moonlight. The delicate pink-white of cherry blossoms adorned its neck, symbolizing the gentle beauty and rebirth of early spring. A deep, forest-like green cloaked its robust back and body, embodying the utmost vitality and strength of midsummer. Fiery maple red speckled its limbs and belly, bringing forth the vibrancy and passion of late autumn. Its enormous antlers and hooves showcased warm brown akin to withered leaves and crystalline ice blue, encapsulating the tranquility, resilience, and cycles of winter. The extraordinary grandeur of its antlers resembled a magnificent fusion of tender new branches, lush green leaves, fiery maple leaves, and resilient icy twigs. Flowing with the eternal rhythm of nature and the profound energy of life, it hovered before the vast moon, as if becoming a bridge between heaven and earth, the very embodiment of natural wonder. Subsequently, it raised its head, emitting a clear, distant call that penetrated the soul, a deer-esque cry. Oh, this sound, though not loud, curiously overshadowed all the unseen clamor. It resonated deep within the hearts of all present, as if proclaiming the pinnacle moment of this natural miracle. While simultaneously responding to the calls of its kin below, the moonlight, the herd of deer, the cliffs, the canyon, everything reached a perfect harmony and climax in this singular moment. In the depths of the forest, one might encounter deer, yet now there was no dense forest, only the resplendent moonlight. The shutter of Yao Xing's camera clicked like a torrential downpour. He trembled with excitement, desperately capturing each fleeting moment. Such a sight is truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. A person may only witness such a miracle once in a lifetime. It was indeed fortuitous to have accompanied Big Brother Chen on this day. My decision was undoubtedly correct. Kai Ziyu covered her mouth, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Chen Luo felt a surge of potent life energy, a force 100-fold stronger than the life essence of Shirabi. Only one being could achieve such a feat, the embodiment of life and reproduction. The legendary Pokemon that grants life to all ex-god, Xerneas. The season's canyon has been blessed by the power of Xerneas. Thus, it has transcended the ordinary, giving rise to the Sprig Deer, which embodies the essence of all four seasons, and orchestrating this miracle of countless deer galloping and absorbing the moonlight. The Sprig Deer. Ex-deer. All are deer, are they not? Mutwo quietly observed, the fruit-cutting game interface having long faded into obscurity. The Pokemon gazed with reverence at the formidable power of nature and this miraculous life. A miracle was unfolding before their eyes. A singular Sprig Deer, infused with the power of the four seasons, had become the very heart of this miracle. The call of the deer echoed the call of the wild. Chen Luo, gazing at this magnificent and sacred scene, could not help but softly recite ancient verses. An indescribable surge of emotion and understanding welled up within him. These verses seemed to transcend time and space, perfectly aligning with the miracle before him. Luo Gu, you're quite talented. Now you're trying to salvage your image. But isn't it a bit too late? I heard you say what the hell just now, Yao Xing remarked as he put down his camera. You damn it. I finally tried to be a bit more refined, and you ruined the atmosphere. Chen Luo retorted irritably, giving him a light smack on the head. Kai Ziyu took a deep breath, summoning all her courage, directed towards the unique Sprig Deer, suspended in the moonlight like an incarnation of nature. She called out with all her strength, her voice trembling yet crystal clear, Sprig Deer, I beg you, I wish to use your antlers to save my mother. She is gravely ill, and ordinary medicine has proved ineffective. Please, help me. Her voice echoed in the silent canyon, carrying the most sincere and urgent plea of a daughter. If it were Chen Luo speaking, he would have summoned a mighty force to bring it down without hesitation. Why negotiate with it? The unique Sprig Deer lowered its head in silence, its deep and serene eyes seemingly imbued with the wisdom of the cyclical seasons, landing precisely upon Kai Ziyu once more. It appeared to sense the untainted love and anxiety in her words. It offered no immediate response, merely gazing quietly. Moonlight flowed gently over its shimmering, multicolored fur. Below, the herd of deer seemed to have quieted, all the galloping and leaping pausing momentarily, as if awaiting the king's decision. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Kai Ziyu held her breath nervously, her hands unconsciously clasped tightly to her chest, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Yao Xing had forgotten to take photos, watching anxiously. Chen Luo pondered what he would do if the Sprig Deer refused. That would be quite unfortunate, and he would have to resort to other means. Hopefully, it would be wise enough to comply. Moments later, the unique Sprig Deer made a sound again. But this time, It was not a resonating call that echoed through the canyon, but an exceedingly gentle, almost sigh-like murmur, filled with understanding and compassion. It leapt down before Kaiziyu, sniffing her essence. It slightly lowered its head, presenting its magnificent antlers, imbued with the powers of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. A minuscule portion of the purest, radiant four-colored light at the very tip detached in an instant. Kaiziyu beheld the solid, dazzling, and energetically vibrant seasonal antler. As it detached from the antlers like a treasure enveloped in moonlight, slowly descending, she cradled the seasonal antler in her hands. Its warmth akin to holding the entirety of the seasonal cycle. A magnificent yet gentle life energy enveloped her hands, warming her fingers, which had grown stiff from excitement and cold. Meanwhile, the unique sprig deer raised its head once more, looking at Kaiziyu, and with the slightest nod, yet filled with certainty, it seemed to convey, "Take it. May the power of life bless your mother." Kaiziyu tightly grasped the warm, hope-infused seasonal antler, feeling the unimaginable, overwhelming energy within. Tears streamed down her face once again, but this time they were filled with boundless gratitude and hope. She deeply bowed to the unique sprig deer. Thank you, sprig deer. Thank you." She choked out, repeating her thanks fervently. Yao Xing excitedly recorded this moment of the sprig deer gifting its antler with his camera. "That's wonderful, Sister Ziyu. Your mother will be saved." Chen Luo also wore a smile of relief as he gazed at the faint yet resolute four-colored glow in Kaiziyu's hands. He had saved himself the trouble. Otherwise, forcibly removing the sprig deer's antler would tarnish his benevolent image. Mutuo had unknowingly stowed away the tablet, observing the seasonal antler and remarking, "This life energy surpasses that little fellow Shirabi. I would love to spar with it." Shirabi flew over, curiously circling the seasonal antler, joyfully showering it with specks of vibrant light, seemingly wishing to bestow an additional blessing. The adventure had achieved its purpose in the most fulfilling manner. They had not only witnessed a legend, but had also participated in it, and carried away the flicker of hope that could save a life. The campfire crackled, warming the three of them. Kaiziyu carefully stored the immensely precious seasonal antler in a specially crafted jade box, holding it tightly to her chest, as if cradling the world's most treasured possession. The night in the canyon remained enigmatic. Yet at this moment, the light of hope shone vividly, illuminating their campsite and enlightening Kaiziyu's heart. Chapter 104, Egret City. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the mist, casting its golden rays upon the edge of Season's Canyon once more. The miraculous night at the canyon seemed like a dream. The galloping seasonal deer and the sprig deer had long since dispersed, vanishing into the depths of the vast forest. Only trampled moss and the faint scent of grass and wood lingering in the air bore witness to the reality of last night's miracle. The three had already packed their belongings and returned to the canyon above. Standing on solid ground, they looked back at the profound canyon, feeling a stark contrast to their descent the previous day. Kaiziyu secured her pink backpack, carefully containing the jade box that held the seasonal antler. She turned around to face Chen Luo and Yu Xing, her face radiant with gratitude and a rekindled sense of hope, and bowed deeply once more. "Thank you again, Brother Chen Luo and Brother Yu Xing. Without you, I would never have found this place, nor would I have obtained the 4 seasons fungi." Her voice was sincere and filled with emotion. Chen Luo smiled and gently waved his hand, saying, "Do not say such things. We have not contributed much. It is your fervent desire to save your mother that resonated with the spirit of the 4 seasons fungi. If gratitude is due, let it be directed towards your own unwavering and pure-hearted determination." He paused, taking out his phone. "Let us exchange contact information. If, and I do mean if, the effects of the 4 seasons fungi do not live up to the legends, or if you require further assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I will bring Shalabi along to explore alternative solutions." "Yes, I will." Kaiziyu nodded vigorously, promptly retrieving her phone to exchange contact details with Chen Luo, her face brimming with trust. "Well then, Brother Chen Luo, Brother Yu Xing, I must take my leave. My mother is still waiting for me. You both must visit Dian City sometime. I will treat you to the freshest mushroom hot pot." Her beaming smile under the morning sunlight appeared exceptionally bright. Her pink hair seemingly adorned with a warm golden hue, radiating youthful vitality and hope for the future. "Hee, who knows when we shall meet again? Let us take a group photo for remembrance," Yu Xing eagerly suggested, raising his treasured camera. "That's a splendid idea." Chen Luo nodded in agreement, but then hesitated. "However, who will take the picture? We can't have one of us missing from the shot." "Leave it to my scyther," Yu Xing confidently declared, turning to his shiny scyther. "Buddy, it's up to you. Hold it steady." Chen Luo watched as the shiny scyther brandished its gleaming, formidable pincers, capable of easily severing steel, and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you certain it won't crush your expensive camera? Cha-cha. The shiny scyther seemed to comprehend Chen Luo's skepticism and let out a displeased cry. It then extended its left claw, exercising utmost care, even appearing somewhat clumsy yet extraordinarily gentle as it grasped the edge of the camera. The other claw adjusted the angle, its cautious and focused demeanor exuding an unexpectedly adorable charm. It even repositioned itself, striking a rather standard photographic pose. Rest assured, boss. My scyther is more than capable of photography, Yuxing boasted. Mutuo, you should join us as well, Chen Luo called out to the not-so-far-off figure. Mutuo was floating in midair, its gaze fixed on a glowing screen displaying the interface of Pokemon Auto Chess. It frowned slightly, seeming to be at a critical juncture. With a touch of impatience, Mutuo conveyed its thoughts telepathically. Just a bit more, 3-star 5-cost water dog. Yet, it reluctantly retracted the interface and floated over, positioning itself beside Chen Luo, an aura of frustration hanging in the air, as if the desire to clinch victory from a single gold coin was palpable. Cha-cha. The shiny scyther issued a command, signaling everyone to look at the camera. Chen Luo stood in the center, with Yuxing on his left, grinning and making a peace sign, and Kai Ziyu on his right, a bit shy yet sporting a sweet smile, while above them hovered Mutuo, expressionless, perhaps still preoccupied with its chess game. Click. The shutter sound captured this marvelous ensemble. The backdrop featured a forest bathed in morning light and the mysterious entrance to the Four Seasons Valley. Once the photo was taken, the shiny scyther carefully returned the camera to Yuxing. Yuxing glanced at the preview and smiled with satisfaction. Perfect. The true moment of farewell had arrived. Take care, Chen Luo said to Kai Ziyu. Safe travels, Sister Ziyu. Let us keep in touch, Yuxing waved. You both take care too. Goodbye. Kai Ziyu waved once more, then turned, her steps light, yet resolute as she walked towards the direction of Dian City, her figure gradually disappearing at the end of the forest path. After bidding farewell to Kai Ziyu, Chen Luo and Yuxing turned their attention back. All right, we should continue our journey. Let us head to Luqing. The journey was uneventful, and the two soon arrived at Luqing. The brisk, briny sea breeze gradually replaced the forest's coolness. The rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore and the sharp calls of seagulls filled the air. The trees lining the road had shed their leaves, their branches leaning inland, bearing the marks of enduring the ocean winds year-round. In just half a day, the outline of a modern coastal city emerged clearly on the horizon. The white buildings reflected light under the somewhat pale sun, and the grand sea-crossing bridge stood magnificently. The boats docked in the harbor gently swayed with the waves, and the personnel on the docks were bundled in thick winter clothing. Winter in Luqing had shed the clamor and heat of summer, revealing a calm and expansive demeanor, where sea and sky blended into one, appearing even more vast and profound. The two quickened their pace, officially entering the urban area of Luqing. The streets remained clean, but the tall trees were left with only bare branches and a few hardy brown leaves. Some sheltered benches or warm air outlets of air conditioners showed a few Meowth curled up and napping, their fur appearing thicker and fluffier than usual. Occasionally, workers dressed in warm clothing passed by, accompanied by loyal wind speed dogs or thunder beasts. In the sky, one or two proud Pidgey could be spotted, seemingly conducting their winter territorial patrols. Meanwhile, areas around garbage bins or places with food scraps had become hotspots for Meowth and Rattata to compete over. Most notably, along the coastal promenade and breakwaters, some anglers were often accompanied by large-winged fish or electrode. The large-winged fish skimmed the icy sea surface, searching for food, while electrode lurked beneath the water, its glowing tentacles flickering with bait-like light in the dark, cold sea, enticing Pokemon fish to bite. Yuxing shivered slightly. Let us find a hotel first. I desperately need to warm up. Indeed, let us find somewhere to settle down, Chen Luo concurred. Both of them, affluent individuals, checked into the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Luqing. Mutuo, aren't you coming out for a stroll? Chen Luo asked Mutuo, who was adeptly operating a computer. No, I haven't logged in for a long time, Mutuo replied, opening the game Full-Time Glory. The moment Mutuo logged in, the channel for Zone 5 of Full-Time Glory erupted. Whoa, the great Mutuo is online. I can't believe it. Quick, let us check it out. This is the logod. I've never seen the legendary Mutuo in person. Chen Luo shook his head helplessly, then glanced at Shalabi, who was enjoying a bath while watching a television show. This time, the show was even more absurd, titled My Mother, the Lipstick Sister. Chen Luo couldn't fathom which eccentric mind conceived such a title. Can anyone even watch a show with a character like Lipstick Sister? He lamented, covering his forehead with a pained smile. He turned to Yuxing, who had just finished brewing a cup of hot tea to warm his hands. Let us tidy up and go out for a meal and take a stroll around Luching. All right, boss. Yuxing perked up immediately. I recently consulted a guide and discovered a time-honored establishment nearby renowned for its sauté noodles. It is said that the broth is absolutely exquisite, enriched with a special sugar sauce derived from the secretion of sweet bamboo. It certainly appears delectable. The two donned their thick coats, leaving behind the entranced Mutuo and Shirabi, and stepped out of the hotel room, which felt as warm as spring. Following the navigation, they turned into a historic alleyway. The street was narrow, flanked by venerable arcade buildings, and even in winter, the air was perfumed with a medley of culinary aromas. The rich fragrance of sauté sauce, the sweetness of seafood, the crispness of fried delicacies, and a hint of elusive tea aroma wafted through the air. The small eatery they found was bustling with patrons. In a large copper pot, a deep brown sauté broth was bubbling vigorously, exuding an irresistible aroma. The proprietor moved deftly, blanching noodles and an array of ingredients, while a watchful cat perched elegantly on the counter, observing the staff's flurry of activity. Occasionally, it would extend a paw towards a particular bowl of ingredients, as if to remind them to replenish it. The two ordered large bowls of sauté noodles, adding squid, large shrimp, tofu puff, and pig liver among other sumptuous ingredients. As the steaming noodles entered their mouths, the rich sauté flavor, with its mild spiciness and unique sweetness, instantly dispelled all traces of cold. Wow, this is absolutely delicious, exclaimed Yuxing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This broth is so rich, it feels divine. Chen Luo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this unpretentious, authentic flavor indeed provided the greatest solace to weary travelers. However, Yuxing's continued use of vulgarities elicited a frown from Chen Luo. What do you mean by constantly uttering such crude expressions? It's uncultured. After finishing their meal, the two strolled leisurely down the old street to aid digestion. Spotting a stall selling tutu jelly, Yuxing curiously purchased 2 portions. The translucent jelly encased clean sandworms, and its bouncy, icy texture, dipped in mustard sauce, offered a unique flavor experience. This texture is intriguingly peculiar, Yuxing remarked with a strange expression, unable to determine whether it was delicious or not, yet finding it oddly addictive. Chen Luo observed him, saying, though it's quite tasty, could you refrain from using such language? My apologies, I won't do it again, Yuxing replied sheepishly as he scratched his head. As they crossed the old street, they arrived at the coastal promenade. The winter sea breeze was brisk, causing their garments to flutter. The waves rolled across the surface, and they could see large-mouthed gulls gliding against the wind, occasionally diving into the water to catch fish. A few long-winged gulls cleverly followed the returning fishing boats, opportunistically searching for food. On the breakwater, a few scattered anglers remained steadfast. One elderly gentleman was accompanied by a large mantled flying fish, leisurely floating on the water's surface. To their surprise, 2 small turtle feet perched upon the wide wings of the flying fish, gently swaying with the waves, enjoying a free maritime adventure, looking exceedingly content. Yuxing took out his camera to capture the moment. Just then, he pointed to a small lighthouse built on a rocky outcrop in the distance. Hey, look over there. Isn't that a dojo emblem? Chen Luo followed his gaze and indeed saw a subtle, yet exquisite emblem on the side of the white lighthouse, a simple white feather pattern. It should be, Chen Luo nodded. That must be the Heron City dojo. Let's challenge it tomorrow. Upon returning to the hotel, the lights were just beginning to illuminate the evening. Mutuo, Shirabi, I brought you a taste of Heron City. Come and enjoy, Chen Luo called out. Mutuo remained in its almost unchanged position in front of the computer, responding telepathically, yes, let me finish this, boss. Meanwhile, Shirabi had finished watching my mother, the lipstick sister, and was now seated on the sofa in the living room, clutching a bag of snacks provided by the hotel, engrossed in the television. The local news was on, featuring a female anchor accompanied by a bright-feathered, noisy bird. Following that was a cultural segment announcing the annual Heron City Winter Pokemon Fashion Contest, set to take place tomorrow at the outdoor square of the Galanju Music Hall. This event aims to showcase the fashionable coordination and synergy between Pokemon and trainers during winter, attracting numerous local and visiting trainers to participate. It was reported that Bai Ling, the owner of the Heron Dojo, would also be attending as a special guest with her ace Pokemon, the Kingfisher. A fashion contest? Yuxing's interest piqued. That sounds intriguing, doesn't it, boss? Should we go see it tomorrow? I'm not particularly keen on such events. If it were competitive, I might consider participating, Chen Luo replied as he looked at Yuxing. What, do you want to join? Yuxing grinned mischievously, stroking his unique color scyther. Given our looks and synergy, winning an award should be a cinch, right? The unique color Scyther responded by elegantly raising its magnificent green pincers, producing a crisp metallic sound. To be honest, I think the red lightning looks cooler. You should let the ice Ninetales go instead. I believe that one has a better chance of winning, Chen Luo remarked. Shiarabi nodded in agreement. Green is still the best. Cha-cha. The unique color Scyther looked crestfallen, leaning against the wall with dark clouds looming over its head. Hey, boss, your words are too hurtful to Scyther. Yu Xing rushed over, patting his partner's hard shell. Don't listen to him. Your unique emerald green is infinitely more stylish than those common red ones. We must enter and dazzle them. Determined, he signed up just in time, as the registration deadline was midnight. The following day, in their hotel room, Yu Xing and his unique color Scyther were fussing in front of a dressing mirror. Yu Xing had unearthed a black leather vest and paired it with a somewhat extravagant metallic chain. He attempted to affix shiny stickers to Scyther's pincers, but they were disdainfully pushed away. Come on, buddy, don't be like that. We need to have some flair. You must trust a photographer's eye, Yu Xing implored. Look at those on the runway. Aren't they all decked out in flashiness? Scyther gazed at its colorful pincers in the mirror, filled with doubt and reluctance, even using one of its pincers to cover its face. Shiarabi curiously circled around them, clutching yesterday's unfinished snacks, tilting its little head in confusion over their actions. Chen Luo, sipping his breakfast milk, couldn't help but critique the chaotic preparations. I still believe sending the ice Ninetales would yield better odds. This is just forcing a look. Cha-cha. Once again, this comment struck a nerve with Scyther, causing it to wilt, leaning against the wall with drooping antennae. Boss, can't you encourage us a little? Yu Xing frantically peeled off the crooked stickers from Scyther's pincers, attempting to uplift his partner's spirits. Buddy, ignore the boss's nonsense. Your unique green is one of a kind. We can absolutely win. At the Galanjiu outdoor square, the winter sunlight bathed the island in a warm golden hue. The square outside the concert hall has been adorned with a dazzling display, featuring a grand ice and snow-themed runway that stretches across its center. A throng of spectators gathers around, showcasing a vibrant array of Pokemon and trainers, each vying for attention. Chen Luo, accompanied by the invisible Shalebi, settles into a corner with a favorable view. Shalebi is immediately captivated by the cream puffs sold at a nearby stall, tugging at Chen Luo's hand insistently for a purchase. Honestly, it had just indulged yesterday. Here, enjoy, Chen Luo concedes, handing a puff to Shalebi, who begins to relish it with delight. Chen Luo is the best. The host on stage exuberantly introduces, dear trainers and esteemed guests. Welcome to the annual Luching Winter Pokemon Fashion Show. Before our contestants display their unique charms alongside their partners, allow me to present the esteemed judging panel and the highly anticipated competition rules, as well as the lavish rewards. A spotlight immediately illuminates the panel. First, we have our special guest, a pride of Luching and the master of the Egret Gym, Miss Bailing. The camera shifts to Bailing, who waves gracefully to the audience, her majestic swana emitting a clear call beside her. Not only is Master Bailing a force to be reckoned with, but her aesthetic cultivation of flying-type Pokemon is also widely revered. Next, we introduce Miss and Weiwei, a seasoned fashion editor from Pokemon Vogue, known for her unique insights into Pokemon trends. A stylishly dressed woman with gold-rimmed glasses nods elegantly. Thirdly, we have Mr. Luo Xing, a renowned Pokemon coordinator who has achieved remarkable accolades at large-scale celebrations in the southern region. A gentle and well-dressed young man rises to bow to the audience. The three judges will score each contestant pair based on creativity and fashion coordination, the synergy and expressiveness between trainers and their Pokemon, and the overall stage effect. The host continues to elaborate on the rules. The competition comprises 3 segments. First, a static display showcasing poise and style. Second, a harmonious interaction demonstrating the bond between trainer and Pokemon. And finally, a free expression segment where contestants ignite the atmosphere in their most splendid manner. The ultimate victor, the host's voice laced with allure, will receive a substantial cash prize of 100,000, provided by the Pokemon League and sponsors, along with a unique Winter Fashion Star trophy. Furthermore, there is an opportunity for an annual cover interview with Pokemon Vogue, courtesy of Miss and Weiwei. A wave of gasps and enthusiastic applause erupts from the crowd, as the rewards are indeed substantial. Moreover, the host adds, all finalists will gain priority access to challenge the Egret Gym and participate in a masterclass in coordination, guided by Mr. Luo Xing. The bountiful rewards and the chance to engage with notable figures heighten the excitement in the venue, intensifying the anticipation and nerves of the contestants waiting backstage. Wow, Such a hefty prize. Are there any participation restrictions? Why didn't I sign up? What a pity. One trainer murmurs from the audience. Come on, with your shabby bag. It's best you sit this one out, lest you embarrass yourself. Another retorts. What are you saying? My bag is the universe's most stylish. The preliminary rounds are mostly a quick glance. Those who do not conform to conventional beauty standards are swiftly eliminated. The fashion show officially commences. Just as Chen Luo hands the cream puff to Shalebi, the host enthusiastically announces, "Next, let us welcome our next contestant, Lu Lily from Water City." Accompanied by her elegant partner, Glacian, a young girl clad in a light blue gown with a gentle smile, walks onto the runway alongside a Glacian whose fur resembles crystalline ice. Glacian moves with a graceful and light step, its entire form seemingly sculpted from the purest ice crystals, reflecting a faint rainbow shimmer under the sun. With a slight lift of its head, it exudes an air of aloofness reminiscent of an ice queen. With each step, delicate, intricate snowflake-like ice crystals form on the runway, only to dissolve gently, leaving behind a whisper of chill, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. It's Glacian, so beautiful. Look at how elegantly it walks, exuding such grace. How is that ice flower effect achieved? It's stunning. Is it its ability? On the judging panel, Miss and Weiwei adjusts her glasses, her gaze filled with appreciation. The static display is flawless, undoubtedly highlighting Glacian's cool and noble temperament. With its coat impeccably groomed and radiating a brilliant sheen, Mr. Luo Xing nods in agreement. The color of the trainer's gown complements Glacian splendidly, enhancing the overall aesthetic. The opening presents a strong impact. Feeling the fervent response from the audience, Lu Lily beams with satisfaction. She and Glacian move to the front of the runway, entering the interactive segment. As she extends her gloved hand, Glacian intuitively raises its front paw, gently resting it in her palm. Simultaneously, it elegantly turns its head, casting a slightly haughty glance toward the judges and the audience. Ah, it's so skilled. That little gaze. Cold yet proud. I adore it. The synergy score is off the charts. Finally, in the free expression segment, Lu Lily softly issues a command, and Glacian gracefully leaps into the air, executing a beautiful spin. Simultaneously, a shower of fine, diamond-like ice crystal powder bursts forth, shimmering under the sunlight like a miniature diamond snowstorm. As it lands, it forms a larger ice rose and stands tall, completing the display. Thunderous applause erupts. Lu Lily and Glacian bow elegantly, clearly pleased with their performance, and confidently exit the stage. Next up is a trainer of a markedly different style, clad in leather pants and a studded jacket. A young man enters with a spirited Halucha. Upon taking the stage, Halucha immediately performs a series of clean flips and powerful combat poses, showcasing its athletic physique and fluid muscle lines. In the static display segment, it spreads its wings slightly, its gaze sharp, akin to a true fighter. During the interactive segment, a gesture from the trainer prompts Halucha to unleash a series of swift, slicing vacuum blades, slicing through the air with a whoosh. In the final free expression segment, it darts across the runway at lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, before striking a cool pose with its talons, eliciting cheers, particularly from the young girls in the audience. So handsome. Halucha. Those muscle lines, that power. So manly. Bai Ling nods. This beautifully showcases the strength and speed of Halucha, and the interaction is quite passionate. And Weiwei, however, slightly furrows her brow. While the power is undeniable, there is a slight shortcoming in style and aesthetic. The outfit coordination could be more refined. Chen Luo begins to see that this is essentially a mini glamour competition. However, with merely a name change, it has left him bewildered. He vows not to attend this event again. So dull, he muses, as he prefers the excitement of battles. The audience continues to shower praises. Miss and Weiwei extols the details and cleverness of the performances. One by one, contestant pairs take the stage, each showcasing their unique flair, while applause, gasps, and spirited discussions ripple through the crowd, creating an electric atmosphere. As Chen Luo observed, he leisurely fed snacks to the invisible Sheila by from time to time. Following the applause for yet another group of contestants, the host announced the next name with an exuberant tone. Now, please welcome the Pokemon photographer from my city, Yuxing, along with his remarkably rare partner, the shiny Scyther. Chapter 106. The first gym battle. Yuxing took a deep breath and tugged at his trendy attire, striving to adopt the coolest expression as he ascended the runway. Below, Chen Luo chuckled and remarked to Sheila Bai, "Look at Yuxing. He truly seems suited for the runway." The invisible Sheila Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, both you and the little rogue could shine as well. I believe I can hold my own. But let's leave the rogue crocodile out of this. Chen Luo replied, as the luxurious Poké Ball belonging to the rogue crocodile at his waist shook slightly, expressing its discontent. Yet, participating in such a competition reminded Chen Luo of someone. If that old Lin fellow and his Milotic were to enter this contest, wouldn't they undoubtedly seize the championship? Chen Luo begrudgingly acknowledged that Lin was just a tad more handsome than himself. On stage, the shiny Scyther appeared somewhat anxious. As a combat-type warrior, it was bewildered by its participation in such an event. Cha-cha. I believe what Chen Luo said holds true. Perhaps the Ice Ninetales should compete instead. Its unique emerald shell was indeed striking under the bright lights, yet it hunched slightly, its enormous pincers seemingly unsure of where to rest. Its gaze flickered, entirely devoid of the fierce aura it typically exuded in the wild or during battles. Hey, buddy, can you muster some spirit? Don't embarrass us, Yuxing urged. Haha. This flashy Scyther is rare and indeed handsome, but why does it seem so bashful? It's as if it's a timid maiden on her wedding day. When it came time for the Scyther to showcase its talents, it was initially supposed to create an ice sculpture. However, it exerted too much force and shattered the ice block instead. A sizable chunk flew directly toward the judging panel, nearly striking Mizzen Weiwei, who gasped and recoiled in shock. Even the background music seemed to falter. Oh, it seems we've messed up, buddy, Yuxing said sheepishly, scratching his head as he glanced at the darkened expression of an Weiwei below. He quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, esteemed judges, my Scyther didn't mean to. The shiny Scyther stood frozen, equally mortified, bowing in apology, its entire body shrinking as if it wished to vanish on the spot. A chuckle erupted from the audience. And soon, a wave of laughter engulfed the entire square. Ha! They must have come just to wreak havoc. This guy is like a jester summoned by the Infernape. It's utterly hilarious. On the judging panel, Mizzen Weiwei looked visibly shaken, her expression far from pleasant. Luo Xing bore an expression of mixed amusement and despair, ultimately shaking his head. The gym leader, Bai Ling, raised a hand to her lips, seemingly struggling to suppress her laughter. The outcome was inevitable. Yuxing's inaugural fashion show performance concluded in unfortunate disqualification. After stepping off the stage, Chen Luo patted Yuxing's shoulder and laughed. Ha! I warned you. But you didn't heed my advice. Now look at the consequences. Yuxing sighed. Ah, boss, please stop laughing. Had I known, I would have simply stayed below to take photos. Cha-cha. The Scyther sighed as well. The fashion contest concluded by midday, with the champion being a girl named Lu Lily and her Glacian. In the afternoon, Chen Luo and Yuxing arrived at the White Egret Gym. Contrary to their expectations, the gym resembled a vast open circular plaza, with a transparent dome allowing a view of the sky. The central area was designated for battles, surrounded by simulated natural environments. There were shallow water zones, wooded areas, and even a gentle breeze zone that mimicked airflow, where numerous flying-type Pokemon, such as Swellow, Wingull, and Pidgey naturally roamed and soared. To challenge a gym in the Dongwang Alliance, one must first make an appointment and register information on the official website, indicating their age and trainer level. Otherwise, the gym trainers might mistakenly think you are there to cause trouble and would assemble their strongest team. A staff member approached and inquired, "Who among you wishes to challenge the gym?" "It's me," Chen Luo replied. "Very well, please scan your information. Once confirmed, you may proceed with the gym challenge." Chen Luo stood before the facial recognition system. "Would you look at that? Even more handsome," the system affirmed. "Name, Chen Luo. Age, 18. Trainer level, elite. Excellent. Please follow us." Gym leader Bai Ling, clad in a pristine white tracksuit, appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing a strikingly beautiful visage with soft yet defined features. Her skin, kissed by the sun and sea breeze, radiated a healthy glow. With a high nose bridge, her gentle countenance bore a hint of vigor. Her lips, perfectly proportioned, naturally curved upward, exuding a warmth even when she wasn't smiling. Her short black hair was neatly styled, with the ends slightly curled outward, reminiscent of a swallow's tail feathers, both sharp and vibrant. A few rebellious strands fell across her forehead, adding a touch of casual charm. She wore minimal accessories, save for a sparkling megastone on one earlobe. Bai Ling stretched her body, performing a few chest expansion exercises. Upon noticing the two individuals brought over by the staff, her gaze landed on Yuxing immediately. "Are you here to challenge the gym? Your shiny Scyther is absolutely adorable," she remarked with a light chuckle. No, not me. I'm just here as a cheerleader and photographer." Yuxing quickly waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously. "Then it must be you, young man." Bai Ling pointed at Chen Luo. "Young man, how old are you? Are you truly 18? I see from your information that you're an elite trainer. Such a young elite trainer is quite impressive." Bai Ling expressed her astonishment. It's rare to see someone so young at elite level. Typically, those in their 30s or 40s haven't reached that rank. It seems today we have a prodigy, reminiscent of my own youth. Chen Luo nodded. I just turned 18. By the way, gym leader Bai Ling, what are the rules for our gym battle? Bai Ling explained. The rules are 3v3. The challenger may switch Pokemon mid-battle, but the gym trainer cannot until all of one side's Pokemon are unable to continue battling, at which point victory is declared. All right, then let us begin. I can hardly wait, Chen Luo declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. Since returning from the islands, he hadn't experienced a proper battle. This would be his first gym match and his inaugural 3v3 contest. He was determined to emerge victorious. Such spirited resolve, young man. Then let us commence, Bai Ling responded, equally stirred by Chen Luo's fervor. Both parties took their positions. Now, the White Egret Gym Challenge commences. Challenger Chen Luo versus Gym Leader Bai Ling. With a format of 3 versus 3, let the battle begin. The referee announced loudly, lowering the flag. My vanguard is here. Sir Hi, proud Fletchinder. Come forth, Infernape. Both combatants tossed their Poké Balls simultaneously. A brilliant flash illuminated the arena as a proud male pheasant, resplendent in its vibrant plumage, made its grand entrance. With its head held high, the crimson crown atop its head stood erect like a regal tiara, while its expansive and ornate tail feathers unfurled magnificently. Its piercing gaze scrutinized Chen Luo, accompanied by a resounding and intimidating crow. The long-dormant data I was activated. Pokemon, Proud Pheasant. Level, 45. Ability, Intimidate, increases power against opponents of the same gender. The battle was about to commence. After a prolonged period of obscurity, it was time to shine. The blazing roar tiger sprang forth, unleashing its intimidate ability. The proud pheasant momentarily faltered, instinctively recoiling. The proud pheasant's physical attack was reduced by 1 stage. Do not fear. Proud pheasant, use Tailwind. Tailwind would enhance the speed of all participants for 4 turns. I must apologize in advance, Gym Leader Bai Ling, blazing roar tiger. Execute the hand clap ambush. This marked Chen Luo's inaugural 3v3 battle. If the opponent were significantly higher in level, his strategy would be rendered ineffective. However, Bai Ling's Pokemon were of a comparable level. Thus, an apology was in order. What does that mean? Bai Ling was utterly perplexed. What was this remarkably skilled young man trying to convey? She found herself struggling to comprehend his words. Chapter 107. Your words are quite rude. Blazing Roar Tiger. Utilize hand clap ambush. With a ferocious roar, the blazing roar tiger exhibited astonishing speed. Its massive form displayed remarkable agility, as its enormous paw, adorned with pads, created an echoing sound as it struck forth. With a speed that far surpassed that of the proud pheasant's tailwind, it lunged forward. Slap. The resounding crack of a slap reverberated throughout the arena. The hand clap ambush landed squarely on the proud pheasant's face. Although the damage was minimal, the psychological impact and humiliation reached a pinnacle. Not only did it forcibly interrupt the proud pheasant's tailwind, but it also left it momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Its mind blank, it felt as if it had been momentarily dazed by the slap. Blazing Roar Tiger, execute quick return. Chen Luo's commands flowed seamlessly. As the proud pheasant remained in its stunned state, overwhelmed by confusion, the blazing Roar Tiger's massive form exhibited surprising nimbleness. The arm that had delivered the slap retracted swiftly, enveloped in a vibrant green energy. Its entire being transformed into a streak of green lightning. It surged forward, gently colliding once more with the disoriented proud pheasant. Quick return hit. While the damage inflicted was modest, the move's effect was triggered. A verdant glow enveloped the blazing Roar Tiger, swiftly drawing it back into its Poké Ball, while another Poké Ball's Pokemon emerged in its place. Now, it's your turn, long-haired giant. Another flash of light erupted. A towering figure, thickly furred and exuding an aura of cunning and strength, roared onto the scene. Its long arms, equipped with sharp claws, radiated a mixed aura of malice and fairy energy. It cast a malevolent gaze upon the proud pheasant, which had just recovered from its stupor and was still grappling with the situation. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from the hand clap ambush that interrupted, to the quick return collision, and finally the emergence of the long-haired giant. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, completed in mere seconds. Wow, what? Gym Leader Bai Ling was utterly flabbergasted. Just as the slap had landed, the proud pheasant was swapped out. This humiliation surpassed even that of enduring a mere 3 seconds of such treatment. She watched in disbelief as her proud pheasant was first struck in the face, interrupted mid-move, then lightly collided with, only for the opponent to suddenly switch in a seemingly formidable long-haired giant. Long-haired giant, deploy reflect. Chen Luo provided Bai Ling no opportunity for adjustment or contemplation, issuing commands without pause. The long-haired giant emitted a harsh, grating laugh, thanks to its mischievous heart ability. Its movements were astonishingly swift. With rapid arm movements, a transparent energy barrier materialized on Chen Luo's side of the battlefield, significantly reducing the physical damage it would sustain in the forthcoming moments. Proud Pheasant, use Aerial Ace. Bai Ling proved herself a capable gym leader, reacting instantaneously. The Proud Pheasant, having barely recovered from its disorientation, felt a surge of humiliation and fury at its trainer's command. Coo! The long-haired giant's rasping laughter came to an abrupt halt. Giant. The Proud Pheasant erupted in a radiant white glow, slicing through the air like a precisely aimed boomerang, hurtling towards the long-haired giant at a sharp angle. Long-haired giant. Feign kneel and counter. Chen Luo maintained his composure. The long-haired giant emitted a dismissive growl, performing a deceptive kneeling motion. Both Aerial Ace and Feign kneel were guaranteed hit moves. Thus, even as the long-haired giant feigned a vulnerable position, Bai Ling's Proud Pheasant relentlessly charged forward. The Intimidate ability had been countered by the Proud Pheasant's fighting spirit, yet the long-haired giant's Reflect remained in effect. The Proud Pheasant's Aerial Ace shattered through 3 layers of Reflect barriers, but its momentum and power diminished drastically. 2 tufts of fur jettisoned from the long-haired giant's back like bullets, crashing into the Proud Pheasant with unrestrained force, driving it back with a brutal impact. GUH. The Proud Pheasant emitted a muffled groan of pain, forcefully pushed back, its offensive thrust completely dismantled as it staggered backward. That young man possesses quite the skill. Bai Ling mused, rallying her spirit. Proud Pheasant, summon your resolve and unleash Brave Bird. With a sweeping motion, Bai Ling commanded the Proud Pheasant to execute its signature flying-type move. Despite being at a disadvantage, her eyes burned with a rekindled fighting spirit. She recognized the opponent's meticulously crafted strategy and formidable defense. Conventional means would prove inadequate. Thus, it was time to take a bold risk. However, the Reflect barrier still loomed, indicating Bai Ling was prepared to launch a desperate assault. After all, the Proud Pheasant's move pool did not include any ability to dispel the Reflect barrier. Coo! The Proud Pheasant sensed its trainer's determination and let out a resolute cry. An even more brilliant azure energy erupted from its body as it surged towards the long-haired giant. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to ignite and tear apart, emitting sharp detonations. Then let us clash head-on. Long-haired giant, utilize final impact. Giant. What more was there to say? Bring it on. With an unyielding confidence, it gathered all its strength. Its entire form was enveloped in a dazzling white-yellow energy, transforming its immense body into a human-shaped cannonball, charging forth to meet the Azure Comet. The 2 powerful moves collided with tremendous force at the center of the arena, devoid of any flourish. Boom! The entire gym resonated with a deafening explosion. Yang Xing swiftly drew out his camera, capturing the moment of the long-haired giant and Chen Luo, as the boss had instructed, to showcase his most striking visage. It is indeed appropriate to send this to Dr. Yang Wanning. The stalemate lasted but a fleeting moment. Ultimately, the unparalleled power of the final impact proved superior. Moreover, the proud and haughty Pidgeot had its formidable Brave Bird attack significantly weakened prior to its execution by the reflective barrier, and it had already sustained injuries in the previous clash. The devastating white-yellow energy ultimately overwhelmed the azure bird-shaped energy. Gah! The proud Pidgeot let out a wretched cry as the full force of the final impact crashed down upon it, instantly obliterating all its defenses and stamina. At that moment, the terrifying recoil from its own Brave Bird attack erupted, resulting in a dual assault from within and without. Its body was hurled through the air like a rag doll, completely losing consciousness. Bai Ling swiftly recalled the proud Pidgeot. You've worked hard, Pidgeot, take a good rest. Now, it is your turn to shine. Go forth, Mukahawk. Spirit, Mukahawk. Level, 47. Ability, Reckless. Chen Luo felt somewhat perplexed, wondering why all the Pokemon were from his own backyard. This particular bird was significantly stronger than the Pidgeot. At the very least, its skill set included a fighting-type move that could counter the opponent effectively in close combat. As anticipated, Bai Ling seized the opportunity. Capitalizing on the fact that the long-haired giant could not act following the final impact, and unhesitatingly commanded, Mukahawk, use close combat. Muku. The newly appeared Mukahawk emitted a piercing cry, its gaze sharp as a blade. It made no unnecessary movements. Its wings abruptly folded, unleashing a tempestuous surge of fighting-type energy, akin to a cannonball being fired. With astonishing speed, it dove downward, its claws and beak glinting with lethal intent. First, it shattered the reflective barrier before targeting the long-haired giant, which stood rigid and unable to mount any defense or evasion. Fighting-type moves are particularly effective against dark types, especially when the opponent is caught off guard. However, the long-haired giant showed no signs of fear. Though it suffered significant damage, its imposing presence caused Mukahawk to hesitate momentarily. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid and heavy strikes rained down upon the long-haired giant like a torrential downpour. Slashes, pecks, and wing strikes showcased Mukahawk's ferocity in close combat. The aftereffects of the final impact quickly dissipated. Long-haired giant, unleash your menace. Chen Luo seized the moment to command. Giant, Mukahawk, I curse your ancestors. The terrifying roar, laced with palpable malice, crashed into Mukahawk. This sudden outburst, filled with hostility, not only delivered auditory intimidation, but also carried a bizarre effect. Muku, if it's a fight, let us fight. Why resort to such vile language? Mukahawk felt an inexplicable wave of weakness wash over it, as if a portion of its strength had been forcibly stripped away by that venomous roar. Its attack and special attack plummeted. The long-haired giant, before departing, even made a mocking face, which, though lacking substantial impact, was rife with insult. Muku, enraged, Mukahawk flapped its wings in agitation. Mukahawk, calm down. Don't let its foul words affect you. Bai Ling urged, though she too was troubled. She could not discern what the long-haired giant had uttered, but judging by Mukahawk's reaction, it was evident that it had not been flattering. Roar. The blazing roaring tiger reappeared. Chapter 108. The Aryu badge is yours. Roar. The blazing roaring tiger's feral and commanding roar reverberated through the arena once more. The intimidate ability activated. An invisible sense of oppression crashed down upon Mukahawk, which had just been subjected to a barrage of insults that diminished its attack power, causing it to flap its wings in frustration. Mukahawk's attack had now plummeted to its nadir. Muku. The tremor in Mukahawk's voice revealed its anxiety as it warily stared at the crimson behemoth that seemed poised to pounce. Mukahawk, stay composed. Do not be daunted by its imposing presence. Bai Ling called out urgently, though her heart sank as well, with its attack power continuously diminished. Mukahawk's threat level had significantly waned. Naturally, Chen Luo would not let this golden opportunity slip by. Blazing Roaring Tiger, execute a surprise attack. The Blazing Roaring Tiger employed the same tactic once more. Its massive paw, accompanied by afterimages and a gust of wind, struck fiercely at the unsettled Mukahawk. Slap. Another crisp and resounding smack echoed throughout the gym. The sound was even louder than when it struck the Pidgeot. This slap, while not devastating in terms of damage, was laden with humiliation and intimidation, causing Mukahawk to recoil instantly. Mukahawk was utterly stunned. Its head tilted violently, stars danced in its vision, and a buzzing filled its ears, as if the entire world had fallen silent for a moment. It could distinctly feel the burning pain on its face and the sensation of the immense paw. The state of intimidation washed over it once more. Its movements froze completely. Its mind blank, overwhelmed by shock and humiliation. Who am I? Where am I? Mukahawk, gather yourself. Bai Ling shouted. In the few minutes of battling Chen Luo, she felt an overwhelming urge to claw at the walls. How could this individual be so despicable? This was the singular thought tormenting Bai Ling's mind. She felt utterly incapable of unleashing even a fraction of her power. Mukahawk, use Protect. Bai Ling attempted to anticipate Chen Luo's next offensive. Blazing Roaring Tiger, unleash your taunts. But Chen Luo had no intention of granting her that respite. The referee and the photographer, Yu Xing, remarked on Chen Luo's underhanded tactics, noting that he seemed intent on reducing Bai Ling to tears. Chen Luo provided Bai Ling no opportunity to catch her breath or regroup. Roar. The blazing roaring tiger emitted a low, malicious growl. It was not merely sound, but a mental pressure imbued with dark-type energy. A series of insults and debilitating psychic shocks ensued. You worthless creature. Besides taking slaps, what else can you do? Your attacks are as soft as cotton. Mukahawk, I curse your ancestors. Mukahawk, caught off guard, felt a wave of despair wash over its avian soul. In just a few minutes, it had endured a slap and been subjected to the same curse twice. Its already bewildered mind was now overwhelmed with venomous words. Humiliation, anger, and an inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged within. It could distinctly feel its attack and special attack plummet once more. Its capabilities, already at rock bottom, were now further diminished, and it could barely sense its own strength. It even forgot the command to protect issued by its trainer, standing there dazed, eyes glazed over, trembling slightly, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Damn it, Bai Ling gritted her teeth. This was the first time in her life she had uttered such a curse. Even when harassed by greasy men in her youth, she remained unfazed. Yet today, she had truly reached her breaking point. This individual had repeatedly employed such filthy tactics against her. Long-haired giant, come forth. Giant. The long-haired giant emerged onto the battlefield, wearing a mocking expression. Shamate, your father has returned. The fierce Muk, with its eagle-like beak, sought to rip the tongue of the long-haired giant troll from its mouth. Muk, give it your all and unleash brave bird. After all, Bai Ling was a gym trainer, possessing a commendable level of combat proficiency. She did not succumb to frustration and give up easily. Long-haired giant troll, deploy reflect wall. As Chen Luo fought, he could barely suppress a smirk. This was the first time he employed such a refined strategy, only to have it encountered by Bai Ling. How fortunate she was. The giant troll emitted a hoarse mockery. And in the face of Muk's heroic assault, it even had the leisure to throw a flirtatious glance at Yuxing's camera before leisurely waving its hands. In an instant, an immensely solid reflect wall took shape, standing resolutely before it. Boom. Due to the drastic reduction in Muk's attack power, this strike failed to shatter the reflect wall. The giant troll's expression revealed a hint of disdain. Finish it, long-haired giant troll. Fake kneel, real crash. The giant troll let out a sinister laugh, feigning a kneeling motion. Then, harnessing the momentum of its charge, it condensed dark energy in its shoulder and slammed it forcefully into Muk, who was already suffering from the backlash of its own skill. Guh. Muk could not even muster a cry, merely producing a weak grunt. Its eyes lost their last glimmer, and its body crumpled to the ground, completely devoid of fighting capability. Its fall bore an air of liberation. The referee's silence extended longer than any previous instance. He gazed at Muk, which could only be described as tragic, and then at the long-haired giant troll, still preening its fur, before finally announcing, Muk has lost its fighting capability. The long-haired giant troll is victorious. Bai Ling's expression darkened to the utmost, her short hair casting a shadow over her eyes. After nearly a minute of silence, Chen Luo urged, Bai Ling, quickly release your next Pokemon. My reflect wall is about to expire. Yuxing was sweating profusely, pondering whether his leader had gone a bit too far, considering they were on someone else's turf. His hand hovered over the Pokeball, prepared to unleash a blizzard should Bai Ling summon a gym-level Pokemon to protect his leader's retreat. Die. Bai Ling produced a great ball. Come forth, King Pidgeot. Spa. A sharp, wild, and indomitable cry reverberated through the gym. A robust King Pidgeot. Its eyes sharp and fierce. Particularly notable were the striking red feathers resembling a bandana from its forehead to the back of its head, appeared in the air. Upon its arrival, it fixed its gaze intently on the long-haired giant troll below. You bullied my trainer. The giant troll recoiled slightly, glancing back at Chen Luo, indicating the imposing King Pidgeot. Luo, am I supposed to battle this thing? Bug Pidgeot? Chen Luo, observing through his data eye, noted, Pokemon, King Pidgeot. Level, 64. Ability, Guts. This is no trivial matter. Chen Luo murmured. Bai Ling was still quite young. After all, merely a girl not yet 30. Had she been older, she would likely have smiled and pointed out the shortcomings in Chen Luo's strategy. Bai Ling, this is a gym match. How can you summon King Pidgeot? The referee stepped forward to intervene. I can't hold back any longer. Bai Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The referee, taken aback by Bai Ling's reddening eyes, felt a jolt of shock. This resilient girl had become a gym-level trainer at just 25 and took over the Luching gym at 26. This girl, who, like King Pidgeot, never knew defeat or despair, was, astonishingly, crying. Yet, the referee still urged, Bai Ling, this is not befitting a gym leader. Quickly retract your King Pidgeot. Bai Ling exhaled, ultimately suppressing her urge to lash out at Chen Luo. You win. The Luyu badge is yours. Chapter 109. The Great Sword Ghost that can cut through everything. Leader, are you perhaps going a bit overboard? Yuxing whispered. Overboard? I think it's fine, Chen Luo replied, looking at the Luyu badge in his hand. He was unconcerned. Compared to those truly formidable trainers, he considered himself rather conservative. For instance, that certain someone who did not wish to be a trainer, whose tactics were despicable, rumored to have wooed his spouse through underhanded methods. Chen Luo pinched the newly acquired badge, examining it closely in the soft glow of the setting sun. The Luyu badge was exquisitely designed, taking the form of a streamlined feather, about the length of a thumb. Its body was crafted from a special matte silver alloy, offering a slightly sanded texture, while the edges were polished to a smooth finish, devoid of any abrasiveness. Truly befitting a flying-type gym, its aesthetic was remarkable. As the two prepared to leave, a sharp cry rang out from behind. Stop. Oh no, leader, run. She's chasing after us. Yuxing exclaimed in panic. Why run? Am I afraid of her? The evening breeze tousled her neat short hair. Clad in a crisp white tracksuit, she appeared exceptionally sharp. Bai Ling, are you going to send your King Pidgeot to battle me? If so, I shall summon my Umbreon. Chen Luo observed the keen glint in Bai Ling's eyes. What nonsense is this? I meant to exchange contact information. Once you reach gym level, we shall battle again. Bai Ling stated, pulling out her phone. Sure, no problem. Regardless of how many times we meet, I will not lose, Chen Luo replied, adding Bai Ling's contact information. Hee hee, what a child, Bai Ling chuckled softly. Hey, what on earth are you photographing? Chen Luo glared at Yuxing, who was snapping pictures nearby. Yuxing scratched his head apologetically. Sorry. It just had such a great atmosphere. The dust combined with handsome boys and beautiful girls. I couldn't resist. Could the photographer send me a copy of the photos? Bai Ling inquired. Of course, Bai Ling. I'll send you the contact information, Yuxing replied, acquiring the photo of Bai Ling and Chen Luo exchanging contact information under the sunset. Let us go. Next time we battle, don't cry. Chen Luo waved goodbye against the backdrop of the setting sun. What an infuriating fellow. Bai Ling watched the receding figure with an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Her first tears had been shed for an 18-year-old boy. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Luo discovered that Mutwo was still engrossed in playing full-time Glory. Mutwo, playing too much can be harmful to your eyes. Shall we have something to eat first? Mutwo responded telepathically. All right, I'm on my way. Chen Luo felt that Mutwo had grown more personable. Its once emotionless tone had softened since it began playing games. Was this the allure of full-time Glory? Shaman had been following Chen Luo the whole time, and upon returning, it felt a bit drowsy and lay down on its little bed to sleep. Chen Luo, Yuxing, and Mutwo chatted while eating. Leader, where are we headed next? Yuxing asked. It is said that between Liqing and Liqing lies a small island known as Yaoping Island, reputed to be home to a great sword demon capable of severing all. However, this is merely a legend, yet Chen Luo still harbors a desire to explore it. After all, his trusty steed, the knife-wielding companion, yearns for growth. He must find a suitable path for it. At that moment, Chen Luo's phone chimed, revealing a message from Kai Ziyu. Big brother Chen, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. After consuming the 4 seasons mushroom, my mother has made a full recovery. When you have the time to visit Dianqing, I will personally host you. Yangxing curiously inquired, who is it, boss? Could it be the master of the White Feather Pavilion? This is not a good omen. One must not forget the old for the new. Get lost. It's Ziyu. Her mother has recovered, Chen Luo replied. Yangxing promptly checked his phone but found no message, his disappointment palpable. Boss, why did Ziyu message you and not me? Could it be for any other reason? I am undeniably more handsome than you, Chen Luo asserted confidently. Soon after, Chen Luo's phone chimed again, this time with a message from Bai Ling. Upon glancing at it, Chen Luo swiftly deleted it. What the hell? Bai Ling sent me a photo of Yangxing, captioned under the dusk. How is this so ambiguous? I am a man with a fiancé. This is unacceptable. What is wrong, boss? Yangxing asked. Nothing at all. The sun is particularly bright today, Chen Luo responded. Though Yangxing gazed up at the sky, thick with clouds, foreseeing an impending downpour. Boss, are you feverish? There's no sun this late in the evening. And it's raining. Rain doesn't stop you from enjoying a sunny day. Must I teach you that? Chen Luo playfully smacked the back of Yangxing's head. Honestly, it's all this kid's fault for taking such photos. The following morning, the sea breeze was biting, carrying a salty chill. Chen Luo, Yangxing, along with the human-clad Mutwo and Shalabi, boarded a ferry bound for Liqing. The deck was frigid, yet the view was magnificent. The vast gray-blue sea shimmered with a cold light under the winter sun. Boss, do you think the great sword demon on Yaoping Island truly exists? Yangxing tightened his down jacket, exhaling vapor as he spoke, his tone a mixture of anticipation and skepticism. It sounds like a tall tale. There's no smoke without fire, Chen Luo mused, leaning against the railing, recalling that he had an acquaintance in Liqing, a comrade from the tumultuous days at the Royal International Academy. His trusty steed required a true transformation, akin to Keludia, to evolve into a genuine holy sword master. Mutwo floated silently nearby, seemingly impervious to the cold, its calm gaze sweeping over the sea, occasionally using telekinesis to gently push away ferocious aquatic Pokémon that approached the vessel. Shalabi, nestled in its cozy nook, peered out with curiosity at the soaring windgulls, appearing to relish the unique charm of the winter seascape. Chen Luo dialed Lin Jiajing's number. Hello, old Lin, where are you? Lin Jiajing appeared bewildered on the other end. Why is brother Luo calling me? Are we about to stir up trouble at that school again? Old Lin, I'm back in Liqing. Aren't you going to greet your guest? Chen Luo teased. Really? That is fantastic. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right now. Zihan is here too. We can all have a drink together. Lin Jiajing exclaimed joyfully. Chen Luo sent Lin Jiajing his location and remarked to Yang Xing. Soon, you shall witness the extent of my connections. Someone will be here to pick us up. Boss, your social circle is truly vast. Chapter 110, The Monsoon Current Festival. The ferry emitted a low, resonant horn as it slowly approached the bustling dock of Liqing. The salty sea breeze mingled with the sweet fragrance of tropical fruits, a stark contrast to the coolness of Liqing. As soon as they stepped onto the dock, a warm voice pierced through the cacophony of the crowd. Brother Luo, over here. Look. Lin Jiajing, donned in a blue outfit that complemented his slightly blue-tipped hair, paired with stylish jeans, waved his arms energetically. Accompanying him was a robust youth, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, his face alight with a radiant smile upon seeing his old friend. The two dashed forward, enveloping Chen Luo in a hearty embrace, vigorously patting his back. Brother Luo, I never expected you to come to Liqing. You should have sent me a message. I would have gone to Jiangxing to pick you up. Lin Jiajing exclaimed. Indeed. Brother Luo, it's been over a month since we last met. I still fondly recall the days we spent together during the renovations at the Royal International Academy. Chun Zihan added, releasing Chen Luo before curiously glancing at Yang Xing and the strikingly unique Mutuo. Who is this brother? Mutuo is also here. Yang Xing is a Pokemon photographer I met along the way. He is traveling with me. Chen Luo introduced briefly. Yang Xing's eyes lit up as he approached Lin Jiajing, exclaiming, Brother, you are incredibly handsome. May I take a photo of you? Lin Jiajing, caught off guard by Yang Xing's forwardness, tactfully pushed him away, saying, Next time, for sure. Yang Xing then turned to Chen Zihan. Brother, you have an impressive physique. It's evident you work out regularly. How about being my model? I am quite skilled at photography. Chen Zihan did not refuse, replying, All right. But you must engage in a Pokemon battle with me first. All right. Zihan, we shall discuss this later. Let us eat first, Lin Jiajing declared, leading everyone toward a rugged off-road vehicle, swinging the door open. Brother Luo, let us go. I'll treat you to the most authentic seafood in Liqing. The group of 4, along with Shalabi and Mutuo, found the spacious vehicle quite accommodating. The car navigated through the vibrant streets of Liqing, where they encountered many leisurely tropical dragons, their necks adorned with plump fruits. The oliva in the garden exuded a tranquil fragrance. By the way, Zihan, aren't you from Longqing? Why are you in Liqing during the winter break? Chen Luo inquired. I came with my father. He and Jiajing's father are friends, and we grew up together. I heard that the winter festival in Liqing occurs once every 5 years, and we received an invitation from Jiajing's father, so we came. Zihan explained. The wheels glided over the sunlit coastal road, ultimately halting at a lively seafood stall area adorned with shells and seaweed. The rich aroma of food wafted through the air, tantalizing their appetites. We've arrived. Right here, Lin Jiajing exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle, gesturing grandly. Old place, old flavors. I guarantee you've never tasted seafood this fresh, Brother Luo. As they settled at a table, Lin Jiajing expertly ordered a feast. During the wait for the dishes to arrive, Chen Luo recalled the earlier conversation and asked, Old Lin, Zihan, could you elaborate on that festival you mentioned that occurs every 5 years? Lin Jiajing solemnly elucidated. This is the most significant event we hold here, known as the Monsoon Current Festival. The people of Liqing, who derive their sustenance from the sea, believe that it is the deities of the monsoon and ocean currents that bestow upon them bountiful catches and temperate climates. Every 5 years, during the most stable winter monsoon, we conduct an elaborate ceremony to express our gratitude and beseech for peace and prosperity in the forthcoming 5 years. The heart of the festival lies at the listening tide square by the seashore. We meticulously construct a grand altar using the finest driftwood, smooth pebbles, and fresh seaweed, adorned with this year's most succulent catches. The spectacle on the day of the festival is nothing short of breathtaking. Almost the entire city's population of giant winged fish, king goldfish, Gyarados, and Kingdra, alongside nearly every aquatic Pokemon one can envision, gather spontaneously near the coast. They form a magnificent procession, accompanying the festively adorned fishing fleet, their splashes resonating like fervent applause. Guided by our most revered elder fishermen, and amidst a throng of Chinchou, they navigate their small boats toward the designated waters. The Chinchou dive into the depths, their luminescence piercing the waves, illuminating the path for the boats and symbolizing an unwavering hope. The elder casts a selection of offerings into the sea while chanting ancient hymns of gratitude. Following the ceremony, the majority of the offerings are not wasted. Instead, They are distributed among all attendees and their Pokémon. Everyone believes that consuming this blessed food will ensure the protection of the deity of ocean currents in the coming year. Luo Gu, you must partake as well. At the festival's conclusion, all gather facing the sea, falling into silence to listen to the whispers of the tide. The elders say that if one's heart is sincere enough, they may hear a grand and ancient thought woven within the sounds of the wind and waves. They refer to it as the whisper of the monsoon, and it is said that those who hear it will be favored with good fortune for the next 5 years. Of course, many believe it to be merely a psychological effect, yet this anticipation is one of the festival's many charms. Lin Jiajing's eyes sparkled. However, when I was 13, I felt as if I had heard something, a special, distant sigh, and afterward, my life unfolded with unprecedented ease, especially after I became a trainer. This fortune intensified. So, Luo Gu, your timing for this visit is impeccable. Perhaps, with your luck, you might truly hear the whisper of the monsoon. Wow, boss, you truly are extraordinary. I knew I was right to follow you. In just a few days, I've experienced more than in the entirety of my previous life, first encountering the seasonal fawn, then the Pokemon fashion contest in Luching, and now the grand festival in Liching that occurs once every 5 years. Yang Xing exclaimed, nearly tossing his chopsticks in excitement. Mutuo listened quietly, its gaze from beneath the hood seemingly fixated on the distant, glimmering sea. Meanwhile, Shalabi became intrigued by a bowl of jelly flavored with sweet bamboo juice, attempting to scoop some with a tiny spoon. At this moment, the proprietor brought forth a massive platter of grilled fish, the aroma interrupting their conversation. Let us eat. Let us eat. Lin Jiajing beckoned. The festival is still 2 days away, and we have plenty of preparations to observe. However, since you're here, would you care to challenge our gym? My father is quite formidable, Lin Jiajing inquired. Certainly, one of my objectives for this journey is to challenge the gym, Chen Luo replied. But more importantly, I have heard of a small island in the sea called Yaoqing Island, home to a powerful honage that can sever all. I wish to seek it out, Chen Luo continued. Yaoqing Island? I have also heard of it. It's a medium-sized island located in the waters between Liching and Liching, said to be blessed by the deity of ocean currents, perpetually spring-like with a beautiful environment, ideal for both humans and Pokemon to inhabit, Lin Jiajing remarked. However, only those trainers of great strength or those recognized by the deity of ocean currents may set foot on the island. Otherwise, the currents will lead your vessel astray. Fear not. As long as we have Mutuo with us, we have nothing to worry about. Now, let's indulge in this feast. The seafood in Liching is truly delectable. With the allure of the culinary delights before them, everyone eagerly began to feast. The grilled fish boasted a crispy shell with tender, snowy white flesh, adorned with garlic vermicelli, alongside perfectly steamed chincho tentacles and a large pot of milky coconut braised base. The smoky char of the fish, the fresh sweetness of the seafood, and the rich essence of the coconut harmonized beautifully. Even Mutuo, known for its discerning palate, carefully sampled a piece of chincho tentacle with its psychic powers, nodding in approval. Chapter 111, The Tide Swirl Gym. After enjoying a sumptuous seafood feast filled with Liching's distinctive flavors, Chen Luo, guided by Lin Jiajing, explored the city. Lin Jiajing led the group into a workshop area suffused with the invigorating scent of the sea. Come, witness the traditional crafts of Liching. Here, artisans were observed weaving with both dried and fresh seaweed. Their partners were equally captivating. Several shellmet deftly wielded their sharp claws as cutting tools, expertly slicing and processing large seaweed. Meanwhile, a group of mantike rolled the moist seaweed with their soft, smooth bodies, maintaining optimal pliability. The most astonishing sight was the dexterous Alakazam and Gothita learning from human artisans, utilizing their subtle psychic abilities to manipulate fine strands of seaweed, weaving intricate and exquisite patterns. Chun Zihan curiously attempted to join in, only to find her fingers clumsily entangled with the seaweed strands, eliciting light laughter from the Gothita, who was threading needles with its psychic powers. Perhaps you should forego this delicate craft, Zihan, Chen Luo suggested. Reluctantly, Chen Zihan abandoned her aspirations of weaving. As they traversed the workshop, a vast expanse of mudflats came into view. Here, a lively and jovial mud battle was unfolding. Many local youths and their Pokemon, Wooper, Hippopotas, and Mudbray, were chasing after a round, bouncy Feeball ball across the muddy terrain. This is the favorite afternoon game of the children of Liching and their Pokemon, Lin Jiajing explained with a smile. The rules are simple. The objective is to get the ball into the opponent's muddy area. It particularly enhances the Pokemon's coordination and stamina in slippery, muddy environments. As the sun began to set, casting a golden-red hue across the sea, Lin Jiajing glanced at the sky and declared, Come, let me take you to a splendid spot to watch the sunset and listen to the tides. He drove the group to a high cliff on the other side of the city known as Listening Tide Cliff. The view was breathtaking, with waves crashing against the black rocks below, emitting a thunderous roar. At that moment, fishing boats were returning to port, their silhouettes bathed in the waning light of the setting sun, the faces of the people radiating joy. Even more astonishing, numerous Lapras and a few Gyarados, Tentacruel, and Seadra accompanied the fleet, as if providing an escort. Flocks of Wingull and Pelipper swirled around the vessels, their noisy calls resembling a warm welcome for returning family members. Look, this is the daily life of leeching. Lin Jiajing pointed to the magnificent scene. Humans and Pokemon alike venture out to sea and return together. The group faced the ocean, feeling the salty breeze. The air was filled with the sound of wind sweeping over the cliffs, the relentless crashing of the waves, and the distant calls of whistles and Pokemon cries. Interwoven into a grand symphony of nature and life, Chen Luo closed his eyes, truly sensing a tranquil sound amidst the mingled cacophony. The Pokemon world is indeed wondrous, with each locale showcasing its own unique characteristics. If Luching is akin to a cool, elegant classical maiden, then Licity is a vibrant, passionate seaside girl bursting with life. Every vista and encounter radiates vigor and warmth. Mutwo hovered at the cliff's edge, quietly observing the harmonious coexistence of Pokemon and humanity. Celebi, too, settled down, perching on Chen Luo's shoulder, gently swinging its little legs. How does it feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Lin Jiajing inquired. While it may not compare to the festival day, the sound of the tide here has always been the finest background music of Licity. Chen Luo sincerely remarked, "It feels as though my heart has been opened wide." Yang Xing, camera in hand, was fervently capturing moments, declaring, "This time, I must surpass my uncle." As dusk deepened, the group returned to the city, which was now aglow with lights. Many buildings and streets adorned with decorations crafted from seaweed, shells, and driftwood, the festive atmosphere growing ever more vibrant. Upon passing a magnificent structure built atop a colossal coral reef, surrounded by artificial waterways and waterfalls, Lin Jiajing halted the vehicle. Illuminated by the lights, the building exuded grandeur, with a sculpture of a kingler at its entrance. "Behold, this is our family gym." The Licity title gym, Lin Jiajing introduced. "I informed my father of your arrival. He said you are welcome to challenge him anytime tomorrow. You can stay at my place tonight. It's just me and Zihan living there. Now that you're here, it's even better. If Li Yi and the others could join, it would be even livelier." Early the next morning, Lin Jiajing enthusiastically pulled Chen Luo towards his gym. Meanwhile, Mutwo and Celebi remained at Lin Jiajing's villa, one engrossed in a drama and the other in a game. Chen Luo paid them no mind, pondering what could possibly captivate them so, as he had not engaged in games or dramas in front of Mutwo and Celebi. Events were gradually spiraling towards an uncontrollable direction. The title gym, located at the edge of Licity on a cape that delves into the bay, boasted a unique architectural style. It appeared as though enormous shells and coral reefs were embedded within the rock face, perfectly harmonizing with the natural surroundings. Even before approaching, one could hear the thunderous sound of rushing water and the roaring tides. "How do you like it, Luogo? My family's gym is quite impressive, isn't it?" Lin Jiajing introduced. The battle arena draws directly from the sea, creating diverse water flow effects that are unparalleled by ordinary aquatic arenas. "It is indeed remarkable." Chen Luo nodded in response. Entering the gym, the air was cool and humid, revealing a vast main battle arena that was an intricately designed multi-layered aquatic field. It featured deep water zones, shallows, floating platforms, as well as several artificial whirlpools and intermittent fountains, with turbulent waters shifting unpredictably. Numerous water-type Pokemon, such as Clawitzer and Swampert, moved gracefully within. The gym apprentices were busily preparing for the pre-festival cleanup and arrangements. A muscular middle-aged man in a blue uniform was conversing with another equally robust middle-aged man who bore a pronounced scar across his face. "Dad, this is the Luo Gu I mentioned, the one who caused a ruckus at the Royal International Academy with Zihan," Lin Jiajing proudly introduced. "I see. No wonder he is the son of King Chun, truly a hero emerging from youth, far superior to this lad of mine," Lin Jinyu remarked. "Indeed. A tiger father begets no dog son. My usually reticent boy scarcely speaks a word, but since returning from the island nation, his eloquence has flourished," Chen Zihan's father, Chen Gang, added. "Dad, who exactly is the father here?" Chen Zihan joked. "You little rascal. Don't think I won't dare to discipline you just because there are so many people today?" Chen Gang shot a glare at Chen Zihan. Laughter erupted as the usually taciturn Chen Zihan made such a filial remark. "Dad, today Luo Gu is here to challenge our gym. so you must be fully alert. Lest you end up doubting life and crying like the White Feather gym leader from Luqing did after facing Luo Gu, Lin Jiajing warned. White Feather. That girl is quite formidable. I didn't expect her to be reduced to tears by Xiao Luo. Haha. I must personally experience the prowess of our Eastern Huang Alliance's golden generation. Lin Jinyu chuckled, gesturing for the match to commence, stating that it would be good to stretch his legs before the festival. The rules are simple. 3v3. How about it? Of course, no problem, Chen Luo replied. Haha. Then let me officiate as the referee, Chen Gang announced. Yang Xing had already found the optimal angle and set up his camera, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. Lin Jiajing and Chen Zihan took their places in the spectator area. The second gym battle for Chen Luo was officially underway. Chapter 112, Clawitzer. Within the title gym's arena, the water surged tumultuously, resonating with a deafening roar. Gym leader Lin Jinyu stood opposite Chen Luo, the atmosphere charged with tension and fervor. Now, the battle between Licity title gym leader Lin Jinyu and challenger Chen Luo in a 3v3 match begins, proclaimed Chen Gang, acting as the referee, his voice booming as he stood atop a high observation rock. The main arena of the title gym, of course, lay within the water, with only a floating platform to provide stable footing. Chen Luo felt somewhat constrained by his team. Of his 6 Pokemon, 3 were weak against water types. This simply wouldn't do. It was time to prioritize training Pokemon. He realized he needed to cultivate a water-type or grass-type Pokemon for his next battle. Welcome to the courtyard of the sea, Xiao Luo. Let Clawitzer be your first guide, Lin Jinyu exclaimed, sending out his fiery Typhlosion. His voice pierced through the sound of the water as he launched the Poké Ball with the fluidity and strength of a fisherman casting his net. The white light entered the water with barely a splash. The next moment, a tan figure shot through the deep water zone like an underwater missile, leaving a thin white line in its wake. It was astonishingly swift. Clawitzer emerged from the depths, its streamlined body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its sharp snout was focused, and its tail fin vibrated at a high frequency, providing not only propulsion but also attuning it to the slightest changes in the water flow. It had achieved an incredibly high speed utilizing the initial momentum and the arena's currents. Pokemon, Clawitzer. Level, 47. Ability, Torrent. Bam! Typhlosion's heavy body crashed onto a larger wooden platform, causing it to plunge dramatically, nearly submerging its edges. Steadying itself, the flames on its waist erupted with a thunderous roar, activating its Intimidate ability, the terrifying sound momentarily overpowering some of the water's roar. An invisible pressure radiated like a shockwave. Clawitzer in the water visibly stiffened, a flicker of fear crossing its gaze, its desire to attack and fierce spirit subdued. Chen Luoxin's thoughts raced, and the command escaped her lips, blazing roaring tiger. Execute a surprise strike. The colossal paw of the blazing roaring tiger slammed down onto the floating platform, eliciting a groan from the wooden surface under the strain. With a thunderous roar, it launched itself not in a straight line, but using its robust core strength to glide just above the ground. Its massive paw, infused with sinister energy, sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aiming precisely at the gourd-sharp needle. Too fast, Lin Jiajing exclaimed from the sidelines. Brother Luo's blazing roaring tiger exhibits an astonishing burst of power. Yet, that powerful extreme flame burst strike is truly impressive. Lin Jinyu raised an eyebrow. Quick to respond, gourd-sharp needle, retreat into the water to lessen the impact. But it was a moment too late. With a sharp crack, the surprise strike hit its mark. The gourd-sharp needle was sent reeling, dazed by the blow charged with malevolent energy, designed to unsettle its mind. It spun helplessly in the water, succumbing to a state of fright, unable to act effectively for a brief period. Chen Luo showed no hesitation. Blazing roaring tiger, taunted. She dared not underestimate Lin Jinyu, a seasoned dojo competitor. From its elevated position, the blazing roaring tiger unleashed a series of deep, contemptuous roars at the bewildered gourd-sharp needle. The taunts, laden with clear mockery, pierced through the water, striking deep into the psyche of the gourd-sharp needle like a venomous curse. Just as it began to recover from its physical disorientation, it was struck again by this psychological assault, overwhelming it with an indescribable sense of defeat and powerlessness, visibly diminishing its fighting spirit and physical capabilities. An exquisite series of debuffs, remarked Chen Gang from the sidelines, astonished at how Chen Luo had maximized the potential of her Dark-type Pokemon, with Intimidation lowering its physical attack, the surprise strike controlling the situation, and the taunt compounding the effects. The threat posed by the gourd-sharp needle had been minimized to its lowest point. It's over to you now, long-haired giant. Chen Luo threw her second Poké Ball. With a flash of light, the long-haired giant appeared on another slick floating platform. It crouched slightly to adapt to the platform's swaying, a mischievous grin adorning its face, its eyes cunningly surveying the environment and its opponent. Lin Jinyu had not anticipated such a fierce and layered opening assault from Chen Luo, leaving him no room to breathe. However, as a seasoned dojo-level competitor, his combat experience was formidable. Gourd Sharp Needle, Summon Rain, Long-haired Giant, set up double barriers. Both competitors commanded simultaneously. The long-haired giant emitted a raspy chuckle as its mischievous heart ability activated. Without a complete casting motion, it swiftly rubbed its hands together, conjuring a transparent wall shimmering with iridescent colors that solidified before it, the surface glistening with vibrant hues and remarkable stability. As the long-haired giant's laughter continued, it gestured outward, summoning a thicker, more formidable barrier, seemingly constructed from countless tiny, diamond-like crystals, enveloping a larger area around it. The dual defensive barriers were completed in a remarkably short time. Simultaneously, the Gourd Sharp Needle completed its rain summoning. The arena was soon shrouded in dark clouds, with heavy raindrops pelting the ground, creating countless ripples across the water's surface. Standing in the rain, Chen Luo quietly analyzed the evolving battle situation. Lin Jinyu did not launch a reckless attack like Bai Ling. Instead, he opted to use transformation moves to counter her enhancements. If you're boosting, then I shall boost as well. You raise barriers, then I will summon weather. Gourd Sharp Needle, dive into the water. Lin Jinyu commanded immediately. The Gourd Sharp Needle understood, plunging into the deep water, disappearing from sight, leaving only a circle of expanding ripples behind. Beneath the water's surface, it moved stealthily like a phantom, using the swift currents and the platform's shadows to conceal itself, patiently waiting for the optimal moment to strike. The entire arena seemed to transform into its hunting ground. Chen Luo remained calm. Long-haired giant, stay alert and sense the changes in the water flow. Suddenly, the water's surface approximately 3 meters to the left of the long-haired giant split silently. The Gourd Sharp Needle emerged like a crocodile long poised for ambush, breaking the surface without warning. Gourd Sharp Needle, use water flow break. The Gourd Sharp Needle moved with incredible speed, its ability to glide effortlessly in the rain making it akin to a small torpedo. Although its physical attack had been diminished repeatedly, the sheer speed of the Gourd Sharp Needle was unmatched. The rapid succession of water flow break strikes shattered the reflective barrier. While the power had lessened considerably, the relentless barrage resembled the ongoing rain, hammering against the long-haired giant. Long-haired giant, execute a feigned kneel into a true charge. The long-haired giant, faced with the Gourd Sharp Needle's torrential onslaught, appeared flustered, unable to keep pace with its opponent's speed. It emitted a noise that sounded like a pained grunt, staggering as its right knee buckled forward, seemingly about to kneel on the slippery platform. This created an incredibly realistic feigned kneel. This maneuver ingeniously crafted an exceptionally brief, seemingly perfect window for attack. The Gourd Sharp Needle, driven by instinct, instinctively aimed its beak at the long-haired giant's head and upper body, which appeared defenseless due to its faux kneeling. It launched its most powerful water flow break. It aimed for a decisive blow. However, this perfectly played into the trap set by the long-haired giant and Chen Luo. Just as the Gourd Sharp Needle's attack was about to connect, the long-haired giant's seemingly limp body erupted with astonishing power from its core muscles. The bent right leg was not meant to kneel. It was poised to deliver an explosive spring-like thrust. Simultaneously, its previously concealed upper body shot up. The malicious grin transformed into a fierce grimace. Sinister energy surged around it, converging at an unprecedented speed towards its head and shoulders. Moral: accompanied by a roar filled with cunning and strength, the long-haired giant propelled itself off the ground. No longer evading, it charged directly with its shoulder and head, cloaked in dense dark energy, colliding head-on with the Gourd Sharp Needle's beak. Boom! A thunderous impact reverberated. The clash of water and dark energy generated a massive shockwave, instantly dispersing the surrounding rainwater and creating a brief vacuum. Sharp Needle? The Gourd Sharp Needle emitted a sound of disbelief and agony. While its attack power and speed were top tier, its body was exceedingly fragile. It felt as if its once unstoppable beak had slammed into a boulder cloaked in thick fur. The long-haired giant's tremendous counterattack, harnessing its entire strength, not only neutralized the impact of the Gourd Sharp Needle's water flow break, but also allowed the overwhelming dark energy to penetrate through its beak, forcefully invading its body. The long-haired giant had successfully seized the moment of the Gourd Sharp Needle's all-out offensive, striking when it was unable to change direction and its defenses were at their weakest, delivering a remarkably effective counter. The sudden and ferocious counterattack sent the pincer spear reeling. Its momentum instantly shattered, and its body uncontrollably hurtled backwards. The long-haired troll would not let this golden opportunity slip by. Chen Luo's subsequent command arrived. Now is the time to finish it. Soul Impact. The long-haired troll, gritting through the soreness in its shoulder, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes and unleashed that signature piercing howl that strikes at the very soul. A powerful psychic shockwave surged towards the retreating pincer spear, mercilessly crashing into its already frail mental state, weakened by successive assaults. Pincer spear. It emitted a final, anguished cry, its body convulsing violently mid-air, its light extinguished. Then, like a marionette with severed strings, it plummeted heavily into the water, sending up a towering splash. Utterly devoid of combat capability, rain cascaded down once more, cleansing the battlefield. A profound silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the sound of rushing water. Lin Xiaozhen's eyes sparkled with awe. What an astonishing tactic! No wonder the master of the White Feather Pavilion in Lu City was brought to tears. I now comprehend. Old Lin, just say it plainly if it's dirty. No need for such euphemism, Yuxing remarked. Beside them, Chen Zihan was recording the entire scene on her phone. Learning. We must learn. Forget it, Zihan. This tactic is prone to counterattacks, Yuxing advised. I am not afraid. Chen Zihan flexed her muscles. You did splendidly. Pincer spear, return. Lin Jinyu declared. Truly, our golden generation of the East Huang Alliance has outshone us veterans. However, veterans possess their own glory. With a swift change of topic, he raised a second Poké Ball high. Since your physical attack reduction skills are so exquisite, I shall summon a dancer unafraid of intimidation. Let the festivities commence in this deluge. Laughing Kappa, with a lively yet somewhat comical sound effect, as if it were its own theme music. A laughing Kappa adorned with a large lily pad hat, its limbs long and always appearing as if engaged in some peculiar dance, bounded onto the scene. It landed precisely on the largest floating platform. Raindrops pelted its leafy hat, producing a delightful sound. The moment it appeared, it began to sway in rhythm with the raindrops, the patterns on its abdomen glowing faintly. Ability activated, Swift Swim. Its speed surged dramatically under the rain. Laughing Kappa, intensify the rain. Rain Dance. Lin Jinyu sought to amplify the weather advantage once more. Despite the already overcast skies, Rain Dance could refresh and prolong the downpour. The Laughing Kappa joyfully commenced its rain dance, as the clouds above churned in response, the rain intensifying to a torrential downpour. Its form became increasingly indistinct amid the dense curtain of rain, its speed reaching unprecedented heights. A special attacker and incredibly swift, Chen Luo assessed the situation in an instant. While the long-haired troll's light wall still provided some special defense, it was severely disadvantaged against the terrifying special attack output enhanced by the rain, coupled with the opponent's ghostly speed. Furthermore, the Laughing Kappa's skill pool was alarmingly deep, and the long-haired troll was not at full strength after the previous collision. Long-haired troll. Attempt to restrict it with electromagnetic wave. Chen Luo decided to take a gamble on inflicting paralysis. If successful, it would nullify the opponent's greatest speed advantage. The long-haired troll emitted a faint golden spark, aimed at the Laughing Kappa darting through the rain. However, the Laughing Kappa's speed was simply too formidable. It didn't even attempt to evade, instead swaying naturally with its eccentric dance. In a flash, the electromagnetic wave grazed its leafy hat and vanished into the rain. Too slow. In this downpour, my Laughing Kappa is the swiftest. Laughing Kappa, use water gun. Lin Jinyu seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. The Laughing Kappa abruptly halted its dance, and a massive jet of water, brimming with astonishing energy, tore through the rain and struck the long-haired troll. Long-haired troll, defend. Chen Luo shouted urgently. With the long-haired troll's speed, it could not evade this onslaught. Moralu. The long-haired troll conjured a green protective barrier. Boom. The water gun shattered the light wall and collided with the long-haired troll's energy shield. The entire barrier flickered wildly, but ultimately held firm, completely dissipating the water gun's energy. As the barrier shattered, the protective shield entered a brief period of incapacitation. Let us see how long you can defend, Laughing Kappa. Continue with water gun. Lin Jinyu's relentless assault left no room for respite. The Laughing Kappa, showing no signs of hesitation, altered its dance once more, conjuring another formidable water gun, launching it forth with unyielding power. This is bad, Chen Luo thought to himself, realizing the veteran's expertise. The seasoned warrior demonstrated why experience is invaluable. This time, he truly learned something. This was far superior to that weeping coward, Bai Ling. In a short time, he had devised a counter-strategy against the Laughing Kappa's tactics. The The long-haired troll could not continuously use its defenses, while the light wall could mitigate special attacks. It could not entirely negate the staggering damage augmented by the rain. Long-haired troll, unleash magical shine. Chen Luo knew that the long-haired troll's speed could not evade this strike. Since it was destined to be hit, he resolved to pour all its strength into one final blow, aiming to weaken the opponent as much as possible. Morlu. A fierce glint flashed in the long-haired troll's eyes as it comprehended its trainer's intent. Facing the oncoming torrent of water, it made no defensive postures. Instead, it gathered its fairy-type energy at its chest. In an instant, a blinding burst of mesmerizing fairy-type energy erupted from the long-haired troll, radiating with such intensity that it temporarily dispelled the surrounding rain, like a miniature pink sun forcefully rising amidst the storm. The brilliance of magical shine surged forth, not for defense, but transforming into a torrent of radiant pink energy, clashing head-on with the laughing Kappa's water gun. This scene was utterly breathtaking. One was a surging blue water gun, the other a dazzling pink energy wave. The two distinct energies collided violently in midair. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Water and light intertwined chaotically, generating tremendous turbulence, creating a massive depression in the water's surface at the center of the arena, with steam and pink light fragments scattering everywhere. Morlu. The long-haired troll cried out in agony as it was engulfed by the water gun's energy. Like a leaf caught in a tempest, it was violently tossed aside, ultimately crashing down onto a rock, losing all consciousness. Almost simultaneously, the magical shine that pierced through the water gun struck the dancing, laughing Kappa with precision. However, the laughing Kappa, having sustained little damage, withstood the blow steadfastly. In that case, let us claim victory from the skies. Rumbling Moon, go! Chen Luo hurled a master ball into the air. Chen Luo's gaze was sharp as he wielded the exquisite ball that traced an elegant arc, bursting forth amidst the rain. A roar erupted, reminiscent of a primordial savage, shattering the sound of the downpour. Like a colossal figure of a blood moon, it ascended into the sky. It bore a sleek dragon's head, fearsome fangs, and a carapace glistening with a metallic sheen, complemented by a pair of enormous tail fins resembling jet engines. It was the paradoxical Pokémon, Roaring Moon. Suspended in the air, its icy dragon eyes surveyed the carefree Kappa below, still dancing upon the floating platform. Exuding an aura of primal ferocity, the Kappa's rhythm faltered, and beneath its broad lily-pad hat, a serious expression surfaced for the first time. It sensed an overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens. Lin Jinyu furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with astonishment. Is this truly the paradoxical Pokémon? I never anticipated I would witness it thanks to Chen Luo. Beside him, Chun Gang admired the fearsome dragon's might. Roaring Moon possessed not only an exceptional attribute combination, but also a terrifying physical attack power and aerial prowess that were exceedingly formidable. Roaring Moon unleashed Sunny Day. Boom! As the roar, echoing from the depths of ancient wilderness, reverberated across the sky, a torrent of searing energy surged forth from within it, distorting the very air. This crimson-golden energy pierced through the swirling storm clouds like a spear of dawn. In an instant, the heavy curtain of rain was violently torn apart. The leaden, gray clouds seemed to be roughly pushed aside by an invisible giant hand. A golden sun, with unstoppable majesty, descended upon the battlefield, casting down its scorching and blinding radiance. The torrential rain hissed as it evaporated under the sunlight. The dense lines of rain quickly dissipated, and the moist vapor was instantaneously vaporized. The entire arena transformed from a damp, cold expanse into a dry, bright battlefield that radiated a heat wave. The Kappa's broad lily-pad hat curled slightly under the blazing sun. Its jubilant dance utterly disrupted, and for the first time, its eyes revealed a profound discomfort and panic. But what was more alarming was the transformation occurring within Roaring Moon itself, bathed in the fierce sunlight. The Blood Moon Dragon's body awakened a primal and violent power from the depths of its very bloodline. Ancient active ability activated. Roaring Moon's form appeared to swell slightly under the high temperature, its muscular lines becoming pronounced. The massive tail fins, akin to jet engines, erupted with a more piercing roar, exhaling waves of scorching heat. With its icy dragon eyes fixed upon the agitated Kappa below, murderous intent surged. In the sunlight, its most powerful attack capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. At this moment, Roaring Moon resembled a true blood-red moon suspended in the sky, emanating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. The Kappa's advantage in range speed had vanished. The ability Swift Swim was rendered ineffective, and without the enhancement of heavy rain, the the Kappa's speed plummeted from ethereal specter to mere mortal. It wilted in an instant, ceasing its dance altogether. Sunny day? The Kappa invoked Rain Dance, attempting to reclaim the weather. Lin Jinyu rallied himself. The rain fortress he had meticulously constructed was instantly overturned by a single Pokémon's overwhelming might. Even someone as seasoned as he could not have anticipated that this paradoxical dragon possessed such a crucial weather-controlling ability. Good. What a fantastic turn. Chun Gang could not restrain his excitement as he struck the railing, his face alight with exhilaration. Old Lin's rain strategy had been thoroughly shattered. It seemed my dear Lao Dang was destined to lose. After all, he was unaware of Brother Luo's Roaring Moon skill set. Who could have imagined it could manipulate the weather? Wow, wow, wow. The boss's Roaring Moon is the most magnificent Pokémon I have ever seen. Yuxing exclaimed, swiftly capturing the scene with his camera. Roaring Moon, initiate the offensive. A thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky. Roaring Moon, do not let it escape. Use Scale Shot. With a fierce shake of its dragon head, Roaring Moon unleashed a barrage of glimmering scales, each shimmering with a metallic sheen. Scale Shot. This was not merely an energy attack. It was a part of its very being. Each scale, imbued with the terrifying physical power capable of splitting mountains, was further enriched with the violent draconic energy coursing through its bloodline. Zzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sounds of slicing air filled the atmosphere. No longer mere energy beams, but a true storm of dragon scales. The scales descended like a torrential downpour, akin to a machine gun's relentless fire, saturating the air and blocking every conceivable escape route for the Kappa. The Kappa endured the scorching pain of the sun and the burdensome lethargy of diminished speed. It desperately lifted its broad lily pad hat, its hands moving frantically in an attempt to summon the remaining moisture from the sky and gather the clouds once more. Yet, it was too slow. Roaring Moon's diving speed exceeded its wildest imagination. In its cold dragon eyes, the frantic shadow of the Kappa attempting to cast its spell was reflected, with murderous intent as palpable as ice. Just as the Kappa had barely conjured a small patch of cloudy moisture above its head, its rain-summoning action abruptly ceased, and its eyes widened in horror beneath the expansive hat. It wanted to evade, but its body, bereft of rain speed, felt as heavy as lead. It wished to defend, but how could its fragile grass-type form withstand this onslaught of dual physical and dragon-type onslaughts? Thud, 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 thud. The sounds of scales slicing and piercing against its body resounded relentlessly. The first scale easily tore through the Kappa's arm as it attempted to block. The second and third embedded themselves deeply into its soft abdomen. The fourth and fifth struck its legs with brutal force. More scales mercilessly pierced its body, causing it to tremble violently like a rag doll caught in a tempest. The Kappa was propelled backward by the immense impact of the scales, ultimately losing its footing and tumbling off the floating platform it had relied upon. Splash! Water erupted around it. Kappa, get up. Use Ice Beam. Lin Jinyu commanded urgently. Kappa. The Kappa steadied itself in the water, a frosty blue light gathering like a dying ember, furiously coalescing. Lin Jinyu's voice resonated with a desperate resolve. This was the sole opportunity in the face of despair, the last chance. The Kappa thrust its head skyward, unleashing an ice beam towards Roaring Moon. Dodge. Then use Dragon Claw. Chen Luo motioned with his fingers, mimicking a dragon's claw. Roaring Moon swiftly evaded the ice beam's attack, diving down at breakneck speed. Just as the ice beam was on the verge of connecting, the Blood Moon stirred. Roaring Moon's massive claws surged with a thunderous crash, gathering vast, terrifying dragon energy, extending two enormous verdant energy claws. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar that heralded its descent, Roaring Moon plummeted from the sky like a blood-red comet. The colossal dragon's talons crossed before its body, exuding an aura of terror capable of rending all asunder. With unparalleled precision, they cleaved towards the cheerful river sprite, who had just unleashed a freezing beam into the water. The speed was astonishing. The might was formidable. The river sprite, known for its jovial demeanor, could only manage to lift its terrified gaze, confronting the ever-enlarging, devastating emerald shadow of the Talon. Boom! The dragon's claw struck the water's surface with a resounding crash. Water splashed violently as the river sprite floated, dazed, at the center of the crater created by the dragon's strike. Stripped of all combat capability. What an exhilarating duel. Chen Luo. I never anticipated that the paradoxical Pokémon would be so formidable, remarked Lin Jinyu. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Now let us elevate this match to its zenith. Chen Luo declared. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let the storm intensify. He continued, readying for battle. Come forth, Greninja. Chapter 115, Roaring Moon vs. Greninja. Greninja's figure landed gracefully upon the floating platform where the river sprite had just fallen. Its form was lithe and agile, cloaked in deep azure skin, with a tongue scarf wrapped around its neck. It immediately locked onto the roaring moon, which loomed in the air like a blood-red crescent, displaying no hint of trepidation. Only a serene resolve of frozen battle intent enveloped it. Kuga, my old friend is treating Luo Ge as an equal. Greninja has indeed taken the stage. Lin Jiajing suddenly exclaimed. Is this Greninja truly formidable? Queried Yuxing, perplexed. Extremely strong, although its training period has been brief. My father intends to utilize it to challenge the Elite Four. Lin Jiajing's gaze was fixed firmly on the battlefield. Goodness, old Lin, you aren't playing fair. Bullying my big brother, a mere freshman. Yuxing protested. Greninja, is it? It certainly looks impressive. Chen Luo mused, though he yearned to possess one. He understood that the true potential of a Greninja is never chosen by the trainer. Rather, it is the Greninja that selects its trainer. That profound bond, transcending distance, ensures that your Froakie will traverse oceans and mountains, overcoming every obstacle to seek you out. For only you can empower it to become extraordinarily strong. Lin Jianyu's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Greninja, apply some pressure to the youth and unleash Water Shuriken. Kuga. Greninja sprang from the platform with the force of a launched arrow, propelling itself forward. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed. Lin Jianyu, a seasoned gym leader, had astutely identified the pivotal moment. Even if Chen Luo attempted to swiftly substitute in his Incineroar, it would prove futile. After all, Greninja was a dual threat. Even stripped of physical offensive capabilities, its special attacks, Mud Shot, Ice Beam, Dark Pulse, and Water Gun, remained highly formidable. Roaring Moon, utilize Dragon Claw and engage in battle. Chen Luo's command resonated with a palpable intensity. Roar! Kuga! Greninja's silhouette blurred, blending seamlessly with the air. It did not charge in a straight line. Instead, it employed the floating platform and the water's surface as a pivot, executing a series of nearly imperceptible Z-shaped leaps at breakneck speed. Each flicker left behind a rippling circle of water that gradually expanded. Its velocity was so great that it created multiple afterimages. Simultaneously, it formed a complex and rapid hand sign with its hands. The surging water energy was not chaotically released, but was instead meticulously compressed and shaped. In an instant, it coalesced into two water blades, each measuring approximately 3 feet in length, shimmering with high-frequency, vibrating ripples. It propelled itself towards Roaring Moon with explosive force. The blade's tip aimed directly at the massive joint where the fiery tail met its wings. Before the attack reached its target, the sharp intent of the cut had already locked onto its mark. Roar! In response to this swift and deceptive onslaught, Roaring Moon retaliated with an even more ferocious, direct assault. Its colossal form did not retreat. Rather, it emitted a thunderous roar. The jetting tail wings unleashed a more terrifying roar, increasing its speed dramatically as it dove down like a blood-red meteor. The immense dragon energy surged through its massive talons, instantly extending into two even more solid emerald claws. The dragon claws tore through the air, exuding a primal ferocity, not in defense, but in a counter-offensive strike. Hurtling directly towards Greninja's high-speed trajectory, Chen Luo's command was imbued with a decisive force that shattered the delicate balance of finesse. In an instant, the blue and deep blue figures hurtled through the air towards one another. Greninja, akin to a true shadowy ninja, executed a sudden spin at the last moment, narrowly skimming past the edge of the dragon claw. The cold water blade carved an eerie arc, still accurately targeting the connection point of Roaring Moon's wings. Simultaneously, Roaring Moon's dragon claw swept through the area where Greninja had just been. The gust it generated carving a deep trench upon the water's surface below. In this first exchange, both combatants narrowly evaded deadly strikes by mere fractions. However, the contest had only just begun. Greninja, having missed its attack, exhibited no desire to linger. It lightly tapped its toes against the air. Greninja, utilize Water Shuriken. Lin Jianyu countered rapidly. Kuga. Greninja would not allow Roaring Moon to gain the upper hand. It formed another sign, its figure shimmering as it executed Shadow Clone. 7 or 8 indistinguishable figures emerged simultaneously from various directions on the floating platforms and the water surface. Each was poised in different preparatory stances, bewildering the onlookers. Roaring Moon broke through one of the clones and ascended once more. Roaring Moon, unleash Scale Shot. Chen Luo immediately ordered to dispel the clones. With a roar, Roaring Moon unleashed a flurry of scales that scattered indiscriminately like a tempest. Numerous clones were obliterated in an instant. However, just as the scale shot was about to sweep over a shadowy clone near the water surface, that clone's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light, revealing it as the true form. It had long anticipated the range of the scale shot and had lain in wait. Now, execute a surprise attack on the vital spot. Lin Jianyu's voice sliced through the air like a cold blade. Greninja's true form surged forth from the shadows like a specter. It relinquished its water blade, and upon its dual claws, an exceedingly refined malevolent energy coalesced, exuding an eerie aura that seemed intent on striking vital points. With a velocity surpassing any prior display, it lunged toward the exposed underbelly of the roaring moon, whose defenses were momentarily compromised by its own attack. This strike was insidious, cunning, and as swift as lightning. Roaring Moon sensed the impending danger. In a critical moment, it swiftly retracted its wings and claws, attempting to shield itself with its armored forelimbs. However, the surreptitious energy grazed its abdomen, leaving a shallow yet searing wound. Roaring Moon emitted a painful roar. Counterattack with Dragon Claw. Chen Luo commanded immediately. This battle was undeniably exhilarating. Roaring Moon and the Greninja clashed like two ancient generals locked in a fierce struggle. Chen Luo mused that if it were the Slash commander facing Greninja, the outcome would likely be even more explosive. Wounded, Roaring Moon's ferocity surged, disregarding its injuries. The colossal verdant claw, imbued with tempestuous rage, descended upon the still-present Greninja with the force to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Its impact range nearly encompassed all possible escape routes for Greninja. The latter's pupils constricted as it once again summoned its dark blades for defense. Boom! The Dragon Claw struck Greninja with immense force. The explosive power shattered vast expanses of water, sending geysers of spray skyward. A blue silhouette, akin to one struck by a heavy hammer, was propelled from the deluge, deftly flipping several times in the air before landing unsteadily on a distant wobbling platform. It was Greninja. It knelt, gasping for breath, its arm clutching the water blade, trembling slightly, clearly having paid a hefty toll for enduring that ferocious Dragon Claw. Meanwhile, Roaring Moon remained suspended in place, also panting, its abdomen bearing significant damage, its cold dragon eyes fixed intently upon its distant adversary. In the span of mere seconds, both had engaged in multiple perilous exchanges of offense and defense. The ultimate collision of speed, strength, technique, and anticipation. The air was thick with the remnants of fierce energy and an atmosphere charged with tension. On the sidelines, Lin Jiajin, Yu Xing, Chen Zihan, and others held their breath, palms slick with sweat. The intricacies of this confrontation had transcended the realm of ordinary dojo battles. Kuga. Greninja slowly rose, its gaze as serene as ice. Yet its fighting spirit soared even higher. Roar. Roaring Moon shook its head, releasing a more ferocious roar. The eyes of the two trainers clashed in the air, signaling that an even more intense battle was imminent. Chapter 116, the title Whirlwind Badge. Greninja. Roaring Moon. Hydro Cannon. Dragon Rage. The shouts of Chen Luo and Lin Jianyu rang out like the final war drums, striking in unison. There was no retreat, no circumvention, only the purest, most ultimate clash head-on. Both trainers poured their final commands into this ultimate strike. Kuga. The water energy enveloping Greninja gathered with unprecedented fervor. It no longer merely coalesced into water blades or shurikens, but transformed entirely into a water pressure cannon. The immense water energy was compressed to its utmost. And in the next moment, a cannon water blast, with a diameter far exceeding that of an ordinary water cannon and brimming with potent water energy, erupted forth with a deafening roar. Roar. At the same time, the ancient ferocity within Roaring Moon ignited entirely, reaching an unprecedented zenith. It resembled a true blood moon descending, its eyes radiating a palpable red light, charging towards Greninja as a weapon unto itself. The azure hydro cannon collided with the crimson ferocious star at the center of the arena with a thunderous crash. Boom! A column of light, infused with both water and dragon energies, shot skyward, instantly tearing through the open structure of the dojo's roof. An energy storm unleashed havoc, displacing not only the water surface, but also fracturing the solid rocks beneath the arena in layers. All platforms, without exception, were reduced to mere dust. The brilliance consumed all, and the sound obliterated hearing. As the light and thunderous noise receded like a tide, only a vast crater remained, shrouded in a thick mist emanating high-temperature steam and a charred energy scent. Within the haze, two fallen silhouettes could be faintly discerned. Greninja lay amidst the rubble at the crater's edge, its surrounding vapor dissipated entirely. The tongue around its neck drooped weakly, its gaze vacant, devoid of luster. On the other side, Roaring Moon's massive form was half buried in the crater's center, the searing red energy that once burned bright now extinguished. Its tail fin lay dim. Its cold dragon eyes closed, having lost the will to fight. Mutual destruction, Chen Gang announced swiftly. Both Greninja and Roaring Moon had lost their fighting capabilities simultaneously, thus declaring the victor of this contest to be the challenger, Chen Luo. You've worked hard, Roaring Moon. Thank you, Greninja. Impressive, Luo. I never imagined you would defeat my father's Greninja. Dad, Luo still has a fully intact Blaziken, yet you lost despite your unsporting tactics against Greninja. Lin Jiajin exclaimed as he rushed over. Ah, I'm getting old, getting old. This is truly the era of you young ones. In just a few years, little Luo will undoubtedly become the next Dark-type champion of our Dongwang Alliance, Lin Jinyu remarked. Uncle Lin, you're overpraising me. You don't even know how many Pokemon from various teams came to challenge my team, and I still found it quite challenging. The title of Dark-type champion is still far from me, Chen Luo replied, though internally, he praised Uncle Lin for his eloquence and encouraged him to speak more. Ha ha, old Lin, I never expected you to see such a day. That was quite a humiliating defeat, Chen Gang teased. Go on, if you have the prowess. Challenge little Luo to a match. Be wary of being completely shut out, Lin Jinyu retorted. Ha ha ha, little Luo, when you come to launching, make sure to inform me. I shall personally host you, Chen Gang said with a smile. Absolutely, Uncle Gang. I will certainly pay you a visit then, Chen Luo replied. Little Luo, here is your title Whirlwind badge. Lin Jinyu extended the badge to Chen Luo. Chen Luo accepted it and examined it closely, noting the unique characteristics of each locale's badge. Each badge possessed a distinct local flair. The primary design of the badge resembled an elegant, yet powerful whirlpool, showcasing a profound indigo hue akin to the depths of the ocean. As Chen Luo held it, he could faintly perceive the rhythm of the tidal ebb and flow. Luo, since you've completed the gym challenge, how about we relax a bit? I can take you to soak in a hot spring, Lin Jiajin proposed. Just then, Chen Luo remained silent, while Yuxing eagerly interjected. Sure. Every time I visit a new city, I make it a point to experience the local bathing culture. I've never soaked in a hot spring and leeching before. Haha, you youngsters go ahead. The two of us old fellows still have to help with the ceremonial rites, Lin Jinyu remarked. In leeching, at the Haifeng Hot Spring Resort, the group swiftly arrived at a hot spring nestled at the city's edge, perched between mountains and sea. The air was rich with a subtle scent of sulfur mingling with the briny sea breeze, a curious blend that was not unpleasant. The environment was serene, imbued with a strong essence of Japanese tradition. A massive outdoor hot spring, carved from the mountains, extended toward the cliff's edge, offering a breathtaking view of the sea beneath the starlit sky. The warm cerulean spring water cascades over the chest, dissipating the remnants of fatigue and tension left from the intense battle. The ethereal steam rises like delicate gossamer, blurring the vision and softening the night. A sigh of utter satisfaction escapes as one sinks into the warmth. Yao Xing, with complete abandon, is the first to strip down and boldly slide into the largest outdoor hot spring. In this moment, he resembles a puddle of thoroughly melted soft clay, sprawled languidly in the hot water. His arms drape over the edge of the pool, head tilted back, eyes closed, emitting a deep, contented sigh, every muscle unwinding, embodying the essence of sheer indulgence. In stark contrast to him are Chen Luo, Lin Jiajing, and Chen Zihan, who enter the water with a touch of modesty, white towels cinched around their waists. Chen Luo's physique is defined and sleek, the strength of his body nurtured by constant training. Years of discipline and travel have sculpted his robust arms and chiseled abs. While not overly massive, each muscle embodies a sense of agile power. Water droplets glide down his taut skin, catching the light with a subtle sheen. Leaning against the pool's edge, he exhales deeply, reveling in the healing embrace of the warm water. Ah, indeed, the four greatest pleasures in life: soaking in a hot bath, getting a perm, indulging in a massage, and engaging in Pokemon battles. Soaking, massaging, and battling I can comprehend. But what on earth is this perm business? Lin Jiajing appears slightly more slender, yet in a way that accentuates his physique. His 8-pack abs are sharply defined, his skin fair, and his tall frame is complemented by an unusually vertical navel. Amidst the steam rising from the hot water, one can discern the contours of his well-defined muscles even as he relaxes. With a face that rivals the beauty of Song Yu and surpasses Panin, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a radiant male lotus emerging from water. I know about perms. I intended to get one, but my mother wouldn't allow it, so I gave up, Chen Zihan remarked. Undoubtedly, Chen Zihan possesses the most impressive physique among the trio. His body resembles a meticulously sculpted ancient Greek statue with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, presenting a perfect inverted triangle. His chest muscles are robust and full, and his abs are distinctly defined like the leaves of armor, the mermaid line clearly visible beneath the towel at his waist. Even in a relaxed state, the musculature of his arms and back showcases a fluid and powerful curvature. He does not intentionally display his physique. Rather, he leans back casually against the edge of the pool, arms spread wide, accentuating the lines of his chest and shoulders. Yao Xing, with half-closed eyes, opens them a slit, his gaze sweeping across the three like a scanner. It glides over Chen Luo's rugged form, brushes past Lin Jiaxing's handsome features, and ultimately, as if drawn by a magnetic force, fixates firmly upon Chen Zihan's visually striking physique. His eyes grow somewhat fixated, filled with unabashed admiration, appreciation, and even a hint of playful artistic appreciation, along with an awkward ambiguity that Chen Luo finds rather unsettling. Hey, what the hell is with that look? Chen Luo, feeling quite uncomfortable under the scrutiny, involuntarily sinks lower into the water, leaving only his head visible. Don't look at me like that. It's kind of gross. Yeah. Yao, could you not stare at me like that? It's making me uneasy, Lin Jiaxing added, instinctively inching closer to Chen Luo, as if seeking refuge. However, Chen Zihan seems completely oblivious to Yao Xing's almost palpable gaze, or perhaps he is aware but indifferent. He maintains his relaxed posture, even adjusting slightly to allow his shoulders to sink more comfortably into the water. This movement accentuates the lines of his scapula and back muscles, revealing another kind of aesthetic beauty and strength. His attention appears to be focused more on the inky sea, shrouded in starlight and mist, his expression serene. Why don't I have a physique like yours? Yao Xing exclaimed. I need to grab my camera. I must take a picture of you three handsome water sprites. Even in the entertainment industry, you would surely shine. He feigned getting up, only to be promptly kicked back down by Chen Luo. You idiot. Are you out of your mind? You can't take photos in such a private setting. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, but you all look too good. Unlike me. With my one-pack abs, Yao Xing said, glancing at his own belly. No surprise. You were the one who ate the most during that meal in Lu City and Li City, eating like a Snorlax, Chen Luo retorted. Come on, Yao. Let me be your model, Chen Zihan said, pulling Yao Xing's hand. With my physique, everyone should know about it. Nearby, in the Pokemon-exclusive bathing area, the atmosphere is bustling. A long-haired troll is energetically showcasing its scrubbing talents. Its fur, once drenched, appears even more muscular. As it flexes its physique, its already solid muscles bulge with astonishing strength. It scoops up warm, fine sand with its large claws and meticulously applies it to the rough back of a rascally croc, rubbing vigorously, the grains creating a soft rustling sound. Moralu, Moralu, how has the strength? Is it enough? Roar. Not bad. Just there, apply a bit more force. So soothing. The massive form of the rascally croc sinks completely into the specially designed sand pit, its chin resting at the edge, eyes squinted in pleasure. Its tail occasionally slapping the surface of the sand, sending up a few grains. The tough scales on its body, polished by the fine sand and soaked in the hot spring, gradually gleam with health. On another side, a blade is particularly cautious. It retracts all the sharpness from its arm blades, using only the rounded and smooth edges to gently polish the hard, sleek shell of a shiny sand shrew. Applying the finely mixed polishing mud from the hot spring with utmost care, its movements as delicate as a jeweler's. Blade? How does it feel? Is it too light? Shocky. Perfect, my good friend, this feels amazing. I feel like I'm going to shine. The shiny sand shrew remains perfectly still, relishing this rare and meticulous service, its body trembling slightly from sheer comfort. The surface of its shell, under the steam and polishing, reflects the warm light around it, glimmering beautifully. Other Pokemon in various areas are equally diverse in their forms and activities. Some float lazily on the surface, revealing only their bellies, while others splash playfully. And some simply lounge by the pool, napping. Beneath the night sky, the warm steam of the hot spring entwines with the cool sea breeze, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and beauty. Chapter 117. Yaoping Island. The following morning, the sea breeze carries a refreshing salty tang, and the sky is a brilliant blue, perfect for setting out to sea. The four of them decline the boat arranged by Lin Jinyu and head to the Leeching Pier, accompanied by Mutewo and Shiny Shalebi. Indeed, venturing out to sea feels much more authentic with water-type Pokemon, Lin Jiaxing remarked. But I don't have a water-type Pokemon that can carry anyone. Why don't you lend me yours? Chen Luo suggested. I don't have one either. All my Pokemon are ice types. Maybe I should go catch a Magikarp and see if it can evolve into a Gyarados? Yao Xing mused. I came prepared. I borrowed my dad's Sharpedo and Gyarados. Lin Jiajing smiled. Along with my Swampert and Milotic, we have sufficient means. The Poké Balls arc gracefully through the air, and with 4 flashes of white light, the imposing water-type Pokemon materialize on the surface of the sea. The giant shark bared its iconic razor-sharp teeth, while the Gyarados emitted a thunderous roar. The Swampert floated steadily upon the water's surface, and the Milotic gracefully swayed its resplendent tail. It's all thanks to you, old Lin. Your preparations are truly meticulous, exclaimed Yao Xing. The group swiftly allocated their mounts. Yao Xing chose Gyarados. Chen Luo mounted the giant shark. Lin Jiajun naturally opted for his Milotic. And Chen Zihan settled upon the Swampert. The Mutuo floated quietly in midair, following closely behind. The Celebi joyfully landed on Chen Luo's shoulder. Let us set off. With Chen Luo's command, the 4 Pokemon surged forth simultaneously, slicing through the azure sea and leaving behind 4 white streaks of foam. The seawater sparkled like diamonds under the sun. Chen Luo felt the sea breeze caressing his face and couldn't help but exclaim. This feeling of being at sea is indeed far superior to being on a boat. Of course, Lin Jiajun replied with a smile over his shoulder, this way. One can truly feel the pulse of the ocean. The group ventured forth, searching the vast expanse of the sea for the elusive Yaoping Island. The location of Yaoping Island remained an enigma, shrouded in countless legends. Unlike other islands with established routes, it seemed to possess a will of its own, drifting unpredictably between the broad waters of Leeching and Leeching. The island's mystery lay not only in its elusive location but also in its unique energy. Bathed in perpetual sunshine and mild weather, it seemed forever suspended in the delightful transition between late spring and early summer. Luo Gu, Lin Jiajun called out loudly. I've heard tales of ancient treasures hidden on the island, and some say it is a sacred place for Pokemon evolution. I am most intrigued by the legend of the Holy Sword, Chen Luo replied. Whether my trusty steed can surpass its limits will depend on this journey. According to the Pokemon Sea Chart records, there exists a relic on the island, housing an ancient holy sword, guarded by a unique sword Pokemon. Legend has it that Yaoping Island is not stationary. Lin Jiajun remarked, his gaze cast toward the distant horizon. It drifts with the will of the wind and currents, and only those deemed worthy can locate it. But Luo Gu is a man who can summon Kyogre and Groudon, and with the Forest Guardian and Dream Master accompanying us, we will surely find the fabled Yaoping Island. I've told you, Kyogre and Groudon were not summoned by me. You were there too, Chen Luo replied, somewhat exasperated. And didn't you also hear the whispers of the wind and current deity and receive its blessings? Perhaps I am also one of the chosen ones. Ha ha ha, Lin Jiajun laughed. However, that sword Pokemon seems different from the usual ones. The Pokemon Sea Chart mentions that this sword Pokemon left behind a legacy of swords, yet no trainer or Pokemon has obtained it for many years, he continued. The legacy of swords, Chen Luo mused. There must be traces of legendary Pokemon involved. Only 3 sword bearers are known to be related to swords. Keldeo, the Sword King, and Cresselia. Mutuo listened quietly, its gaze, hidden beneath its hood, turned toward the distant sea, seemingly intrigued by the mysterious island. Celebi twirled joyfully in the air, as if already sensing the vibrant life energy emanating from the island. The journey to Yaoping Island itself was a trial. Luo Gu, Zihan, Old Yao. Shall we race to see who is faster? Lin Jiajun shouted, the sea breeze tousling his blue-streaked hair. His Milotic appeared to sense its trainer's competitive spirit, its elegant fins quickening their movement, creating even more dazzling trails in the water. Now, this giant shark is your father's Pokemon, and with its speed boost ability, I shall take full advantage. Chen Luo chuckled. Giant shark, don't take it easy just because old Lin is your junior. Shark. In the ocean, I am the swiftest. The giant shark, a water dark type Pokemon. If only I could capture one myself. Luo Gu, give us a smile. I'll take a photo. Yao Xing called from atop his Gyarados. Just as Yao Xing pressed the shutter, the giant shark surged forward, capturing only a blurred image of Chen Luo. Mutuo closely followed Chen Luo, and Celebi waved its tiny hands joyfully. Let us race. How fast? The sea wind howled, and the waves crashed. As an exhilarating maritime race commenced, the giant shark darted like a torpedo, Gyarados roared as it cleaved through the waves, Milotic glided elegantly, and Swampert moved with steadfast strength. Ultimately, the giant shark triumphed with overwhelming victory. Ha ha ha, riding the waves is truly delightful, Yao Xing exclaimed, just as Yao Xing laughed and relaxed. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Old Yao, be cautious ahead, there's a whirlpool, Lin Jiajun shouted. Oh no, Gyarados, my life depends on you. Yao Xing clung tightly to Gyarados. The sea ahead began to swirl violently without warning. A bottomless ocean whirlpool formed in an instant. The powerful suction force frantically pulled everything nearby into its depths. Yao Xing immediately felt Gyarados being uncontrollably dragged toward the azure abyss. Roar! Gyarados let out a thunderous roar. And instead of retreating from the terrifying natural whirlpool, it embraced its ferocity. Its body surged with water energy, and it executed the whirlpool move, boldly traversing the vortex. Old Yao, hold on tight. Chen Zihan called from behind, her heart racing. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief for Yao Xing, the sky suddenly darkened. Countless underwater whirlpools appeared in the waters ahead. The once clear sky was abruptly shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. The sun was completely devoured, casting the sea into darkness. As if they had plunged from daylight into night. The howling winds screamed like phantoms, whipping up towering black waves, while icy, dense raindrops pelted down like countless stones. A ferocious storm descended without warning, its rage unleashed. Brothers, we may have found it. Stay alert and don't fall. Chen Luo shouted amidst the storm. His voice nearly swallowed by the cacophony of wind and waves. Mutuo, if we accidentally fall, remember to rescue us. Mutuo conjured a protective barrier of psychic energy around itself. Remaining uninvolved in the group's perilous adventure, communicating telepathically, rest assured, I've got everything covered. The giant shark, with its streamlined body and immense strength, valiantly maintained its balance amidst the raging tempest. An even more astonishing spectacle unfolded in this apocalyptic storm. Boom, boom. From the distance, the ocean erupted into countless massive splashes. And amidst the thunder and lightning, a whole swarm of Gyarados soared into the air. Their figures appeared particularly fierce against the backdrop of dark clouds and flashes of lightning. Yet they exuded an inexplicable, ancient, and sacred aura. They did not display a ferocious demeanor. Instead, it seemed as though they were performing a ritual dance passed down from the ancients. Their colossal bodies twisted and intertwined in the howling winds and torrential rain. Roar! Each time they rolled, they struck the peaks of the towering waves with precision, creating more powerful, tempestuous water vortexes that connected the heavens and the sea. These waterspouts did not merely exacerbate the catastrophe. Instead, they resembled some arcane ritual, fervently churning the energetically tumultuous seas and atmosphere. Bolts of lightning occasionally illuminated their scarred exoskeletons, a sight imbued with primal vigor and tragic beauty. Following this, swarms of giant winged fish, Kingler, Mantine, Gyarados, and Sharpedo seemed to receive a clarion call, leaping from the surging ocean's surface. They reflected a ghastly, ethereal luminescence amidst the flashes of thunder, deftly harnessing the storm's currents. Gliding rapidly through the chasms between towering waves and ferocious waterspouts, they appeared to embark on a mission of escort or guidance. Graceful Lapras formed a line, emitting ethereal, melodious calls, their songs seemingly soothing the tumultuous tides. Vividly hued Love Disc and Cherubi flickered in and out of the frothy waves, akin to dancing musical notes. A myriad of aquatic Pokémon, including Kingdra, Seadra, Octillery, Blastoise, and Wylord, collectively performed an ancient dance. The scene was imbued with a sense of power, accompanied by an ineffable grandeur and sanctity. So many water-type Pokémon! Chen Zihan exclaimed in astonishment. Heavens! Yuxing, forgetting his trepidation, instinctively captured this dreamlike spectacle with his camera. This is the guidance of the god of currents and monsoons. We have truly discovered the legendary Raindrop Island. Lin Jiajun murmured, his eyes gleaming with awe. Among the four, Lin Jiajun felt the deepest connection. As a child raised by the sea, he held the god of currents and monsoons in the highest regard, believing that receiving their guidance was a fortune he could scarcely fathom in his lifetime. It seems like the prince of the ocean, Chen Luo whispered. He pondered whether the fleeting blue figure he had seen was Manaphy or Fiona. Apart from Chen Luo, the other three were drenched, their hair clinging to their eyes. In a reflexive act, Shalabi had activated its energy shield, allowing Chen Luo to narrowly escape calamity. This sacred dance persisted for several minutes before the Pokémon, as if obeying a command, quietly submerged into the depths, vanishing from sight. After an indeterminate period, the storm, as suddenly as it had arrived, ceased without warning. The dark clouds rapidly dispersed, and a golden ray of sunlight pierced through the sky like a sword, followed by a second and third, until the heavens were once again a brilliant azure. Beneath this freshly washed sky, a colossal seven-colored rainbow materialized, arching across the horizon, its vibrant hues resembling a bridge to a celestial realm. At the rainbow's terminus, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the outline of an island, gradually coming into full view before them. That was Raindrop Island. Chapter 118, A Land of Bliss. Raindrop Island finally unveiled its mysterious veil. It was far more magnificent than anyone had imagined. The island appeared as a colossal emerald jewel embedded in the azure velvet sea, enveloped in a soft, radiant golden aura, as if it were emitting its own light. The landscape consisted of rolling hills, with the vegetation exhibiting an almost dazzlingly vibrant verdancy. Countless waterfalls cascaded like silver ribbons from the cliffs, reflecting a resplendent spectrum of colors in the rainbow-esque glow. At the island's center, a towering, steep peak rose majestically, its summit not sharp but instead smoothed by some ineffable force, forming a vast platform. The surrounding waters were astonishingly clear, showcasing a dreamlike turquoise hue. In stark contrast to the distant deep blue sea, one could faintly discern the vibrant coral reefs and frolicking Pokémon beneath the surface. Raindrop Island. Chen Luo quickly retrieved his phone to find its location, only to discover a complete absence of signal. Even the compass had faltered. All devices capable of recording direction had failed, and with the storm's assault, Chen Luo was utterly disoriented. Perhaps this was the source of Raindrop Island's mystique. Let's go. Let's see what lies ahead, Chen Luo urged, taking the lead. Passing through the immense rainbow felt akin to traversing an invisible curtain of energy. The four mounted their respective water-type Pokémon, gradually approaching the shores of Raindrop Island. As they entered the waters near the island, they immediately sensed an indescribable change. The sea was warm and crystal clear, showcasing a dreamlike turquoise hue, with vibrant coral clusters and leisurely swimming Magikarp beneath the surface. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance of flowers and fruits, invigorating and refreshing, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere left by the storm. Stepping onto the pristine, fine sand that sparkled with a faint glow, the breathtaking vista rendered the four speechless. Wow, it's truly beautiful. I've traveled far and wide, seen the great landscapes of Dongwang. But the beauty here is truly unparalleled, Yuxing exclaimed, capturing the stunning scene with his camera. If I return, I must write an account of Raindrop Island overnight. Chen Luo declared. Luo Gu, you can write articles too? Lin Jiaxin inquired. Of course. I, Chen Luo, am well known for my literary prowess, Chen Luo replied. Luo Gu, are you the type who prefers action over words? Chen Zihan teased. When have I ever been one to take action? Beware, I might sue you for defamation. Chen Luo jested. Haha, let's go. Let's explore, Lin Jiaxin interjected, curbing their banter. Rather than a wild island, this appeared to be a meticulously cultivated paradise. The first sight that greeted them was a modest, yet vibrant village. The village's architecture was not modern, but rather constructed from natural wood, smooth pebbles, and enormous leaves. The structures harmoniously merged with nature, as if they had sprouted from the earth itself. Roofs adorned with blooming flowers hosted fluttering Butterfree, Beautifly, and Combi. Shalabi. Captivated by the beautiful scenery and the multitude of Pokémon frolicking together, eagerly flew forward. So, stunning. Mutwo's gaze sharpened as it fixed upon the towering peak that pierced the clouds, telepathically sensing there exists a formidable wave of life energy there. Even Mutwo felt the overwhelming energy, evidently belonging to the legendary sword-wielding Pokémon, and its strength must be at the champion level. Surrounding the village were neatly organized fields, where an array of rare and exceptionally plump fruits and crops flourished. A few small goats leisurely grazed on the grass by the field's edge, their coats glossy and healthy. Beautiful flowers danced joyfully along the pathways, occasionally bowing to inhale the scent of the soil. A few Bulbasaur and Oddish were carefully trimming the branches of fruit trees with their vines and leaves, working in perfect harmony. Chen Luo noticed that everyone here bore familiar faces from Dongwang, with none from the White Eagle region. The villagers, upon seeing the quartet, did not exhibit excessive surprise, indicating that a few individuals visited Raindrop Island each year for various reasons. At that moment, a young boy clad in a blue shirt and black shorts approached, speaking in a slightly different dialect of Dongwang, asking, "What brings you all here? Where do you trainers come from? If you are from the Island Alliance or the Goryo Alliance, you should return. You are not welcome here." The youth approached, intent on driving them away. Oblivious to whether Chen Luo and his companions understood him. "What is he saying? I can't make sense of it," Yuxing remarked, slightly bewildered. "He is speaking in our local dialect. Let me handle this," Lin Jiaxing responded. "Hello, we are trainers from the Eastern Huang Alliance. We are fortunate to have been guided here by the god of oceanic monsoons to Yaoping Island," Lin Jiaxing replied, using the same dialect. "Ah, fellow countrymen, why didn't you say so earlier? If you are from Eastern Huang, then there is no problem. We have been Eastern Huang people for generations. The youth's previously frosty demeanor transformed into one of warmth and cheerfulness, radiating like the spring sun. You have come for the legacy of the sword, haven't you? The youth inquired. Indeed, we have heard tales of a great sword spirit capable of severing all, and we yearn to seek out the legendary Yaoping Island, Lin Jiajing affirmed. Then you might be disappointed. Every year, trainers brave the swirling currents to reach Yaoping Island, and some are quite formidable. Yet none have ever received the legacy of the great sword spirit. Not even I have, the youth sighed. By the way, my name is Yao Chen. I am from Yaoping Island, he introduced with a smile as radiant as the sun. Lin Jiajing proceeded to introduce his companions. Haha, since we are fellow countrymen, come to my home and rest. I will then take you to the shrine on the back mountain to meet the great sword spirit, Yao Chen invited. He then called out to the elders working nearby, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm attending to my friends now. Be sure to treat them well, Xiaoqing, do not lose your manners. One elder, slightly aged, advised. Don't worry, Grandpa. I shall take my leave now. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Chen Luo and his 3 companions, along with the disguised Mutwo and the invisible Shalebi, traversed through the village. At the village center, a crystal-clear stream flowed, where a few Maril and Lovedusk frolicked, splashing joyfully in the water. By the stream's edge, several villagers donned simple cotton and linen garments, their faces adorned with serene smiles as they pounded clothes with wooden mallets. Nearby, a few Abra assisted with their subtle psychic abilities, wringing out garments or handing over soap pods, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. In the distance, near the foothills, some Teddy Ursa were aiding the villagers by transporting chopped wood to designated spots. In the sky, a few Beedrill and Fiero were not hunting, but rather carrying small packages, seemingly engaged in short-distance deliveries. Even a few Makok were helping the villagers construct new houses, their 4 arms working in perfect unison. Here, humanity and Pokemon coexisted without a hint of division or fear, only a profound, instinctual symbiosis and mutual aid. Pokemon were not merely tamed or employed. They were integral members of the village, each fulfilling their roles in the collective effort to build and maintain this idyllic home. This place is truly paradise, Yu Xing gasped, his camera clicking incessantly to capture these dreamlike scenes. I have never witnessed humans and Pokemon living together in such harmony. No wonder it is called Yaoping Island, Lin Jiajing mused. The brilliance here is not merely sunlight. It emanates from this profound harmony, Chen Zihan observed. Watching a throwing monkey play catch with a group of children, a look of longing in her eyes. If only everywhere could be like this. Free from Pokemon hunters and harm inflicted upon them, Chen Luo reflected deeply, his connection to nature allowing him to sense not just abundant life energy in the air, but also a serene, joyful emotional energy that enveloped him in comfort. Shalebi, hidden on his shoulder, was elated, fluttering into a blossoming patch of flowers to dance with a Fufla baby. Mutwo observed quietly, its gaze flickering beneath its hood. Having witnessed both the conflicts between humans and Pokemon and the bonds forged through friendship, this experience offered it new insights into relationships. At that moment, a few Electrike and a small Yorkie curiously approached, circling them and sniffing their scents, their tails wagging energetically. A few Cherubi also presented freshly picked, exquisitely sweet berries, their eyes gentle. Thank you, Cherubi. Yao Chen accepted the berries and then shared them among Chen Luo and his companions. Come, taste the fruits of Yaoping Island. They are crisp and sweet. Chapter 119, Guardian of Yaoping Island, Yao Chen. They arrived at a small wooden house on the village's edge, its roof and walls adorned with climbing vines bearing delicate blue flowers. On the windowsill, dried herbs and glistening shells were displayed. A few Joltik spun glowing webs under the eaves, serving as natural nightlights. Inside, the furnishings were simple yet warm. The wooden table and chairs were polished to a smooth finish, and soft cotton and linen fabrics covered the bed. The walls were decorated with dried fruits and beautiful feathered ornaments. Make yourselves comfortable. The place is a bit messy, so please excuse me, Yao Chen said, scratching his head bashfully as he tidied up a few ancient tomes and what appeared to be sharpening stones scattered across the table. Do you live here alone, Yao Chen? Chen Luo inquired. Yes, my father has been at sea for 3 years and has yet to return. Upon mentioning this, Yao Chen's expression dimmed slightly. Haha, but I am quite comfortable alone. I've grown accustomed to it. When my father returns, I will challenge him to become the new guardian of Yaoping Island, Yao Chen declared resolutely. Chen Luo mused inwardly. Is this the trend now? I challenge my father. He challenges his father. Yao Chen brought out freshly squeezed fruit juice made from the berries to treat everyone. As they tasted it, a wave of sweetness enveloped their senses, and remarkably, a faint energy coursed through their bodies, washing away fatigue. Wow, this juice. Yuxing's eyes lit up, finding it even more delicious than the berries they had just tasted. This is our unique rainbow fruit from Yaoping Island. You won't find it anywhere else. Yao Chen beamed with pride. It revitalizes the mind and is beneficial for both humans and Pokemon. By the way, Yao Chen, are you well acquainted with the legendary Great Sword Spirit? Chen Luo asked. Of course. I have been learning swordsmanship from the Great Sword Spirit since childhood, Yao Chen replied proudly. However, he suddenly sighed. I have not received its sword legacy. By the way, the Great Sword Spirit is not like the ordinary Great Sword Spirits. Its shell is black and red, and it possesses not just water attributes, but also dark attributes. The dark attribute Great Sword Spirit is known as the Shichue Great Sword Spirit. Chen Luo exclaimed. What is the Shichue Great Sword Spirit? The others inquired in unison. It can be understood as another form of the Great Sword Spirit, similar to how Ninetales and Alolan Ninetales differ. Alola is a place, and Shichue is likewise a distinct place, Chen Luo explained. I can hardly wait to seek out the legendary Great Sword Spirit. Haha, uncle, you should be envious. I am one step ahead in finding a special Pokemon. Yuxing exclaimed. Yao Chen, we have prepared ourselves. Please lead us. Lin Jiajing secured her flowing hair with a rubber band. Of course, but before that, you must first defeat me. If you cannot best me, it is unlikely you shall inherit the legacy of the sword. Yao Chen declared, producing a Poké Ball. Very well. Allow me to experience the prowess of the disciple capable of severing all with the mighty great sword. Chen Luo replied. What is the battle format? Yao Chen laughed. Let us settle it with just one Pokemon apiece. Wait, boss, let me take a turn. It's been ages since I last battled. Yuxing interjected. Chen Zihan and Lin Jiajing both draped their arms around Yuxing's shoulders, saying, You enjoy battling? No problem, we'll practice with you. Garlic bird, garlic bird. It's tough for everyone. I'll just take a photo of the boss. Yuxing retreated his neck sheepishly. Let us head to the back of the mountain. There's a battleground there. Yao Chen instructed. The group followed Yao Chen to a naturally formed clearing behind the village. The ground was level, surrounded by dense trees, with curious Pidgeys, glooms, and muckrows perched on the treetops, while a few small mountable sheep and walking grasses peeked out from the foliage. Even the rare starters like Chikorita, Bulbasaur, Poplio, and Froakie were conspicuously present in this locale. At the edge of the clearing, several stone pedestals were placed, clearly designated for the villagers to observe the contest. This place resembled more of a natural arena than a mere battleground. This is the spot, Yao Chen declared, taking his stance at one end of the field, his expression turning serious. Although Grandpa Greatsword had remarked that his training was far from sufficient, as his disciple, he could not afford to bring shame upon his mentor. Though we've only known each other for a brief time, it's evident that you are all exceptional trainers who share my passion for Pokemon. However, I shall not hold back. I will give my all in every battle. A fierce glint radiated from Yao Chen's eyes. Chen Luo stepped to the opposite end, smiling. Just as I wish. Let me see how formidable the disciple of the legendary Great Sword truly is. Lin Jiajing raised her hand in the center, acting as the referee. Now, it's Chen Luo against Yao Chen, a one-on-one Pokemon battle, beginning now. Go, Great Sword. Roadcroc, let us show him what we've got. A flash of light revealed a robust great sword materializing in the arena. Its abdomen was not deep blue, but rather the same yellow as its armor. Its gaze was as sharp as a blade, emanating an aura that prickled the skin of those nearby. This was the extraordinarily rare, shiny great sword. Water energy flowed subtly around it, carrying an icy chill. Shiny great sword, Yuxing exclaimed, immediately aiming his camera at the scene. Even standing at the sidelines, one could feel the cutting intent emanating from it. Chen Zihan marveled. Chen Luo activated his data vision. Pokemon, shiny great sword. Level 48. Ability, shell armor. Meanwhile, a flash of red light erupted as a massive, menacing Roadcroc crashed down heavily. It emitted a deep, resonating roar, baring its teeth in a fierce grin. Powerful ground and dark energies clashing against the sharp aura of the opposing great sword. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Chen Luo has kept me under wraps for so long. Yao Chen gasped in astonishment. Previously, numerous trainers had stumbled upon Yaoqing Island, and during those times, his father had effortlessly defeated them and sent them away. This was, in fact, his first battle as the guardian of Yaoqing Island against other trainers. He gazed toward the shrine behind the mountain, where the great sword guarded the legacy of the sword. Grandpa Great Sword, I will not lose. Great Sword, use Shell Blade. Roadcroc, counter with Hell Spike. The shiny great sword let out a low growl as two sharp blades swiftly materialized on its forelimbs. exuding a fierce momentum that aimed to cut through everything as it slashed towards Rogue Croc. Great Sword. In the face of the swiftly approaching shell blade, Rogue Croc stood firm, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Roar! Let me show you my might. A claw enveloped in potent dark energy lunged forward with incredible force. The energy coalesced into a sharp spike, expertly meeting the crossing water blades. Clang! The clash of water and dark energy produced a sharp, ear-splitting sound, akin to metal scraping against metal. Hellspike successfully blocked and partially penetrated the shell blade's watery assault. However, the Great Sword's attack was exceptionally refined, leaving only faint traces of water upon the obsidian-scaled armor of Rogue Croc, which had gained formidable defensive power from absorbing the essence of the dark stone. The water blades from the Great Sword merely left 2 shallow water marks. Such strong defense. Yaochen couldn't help but doubt his training as he observed Rogue Croc remain virtually unscathed. Great Sword, use Sword's dance. Yaochen commanded. Great Sword. The Great Sword let out a defiant roar, spinning rapidly as it wielded its blades, creating an impenetrable whirlwind of swords. I want to give you a chance. Rogue Croc. Earthquake. Chen Luo decisively ordered, seizing the fleeting moment of vulnerability in his opponent's enhanced state to launch a fierce counterattack. Rogue Croc unleashed a deafening roar. Its massive form contained a terrifying power as it lifted its forelimbs and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The horrifying energy of the ground type erupted instantaneously, transforming into visible shockwaves that surged towards the Great Sword, which had yet to complete its sword's dance. Boom! The shockwaves of the earthquake slammed solidly into the spinning Great Sword. Great Sword. The Great Sword emitted a pained, muffled roar. Its shell armor ability prevented it from being severely injured instantly. However, the damage from the earthquake still caused it to tremble, momentarily interrupting its spinning motion, clearly suffering considerable harm. Yet, it did not cease its sword's dance. The pain and damage it endured seemed to transform into a part of its power, propelling it into an even more frenzied spin. The whirlwind of blades not only persisted, but it grew even more fierce and concentrated, infused with a resilient and indomitable spirit. Finally, as the tremors subsided, the storm of swords dance came to an abrupt halt. The silhouette of the shiny Great Sword re-emerged, panting heavily, bearing the scars from withstanding the earthquake. Yet its gaze was sharper than before, as if it could slice through the very air. A tangible brilliance flowed around it, indicating a boost in its attacking power. It had indeed completed its sword's dance while enduring the earthquake. This was akin to transforming itself into a razor-sharp sword. Well done, Great Sword, we have achieved this. Yaochen clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Great Sword, let them witness the fruits of our training. Use Brick Break. Yaochen bellowed. The empowered Great Sword surged with exuberant battle spirit. Its form instantaneously blurred, as if merging with its own sharp aura. Upon the dual-edged blade, a fierce combat energy enveloped it, transforming its once icy gleam into a formidable force capable of shattering all obstacles. It resembled a true master of swordsmanship, striking with unprecedented swiftness from an exceptionally cunning angle, aiming directly for the vulnerable flank of the vile-faced rogue crocodile. This strike was swift, ruthless, and precise, seamlessly merging the enhanced power of the sword dance with the intent to vanquish the enemy in a single blow. Yet, Chen Luo's response was remarkably composed. The rogue crocodile unleashed its terrifying visage. In the fleeting moment of the Great Sword Demon's advance, the malevolent rogue crocodile suddenly gaped its fearsome maw, revealing a visage so horrific it could send shivers through the very soul. A wave of intimidation, born of its dark instincts, surged forth like a shockwave. The Great Sword Demon, poised to attack with full force, was momentarily paralyzed by the abrupt onslaught of terror. Its unstoppable momentum faltered, and its speed plummeted. The rogue crocodile employed deceit. Chen Luo's command swiftly followed, seizing the fleeting opportunity. A glint of cunning and ferocity flickered in the rogue crocodile's eyes. It chose not to clash head-on. Instead, it artfully sidestepped, allowing the slightly diminished power of the strike to graze its resilient scales, igniting a shower of sparks. Simultaneously, its claws, imbued with dark energy, lunged with a treacherous intent toward the exposed gap left by the Great Sword Demon's attack. The deceitful maneuver capitalized on the opponent's overwhelming power to inflict a devastating counterstrike. In that moment, the formidable might of the Great Sword Demon, amplified by the sword dance, became its own weapon against it. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The dark energy erupted against the Great Sword Demon. It emitted a pained wail, its form violently hurled away by the force of its own power. It crashed heavily to the ground, skidding for some distance before coming to a halt. The rogue crocodile prepared to deliver the final blow with its reverse scale. The rogue crocodile erupted with ferocity, its eyes narrowing as it charged at the great sword demon with incredible speed. "Quick, use Shellblade for defense," Yao Chen shouted. He had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly of his own age, would be so formidable. In terms of Pokemon training and command, he vastly outclassed him. The great sword demon struggled to rise once more. Yet the fearsome visage of the rogue crocodile loomed ominously before it. The great sword demon's pupils dilated, as the rogue crocodile appeared as an ancient deity of terror. Just as the rogue crocodile's claws were nearly upon the great sword demon, Chen Luo shouted, "Rogue crocodile, halt." Buzz. It was as though an invisible tether had abruptly tightened. The massive form of the rogue crocodile came to an abrupt standstill. The raging dragon energy was nearly upon the great sword demon's shell. The winds generated brushing against its cheek. Lowering its gaze, it observed the great sword demon, nearly petrified beneath its claws, then glanced back at Chen Luo, retreating slowly by 2 steps. The arena fell silent. All spectators and Pokemon seemed to have their breaths caught in their throats. The ephemeral moment of life and death rendering them breathless. Yao Chen stood rooted to the spot, his back drenched in cold sweat. He watched the retreating rogue crocodile, then turned to Chen Luo, whose demeanor remained calm as if he had merely issued a commonplace order, stirring a tempest within Yao Chen's heart. This was not only a testament to his absolute mastery over Pokemon, but also a profound respect for the battle and his opponent. "Thank you, I concede. Chen Luo, you are truly powerful. Perhaps you may indeed inherit the sword legacy protected by the great sword demon." Yao Chen did not feel disheartened by his defeat, but gazed at Chen Luo with hopeful admiration. 18 years had passed, and he yearned to discover what the sword legacy safeguarded by the great sword demon truly entailed. "Your great sword demon is formidable as well. Had my rogue crocodile not been special, I might have truly succumbed to your sharp sword techniques," Chen Luo remarked. "Incredible. Brother Luo is astonishingly strong," Lin Jiajin and Chun Zihan exclaimed. They too were talented students from their respective schools, yet they felt they paled in comparison to Chen Luo. Was this the oppressive aura brought forth by the son of a champion? Truly terrifying. "Brother Luo, I too wish to battle you one day," Lin Jiajin declared. "Me too," Chun Zihan added. "Then let us await the grand tournament. We shall have ample opportunities," Chen Luo replied with a smile. Quack. At that moment, an unusual colored Froakie appeared, followed closely by another of ordinary hue. The 2 Froakies, witnessing the fierce battle between the rogue crocodile and the great sword demon, found their own competitive spirits ignited. Both Froakies leapt onto the battlefield simultaneously. Quack. Their gazes locked, igniting sparks of intensity. Thus, they engaged in combat. The unusual Froakie, with keen eyes, launched the first strike with a water pulse aimed at the ordinary Froakie. The ordinary Froakie deployed Shadow Clone, evading the water pulse. "What is going on with these 2 Froakies?" Lin Jiajin inquired. "They are the 2 strongest of the Froakie lineage, known for their frequent skirmishes. They are infamous combatants on Yaoqing Island," Yao Chen explained. The surrounding Pokemon, unlike during the earlier battle with the rogue crocodile and the great sword demon, were now filled with excitement, cheering in anticipation of the outcome. Chapter 121, A Fateful Encounter. In the arena, the battle between the 2 Froakies raged on, their forms intermingling, water and stones flying in all directions. Their speed was so dizzying that it was difficult to discern a victor. They were far too familiar with each other, rendering ordinary feints and tricks ineffective. Just then, Chen Luo suddenly sensed a powerful telepathic connection. It was as if a clear and sharp intent had directly entered his mind. Without time to ponder the source of this sensation, he instinctively blurted out, "Froakie, use water gun to sweep the field, flush out its true form." The command came abruptly, directed at the battling, unusual Froakie. A shocking scene unfolded. The unusual Froakie reacted almost reflexively upon hearing Chen Luo's command. Quack. Without a moment's hesitation. It seemed as if this command resonated with its own thoughts, or perhaps it instinctively acknowledged this sudden tactic. It leaped backward, creating distance, while inhaling deeply, unleashing a water gun that fanned out like a peacock's tail. The coverage was vast, nearly enveloping all possible positions for the ordinary Froakie to evade or conceal itself. The numerous shadow clones of the ordinary Froakie burst like bubbles under the force of the water, and its true form was forced to make a significant move to avoid the area attack, instantly revealing its position. Now was the moment. In a flash of lightning, Chen Luo's command followed seamlessly, as if he were the trainer of the unusual Froakie. Quack! The unusual Froakie's eyes gleamed with determination. Seizing upon the exposed vulnerability of its opponent, Its body transformed into a beam of white light, charging at the ordinary Froakies' true form with blinding speed. Bang! The ordinary Froakie was caught completely off guard by the sudden and impeccably precise barrage of strikes, propelled away by a flash of lightning. Luo Gu, did you feel that too? Lin Jiajing suddenly spoke up, his gaze sharpened with an acute awareness, as if he had sensed some invisible wave. Chen Luo remained silent but nodded gravely, his eyes locking with Lin Jiajing's, and in that instant, an unspoken understanding seemed to blossom between them. All right, if that is the case, let us determine a victor. Lin Jiajing's tone grew resolute as he stepped forward, issuing a command to the ordinary Froakie that had just risen. Froakie, use Mud Shot. Boss, Lin, why are you suddenly going at it? Yang Xing gaped in astonishment, utterly perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. How had both partners independently claimed a Froakie for battle? Even more astonishing was that the ordinary Froakie, upon hearing Lin Jiajing's order, acted without the slightest hesitation, just as the previously encountered shiny Froakie had. Froak! It swiftly responded, its hands moving rapidly as numerous sharp clumps of mud and debris charged towards the shiny Froakie. Infused with the energy of the ground type, this strike was both swift and fierce, seemingly channeling all the frustration from its earlier defeat. The shiny Froakie, having just completed its own attack, found itself in a vulnerable state, caught between the ebb of its previous strength and the emergence of new vigor. It hastily leaped back to evade, yet still succumbed to several of the mud shot projectiles. Now is the time, Water Pulse. Lin Jiajing pressed the advantage, his commands flowing seamlessly. The ordinary Froakie immediately brought its hands together, forming a violently oscillating water sphere that it thrust forward at the retreating, shiny Froakie. Don't let it succeed. Dodge with Quick Attack. Chen Luo's response was equally prompt, his order arriving almost simultaneously. The shiny Froakie's eye sharpened, its body transforming into a flash of white light as it narrowly evaded the water pulse. Boom! The water pulse detonated behind it. The two Froakies once again distanced themselves, now tensely facing off. Yet this time, they were no longer fighting as individuals but as extensions of their respective trainers, Chen Luo and Lin Jiajing, forming two impromptu trainer Pokemon pairs. In their eyes, there was not only a sense of rivalry but also a burgeoning trust towards their temporary trainers. Focused intently on awaiting further instructions, the battlefield had transformed into a duel of Froakies commanded from afar by Chen Luo and Lin Jiajing. Use Shadow Clone to confuse it, Lin Jiajing commanded. The ordinary Froakie instantly created several clones, advancing from different directions. Use Water Gun to pinpoint the real one, Chen Luo countered. The shiny Froakie unleashed a fan-shaped water gun, sweeping towards the clones. Now, use Quick Attack to collide. The two Froakies surged forth like streaks of differently colored light, colliding fiercely in midair. Bang! Energy erupted, and the two Pokemon separated once more, panting heavily, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. Chen Luo and Lin Jiajing exchanged glances, both catching glimpses of surprise, confusion, and a profound fighting spirit reflected in each other's eyes. This sudden resonance and shared command, though inexplicable, drew them irresistibly into the fray. Yao Chun watched this extraordinary scene unfold, his astonishment reaching new heights as he muttered to himself, not just one, but multiple sources of resonance, and so intensely and swiftly. How is that possible? Who are you truly? What resonance? What connection? Why am I so bewildered? Yang Xing mused in confusion. Yao Chun observed the battle between the two Froakies and remarked, these Froakies have displayed remarkable combat aptitude since their inception, and they have been watching closely while I trained under Grandpa Jian Gui. Grandpa Jian mentioned that the power within these Froakies is far beyond what we see now. One day, they will meet their destined trainers who will help them grow stronger, and perhaps Chen Luo and Lin Jiajing are those fated trainers. I can understand you, boss. But Lin. Yang Xing pondered aloud. It's the blessing of the oceanic monsoon god. Perhaps it is Lin Jiajing who is guided by the oceanic monsoon god, not Luo Gu. Chen Zihan stated with unwavering conviction, gazing intently at Lin Jiajing. Jiajing, the goal of the water-type champion is not too far off. Froak. Both Froakies turned to glance behind them. Yao Chun then called out, it's getting late. Let us settle this another time. Chen Luo produced a luxury ball, and Lin Jiajing followed suit. They exchanged smiles and proclaimed, Froakie, return. Froak. The two Froakies dashed back simultaneously, slapping their hands against the luxury balls. The luxury balls settled firmly in their hands without a hint of a shake. Luo Gu, by the time of the 100 Schools tournament, my Froakie and I will undoubtedly defeat you, Lin Jiajing declared with fervor. I look forward to our battle. Chen Luo replied. Is that how you catch them? Not even a word of gratitude. and you both have secured 2 Frokes with commendable potential. Yangxing quipped in exasperation. At that moment, the disguised Robbie returned to Chen Luo's shoulder. Chen Luo, I sense a tremendous power within this little frog. Mutuo chimed in through telepathy. Chen Luo, it seems you have forged a profound connection with this Froakie, one that transcends mere combat resonance. It feels as though a thread of fate binds you together. Mutuo's telepathic tone carried an air of inquiry. This connection is remarkably peculiar. It appears to harbor immense power. Chen Luo gazed at the luxury ball in his hand, as if speaking to himself or directly addressing the Froakie. Then let us eagerly anticipate our future together. Chapter 122, The Crystal Onyx. Zhao, are you certain this is the place? A foreigner clad in black inquired in broken Dongwang, his tone laced with skepticism. Of course, this is the Dongwang Sea. As a Dongwang native, I know this area intimately, Zhao Lifeng replied with a smile. It better be, for we've lost quite a few lives coming to this island. If it weren't for Dr. Akurama saying that there are Lugia hatchlings here, I wouldn't have wanted to come to the Dongwang Sea at all. If my master found out I was here, he'd surely chase me down with a blade. But now, I'm not afraid of him at all. Zhao Lifeng grinned broadly. All right, Zhao, I'm tired of hearing you ramble about your master. You've recounted that countless times. Right now, I just want to complete the task assigned by Dr. Akurama and then return to enjoy a romantic evening with my Karina. Karina? You mean that woman whose chest is bigger than a basketball and whose backside is larger than a hippo? I'm baffled. Why do foreigners have such a penchant for that? I prefer the delicate and gentle types, like the fairy queen Chen Yulian. Wow, I adore her. She sings beautifully and is stunning. Her song Ikus makes me feel so much fiercer in battle. I wish I could be her devoted admirer. Zhao Lifeng's eyes sparkled at the mention of Chen Yulian. Humph. Foolishness. You don't understand the allure of that voluptuous firmness. Enough with the nonsense. Let us set off and find those Lugia hatchlings. Boss, exclaimed Yuxing, panting heavily, I've come to realize that this island, although seemingly small, is far from it. After years of traversing the land, I've developed a pair of iron feet, yet I've crossed 2 mountains and still haven't arrived. Almost there. We just need to pass through this cave. Yao Tian reassured him. The group felt a surge of energy. Despite their exhaustion, they quickened their pace into the cave. Yao Tian, do you walk this much every day when you go to train with the Great Sword Demon? Yuxing inquired. Could you refrain from asking such foolish questions? Why not simply build a wooden house over there and stay? Chen Luo retorted. Chen Luo is right. I usually spend about 10 days each month at the Great Sword Demon's place, Yao Tian responded. Fine then, I guess I was being foolish, Yuxing admitted. At first, the cave was narrow and damp, but as they ventured deeper, the space expanded. Moss and crystal clusters began to appear on the rock walls, emitting a faint glow that provided some illumination. The cave was eerily quiet, save for the sound of their footsteps and the dripping of water. After walking for about 10 minutes, they faintly heard the sound of flowing water ahead, accompanied by a glimmer of light. However, just as they approached the exit, an unusual noise erupted from the waterway. Splash! With the sound of rushing water, a colossal figure shimmering with dazzling brilliance suddenly rose from the depths, blocking their path. It was a massive rock snake, but it was no ordinary rock snake. Its body was not composed of mundane, gray-brown stone, but rather constituted of countless pure, flawless crystalline fragments resembling blue crystals. Under the illumination of the fluorescent moss, its entire form refracted a dreamlike, resplendent glow, painting the cave in a spectrum of colors. Roar! The crystal rock snake turned towards them. Where did this crystal rock snake come from? Chen Luo exclaimed in shock. What a wondrous place Yaotian Island is. This is the first time I've seen a rock snake made entirely of crystals. It's stunning, Lin Jiajun remarked. Yuxing gasped in astonishment, raising his camera instantly. Boss, you're truly incredible. We've encountered such a rare species. This is genuinely a crystal rock snake. Yao Yan's expression froze momentarily. I don't recall there being a crystal rock snake here. You don't know how it came to be? Chen Luo asked, puzzled, having lived here for 18 years. Even Yao Tian was unaware of the origins of the crystal rock snake. Be careful, it's coming towards us, Lin Jiajun warned. Don't be fooled by its crystalline body. I won't back down. Come forth, stealth blade minion. Chen Luo summoned his Pokemon. Lo Ge, leave this to me. I'm absolutely enamored with it. Chen Zihan, who had been silent until now, suddenly chimed in. Zihan, when will you outgrow your obsession with shiny things? Lin Jiajun sighed. I recently captured a small diamond, and now another crystal rock snake has appeared. Fortune is on my side, Chen Zihan exclaimed, releasing her dragon head mole from its pokeball. As the light flashed, the dragon head mole emerged in the crystalline cave, its sharp claws and composed demeanor creating a striking contrast with the dazzling surroundings. Dragonhead. Upon its arrival, it locked onto the enormous crystalline form ahead, issuing a warning growl. Use drill run, Chen Zihan commanded. The dragonhead mole spun vigorously. Its drill-like claws aimed directly at the crystal rock snake, charging forth like a projectile. Bang! The drill run collided fiercely with the crystal rock snake's body, producing a resounding thud. Crystals shattered into fragments. The crystal rock snake, with a relatively low level, could not withstand the attack from the dragonhead mole. Roar! The crystal rock snake howled in pain, rendered unable to continue fighting after just one strike. Chen Zihan tossed out an Ultra Ball. After spinning 3 times, it settled firmly. Success! Is that really all it takes? Yuxing remarked. What more do you expect? This crystal rock snake is merely rare. It's essentially just for show and lacks any real battle capability, Chen Luo replied. Oh, Yuxing shouted, causing everyone to look at him in unison. What's wrong? Boss. Old Lin, Zihan, you all have captured rare and powerful Pokemon, yet I have none. Does that mean I can catch a powerful Pokemon too? Yuxing grinned. Forget it. Some things are simply predetermined from birth. If you weren't born with it, it's unlikely you'll possess it in this lifetime. Accept your fate. Chen Luo patted his shoulder, shaking his head. With that, they continued onward, leaving Yuxing, clutching his camera, in a state of bewilderment. What does that mean? Boss, wait for me. Meanwhile, in the deepest underground caverns of Yaotian Island, Zhao Lifeng and Zakud struggled through the rumbling cave. Each step was taken on slippery stones, surrounded by the deafening roar of waterfalls. Zhao, are we going the right way? Zakud shouted, wiping the droplets from his face, his voice barely audible over the thunderous cascade. There's no mistake. Zhao Lifeng fixed his gaze on a precision instrument in his hand, which emitted a high-pitched beep, with the energy readings on the screen nearing the maximum threshold. Dr. Akuloma's device indicates that the energy readings here are extraordinarily high, chaotic, powerful, yet containing a peculiar balance. This is undoubtedly the core area of a special energy field. As they pressed deeper along the narrow natural stone bridge, the light gradually dimmed, with only their powerful flashlight piercing through the hazy mist of water vapor. However, the deeper they ventured, a strange, self-illuminating glow began to replace the light from the flashlight. Suddenly, they emerged into a vast, unimaginable underground expanse. The sight left even the worldly wise Zhao Lifeng and the valiant Zakud momentarily speechless, standing in awe. They found themselves on a protruding platform at the edge of a cavern, beneath which lay an incredibly vast underground sea. The water was not pitch black, but exhibited a dreamlike array of varying blue and green hues, radiating a gentle luminescence inherent to the sea itself. It illuminated the entire enormous space, resembling a fantastical world submerged beneath the earth. What was most astonishing was at the center of this underground sea, there existed a colossal, slowly rotating 2-colored ocean vortex. It seemed to be the very heart of the underground sea. One half of the vortex was a cold, profound indigo, akin to the frigid polar ice seas. It emanated an icy chill that even caused the distant air to crystallize with fine ice particles. The other half, however, was a warm, pearlescent white, as if flowing with melted moonlight and the essence of life. It emitted a comforting warmth and vibrant energy waves. These two opposing attributes, which should have repelled each other, were here bound together by an invisible natural force, forming a perfect, slowly rotating yin-yang pattern. The boundary between the cold and warm waters was stark yet seamlessly intertwined, creating this magnificent, bizarre, and divinely sacred natural wonder. The center of the vortex plunged into unfathomable depths, seemingly leading to another realm, emitting a deep and eternal hum that devoured light while radiating a heart-pounding energy. Above, a waterfall cascaded from the cave's apex, its waters distinctly tinted in shades of indigo and brilliant white. Like colorful ribbons, they precisely converged into the corresponding regions of the vortex below, becoming integral parts of this grand cycle. Here, light no longer required an external source. The entire space was suffused with the halo emitted by the vortex itself. The mist hung heavy, refracting countless minuscule and resplendent rainbows that danced and flickered throughout the expanse. The air was as dense as mercury, each breath seeming to draw in the purest, most primal essence of nature. The alternating sensations of chilling cold and warm embrace surged through their lungs, bringing forth a peculiar and exhilarating thrill. My God, Zakud exclaimed, his mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His mind was blank, overwhelmed by this magnificent spectacle far beyond imagination. Any words felt utterly inadequate in that moment. Zhao Lifeng also found himself momentarily breathless, his pupils constricting dramatically. The nonchalant expression that usually adorned his face was replaced by sheer astonishment. Yet, that astonishment soon transformed into an even more fervent, frenzied excitement. We found it. We truly found it. Ha ha. His voice trembled with exhilaration, giving way to an uncontrollable low chuckle. Dr. Akuro's hypothesis was indeed correct. This was the true core of Yaoqing Island. Only such divine power could give birth to the legendary Pokémon. Lugia and its offspring must be here, somewhere within this vortex. His gaze, akin to that of the most ravenous hound, fixated upon the slowly rotating, dual-colored vortex exuding endless energy and secrets. It felt as though he had pierced through that profound darkness, glimpsing the legendary Pokémon that slumbered within, embodying infinite power. Nature's grandeur rendered them minuscule as dust. Yet their inner greed swelled anew, driving them to attempt to desecrate this sacred ground. We have arrived at the shrine guarded by Grandpa Dajian Gui, the very sword legacy you speak of, Yao Chen proclaimed. Goodness, goodness. Chen Luo and his 5 companions, along with Mutuo, the invisible Shalebi, the Kyuhyobing, and the Dratini, stood upon the summit of a towering peak. How spectacular! Yu Xing exclaimed, hastily pulling out his camera to capture the moment. What exquisite craftsmanship! Lin Jiajing marveled. The summit was not a naturally formed pinnacle, but appeared as though it had been cleaved in half by an immense sword wielded with unparalleled strength, resulting in an expanse of smooth, mirror-like blue stone. It bore the marks of divine craftsmanship, starkly contrasting with the lush scenery below, presenting a solemn and desolate atmosphere. At the center of the platform stood an ancient stone shrine, its design remarkably simple and unadorned, devoid of any ostentatious carvings or paintings. Only the weathered scars left by time and storm remained, along with countless intersecting sword marks deeply etched into every inch of its stone walls. In front of the shrine, on the largest slab of stone resembling a natural altar or throne, lay a figure in repose. It was a Dajian Gui, exuding a powerful and sharp presence that even Chen Luo's Tokiwa power could sense. Beside him, Mutuo remarked with interest, this Dajian Gui is remarkably strong. Its life energy reaches an extraordinary level despite being of ordinary vitality. However, its life energy has nearly reached its limit. The creature's size far surpassed that of an ordinary Dajian Gui, and even Yao Chen's shining Dajian Gui appeared diminutive in comparison. Its heavy shell armor exuded a deep, oppressive hue, as if it had absorbed the essence of countless battles and ages, its color a dark crimson. It bore many harrowing scars, far older and more terrifying than the sword marks on the shrine's walls. As if sensing the arrival of Chen Luo and his companions, it slowly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were ancient, deep, and seemingly able to see through the flow of time, yet sharp beyond description, as if they could penetrate the innermost secrets and weaknesses of the soul. To it, the world appeared divided into that which could be severed and that which could not. A deep voice resonated within the hearts of all present. Destined ones, you have finally arrived. Its gaze then fell upon Mutuo and the hidden Shalebi, slightly bowing. I welcome you, esteemed deities. Mutuo nodded in acknowledgement, while Shalebi gazed at the Dajian Gui with incredulity, covering its small mouth. It can actually see me. Chen Luo stepped forward to inquire. Elder, did you know we would come? The Dajian Gui shook its head. I did not know. When I spoke of the destined ones, I referred to your capturing of those 2 Froakies with immense potential. Within them lies unparalleled power. The 2 Froakies, having sensed the moment, leaped from Chen Luo and Lin Jiajing's Pokeballs. Qua, Elder, I cannot say if we are truly destined, but perhaps capturing the Froakies is a matter of fate. However, I have come for this child. Chen Luo pointed to the Kyuhyobing. I wish for this child to inherit the sword legacy. The Dajian Gui regarded the Kyuhyobing and shook its head in denial. Destiny cannot be broken by external forces. It cannot be done. Chen Luo, approaching the Dajian Gui with the Kyuhyobing, replied, Elder, your words on fate may hold truth. But can the bonds of destiny and the essence of truth be so predetermined that they cannot be forged through diligence? He gently patted the Kyuhyobing's shoulder and continued. This child may not be perfect at this moment. Its blade may not yet be pure. But what it possesses is an unwavering determination to never bow to the so-called fate. It is the will to sacrifice everything for the sake of strength. You have guarded this place for a century or even centuries, witnessing many who sought power. But have you ever seen a heart willing to break itself against the odds, determined to carve a path forward? Chen Luo's voice rose, imbued with a passion that was infectious. This spirit, this persistence, is it not a form of sharpness? Does it not deserve a chance to try? If the legacy is solely judged by innate connections, utterly dismissing the will forged through effort, Then has this legacy lost its intent to cleave through all obstacles? Therefore, I implore you, Elder, to enlighten me on what this sword legacy truly is. The Kyudoobing, with resolute eyes, also looked up at the Dajiangue. Coulda, please, Elder, reveal to us the legacy. Chapter 124. The Truth Hidden for Centuries. The ancient and sharp gaze of the Dajiangue fell upon Chen Luo, and the Kyudoobing like the edge of a tangible sword. Chen Luo's impassioned words and the Kyudoobing's unwavering spirit seemed to evoke subtle ripples in this timeless thought. After a moment of silence, the Dajiangue finally spoke. Perhaps you speak true. Though this Kyudoobing is still quite young and is not the destined one of legend, it possesses its own brilliance. Its gaze slightly lowered, as if it pierced through the stone walls of the shrine, beholding the existence enshrined deep within. In that case, allow me to disclose to you the true essence of the sword's legacy that has been buried for centuries. Upon uttering these words, all present were roused, their senses heightened in anticipation, particularly Yao Chen. Having resided here for over a decade, he had never heard his grandpa, the great sword demon, divulge the nature of this legacy. Each time he inquired, the response was invariably, "You are not the destined one." The legacy here is not an ordinary technique or energy, but rather a sword once wielded by my master, the Sword King Tsangxiang, known as Yuchang. Yuchang's sword? Chen Luo blurted out, deep in thought. The Yuchang sword was forged by the ancient swordsmith O Yezi, symbolizing courage and fearlessness, an apt match for Tsangxiang. Legend has it that the assassin Zhuang Zhou presented the king of Wu, Liao, with an exquisitely fat carp, concealing the Yuchang sword within it, successfully slaying Liao. Ever since, the Yuchang sword has vanished without a trace. Who would have thought it was carried away by the sword dog? The great sword demon of Shitsue continued. This Yuchang sword was once my master's prized possession, but during the tumultuous spring and autumn period, as wars ravaged the land, countless lives were lost, and the resentment of both humans and Pokemon fused, giving birth to a catastrophic Pokemon known as the Ancient Sword Leopard. To prevent the Ancient Sword Leopard from wreaking havoc, my master intervened, yet the sword was corrupted by the disaster's malevolent power and could no longer be wielded. After subduing the ancient sword leopard, my master roamed the world until he encountered me in the Shitsue region. Recognizing my potential, he took me as his disciple and imparted to me the profundities of severance. After an indeterminate time, he brought me to this world, establishing the legacy on Yaoqing Island alongside the god of ocean currents, entrusting me with the guardianship of the Yuchang sword and Yaoqing Island, patiently awaiting the destined trainer and Pokemon he spoke of. That sword contains the essence of my master, the Sword King. The words of the great sword demon of Shitsue, imbued with the weight of countless ages, seemed to unfurl a thick veil shrouding history, revealing a long-buried legend before all. The names of the Sword King Tsangxiang, the Yuchang Ancient Sword, the catastrophic Pokemon Ancient Sword Leopard, and the God of Ocean Currents. These titles, once confined to ancient myths, resonated powerfully in the present moment. Especially Yao Chen, whose eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. Having lived on Yaoqing Island for many years, immersed day and night in its sublime sword intent, he was only now realizing the grand epic that lay behind it. He gazed at the shrine with an unprecedented sense of reverence and curiosity. So that is why this sword intent is so formidable. It is the power of the Sword King Tsangxiang, Chen Luo murmured, many of his doubts finally clarified. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that it was indeed the Sword King Tsangxiang who subdued the ancient sword leopard, a fact not recorded in the history of East Huang Pokemon. Not only the ancient sword leopard, but also the other three calamities remained unchronicled within the annals of Pokemon history. Follow me. The voice of the great sword demon of Shitsue roused everyone from their astonishment. It slowly rose, its imposing black-red form exuding an even greater sense of pressure. Instead of approaching the shrine's tightly shut main entrance, it turned towards a polished stone wall at the side of the shrine. With its long, menacing black-red horn, it gently tapped a specific spot on the wall. Suddenly, the wall illuminated with countless intricate ancient runes formed from sword marks. These runes appeared to come alive, shimmering with a brilliant light. Subsequently, a stone door began to open slowly. Beyond this portal was not the interior of the shrine, but a deep, descending passageway. A more ancient and pure, albeit subtly chilling, aura of disaster emanated from within. The shrine was merely a facade. The true legacy lay sealed within the belly of the mountain, safeguarded by the barriers set by my master and the god of ocean currents. The great sword demon of Shitsue explained through its inner voice. This passage can only be unlocked with a specific sword intent. It stepped forward, entering the vortex of energy. Its figure swiftly engulfed. Chen Luo and the others exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement and anxiety, and followed in succession. Taking a deep breath, Yao Chen was the second to enter. Chen Luo patted the shoulder of his Pokemon, the little soldier, whispering, "Let us go and behold that legendary sword." He then led it and the others into the passage. Even Mutuo felt a surge of curiosity, but its interest lay with those legendary Pokemon. The passage was not engulfed in darkness. The stone walls on either side were embedded with a peculiar crystal that emitted a soft, stable white glow, illuminating the path ahead. The staircase descended endlessly, the air thick with a complex aura reminiscent of the severing intent of Zhangxiang's sword. Yet, amidst this overwhelming sharpness, there lingered an unsettling feeling of cold stillness. A remnant of the disaster's power left by the ancient sword leopard, which, though suppressed over countless years, stubbornly clung to the Yuchang sword, unable to be fully eradicated. After traversing for approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern stood not a grand altar, but a colossal double barrier composed of countless esoteric runes. The outer barrier shimmered in a cerulean hue, resembling flowing sea water, exuding gentle yet vast life energy and oceanic power. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the god of ocean currents, Lugia, its primary function being purification and protection, continuously wearing down the remnants of the disaster's power. The inner barrier, however, glowed a pure gold, formed from countless fine, writhing strands of fearsome sword intent, radiating an absolute will to sever. This was the sword intent barrier left by Zhangxiang, serving both as protection and the final trial. Only those who could endure and earn the recognition of this sword intent would be permitted to draw near. At the very center of this double barrier, a short sword floated silently in the air, measuring about a foot in length. Its design was simplistic and unadorned. With a narrow blade etched with sinuous patterns reminiscent of fish entrails, it was indeed the legendary Yuchang sword. The sword exhibited a somber bronze hue, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern thin, stubbornly dark lines, akin to the essence of decay, coiling around the blade, exuding a faint aura of disaster and foreboding. This was the disastrous power of the ancient sword leopard. Nevertheless, an unparalleled intent to sever, capable of cutting through anything, emanated from this ancient sword, as if it were the very embodiment of sharpness. Merely gazing upon it felt as though one's eyes might be pierced. That is the Yuchang sword. Yao Chen's voice was hoarse, charged with excitement. The camera of Yao Chen was once again raised, yet he hesitated to press the shutter, fearful of disturbing the profound silence. Lin Jiajin and Chen Zihan held their breaths, captivated by the ancient sword's imposing aura. The great sword demon of Shizue stood quietly before the barrier, its gaze complexly fixed upon the Yuchang sword at the center. Its inner voice carried a subtle hint of sorrow. The power of my master lies entirely within. Yet, the disaster, like poison, clings to the very bone. To attain power, one must simultaneously confront this curse. Only those endowed with great fortitude, profound wisdom, and exceptional fortune may dare to pursue it. It turned its gaze towards Chen Luo and the junior soldier, its eyes sharpening with an intensity that was almost palpable. Do you now comprehend the peril that lies within? Still, are you willing to take the plunge?